detected that the host is about to achieve financial freedom and complete a life turnaround. Now, only 3 dog heads are needed to bind the godly wealth system. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the critical hit godly rich system. A special distribution of 100 million in bonuses as a beginner's gift package. You looked at the message on your phone, skeptically sent 3 dog emojis, and unexpectedly, the system was really bound the next second. Before you could properly check the system panel, a dissatisfied voice suddenly interrupted your thoughts. What are you staring at? Get me a pack of soft manhwa. You frowned and looked up, seeing a young man in sunglasses, who was looking at you with a dissatisfied expression. What are you looking at? Get me a pack of soft manhwa. Got it? This young man seemed a bit anxious and said another sentence. Immediately, you composed your facial expression, turned around, and reached for a pack of soft manhwa from the shelf behind you. Is this it? What are you talking about? Can't you read? The young man casually threw out a red bill. Take it and spend it. No need to give change. As he spoke, he reached out to take the item from your hand, but you raised your hand back and shook your head calmly. If it were before, you might have considered it. But now, you are not going to serve this group of people. Good kid, you dare to play me. The young man in sunglasses was instantly furious. You looked at him with a plain expression. Is there anything else you need, sir? But even if you need it, there isn't any. You were just short of directly telling him, I'm just messing with you. What are you going to do about it? The young man in sunglasses slammed his hand heavily on the counter and said, You, the one running a grocery store, what are you acting all high and mighty for? He wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly saw the time on the clock in the store, and his eyes shifted, a plan forming in his mind. He pretended to check his watch, glancing at the time. Forget it, I won't stoop to your level. I have to hurry to class. As he said this, he suddenly laughed. Do you really think that running a grocery store gives you the right to look down on the whole world? He shook his wrist with a look of disdain and said, See this? The Blancpain T-Series automatic mechanical watch. Just this watch alone can buy everything in your shabby little shop. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches, and Wu Wenyuan belongs to the type who has average conditions but still likes to play with watches. In order to impress his university classmates, he spent quite a bit of money on this luxury watch. Just today, he received the goods and was ready to show off at school, but before he even got there, he ran into you. Sure enough, hearing him say that really caught your attention, and you also wanted to see what a watch worth tens of thousands looks like. But just as you instinctively glanced over, you looked at the watch and triggered a critical hit worth millions, rewarding you with a Patek Philippe Platinum watch valued at 17 million. You were stunned. Seeing others' watches can also trigger critical hits, this system is too casual, and this time it actually triggered a 10 million times critical hit. It's simply like being possessed by a lucky god. Suddenly feeling a chill on my right wrist, I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw a stylish watch already on my wrist. You calmly withdrew your gaze from the other person's wrist and raised your hand to glance at your own wrist. Classmate, you're going to be late. Wu Wenyuan almost laughed in anger. Whether I'm late or not has nothing to do with you. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze inadvertently swept over your wrist. The moment he saw that watch, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He instantly froze. Even the arm he had raised in the air couldn't help but tremble slightly. How could this watch look so much like the Patek Philippe Aquanaut series? The words that were originally on Wu Wenyuan's lips came to an abrupt halt, and he stared intently at your watch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had seen a news report stating that one of the watches from the same series had fetched tens of millions at an auction house abroad. But now, such a world-class luxury watch is actually worn on the wrist of a grocery store owner. It's impossible. This must be fake. It's a knockoff. Wu Wenyuan encouraged himself in his heart, but as soon as the thought arose, it was completely dismissed. Wu Wenyuan only felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hundreds of times. Looking back at the piece in my hand, it just feels like garbage no matter how I look at it. But at least he didn't lose his composure, he said in a voice as small as a mosquito. Who knows if yours is genuine or not? Before he could finish speaking, he hurriedly ran out of the store, unable to bear staying any longer. Looking at the young man in sunglasses leaving with a dusty face, you took a deep sip from the thermos cup, feeling extremely comfortable. It was only then that you had the time to carefully examine the Patek Philippe on your wrist. The complex dial did not make you feel uncomfortable, on the contrary. Each function was clearly represented on this dial. Even as an outsider who doesn't know much about luxury watches, you could tell the value of this watch. Suddenly, a noise interrupted your appreciation. You looked up and found that the pencil case on your shelf had been knocked over. As you got up from the cash register, you saw a girl somewhat flustered, picking up pens from the ground. From your angle, you could only see her back, but just that silhouette made you feel a strong sense of youth, looking incredibly clean. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's forehead was covered with a layer of fine sweat beads. She originally intended to go to the library to study, but as soon as she left the university town, she realized she had started her period. The sudden sharp pain in her lower abdomen instantly disrupted her plans. There was no choice, she had to find a nearby supermarket to buy some sanitary products. Who would have thought that before she could find what she needed, she accidentally knocked over her pencil case? Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching, and without needing to look, she knew the boss was coming. In her panic, Lu Ruyan hurriedly put the pen she was holding back into the case and abruptly stood up from the ground. "I'm sorry, I'm not." Little did she know that a sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen, causing her to lose her balance and her body to uncontrollably topple to the side. She let out a startled cry, instinctively reaching out to grab the shelf. At that moment, a broad hand suddenly appeared and steadied her arm. Lu Ruyan instinctively looked up, and a clean, young, and somewhat handsome face appeared in her sight. A boss this young? Lu Ruyan was a bit surprised and stunned for a moment. She had visited here before and remembered the boss as a thin old man. When did it change to a young person? You are a bit surprised at this moment, as a pure face with a score of 90 in attractiveness suddenly appears before your eyes. At this moment, in your mind, this face gives you only one feeling: too pure. A face so pure to the extreme. Just a glance seems to take you back to that youthful high school. That bright figure in a school uniform sitting at the front of the class, being secretly admired by countless people. This reminds you of a female star named Xingyu. Of course, this is not the real reason to surprise you, but at the moment you touched her arm, the system delivered a critical hit again. Ding! You helped a beauty, triggering a billionfold critical hit. Charm value plus 999. At first, you thought you misheard, you only helped her arm a little, yet it turned out to be the highest multiplier. However, this time it didn't give you a physical reward. But what effect will reaching the charm value limit have? You were puzzled, and suddenly saw the beautiful woman in front of you looking at you with confusion. You quickly let go of your hand and smiled at her. "Are you okay?" This gentle voice made Lu Ruyan feel as if she had just woken from a dream. She only felt a sudden rush, as if her cheeks were on fire. He is really so handsome, and his voice is so pleasant. In an instant, Lu Ruyan felt her heart pounding wildly, almost unable to contain it, and she shyly stepped aside. "No, it's nothing, thank you." "You're welcome." You reached down to pick up the pen holder on the ground and set it aside, subconsciously saying, "What do you want to buy? I can help you find it." As soon as the words came out, Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder. How could she say that about something someone else wanted to buy? Just as she was struggling with how to talk to you, you glanced over and saw her small hand resting on her lower abdomen, along with the beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. In an instant, you understood that she might be on her period. No wonder she felt embarrassed to speak up. You walked to the end of the shelf, where you should be able to find it, smiled at her, and then turned to leave. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, jogged a few steps to the end of the shelf, picked up a brand and held it in her hand. She didn't look at it much and returned to the counter. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to turn and leave after paying, she suddenly saw you waving at her. "Wait a moment." Lu Ruyan instinctively turned her head to look, only to see you smiling as you pushed a cup of brown sugar water from the counter towards her. "Drink it, it should help you feel better." Seeing your faint smile, Lu Ruyan inexplicably took the cup and drank the brown sugar water inside. She felt it was the best brown sugar water she had ever tasted in her life, and even after it went down, the pain in her lower abdomen eased significantly. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruyan placed the cup on the counter and sincerely said thank you to you. "You're welcome, goodbye." You smiled and nodded, and Lu Ruyan nodded as well, shyly turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, you suddenly muttered to yourself in confusion, "Why do I feel like she looks a bit familiar?" After thinking for a moment, you couldn't help but shake your head slightly. Perhaps she had bought something when you were doing part-time delivery. Just as that thought crossed your mind, suddenly, Jian-E, who had just left, walked back in. Jian Lin glanced at the other party with some surprise and couldn't help but say, "What? Drop something?" "No, can I add your WeChat?" Jane still took a deep breath, as if she had summoned up enough courage to say the words. She's extremely shy, and this is the first time she's taken the initiative to ask a guy for his WeChat. Just now she had already left, but the way Jian Lin smiled in her mind was simply deep in her head. It was as if a voice was telling her that if she missed this opportunity, she was going to regret it for the rest of her life. Jane still had never been in love before, but the feeling she had just had in that moment told her that it was love. Jian Lin froze for a moment when he heard this, and didn't expect the other party to make such a request, but it was only for a moment before he smiled and nodded. In the face of such an innocent beauty, if he couldn't even fulfill this request, then he wouldn't be a man. "Yeah, really, I'll sweep you up then, won't I?" Jane still had a surprised smile on her face and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and reached over. 2 drops. Successful scanning. Jian Lin then opened WeChat and received a verification message from the other party. The name is only one word. Jane. Sure enough, it's easy enough. Through the verification, the following remarks column. Jiang Lin could not help but ask, "What's your name?" "Jane remains. You've got a real last name." Jiang Lin's fingers that were typing suddenly stopped. Jane Still. Jane Still. Isn't this the freshman flower of the Imperial University of Finance and Economics? No wonder he had a familiar feeling. It turns out that some time ago, on the school forum, the whole school initiated a school flower contest. One most beautiful schoolgirl is selected for each session, and this freshman year, it went to this Jane Still beauty. Although Jiang Lin was still busy with his part-time job at that time, he had heard about these news from his roommate's talk, and even took a look at the photos yet, even though there were some surprises in his heart. Jiang Lin, after all, had gone through too much experience in his previous life, and his heart remained very calm. He nodded and smiled at Jane Still. "Very nice name. Thanks." Hearing Jiang Lin's compliment, the blush on Jane's still face became even more intense. "Well, I'll leave you to your business. Goodbye." "Bye." Waiting until Jane was still gone, Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. I can't imagine that this schoolgirl actually likes to be so shy. After a while, the store was empty for the time being. Jiang Lin planned to take stock of the goods, what was missing and what was missing so that he could go and stock up. Now he has hundreds of thousands of dollars on his card, and his capital is sufficient. In less than half an hour, the missing goods were noted down. Jiang Lin was then ready to close the store for the time being and go stock up himself. Why don't you call for delivery? Because his store was so small, he didn't ask for a lot of goods, and people wouldn't deliver them. Mounting his electric tricycle, Jiang Lin drove towards the wholesale market. The wholesale market wasn't too far away, and in about half an hour or so, Jiang Lin arrived at the gate. Finding a place to park his tricycle, he walked into the wholesale market and started purchasing things. It didn't take long for him to come out of it with a large bag of goods. Load it up. Start it up. Ding! You unleashed a tricycle once, triggering a billion-fold blast, rewarding you with a Silby Black Arrow supercar worth $100 million. $100 million supercar? Jiang Lin couldn't help but get a little excited. It's not like he hasn't seen a few $1 million of supercars, but he hasn't even heard of $100 million. He hurriedly looked around on his tricycle and didn't see any sign of the supercar. In this neighborhood, most of them are trucks that come to load goods. If there is a supercar, certainly can be seen at a glance. Did you leave it outside the store for me? With such doubts, Jiang Lin started the electric car and prepared to go home first. But not long afterward, he saw that on the other side of the corner, a large group of people seemed to be gathered around something. Chapter 5. The system sent a car that can't be driven? Could it be my car? Jiang Lin had a flash of light in his mind and felt that it was very possible, so he directly leaned over towards the direction of the crowd with a turn of the tricycle. Holy, a Bentley! It's millions! Pull back! What kind of eyes are you looking at? This is the top of the line. It's going to be a little over $10 million. What? $10 million? I'll have to stay away from it. If I touch it, it'll cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's right. Putting a year's worth of my paycheck on it wouldn't be enough to fix someone's car. Jiang Lin, who had just gotten off the bus next to him, gave a slight lurch when he heard the other's comments. Is it a Bentley? So it's not my car. Through the crowd, Jiang Lin saw at a glance that a silver-white Bentley sedan was currently leaning against the side of the road. There's a parking line here, but for some reason, this car isn't parked inside the line. Subconsciously sweeping a glance, Jiang Lin realized that the original silver Bentley actually rear-ended. The incredibly delicate headlights were actually smashed hard. Jiang Lin's heart jumped. Holy, that's a couple $100,000 for a headlight, right? I don't know who was so unlucky to actually touch the Bentley. Nope, it's a Bentley tailgating. It should be its full responsibility. It was then that Jiang Lin realized that the one being rear-ended was a black sports car. The other party was parked within the parking line on the side of the road. And what made Jiang Lin a little surprised was, it's amazing that the force that shattered even the Bentley's headlights didn't deform the rear of this car in the slightest. Looks unscathed. Jiang Lin subconsciously squeezed into the crowd and heard the owner of the car standing at the rear of the black sports car bawling his eyes out. OMG. This is the end. Whoops. I can't afford to pay for it. Woohoo. The owner of that car was literally crying his nose off and almost didn't just pass out on the ground. Seeing this, the man next to him kindly advised up. Sir, don't cry. Isn't your car insured? What can't you afford? Right. Besides, the owner of this car isn't even here, so you can just drive away and be done with it. The owner cried even more at the news. What do you know? I'm talking about his car, the Silver Black Arrow. $100 million. What? $100 million? How is that possible? I've never even seen the license plate. How can it be more expensive than your Bentley? When they heard the owner's statement, the crowd said with a look of disbelief. Some good people even took out their cell phones and started checking the internet. After a moment, suddenly even his voice shivered. Holy, it's really $100 million. It was then that the crowd noticed the peculiar shape of the black sports car. creeping bodywork, all in one shape. It looked like an arrow poised to strike. From the beginning the crowd was fascinated by the crashed Bentley, not even realizing that the sports car was actually this expensive. The older woman, who was tired of standing and wanted to lean her hand on the black arrow, took a dozen steps backward in fear and almost sat on her butt. Oh, my God, if I touch this, it'll cost me millions of dollars. The crowd looked at the Bentley owner with a sympathetic face. $10 million touching $100 million. It was so damn lucky. Sir, this car of his isn't broken anyway. Why don't you drive and run? I wouldn't dare. Woohoo! The owner of that car had snot left in his nose. The Black Arrow uses imported bulletproof, high-purity paint, so if it gets even a little scuffed up, the whole car has to be replaced. There's no one who drives a car who doesn't love it, especially for luxury cars. He had once before even paid special attention to the brand Silby online, although it's been 9 years since this brand started, but specializes in top-of-the-line supercar business and pricing starts at a minimum of $50 million. This top-of-the-line Black Arrow was even unveiled for the first time at this year's foreign auto show. It is a top global design in terms of both appearance and configuration. The top speed is a terrifying Mach 0.4. Even the Bugatti Veyron, which has always been known for its speed, is out of reach. But it was because he knew the car so well that the middle-aged owner became even more alarmed. I'm just a driver. I can't afford to pay for it at all. If this doesn't go on insurance, $10 million won't come down. Woohoo! I'll go. It's so expensive. Doesn't that pay for a Bentley? Didn't you hear? The Bentley isn't even his. He's just the driver. It's over. It's over. It's just that we can't afford to lose half of his life. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, feeling that the driver was completely wasted. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. That, big brother, don't cry. You don't have to pay for this car. That driver master looked back and John Lin was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Looking up and down, John Lin was dressed in a uniform as if he was a takeaway, with something about a grocery store written on it. At that moment, that master smiled bitterly. Little brother, don't tease me. The car is not yours. A delivery boy, flush with a tricycle, can't even afford a sedan, let alone a supercar like this. The people next to him even agreed when they saw this. That's right, delivery boy. You're not the owner of the car, so don't compare yourself there. In case the consequences are serious, who will be responsible then? No, some people are like that now. They are nothing, and they have to get involved. Is that something you can get involved in? I guess he thinks he's an invisible rich man who can buy 10 of these sports cars in a minute. Ha ha, 10? That's $1 billion. I guess this little brother can't afford to buy one in 100 lifetimes. Listening to the crowd's comments, John Lin smiled coldly. Yeah, I'll give it a try then. With it he took a few steps to the supercar and lifted his hand toward the door to grip it. Ha ha, this kid is crazy. He's not going to smash the car, is he? It's over. It's over. He's in big trouble. How dare he touch the car? Humph. He doesn't even have a car key. He really thinks he owns the car. However, just as the crowd was frantically mocking, John Lin finally pressed his palm on the doorknob. Only a crunch was heard, and the originally silent black sports car actually lit up instantly. The doors brushed open upwards and a circle of blinding red light erupted from above all the headlights at once. At that moment, it was as if a fire phoenix reborn from the fire, shining in the whole field. Hiss! All the chattering came to an abrupt halt at that moment. One's disdainful expression instantly froze, and was then replaced by shock. Even the master driver, who had just been bawling his eyes out, was momentarily frozen. He couldn't have imagined this $100 million luxury car. I can't believe it's from this delivery boy. Chapter 6 Delivery at Xingsheng Mansion. Shock at Mingdao Restaurant Group. The world is crazy. A delivery boy actually owns a $100 million supercar. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. However, right now, those who had just taunted John Lin were all dying of embarrassment one by one. It was as if 100 slaps were slapping them furiously in the face. I just finished saying that people can't afford to buy one in 100 lifetimes. It resulted in a facepalm on the spot. Now these people's faces were simply burning with shame. Hello, there was no need to say much at all, and the crowd of onlookers automatically dispersed. There's no way around it. It's just too damn embarrassing. John Lin ignored the departure of these people. He was secretly delighted in his heart. It was exactly as he thought. The system didn't give him the keys to the car, but there must be some other way to open the car. Like some cars nowadays that have fingerprint unlocking. He tried it just now, and it was true. He excitedly got into the car, and then he heard a voice coming from the AI in the car. Owner recognized successfully. The intelligent sound control system is activated. You can start your car by sound. No need to worry because you forgot your car keys. John Lin looked up and saw a metal-colored car key sitting in front of the steering wheel. Bring it over and see that the material is platinum. The workmanship, the shine. A car key alone is estimated to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Retracting his gaze, John Lin prepared to try voice control. The system should have included his voice in advance, or else the intelligence system wouldn't have recognized it successfully. Initiate. Rumble. As soon as John Lin's words fell, the roar of the engine instantly sounded, and a low growl passed out from the engine. Like a beast awakening from its slumber, John Lin nodded, before peeking out of the car window. Master, could you please move the car? Hey, okay, but, your car. The driver master looked at John Lin somewhat nervously. John Lin swept his gaze and knew that the other party was afraid of his claim. Don't worry, master, you don't have to pay for it if it breaks. At that, the driver's master's face was instantly ecstatic. Look at that. What an atmosphere. What do you mean? Magnificent? That's it. A light sentence instantly solved all his dilemmas. As for the Bentley, he's been under his boss's thumb for over a decade, so it's not a big problem. The driver master made a 90-degree bow at John Lin. With that, he hurriedly jumped into the car and backed the Bentley out. Snort! The Bentley moved out of the way, and the rear of John Lin's supercar actually didn't leave any scars. This made that master also let out a long breath while sighing at the sturdiness of this supercar. The car had moved away, and John Lin couldn't wait to take a drive. As for the tricycle he had left behind, he was going to call the owner of the wholesale and ask him to find someone to send it back. Both hands on the steering wheel, John Lin kicked the gas down, and the entire supercar went off with a roar, waiting for John Lin to take a ride and get over it. When I returned to the store again, I saw that the tricycle had been returned by the owner. Pulling the car aside, John Lin hurriedly unloaded the goods from the tricycle. It's looking like it's going to be noon, and there's a good chance we'll have guests in a little while. Just what John Lin did not expect was that before the guests came to the door, the phone rang first. Hello, 13th floor of Building B of Xingshang Mansion, Mingdao Restaurant Chain Group, 20 boxes of signing pens, 50 notepads, 1 bottle of imported sparkling water. Hurry up, we're in a hurry for a meeting. Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Hanging up the phone, John Lin quickly loaded these goods. It was a part-time job he developed when he was in college, compared to online shopping and other platforms. Although John Lin's means are simple, however, it is an effective solution to the needs of some customers who are in a hurry. Otherwise, even in the case of online shopping, it wouldn't be delivered without a few hours. Plus he had a wider variety of things in this grocery store, which basically covered the commonly used items. That's why it was able to gain a foothold in the area. Xingshang Mansion was not far from his place, and it was also a place that John Lin often went to before. It used to take half an hour on an electric car, but now with you're definitely there in 20 minutes. With a kick of the gas, John Lin went straight to the Xingshang Mansion. Parking his car in the underground garage, John Lin carried 2 large bags and went up the elevator, all the way to the 13th floor. Just as soon as he left the elevator door, he saw the logo of Mingdao Catering. Arriving at the front desk, John Lin smiled and said to the receptionist, "Hello, Floating Grocery Store is here to make a delivery." The receptionist seemed to be looking down inquiring about something. Sniffing nodded. "Oh, yes, please leave your things right at the door of the 3rd room on the left, and the treasurer will check out for you when he checks the quantity." Yes. John Lin walked in carrying 2 bags, and the 3rd room doorway on the left was placed on the floor. Turning around, he had just taken a few steps when suddenly he heard a cry for help from the room beside him. "Mr. Lin, don't be like this. If you keep this up I'm going to call someone." On each side of a black rectangular table in the room sat a man and a woman. The middle-aged greasy man known as Mr. Lin was currently grabbing the hand of a young girl with a lewd smile on his face. "Oh, calling people? Don't you want to intern here? Our Mingdao is a big group. As long as you follow me, I can not only let you intern, but I can even directly transfer you." The young girl on the other side tried hard to draw back her palm, but she was yanked to death by that Mr. Lin. "Do meow meow right? Don't worry, I've unlocked the door. No one will come over here. Come on, let brother water your little seedling." Just as Mr. Lin was about to get his way, there was a sudden loud bang. The door to the room was kicked open by John Lin. John Lin, who rushed in, aimed at Mr. Lin and kicked him directly in his fat stomach. "Goo, who the hell are you? How dare you hit me?" John Lin pulled the young girl behind him, then went up and kicked again. "You dare to be so shameless in broad daylight." Cursing, John Lin turned his head and pulled the young girl out. But who knows? At this time the system's voice suddenly rang. Chapter 7, A Kick in the Face and a Blowout. Second largest shareholder of Bright Island Catering. Ding! You kicked the bucket, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding Mingdao Restaurant Group with 18% of the group's shares, making you the group's second largest shareholder. John Lin, who heard this prompt, raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that kicking a rogue could actually be a blitz. Sure enough, The system also likes itself to get rid of violence and save the heroes. Jiang Lin, who had already adapted to the sudden blitz of the system, didn't pause in his figure for a second, but within a few steps, he was surrounded by the many employees who had heard the news. Stop right there. Why are you hitting people? Hurry up and get ready to call the police. We can't let these two get away. Seeing the crowd gather around, Jiang Lin simply stopped in his tracks. It's good to call the police. Let the police officer come and see how your Mr. Lin bullies little girls. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the surrounding crowd froze. What's the situation? Mr. Lin bullying a little girl? No way. Mr. Lin from administration? Ah, I remember. That Mr. Lin hasn't been here long and I heard that he's molested several female colleagues. Really? Then why don't you call the police to arrest him? Shoo, keep your voice down. If Mr. Lin hears you, you're dead. Did you know he's a relative of the GM? I heard he used to hang out. In the middle of the discussion, Mr. Lin rushed out of the room covering his stomach. When he saw Jiang Lin, he cursed, "Little arm cub, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Lin sneered. "I'm not interested in knowing who a person is." You stinking delivery guy, how dare you scold me? Chief Lin roared with rising anger. Someone come, waste him for me. Yes, Mr. Lin. Two figures stepped out of the crowd, and although they were wearing suits, each of them was menacing and full of flesh. Turns out, they've always followed Mr. Lin around, being put in together by the general manager. Now when things come up, it is natural to look up for this Mr. Lin. Seeing that someone actually wanted to make a move, the crowd automatically flashed a circle of open space. They were just part-timers. It was fine to watch the fun, but they didn't want to get involved. Du Miao Miao, who was hiding behind Jiang Lin, looked up at Jiang Lin. Heart, this little brother looks really handsome, and good character. Just now if he did not make a move, I am afraid that I will be molested by the other party. Now that he was actually trying to get him into trouble again, it instantly made Du Miao Miao's heart uneasy. She reached out and pulled Jiang Lin's arm, shaking her head. Little brother, you should go. This matter is due to me. Just let me talk to him. Which knew that Jiang Lin turned around and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, they won't dare to touch me. Hearing this, Du Miao Miao sighed in her heart. People are about to make a move? How can they not dare to move you? She had just heard it all. Jiang Lin was just here to make a delivery. Just as Du Miao Miao was about to take the initiative to speak up, wanting to take the blame for all this, outside the crowd, a majestic voice instantly sounded. What's it all about? Don't you have to work? The crowd that heard this voice immediately changed their faces and hurriedly flashed a path. At that moment, a man with white hair and a powerful aura walked over with a foursquare step, and with a black silk assistant behind her. Seeing this man appear, the previously clamoring General Lin even rushed over in a few steps and said with a crying voice, "Oh woo, brother-in-law, this stinky delivery guy just kicked me in the face." Hearing General Lin's words, the man's gaze instantly condensed, sweeping towards Jiang Lin like a sharp sword. How dare you hit someone here? Jiang Lin swept him lightly. This scum just tried to molest this lady. If you don't believe me, you can call up the surveillance. The man swept a glance at Mr. Lin next to him, and immediately saw Mr. Lin's neck shrink. Brother-in-law, don't listen to him. It's this woman who wants to come to the company for an internship. Just now how did I know that this kid was indiscriminate and actually came up and kicked me? The man's face changed when he heard this, and he said in a cold voice, You, a delivery boss, actually dare to reverse right and wrong and slander my company's employees? Blow them all out. Jiang Lin, who heard this, suddenly laughed. He said in an indifferent tone, I advise you that you had better not do this, or I fear that you will not be able to bear the consequences. What? Ha ha ha. The man froze for a moment, followed by a loud laugh. I, Wu Nun, have lived for dozens of years, and you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Young man, do you know whose territory this is? Do you believe that I can shut down your Thai store in minutes? However, as soon as his words left his mouth, he heard a puzzled voice ring out from the gate. Whose land is this? Brush. Everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the doorway, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a suit and no smile leading the way. Behind him, several figures followed in succession. General Manager Wu Nang, who saw this figure, immediately had a shocked expression on his face, followed by welcoming him like a pug. Chairman, why didn't you notify me in advance when you came, so I could go down and pick you up? Wu Nang bowed 90 degrees to greet the other party, yet that chairman actually didn't even look at him squarely and came straight to Jiang Lin. With a deep bow, he said, Hello, Jiang Dong. Behind him, several executives of the board of directors all saluted towards Jiang Lin without any prior notice. Hello Jiang Dong. In an instant, the whole company, a dead silence. A needle can be heard. Chapter 8, His seat, let her take it. He's, actually, A director? How is this possible? Even the chairman saluted him? Oh my god, the director actually came to make a delivery? Could it be a secret expedition? Everyone looked at Jiang Lin with a surprised face, countless question marks popping up in their hearts. They can't imagine how the delivery man who delivers things to the company is actually a director. Jiang Lin nodded slightly at that chairman. You know me? The chairman smiled at his words. Ha ha, I also just received a notification that the company's second largest shareholder's stake has actually been acquired. When I saw your profile, I was still a bit in disbelief. But today when I see you, Director Jiang, you really are a man of great presence and extraordinary temperament. Second largest shareholder. The general manager's face went white when he heard those words. Just now when he saw that the chairman actually saluted Jiang Lin, he felt that things were going to be bad. But I never expected it to be so bad. What a second largest shareholder. That's a stomp that could affect the entire Mingdao restaurant group. When he thought that all these things were caused by his useless brother-in-law, he glared viciously at Mr. Lin. Then an arrow step rushed to the opponent's heel, and went up with 2 slaps. Snap! The loud slap instantly drew attention. Immediately after that, Wu Neng rushed to the chairman and said with a remorseful face, I'm sorry chairman, Jiang Dong, it's all because I'm not good at disciplining my subordinates, so please don't forget the small man. The chairman of the board who saw this scene's face changed slightly and said in a cold voice, General Manager Wu Neng, what's going on? The other party was just about to open his mouth when he heard Jiang Lin faintly say, it's nothing, just now this Mr. Lin wanted to molest this girl, and I ended up beating him up. But Mr. Lin is going to have someone waste me, and Mr. Wu is going to blow me out. It's that simple. What? The chairman raised his eyebrows. How dare you? Chairman, let me explain. Shut up. The chairman gave a cold shout and turned his head to Jiang Lin. Jiang Dong, what do you want to do about this matter? Jiang Lin's gaze just swept a glance. Then he faintly said, look after yourself. Yes. The chairman who heard this immediately nodded his head, and then waved his hand at an executive beside him with an icy expression. Remove General Manager Wu Neng from all positions and expel him from the company, as well as any personnel related to him. All of them will be expelled from the company. Immediately. Yes, Chairman. Hearing this, Mr. Lin even snapped and sat on his butt. Nowadays, we are in a society governed by the rule of law. Without this position, not to mention supporting the family, it is even a problem to eat. In response, Jiang Lin didn't have the slightest bit of pity. If he didn't have the system today, he'd probably end up with a severe beating before finally being blown out of the gate completely. Well, I've delivered the goods. I'm off. With that said, Jiang Lin turned his head and headed towards the gate. Seeing that Jiang Lin was about to leave, the chairman hurriedly opened his mouth. Hey, Jiang Dong, stay and let me treat you to a casual dinner. No, some other time. Jiang Lin waved his hand without looking back. He can't go away for too long. The store still needs to be taken care of. Little brother, wait, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Du Miao Miao jogged 2 steps, trying to catch up. A show of hands. No need to be polite. Jiang Lin said and suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at the chairman and said, by the way, his seat, let her do it as compensation. Okay, Dong Jiang. The chairman nodded repeatedly, then smiled and said to Du Miao Miao, ma'am, come with me. I'll have the staff take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Du Miao Miao froze in place, feeling as if she was dreaming. She had obviously only come for an interview for an internship, and instead of getting an internship, she got a position as an administrative supervisor. And the man who started it all had gotten on the elevator and gone downstairs. Of course, this was all thanks to Jiang Lin, who had just left. Thinking of this, Du Miao Miao hurriedly turned her head towards the chairman and bowed. Hello, Chairman. Can I trouble you to give me Jiang Dong's contact information? The chairman of the board didn't have the slightest contempt for the freshly arrived executive. Quite the contrary, she was able to obtain Jiang Lin's help, and was clearly an important presence. Therefore, the chairman smiled and said, little girl, don't be in a hurry. Since Jiang Dong has asked you to serve as the administrative supervisor, you might as well familiarize yourself with this position first. As for contact information, it's not on my profile here either. But, suddenly the chairman swept a glance at the goods pile beside him. It shouldn't be very difficult for you to find him. Du Miao Miao followed the chairman's gaze and instantly came to a realization. Just now, she remembered that the uniform Jiang Lin was wearing seemed to have the words, floating grocery store written on it. Just go online and you'll be able to find out the address. But right now, she really needed this job, so she could only follow the chairman first. The chairman was just about to leave, when he suddenly saw the somewhat stagnant Wu Neng and Mr. Lin, and immediately said in a cold voice, what are you two still staying here for? Go to the finance office and settle your bill and get the hell out. The two of them looked at each other when they heard this, and both of their faces were ashen. They had counted on it 1,000 times, and a delivery boy had actually cut off all their prospects. John Lin went all the way down to the parking lot, which was huge, and he needed to find a parking space. As a result, within 2 steps, I heard someone arguing. He inclined his head to see that it was actually a large mixed-race beauty with long blonde hair. Chapter 9, Triggering a Blitz. Rewarding $10 billion. Tall figure estimated to be about 1 meter 7. Long slender straight legs. 3-dimensional features. At least a face value of more than 90 points of a big beauty. At the moment, the hybrid beauty's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, looking very disgruntled. Behind her was following a Mercedes GLE. The inside of the car window revealed a large, somewhat greasy face. Annie, can't you just promise me? It's been 3 months and look how good I've been to you, Annie said without looking back as she walked away. Mr. Liu, how many times have I told you that we are not suitable and I don't like you? 3 months ago, she had just transferred back from abroad, only to run into the same building chasing after her. It's annoying as hell, but no matter how much she refused, the guy just stuck to her like velvet. Don't, Annie, you're so pretty you lack an escort like me. The greasy man honked the horn. And only I can give you the life you want. I've booked a table at a stellar restaurant with your favorite prime veal chop. John Lin in the back listened to a few sentences along the way and probably guessed the relationship between these two people. On the other hand, the greasy man's car was very slow, so he had no choice but to go through the sight of that Annie. I said I wouldn't promise you, and was talking when she suddenly saw John Lin who was walking past her. At once, she felt a light come on. John Lin's tall figure, angular features, an aura that unconsciously attracted others. It made her little heart flutter wildly. Oops, it's heartwarming. Anne, who had been thinking about how to turn down the greasy man, instantly saw her eyes light up with a plan. Only to see her quick eyes and hands, she pulled John Lin, who was about to pass through her body, to her side, and directly embraced John Lin's arm. Because I already have a boyfriend. That's who. John Lin was instantly confused. What's going on here? I just wanted to pass by. How did I become your boyfriend? You're looking for a boyfriend way too fast. However, seeing the face of the mixed-race beauty, John Lin subconsciously hesitated, and it was this hesitation that caused the greasy man to snort out a laugh. Ha ha, Annie, can you stop joking? He pointed at John Lin's clothes and laughed. Floating grocery store? This guy is obviously a delivery man. If you're going to arrest him, you should arrest a decent one too. And naturally saw John Lin's uniform, but she wasn't a materialistic woman. Otherwise she would have already known how many times she had fallen. So, in an attempt to prove it to the greasy man, she makes a move that surprises both of them. Brush! She stretched out her white arm and wrapped it around John Lin's neck. Then in the midst of John Lin's somewhat surprised gaze, she blocked John Lin's mouth at once. Woo! John Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Worthy of being a mixed-race beauty, just taking the initiative. At the same time, a voice that was even more surprising to John Lin rang out. Ding! You've kissed once, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding you with $1 billion in money. Stormed again, and it's still $1 billion. Not only does a great beauty offer a kiss, but there are also great random gifts. John Lin was not a casual person, but it's not human to be casual. Ugh, it's the system that makes not the person. Mentally a denial, but the mouth is honest. John Lin didn't think about this truly fragrant scene, but instead, he was fully engaged. The scene fell into the greasy man's eyes, and he instantly choked the steering wheel. He slammed his foot on the brake, itching to rush up and beat John Lin violently right now. However, as soon as he got off the bus, he realized that his short legs of only 1 meter were no match for John Lin. All you can do is watch the two perform angrily from here. Ryoji, the Equinox. Annie glanced at John Lin with a happy face and turned her head to the greasy man. Well, Mr. Liu, you should believe it now, right? Humph. Annie, I didn't think you'd choose someone like that. His gaze landed on John Lin. Kid, I advise you to better leave her. Annie is not a match for someone like you. Oh, so you'll be worthy? John Lin automatically got into character and wrapped one hand around Annie's waist. Humph. Mr. Liu lightly grunted and heavily hammered his car window. See, Mercedes-Benz GLE top match. Landing price $1,350,000. Just you, a delivery poor guy, can't afford a car like this in your life. Mr. Liu, don't go too far. He's my boyfriend. Don't you dare insult him like that. Let's go, Annie said and pulled John Lin's arm forward. She naturally knew that John Lin couldn't possibly afford such a car. Besides, she was the one who had just pulled someone else as a shield. So how could she let him stand there and be humiliated at a time like this? John Lin shook his head and gave Annie a reassuring look. When it comes to cars, I do have one. You? Ha ha ha. Mr. Liu laughed and hammered the car glass furiously. What kind of car can you have? A tricycle? Or an electric car? A supercar? John Lin said in a flat tone. Mr. Liu laughed even louder. As poor as you are, You still want to have a supercar? Dreaming of having one? He looked at Jiang Lin with a contemptuous face. Don't you have a supercar? Don't say I won't give you a chance. I'll count you as a winner if you can take out the car keys. And had an anxious look on her face. How could Jiang Lin, a delivery man, have a supercar? She wanted to pull Jiang Lin away. She didn't want the male god in her heart to be humiliated by others. However, didn't wait for her to do it. I saw Jiang Lin spread his hands with a faint smile on his face. I didn't bring the car keys, but it can be voice activated. Black arrow, activate. The moment Jiang Lin's words fell, in the silent underground garage, a low engine start sound instantly rang out. Not far away, a streamlined black supercar instantly blossomed with a blinding red light. The two car doors opened at once like feathered wings, almost as if they were immortal birds with wings to fly. Chapter 10. I just wanna say, get a room. Hiss. Two voices that sucked in cold air instantly rang out. The greasy man never expected that the other party actually had a supercar. Also, it's voice activated. Black arrow. Black arrow. Wait, could it be? He instantly thought of a sports car he'd seen at a foreign auto show. The styling is actually identical to this one. And he made a point of looking at the asking price. $100 million sports car? The greasy man was completely shocked. Delivering in a $100 million sports car? The world is crazy. Next to her, Annie's eyes widened in surprise. Even if she didn't know any better, she knew that supercar wasn't cheap. I'm afraid it must be at least $10 million. Handsome, understated, multi-golden. It's just perfect manhood. Looking at the dumbfounded greasy man, Jiang Lin said indifferently, next time you show off your wealth, you'd better check first. After saying that, he grabbed him by the waist and headed towards his black arrow. The greasy man was completely winded. I'm checking my ass. How the should I know? You deliver in a supercar. Didn't wait for him to come back to his senses. Suddenly, the shrill honk of a horn sounded from behind, startling him. What's the big deal about driving a Mercedes? Don't you know you're in the way? An angry voice rang out from behind him. The greasy man is harboring a fire in his heart. Seeing the situation, he slapped the car as going to turn around and cursed. I'll just ing block. Before he finished his sentence, he saw that the one honking the horn was actually a Rolls-Royce. MMP, I can't ing afford to mess with anyone. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. Showing a smile that was worse than tears, the greasy man hurried into the car and made to get out. At that moment, Jiang Lin and Annie had already arrived in front of the Black Arrow supercar. Well, my mission is accomplished. Goodbye, beautiful. Jiang Lin waved his hand at the other party, turned his head and got inside the car. However, without waiting for him to start it, Annie actually got right into the car from the other side. Boy God, you're my boyfriend, how can you leave people here alone? And said with a smile, wasn't that just an act? Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise, which knew that instead of being shy, Annie came straight over and pecked him on the cheek. Isn't there an idiom in this country called fake it till you make it? We even use idioms. You're good. Jiang Lin secretly gave a thumbs up. There was no way. The charm was too great. It was really unstoppable. He put his foot on the gas and drove Annie right out of the parking lot. Originally, Jiang Lin planned to go back to the store first, but out of politeness, he asked Annie first, "Where are you going?" "I'll drop you off first." "To the hotel," Annie said without thinking. "You're staying at a hotel?" Jiang Lin was puzzled. "No, I have a rental." Annie shook her head. "So what's the point of going to the hotel? Let's get a room." Put. Jiang Lin almost lost control of the steering wheel and crashed directly into the guardrail. MMP, driving at the drop of a hat. Where's your ladylike demeanor? After settling down, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, "Beauty, aren't you doing this a bit too fast?" "Not fast, not fast." Annie's head shook like a rattledrum. "My mom told me that if I have a precious love around me waiting to be cherished, I shouldn't wait until I miss it to catch up. I don't want God to give me a do-over. I just want to say, get a room." Jiang Lin listened with a black line. "Are you sure it's your mom's words and not Big Little Lies? For men, you can say anything but no." Jiang Lin naturally had no reason to retreat at this time. A twist of the steering wheel and direct navigation to the nearest 5-star hotel. In front of the 5-star hotel, the porter saw a cool to-the-point black supercar rushing in from a long distance. This supercar, afraid not of tens of millions of dollars, right? Are you blind? That's a silver Black Arrow. $50 million to start. What? $50 million? This is definitely a big shot. That's right. Come on, salute. The two doormen saluted at the same time and watched the supercar come to a stop in front of the hotel gates. Swish, the door of the car opened, and first a tall, attractive and incomparable mixed-race beauty got down from the passenger seat. A head of long blonde hair flowed out, and her large aquamarine eyes seemed to speak. Wow, superb, definitely goddess level. Nonsense, I think it's more than a goddess, it's almost prettier than a star. Could the one who can have such a goddess in his company be any prince? Or a son of the world? Maybe, it could be the son of the richest man. As they were talking, the two men saw the door on the other side of the supercar open. A tall figure got out of the car. That's right, it must be one of the males. Yeah, those who can come here are definitely all non-rich and noble existences. The two men met them in a few steps. However, the next moment, they actually saw a figure in uniform. Floating grocery? Delivery, please scan the code? What the hell? He's just a delivery boy? The two men froze violently in place, feeling as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. When did deliveries come in supercars with a goddess? It's the same service industry. Why is the gap so big? Without waiting for the two to recover from their shock, they saw John Lin casually throw over a car key made of platinum. Park the car, said the man as he slipped out another $200 in tips. Hey, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please. The porter who took the tip was instantly transformed into a licking dog. Bumper to bumper. He opens the door for the two of you. Stepping into the lobby, Annie said she had to go to the bathroom and walked away first. John Lin, on the other hand, went to the front desk to do the formalities first. Hello, sir, what room, please? What's the most expensive room? John Lin now had $1 billion, so naturally there was no need to aggravate himself. Imperial Suite, 18,888 a night, the receptionist said with a smile on her face. Okay, give me one. John Lin handed over his ID card and bank card together. The waiter took over and started the paperwork. John Lin glanced back and didn't see Anne's shadow. Same trips to the bathroom. Women just take longer. Just as he wanted to withdraw his gaze, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. College classmate, Zhou Zhanyang. Chapter 11 Imperial Set? Zhou Zhanyang, whose 3 views have collapsed. Zhou Zhanyang, male, and John Lin are both business management majors. The two were not in the same class, but they knew each other. Zhou Zhanyang's family is well off. It is said that his father is a factory owner, worth tens of millions of dollars. He, Zhou Zhanyang, was even recognized by his classmates as a rich second generation, often obtaining the backward pursuit of beautiful women. No, he had his arm around a beautiful woman with a face value in the 75th percentile or lower at the moment. This beauty has a tapered face and a pointed nose, typical of the face of a Netflix beauty. Before he even came to the front, John Lin was able to smell the strong perfume on her body. Zhou Zhanyang also saw John Lin and the whole enterprise management professional, or more famous. Not only handsome, performance is also good, and diligent. In his 4 years of college, he was notorious for moonlighting. Basically, except for the lack of money, John Lin could be said to be quite perfect. This made Zhou Zhanyang very upset. Just in time to see each other, he hurriedly pulled his newly flirted with girlfriend over. Hey, John Lin, I didn't expect to be able to run into you here. Zhou Zhanyang looked up and down and couldn't help but ask, you still have time to make deliveries? Didn't look for a job? No more searching. Planning to open a mini-mart. John Lin honestly said that before he had the system, this was indeed what he thought. There's nothing wrong with saying that, but who knows? After he finished his words, Zhou Zhanyang shook his head and said with a serious face, John Lin, it's not that I'm talking about you. You're not like me. You have ideals and ambitions. You should go out into the world, said he, without a trace, swept a glance at the tapered face next to him. You see, people like me are not destined to amount to much. Every day you're just able to spend your days drinking and falling in love and all that, and the whole thing is going to waste. It's a humble thing to say, but there's nothing on his face that says he's going to be wasted. With that he took a few steps over to the front desk. Waiter, do you have a king room? Yes sir, $28.88 a night. The waitress smiled. Zhou Zhanyang said took out his ID card and bank card, while handing the other side cannot help but sigh. Alas, John Lin, this side of the consumption is too high. Some other day you leave me a phone number, by the time I need something, so that you can help with the delivery and so on. After all, classmate, I'll take care of your business. Waiter, get me a king room. Smiling at the words that waitress said, please wait a moment. With that, she took out a room card and handed it to John Lin along with her ID and bank card. Sir, the imperial suite you wanted has been done. Here's the room card. Ka-ching. Zhou Zhanyang felt a roar in his head and was somewhat confused. What the hell? The emperor's suit? Isn't that $18,888 a night? This John Lin actually ordered an imperial set? Really? Not only him, but even the cyberface next to him stared in disbelief. An emperor set? Ha, isn't that more money than this kaiju next to me? All of a sudden, this webface was moving. A little brother who can open an imperial set at will is definitely not as simple as it seems. With her experience of reading countless men, she was surely able to recognize that John Lin must be a low-profile tycoon. Therefore, as soon as she let go of Zhou Zhanyang's arm, she began to discharge towards John Lin. Zhou Zhangyang felt a pain in his heart. I'm still ing here, okay? What do you mean by that? So you're moving on? Unfortunately, John Lin didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the gaze of the nettlesome face, because his eyes were falling on a mixed-race beauty who was walking modestly not far away. Holy, beautiful! Zhou Zhangyang's eyes widened violently. This mixed-race beauty was absolutely superb. That body, that face, sheesh. Also, she seemed to be coming at her side. That's right, it's coming at you. Ahem. Zhou Zhangyang coughed lightly, revealing a gentlemanly demeanor. At this point, he had forgotten about the Netflix face beside him and was ready to attack this goddess. Build up the momentum, build up the momentum, build up the momentum. Strike. Hi, I'm. He only said 3 words before he saw the mixed-race beauty take John Lin's arm in a natural way. Honey, is it all done? Ka-ching. Zhou Zhangyang froze. This extremely beautiful woman was actually John Lin's. How is that possible? Never. However, that's just the way it is. John Lin couldn't help but be a little dissatisfied. It's all done long ago. You're taking a little too long. Annie kissed John Lin on the face with a mouthful of pampering. Alright, don't be mad. I'm not making it up to you? That's more like it. Come on, let's go up. John Lin, who was holding the room card, turned his head and smiled at Zhou Zhangyang. Xiao Yang, we're leaving first. We'll talk again some other time. Hey wait, mister. At this moment, the porter suddenly came trotting down the hall and delivered the platinum key in his hand to John Lin. Sir, your silver black arrow is parked on the negative floor. Here's the key. Thanks. After collecting the keys, John Lin and got on the elevator and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Ka-ching. Striking 3 consecutive blows, Zhou Zhangyang stood in place with a stagnant face, feeling that his 3 views had collapsed. Silver black arrow. Isn't that a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars? It's going to be $100 million for the top end. But that porter had just said that the supercar actually belonged to John Lin. If that's true, wouldn't one car be worth his dad's entire company? It's ing rich. It's God's rich. $100 million for one car. That's a lot of money. Seeing that John Lin was actually followed by a goddess, Netflix knew that he had no chance. She still had a bit of a B count for her face and temperament. Therefore, she turned her target back to Zhou Zhangyang in front of her. The voice whispered, Hubby, shall we go up? Up my ass. Zhou Zhangyang said furiously. Seducing someone else in front of me. Get lost. It was all blatantly green with a bit of green already, so he couldn't stand it any longer. John Lin naturally didn't know what Zhou Zhangyang was feeling right now. He and Annie made their way up to the top floor and found their room and swiped in. As soon as he entered it, John Lin couldn't help but see a bright light before his eyes. Chapter 12 Ding. Bonus skill, putting it away. The entire Imperial Suite is very spacious, visually estimated to be at least 200 square feet or more. Inside, in addition to the basic areas of bedroom, living room, kitchen and office, there is also a games room, gym, check room and much more. The bathroom is 20 to 30 square feet, with an oversized bathtub and a view of the Imperial City through a one-way glass window. John Lin sat down on the sofa and looked at the time. It was already afternoon. Do you want something to eat? He proposed. Yeah, Annie nodded. She was indeed hungry. Reaching over, he grabbed a tablet from the coffee table with a variety of dishes to choose from at any given time. The Imperial City is a multicultural metropolis, so almost every kind of cuisine from all over the world can be ordered here. Order whatever you want. John Lin glanced at it and handed it to Annie. 1 copy of Theater Banya's Royal Veal Chop, and 1 more vegetable salad. After half a day's thought, and selected only 2 dishes. Of course, it's really because it's ridiculously expensive. And even though she's a seafarer, it's a bit overwhelming. So little? How is that enough to eat? John Lin had no concept of money now. Taking the tablet and looking at it, I'll have a veal chop as well, and 2 foie gras with caviar. That's considered Western. This hotel is said to have a long-time Michelin-starred chef on staff. So let's have the traditional pineapple goujons and crispy dry stir-fried beef river again. John Lin put down the tablet in his hand. What do you want to drink? Red wine then, and looked toward John Lin. Well, let's see. John Lin flipped through it and finally found the picture of the red wine in the back. A bottle of 90-year-old Petrus then. For red wine, John Lin had indeed come into contact with a lot of it in his previous life when he was in the shopping mall. Everyone knows that the most expensive brand of red wine is called Romane Conti, but few people know that only the red wines of Chateau Petrus are the most quality-oriented, and it's only a little bit behind Romane Conti in price, except that not many Petrus are produced each year, and most of them circulate in high society, so fame is rarely known in the public eye. Even Anne, who had spent time abroad, took the tablet with some surprise. When he saw this price, he also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 188,000. My God, so expensive that the price alone is enough to qualify as a good wine. It wasn't long before there was a knock at the door. Opening the door, two waiters in quick succession came into the room pushing food carts. The mere sight of a gourmet meal on the table is enough to whet the appetite. The two were seated by the dining room, and thoughtfully poured a glass of waking red wine for Jiang Lin and looked at him with a smile on her face. I don't know your name yet? Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin casually cut off a piece of veal meat and placed it on Annie's plate. Eat it, it won't be good when it gets cold. With Jiang Lin at the beginning, Annie naturally had nothing to be polite about. These dishes are worthy of a top chef's handiwork, both in terms of appearance and taste. They are all first class. More importantly, red wine. Jiang Lin tasted a mouthful. The taste was silky smooth with a long aftertaste, in which he was also able to taste a variety of flavors such as blackberry, cream, chocolate, truffle, milk and oak. Worthy of being the world's top red wine brand, Jiang Lin felt that he hadn't lost his money. In a flash, nearly 2 hours passed. The two of them were almost done eating, so they sat down together on the couch to relax. At this time, Annie stood up from the sofa and smiled at Jiang Lin. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. He went into his bedroom, ready to work on his arms. Ding! You did a push-up, triggering a double blast, +1 control. That's okay? Although Jiang Lin was a bit upset that his thoughts were interrupted by the system's prompts, he couldn't help but be a bit elated to hear this blitz reward. So, he started to continue doing push-ups. Ding! You did a push-up, triggering a double blast, +1 control. Ding! You did a push-up, triggering a 2x blast, control +2. Ding! You did a push-up, triggering a 5x blast, control +5. Ding! You've done a push-up, triggering a 10 million-fold blast, rewarding the skill, put and take. Bull! Jiang Lin almost gave a thumbs up to the system midway. This skill was simply divine. In an instant, he felt as if an electric current was flowing through his body, and he immediately had a feeling that everything was under his control. That feeling was like the highest level of martial arts recorded in martial arts novels. Send and receive by heart. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Jiang Lin woke up early and felt refreshed. Then look at Annie next to her, as curled up as a kitten, sleeping heavily. Seeing Annie like this, Jiang Lin couldn't bear to wake her up, getting ready to get up and go back to the store. Yet the very moment he lifted the covers, he suddenly froze. How is this possible? Chapter 13, Du Miao Miao Who Waited All Night. Jiang Lin looked at the red spread on the quilt, feeling a bit incredulous, and subconsciously exclaimed in shock, and hazily opened her sleepy eyes and couldn't help but ask, what's impossible? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Jiang Lin's actions and then understood. She laughed a little and couldn't help but say, what? Surprised? It was a bit of a surprise, Jiang Lin honestly said. I thought that those like you who have spent time abroad should pay no attention to these things, do you? Annie took over without waiting for Jiang Lin to finish. Luckily I have a domestic mom who tells me to be careful with all this I do, so why not be cautious now, for meeting the right person. Jiang Lin hugged her a bit as he listened. Although I'm glad you said that, I want to tell you that you've actually just met me, and if I'm a vain scum, you'll definitely regret it. Regret? Doesn't exist. And shook her head graciously. I simply like you. I'm not asking you to like me. And even if I never see you again from today, I still cherish the wonderful memories you've given me. Speaking of this, she paused and suddenly smiled. In fact, from the time I've known you until now, not only is your charm outstanding, but your strength is also extraordinary. I know I'm very good, but I can't compare to you. Instead of pestering you like all the other women, a little spontaneity might be unexpected. Confession. Beyond confession. Jiang Lin had to admit that this mixed-race blonde, not only was her face beautiful, she was also very pleasing in her thinking. Anyone who comes across such a obedient, understanding, and still not clingy beauty will be impressed. At that thought, Jiang Lin opened his arms and hugged Annie. I'm lucky we met each other. From now on, you're mine. Hearing these somewhat domineering words, Annie's mouth instead filled with a sweet smile. Jiang Lin didn't stay long, exchanged contact information with Annie, and got up to leave. The floating grocery has been locked up all day. Still, it's time to go back and keep it open. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to return to the neighborhood of the small store. There was no parking lot around, so he had to leave the supercar and the parking lot to walk back first. Moreover, after these 2 days of experience, Jiang Lin did not intend to continue driving the supercar. There are 2 reasons for this. First, the supercar is too small a space for him to make deliveries. Of course, this reason isn't really a major one, and he can't fit a lot of goods in his deliveries. Then the second reason is the top priority, because it's too fast. Black Arrow is so fast that basically when he kicks off, he goes straight into overdrive. He's done a few laps in the last 2 days and has already received 2 fines for speeding violations. I am afraid that if it continues, the consequences will be even more serious. So, Jiang Lin still planned to turn back and use his own tricycle to deliver the goods. After all, he didn't have far to go, it was all in the neighborhood. Parking his car, Jiang Lin walked back to the small store on foot. However, as he walked near the small store, from afar, the entire small supermarket was actually surrounded by people at the entrance. And, clear as a bell, it was all women. What's the situation? Jiang Lin walked over in confusion. Hello guys, may I ask if you're buying something? This one voice rang out, and instantly Jiang Lin saw all the women getting towards him in unison. It's almost like a zombie that sees prey inside The Walking Dead. Ah, a male god. Indeed a male god. So handsome. I can't believe there's actually such a big handsome guy here. The rumors are true. He's just so handsome I'm suffocating. Hey, where's his supercar? One by one, the women lunged towards Jiang Lin, scaring him so much that he hurriedly dodged to the side. There's no way around it. It's just horrible. The most these people are worth is no more than 70%. There are slightly better. Looking at a conical face, a layer of foundation thick enough to make people look breathless. There was even a big sister of nearly 200 pounds who made the ground tremble as she ran. Fortunately, Jiang Lin was quick on his feet and hurriedly dodged toward the street corner next to him. The flash didn't matter. It directly collided with a girl. Ouch! Jiang Lin let out a cry of surprise and subconsciously hugged the other party. But he looked down and realized that the other party actually looked a bit familiar. It's you! The girl was also pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Lin, followed by what she seemed to think of. Hastily struggling out of Jiang Lin's arms with a red face. Jiang, how are you? Jiang Dong, you're Du Miao Miao? Only then did Jiang Lin react to the fact that the kawaii little girl in front of him wearing Pikachu short sleeves and blue jeans with a duck-tongued hat was actually Du Miao Miao, whom he had saved before. At the time, he had saved her, but hadn't really looked at it closely. Now take a look. The other party not only has an explosive figure, but also has a cute face value of a cute girl in the cute department. Looks like a porcelain doll. Can't help but make people want to take a bite. Why are you here? Jiang Lin asked in surprise. I meant to come and thank you yesterday, but you weren't there. Du Miao Miao said a little embarrassed. So you waited until now? Jiang Lin looked at the other party incredulously. Hadn't he waited all night? Well, I was afraid I'd miss you coming back. Du Miao Miao said a little shyly. Follow me first. Jiang Lin saw the many figures rushing behind him and pulled Du Miao Miao and rushed to the location of the back door of the small store. With a quick glance, he opened the door and the two rushed inside before breathing a sigh of complete relief. Next to her, Du Miao Miao also had a bit of a heart palpitation and patted her heaving chest and asked, what should we do next? Chapter 14, Jiang Lin dislikes a $500 million villa online. What's with all the people? Jiang Lin couldn't help but wonder. Even if one's charm was overwhelming, it wouldn't be so bad that it would spread throughout the entire imperial city without even leaving one's home, would it? I heard people in the building talking yesterday, saying they saw you making a delivery in a supercar. Du Miao recalled. Someone saw the clothes on your uniform, so they found the location. Oh, so that's it. Jiang Lin's eyes rolled, feeling that these people were all running towards him. So, I do have a way to make a living. Ha! He patted Du Miao Miao's shoulder. Do you have time? Do me a favor? It's the weekend. Have time. Du Miao Miao nodded without hesitation. Even if it wasn't the weekend, she could still take time off if Jiang Lin needed it. Yes. Jiang Lin clapped his hands and pulled Du Miao Miao toward the inner room. It didn't take long for the women who had regrouped outside the grocery store to see the doors clatter open from the inside. All of a sudden, each of their faces showed a look of joy that was beyond compare, because the male god showed up right away. As long as you catch the god of men, from then on, the fish jumps over the dragon gate and becomes a dragon, flying up to the branch and turning into a phoenix. However, when they rushed up there in a fiery hurry, what they saw was actually a cute young girl standing in the doorway. Where's the male god? Where's my boy god? Come on, let us in. I'm looking for the boy wonder. Get out of the way. The golden son-in-law. Bah, the man is mine. Du Miao Miao smiled at the crowd through the glass and said, please be at ease. I can understand everyone's anxiety of wanting to see my shopkeeper. However, we have a small space, so if you want to enter, please line up outside the door. And a customer who hasn't made any purchases is not entitled to check out at the register. Hearing Du Miao Miao's explanation, the women were instantly somewhat dissatisfied. What? There's a line. Then I want to be the first to meet the boy wonder. And I'm first in line. By what right? I was here first. Me first. It took nearly 10 minutes for the women to form a line. Following closely, Du Miao Miao opened the door and let the first customer enter it first. As soon as this customer entered it, he saw Jiang Lin sitting blandly behind the cash register, not even raising his eyes, wanting to get her man's heart. The 75% face, bucket-waisted, thick-legged customer's eyes rolled back in her head and she rushed to the shelves. Swish, 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 a piece of goods was taken in the hand. simply do not even look at. All pick expensive take. A few moments later, it rushed straight to the cash register, throwing a wink at Jiang Lin. Man God, check out. Yes. With a smile on his face, Jiang Lin helped the other party scan the code and bag it. A short while later, looking up, he said, "That's 168, please." "Okay then." The bucket woman took out her cell phone and scanned the code to pay, then looked at Jiang Lin with a ladylike face. "Handsome, can I have your WeChat? Luan Jia is single?" Jiang Lin handed the receipt in his hand to the other party and smiled. "Even though you're single, you're fat like two people. Goodbye, ma'am." Next, boom. The bucket woman was thunderstruck from the outside by Jiang Lin and froze in place for a moment. It was only after a long time that Fawn grunted with an ugly face, picked up his things and left. Even a male god can't poke her where it hurts. Gone is one, followed by a second. 82. "Please, boss, do I look beautiful to you? Beauty or not? Look at the legs first. Are you 5'5"? Humph. Boy god, I'm not leaving until you give me WeChat. Beauty, you seem to have lost your silicone." Ah. Jiang Lin sat calmly at the back, at the moment disguised as a viper anchor, disliking every customer. It couldn't be helped, and if it wasn't, he didn't feel like he could handle it at all. Disliking it, I saw fewer and fewer customers outside, and I was about to be done with the big job. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You disliked someone once, triggering a billionfold blitz, rewarding you with a villa in the imperial capital's no. One courtyard worth 500 million. You who actually stormed a house. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He took out his cell phone and looked up the location of this villa online. It didn't matter that this look made him unable to help but be slightly surprised as well. It turns out that this one courtyard is located in the East 3rd Ring Road location, belonging to the heart of the commercial center. Not only is the environment beautiful, but the design is unique and has a reputation in the industry as the Crystal Palace of craftsmanship. Each villa covers an area of at least over 2,000 square meters. There are only 6 villas in the entire neighborhood. The Jiang Lin one, on the other hand, is the king position among all the villas. No matter the area and environment, it is the top choice. Earlier, Jiang Lin was still thinking about taking his $1 billion to buy a house or something. Now it's good to give a $500 million villa in a direct blitz. It's awesome. It's just awesome. At that exact moment, Du Miaomio walked over. Jiang Dong, all the guests have left. Oh, yeah. Surprised, Jiang Lin ghostly hugged Du Miaomio and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Great, I have a house. Du Miaomio was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden scene. A kawaii-like pretty face instantly turned into a red apple. The heart is not only not the slightest bit dissatisfied, but also sweet. Only then did Jiang Lin react to the fact that he had just acted a bit out of character. Sorry, I'm just a little too happy. No, it's fine. Du Miaomio felt like her face was on fire and hurriedly changed the topic. What did you just say? House. Yeah. Jiang Lin nodded. I just got a call that the house I bought is ready to go in. Well, any interest in checking it out? Chapter 15, Get Out. Take a cab and get out. To your house? Du Miaomio was flabbergasted by Jiang Lin's invitation, followed by the blush that had just subsided resurfacing. Oops, is he asking me out on a date? So excited. So exciting. But wouldn't it be too frivolous to just say yes to him? But if I don't say yes, what if he thinks I said no? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be puzzled as he looked at Du Miaomio, whose expression changed. Wasn't it just a question you asked yourself? Should we be so obsessed? Shaking his head, without waiting for the other party to reply, Jiang Lin lifted his feet and walked towards the outside. If you don't go, I'll go first. No, I'll go. Du Miaomio almost shouted out the answer, then ran all the way to follow. Jiang Lin smiled. This girl was really dumb and a bit cute. Well, wait until I close the store. Jiang Lin felt that he couldn't keep this store open for the time being, and if he could attract so many people today, there could be even more tomorrow. So, he was going to change his strategy a bit and was going to recruit 1 or 2 people who would specialize in helping to watch the store. It saves him from showing his face at the time and avoids unnecessary trouble. Looks like I'll have to print up a dozen flyers to hand out at school. Now that he wasn't worried about the money aspect, he simply let the small store be taken care of, freeing himself up to enjoy life. This seems more in keeping with his own salty, fish-like character. Go! After closing the store, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that this Du Miaomio had been waiting here all night. By the way, I don't think you've eaten yet, have you? Why don't we go get something to eat? In order not to cause trouble for Jiang Lin, Du Miaomio hurriedly waved her hand. No need. I'm not hungry. Who knew that just as the words left his mouth, he heard a frog's cry from his stomach. Gulp! The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth quirked. Come on, let's just go to the neighborhood and eat a little first. I know a very famous ramen restaurant nearby. Would you mind? Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Du Miao nodded. Well then, we'll go with the ramen. Since it was still relatively early, there weren't particularly many people eating at the ramen restaurant. Jiang Lin and Du Miao walked in and saw 3 or 4 people sitting at a large table eating. The two of them found a seat by the window. You can order whatever you want. Jiang Lin handed the menu to the other party, who knew that Du Miao pushed it back in embarrassment. You decide. I'm all for it. Seeing this, Jiang Lin didn't push back, taking the menu and glancing at it. Boss, give me 2 points of ramen, 1 gross and 1 normal, and then a stack of beef and a stack of small vegetables. Yes, please wait. Putting down the menu, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, you waited outside the store for so long, why didn't you call me? I was afraid of disturbing you. Du Miao smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Dong, I wanted to thank you, in person. If it wasn't for you, I would have been molested by that bad guy. And it's not like you're going to be put in such a high position all of a sudden. It's okay, it's just a show of hands. Jiang Lin smiled and asked, did you just graduate? Going there to find a job? No, I'm only a sophomore and I'm going to get a job over the summer. Jiang Lin nodded. Girls who were able to find a job during the summer vacation were basically children who knew what they were doing and whose family's financial base was definitely lacking. Otherwise some gold-digging women would have taken on the kaiju long ago and run off to travel abroad. The two chatted some more and became more and more familiar. Also knowing, Jiang Lin felt that this Du Miao was an honest and good boy. Otherwise, with her face and body, it would be too easy to find a big money man. It didn't take long for the ramen and small plates to be served. Both couldn't help but turn it on. After familiarizing herself, Du Miao was less formal and began to eat without any regard for her image. There's no way around it. It's just too hungry. At this time, the 4 people eating inside the ramen restaurant had already finished eating. As they talked, they headed outside. Damn bad luck. Actually bumped into that Yakuza. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many others, I would have smacked him with my big mouth. A young man with long hair couldn't help but say, that's right, who in this area doesn't give Big Brother some face? Find a chance to definitely fix him. The small-eyed youth next to him followed suit. As he was talking, suddenly this young man caught a glimpse of Du Miao who was eating noodles. Both eyes glazed over at once. Hey, brother, look, that girl is nice. More than good. It's simply excellent. The long-haired youth smiled with a lewd face. Let's go. It just so happens that old me I'm in a bad mood. Let's get to know this little sister first. With that, the 4 of them leaned towards Jiang Lin's table. Du Miao who saw the scene was instantly a bit scared in her heart. Jiang Dong, but before she could finish her words, she heard Jiang Lin's voice say gently, it's fine, eat the noodles. Jiang Lin's words gave Du Miao an indescribable peace of mind. She then withdrew her gaze and continued to eat. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and after a few seconds, the 4 of them stopped next to Jiang Lin's table. But before they could even open their mouths, they heard a flat voice resonate from Jiang Lin's mouth. Get out. Take a cab and get out. Chapter 16 Rewarded Talent, Intercepting Fist to Grandmaster Strength. The long-haired youth who hadn't spoken yet was immediately choked by Jiang Lin's words. A nameless fire burned from his heart. You who? You're quite cross. His eyes narrowed and he said with a cocky face, you don't even ask around. Who doesn't know me? Long hair. In this area? That's right, my big brother's name. Who doesn't give a few points of face when they hear it? The sidekick followed and helped. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here and let my big brother and little sister have a good chat. A cold laugh escaped the few people as they spoke, causing Du Miao's heart to flutter. Even the boss walked out, but he didn't dare speak up to stop it. In the middle of the entire noodle shop, only the sound of Jiang Lin eating noodles continued to resonate. Zip! Jiang Lin ate the last bite of noodles and let out a long comfortable breath. At that moment, he suddenly held his palm out in front of Shaggy. See? Longhair was stunned by what he said and subconsciously looked towards Jiang Lin's hand. It was at this moment that Jiang Lin's arm suddenly moved and directly slapped the other party in the face. Pop! A huge force and sound erupted instantly throughout the noodle shop. The slap caused Longhair to let out a yelp of pain, and his entire body fell back 2 steps towards the back. How dare you hit me? Shaggy responded, covering half of his face in exasperation. Brothers, get on me and waste him. Yes, big brother. The 3 juniors heard a furious shout and rushed towards Jiang Lin. Seeing this, Jiang Lin stood up from his seat and told Du Miao without looking back, have some more soup to warm your stomach. As he spoke he raised his hand and grabbed the stool beside him and threw it towards the other party. Ding! You hit your opponent once, triggering a 1x bludgeon, plus 1 strength, the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth. Sure enough, the system did not fail him. It's a blast when it counts. But the stool had been thrown and he had to meet it head on. Bang! Jiang Lin raised his hand and threw a punch. He had never been in a fight and could only fight by instinct. The punch went down, and it was a good thing that he was taller than his opponent. so he directly knocked the small eyes that rushed in front of him into a black eye. Ding! You punched your opponent, triggering a doubled bludgeon, +1 strength. It added a little bit, but the effect wasn't noticeable. In a flash of lightning, the other party also seized the opportunity to punch Jiang Lin in the chest. Jiang Lin's figure trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards. Jiang Dong. Seeing this scene, do Meow Meow were still care about eating noodles. Anxious tears are almost flowing out. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Lin dodged a punch and threw 2 punches in succession. Ding! You punched your opponent, triggering a doubled bludgeon, +1 strength. Bang bang! 2 more punches hit Jiang Lin, and one even hit the corner of his mouth. It made him feel some pain, but at times like this, he wouldn't back down. Kid, let's see how long you can hold out, the slowed down Shaggy said with a sardonic smile on his face. He had just slapped him in the face, and he was going to return the favor tenfold and 100-fold. However, right at this moment, a bludgeon once again surfaced in Jiang Lin's mind. Ding! You've been punched in the face, triggering a 10 million-fold blast, rewarding you with Interceptor Fist Do Grandmaster level strength. This voice rang out, and Jiang Lin was instantly ecstatic in his heart. Jeet Kune Do, the great kung fu superstar, Bruce's own fighting technique. Jeet Kune Do combines the boxing arts of all countries in the world with Wing Chun as the technical backbone and Taoist thought as the main conception of the combat system, and creates an all-round free combat art that combines the essence of various martial arts in the world. Xiaolong, as the founder of this combat technique, has amazed the world, thus showing the power of this system. And with the system directly rewarding patriarch-level strength, it would be equivalent to Little Brother Dragon being alive and directly possessing a powerful strength comparable to the founders. In an instant, Jiang Lin felt his body shaking, as if an electric current was rushing straight through his body from the top of his head. In this instant, he felt that he had countless more knowledge, experience, and an extremely deep understanding of power generation, control. In his mind, there is even an intuitive understanding of how each muscle explodes. To put it politely, now when he threw a punch, not only did his power increase greatly, but even so, he was able to achieve precise and incomparable control. It's about hitting you wherever you want to hit you, and making you whatever you want to be. Die for me. One of the gangsters raised a chair and swung it up high towards Jiang Lin's body. However, right at this instant, Jiang Lin steeply moved his body and leapt up in the air. Ka-ching! The stool that couldn't even be broken by dropping it was instantly halved under Jiang Lin's foot. Silence, deathly silence. The rest of the gangsters who were originally going to charge up were completely frozen in place. The noodle shop owner froze. The employee froze. Du Meow Meow froze. Even Long Hair, who had just screamed, was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Is this kid on crack? Just now, it was clearly a one-trick pony, so how come the battle was over in the blink of an eye? Shaggy rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was seeing a hallucination. Unfortunately, the pieces of stool strewn about beside him told him that it was all true. What are you guys waiting for? Give it to me. Reacting, Longhair let out an explosive cry. The minions suddenly woke up as if in a dream, gritting their teeth and rushing forward. This time, Jiang Lin just raised his thigh and kicked out 3 times in succession. Bang bang bang. 1, 2, 3. Every figure flew out 3 or 4 meters backwards without any suspense, shattering the tables and chairs next to it completely. Snap, pop. Jiang Lin took 1 step at a time and walked to Longhair. At this moment, Longhair's legs were trembling and he almost didn't directly kneel down. Tick! Suddenly, a fishy smell came from below, and Jiang Lin looked down to see a puddle of yellow liquid coming down low from Longhair's pants. He raised an eyebrow and spoke with some disgust. Get thee outta here. Chapter 17 Bonus Skill, Soft and Hard. Hey, get out now. We'll get out now. Longhair shivered and nodded repeatedly, pulling a few of his juniors up from the ground and fleeing towards the outside of the noodle shop, but without waiting for them to walk out of the store. Suddenly Jiang Lin spoke again. Stop! Shaggy shivered and almost cried in fear. Brother, you have something else? With difficulty, he turned his head to Jiang Lin. Pay up! Jiang Lin swept a glance at the broken things. That's all you. Shaggy wants to say it's all because you broke it. We're victims too. But when he saw Jiang Lin's stern eyes, he wimped out. Fine, pay for it. He pulled out his cell phone and prepared to scan the code, but that's when he froze again. How much should I pay? He glanced at the 3 tables and 4 chairs, and they were still of the usual quality. It adds up to $500 to hold out, but before he could enter the numbers, he heard Jiang Lin say, 5,000. 5,000? Why don't you go to? Well, 5,000 is 5,000. Longhair's heart is bleeding. The man did not teach a lesson. He took $5,000. After scanning the code, he turned around and left, not giving Jiang Lin the slightest chance to speak again. He was afraid that Jiang Lin would ask for another compensation fee. When Shaggy disappeared, Jiang Lin walked back to Du Meow Meow. It's okay. Did it scare you? Brush, which knew that Du Meow Meow brushed off, directly jumped into his arms and let out a loud cry. Scared the hell out of me. Woohoo! Jiang Dong, oh, if something happens to you, what can I do? Woo! Jiang Lin gently patted her back, able to feel it from her crying. Du Meow Meow was really worried about him, afraid that he would get hurt. It's okay, don't worry. After crying for a short while, Du Meow Meow seemed to have sensed that she had lost her temper and hurriedly released herself from Jiang Lin's arms. As she saw the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth, she suddenly let out a cry of shock. Oops, you're hurt. That's okay, let's go and check out my house. Jiang Lin pulled her out of the noodle shop. What's the point of going here? Hurry back to the store and I'll take care of it for you, Du Meow Meow insisted. Jiang Lin actually felt really fine, but he couldn't resist Du Meow Meow's insistence. When he thought that the house was there anyway and there was no hurry, he agreed to the other man's idea. The two left the noodle shop and returned to the small store. They still entered through the back door for safety reasons. Got any red potion? As soon as he entered the store, Du Meow Meow hurriedly asked. Actually, I'm really fine. As soon as Jiang Lin opened his mouth, he heard Du Meow Meow retort with a stern face. No, what if it gets infected? Okay, in the back. Jiang Lin pointed to the storage room behind him, and at once Du Meow Meow understood, and it didn't take long for him to take out a small medicine box. Opened the medicine box, took out the cotton swab, dabbed some red potion. This series of actions in line, so that Jiang Lin could not help but be surprised for a moment. And you know first aid? My grandfather was a great doctor, so I followed a little. Du Meow Meow laughed. Really? Then whoever marries you will be blessed with an extra personal physician straight away. Jiang Lin smiled and complimented. Put. Du Meow Meow smiled sweetly, a faint blush appearing on her face. I'm just skin deep here, and I won't be anything else. Heads up. Jiang Lin sat down on the chair and raised his head up. Du Meow Meow took a cotton swab and carefully and intently wiped the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. At such a distance, Jiang Lin looked carefully at the other party and realized that Du Meow Meow's skin was really good, white and soft, and glowing, combined with the face that was like a porcelain doll. One couldn't help but feel the urge to take a bite out of it. Du Meow Meow, who was in the process of cleaning up her wounds, also seemed to feel a bit strange, and when she inclined her head, she happened to see Jiang Lin staring at her with a burning gaze. The heart was like a deer in the headlights. Poof. You. Woo. She only managed to get one word out, only to have her mouth gagged. Du Meow Meow felt a tremor in her heart. Her whole body seemed to have no strength left, and she just fell into Jiang Lin's arms. It is often said that good times are always short, but here in Jiang Lin, beauty is controllable, because he has the skill to put it away. Inside the already closed floating life grocery store, the sound of shelves shaking could be heard from time to time. Ding! You shook the shelves, triggering a double blast, +1 to firmness. Ding! You shook the shelves, triggering a 10x blast, firmness +10. Ding! You shook the shelves many times, triggering a billion-fold blast, rewarding the skill, soft and hard. Jiang Lin was secretly happy in his heart, and he was able to put it in and out plus the soft and soft are moderate, and it is a perfect match. It seemed like the system was really thinking what he was thinking. 2 hours later, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Inside the small store there was a single bed, originally used by Jiang Lin for temporary rest, only now lay Du Meow Meow. She was sleeping heavily, and Jiang Lin didn't intend to wake her up. At this time suddenly his cell phone rang and Jiang Lin tiptoed out of the small store. That's what put the call through. Just as soon as it was connected, a staggering voice came on the other end of the line. Surprise, Ginger, your brother Haonan. I'm back. Chapter 18, Dormitory Dinner. Boss's kindness? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Lin didn't need to guess to know that there wouldn't be a second person other than Chen Nan, his good brother who had been in the same dormitory in college for 4 years. Because of the similarity between his name and Chan Honam's, he called himself Brother Honam. Chen Nan's family is in an average condition, similar to his own. That's why the two went to school so close together, coupled with the same dormitory. The relationship is naturally that of iron buddies. It's just that near the end of my senior year, almost all of my classmates are out on internships. As we see graduation approaching, there are a number of people who have finished their internships and are ready to come back and defend. Chen Nan's grades were average, but after all, he was from the University of Finance and Economics, and he also found a medium-sized company as an intern in the imperial capital. Since his internship, he is said to be working overtime until dawn every day and is simply exhausted, so the two have been out of touch. Hearing this voice, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Brother Haonan has returned from fighting the world so soon? What's the catch? Do 2 black eyes count as a gain? Chen Nan only rolled his eyes when he heard this. Alright, brother is relieved today and ready to relax. It just so happens that both the boss and the second are back. We'll be at the usual place in a while. Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin went back to the store to take a look and found Du Miao sleeping heavily. Instead of waking her, he left a note on the table telling her what he had gone to do and not to worry. He then left through the back door and turned his head in the direction of the university town. In the past, if the whole dormitory got together for dinner, it was often at a hot pot restaurant not far outside the university town. This restaurant is inexpensive and has authentic flavors, and it was a great atmosphere while eating hot pot and bragging about it. Jiang Lin was the youngest senior in the dormitory, and Chen Nan was the senior. The oldest, Ren Zhaokuan, and the second, He Liang, both had good families and naturally got closer. Overall, a couple of the guys have a pretty good relationship. By the time Jiang Lin arrived, it just so happened that the oldest three, Chen Nan, had already arrived. Ginger, come on, this way. Chen Nan was small and looked like a monkey, and as soon as he saw Jiang Lin, he waved in a fiery manner. How about it, Ginger, take a look at me, have I gotten handsome yet? As soon as Jiang Lin sat down, Chen Nan asked with a smelly face. Jiang Lin took a closer look and nodded. Well, the dark circles under my eyes did get heavier. Roll, you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Chen Nan laughed and cursed. The two of them spoke for a couple of moments, and then suddenly they heard the sound of a car roaring outside. Chen Nan sniffed and looked toward the outside as a maiden suddenly pulled up to the door, followed by two people down from the car. Actually is the boss Ren Zhaokuan and the second He Liang. I'll be damned, it's been a long time, you two are mixing cars. Chen Nan couldn't help but shout in awe. Where? That's not my car, it's the boss's. The second came over with an envious look on his face and pulled out a chair and sat down. Behind him, the boss, Ren Zhaokuan, was dressed in a straight suit with gold-rimmed glasses, and had deliberately sprayed his hair with some hairspray to make it look oily and shiny. A little fight is not worth it. The boss waved his hand humbly and likewise pulled out his chair and sat down. Come on, order up, it's my treat today. As soon as he sat down, the boss said with a big, bold wave of his hand. Ha ha, the boss deserves to be the boss. It's different when you're in a big company. The oldest licked nonchalantly at this point. The four of them arrived and at once ordered the waiter to serve the food and make merry. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. After chatting for half a day, the oldest Ren Zhaokuan suddenly looked at Jiang Lin. Oldest 4, how's your job search going? He spoke in a different voice than before, with a sense of condescension. To this, Jiang Lin smiled faintly. I didn't look for it. Not looking? Ginger, what are you thinking? If we don't find a good place, we'll lose it. Chen Nan, who was next to him, was a bit anxious at once. Ren Zhaokuan raised his hand when he heard this, signaling Chen Nan to shut up. Then the party said lightly, Old 4, it's not that I'm talking about you. It's not like you don't know how much competitive pressure there is for graduates every year. Aren't you wasting your grades if you don't get a grip now? After a pause, he said in a somewhat instructive manner, do you think that, with your part-time job, you'll be able to hit the ground running? That's all small talk and no success. That's right, Quinn is right. The second began to help. Look at the boss. People are seizing the opportunity to embrace the class president's thighs. I've been to the company in the imperial city, the size of the boss, and the class president for the sake of old classmates, went to let Cohen directly transferred, now have become the marketing department manager, said the oldest two also enviously glanced toward the window. Where do you think that mining came from? It's all from the boss's bonus. Where's the full payment? From the beginning to the end? The boss next to him humbly shook his head repeatedly, but did not have the slightest intention of stopping the second one from speaking, even enjoyed the older three's adoring gaze immensely. Jiang Lin sat next to him and listened quietly, not making any comments. As we approach graduation, various students are looking for their way out. There are some good outlets that are naturally immune to psychological inflation. We were all classmates and in the same dormitory, so naturally Jiang Lin was not in a good position to break them up. Rather, it was the class president in Lao Er's mouth that made Jiang Lin a bit surprised. The class president's family owns a company? Never heard of it. No, the class president is not a local. His father is said to be the financial director of that company, and he has a lot of power. The second one interjected and explained. As soon as the squad leader interned, he went straight there. Even the boss is now under his hand. Leader, that's nice. Lao-san couldn't help but marvel. Usually most recent graduates like them hang on to their internships until they graduate. Only a few were able to move from internship to regularization early, and it's rare to find one like the squad leader who can become a direct leader. At this time, the boss raised his hand and silenced the two men's discussion. Lao Si, he said in a serious tone, if you're willing, I'll go talk to the class president. I believe we're all in the same class. He'll be able to give me that face. Chapter 19. They're all deliveries. Why should he be able to get in? When the time comes, you'll be under my hand, and I'll make sure you get turned around as quickly as possible. Listening to his boss's advice, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Thank you, but no need. I'm fine the way I am now. Good for what? You think a part-time job lasts forever? The boss was a bit upset and said, what a time to be dying to save face. Take it from me. This is a done deal. As it happens, the class president will be back in a couple of days and will organize a get-together for everyone, as a graduation reunion. I'll talk to him for you when the time comes. John Lin wanted to refuse, but when he saw his boss's slightly reddened face, he knew that he was saying it in vain. Several people ate into the night before dispersing completely. When he was about to go out, John Lin sent a Weibo message to Du Miao Miao to see if she had woken up. As a result, I received a reply from the other party, who had woken up and left from the small store. In this way, John Lin didn't plan to go back to the store, but went back to the dormitory for a night first. Both the oldest and the second had rented a house outside and didn't tag along. Halfway there, Chen Nan couldn't help but hook his shoulders and ask John Lin, Ginger, do you have a girlfriend yet? No. John Lin shook his head. Although he and Annie and Du Miao Miao had developed relatively quickly, they hadn't completely established a relationship. It shouldn't be wrong to say that they hadn't. You just know how to work part-time and waste your youth. Chen Nan swore and patted his chest. Don't worry, you're leaving this lifelong matter to me. It just so happens that there are resources on my girlfriend's side, so I'll introduce you to them when the time comes. It's really not necessary. I'm not looking for it. Without waiting for John Lin to refuse, Chen Nan interrupted with a scowl. Don't ink. Good brothers are righteous, and definitely won't let you become a single dog. The night was silent, and early the next morning John Lin continued to return to the store. One to look after the business. The other he is going to make a flyer and is going to hire 2 people. 1 cashier and 1 stocker plus to deliver the goods. But no sooner was his flyer ready than he got a delivery call. Hello, boss, Shanghai neighborhood, building 9, 1001. A dozen water, a dozen toilet paper. It was a man's voice. Yes. John Lin hung up the phone and couldn't help but feel a little strange. The Shanghai neighborhood can be a bit far away from here, so how could the phone call come here? However, since I took it, I can't go back on my word. John Lin was prepared to also use his own to deliver the goods. This was fast and avoided delays. When he drives again he will pay attention and try not to speed. Grab your stuff and start the sports car. In less than half an hour, John Lin appeared near the Shanghai neighborhood. However, something seemed to be wrong with the navigation and he felt the route was wrong. So, at the stoplight, he rolled down his window just in time to see a delivery boy next to him. Hello, little brother. Hearing someone call him, the courier boy subconsciously inclined his head to look. It didn't matter what he looked at. He was shocked. Holy, a supercar. How much is this going to cost? And the supercar owner was actually talking to himself. It was a moment of triumph in his heart. Through the car window, the courier boy saw John Lin's uniform, showing what floating grocery store. There are also QR codes for delivery. This instantly made him feel incredible. Deliveries are driving supercars now? Is there any justice in this? Followed by envy and jealousy. Why is it that people who are also human beings drive supercars to make deliveries and I have to drive a tricycle? Little brother, may I ask how to get to the front of the Shanghai neighborhood? The courier boy glanced at John Lin and didn't say a word. Just as the red light ended, he twisted the throttle and suddenly the tricycle sprinted away. It didn't give John Lin a chance at all. John Lin? What's going on? Not a word? Is the delivery boy a mute? In fact, it's a complete hatred of the rich. Feeling like you can't reach a goal in your lifetime turns into deep jealousy. No one told him, so John Lin had to find out for himself. Luckily, after turning around for 2 minutes, he finally saw the gate of the Shanghai neighborhood, and beyond the gate, a familiar figure was actually seen, the delivery boy just now. Only, this delivery boy's tricycle was stopped by the doorman. They could be heard bargaining from a distance. You just let me in. I'm all big and heavy today. The courier boy begged. No way. We have a rule here that no courier deliveries are allowed. The doorman wasn't being facetious in the slightest. Don't, big brother, let me in, or the customers will complain and my bonus will be over. No, absolutely not. The doorman righteously shook his head no. But just then, John Lin's supercar stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. His voice carried. Hello, please open the door. I'm making a delivery. The doorman glanced at John Lin. His originally serious expression instantly changed, and he nodded with a smile on his face. Alright, you wait a moment. Swish, the gate opened and John Lin drove straight in with a kick of the gas. The doorman next to him couldn't help but salute professionally at this point. At this point, the courier boy next to him couldn't look away. Hey, they're all deliveries. Why should he be able to get in? This car and John Lin. The courier brother is too impressed. Is just the traffic light to ask for directions. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Who knows? As his words fell, he heard the doorman look at him with an idiotic expression on his face. Delivering in a supercar. Are you stupid? You believe whatever people say? The courier boy was practically in tears at the sound of it. Why? I clearly saw the uniform he was wearing. How come it wasn't a delivery? The world is so crazy that no one believes in telling the truth anymore. Chapter 20 Delivery meets old classmates. Class president and class flower. Entering the neighborhood, Zhang Lin found the delivery address. He parked his car, grabbed his things and got on the elevator. Yes, this is it. Zhang Lin raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Whoops. Hello, here's the water and paper you asked for. With a creak, the door to the room opened. Reveals the figure of a man in pajamas. When the other party saw Zhang Lin, he suddenly blurted out, Zhang Lin, it's really you? Turns out, this one in front of me is still an acquaintance. It was the same squad leader mentioned yesterday, Gu Ming. Gu Ming is handsome and has a good family, and used to be known as the two major class grasses together with Zhang Lin, now eyeing graduation. Gu Ming has long since become a team leader in the company's marketing department. Having led 3 or 4 men under his hand, he was already considered a success in the eyes of the crowd. He came back this time, besides dealing with his graduation defense. The most important thing was to show off to the others, especially to show off to Zhang Lin, who was the same class grass as himself. What makes you a good family man to be in the class of grass alongside a part-timer? It's an insult to one's identity. So, as soon as he returned, he dialed the number first. Wanted to take a chance to see if Zhang Lin was still making deliveries. Sure enough, Zhang Lin came to the door. Zhang Lin wasn't too surprised to see Gu Ming, but smiled very blandly. So it's the class president. Long time no see. Seeing Zhang Lin in his uniform, Gu Ming had a dark feeling for no reason. Zhang Lin, I really didn't expect you to be working part-time, said, also pretended to sigh a long sigh. Alas, in fact, part-time or good, at least leisure, unlike me, all day for the company's affairs, worrying about the effort, simply or almost tired of losing hair. Zhang Lin didn't want to bull him and reached out to place the 2 items on the ground. The stuff is here, I should go. It's 50 in total, just transfer me to WeChat. Seeing that Zhang Lin was about to leave, Gu Ming's eyes turned, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, Hey, wait Zhang Lin, there are still your old classmates here. With that he called toward the house, Vivi, look who's here. Immediately following Zhang Lin, he heard footsteps, and then a figure also wearing pajamas walked out. Long wavy yellow hair, upper 80s body and about 80 face value, but the brow was less innocent and more snobbish. But when Zhang Lin saw the figure, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Class flower Luo Weiwei, isn't this the class's high-flying goddess? How does she show up in Gu Ming's house? Luo Weiwei has been recognized by her class as a high-flying beauty since she started college. Almost most of the boys have had their hearts set on her. It's just that she was so focused on her studies and thinking about her future career that she didn't give a damn about anyone. Only the 2 major class grasses, Zhang Lin and Gu Ming, were able to catch her eye. Even Luo Weiwei had secretly expressed the idea of liking Zhang Lin, but now it's gone to graduation, a short year out of internships. It made a sea change in her thoughts, realizing that no matter how hard you try, you can't even catch up with people at the starting line. So, she became more and more realistic, materialistic and even snobbish. If it wasn't for Gu Ming's promise to buy her a beetle, she wouldn't have walked with the other party. It was just that she hadn't expected to actually see Zhang Lin in this situation. The moment she saw Zhang Lin, her heart ached for no reason. In terms of handsomeness and accomplishments, Zhang Lin definitely surpassed Gu Ming. However, the moment she saw Zhang Lin in his delivery uniform, that hint of pain instantly annihilated. Surely he was right not to choose him. Following Zhang Lin, he would definitely only suffer for the rest of his life. Better to sit in a BMW and cry than to laugh on a bicycle. This is Roe v. Wade's rule of life now. It's been a long time, Luo Weiwei just said faintly, then turned around and walked back. She was no longer going to waste her time with people who had no value. Seeing Luo Weiwei in such a state, Gu Ming was even more pleased in his heart. With an apologetic look on his lips, he said, Zhang Lin, don't take it to heart. She might be a bit shy. Zhang Lin smiled, turned his head and left. Looking at the other party's back that was about to disappear, the exhilarated Gu Ming couldn't help but shout, Zhang Lin, don't forget, the day after tomorrow I've booked a seat at Ming Island Seafood. Make sure you go. Zhang Lin had just gone downstairs when he received a WeChat, which turned out to be from Gu Ming. I was afraid that he would not know the place and time, so I made a point of reminding him, and added positioning. Zhang Lin, who saw this, couldn't help but show a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This is setting up a row and waiting to pretend to be X. Originally, Zhang Lin was really lazy, but when he thought of graduating and going his own way, some nice classmates were really worth getting together again, and he agreed, taking out his cell phone and typing the word good and sending it over. Zhang Lin was ready to go back to the store, but who knew that at this time the cell phone rang again, and it came to WeChat again. Is it over? Jiang Lin thought Gu Ming had sent something else and subconsciously opened WeChat. It was actually an unfamiliar friend ad message. There is also a note message below. I'm Jane Still. Chapter 21, Class Reunion, Pretender Gu Ming. Jane Still, didn't I add her on WeChat? Jiang Lin was a bit puzzled. It's clear that I scanned the code before, so how come it's verified again? Suddenly, he remembered all of a sudden that after scanning the code that day, he had actually forgotten to go through the verification. With a slap to the head, Jiang Lin hurriedly passed the verification. Immediately afterward, he saw the other party send a series of messages. Boss, you finally passed. People add so hard. Questionable expression. Cute emoji. Oh. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. You sent this message a little too fast. Always give me time to get back. He motioned. Don't call me boss, call me senior. Senior? You're from the University of Finance too? Sure. It's almost graduation. Wow. A senior who started his own business right after graduation. That's awesome. Senpai, can I visit you in your little store? Jiang Lin listened to the heart of the heart, and seems to travel he knows, but there's a chance that this girl, Du Miao Miao, is watching the store for him. If we really let Jane Still come, wouldn't that be a crash? No, I'm extra busy right now, so I don't have time to entertain you. Oh, so when is the senior free? Jiang Lin suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a solution. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. In the evening, I'll wait for you at Mingdao Seafood. I'll send you the address then. On the other hand, Jane, who was lying on the bed in the dormitory, still saw this piece of news and almost fell off the bed in excitement. Senior asked me out. The senior actually asked me out on a date. Wow. So excited. Jane Still jumped off the bed as soon as she could and began rummaging through her suitcase. No, I must find a pretty dress. I can't leave a single bad impression on the senior. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know that his words actually had so much power. He went back to the store, still nestled in front of his computer, and continued to make flyers. Now this flyer is not complicated to make. Download a template online. Just fill in the information about your recruitment. If you don't have double time off, it's a higher monthly salary. Jiang Lin thought about it and finally wrote a 10,000 above the salary package. It is expected that this will be able to attract a lot of college students who intend to work part-time. He didn't go anywhere for the rest of the day. Mostly deliveries. After all, college students, one by one, are very lazy, buy a thing want to be delivered to the hand, just short of directly feeding. Once this delivery was busy, it was 2 days that passed. On the afternoon of the third day, Chen Nan sent a Weibo message to Jiang Lin. Ginger, 6 p.m. Princess Hall, Ming Island Seafood. Jiang Lin receives the message, forwards it to Jane Still, and tells her he'll pick her up in the evening. But not a moment later, the other person sent him 3 crying faces. Tell Jiang Lin to submit a financial statement test at 6 o'clock in the evening on time. She was an accounting major and often had to do the math. Jiang Lin wanted to wait for her, but she was dead set on letting Jiang Lin go first. In Jane's still heart, how could she make the male god wait for her because of her own affairs? This is something that will never be allowed. There was no way around it. Jiang Lin could only set off on his own. Located in the commercial center of the East 3rd Ring Road, Mingdao Seafood has a steady stream of customers before 6 o'clock. One by one, the students who had made the original appointment arrived. May, it's been a while. You've gotten prettier. Yeah, well, I bought a favorite set of makeup on my first paycheck, and it works. Bright, how's your work going? Hey, no, almost turned. Who booked this place today? It's so upscale. What are you afraid of? Anyway, pay up and be done with it. I just checked. The per capita spending here is over 500. What? Ahem. It's fine. It's all working. This little money is still able to afford it. Upon hearing the level of consumption, the crowd was outwardly at peace, but secretly some people were secretly spitting in their mouths. MMP, who is so ungrateful to book such an expensive place. That's it. Is this to make me eat instant noodles for the next month? In the middle of the discussion, the door opened at once, and a man and a woman walked in, arm in arm. The crowd that saw this scene suddenly exclaimed out loud one by one. Geez, squad leader, you're hiding a lot. That's right. I said the class flower doesn't even care about me, so she's become the class wife. My class grass. Just like that, Vivi took it away from me. Envy. Listening to the star-studded compliments from the crowd, Gu Ming's face remained as flat as water, but in his heart, he was already laughing. What's cool? That's what's cool. He coughed lightly and took Luo Weiwei's small hand and said to the crowd, announcement, this is my Gu Ming's girlfriend. Wow! A burst of applause from the crowd surrounded the two men. Luo Weiwei had a faint smile on her face and stood beside Gu Ming in a bird-like manner. She likewise enjoys such glory. looking at that one classmate's sister who was still struggling and who has completely surpassed them. Once she thought about this, Luo Weiwei turned a bit arrogant again. She looked around the room, rather like a hostess. Is everyone here? Next to him, Ren Xiaokuan saw this and hurriedly smiled and interjected. Back to class, sister-in-law. There are still 3 students who haven't arrived. Gu Ming, who was next to him, was suddenly puzzled. Where's Zhang Lin? Little Cohen. Have you informed him yet? This is an important object to pretend to be X. How can he not come? At that, Ren Xiaokuan hurriedly nodded his head. Notified. I let Lao San send him a message. Why don't I call and rush him again? As he was talking, suddenly the door opened, only to see Zhang Lin walk in wearing a uniform. Chapter 22. Sorry I'm late. Senpai. Hey, isn't this coming? The moment the crowd saw Zhang Lin, quite a few female students felt their eyes light up. After not seeing him for a long time, it felt like Zhang Lin's face value had risen a bit more. Wow, Ban Chou, it's getting more and more handsome. Yes, a male god is worthy of being a male god. Come on, come on, come on, do my side. Hearing the crowd of women chasing after him instantly upset Gu Ming. I'm the absolute star of this party. How can I let anyone else steal the show? At that moment, he gazed at Zhang Lin and said with a condescending tone, Zhang Lin, what's wrong with you? Coming here dressed like this? Zhang Lin's complexion didn't fluctuate in the slightest when he heard it. Oh, I was just in a hurry to make a delivery, so I forgot to change. What? Zhang Lin went to make a delivery? No way. He's still working part-time? Not even looking for a job? Yeah, isn't that a waste of school? He gets such good grades. Gu Ming still put on a superior stance. Not that I'm talking about you. At least today is a gathering of everyone. You have to pay attention to your image. Otherwise, what good will it do to your future development? When he said this, his good brother Chen Nan immediately listened and quit. That's over the top. Squad leader, it's just a meal, not a wedding. What's the rule about what to wear? With that, he pulled out the chair next to him and waved at Zhang Lin. Here, sit with me. Zhang Lin sniffed and walked over, sitting down next to old Four. Seeing this, Gu Ming smiled and didn't pursue the matter. After all, as class president one must always show one's temperament. It's not good to be too calculating. The people took their seats and the conversation gradually got more and more open. Zhang Lin also chatted with a few familiar classmates. As for Gu Ming and the others, he didn't even pay attention to them. Unfortunately, sometimes things find you even when you're not looking for them. The class president is flying high now, and he's got a beautiful woman. It's just enviable. One student couldn't help but brag about it. That's right. Originally I thought the class flower would choose Zhang Lin. Nonsense. The class flower is so high and cold. How can she be chosen casually? I guess it's Zhang Lin who unsuccessfully pursued and finally lost to the class president. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Lin couldn't help but faintly shake his head. Jokes can't be made. I'm the one with the girlfriend. Girlfriend? Bancho actually has a girlfriend? A female student exclaimed. Really? My god. It's just big news. Luo Weiwei, who was sitting next to Gu Ming, listened but laughed coldly in her heart. You're a stinky delivery boy and you still got a girlfriend? Lying to the devil. Luo Weiwei's gaze toward Zhang Lin became a bit unkind. In her mind, the reason Zhang Lin said that was clearly to clear the air with herself. She's the flower of the class, and she doesn't even dislike you, and I can't believe you're trying to get rid of me. Even if I had followed someone else, you wouldn't have that right. Some women are like that. I can dislike you, but you have to like me. Driven by this divine logic, Roviwei spoke up. I can't believe our class grass has a girlfriend. What a real person. She suddenly smiled. Since it's such a lively day, why don't you give her a call and come over for a get-together? The others followed suit. Yeah, let's see what it looks like. That's right, even if it can't compare to Mrs. Ban, it shouldn't be far off. Not far away from the Gu Ming. See, the situation is the heart sneer. Let you pretend. This time pretend cannot go on it. Let's see how I can patch you up. He suddenly laughed. Zhang Lin, it's hard for people to refuse their hospitality. Why don't you just make a phone call? Big deal. I'll lend you my car so you can go pick her up. Zhang Lin gave Gu Ming and Luo Weiwei a somewhat amused look. Zhang Lin naturally knew exactly what the two of them had in mind. This made him unable to help but sigh in his heart. I'm afraid there will be time for you to cry later. Only to see Zhang Lin calmly waving his hand. No need. I've already told her. She'll come over in a while. Ha, we can wait. Gu Ming smiled faintly, thinking, you want to perfume us? Absolutely no way. Let your lies be completely exposed today and see how you will step down. Crunch. Suddenly the door of the private room opened at once and two students walked in one after another. As soon as they entered, they were criticized by the crowd, and the two men were so frightened that they begged for mercy. Hey, class, guess who I just saw? One of the students hastily changed the topic. This opening immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Who? Say it, say it. After a pause, that student smiled and said, freshman school flower, Jane remains. What? The most innocent schoolgirl? Holy, where did you see that? It's right in front of the hotel. That student couldn't help but smack his lips as he said, TSK, TSK, worthy of being the school flower. That face value, that temperament. Unfortunately, I'm going to graduate. What are you afraid of after graduation? You can chase it too. No, I have to see to it, said a number of male students, stood up to go toward the private room outside. Just then, however, the door to the private room opened all at once. A Jane still wearing a snow-white dress with short shawl hair actually walked in. Gulp! At this moment, a sound of gulping resounded around them. The snow-white dress was like an unearthly fairy. Absolutely beautiful face, well-proportioned body, a 4-waist, crane legs, and the corner of the mouth is like a rainbow after the rain, like a charming smile. It's just so beautiful and innocent. This outfit, coupled with her face value, was like an angel descending to earth. Even Gu Ming's eyes glazed over. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Weiwei was here next to him, he probably would have taken the initiative to rush up. Even so, he slowly rose from his seat and took a few steps to the other man. Hello, schoolgirl Jane, how can I help you? Gu Ming revealed a smile that he considered himself a gentleman, while extending his palm to the other party. Unfortunately, Jane still swept her gaze around the private room and walked past without even looking at him. In full view of everyone, she actually walked straight to Jiang Lin's front and bowed slightly with a shy face. Sorry I'm late, senpai. Chapter 23 A30, 000 plus seafood feast. When these words came out, the entire room was dead silent. Everyone stared incredulously, unable to believe what they were seeing. The school beauty Jane is still here to find Jiang Lin? How is that possible? Just now Jiang Lin said that he had a girlfriend, and none of the crowd believed him. But now, the hallowed school flower was actually standing so shyly in front of Jiang Lin. Does this even need to be explained? Ka-ching! One heartbreaking sound after another. Everyone felt like they had been slapped hard. Even Gu Ming, who was standing there, had the smile on his face completely frozen. Why is this schoolgirl his girlfriend? On what grounds? Gu Ming couldn't help but growl in his mind. At this time he looked at Luo Weiwei again and instantly felt tasteless. The smile on Luo Weiwei's face was just as ugly. In front of Jane still, even though she was quite poised, she felt ashamed of herself. At that moment, when she remembered Jiang Lin's previous words, it felt like a sharp knife in her heart. Jiang Lin pulled over Jane's still small hand, and suddenly he heard the sound of a broken heart again. I'm sorry, I should have picked you up, leaving you alone so late. Being held by Jiang Lin's hand, Jane still not only didn't resist, but felt unusually sweet. Only the pretty face instantly climbed with redness, stammered to explain. No, it's fine, don't me. Sit down. Jiang Lin laughed and pressed her into the chair next to him, and said close to her ear, today, you're so beautiful. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Jane still felt her pretty face redden even more. Looking at the two of them acting so intimately, is it still necessary to explain whether they are boyfriend and girlfriend? Click, click, click. Another sound of a broken heart. Vaguely one could hear the male student's heartfelt wail. Same graduate. What a difference in being a human being. The people had all arrived and someone ordered the waiter to start serving the food. Mingle Island seafood is definitely seafood oriented. Soon, plates of exquisite and incomparable seafood feasts were served. Australian lobster, king crab, crisp puffer fish fillet, Australian abalone, braised kippers and more. However, all the students actually didn't move their chopsticks when they saw this seafood feast. For what? Because it's too damn expensive. How much does this table cost? They're AA, so it's downright embarrassing that they can't get the money when the time comes. Seeing this scene, Gu Ming knew it was time to show off his true X-loading skills. He coughed softly to get the crowd's attention. Ha ha, everyone start. The quality of seafood from Ming Island is very superior. He clapped his hands, pointing to a large lobster of more than 2 pounds. This Australian lobster, but the fresh goods flown from Australia, out of the water absolutely no more than 2 days. Not only that, the lobster of Mingdao is not the Australian lobster in the general sense that it is bred by artificial breeding. It is really grown in the pure natural environment of Australia, without the slightest pollution of the excellent quality of the water caught. Not only is the meat tender, smooth and crispy, but it also has a deliciously sweet flavor and a distinctive flavor. There's also this blowfish sashimi. The blowfish is flown in from the waters of the Foot Basin country and is 100% fresh. Plus there's a top Foot Basin country master knife maker, Master Okita, sitting here all year round. Speaking on the spur of the moment, he suddenly slapped his face. Pop! All the students were taken aback. Attention everyone! The traditional puffer fish fillet requires the puffer fish to be bled, boned and then gutted. The blood and guts are highly toxic. I don't need to tell you that. Gu Ming spoke eloquently, feeling his confidence revive once again. Master Okita, however, differs from the traditional process in that he cuts the puffer fish completely and directly while it is still alive, without bloodletting. In this way, the requirements for knife work can be harsh to the extreme. He couldn't help but sigh at that. It is said that only the most honored guests can qualify to have Master Okita palm his sword live. Gu Ming shook his head in mock regret. It's a pity that I'm not at a high enough level and have only been here a few times, so there's no chance of being able to open everyone's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but marvel as well. From the words of the squad leader just now, it was clear that the other party had definitely seen a big scene. The fact that he has even been to such upscale places more than once shows the breadth of his vision. The squad leader is really a squad leader. He's seen it all. Yeah, like we haven't even had a decent meal. With the class president's ability, the future is sure to be bright. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Gu Ming's face was full of smiles, and the feeling that he had just been added to by Jiang Lin instantly disappeared. At this time, the little brother next to him, Renjakuin, was seizing the opportunity to ask at the right time. Squad leader, I'm afraid such a sumptuous meal would cost quite a bit of money. That statement was actually scheduled a long time ago. As early as before coming, Renjakuin has seen the menu, the whole price of the heart clear. Moreover, he knew what the class president was planning to do, so at this time, he naturally looked at the right moment to create an opportunity for Gu Ming to pretend to be an ex. To be honest, just now, when he saw that Jiang Lin was actually sitting next to the schoolflower, there was a hint of jealousy in his heart. Sure enough, when he said this, Gu Ming next to him gave an appreciative look. On his lips, he smiled flatly. Not much money. This table of food is just over $20,000, plus the 2 bottles of Lafite I ordered. It adds up to 30,000 or so. Chapter 24, Gu Ming clueless. Who the hell did this? Hiss. Hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. My god, I knew this meal wasn't cheap, but I didn't realize it was over $30,000. That's an average of at least $1,500 each. This is a ing money grab. Looking at the somewhat ugly faces of a group of students, Gu Ming smiled slightly, pushing his wave of cowhide to a climax. However, since I started this party and we all haven't officially graduated yet, none of us are financially well off. After a moment's pause, Gu Mingfeng faintly said, so, this meal, I'm buying, so everyone can eat freely, and if it's not enough, feel free to order. Wow! Everyone was instantly shocked as if they had been hit by a wave. A tidal wave of bragging rights followed. Magnificent! The class president is so magnificent. Bullseye! The class president really isn't from the pool. Look at this handiwork. Squad leader 666. Are you still missing the pendant on your thigh? From today, I'm following the squad leader. Go, 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 call what squad leader? Change your name to Mr. Gu. In the face of the tidal wave of horse farts, Gu Ming's heart was simply soothed to the extreme. What do people live for? Isn't that what they live for? Even so, he looked provocatively at Jiang Lin. What do you think you're going to do if you get the schoolgirl's favor? At the end of the day it's still a stinking hangnail, not worth mentioning. Next to her, Luo Weiwei also felt with honor at this time. Her choice was absolutely right. Instead, she began to sympathize with Jane still next to Jiang Lin. It is true that young girls who are not yet experienced in the world only know how to look at faces and have no idea of the cruelty of society. Since the class president said he was treating, the crowd naturally put down their burdens, and one by one, they all pushed their glasses and buzzed around. As for Jiang Lin, he had a bland face the entire time, without the slightest fluctuation, and every now and then, he also gave Jane still a dish. Halfway through the meal, Boss Rinjakuin felt that the time was almost right, so he gave Jiang Lin a wink. Let him toast the squad leader. As a result, Jiang Lin didn't even look at him for a single word, instantly leaving Rinjakuin speechless. But he felt, well, at least he was in the same dormitory, and it was a rare opportunity today, so he himself picked up his wineglass and came over to Gu Ming. Mr. Gu, let me toast you first, said the red wine in his hand and drank it all in one go. And Gu Ming just flicked a bit, completely acting like a leader. Mr. Gu, I have something here that I would like to ask for your help. After drinking a cup, Ren Zhaokuan poured himself another cup. They're all classmates, but say what you will. Gu Ming waved his hand with a faint smile on his face. That, you see, our oldest four, also did not find a job. I know the class president, you have a lot of energy. Just now he was embarrassed, so he asked me to convey with you. See if you can arrange a chance for him. Hearing Ren Zhaokuan's words, Gu Ming's eyes flickered and said with a smile, Xiaokuan, you're speaking out of turn. We're all classmates. Why wouldn't I help if I can? Hearing this, Ren Zhaokuan immediately looked happy, but immediately afterward, he heard Gu Ming's words change. But since Jiang Lin asked me to, why didn't he come himself? He took the red wine and filled the glass in front of him to the brim. Tell you what, as long as Jiang Lin drains this cup, this matter will be on me. His voice wasn't small, and he instantly caught the attention of all the students. The crowd looked at Jiang Lin in unison, and some even secretly shook their heads. Ugh, they're both class grasses. How come the gap is so big? It can't be helped, being born with a different starting point, and it's kind of nice that the class president still gives it a chance. That's right, one drink and you're able to have a good job. If it were up to me, I'd definitely do it. Under the gazes of the people watching, Jiang Lin slowly stood up. A toast is not a toast. He just thought it was kind of funny. Anyway, I've come and gathered myself. There's no point in staying any longer. Just the moment he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, the compartment door opened at once. 8 beautiful waitresses in cheongsams walked in turn. Each waiter held a bottle of red wine in his hand. Some sharp-eyed students gasped out when they saw the name of the red wine. What is this? Romane Conti? What? One of those tens of thousands of dollars bottles of Romane Conti? The class president is too generous, isn't he? I can't believe I ordered so much. Guming's heart jumped when he heard this. What's the situation? When did I ask for a Romane Conti? That's a bottle of top-quality red wine that costs nearly $100,000. How can I afford to drink it? He swept his gaze and realized that there were 8 bottles here. A rough estimate would be worth several $100,000. Guming shivered and felt almost unsteady on his feet. MMP, who the did this? He couldn't afford to pay it back even if he lost everything he had. He's kind of regretting saying he's treating himself now. Pretending to be X has gone out the window, and now it's a big deal. However, just as he was thinking about how to end it, behind the 8 beautiful waitresses, a manager in a suit suddenly ran in hot and fast. He swept a glance through the crowd, then rushed straight to Jiang Lin. He directly gave Jiang Lin a 90-degree bow. I'm sorry, Jiang Dong, my subordinate didn't know that you came here to dine, so please bear with me if I've missed the welcome. Chapter 25, Jiang Lin shocked the whole scene. Guming looking for a chance to turn the tables. Gah! At this moment the entire princess hall completely froze. Everyone was like ducks pinched in the air. One by one their mouths opened wide in surprise. What the hell? Jiang Dong? This manager, who appeared to be the management of Mingdao, actually bowed to Jiang Lin and called himself a subordinate. How is that possible? When did Jiang Lin become the leader here? Isn't he a delivery boy? Jiang Lin just nodded faintly when he heard this, then said suspiciously, how did you know I was here? That manager bowed and explained. Just now when the food was being served, my subordinate caught a glimpse and felt that you looked somewhat familiar. Previously, my subordinate had seen your picture on the group's documents, and only realized that you were here after repeatedly confirming it. With that, he turned his head to Jiang Lin and introduced him. My subordinate specially had someone pick a few red wines for you from the cellar, and since I didn't know what flavors you like, I brought them all. It's 98, it's 95, and 92, 90. With that he pointed to the last bottle. This one is the earliest. It's a 45. Hiss. Guming sucked in a breath of cold air as he listened. He was blown away by the wines. He'd seen his dad drink Romane Conti once, and that was all after 2010, too, but the ones in front of us are actually only 98 years old at the latest. If you put it out there, a bottle would start at least $150,000. That earliest bottle of 45 is priced at even $500,000. Those 8 bottles add up to almost over $2 million. What kind of god is this Jiang Lin, to actually be able to get the other side to give such a great gift? Just then, the manager next to him was afraid that Jiang Lin would be dissatisfied. More earnestly said, Jiang Dong, you as the second largest shareholder of the group, in addition to the red wine special supply, there are specially prepared for you in the Imperial Hall. Do you want to move now? I've got Master Okita from Footloose Country waiting there, ready to cook fresh ingredients for you. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes widened again at this moment. No, second largest shareholder? Jiang Lin is actually a shareholder here? Isn't he a delivery boy? How come he's suddenly a shareholder? Moreover, Master Okita, who was just mentioned, is actually waiting in the Imperial Hall. Guming's fingers were on the verge of crushing. The Imperial Hall. That's the Imperial Hall. The highest specification box of the entire Mingdao seafood. Not to mention him, even his father is not qualified to eat in the Imperial Hall. Ah, now the manager is asking Jiang Lin to go? This is simply not heavenly. Next to her, Luo Weiwei was also shocked beyond measure at this moment. She now realized that Jiang Lin was the invisible rich man, the second largest shareholder of the Mingdao group. A few $100 million at least? That's a billionaire. In comparison, the Guming next to him was no different from a beggar. Luo Weiwei had to admit that she had looked away. If she had chosen to be with Jiang Lin in the first place, wouldn't she be the shareholder's wife now? Her eyes flamed at the thought. Jiang Lin was right here. His own opportunity had come. It didn't matter even though he had a goddess-level pure schoolgirl beside him. The big deal is that you can be a lover yourself and then use all sorts of tactics to ostracize the other person. In terms of means, in terms of technology, Luo Weiwei thought that she had left her behind by more than 10 streets. Hearing the manager's suggestion, Jiang Lin faintly shook his head. There's no need for the Imperial Hall. We've pretty much eaten, so it's fine here. Well, in that case, these waiters will stay and serve you. Also this meal where you feasted on your friends, we'll just waive the bill. Well, with all due respect, you go down. Jiang Lin waved his hand, and the manager immediately bowed and retreated, leaving behind 8 Cheongsam beauties, standing in rows on one side of the box. This time, everyone looked at Jiang Lin differently. The man is handsome and has a good temperament, and a rich, invisible tycoon. You don't have to do it yourself. You get Romane Conti delivered to your door. At that moment, one by one, all the students gathered around, not only giving Jiang Lin a toast. Brother Jiang, what exactly do you do? Actually so rich. Yeah, can you take my little brother with you to get rich? Don't stop me. I want to hug my thighs. I hug leg hair. Jiang Lin smiled and said in a flat tone, it's nothing. I just used my savings from my part-time job to dish out a small supermarket. He's honest. No problem. Entrepreneurship. It's true that the big boys just don't see things the same way we do. Yeah, graduating as a boss throws us off a few blocks. Farsightedness. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Jiang Lin's heart had no ripples. On the contrary, it was the oldest and second oldest who were not far away, and at this moment, they were simply an embarrassing amount of money, especially the boss, who had sworn to educate each other before. Let the other side follow the class president. But now, people are actually invisible rich. Guming felt that he really couldn't stay any longer and made an excuse to leave the box. I don't believe you. How can you be a shareholder when you're a poor man? He ran to the bathroom and dialed Pops directly. Dad, do you know who the second largest shareholder of Mingdao Restaurant Group is? Second largest shareholder? How am I supposed to know that? But my boss should know. It seems like they had dinner before. Guming's old man's puzzled voice came over the phone. Dad, then hurry up and ask for me. I have a classmate here who says he's the second largest shareholder of Mingdao Catering. Your classmate? How is that possible? He's a brat. There's no way he can become a shareholder in this lifetime. You've definitely been tricked. Gu's father said with conviction. Wait a moment, I'll ask for you. Chapter 26, Plotting a Plan. Jiang Lin, go to your family's big villa and take a look. Hang up the phone. Less than 5 minutes. Gu's father then called back. Son, I asked. The second largest shareholder's name is Chen Chuan, and he's played with my boss before. Chen Chuan? That's really not my classmate? The light in Guming's eyes flickered as he saw the hope of his turnaround. But Dad, he was greeted by the manager himself before, and he was told to go to the Imperial Room, and there was a Romane Conti. Gu's father on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Son, this classmate of yours is really interesting, going to great lengths to show off in front of you. Those people could have been hired out of his own pocket, just for a little while. Spending a few $1,000s is not an easy task. The King's Hall. Did you go to the King's Hall? Plus that Romane Conti. Now that cottage versions are so rampant, it's not a matter of minutes to find a random bottle of inferior red wine and label it. Gu's father said in a discerning tone. Son, you can't just look at the surface of things. You have to look at the essence, understand? Hearing his dad remind him of this, Gu Ming instantly woke up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that myself? He was almost fooled by Jiang Lin, the hangman. He instantly began to brainstorm the plot. That day he had Jiang Lin deliver the goods, and when he saw that Luo Weiwei was in his hands, he was suddenly seething with anger. That's why it's ready to get back today. Jiang Lin had spared no expense just to set up the current situation. If he hadn't uncovered him himself, it would have all been practically seamless. The crowd was impressed and worshipped Jiang Lin from then on, and he achieved the goal of pretending to be X himself. When they graduate, the people go their separate ways and they don't have to worry about being torn apart by anyone. High, really high. On top of pretending to be X, Gu Ming felt that he had met a great enemy. If it wasn't for Dad's discerning eye, which broke down the other party's plot at once, he would have really let the other party get away with pretending to be X. Humph, I didn't expect it. Jiang Lin, I'll make sure to show you in your original form today. He grunted and left the bathroom and headed straight for the box. At a time like this, it had to be revealed in front of everyone so that Jiang Lin would be left with no place to go. Even that schoolgirl by his side, Jane Still, would be disgusted with Jiang Lin because of this. This is its own opportunity. Thinking of this, Gu Ming almost laughed out loud secretly, even speeding up his steps a bit. Just unexpectedly, when he rushed back to the box, he found that the entire box was already empty. Everyone's already gone. He hurried toward the main door, where he finally saw the crowd. Hey, squad leader, aren't you gone? Seeing Gu Ming appear, Boss Rinjakuan couldn't help but open his mouth in confusion. No, I just went to the bathroom. Gu Ming's gaze swept through his heart. Now that he was out of the gate, there wasn't the slightest bit of physical evidence around, in which case he wanted to expose the other side. John Lin was perfectly capable of dying without admitting it. At that time, the crowd would still think that he, the class president, was being calculating and deliberately denigrating Jiang Lin. But who is Gu Ming? Since he can't reveal it head-on, he can use a roundabout tactic. Therefore, he smiled faintly and took the initiative to call out to his many classmates. Fellow students, we have a rare gathering today, and we don't know when we'll see each other again in the future. Gu Ming said with a sincere face. Why don't we go to a KTV in a while and have a good time? Hearing him say that, a number of students were immediately moved. The chorus followed suit, but Jiang Lin took a look at the sky at this moment and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Forget it, you guys go ahead. It's too late. I'm going back. Once he heard that Jiang Lin wanted to leave, Gu Ming laughed even more coldly in his heart. Load. Keep loading. You're afraid of being exposed, aren't you? Well, then, I'm not going to give you a chance. Don't, Jiang Lin, we're so happy today. Don't spoil everyone's fun. Besides, you're a shareholder of the group and an invisible tycoon. You can ask your butler to pick you up when the time comes. Jiang Lin didn't want to get too entangled with him and shook his head lightly. I don't have a housekeeper. No housekeeper? How is that possible? You are a billionaire. How come you don't even have a housekeeper? Can't it be that this rich man of yours is a fake? Ha ha. Hearing Gu Ming's laughter, Jiang Lin glanced at him and instantly understood this guy's mentality. This is not believing that he is better than him and is ready to get back. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth. Kid, you want to play? Then I'll play nice with you. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment, pretending to be thinking about something. Then, to the crowd, he said, why don't we do this? You guys go first, and I'll send Still back to my house first, which is nearby anyway, and I'll meet you guys then. When these words came out, Gu Ming really caught the loophole in them. Your house? Just around the corner? His voice instantly drew up, but in his heart he secretly sneered. You're kidding me, lying without looking at the location. This is the third ring road in the east, except for the business district is the mansions. You really think this is your home? Ha ha, a rich man deserves to be a rich man, to actually be able to buy a house here. Jiang Lin is really rich and powerful, Gu Ming complimented, followed by a casual remark. Since our old classmate has a mansion in the neighborhood, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't go and take a look? Isn't that right, everyone? Chapter 27 A Hoax. This must be a hoax. When the crowd heard this, their eyes lit up and they followed suit. Yeah, brother Jiang, let's open our eyes. Yeah, I've never seen a mansion in my life. Hearing the words of the crowd, a slight look of panic passed over Jiang Lin's face. This detail was instantly captured by Gu Ming. He hurriedly urged up. How is it, Jiang Lin? Old classmates don't even give this face. Finally, Jiang Lin seemed to make up his mind and nodded his head. Alright, it's good to go and take a look, but with so many people, my car won't fit. Well, you can't fit in a tricycle. Gu Ming snorted coldly in his heart, but on the surface, he said with a smile on his face, it's okay, anyway, they are all drunk, and they can't drive even if they have a car, so we'll take a taxi and go over there, and you'll lead the way in the front, that's all. Alright, you guys stay close to me. Jiang Lin nodded his head and then started stopping cars on the street. There were naturally quite a few cabs in the imperial capital, and in no time, the crowd all got on board. Jiang Lin and Jane Still and Lao Si were in one car. The three of them, Gu Ming, Luo Weiwei, and Boss Rinjakuan, sat in one car. 6 or 7 cabs in front and behind traveled in great numbers towards Jiang Lin's mansion. Mr. Gu, where do you think Jiang Lin his mansion can be? The co-pilot Rinjakuan couldn't help but be curious. Magnificent my ass. What kind of mansion does he have? Gu Ming smiled coldly. Luo Weiwei and Rinjakuan, two people, heard a stunned. What does this mean? Immediately afterward, they heard Gu Ming coldly open his mouth and give the two of them a rundown of Pop's various analyses. So that's how it is. I can't imagine that old four has actually become like this. Rinjakuan heard a face of pain. How he did not expect. Jiang Lin actually will be such a pompous person. Luo Weiwei heard it and even secretly called out that it was dangerous. Almost just now she was going to take the initiative to contact Jiang Lin. Fortunately, Gu Ming recognized his true colors in time. No, but he's taking us to the mansion now. How will he explain it then? Rinjakuan suddenly opened his mouth in confusion. Idiot, that's not a good solution? Gu Ming snorted. He could have just accelerated one time and let us lose him, only to tell us that he didn't follow us. Even if we didn't lose them, when the time comes, he can still excuse himself by saying he doesn't have the key with him, and that the management is strict or something like that, so he won't let us in. As he was talking, Jiang Lin's cab in front of him suddenly stopped. The cab stopped right at the gate of a neighborhood. The crowd all got out of the car when they saw this, and they couldn't help but marvel out at the neighborhood in front of them. Wow, this neighborhood is awesome. Even the walls are glass. Look at the neighborhood. It's so big and green. Guming got down from the car and was slightly stunned when he saw the neighborhood in front of him. Isn't this the first house? He had read about it on the internet before. This is one of the most expensive villa districts in the entire imperial capital. The cheapest villa here is also quoted at nearly $200 million. Jiang Lin has a mansion here. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of international joke is this? At that thought, the smile on his face intensified. Let's see how you end up later. Jiang Lin got down from the cab and pulled Jane still toward the gate. It was also his first time here and he didn't know what other paperwork he needed to go through to get in. As soon as they approached the main entrance, the crowd was stopped directly by the security guards. Hello, please stay. This is not a tourist attraction. The quality of the security guards was very high, and they did not heckle in the slightest, but instead advised the crowd very politely. At this time, Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Hello, I'm the owner of this place. It's my first time coming here and I don't know how to get in." The security guard was stunned to hear this. All the owners here were either rich or noble. He had never seen a young lad like Jiang Lin. However, professionally trained security guards have a high level of professionalism. There was no contempt for Jiang Lin's words. Instead, he smiled and explained, "Hello sir, this district uses an intelligent control system. You can pass the camera face recognition at the gate, and if you are really the owner, the gate can be opened directly. So, thanks a lot then." Jiang Lin nodded his head and turned to the crowd. "Everyone wait a moment, I'll open the door." Looking at Jiang Lin's back, Guming smiled coldly. See, he must have pretended to try, and the result was a face recognition failure. Afterward we would be told that his information had not been entered yet and to come back another day. Hearing Guming's words, the crowd couldn't help but show their puzzlement. At this time, Ren Zhaokuan, who was Dogleg One, whispered Guming's analysis to everyone. Some of the students immediately frowned at the words and looked at Jiang Lin with a somewhat unfavorable gaze. Others hugged their shoulders and stared coldly. Get ready for the show. Soon, Jiang Lin stood in front of the camera next to the gate. Guming's heart was already excited at the moment, as if he had already seen the image of Jiang Lin's failure. Drop! A crunching sound came, and a smile surfaced on Guming's face for a moment. He even burst out laughing all at once. Ha ha, how about that? Really lost. The sentence had not yet been finished, but it instantly came to an abrupt end. Because, with a drop, the door actually opened. How is that possible? Guming yelled in his heart. This is not scientific. How could he go in there when it was obvious he was in disguise? Yet the fact is right there in front of us. The neighborhood gates are literally open. At this time, Jiang Lin turned his head and waved at the crowd. Everyone come in. Don't freeze. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't the squad leader say it was a scam? Can a scam still open the gates of a neighborhood? Chapter 28. I want Jing Jing. Who is Jing Jing? Seeing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Guming panicked in his heart but refused to admit defeat on his lips. It must be a system error. It's just coincidence. Coincidence. The neighborhood is very nice with marble floors and greenery everywhere around. A variety of valuable trees and flowers remain fragrant at night. The period neighborhood plaza is filled with a variety of artistic sculptures. It looks high-end and a few notches above the average neighborhood at first glance. Jiang Lin looked at the direction. His villa was the king of the building location. Just go towards the center. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the crowd all of a sudden saw that not far away, a chicly shaped, ridiculously large villa surfaced. The entire villa is surrounded by a glass curtain wall with a unique curved dome shape, which makes people marvel just by looking at it. Jiang Lin pulled Jane still and led the crowd towards the king of the building's villa. At this moment, the uneasiness in Guming's heart intensified. It can't be. He can't have a villa. It's all a scam. A scam. Right at this moment, Jiang Lin finally walked outside the villa's gate. Before he could make a move, suddenly the door opened. A voice with an exotic accent and a bit of glee followed. Mr. Jiang, you're back. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm a Filipino maid provided by the community property, and I'll help you take care of your room 24 hours a day. Despite the accent, the Filipino maid is fluent in Chinese. Hula. No sooner had her words left her mouth than she heard several footsteps in quick succession in the gate. 1, 2, 3, 3 more Filipinos came out of it. The 4 Filipino maids split into 2 rows to welcome Jiang Lin home. The crowd was instantly petrified. Mr. Jiang, I'm already called Mr. How can there be a mistake? A strong emotion of shock surfaced from the heart. Divine. Absolutely divine. Someone just snuck in to check. The king villa of this neighborhood is worth $500 million, and it is equipped with gold medal property service with 4 Filipino maids for 24-hour maintenance. What is this experience? It's a god-awful experience. Ordinary people simply can't imagine it even if they do. At this time, the crowd did not understand that Gu Ming's previous words of faith turned out to be blind guesses. Even if Jiang Lin spends a lot of money, can he get into such a high-class neighborhood? Can you afford 4 Filipino maids? How much money would he have to spend if he could hire this? Hundreds of thousands? Is it worth it? Almost instantly, everyone's gaze toward Gu Ming was filled with snickers, disdain, derision, and even contempt. Gu Ming's face was as ugly as eating 10 piles of hot air in a row. How is that possible? How is that possible? Jiang Lin is true from beginning to end. He really is a shareholder, and even has a $500 million villa mansion. At the moment, Gu Ming was winded, feeling that his 3 views had completely collapsed. He had made 1,000 calculations and had thought that he could break Jiang Lin's false mask. I didn't expect to end up making a complete ass out of myself. This time, everyone knew that he was a small-minded, narrow-minded and vindictive villain. All prestige, completely buried at this point. Jiang Lin didn't even look at him squarely at this moment, casually saying to the Filipino maid beside him, "Go and notify the property. Bring back a silky black arrow that I have in the underground garage of Mingdao Seafood. Here's the key." "Yes, sir." The Filipino maid took the key and turned to leave. "What's that? A silver black arrow?" Gu Ming is a self-proclaimed rich kid and has studied about supercars. Upon hearing those words, he instantly thought of the model of the same name at a foreign auto show. That one is just the low end, with a price tag starting at $50 million. Luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, plus group shareholders, everything a man desires. Jiang Lin actually has all of it. Gu Ming was angry and spit out blood. "You are so bullish. Why do you still wear a uniform and make door-to-door deliveries? Isn't this digging a hole for you to jump into?" Gu Ming's eyes went black and he almost fell straight to the ground. Luckily, Ren Zhaoquan next to him helped, so he did not fall. "Mr. Gu, are you alright?" "It's okay, I want to be quiet." "Who is Jing?" "The next-door neighbor's old king's daughter." Next, the crowd entered the middle of this villa of his at Jiang Lin's invitation. Upon entering, the biggest feeling you get is big and very spacious. 2 small groves of trees in front of you and a wooded path in the center. It must be thousands of square meters at the very least. There are also small bridges in the back, and the water flow is auto-circulating, clear, and fish-friendly. And behind the small bridge, a 3-story villa emerged, modern in its elegance, stylish in its technology. The 3 floors of the villa add up to at least a few hundred square meters, and once you enter, all the floors under your feet are made with the top international water jet parquet process. It's all in one place and high-end. The entire 3rd floor, equipped with 7 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and a gym. There is also a separate game room, small theater. Almost every imaginable equipment is available. The crowd was simply shocked to see it and lingered. The gaze towards Jiang Lin simply could not be described in words. The male students were all ashamed of themselves and lost all their momentum. The female classmates, on the other hand, had glowing eyes, as if they were hungry wolves. Only Jane still had a smile on her face, pulling Jiang Lin's palm to look left and right. "Wow, it's beautiful here. Wow, it's so pretty there too." When she came across a novel artifact, she was curious to touch it, but she was afraid of breaking something. Chapter 29, Reward a $50 million SUV. King Karaman. Jiang Lin rubbed her head with a bit of amusement. "What's the tension? Feel free to touch anything here." After strolling around for a while, Jiang Lin saw that it was almost time and turned his head to apologize to the crowd. "Sorry, it's getting late, so I won't keep you all much longer. This is an eviction order." Everyone walked out of the villa reluctantly, saying goodbye to Jiang Lin one after another. But just as he stepped out of the villa, he heard the roar of an engine. Subsequently, a super cool, racy and incomparable black sports car appeared in the middle of the crowd's field of vision. The Silver Black Arrow, a $100 million supercar. Everyone was once again shocked for a second time. "Cow, really cow? What do you mean ho? This is really ho." Brother Lin is not only ho, but also low-key, unlike some people who don't have 2 tricks up their sleeves and still act like a big-tailed wolf there. That's right, and denigrating people. Now that's a punt. Hearing the crowd's comments, Gu Ming's eyes went black, and this time, he directly fainted. There's no way not to get dizzy. It's just too suffocating and infuriating. Luo Weiwei saw this and paid no attention at all. Seeing Jiang Lin like this now, she was simply gutted. "I hated that I couldn't be with Jiang Lin earlier in the beginning. But now, the one standing beside Jiang Lin was already someone else. The person in question was still better than her. Whether it's the face, the body, or the temperament, all a couple blocks better than her. Luo Weiwei is not a little cute. Still has a bit of B count for what level she is, but it was impossible to get her to just give up. She had already made up her mind to use every means possible to snatch Jiang Lin into her hands. Wait until everyone has dispersed. Only Jiang Lin and Jane remained alone. That's when Jane still realized that the two were sharing a room. A wave of nervousness, apprehension, and shyness came over me. She stood at a bit of a loss for words, 2 fingers circling back and forth. John Lin, who saw this scene, couldn't help but smile slightly, wanting to tease her. So he stepped forward to follow. Even as his body came up to the other man's, Jane still shuddered, feeling a hot breath blow past her earlobe. There was a moment of panic. Is it possible? Is he going to do something to me? But people are not ready to reject him. What if he gets sad? Oops, what the hell am I supposed to do? It's late. We should rest. Suddenly, John Lin's words interrupted all her thoughts. Jane remained stiff for a moment and nodded subconsciously. Oh, good. John Lin smiled faintly and pulled the other party's small hand towards the upstairs bedrooms, on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Ta-da, ta-da. The two of them walked up to the 2nd floor, and Jane's still small face was already incredibly red, even as her breathing began to accelerate. John Lin brought her to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Is it coming? Jane still thought darkly in her mind. However, just when she thought something was going to happen, John Lin suddenly smiled and said, "This is your bedroom. Have a good rest." After saying that, John Lin turned around and left. Good. Ha, ha. Jane still subconsciously nodded, but just said 2 words feel wrong. Openly turned around and found that John Lin are about to go upstairs. Hey, you. She subconsciously opened her mouth to shout, but as soon as she did, she felt that there was something wrong with what she said. I didn't expect John Lin to interface at this time. What? Do I sleep with you? No, it's not. Being broken by John Lin. Jane still shook her head repeatedly with a red face and almost didn't find a crack in the ground. Ha ha, get some rest. Good night. John Lin's laughter came and his person had already disappeared into the stairway. Coming to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, John Lin had just sat down on the sofa. Suddenly a long-lost system beep was heard. Ding! You teased a beautiful woman, triggering a 10 million times blitz, rewarding you with an SUV car Roman King worth $50 million. The key has been released. John Lin subconsciously opened his palm and realized that a car key had appeared in his palm at an unknown time. This car key presents a diamond shape, as if cut by a knife. The material is also made of platinum, and it looks technological. Holding the car keys that felt great to the touch, John Lin suddenly fell into deep thought. By now, he'd finally gotten a little more insight into systematic blitzes. Most of the times when it will storm is when something special happens to him, like a noodle shop fight, or maybe did something that hadn't been done before, like doing push-ups with Annie. As for the rest of the time, the storms are completely random. Although there was no exact pattern, John Lin understood one. No matter how big things get, don't be afraid. You're guaranteed to be bailed out by a storm. King Car Roman? I've never heard of this car. Since getting a Sylvie Black Arrow, John temporarily followed the news of luxury cars on the internet from time to time as well. After all, you are now worth what you are now, and you will certainly have to buy other models later. Earlier he was thinking about when to buy another SUV, because the Black Arrow is so small. It's not spacious enough for either hauling cargo or carrying people. It's true that when sleep comes, someone brings a pillow. The system sent it straight to me before I could act on it myself. What does a $50 million SUV look like? John Lin only knew that the most expensive SUV was Rolls-Royce's Cullinan, which at nearly $10 million was made the most expensive SUV by the world. But now an SUV named King Car Roman actually overtook it? This immediately aroused his intense curiosity. Chapter 30 Luo Weiwei's Madness. John Lin, who couldn't help himself, went straight down from the elevator on the 3rd floor, arriving all the way to the underground parking lot. The underground garage of the entire villa was very spacious. Even if a dozen luxury cars were placed at the same time, there was no problem. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator door, John Lin caught a glimpse of the black chariot that was parked next to the Black Arrow. For a moment, John Lin was shaken. The huge body of more than 5 meters gave a strong sense of oppression just by stopping there. The overall appearance is modeled with diamond cut lines, which is hard and tough and at the same time adds a sense of the future. It's like a chariot traveling from the future. Bossy, powerful, solid, wild. Just by taking a look, John Lin completely fell in love with the car. That's what a man should drive. John Lin pressed the car key in his hand, and in an instant, all the lights on the dark as ink car body flashed instantly. The low roar of the engine was like the roar of a wild animal. He couldn't wait to open the door and get in the car. The interior inside also caught his eye, with fine workmanship and high-end materials, but it did not give off a rustic vibe in the slightest. Instead it was full of fashion and technology. He took out his cell phone and started searching the internet for information on this car. The overall body is built entirely of sheet steel and high-strength carbon fiber, powered by a 6.8-liter V10 engine that produces up to 500 horsepower. The paint is bulletproof, the glass is bulletproof, and the chassis is blastproof. Almost all kinds of international advanced technology are used in this car. Not only that, but the luxury car weighs a terrifying 6 tons. Even in a head-on collision with a truck, the cockpit is guaranteed to be unscathed. Bullseye glass. It took half an hour of tossing and turning in the car before Jiang Lin resisted the urge to drive out and slip around. After all, it's too late and I'm afraid of disturbing the public. Leaving the underground garage reluctantly, Jiang Lin decided that if he made another delivery in the future, he would drive this. Jiang Lin returned upstairs and took a shower, finally calming himself down. But when he was ready to go to bed, suddenly his cell phone rang, and someone actually sent a WeChat. Jiang Lin took a look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It's actually Vivian Law. It turned out that after leaving the villa, Luo Weiwei had been pining for this place. As soon as she returned home, she immediately took out her cell phone and tweeted to Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, 3 smiley faces. Jiang Lin lacked interest and only returned 2 words. Something? It's okay, I just wanted to say 3 words to you. I love you. Put. Jiang Lin, who was drinking water, saw this message and instantly sprayed out a mouthful of water. What's wrong with this Vivian Law? Actually confessed to myself? On second thought, he instantly understood what she was thinking. When I saw my true colors today, I went from being a poor man to a rich man in a second. So want to chase yourself backwards. It's not even remotely different from a green tea whore. But at Luo Weiwei's change of face, Jiang Lin was suddenly playful. He took his cell phone and replied, "Aren't you with Gu Ming?" Surprised. Oi. Seeing Jiang Lin's reply, Luo Weiwei instantly jumped up in excitement. She instantly started brainstorming. Since Jiang Lin had asked this, he must be interested in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid any attention to himself. At best, I'll just post a word or 2 to cope. Now comes the opportunity to do it yourself. As for her relationship with Gu Ming, Luo Weiwei had already thought of a countermeasure. Boing boing, people in Kong are together, and God forbid anything ever happens. Brother Lin. In fact, my feelings for you started as early as freshman year, only that I never had the chance to confess. Today, seeing Gu Ming denigrate you so much finally made me find the courage to say it. I love you, even if I have to be your lover. I know that you have a history with Gu Ming, and if I'm with you, it's equivalent to bringing him a hat. If you like, I can ostensibly remain with him and leave him with a green head, don't you rich people, on occasion, like that sort of tune? Jiang Lin looked at the messages Luo Weiwei kept sending and a flash of disgust flashed in his eyes. Knowing people without knowing their faces, how could he not have expected that Luo Weiwei's mind would actually turn out to be so far? It made him feel sick. Jiang Lin casually put his cell phone aside, not even bothering to reply to the message. But on that side, Luo Weiwei also realized that Jiang Lin didn't respond, and suddenly panicked a bit. Hello? Jiang Lin, are you still there? It's okay if you don't like it. I'll break up with him tomorrow. No, I'll break up with him now. Jiang Lin, as long as you're with me, you know I'm good. I also know all kinds of positions and specialize in oral techniques. Upside down golden hook, old tree coiled roots, ice and fire, 20,000 miles under the sea. Lin Jiangxian has friend verification turned on and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other party passes the verification. Send friend verification. Rowdy, 3 clueless. It's finally clear. Such a classmate. Jiang Lin felt it was fine not to contact. A quick glance at the time showed that it was already 1 in the morning. Jiang Lin yawned and prepared to go to bed. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Lin was half asleep and half awake when he suddenly saw a long-haired figure standing in front of him. He was startled and thought the villa was haunted. As a result, he sat up violently, only to see that it was actually Jane still in front of him. The other was wearing a white nightgown, a pillow in her hand, and a timid look on her little face. Chapter 31, Jane still can't sleep. Encountering a live female netizen. What's wrong? Jiang Lin calmed down and looked at her and asked, kind of scared. Can't sleep. Oh, let's have a chat then. Saves you from being scared alone. Jiang Lin comforted. Okay. Jane still nodded and sat down on the couch next to her. The two talked for almost an hour. I didn't go to bed until I was sleepy. The next morning, as Jane still woke up, she realized that it was already noon. Wearing white pajamas, she stepped on her little slippers and walked down the villa to the first floor, where she saw Jiang Lin actually busy in the open kitchen. Make her a thoughtful breakfast. Such a scene made Jane still have a sweet feeling in her heart and hurriedly walked towards Jiang Lin. Up? How did you sleep? Jiang Lin served the last omelette out of the pan and smiled. Alright, even though I made it for breakfast, it should be eaten for lunch now. Thoughtfully, he pulled out a chair for Jane still, and the two of them sat down at the table to start. Do you have class today? Jiang Lin asked. Yes, there is. Jane still nodded and took a bite of the omelette, which was soft and flavorful. Then I'll give you a ride to school after dinner, just to try out my new car. New car? Jane still looked at Jiang Lin a bit puzzled. The one from last night? No, I picked it up new. It's in the garage. I haven't had a chance to drive it yet. Lin shook his head. Okay, to be able to get the boyfriend personally transport. Jane still heart natural sweet. After lunch, the two went to the underground garage together. Jane still couldn't help but be shaken up a bit the moment she saw King Caraman. What a dominant car! She was a girl, and although she didn't know anything about luxury cars, she was able to see the cost of the car. Lin opened the car door and let Jane still sit in. The entire interior is very spacious, almost like a small motorhome. Boom! Lin started the car and drove out from the basement with a kick of the gas. Lin's place, compared to the university town, is still some distance. Nearly words cost an hour. Only to Jane still sent to the school gate. Just as we arrived at the entrance, this uniquely styled, powerful SUV instantly caught the attention of the crowd. Holy, what a car! It's so cool. Hurry up and check it out. Never seen such a strong SUV before. It's actually King Caraman, a top-of-the-line limousine worth $50 million. What? $50 million? Get away from it. We can't afford to pay if we scratch it. Driving a luxury car like that. Could it be some rich guy coming to school to pick someone up? Just as everyone was talking, King Caraman stopped outside the school gates for a moment, followed by the doors opening and a figure in a delivery uniform stepping out from inside. At once everyone was completely confused. What? The guy driving the car is a grocery delivery guy? Are deliveries this awesome now? Before that, there were Ferraris pulling dropshippers and Porsche deliveries. There's even a delivery guy in a windjammer. I didn't expect to see a Carolman delivery driver here. Is the logistics industry also profitable now? Before they could recover from their shock, the door to the car opened on the other side. Inside came out a stunningly beautiful woman in a snow-white dress that floated like a fairy. Upon seeing her face, a series of gasps surfaced. This is Jane still? Freshman year's favorite? My god, my goddess is actually captured by someone? And a delivery boy at that. Watch out, that's a delivery guy in a $50 million SUV. Humph, that's a delivery boy too. At this instant, all the male students couldn't help but entertain the idea that they wanted to be delivery boys themselves. The female students, on the other hand, looked at Lin with glowing eyes. Such handsome looks and driving a luxury car. It's almost as if high-flying doesn't even begin to describe it. Only, such a man has been taken by the schoolgirl. In front of the schoolgirls, they didn't stand a chance. Lin didn't pay the slightest attention to the gazes of the crowd, as he took Jane's still small hand and walked into the gate of the University of Finance. Having been sending Jane still to the teaching building where the classes were held, Lin didn't leave immediately, but took the flyers he had prepared and began to distribute them around. Floating grocery store is looking for a cashier with good features and outstanding temperament to earn $10,000 per month. Ladies only. Below was Lin's contact number, but not his own, but a cell phone that the store used exclusively for orders. However, it was class time and there weren't too many students in the middle of the campus. He sent some out and ended up with a few left over. Lin took the flyer and was ready to go outside the school to distribute it again. His recruitment is not limited to students or working professionals, but as he reached the front door, he saw a shapely woman standing in front of her car Roman taking a flurry of selfies. When Lin approached, he realized that it wasn't a selfie, but a live broadcast. Chapter 32. Since this is your car, why don't you drive away? The university town has always been a gathering place for handsome men and women, and some netizens often come here to pick up the air. Pretty Meow Meow had just arrived in the neighborhood this time and caught a glimpse of this cool SUV parked out front. She didn't hesitate to rush up and take a selfie with her cell phone. And then she even opened her cell phone to broadcast live and started bragging to her fans. Hello everyone. Meow Meow just picked up a new car this time, so I'll be the first to share it with you. With that said, she turned the camera to Carolman's body, which drew a gasp from the fans. The pop-ups all followed suit, and a few fans even gave gifts. She blushed and spoke more vigorously. People may not know what kind of car this is. I can tell you it's called the King Caraman, and it's extremely luxurious from the exterior to the interior. Even Rolls-Royce's Cullinan can't compete with it. Having said that, people may not know what it costs. Pretty Meow Meow said and paused, purposely selling the story. If you want to know, show Meow Meow your enthusiasm. Just as she wanted to cheat on a wave of gifts, she suddenly saw a uniformed young man appear in the middle of the camera, and the other man seemed to be staring hard at himself. Pretty Meow Meow hated it when people stared at them like that, especially poor people like this who had no money. Therefore, she turned her head unflinchingly to the other party at this moment and said in a cold voice, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? See you?" Looking at this Netflix woman in front of him with a face value of only 70% up or down, a conical face and a hawkish nose, Lin couldn't help but shake his head. "I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the car." "Look at the car?" The Pretty Meow froze for a moment, followed by a disdainful smile, not even to look at the car. It's mine. Yours? Jianglin burst out laughing when he heard it. This is your car? Of course. Pretty Meow Meow opened the live broadcast, now riding the tiger. Can only continue to brag? How is it? Have not seen it. Like your status? Cannot afford to buy a car like this for a lifetime. Don't be unconvinced. I'm telling you, this car is worth $20 million. Ha ha, scared. She wore a contemptuous smile on her face as she mercilessly taunted Jianglin. It's the kind of segment that resonates best online, and many fans love it. It's as if you're in the moment and are punching each other in the face. Do you know how much $20 million is? You must not know, because you'll never make $20 million in your life. Pretty Meow Meow was talking more and more vigorously. A bottom feeder like you shouldn't be so overambitious that you can't take a step when you see a luxury car, or even have bad intentions and try to get my attention. Speaking of which, she didn't forget to interact with her fans. Witness me. Fans, if this little brother dares to do anything to me, you will immediately call the police. We have to criticize the little people at the bottom of the heap like this so hard that we don't give them any illusions. Listening to Pretty Meow Meow's words, Jianglin's face remained as flat as water, even with a smile. That smile, like watching a circus, felt ridiculous. Waiting for the other party to stop, Jianglin asked without slowing down, "Since this is your car, why don't you drive away?" This sentence instantly made the Pretty Meow Meow completely confused. MMP, I was so intoxicated by what I just said, I almost thought I really owned the car. However, with thousands of fans watching, this would be a huge blow to her popularity if she couldn't swing it, or even lose a lot of fans and go downhill from there. Pretty Meow Meow's eyes rolled back in calculation, and she hastily retorted, "Humph, what do you know? This is my dad's car. He came here on business and hasn't come back yet, and I don't have the key, so how can I drive it?" Pretty Meow Meow for being so resourceful. She didn't say boyfriend because it would make her look too materialistic, said his dad would have no problem with it, and the other guy was on business and couldn't be disturbed at all. She couldn't believe that she was so backed up that the owner of the car was coming back at this very moment. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, the pop-up screen swiped the screen. Meow Daddy is awesome. Turns out Meow is rich. Ho, just ho, powdered and powdered. Get in the fan club now. Disliked this little brother dumbfounded. Pretty Meow Meow laughed out loud in triumph, simply feeling good inside. At this time, she even put on a condescending look as she looked at Jianglin. Well, what do you have to say now? At those words, Jianglin just shook his head lightly, then raised his hand and pointed at Pretty Meow Meow's cell phone. Here, lens hood here. Pretty Meow Meow was uncertain and subconsciously aimed the camera at Jianglin, only to see Jianglin reach into his pocket and pull out a handful of rhombus ifs, followed by a press against the Karaman King in front of him. With just a drop, all of King Karaman's lights instantly flashed, erupting in blinding white light. For a moment, Pretty Meow Meow froze. The fanbase froze. The surrounding onlookers who were watching also all froze. This little guy in uniform is actually the owner of this luxury car? This is incredible. The delivery boy actually drives a $20 million luxury car? The crowd felt their three views crumble, and Pretty Meow Meow felt like her life was falling apart. How could she have never imagined that a delivery boy like Jianglin could afford to drive such a luxury car? Before that she taunted people about everything. Now it's good. It's a slap in the face. MMP, your sister. You are the owner of the car, you say. Now it's so bad that he's been completely dismantled in front of all his fans, and there's no way to close the show. For a moment, she felt as if she had experienced a bolt from the blue, and her brain had completely short-circuited. In her dumbfounded gaze, Jianglin leisurely got into the car Roman and started the car, ready to leave. Before leaving, Jianglin lowered the car window and said in a flat tone, "Correction, this car is worth $50 million. $20 million is just the low end." With that said, the engine roared and Karaman took off. Chapter 33, Pretty Meow Meow breaks down and heads to the luxury store. Once Jianglin left, only the beautiful Meow Meow, who was messy in the wind, was left. The crowd watching at this time, one by one, cast a contemptuous gaze. "Shay, I thought it was some big internet star, but it turns out to be a liar. Nowadays, there are too many fakes on Netflix. Shameless." What's even more hilarious is that the forgery was caught red-handed. Humph, I think it's not just faking, it's faking all over. Look at that cone face. It could probably puncture a car tire. Hey, it can't be helped. People are ugly. Listening to a harsh voice, the angry Pretty Meow Meow trembled all over, and a layer of foundation on his face began to flutter down. Subconsciously glancing at his live stream, Pretty Meow Meow's eyes went black and he almost fainted directly. The public screen was full of voices cursing her, and countless fans began to take her off. Her traffic has simply plummeted. Basically, from now on, her Netflix career had completely hit rock bottom, and she wouldn't be able to recover at all in a short period of time. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what would happen to this netizen woman, and after he handed out the flyers, he was ready to return to his villa. But on the way you can make a trip to the shopping street near the villa. Jiang Lin planned to buy himself some clothes. Otherwise, he always wore delivery this one and was always misunderstood by others. He wasn't trying to show off, but he was too lazy to explain himself to those people. It was a good thing that there were several shopping streets right near the Imperial No. 1 Courtyard Villa area. This is the place where the business district converges, with the CBD, China World Trade Center and other commercial centers located here. Some of the top clothing brands naturally converge here. For men's clothing brands, Jiang Lin also had some contact in his previous life, like Burberry, Versace, Dolce & Gabbana and so on. Are the top men's luxury brands? Jiang Lin turned around for half a day and eventually walked into an Armani franchise. It goes without saying that the brand Armani is a luxury brand with a worldwide reputation, especially good in men's clothing. As soon as Jiang Lin stepped through the front door, he was able to feel the thick atmosphere of luxury. In the hall of nearly 1,000 square meters, there are numerous samples of ready-made clothes, men's, women's, sports, casual, fragrances, accessories and much more. At this time, there were a few salesmen who saw Jiang Lin's appearance at a glance. It was originally the time to compete for customers, but when they saw what Jiang Lin was wearing, it was actually a delivery uniform. Doesn't look like a rich man at all. How can you go out and buy luxury goods if you are not rich? At best, it's just a place to hang out and get a long look. At the thought of this, everyone was so disinterested that no one was willing to receive it. But then a waitress in a short black silk dress stood up and walked over of her own accord. Ifei, why do you care about him? He can't afford it either. He's just looking at it at most. A co-worker next to her couldn't help but call out to her. Luo Ifei sniffed her figure without the slightest pause, and said without looking back, "We are in sales. We should treat every customer fairly and responsibly." Sister Lee, it's not right for you to think so. When Sister Lee was disliked, her face turned ugly and she snorted in a small voice. "Humph, aren't you just the sales champion? What's the point of tugging? How long have you been here and you're lecturing me?" She's an old person here, with mediocre performance, but is the sister-in-law of the store manager and has always been able to stay here. Others, even more so, no one dares to mess with. In fact, she had long been looking at this Luo Ifei in a bad light. The other party didn't kneel to herself at all. Everything was just me. Lee tried to kick her out a few times, but the other party had a good track record and her brother-in-law simply didn't agree. What made Sister Lee even more angry was that his brother-in-law had another layer of intention in leaving Luo Ifei behind. That is, he wanted to pick her up. This put her sister's position in jeopardy, which made it all the more difficult for Ray to look at her. Jiang Lin watched Luo Ifei walk towards him. Tall, over 5 feet 7 inches at eye level. Curvy, more where it should be, less where it should be. Above the white gooseneck was a stunning face with a face value close to 90 points. Her nose is straight and her eyes are like stars. Combined with that faint smile, just by looking at it, it gave people a feeling of calm, confident and warm. What made Jiang Lin notice the most was those long straight legs, with the black silk. It was perfect. Luo Ifei's heart similarly moved the moment she saw Jiang Lin. What a handsome delivery boy. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a unique aura that can't help but make people's hearts flutter. Damn, this is what it feels like to be in love. Luo Ifei's heart trembled, but she still maintained her professional smile. "Hello, sir, how may I help you?" Jiang Lin smiled at his words. "Yes, can you help me buy a kind of medicine?" "Medicine? What medicine?" Luo Ifei was a bit surprised. "The magic potion that keeps me from being attracted to you." Luo Ifei's face was slightly and unnoticeably red, not expecting Jiang Lin to actually open his mouth and tease her. If she had met other guests before, she would have been a revolting in her heart even if she didn't say anything on her lips. But for some reason, looking at Jiang Lin's handsome face and sunny smile, she actually didn't feel the slightest bit of revulsion in her heart, but instead was a bit delighted. "Former customer, face value control, carrot, humph." Luo Ifei smiled warmly. "Do you need men's clothing? Shall I recommend a few to you? It's definitely not average to be a sales champion." Luo Ifei didn't lose her composure because of Jiang Lin's words and continued to introduce herself to him calmly. Chapter 34, The Beautiful Salesgirl, Luo Ifei. "Yes, then please help me choose a few." Jiang Lin wore a smile on his face and couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. Thankfully, it didn't come up with some whole look down on yourself bridge like the other sets. In his previous life, inside the internet articles he had read, basically, the protagonist, once he entered the luxury store, was despised by the waitresses in all sorts of ways because of what he was wearing. As a result, Piggyback explodes all of a sudden and goes crazy in the face. Meanwhile the other waiters around them were wildly shocked. However, in his case, Luo Ifei's service attitude was simply top-notch. Not only is the voice pleasant and melodious, but even the vision is extremely old-fashioned. Almost every selection made Jiang Lin feel very satisfied. This introduction lasted a good 10 minutes. Finally, after turning around, Luo Yifei then smiled politely and said, "Sir, I've pretty much introduced you. What else do you need? Or which one you like? I can let you try it on." "Try it on?" Jiang Lin nodded. "Then bring over all the ones you've introduced. I'll try them on and see." "Try them all?" Luo Yifei was slightly surprised. Before and after she had introduced no less than a dozen sets of clothes and various accessories. "If we tried them all, we'd be exhausted." "No." Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. "I'm only going to try one set, so if you keep track of the sizes, wrap all of them up for me." "What? You want it all?" Luo Yifei couldn't help but be surprised this time. She originally thought that Jiang Lin, a delivery boy, was just coming to take a look, at best, try it on and experience it. But I never thought that I would want all of them. She roughly estimated that all the clothes and accessories introduced to Jiang Lin added up to at least over $500,000. And the other guy just actually didn't blink an eye. In an instant, Luo Yifei couldn't help but feel some excitement in her heart, knowing that she might have met a big client, and it's still the fried kind. "What's wrong?" "No?" Jiang Lin's words brought her back from her disorientation. "Of course, please wait a moment, sir. I'll help you pick out a suitable set." She smiled and opened her mouth, turning her head to the nearest shelf to bring down a suit that might fit Jiang Lin. "Over here is the locker room. You can try it on." "Well, thanks a lot." Jiang Lin took the clothes and walked into the locker room. Luo Yifei started to get busy immediately afterward. As a good salesperson, she was able to tell almost at a glance what size Jiang Lin fit. In order to give Jiang Lin a better experience, Luo Yifei decided to pack all the clothes he had looked at in advance. Avoid delaying your guests. That's what a good salesperson should do. But as Luo Yifei got busy, Sister Li, who was already a bit angry, suddenly realized that something was wrong. A delivery boy, who is done looking at it, actually wants to try it on. What was even more outrageous was that trying on one set wasn't enough. Luo Yifei actually took one set after another off the shelves for the other party. At that moment, Sister Li felt that her chance had come. Finally catching Luo Yifei's handle, she hurriedly took out her phone and called her brother-in-law. Not far away, outside another luxury boutique, a middle-aged man with a shy stomach was teasing a sales clerk. "I'm the head of a store. You should know my position." With a lewd grin on his face, he leaned toward the other man's neck. It looked like it was going to work, but then the cell phone rang. "Bad luck. Who the hell is bothering me?" With a disgruntled mutter to himself, he pulled out his cell phone and looked at it. It was actually his sister-in-law. This sister-in-law was annoying, but he didn't dare not answer the phone. Otherwise, if he blows off steam at night where the tigress is, he'll have no good time. "Hey, didn't I tell you? Don't call me without something important." When the call came through, the big-bellied store manager couldn't help but count on the other person. "Brother-in-law, it's not good." Luo Yifei brought a delivery man with her to look around the store and try it on. "What? The delivery guys? How did you let them in?" The store manager frowned at this. They weren't looking at an ordinary store, but a luxury store. Every item in there is worth a lot of money, and if someone breaks it or dirties it, you'll be in big trouble then. He, the store manager, must have borne the brunt of it. "I'll be right back." Hanging up the phone, the big-bellied store manager hurriedly ran back towards the Armani franchise. "Wow, sir, this suit looks really good on you." Luo Yifei let out a heartfelt admiration from her mouth. Compared to before, the current Jiang Lin was simply a different person from before. This is not a change in face value, but a further sublimation of the whole person. As the saying goes, a Buddha needs a golden dress, and a man needs a dress. At this moment, Jiang Lin just stood there, giving off a noble, atmospheric feeling. Combined with that handsome appearance and calm demeanor, it's simply a teenage girl killer. Even Luo Yifei had little stars floating in her eyes at this moment, deeply attracted by Jiang Lin. "Yeah, I thought so." Jiang Lin smiled, feeling that the clothes still fit. He subconsciously touched his collar, as if his shirt hadn't been done up. Luo Yifei, who saw this scene, instantly reacted and took a few steps to Jiang Lin. "Sir, let me help you." Saying that, she reached out her hand, very sweetly, and carefully straightened Jiang Lin's collar. It's like an understanding wife organizing her husband's laundry. It was at this moment that the big-bellied store manager, who had hurried back, happened to see the scene. A wave of anger rose from his heart. Toward Jiang Lin, he charged. "What are you doing? Stop it." Chapter 35 Rewarding 15% of Armani Group's shares. The third largest shareholder, Jiang Lin was carefully admiring Luo Yifei's face, and suddenly felt a bit upset at being disturbed. But without waiting for him to open his mouth, he saw Luo Yifei beside him open her mouth in surprise. "Store manager, didn't you go to the main store? Back so soon?" The big-bellied store manager was furious at the moment. Luo Yifei was already his internalized prey. How could she be snatched away by someone else? He raised his hand and pointed at Jiang Lin. Who are you? As the words fell, Sister Li, who had long been waiting for her brother-in-law to return, rushed out at once. Store manager, that's him, that delivery boy. Luo Yifei actually casually let him try on the clothes. Sister Li pointed to a nearby patch of clothes waiting to be packed and said shrilly, look, these are the ones he was planning to try on. It's fortunate that you came back just in time, store manager, or else it would have all been spoiled for him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yifei, who was next to her, retorted, store manager, it's not like that. All of these things are what this gentleman intends to purchase, not to try on. When she said that, at once, Li let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, you're funny, right? Just him, a stinking delivery guy, not even as good as a courier, has to buy so many things? Li's face was full of disdain, not to mention all of them, just one of the ones he's wearing is worth 3 months of his salary. At this moment, the big-bellied store manager, however, raised her hand, stopping Sister Li from continuing, only to see him looking at Jiang Lin with an icy face. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Kid, I'm not going to bull ***** with you either. Hurry up and take off this outfit and put it back for me as is. Also, since you may have soiled the clothing because of your fitting, you'll leave me another $5,000 in compensation, and the matter will be settled. Too clear? And I have to pay for it? Jiang Lin looked at him with a gaze like he was looking at a retard, feeling that this store manager was out of his mind. However, the big-bellied shopkeeper smiled proudly. Humph, kid, remember for me in the future, not everything can be touched indiscriminately, and even more so, not everyone can be messed with. Just as Jiang Lin was about to open his mouth, suddenly, the system's voice appeared. Ding, you tried on an outfit, triggering a billion-fold blast, rewarding 15% of Armani Group's shares as the third largest shareholder. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. The total market capitalization of the Armani Group was nearly 3 billion knives. He owns 15%. That's up and down $450 million, which translates to over $2 billion. Cool. It was simply awesome. Trying on a set of clothes was actually able to gain shares. If he had known this, Jiang Lin would have been better off picking a luxury item with a larger market capitalization to try on. However, he also knew that the systematic blitz was also random and could be encountered at the same time as the system prompt. Far away in the fashion capital of the powerful country, the board of directors of the Armani headquarters group's building, Chairman Armani has just received an important message. The group's third largest shareholder actually transferred its shares, and the transfer was actually made by a young man from the country of Daxia. Did you find out? What's his status? The chairman asked with a frown. Found out. His name is Jiang Lin. He's a shareholder of a restaurant group in the Great Summer Country, and he also has a $500 million villa, a $100 million Sylphy supercar, and a $15 million car. Roman King. A few moments later, the assistant replied. The chairman of the board who heard this news immediately changed his face. Caroman? He actually bought that Caroman? He wasn't sure about the others, but this Carlo man was like a thunderbolt. It was a top-class chariot sold from the Free State, once fought over by the rich and powerful from all walks of life, but then it was rumored to have been bought by a mysterious buyer, who turned out to be Jiang Lin. This person's energy is by no means simple. Quick, contact him for me immediately. He must be befriended. The chairman gave an order, and at once the assistants under his hand began to look for Jiang Lin's number. I can't imagine that Armani would actually have a store manager like you. What a disappointment. Jiang Lin spoke in a flat tone. Ha ha, disappointed? The big-bellied store manager laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? The chairman of Armani? Kid, I advise you better be sensible and hurry up to pay up. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Jiang Lin nodded deeply. The consequences are indeed serious. Starting tomorrow, you can stop coming to work. Jiang Lin raised his hand and pointed at him. You're fired. Dismissed? Ha ha. The store manager froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. You really think you're the chairman of the board? I'm standing here today. Let's see how you can fire me? Next to her, Li even snickered along. Is this kid out of his mind? You want to fire the store manager? Luo Yifei even looked at Jiang Lin with an apologetic face when she saw this. I'm really sorry, sir, for bringing you such a bad experience. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Lin smiled. By the way, do you have the phone number of Armani's headquarters in the Great Summer Country? Tell me the number. Phone? Luo Yifei looked at Jiang Lin with a puzzled look on her face. Did she really intend to complain about the other party? But Armani has a special internet connection and even a public account to receive complaints. The phone is no longer accepted. Just as she was about to open her mouth, suddenly Jiang Lin's cell phone rang. Jiang Lin reached out and took his cell phone out. and it actually displayed a string of unfamiliar numbers. He subconsciously connected, and an exotic voice, pleased in its respect, came from the other side. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the chairman of Armani's global headquarters. Chapter 36. Sorry, Jiang Dong, Xiao Wei is late. Global headquarters? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows, instantly realizing that it must be the other party who knew about the change in equity. So he specifically called. Hello, it just so happens that I have something else for you here. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what is your business? Please speak. Chairman Armani nodded sharply. Here's the thing. I met a store manager at the franchise whose behavior is so offensive to me that he needs to be fired. Jiang Lin was communicating in a foreign language and gave a general overview of what had happened to him. Chairman Armani was immediately very surprised to hear this. What? There's actually such a thing? It's too much. Don't worry. I'll help you with this matter immediately. Please give me some time. Okay, bye. Seeing Jiang Lin hang up the phone, the big belly store manager and sisterly they still said with a mocking face. Oh yo, is this the end of the call? Ready to fire me? Yes, when people make a phone call, they may have called abroad. Keep acting. Boy, this store manager will give you 5 more minutes for acting so funny, and I'd really like to see how you're going to end it. Jiang Lin was already too lazy to explain to him, and turned his head and walked back into the dressing room to change out of this set of clothes, and pack them together when the time came. As he changed and stepped out of the locker room, I saw the big-bellied store manager say with a snicker, 5 minutes are up. It's time for the game to end. Kid, what else do you want to say? His words had just fallen, but he heard a violent sound of brakes coming steeply from outside the door of the franchise. Only a giggling sound was heard, and a Bentley instantly appeared beyond the gate. Immediately following, several figures in suits got out of the car and stepped straight into the franchise. Seeing the figure of the middle-aged man at the head, the originally arrogant and incomparable big-bellied shopkeeper's face immediately changed. Isn't this Mr. Wei, the president of Armani's headquarters in the Great Summer Kingdom? Mr. Wei, why do you have time to come over? The big belly store manager saw this and hurriedly ran his ass to the other party and said with a respectful face. As a result, Mr. Wei didn't even say anything and raised his hand to slap him. Pop! A crunching sound completely blindsided the big-bellied store manager. Mr. Wei, why did you hit me? It's you I'm hitting. It's a disgrace to us that the Armani franchise would have a store manager like you. Mr. Wei practically roared out with his voice. From now on, you're officially fired. Take your personal belongings and immediately, right now, get the hell out of here. Ka-ching! The big-bellied store manager was completely confused. What is this? How does the president come up and fire himself without asking anything? Did that kid, just now, just call him? No way. It can't be. How could he, a delivery man, know the president of Armani in the Great Summer Country? It's a pipe dream. Just as he was extremely puzzled, he saw an instantly respectful and incomparable smile appear on Mr. Wei's face as he trotted to Jiang Lin's heel and directly bowed 90 degrees. Sorry, Jiang Dong, Xiao Wei is late. Boom! If the previous slap was considered a lightning bolt, and this scene now, it was considered a heavenly calamity. This heavenly tribulation shook everyone to their core. The president actually bowed to Jiang Lin? And call yourself Wei? How is that possible? The biggest one in the whole Daxia region is the president. Who else could make him put his posture so low? Looking at the mold, it's almost like you're on your knees. Jiang Lin calmly swept him a glance. It's fine. You came quickly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei was immediately terrified. My subordinate was originally going to visit a few nearby franchises, but I didn't expect to receive a call from the foreign headquarters halfway, so I rushed over. Mr. Wei's words made the crowd turn over in their minds. Phone number for foreign headquarters? Jiang Lin was actually able to contact the foreign headquarters, and to get it back so quickly? Then his identity. Now, almost using his toes to think, he was able to guess that Jiang Lin's identity must be extremely high. The big-bellied store manager was now regretting his gut. MMP, you're a big shot. Why do you have to dress like this? He was so desperate to cry that he wanted to run over his head. If he didn't have this job, all of his status would be completely zeroed out. A job as a store manager at a luxury store pays over $30,000 a month alone. Not a single point now. And if his wife found out, she'd be sure to get domesticated and beat herself up so badly she couldn't take care of herself. At the thought of this, the pot-bellied man felt shivering and hurriedly rushed to Mr. Wei's front and fell to his knees with a plop. President, I beg you, don't fire me. I'll do anything you want. The president snorted coldly at the sight, not paying the slightest attention. Seeing this, the pot-bellied man crawled to Jiang Lin's heel again, raised his palms and slapped himself left and right, one after another. Jiang Dong, I was wrong. It's my dog's eyes. It's my eyes that are blind. Please give me a chance. However, Jiang Lin didn't even look up at the pot-bellied man's performance. Mr. Wei, not only him, but also her and these people, they don't have to work tomorrow, Jiang Lin said indifferently. Treating customers with even the barest minimum of equal treatment is simply not in line with the basic quality of sales. Saying that, he looked at Luo Yifei next to him. The young lady did just fine and didn't look down on me because of what I was wearing. When he heard Jiang Lin say this, Mr. Wei beside him immediately had a change of heart and immediately understood what Jiang Lin meant. Chapter 37 I would like to ask if I can be your confidant? Okay, Jiang Dong. Mr. Wei nodded his head hurriedly and turned to the several sales with a cold face. You are all fired just like him. The finance will settle your accounts later and give you all the compensation according to the contract. After saying this, he turned his face and said to Luo Yifei with a smile, this young lady, from today onwards, the company will promote you to be the chief store manager of the 18 franchised stores across the country, responsible for inspecting and training the staffs, with a flexible working time system, and the salary package will be issued along with the contract. Jiang Dong, do you find it satisfactory? Let's do it. Jiang Lin nodded and said rather casually. Next to her, Luo Yifei completely froze this time. In just a few short minutes of work, the trajectory of her life changed dramatically. From a small store clerk, he made the leap to general store manager. This would require at least 10 years of experience if you were promoted by virtue of experience. But now, there was only one sentence from Jiang Lin. At that moment, her gaze toward Jiang Lin became somewhat complicated. Jiang Lin naturally observed the change in her demeanor and directly smiled. There's no need to be nervous. You're so good. This is what you deserve. Since the matter had been resolved, Jiang Lin planned to leave directly. But just as he was about to leave, Luo Yifei, who had just been silent, suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, Wait! Jiang Lin stopped and looked at her. Is there anything else? Luo Yifei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head and said, Jiang Dong, can we delay you for a little while so we can talk alone? Want to talk to me? Jiang Lin felt that there was nothing to do anyway, so he nodded. Alright, let's go to my car and talk. Yes, Luo Yifei nodded and followed Jiang Lin's footsteps. Mr. Wei, you arrange the rest. I'll go first. Jiang Lin greeted Mr. Wei and walked towards the gate. Okay, I'll take care of everything here. Take your time. Mr. Wei nodded repeatedly, his face compensating for the smile. The two of them exited the gate and Luo Yifei looked around. Where is your car? Jiang Lin smiled and raised his hand to point at King Karaman, who was not far away. That's it. Seeing this avant-garde styled muscle beast, Luo Yifei's heart jolted. A delivery boy actually drives such a cool luxury car. Wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This made her even more certain that she had made the right decision. The two of them got into the car and Jiang Lin laughed. What do you want to talk to me about? Say it. Luo Yifei was silent for a moment, then opened the door and said, Jiang Dong, I want to ask if I can be your confidant. A redhead? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the category of lover? Not an official girlfriend yet. To be honest, it was the first time Jiang Lin had seen such a straightforward girl. Why? Jiang Lin looked at her and said indifferently, You'd better not say anything about love at first sight. It will make me feel disgusted. Upon hearing this, Luo Yifei didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Instead, she generously said, My reason is very simple, because I need money, and I want to live a life of easy enjoyment, instead of being here and facing one unsuspecting stare a day. If I become your confidant, I feel that all I expect should be able to be realized. Oh, you're very frank. Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel some favor for this Luo Yifei. Usually when a woman wants to fall back on a rich man, most of the time she takes some lovey-dovey or something like that to cheat. Something about I'm not married to you. Something about I don't care about your money. But Luo Yifei was different. She cared about money just as much, but put the matter directly on the table to talk about it. It's not like a quest. It's more like a business. But I'm curious. What makes you able to trust me to keep you clothed and fed for the rest of your life? What if I'm a scumbag? Jiang Lin asked rhetorically. Actually, from the moment you entered, I was first attracted by your looks. Luo Yifei smiled slightly and spoke bluntly. To be honest, at first I didn't have such thoughts, until the occasion when you asked me to pack all the items. I suddenly realized that your strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. You have been here for a short time, but you speak and act, simply and directly, never dragging your feet. Luo Yifei said and paused for a moment. I've always been sure of my intuition. That is, you must not be a person who is full of lies and moralistic. Of course, the thing that finally made up my mind was the fact that you took the call from your headquarters abroad. Luo Yifei suddenly laughed a little. I forgot to tell you, I also graduated from university, and I can understand some of the foreign languages. Speaking of which, Jiang Lin finally understood why Luo Yifei had chosen himself. One had to admit that her emotional intelligence and ability to read people's minds was indeed beyond the ordinary. But that might not be enough to make Jiang Lin agree. And what makes you think that I'm going to agree to your demands? Jiang Lin looked at her with a smirk. After a pause, Luo Yifei continued. I'm not entirely sure I can make you agree, but I can reiterate my merits. First, my face, my body, not to be considered narcissistic, is definitely first class. Jiang Lin nodded. This was indeed the truth. He had met quite a few girls so far, and Luo Yifei's body was comparable to Annie's and her face value was not inferior to Jane Still's when compared to these people. Personality is obviously more mature and considerate than Du Miao Miao. It can be said to be quite excellent. Chapter 38, Luo Yifei's 3 knows and 2 follows principle. Secondly, if you promise me, I will never have any thoughts of writing myself, and I will be absolutely at peace and not create any trouble for you. I will do 3 knows and 2 follows. What you shouldn't ask, don't ask. What you shouldn't listen to, don't listen to. What you shouldn't say, don't say. Anytime, anywhere, on call. Jiang Lin's pupils shrank, feeling that this Luo Yifei hadn't done research on confidants. Or have you read any specialized writings or anything like that? I can't believe that I analyzed the most crucial points of the redhead so thoroughly. What's even scarier is that there's a catchphrase? Jiang Lin at this moment, he only wanted to say one thing. Sure, is that you? Finally, I can assure you, and even sign an agreement, that if you choose to abandon the relationship, then I will withdraw unconditionally, and the exact compensation will be up to you. Jiang Lin almost clapped his hands when he heard it. It was simply a tiffin show. Even the breakup agreement has been thought out, which is pretty damn thoughtful. He tried to imagine that if he met such a confidant, it would simply not be too much of a relief. Even so, there was no need to even think of any excuse. Reason. The other side all understood. After saying this, Luo Yifei also seemed to relax a lot as she calmly said, when I was in the store, I encountered harassment from customers countless times. All those rich people, each one of them condescending, as if I was lucky to be able to look at me. I feel like it's my destiny to meet you today. Even if you don't agree, I'm going to try. Seeing that Jiang Lin didn't interface, Luo Yifei then continued. Of course, you don't have to answer me in a hurry. You can think about it and then give me an answer. With that she pushed the door open and turned to get out of the car. Just as she was about to leave, Jiang Lin suddenly lowered the window and laughed. Hey, what's the hurry? I didn't say I don't agree. Luo Yifei stopped at the words and turned her head to look at Jiang Lin with some delight. So, you're saying yes? I seem to have no reason to refuse. Jiang Lin spread his hands. Great, then I'll go back and resign with Mr. Wei now. Luo Yifei laughed happily. It's not necessary. Jiang Lin waved his hand. That's just a casual job. If you're willing to work, you can visit anytime, and you'll also be able to have an extra income. Why not? Luo Yifei, who heard this, almost jogged to Jiang Lin and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you. Getting into character so quickly? Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh. So being a lover also requires professionalism. 1. He got out of the car and Luo Yifei naturally took his arm. It's so blatant. Aren't you afraid people will say you've been adopted? In response to her actions, Jiang Lin asked casually. Luo Yifei smiled faintly. Since I'm already your person, I have to do my part as a confidant should enter. As for what they think of me, I naturally don't care. Besides, I'm all but doomed in their eyes anyway as a result of being adopted by someone else. Makes sense. Jiang Lin gave Luo Yifei a thumbs up without mincing words. That's logic that can't really be said without being a professional. The two walked back into the store to find that all the clerks had been cleared out. Only Mr. Wei's assistant is left here to contact new sales clerks to come to the door. The reason why Jiang Lin came back was, for one thing, to take away the clothes he had tried on. The other thing is to wait for Luo Yifei to change out of her work clothes. When Luo Yifei came out of the lounge, she changed out of her work clothes and made Jiang Lin amazed again. The hair that had been coiled up was now down. The black overalls transformed into a sky blue bohemian dress with a chic belt in the center that reflected her curves perfectly. A pair of small sandals with a cartoon pattern under the feet adds a bit of playfulness. In an instant, Luo Yifei's entire aura changed from the previous gentle, generous, to a lively and lovely temperament goddess. The transformation of these two very different temperaments made Jiang Lin couldn't help but think of the words goddess of variety. Where are we going next? Luo Yifei walked up to Jiang Lin and asked, holding his arm. Going for a sweep. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers. He had just taken a hasty glance and realized that the clothing Luo Yifei was wearing wasn't an expensive brand. Since he had already promised her, Jiang Lin naturally couldn't treat her poorly. It also allows her to see herself as a person. It just so happens that this is a luxury street. All the major franchises were here, and the opportunity was rare. So Jiang Lin was ready to take her to pick out a few suitable clothes. So, on this street, there was this view. A goddess-like beauty with a figure and face value of 90 points, holding the arm of a delivery boy, very intimate in and out of one luxury counter after another. It reaped a shock from all the waiters. Hiss, that pretty girl is actually holding a delivery boy? It's too alternative, isn't it? Shoo, what do you know? That delivery boy drives a car Roman king, one for tens of millions of dollars. What? An invisible rich man? That's too low profile, isn't it? More than that, I just saw outside the Armani store that the fat-ass store manager actually got fired. It seems to have something to do with him. Geez, that little brother is so handsome. He's making me a little excited. Big sister, you're almost 40. Can you stop dreaming? Amidst a sea of shocked, envious, and marveling gazes, Jiang Lin dragged Luo Yifei in and out of all the major luxury stores. Chanel, Prada, Gucci, Dior, Cartier and many more. Anyway, whenever she sees something that suits her, it's one word: swipe the card. From the beginning to the end, Luo Yifei was very sweetly holding Jiang Lin's arm and didn't stop any of his moves. She knew that Jiang Lin had done all this to give himself enough security. And, as a woman, one should never refute a man's opinion on such occasions. The spirit of the 3 no's and the 2 no's was deep in her bones. Chapter 39, Ex-colleague Nana's millionaire boyfriend. Of course, she wasn't all knee-jerk. Whenever Jiang Lin asked for advice on his clothes, she was able to give very appropriate comments. Even more, she dragged Jiang Lin into some men's luxury stores to pick out something suitable for him. After all, as good as Armani is, you can't always wear the same brand. The two of them wandered around for a couple of hours. The purchase pretty much filled the entire trunk. Jiang, honey, having just changed her name, Luo Yifei was still a bit uncomfortable. There's enough already. We shouldn't have to buy any more, should we? Aha! Almost there. Jiang Lin inclined his head in thought. Oh yeah, you're still missing a watch. It just so happens that the street next to it should have one. Let's go take a look. Jiang Lin didn't like the trouble, so since he had already chosen, he just chose all of them. The adjoining neighborhoods were not far away, and instead of driving, the two walked straight through on foot. Honey, which store are we going to check out? Looking at the entire street of famous watch stores, Luo Yifei couldn't help but ask, what brand of watch do you like? Jiang Lin asked. I don't know. I don't know much about name lists. Luo Yifei shook her head. She was an expert when it came to clothing, but not watches. Okay, then go to Patek Philippe. Jiang Lin nodded. He had gotten a piece of Patek Philippe from the system before and it felt good, so he just picked this one quite well. Okay, I hear you. Luo Yifei smiled and nodded. The two walked arm in arm into the Patek Philippe boutique. The clerk saw Jiang Lin and Luo Yifei come in and immediately marveled in her heart. Wow, what a handsome little man. What a pretty girl. Ha, little brother is delivering? Man, can all delivery boys have such pretty girlfriends these days? The clerk was highly qualified and did not show any expression of contempt or disdain, despite several mental ups and downs. Still with a smile on his face. Hello, gentlemen, may I ask if you're looking to pick out a watch? Pick one for her. Yes, the lady's watch is this way. Please follow me. The clerk led the way, with the two men following close behind. I had just reached the counter when suddenly a surprised voice came from the side. Yifei? What a coincidence. Luo Yifei, who heard this voice, subconsciously inclined her head to look, and was likewise somewhat surprised. Shenna, why are you here? Shenna sniffed with a smug smile on her face. That's not it. My boyfriend said he wanted to buy me a watch, so he came to pick one out. With it she patted a slim figure in front of the counter. Honey, come and get acquainted. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed eyes turned around and immediately lit up when he saw Luo Yifei's face. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Shenna beside him had a face value of 80 points at best, and that was even after makeup. There's simply no comparison in terms of body shape. At that moment, a hint of what he thought was a spontaneous smile appeared at the corner of the glasses man's mouth. Nana, who is this? This is the coworker I told you about earlier. Luo Yifei. Shenna took the arm of the man with glasses and said, we used to work at a specialty counter. I didn't expect to meet here today. The man with glasses smiled as he listened and extended his hand to Luo Yifei. Hello, I'm Nana's boyfriend, Zhu Fei, working in an investment company. From the moment he saw Luo Yifei, he couldn't help but be moved. So, when introducing himself, he casually gave away his identity, because he had long ago realized that Jiang Lin next to him was wearing a uniform similar to that of a courier boy, and looked like a poor hangman. However, Luo Yifei didn't even raise her hand after hearing his introduction. Instead, she reached out and wrapped her arm around Jiang Lin's and smiled. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Lin. Being set up by Luo Yifei, irritation flashed in Zhu Fei's eyes, then he let out a faint smile, his eyes looking toward Jiang Lin. This little brother, where is he employed? Jiang Lin gave him a flat look. Can't talk about a high position. Grocery store delivery. When these words came out, The glasses man and Shenna both had a twinkle in their eyes. Shenna had worked with Luo Yifei before and had been overwhelmed by the other party in everything. Whether it's face, body, temperament, or sales performance, there would be no time at all when they outdid each other. On the surface Shenna had a peaceful face, but in reality, she was secretly jealous of Luo Yifei beyond measure. Never in a million years did she expect that she would now find a delivery boyfriend, which instantly created a strong feeling in her heart. This one makes you want to show off even more. The man with the glasses was originally a bit skeptical about Jiang Lin's identity, and now that he heard the other party admit it himself, he became even more disdainful. How can such a flowery goddess be cheaper than a delivery boy like you? Therefore, Zhu Fei was prepared to show his depth and ability in front of Luo Yifei, thus creating his own opportunity to cross the line. In this way, the idea of the glasses guy and the materialistic girl simply clicked. Oh yo, so it's a delivery, Shen Na said in a conspiratorial manner. Yifei, you're not as good as me when it comes to this point of choosing a boyfriend. Look at our little Fei Fei, working for a listed investment company, earning $1 million a year. Hearing her say this, the ice-cold Luo Yifei instantly understood the other party's mentality. She frowned, not even bothering to talk to the other party, and turned her head to hug Jiang Lin's arm and softly said, "Honey, let's go to another house to take a look." She knew that Jiang Lin didn't care to argue with these people about anything, and that it was just a matter of buying a watch anyway, so she might as well get another one. Seeing Luo Yifei about to leave, Shenna naturally refused to do so. He hadn't flaunted himself enough, so how could he let the other guy leave? Chapter 40. I don't know much about watches either. Oops, not so fast. Shenna pulled Luo Yifei's arm and said enthusiastically, "Come all the way here. Let my husband introduce you. He's a connoisseur when it comes to name tables." "Right, hubby, of course." Zhu Fei secretly laughed in his heart. Shenna was simply giving herself a divine assist. It seemed like it was time to show off some real skills. Poor play car, rich play watch. Watch is not simply a timekeeping function. More can emphasize a person's temperament. He gushed. Patek Philippe can be considered the king of watches. Come on, let's take a look over here. Luo Yifei didn't nod her head when she saw this, but turned her head towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. It was idle anyway, and there was just a lack of a free guy to help with introductions. This two little cuties, since he had volunteered, he was willing to see the play. Go on, just so we can see. Walking in front of a counter, Zhu Fei pointed to one of the silver-colored watches and introduced. This is Patek Philippe's women's classic model, and it's also the cheapest one. Watch from the 24 series with a diameter of 2,530 millimeters. Stainless steel, quartz movement, face set with 36 diamonds totaling about 0.45 carats. He said as he glanced at Jiang Lin. The price is less than $90,000. It might be a bit of a stretch for this little brother, but if you can't afford it, you can consider buying a used piece. It should be 30% cheaper. These words were said by Zhu Fei in a watertight manner, i.e., introducing the watch and at the same time disparaging the other party without a trace. If you can't even afford 90,000, you'll have to buy used. However, for Zhu Fei, his pretending to be X had just begun. Of course, my Nana didn't intend to choose this one. With that he pointed to another. Aquanaut, Divers Series, Quartz Movement, Stainless Steel Case, set with 46 diamonds, exactly 1 carat in size. Combined with the chocolate-colored composite band, it looks great when worn. The embossed dial, the gold three-dimensional blocks and the sapphire crystal glass are all classic Patek Philippe designs. Speaking of which he smiled proudly. This one's just a bit more expensive. 120,000 out. Waiter, wrap it up for me. Comparison, introduction, takedown. This series of actions is done in one go, without any delay. It simply sets off the slick atmosphere of a successful man. Perfect. Geez, hubby, you're really too good to me. Next to her, Shenna excitedly kissed Zhu Fei when she saw this and looked at Luo Yifei with a smug expression. How's that? This is the man I'm looking for. It's just so ho-hum. Look at you again. From start to finish that delivery boy, not even a word except for his good looks. It's just not lame. I say Yifei, I see that the one my husband introduced to you is not bad, less than $90,000, and there are second-hand goods. She good-naturedly continued to strike. If you don't like it, why don't you just let my husband introduce you to some other second-hand ones, or let your boyfriend's half-yearly salary ride on it, which is also a strange waste. Hearing the other party's words, Luo Yifei couldn't bear it any more completely. It's too much. She could allow others to taunt herself, but she would not allow them to taunt Jiang Lin. But just as she was about to open her mouth, Jiang Lin next to her suddenly patted her shoulder and comforted her. We're just buying a watch. We don't need to talk to dirtbags. The moment these words came out, both of Zhu Fei stopped. Turtle? Who are you calling a turd? Shen Na's face turned cold and snorted. I think you're the one who's a turd. right? A poor man like you? I guess you haven't even seen a Patek Philippe, right? Still buying a watch. I see you can't even afford a strap, and you're still pretending to be poor here. Next to him, Zhu Fei smiled disdainfully. Nana, pay attention to the quality. There is no need to be angry with this kind of unseen bottom feeder. Doesn't he want to buy a watch? Just let him buy it. I'd like to see what kind of watch he can afford. Ignoring the taunts of the two, Jiang Lin pulled Luo Yifei right in front of the counter. The clerk smiled. Which watch are you going to pick? Sir? I don't know much about watches either, Jiang Lin said as he reached out and pulled the sleeve of his uniform upwards. See if there are any ladies' watches similar to this one. Pick one for me. Hearing the first half of Jiang Lin's sentence, Zhu Fei immediately snorted out a laugh. Don't know anything? Still pretending. Here. But before he finished his words, he saw that on Jiang Lin's wrist, a watch that was hidden under his sleeve was exposed. In an instant, his entire body shuddered violently, and the words that followed came to an abrupt end. So, the watch? Zhu Fei blinked his eyes vigorously, fearing that he had misread the situation. Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon? He had a hell of a look on his face. Wasn't this the same ultra-complicated and timely watch that had been auctioned off at the auction house? He still remembered the auction price at that time, which was actually as high as more than $10 million. Hiss, how is that possible? A delivery guy with a $10 million Patek Philippe? Zhu Fei felt like his 3 views had been overturned. Shenna also saw something wrong on Zhu Fei's face, but before she could say anything, she heard the sales clerk behind the counter exclaim, "My God, sir, this Patek Philippe of yours is worth nearly $20 million, and it's all for sale only at the auction house. We don't even have it here." The clerk's mind simply turned over in shock. This little brother is too rich, isn't he? Unobtrusive and unassuming, actually carrying a $20 million watch. If this could be sold to him for a piece, the commission alone would have made a fortune. Chapter 41, I don't understand it anyway, so I'll just buy the most expensive one. So, Jiang Lin shook his head with a bit of disappointment. Then bring out some of the most expensive women's watches you have here. Hey, okay. The clerk was practically on the verge of squealing with excitement at the news. One is really so lucky to have met a landed client. No, a godly client. She was extremely fast, and in less than 2 minutes, she walked back with a delicate tray. On it sat 4 watches, all with tags. Sir, these are the 4 most expensive watches in our store. See which one you like? The clerk asked eagerly. Jiang Lin pushed the tray to Luo Yifei. Take a look. Is there anything you like? Luo Yifei shook her head when she saw this. It's not like I know how to do it, so you can help me pick. Alright, this one then. Jiang Lin didn't hesitate to point at one of them when he heard it. Luo Yifei looked at him in surprise. How do you choose it? Because it's expensive. Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. I don't understand it anyway, so I'll just buy the most expensive one. Zhu Fei, do you listen to people? Is that ing human? When you buy a watch for yourself, you still need to pick and choose and compare carefully. Look at people. Just a word. Only buy the expensive ones, not the right ones. That's some real ing bravado. Shenna was now simply embarrassed by the amount of money she had just thought she was better than Luo Yifei and had found a rich boyfriend. But now I realized that people are the hidden rich. She had just seen it all. The most expensive lady's wristwatch with a price tag of $3 million. Nima, $3 million for a watch. She couldn't even think about it. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The clerk was simply ecstatic to hear this, and looked at Jiang Lin as if he was looking at a god. Pack your bags, swipe your cards, pay your bills. In less than a few minutes, everything was all set. Not only that, even the store manager who knew about the order personally came out and delivered 2 small gifts worth several $1,000s to Jiang Lin. At the same time, with a respectful face, he said, Mr. Jiang, inside is the store's lifetime VIP Supreme Diamond card. You can get a 20% discount on any future purchases in the store. Thanks. Jiang Lin took the gift, wrapped Luo Yifei's waist around it and headed out of the store. As she passed by Zhu Fei and the two of them, Luo Yifei, with a faint smile on her face, said to Shenna, Nana, the next time you look for a boyfriend, it's best to find one like Jiang Lin, know how to keep a low profile. Bye. Zhu Fei and Shenna were both winded. Low profile a hammer. You're wearing a $10 million watch and you call it low-key? Then what are we? Beggars? Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what they were thinking at the moment. The two men finished buying their watches and went back above Caroman. It's late. Why don't we go get something to eat? Jiang Lin took a look at the time and felt that his stomach was hungry as well. Then go to my house. Luo Yifei thought for a moment. You've been tired all day today. It just so happens that my house isn't too far from here. I'll make you something to eat. Oh, you can still cook? Jiang Lin was a bit surprised. Of course, it's expensive to always eat out. Luo Yifei laughed. Well, then it's off to your house. Jiang Lin kicked the gas down and the two went straight to Luo Yifei's home. Luo Yifei rented a house not far away in order to make her commute a little easier. The house is in an upscale neighborhood and is expensive. As for the expenses of the house, Luo Yifei's understanding was that safety came first, and she would rather live here if it was more expensive. The neighborhood is nice and well policed. Luo Yifei rented a 2-bedroom apartment, which was not large, but it was quite loose for one person to live in. What Jiang Lin didn't expect was that the style of the entire house was actually dominated by pink colors. I didn't realize that Luo Yifei, who looked gentle and lovely, actually had the heart of a little princess. Sit down for a while and I'll make dinner. Luo Yifei greeted Jiang Lin and sat down to rest, while she herself walked towards the bedroom. It didn't take long, and when she came out again, she had changed into a halter top and hot pants. This time, her long, straight legs were completely revealed. Who can stand up to this? Luckily, she covered part of it with her apron in time, which allowed Jiang Lin to press on slightly. Bored, he sat on the couch and took out his cell phone, replying to his confidant's tweets. Annie, honey, I'm on a business trip abroad and I'm so bored. Jiang Lin, then come back soon and wait for you. 3 kisses. Do meow meow, I miss you. Jiang Lin, then I'll come to you. Do meow meow, no need. I'm working overtime. It's going to be late. Jiang Lin, okay, drink lots of water and don't turn on the air conditioner too much. Jane still, I have to be busy with exams lately, so I don't have time to accompany you. 3 pitiful. Jiang Lin, busy as you are, take care of your rest. As we chatted, the meal was ready. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and white broccoli. Both dishes were relatively light. Thoughtfully serving Jiang Lin with rice, he also gave Jiang Lin a cup of red wine that had woken up well. It's all that's left in the house, though it doesn't quite go together, so we'll just have to make do. Luo Yifei said with some embarrassment. Jiang Lin picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs, and nodded. Well, your handiwork is pretty good. The best compliment to a chef is no leftovers. Therefore, Jiang Lin winded up launching an attack on the meal on the table. Luo Yifei, who saw this scene, had a smile at the corner of her mouth, looking unusually happy. Both of them were probably a bit hungry, and basically didn't talk much, and in just less than half an hour, they had already swept up all the meals. Even the red wine had gone through almost half the bottle. Chapter 42. Everyone craves other people's bodies. Ah, it's true that you're happiest when you're full. Jiang Lin sat on the sofa and sighed comfortably. I feel honored to receive Jiang Dong's affirmation. Luo Yifei leaned against Jiang Lin's side and couldn't help but be curious. You must have a very important identity if you can make the call to the foreign headquarters, right? Jiang Lin looked at her with a smirk. Then you can guess? Luo Yifei inclined her small head. You're able to contact the foreign headquarters, and they address you as Jiang Dong. If I guessed correctly, you should be a shareholder? Brilliant! Jiang Lin appreciated. It's nothing really. I merely take up a portion of their shares and am the 3rd largest shareholder. What? The 3rd largest shareholder? Although Luo Yifei had already guessed, she still couldn't help but be a bit shocked when she really came to know. That is the Armani Group. The market value of billions of knives. Jiang Lin can become the 3rd largest shareholder in it, which shows the energy behind it. No wonder you were able to get the support of the headquarters. It looks like I really did pick up a treasure. Luo Yifei smiled happily. With this shareholder as her backing, her position certainly hasn't faltered in any way. I picked you up, and I'm in luck, too. Jiang Lin pinched her fair and pretty face and said with a smile. Feeling Jiang Lin's move, a faint scarlet red appeared on Luo Yifei's face. I'm going to take a shower first. Luo Yifei stood up in some panic, turned her head and ran towards the bathroom. Jiang Lin didn't go after him, but sat there with a smile on his face. About an hour or so later, the two took turns taking a shower, followed by sitting on the couch again. Tired. Take a break. Luo Yifei pondered for half a day before saying. She subconsciously stood up and headed in the direction of the bedroom. However, Jiang Lin didn't get up, but took her hand and said, I think the couch is pretty soft and it's nice to rest here, but my couch is too old. The quality may not be too good. What if it breaks and hurts you? Luo Yifei couldn't help but say, it's okay, it's just for a little while. Your couch isn't that bad. Jiang Lin spread his hands, somewhat disbelieving, but he didn't expect that after sitting for a while, he realized that the sofa was indeed a bit old. As Luo Yifei had said, it would make noises every now and then, like boards rubbing back and forth against each other and twisting. It creaked and creaked and creaked. Sometimes the voice is soft, sometimes it's heavy. Jiang Lin carefully counted the rattles and realized that there was a certain pattern to them. Often it's a few light strokes followed by a heavy one. The good thing is that these rattles lasted less than an hour and are finally gone. Jiang Lin palpitated and let out a long breath. The sound was too noisy. It would not be good if it disturbed the neighbors downstairs to rest. He scanned the couch and actually made an unexpected discovery. Jiang Lin opened his mouth a little surprised, but before he finished his words, he saw Luo Yifei laughing. What? Surprised? Luo Yifei leaned on Jiang Lin's shoulder and couldn't help but say, I call it increasing the leverage. It's the only way to make you happier. And when you're happy, maybe you'll treat me better? That's okay? Jiang Lin was really convinced by Luo Yifei's theory. Whiplash and headbanging. The relationship between the two felt a little more intimate, and Luo Yifei was clearly a little more relaxed in front of Jiang Lin now, a little less rushed. From the time I was in high school, I was always surrounded by all kinds of suitors. They all, without exception, covet my beauty and crave other people's bodies. But the more I do, the more I realize how precious something like this is. So, from that point on, I decided that I had to protect it and maximize its value. Bull. Jiang Lin didn't even know what he should say. How could he not expect that Luo Yifei was actually able to think about this for such a long time? Just for the sake of her being so attentive, Jiang Lin felt that he should treat her well. Honey. After a pause, Luo Yifei suddenly hesitated. How much are you planning to pay me a month? How much do you want? Jiang Lin asked with a smile. I sell, on average, about $20,000 a month. If you count performance, Luo Yifei mused. If it's the store manager, it should be doubled. 40,000 is about right. I only need 50,000, just a little more than my salary. After all, I have another free position on the line. 50,000? Enough? Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise, not expecting to ask for so little. Enough. Luo Yifei nodded. Half of this 50,000 I will spend on myself, such as fitness, yoga, spa, etc. Mainly to maintain my figure, skin, and appearance, so that you can have a better experience. As for the remaining half plus my salary, that's what I get. Jiang Lin couldn't help but shake his finger after hearing this. An ordinary store manager earns $40,000 a month, but your current position is the general store manager of a national franchise. So even though it's a casual position, at least the monthly salary should be doubled again, and that's $80,000. Since I'm the one who's going to underwrite it, it's got to be more than your salary, right? Round it up to 100,000. Do you think that's okay? 100,000? Luo Yifei's heart jumped at the words. If this was added to her salary, wouldn't it be close to $200,000? Geez, no wonder some people desperately want to be adopted. It's too good to be true. Reacting, Luo Yifei gave a kiss with a delighted face. Thank you, Jiang Lin, you're so kind to me. Hugging Jiang Lin, Luo Yifei said with a little embarrassment. Then, dear, can I trouble you to call me? First, with this month's money. Chapter 43, Rewarding a Mansion Shopping Center. She expected Jiang Lin to hesitate. After all, no confidant ever asked to pay first. But after Jiang Lin heard it, he actually nodded without saying a word. Okay, give me the card number. That's a yes from you? Jiang Lin was so dry, which in turn made Luo Yifei a bit surprised. What? Surprised? Jiang Lin asked this back. No, I thought you'd ask what I was going to do. Luo Yifei shook her head. This is the first time I've seen someone like you who doesn't ask for anything. Jiang Lin took the bank card from the other party's hand and operated it while saying, if you can get you to take the initiative to ask me, there must be a reason to ask. As to what it is, you will naturally tell me, if you will. With that he put down his cell phone and nodded. Okay, turn around. Without waiting for Luo Yifei to open her mouth, she heard her cell phone text message ding, and then saw a message surface. 200,000? That much? Luo Yifei looked at Jiang Lin with some surprise. There's a discount for the first payment. You can double it. Jiang Lin made a little joke. Since the other party needed money, he simply transferred more. After all, he had $1 billion lying in his card right now. And that's not counting those previous shares. Ding! You've completed a transfer, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding you with a mansion shopping center. The sudden voice caused Jiang Lin to faintly freeze, followed by the corner of his mouth. I didn't think that a random transfer of $200,000 would result in the exchange of a commercial center. Compared to the two, the gap is simply a world of difference. Wancheng Business Center? Feels so familiar? Without waiting for Jiang Lin to think carefully, he was interrupted by Luo Yifei's words. There's really nothing I can't say. Luo Yifei smiled. It's probably similar to other TV bridges. My family does need a large amount of money. My father was in a car accident 3 years ago and became a vegetable, and is now recuperating in a hospital over in his hometown. My mother quit her job a long time ago to take care of him, but the hospital expenses, and my father's treatment, all need money. That's why I let my major go after college and came here to work as a salesman. The reason I didn't tell you in the first place was because I didn't want you to think I was using this for sympathy. Jiang Lin gave Luo Yifei a deep look. Even though the other party's expression was calm at the moment, he was still able to see the exhaustion and pressure deep in the other party's eyes. He gently patted the other's shoulder and comforted. It's okay, from now on, these won't need to worry you. Whenever you run out of money, talk to me. Luo Yifei's eyes glistened with tears as she listened. and she couldn't help but hug Jian Lin's arm tightly. Thank you, my dear. Meeting you is the luck of my life. One night passed. Early the next morning, Jian Lin had just eaten the breakfast made by Luo Yifei and was planning to go back to the store to take a look around. Because he had planned to recruit people to work part-time, the scheduled time was this morning. But before he could move, suddenly his cell phone rang. Jian Lin subconsciously glanced at the caller ID and it was actually Du Miao Miao. Shoo, reward you for raising your hand in a silent gesture. Then picking up the phone. Hello, Miao Miao. Where are you? I'm on my way. Just heading to your grocery store. Du Miao Miao's cute voice rang from the other end of the phone. A playful glint suddenly flashed in the eyes of Luo Yifei, who was cleaning up the dishes next to her, and then she put down the plate in her hand and squatted down. Oh, I'll be back in a little while too. Just, hiss. Jian Lin, who hadn't finished speaking, violently sucked in a mouthful of cold air. With an unbelievable gaze, he looked at Luo Yifei, and Du Miao Miao on the other end of the phone exclaimed, "What's wrong? Jian Lin, are you alright?" It's okay. Jian Lin took a deep breath. I was so focused on talking to you that I bumped into a chair. Oh, that's enough for now. I'll call you when I get there, Du Miao Miao said and hung up. 10 minutes later, Luo Yifei looked at Jian Lin with a smile on her face. Your girlfriend? Sort of. Jian Lin nodded and got up, ready to change and go out. Luo Yifei thoughtfully organized his clothes for him, and this time Jian Lin didn't wear his uniform, but changed into an Armani suit. It looks handsome and dashing. Go away. After greeting Luo Yifei, Jian Lin was ready to push the door open. At this time, Luo Yifei suddenly called out to him. Hey, what? Jian Lin turned his head to look at her. How did I do just now? Luo Yifei asked with a smile. Jian Lin smiled and replied, good practice, to be improved. After leaving Luo Yifei's place, Jian Lin got on King Car Roman and rushed towards the grocery store. But no sooner had he driven for a few minutes than he heard Du Miao Miao's phone call again. Jian Lin connected the call with his headset, and without waiting for him to open his mouth, Du Miao Miao's voice on the phone seemed unusually anxious. Jian Lin, it's bad. A lot of people have gathered outside your grocery store. They seem to have come to demolish the house. Tear down the house? Jian Lin raised his eyebrows. He had rented the store from the landlord for a year. How could he just say demolish it? Miao Miao, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to go over there. With that he hung up the phone and slammed his foot on the gas. Chapter 44 Arrogant Tianma Decoration. Put your general manager on the phone. Outside the floating life grocery store, Du Miao Miao stretched out her arms and stopped the group of people in front of her dead in their tracks. Little girl, you're not the boss, so I suggest you'd better step aside. Outside the grocery store door, a group of men with engineering hats were confronting Du Miao Miao. A horse-faced middle-aged man at the head of the group was looking at Du Miao Miao with a stern gaze. If we hurt you later, it won't be easy then. Don't you dare. Du Miao Miao gritted her teeth. What gives you the right to come and demolish this place without the boss's consent? If you want to tear it down, you'll have to go over my body. Humph. Toast to toast. The horse-faced middle-aged man snorted coldly. Do you really think that this body of yours can block me? With that he took a step out and raised his hand to push on Du Miao Miao's shoulder. The horse-faced middle-aged man was 1.75 meters or so tall, and Du Miao Miao's 1.62 meters height were his opponent. With this push, Du Miao Miao was directly pushed and stumbled, falling to the ground at once. Ah, why are you pushing people? Du Miao Miao let out a cry of pain and shouted towards the horse-faced middle-aged man. Pushing you is light, and getting in the way here will have more serious consequences. With that he waved his hand. Get her out of my way. Don't keep us from starting. Yes, Mr. Ma. The two workers nodded, subconsciously about to strike. Just then, the sound of a car roaring came sharply from the distance. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a ferociously styled SUV speeding from the distance. Look, what kind of car is that? It's so fierce. What a cool SUV. Never seen one before. This car is not estimated to be cheap, although the brand has never been seen, but at least a few $100,000. Not necessarily, maybe it's modified. Just as the crowd was talking, they heard a giggle and the car jerked to a stop in front of the grocery store. Then a young man in a suit with an imposing demeanor stepped down from above. Stop it! An ice-cold voice came out from Jiang Lin's mouth. To demolish his store and not even inform him. The shopkeeper? The current Jiang Lin wasn't the little brother in the delivery uniform before. From top to bottom, a luxurious dress. Not only handsome styling, temperament is too much higher than before. Add to that a King Car Roman, and it's a proper dominatrix. Seeing Jiang Lin in such a state, the leader, Mr. Ma, couldn't help but feel a slight pang in his heart. Even the icy coldness on his face disappeared by 3 points. He spoke suspiciously. Who are you? I'm the owner of this grocery store. Jiang Lin walked to Du Miao Miao and asked with a concerned face. Miao Miao, are you alright? Are you hurt? No, Jiang Dong, you're finally back. Du Miao was mesmerized by Jiang Lin's handsomeness for a moment, then hurriedly said, "They said they wanted us to move. I didn't agree, and he just pushed me." Jiang Lin, who heard this, instantly had a cold face. "How dare you? Who gave you the right?" Hearing this cold shout from Jiang Lin, the same anger surfaced on Mr. Ma's face. "Humph, I thought you were some kind of big shot, turns out it's just a small supermarket owner." He was indeed almost bluffed by Jiang Lin just now, but when he heard the other party declare himself, he immediately sneered in his heart. He pointed to the logo on his uniform. "See, we're from Tianma Decoration, specializing in the expansion project of Wanqing Mall. Your store has been purchased by Vanson. The landlord has gone through the process, and now we're going to get our hands dirty with the renovations. Kid, I'll give you an hour to get all your stuff out of here." Jiang Lin smiled indifferently as he listened. "Then what if I don't move?" "Not moving?" Mr. Ma raised an eyebrow. "Then I'll just bulldoze the place, and I won't be responsible for your losses." "Ha!" Jiang Lin suddenly laughed when he heard it. "Very well, it's the first time I've seen an arrogant decoration company like you. You want me to move out, don't you? You can," he said in a flat tone with a narrowed gaze. "Kneel down now and apologize to this girl. Otherwise, all is off the table." "Kneel and apologize?" Mr. Ma froze for a moment as he listened, followed by an instant maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's a laugh. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." He covered his stomach and laughed for half a day, then suddenly said with a gloomy expression, "Who do you think you are, the king of heaven? You still want me to kneel down and apologize? You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. A small boss dares to be arrogant with me." Saying that, he slapped his palm. "I'll put my words here today. You have to move even if you move or not. And as for apologizing, don't even think about it." Stubborn, Jiang Lin shook his head. "You've managed to provoke me. This has serious consequences." "Consequences? Ha ha, I'd like to see what you can do with me," Mr. Ma said and waved his hand. "All cop out and get ready to push this place." "Yes." Seeing the crowd's movements, Jiang Lin didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He looked up and into the distance. Behind the small store, a huge 10-story building, the Winsome Shopping Center. On the side of the building, marked with a huge advertising banner. Above the banner, right above the shopping center's customer service number, Jiang Lin took out his cell phone and dialed the number on it. Soon, a sweet voice appeared on the other end of the line. "Hello, this is the Mansion Shopping Center customer service line. How may I help you?" Jiang Lin thought for a moment and said indifferently, "I'm Jiang Lin, put your general manager on the phone." Chapter 45. "Yes, I'm your new boss." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the customer service sister froze for a moment. "What is this? You're looking for the general manager right off the bat? Who do you think you are?" She had no doubt that this was the strangest call she had ever received in her career. But, after all, it is professionally trained. After a short silence, the customer service sister said gently, "I'm sorry, sir. The general manager is working right now and may not have time to answer your call. There's no choice but to find an excuse. She can't say you're sick, but who knows?" Her words fell. Jiang Lin's tone was slightly more serious for a few moments. "I advise you that you'd better do as I say and tell him to come pick up the phone. I'll only give you 3 minutes. After saying that, Jiang Lin fell silent, not saying a single word. On the other end, the customer service sister was also silent. Theoretically, she didn't believe the other's words, but psychologically it's a bit disturbing. What if the other party really knows the GM? What if the other person is really close to the GM? What if you didn't agree to it and it led to a complaint from the other party? Anyway, it's just a matter of asking, and the big deal is getting yelled at by the GM. It's better than getting complaints against yourself." After just a few seconds of thinking, the customer service sister got up from her seat and ran all the way towards the general manager's office. General manager's office. Lin Ziyuan is sitting in front of the desk. Opposite the chairman of Tianma Decoration, Ma Xinglong, is smiling and holding the design drawings to him. "Look, Mr. Lin, our design drawings are like this. When this area is opened up, the area of our first floor will be at least doubled, and then it can be remodeled to accommodate more brand stores." Lin nodded. "The effect is good, but I still need to submit all the drawings to the new boss to take a look at them, and only after he passes them will we be able to start construction." It's okay, we're already working on our initial clearances anyway. We're all old relationships, so it's okay to sign the contract when the owner finalizes it." Ma Xinglong hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Wanqing Shopping Center is their big customer. The offer of this engineering alteration is simply equivalent to the turnover of the whole company for half a year. In any case, it must be served." "That's good." As he was talking, suddenly there was a sharp knock at the door. "Come in." When Lin looked up, he saw a customer service sister walk in hurriedly. "General manager, A customer named Jiang Lin just called the customer service number looking for you. When she saw the general manager, the customer service sister panicked in her heart, but still said stiffly, "Are you kidding me? Can't you see I'm talking to Mr. Ma?" Lin Ziyuan immediately waved his hand with some impatience. How could he have time to answer customer service calls when he was the general manager of a shopping center? But he froze abruptly just halfway through his sentence. "Wait, what did you say his name was?" "Customer service sister," said somewhat nervously. Call, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin? Boss? Lin Ziyuan woke up with a jolt. He had just been notified in the middle of the night yesterday that the entire shopping center had actually been bought by a mysterious buyer. When he saw the profile, he realized that the buyer was actually only in his 20s, so young, and the young boss's name was Jiang Lin. It can't be that coincidental, can it? His heart snapped. He was worried that he couldn't contact his boss, but he didn't expect the other party to actually take the initiative to call in. "Quick, you go back and transfer the call." The customer service sister who heard this hurriedly ran back towards her workstation. While running, his mind was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Luckily, I came to ask about it myself." And sure enough, the other person really did know the general manager. Just now, just a little bit closer, he was going to face an extremely miserable end. "Hello sir, I've informed the general manager and will transfer your call now." The customer service sister, who ran back to her workstation, said sharply. "Well, thanks a lot." Jiang Lin nodded his head, and then he heard the phone turn, and a calm middle-aged man's voice instantly surfaced. "Hello, I'm Lin Ziyuan. May I ask if you're..." Lin Ziyuan's words were directly interrupted by Jiang Lin before he could finish. "That's right, I'm your new boss, Pop." Lin Ziyuan, who heard this, slammed his thighs. Fortunately, if you missed the call yourself, you've literally missed $1 billion. "Hello boss, I'm really sorry. My subordinate site is executing the expansion project left behind by the former boss, so I never had the time to travel to pay you a visit." Lin Ziyuan hurriedly explained up. "Right now I'm looking at the design drawings, and when it's finalized, I'll bring it to you for a personal pat on the back." "Okay, those I'm not interested in knowing for now," Jiang Lin said indifferently. "You know about Pegasus Decoration, don't you? Pegasus Decor?" Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan's heart snapped and subconsciously said, No, this company is the company that won our bid for this expansion." He asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this company?" "Humph." Jiang Lin suddenly let out a cold laugh. "This company is very arrogant, coming up to tear down my store and pushing my people." As he spoke, Lin Ziyuan heard a piercing sound coming from the other end of the phone. "It seems like the sound of smashing glass." "What? Trashing your store?" In an instant, Lin Ziyuan's face suddenly changed, followed by angrily roaring towards Ma Xinglong. "Mr. Ma, what's wrong with you guys? How dare you smash my boss's store?" Ma Xinglong was completely confused by Lin Ziyuan's sudden roar. "What's going on? Whose store I'm trashing?" But in the next second, he reacted all at once. In order to speed up the progress of the project, he let his brother Ma Xingxing went down there to do the preparatory work. The so-called preparatory work is to completely clear out all the tenants who have not yet moved out in the first place. All of the heads of household have been acquired, and as soon as the occupants are cleared away, construction can begin. Thinking of this, Ma Xinglong suddenly opened his mouth wide and looked at Lin Ziyuan incredulously. "It can't be that it's Jiang Lin's store they're cleaning up, right?" Chapter 46, Every extra bit of destruction you do, the more you pay for it. When Lin Ziyuan saw how ugly Ma Xinglong's face had become, he knew that this matter hadn't run away. He slowly turned his cell phone on speakerphone while looking at Ma Xinglong with an angry face. "Mr. Ma, our design drawings haven't been finalized yet. Who told you to start construction? Who gave you that right?" "Mr. Lin, I thought." Ma Xinglong opened his mouth, but didn't continue. Either way, it's his fault no matter what. At a time like this, there was no longer the slightest point in arguing. The only way was to remedy the situation. "Pop." He jerked up from his seat and gave a 90-degree bow at Mr. Lin. "I'm sorry, boss. Mr. Lin, please give me a chance. I'll teach this kid a good lesson." Ma Xinglong said sincerely. "As long as you have any conditions, just ask." Mr. Lin, on the other hand, sniffed humbly and said into the phone, "Boss, what do you want to do about it?" "Me?" Jiang Lin suddenly laughed, a laugh that made Ma Xinglong a little hairy. "I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm not qualified to negotiate with you." Flat words came from the phone. "Starting today, for the expansion project of Wanqing Shopping Center, suspend all cooperation with Tianma Decoration and retender other companies." Ka-ching! Jiang Lin's words were no less than a bolt from the blue. If Jiang Lin really suspended their cooperation, then the entire Pegasus Decoration would face a great crisis. It's not just a matter of missing half a year's profit, because in order to this one project, Ma Xinglong has long been in stock. invested in manpower and material resources, have been tens of millions of dollars. If this does not cooperate, he simply lost money, cannot even find the north. In an instant, Ma Xinglong panicked, completely flustered. No, please boss. Ma Xinglong bowed repeatedly. There is no need for you to make conditions. Everything is wrapped up in me. When the time comes, you can just see how I handle it, said he. Hurriedly took out his phone and called his brother Ma Xingxing in front of Lin Ziyuan. Smash the windows on this side for me too. Outside the floating grocery store, Ma Xingsheng commanded the crowd with a cocky face, still looking at Jiang Lin from time to time. Kid, where are your saviors? After half a day of calling, how come no one came to help you? Ha ha, don't think that just because you're young enough to be able to open a mini-mart and wear some fake name brands that you can do whatever you want. Ma Xingshang lectured with a didactic tone. When this grandpa was hanging out, you were still wearing open pants. 4 panes of glass. Jiang Lin spoke indifferently. Every bit more you destroy, the more you pay. Oh, is that so? Where's my price? It's at. Ma Xingxing disdainfully spread his hands, but before he finished his words, the phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was actually his big brother. Hello, big brother. Things are going well over here. Just wait. He also reported his joy to Ma Xinglong with a joyful face, but just halfway through his sentence, he heard Ma Xinglong growling madly over there. Shut up, you stupid, brainless ram. Do you realize what you've done? Ma Xinglong's words immediately scolded Ma Xingxing in a daze. Wait, big brother, what happened to me? What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Are your eyes blind? Don't even recognize the boss? Ma Xinglong was almost half exasperated by Ma Xingxing. Boss? Which boss? Ma Xingshang was even more confused. There's only a small supermarket owner on my side. Asshole, the little boss you're talking about is the sole owner of the entire Manson shopping center. What? How can that be? Ma Xingshang's face changed and he looked at Jiang Lin with an expression of having seen a ghost. How is it impossible? General Manager Lin has already confirmed it himself. Ma Xinglong roared. Now, you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang. You must satisfy the other party, or else I'll skin you if we're terminated. Drip. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Ma Xingxing was completely confused. How could he not expect that a small boss of a supermarket was actually the boss behind the entire Wanqing shopping center? MMP, you have a shopping center. Why do you still come here to open a grocery store? What are you trying to do here? Next to this time there are still unenlightened underlings over to ask, Mr. Ma, the glass smashed finished. Other than smashed not? Ma Xingsheng, who heard this, instantly reacted and slapped the other party with his backhand. Smash your sister. Stop it. All of you. Stop it. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't it you who told us to smash it? Why don't you smash it now? Before they could react, Ma Xingsheng fell to his knees with a plop. Toward Jiang Lin, he bowed repeatedly and said, Boss, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Pop, he said, raising his hand and slapping himself. It's all my fault for having eyes and not knowing you. The great Buddha. Please be kind and don't take it personally. All the workers were confused. The onlookers were also confused. Even Du Miao Miao behind Jiang Lin was confused. What's going on here? Weren't you so cocky just now? And even the glass was smashed. But what's going on here? Is it a case of conscience and self-condemnation? But your condemnation is too harsh, isn't it? The slaps haven't stopped since we started talking, and it's heavier than one at a time. Half of the face is swollen from the beating. It is not that Ma Xingxing does not want to stop, but he does not dare to stop. If Jiang Lin wasn't satisfied with this, then the whole project would be yellow. At that time, the entire Pegasus decoration is not facing a little difficulty. That is a huge disaster. Chapter 47, Lord Ma Xinglong, giving away 20% of his shares. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Lin just looked at him so quietly, not saying a word. If he, Jiang Lin, wasn't here today, changed to a second owner and the whole grocery store would be completely ruined. All that hard work will also go down the drain. Enough to pump for nearly 10 minutes. Pumping Ma Xingxing is almost comatose. At this time, Jiang Lin was about to open his mouth, but he saw several figures in the distance running over in a hurry. Ma Xinglong panted and rushed to the front, and without saying anything, he lifted his leg and gave Ma Xingxing a kick, kicked him right back and rolled him to the side. I'll beat you to death, you dog with no eyes. Ma Xingshang was truly angry. It's because of you, this asshole, that you almost buried our entire heavenly horse. After rushing up to make up 2 more kicks, Ma Xingsheng Fong turned his head and made a 90-degree bow towards Jiang Lin. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's all because of my poor discipline that I've caused you such great trouble. I'm going to pay for your damages. It was only at this point that Jiang Lin looked squarely at the other party and said in a flat tone, a grocery store is just a grocery store. I can still afford to lose it. When Ma Xingsheng heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. The other party actually did not accept their compensation, but he was, after all, an existence polished for many years in the business world, and in the twinkling of an eye, he understood the key. He turned his head to look around, and with one glance, he locked onto Du Miaomiao, who was behind Zhang Lin. "I'm sorry, Sherbrooke actually hurt this girl. I'm really sorry," he sincerely said. "If this girl doesn't mind, I can take the lead and compensate you with $500,000 in cash. What do you think?" Even the onlookers were completely shocked when these words came out. "Nima, $500,000 for a random push? Even bumper stickers don't pay that well. What is this mini-mart owner all about? I can't believe you can scare each other like that." Du Miaomiao was also shocked by this figure. Her annual salary now added up to only $300,000. It's still because of Zhang Lin, but the other party actually took out $500,000 straight away. She had the presence of mind to speak, but she realized that Zhang Lin had no intention of speaking. Ma Xinglong is an old man and naturally understands the key. When he saw that Zhang Lin didn't speak, he gritted his teeth. Pegasus Decoration is willing to take out 20% of its shares and give them to this girl for free. I don't know if you're satisfied. This time Du Miaomiao was completely shocked. She doesn't know what the market value of Pegasus Decor is, but it was able to take over all the projects in the entire mansion mall. It's at least tens of millions of dollars in business size. 20% of the shares. That's nearly $10 million. How can this be? Du Miaomiao almost subconsciously waved her hand. No, I don't want. But before she finished speaking, she saw Zhang Lin patting her shoulder and faintly saying, "All right, it's not much, but it's a piece of Mr. Ma's heart, so just take it." Ma Xinglong, goddamn though not much, that's 20%. He didn't know how many years he'd have to struggle to earn it back. Although Ma Xinglong had a meat-ache, he also had his own plans. As long as the other party took over this share, even if he gave it to the girl, it was equivalent to getting hitched to Zhang Lin. The benefits he will be able to reap at that time may be beyond imagination. Du Miaomiao heard this but shook her head repeatedly. "Zhang Lin, I don't want so many shares. It's better to give them to you." "Silly girl." Zhang Lin smiled and gave the other party a head-touching kill. "If I let you take it, and if you take it, Mr. Ma will only be happier." Ma Xinglong heard but his heart was in awe. The other party was able to control a shopping center. It is really not an ordinary person. Just one sentence nailed the idea in his mind. After solving the problem here, Zhang Lin looked up at the floating grocery store in front of him. There was a soft sigh of some emotion. Originally he had wanted to spend his life relaxing inside this grocery store, but it's only been a few days and so much has happened. Messed up, his grocery store didn't even operate for a few days. What's even funnier is that flyers are going out. Turns out the interview didn't come. The demolition did. Just as well. Since it's torn down, Zhang Lin didn't want to stay here either. With his strength today, he could spend his life leisurely anywhere. There's no point in having to stay here. It's not like it's a fictional setting where you have to be in one place to advance. After thinking about it, he went back into the grocery store. After half a day of searching in front of the cash register, I finally found an old man's machine. That's the phone number where the delivery was made in the first place. Zhang Lin took it and turned out the door, handed it to the waiting general manager. "Lin Ziyuan, take it if someone calls you for an interview." Zhang Lin said indifferently, "Just tell him that the grocery store is gone, but they can go to the Wanqing shopping center for an interview, and you can set the treatment yourself." All the interviewees could not have imagined that because of Zhang Lin's words, they had accidentally become employees of a shopping center. "Yes, don't worry, I'll get it done." Lin put his cell phone away and solemnly said, "All right, break it up." Zhang Lin took Du Miaomiao's small hand and was ready to leave. But at this time, Ma Xinglong hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you have the time tonight. Can you give me a chance to have a casual dinner?" Chapter 48, Luo Yifei's ardent best friend, Chu Yaoyao. Zhang Lin paused for a moment and inclined his head towards him. Ma Xinglong was afraid that Zhang Lin would not agree, and hurriedly accompanied with a smile couldn't help but say, "Mr. Jiang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Our project is about to start. There are a few more details to tell you about the design drawings. We can only start if you give the go-ahead. It's also a good opportunity to take advantage of the fact that I'm bringing my design team with me to give you a proper introduction when the time comes." If he simply ate, Ma Xinglong could be sure that an existence like Zhang Lin would 100% not be able to see himself. "That's why I came up with this excuse. In fact, this reason is indeed true." Hearing this, Zhang Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, send me the time and place." "All right, at 8 o'clock tonight. I'll be waiting for Mr. Jiang at the Wangfu Hotel." Ma Xinglong blurted out without even thinking. This Wangfu Hotel was one of the highest class hotels in the imperial capital, and it was also the highest specification for his banquet guests. "Okay, I'll see you tonight then." Zhang Lin waved his hand, then pulled Du Miaomiao up to King Karaman. Lin Ziyuan, who saw this car, couldn't help but exclaim, "The boss is so luxurious. it's actually King Karaman? Seeing this, Ma Xinglong couldn't help but wonder, what? Is this car expensive? He also drives just over $1 million Mercedes, so he really doesn't know much about this. Lin Ziyuan glanced at him disdainfully. It's not expensive. The lowly one is just over $20 million. But boss, this one looks like the top of the line to me. It's almost $50 million. $50 million? Ma Xinglong's eyes widened in shock. This one car, simply put, his small half of the company are able to take in. This made him more and more grateful for what an honor it was for him to have Jiang Lin for dinner. Jiang Lin sent Du Miao Miao back home and drove back to Luo Yifei's place. He wanted to change his clothes. Jiang Lin realized that he still wasn't used to wearing such formal attire. It's fine for occasional wear, but if you wear it all the time it feels a bit awkward. Luckily, there was a super well-dressed Luo Yifei at home who picked him out and rematched him with a casual outfit. T-shirt by Versace, slacks by Armani, belt by Loewe, shoes by Fendi. In fact, Luo Yifei preferred to match Jiang Lin with a pair of Langdon's shoes, but these are being customized and it will take time until they are delivered. Well, now that's comfortable. Carefully helping Jiang Lin straighten his collar, Luo Yifei said with a smile, well, sunny, handsome and cozy. Jiang Lin pinched the other party's smiling face. It's still my family's Yifei's good eye. He, do you have any rewards for people being so good? Luo Yifei reached out and ruffled the corner of Jiang Lin's coat and laughed. Reward? Jiang Lin's eyes revealed a smirking look. Then do you want it spiritually, or materially? Spiritual? What's that? Luo Yifei asked a bit puzzled. You'll see in a moment. Jiang Lin smiled mysteriously. An hour later, Luo Yifei felt spiritually delighted. I'm going to dinner tonight, so get yourself something to eat all by yourself. Jiang Lin looked at the time. It was already afternoon. Okay, feel free to let me know if you need anything. Luo Yifei held his arm and laughed. I have a driver's license, so if you've been drinking, I can pick you up then. She didn't say to follow Jiang Lin, because she knew that if Jiang Lin wanted to take her there, he would naturally say so. It's all about a woman's sense of proportion and having to get it just right. Yeah, I'll tweet you when I get there. Jiang Lin straightened his clothes and was ready to go. Luo Yifei walked into the elevator door step by step like a little daughter-in-law. Seeing that the elevator was about to close, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered. Right, the material rewards won't be less. When I'm done, I'll take you out for a stroll. Aha, I'm all yours. Luo Yifei nodded, then parted ways with Jiang Lin. Back in her cabin, she lazily laid down on her bed. At this time, suddenly a voice came from the cell phone, which seemed to be WeChat. She opened it and saw that it was actually a message from her best friend Chu Yaoyao. The two were college classmates and were especially close when they were in school. Only after working, Luo Yifei came out to work because her family was not well off. Chu Yaoyao, on the other hand, took a graduate school exam in the imperial capital and lived a life of leisure. Chu Yaoyao, hey, Fifi, I went to your store yesterday. How come you didn't work? Lo Yiffy, people don't work anymore. He. Chu Yoyo, what? You're not going to work? What about your family? Luo Yifei, don't worry. I've already paid all the money. Chu Yaoyao, Little Fei, I actually smelled a sour odor of love. Shouldn't you? Luo Yifei, smart. I found my boyfriend. Chu Yaoyao, extreme shock. JPG, how is it possible? You've actually really been adopted? As a good best friend who had nothing to say, Chu Yaoyao naturally weighed Luo Yifei's own intentions, but she really didn't expect to find the right target for this piece. In an instant, she began to worry about her best friend's future. Chu Yaoyao, you silly girl, do you think adoption is that much fun? Once you set foot on this path, how miserable your future will be. Do you know? Luo Yifei, I don't know about the future, but I'm quite happy now anyway. Chu Yaoyao, huffing and puffing. JPG, no, I'll rush over tomorrow and help you out. Luo Yifei, speechless. JPG, come on, but I'm afraid you'll fall in love with him. Chapter 49, Meeting an Acquaintance at the Royal Palace Hotel. Let me introduce to you. This is your sister-in-law. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao had talked about. He knew that nighttime was the most congested time in the empire, so he left the house a little early so he could avoid the irritation of waiting for a bit. Who knows, after less than 15 minutes of walking, it is still blocked. From 6 p.m., the traffic was jammed until after 7 p.m. Jiang Lin took a look. If this is blocked a little more, it is estimated that it can be blocked until after 9 o'clock. Forget it, I'd rather not fight the imperial traffic. Shaking his head, Jiang Lin prepared to find a place to park. Anyway, he glanced at the navigation and it was a few hundred meters from the Wangfu Hotel, so he could just walk there. After parking the car, Jiang Lin walked slowly alone in the direction of the hotel. This is the core area of the entire imperial capital. At the foot of the imperial city, the surrounding night scenery is naturally beautiful. The Royal Palace Hotel is on a street not far from the imperial city. When Jiang Lin walked to the neighborhood, he realized that this Wang Fu restaurant was not a place that specialized in eating. What kind of person opens a restaurant with an entire building? Just as he was a bit lost in thought, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Ginger, is that you? Jiang Lin, who heard the voice, subconsciously looked towards the side, only to see that a figure came down from a Mercedes not far away, walking quickly towards him with an excited face. Punch? What are you doing here? Jiang Lin, who saw this figure, couldn't help but look surprised. This tall and thin youth was his senior in college, 2 grades older than him, studying civil engineering. Civil engineering at the University of Finance is naturally not a key program. The two were able to meet each other solely because of the part-time job that caused them to do so. Zhao Chong is a good person, honest, decent and able to suffer. The two of them even helped each other out a lot when they went back and forth on deliveries. To be able to see Zhao Chong here, Jiang Lin was also very happy. You kid, we haven't seen each other for 2 years here. Zhao Chong hammered Jiang Lin's shoulder vigorously. Okay, you're mixing well. Even Versace is wearing it. In front of his true friends, Jiang Lin never liked to show off his wealth, and he didn't want to create too much alienation among his friends. So he laughed. Which is not. I'm not disc a small supermarket. Save continue to buy. You really do have a mini-mart. Zhao Chong laughed out loud after hearing this. I thought you were joking back then, but I didn't think it was true. Oh, don't talk about me, but it's you. Not bad. Oh, even driving a Mercedes-Benz. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, Zhao Chang's eyes suddenly flashed with a dull color and forced a smile. Hey, fooling around. By the way, why are you here? Come here for dinner? Zhao Chong changed the subject. Well, yeah, a friend is having me over for dinner, and I haven't been here before, so I came early. Jiang Lin nodded. Is that so? Lao Jiang, a friend who can treat you to dinner here might have great energy. Zhao Chong couldn't help but pat Jiang Lin's shoulder. Be sure to greet him well. He might be able to use it in the future. Oh, that much of a stretch? Jiang Lin looked at him with a bit of surprise. Of course. Zhao Chong nodded, then pointed to the building and introduced. This building was built in 1988, designed by a famous architectural design firm at the time, and adopts the classical Chinese architectural style. Opened in 89, it was very famous for its palace cuisine back then. It was renovated in 97 and is managed by the group of Fragrant City, with a total floor area of 70,000 square meters. The main building has 18 floors, 3 underground and 15 above ground. It is a 5-star hotel that combines various functions such as hotel, restaurant, business center and conference center. The restaurant contains a variety of Italian, Western, German, Chinese and other restaurants, with additional bars, KTVs and other types of entertainment facilities. Zhao Chong, who said this, couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. To tell you the truth, Lao Jiang, today we are here at the request of our boss to accompany a big client for dinner. How's that? Awesome. The corners of Jiang Lin's mouth grinned, and he similarly laughed along. He knew that Zhao Chang's complacency wasn't about showing off with himself or climbing up the ladder. Rather, it's just the kind of bragging that happens between good friends. It gives him comfort that Zhao Chong, who has gone into society, is not overwhelmed by money. It didn't turn out to be as snobby as the others. Just as he was about to speak, an untimely voice suddenly came from a short distance away. Zhao Chong, are you done? A somewhat shrill, mean voice surfaced. Jiang Lin subconsciously looked towards the side, and saw a girl with glasses wearing a small dress, with a face value of about 70 points or so, stepping on hateful heights and walking over. The woman had obviously drawn very thick makeup, and from a long distance Jiang Lin was able to smell a pungent perfume flavor. The other party walked over with a characteristic condescension and arrogance on his face. And this is? Jiang Lin was a bit surprised and looked at Zhao Chong. When he saw Zhao Chong, smiled sarcastically. Let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law. Upon hearing the word sister-in-law, the spectacled woman immediately voiced a retort. Zhao Chong, don't talk nonsense to me here. Who's your wife? We're just in love. If you don't perform well, you'll have to get the hell out of here anytime. Jiang Lin's eyes flickered as he listened, feeling that there was a bit of female strength between these two. Moreover, this female didn't care about Zhao Chang's face in the slightest and didn't give him a good look at all. Being spoken to by her like this, even if Zhao Chong had a good temper, he couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Yang Xiaoman, what are you talking about? Didn't see my brother here. Don't you know how to give me some face? Chapter 50, Senior Zhao Chang's Trouble. Green tea bitch Yang Xiaoman. Yang Xiaoman snorted when she heard it. She had just heard the two Jiang Lin talking when she came over. Originally, she thought that the other party was wearing a famous brand and standing in front of the Wang Fu Hotel, so he was definitely a rich second generation. But I didn't expect to open a mini-mart. At once, he looked down on Jiang Lin a bit. What's a mini-mart? She was a local of the imperial capital, and a 3-bedroom house at home was worth almost $20 million. A small supermarket, not worth as much as her toilet. That was why the two were interrupted with some impatience. Being said so by Zhao Chong, Yang Xiaoman was instantly unhappy. Face? You, Zhao Chong, have the face to ask for face? Even your car was bought by me at your expense. Do you have the right to ask for face? Yang Xiaoman, you're overdoing it. Zhao Chong chortled coldly, really getting a bit angry. However, Yang Xiaoman didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and looked at him with a haughty face. What? Are you angry? You can be if you want face. I'll give you face if you buy me a 3-bedroom apartment in the imperial capital. Saying that, she walked towards inside by herself, and while walking, she also said in a cold voice, "Humph, it's really the case that things come in groups, and the friends of stinky fish are really rotten shrimps as well, with no future." Listening to the other party's undisguised words, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Lin's face. Brother Oshin, this girlfriend of yours has quite a temper. Being ridiculed by his girlfriend so much in front of his friends, Zhao Chang's face was simply on fire. He patted Zhang Lin's shoulder and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, brother, it's all my fault that you've been implicated." Hey, what a thing to say. Punchy. Zhang Lin shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. However, after a moment's pause, he said with some desire to speak, "Brother Chong, since you treat me as a brother, I won't be polite to you. There are 2 words. I don't know if I can say them." Zhao Chong laughed at this. "Hey, what's the point of meeting with me? Speak up, I feel as if this girl is a bit out of your league." Zhang Lin thought about it and felt that he should still tell the truth. Just now, although he had given the other party only one side, he saw at a glance that the other party's dress was not even like an honest person, especially when she took a few more glances at these designer clothes on her body. Zhang Lin was secretly sure that this girl was a green tea whore. Fit, why not? Zhao Chong listened to a flash of bleak color in his eyes, forced to smile. You do not see her speak hard to listen to. In fact, people are high school students, architectural design professional. When it is not her help, I cannot be promoted so fast. Said looking around no one, he suddenly let out a long sigh. And Zhang Lin said, "Brother, you are also a foreigner. Know how difficult it is for us to mix. Yang Xiaoman is a local household, and her family still has a house. On its own terms, it's natural to be a little haughty. Besides, she still has feelings for me, and it's not like she's about to meet her parents when we finish this big project." Hearing him say that, Zhang Lin naturally couldn't say anything more. He could only pat his shoulder and say, "Brother Chong, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me directly." "Good, if you say so." Zhao Chong glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Oops, it's getting late. I have to go, bro. If the boss comes in a while and sees that I'm not here, he's definitely going to get mad." "Okay, you're busy." Zhang Lin nodded. Zhao Chong then ran towards the front door of the hotel in a hurry. While running, he couldn't help but say to Zhang Lin, "Lao Jiang, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait for me over here. I'll eat at Yueshio Hall, and we'll have a drink when we're done." "Okay, no problem." Zhang Lin nodded and suddenly became a bit puzzled. Yueshio Hall? Isn't that where Mr. Ma sent me? It didn't take long for Zhang Lin to see his cell phone ringing. He opened it and it was Ma Xinglong calling. As soon as he connected, he heard Ma Xinglong's respectful and incomparable voice from the opposite side. "Mr. Jiang, have you arrived? Do you want me to send a car to pick you up?" "No, I'm already at the door." "Ha, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'll be right there on my side." "Just a moment." Ma Xinglong hung up the phone with some trepidation, and then hurriedly ran out from the underground parking lot with Ma Xingxing and the two of them. The swelling on Ma Xingxing's face has subsided quite a bit, but the traces can still be seen. He also realized how terrifying Zhang Lin really was, so at this time the two short legs ran extra hard. 5 minutes later, the two saw Zhang Lin, who was still there looking at the scenery, at the entrance of the hotel. "Mr. Jiang, phew, sorry, phew, for keeping you waiting." Ma Xinglong bowed repeatedly and said, "Let's go in." Zhang Lin glanced at him and gave a faint "After you." Ma Xinglong and Ma Xingxing reached out their hands at the same time and respectfully said, just as Zhang Lin and the others were walking towards Yueshio Hall. In the middle of Yueshio Hall, Yang Xiaoman was complaining about Zhao Chong with a displeased face. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know how important today's meal is?" Yang Xiaoman said in a cold voice. "In case you annoy your honored guest, can you afford it?" Without a word, Zhao Chong opened his briefcase and took out a few drawings inside. One of them was then placed beside Yang Xiaoman. "This is an expository outline of the entire design concept, so in a moment, if you don't understand it, just look at this and say it," Zhao Chong said in a deep voice. "That's more like it." Yang Xiaoman joyfully received the drawing. She is now indeed the director of the design department of Tianma Decoration, but because of Zhao Chong, she basically wouldn't do it herself anymore. All of the designs were handled by Zhao Chong, and the final results were all attributed to her handiwork. Yang Xiaoman subconsciously opened the drawings, yet with this glance, anger immediately rose. Chapter 51, Brother Ashen. What a coincidence. We meet again. Zhao Chong, how do you do things? She slammed the drawing in her hand in the other woman's face. What kind of nonsense do you write? Zhao Chong took a look at it, and the labeling written on it about the drawings was indeed scribbled a bit. He took a deep breath and explained. I was up all night last night, and I do have some problems with my handwriting. Waste what words ah? Hurry up and mark it up for me. It'll be too late when the client comes later. What a waste. Can't do anything right. Yang Xiaoman snorted coldly and sat down next to her and started applying her own makeup. Zhao Chong clenched his fists, and finally took a deep breath and started labeling the other party anyway. However, without waiting for him to write a few words, he instantly heard laughter and footsteps coming from outside the box. Crap, it's the boss and them. Zhao Chong looked up at Yang Xiaoman. A hint of panic also surfaced on the other party's face. What are you waiting for? Give me the drawings. Yang Xiaoman couldn't care less about seeing clearly now. One grabbed the drawing while taking a long look at herself inside the makeup mirror. After confirming that it was perfect, he stood up with a smile on his face and stood at the entrance of the private room at the same time as Zhao Chong. Listened to the sound of approaching footsteps. Yang Xiaoman's heart also grew more and more expectant. In fact, long before this meal began, he had learned important news from his co-workers. The man behind the scenes who owns the entire shopping center is actually a handsome young man. If, that is, she could seize this wave of opportunity to befriend the other side. This is tantamount to climbing the ranks of the powerful, and from then on one's future will have a huge change, even to the extent that she was able to gain favor with this boss, even if it was only as a mistress, and she has no complaints. As for the main palace, she didn't even think about it. She still had a bit of a B-count for her own face and body. In these respects, she is naturally not the least bit competitive, but she's got talent. She's a high achiever from a prestigious, albeit deserted, university. It's something those vases will never match. Crunch! The door to the room opened. Yang Xiaoman subconsciously bowed slightly, and then she saw the two Ma, one on the left and one on the right, open the door for each other. Mr. Jiang, please, coming in. Yang Xiaoman felt her little heart fluttering and starting to beat wildly, as if she had become a little girl who had just fallen in love. And the object of that love is this mysterious Mr. Jiang. Ta-da, ta-da. Footsteps came and a figure walked in from outside. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman took a deep breath and revealed what she thought was her best smile. Raising his head, he said subconsciously under his breath, Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is. Just the moment she saw this Mr. Jiang, her entire body shuddered violently, and all her words stopped at once, followed by an incredulous exclamation of surprise. It's you? Seeing clearly, she never thought that the one who came from in front of her eyes was actually that old friend who talked and laughed with Zhao Chong outside the gate. Next to him, Zhao Chong was also staring in shock at this moment. Zhang Lin actually came to Yueshio Hall too? Is it a mistake? The thought flickered for just a moment and disappeared instantly. Even if the two owners were confused, there was no way they would drag a guest they didn't know in. So much for that answer. Zhao Chang's heart at the moment was simply flooded with shocking waves. The original brother actually is the boss behind the Wanqing shopping center. The two Ma bosses were also stunned by Yang Xiaoman's sudden voice, immediately followed by Ma Xinglong. His face suddenly sank as he coldly shouted, Superintendent Yang, what are you waiting for? This is Mr. Jiang. Yang Xiaoman, who reacted, lowered her head with an embarrassed face and stammered, See, Mr. Jiang. However, Zhang Lin actually didn't even look at her greeting more than once. He just walked straight to Zhao Chang's side and said with a smile on his face, Brother Chong, what a coincidence. We meet again. No, Mr. Jiang, you said a friend invited you to dinner. So it's Mr. Ma. Zhao Chong laughed bitterly. He also told people to take advantage of this opportunity. Now it's good. Even the two Mr. Ma's are begging people to come here for dinner. It's not Jiang Lin who wants to seize the opportunity. It's them. I also didn't realize that when you said you wanted to eat, you were actually with me. Jiang Lin patted his shoulder and said, Come, sit, don't be polite. The two horsemen looked at each other. It turned out that this Zhao Chong actually knew Jiang Lin. MMP. This is a ING treasure. Originally, Zhao Chong was just an assistant to Yang Xiaoman. Now it seemed necessary to reacquaint oneself with Zhao Chang's identity. Jiang Lin pulled Zhao Chong to sit in the seat next to his own. The two horse chiefs sat on the other side of the room with good sense. On the contrary, it was Yang Xiaoman who could only end up sitting in the farthest position with immense embarrassment. But even though she was sitting far away, she had thick skin. Not only that, but she was secretly excited. Oh, my God, it's so handsome? How come I didn't realize it just now? I must find a way to get in touch with him so I can do it. Money can make a thick skin, even if a golden needle can't pierce it. She had gotten deep into the true teachings of the Green Tea Sutra, and she must have gotten at Jian Lin's body. When she succeeds, she can just become a big-shot lover who sits in a shopping center. Then we'll work our way up to the top and finally succeed and take out all the competition. Ha ha ha. Why? Superintendent Yang. Superintendent Yang? Ma Xingxing's voice was so loud that he was close to directly tapping the table. Ma, Mr. Ma, you called me? Yang Xiaoman reacted and couldn't help but ask. If not me, who else? Ma Xingxing suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, introduce your design concept and the entire drawing to Mr. Jiang. Chapter 52, Rewarding a Gong Gong Palace Worth $5 billion. Oh, yes. Yang Xiaoman reacted at once, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's finally my time. It's time to show real skill. Ahem. She coughed softly and took the drawing in her hand and glued it to the display board, which wasn't hard to find for a 5-star hotel, in the box. Then taking the laser pointer in his hand, he pointed to the drawing above while starting to explain it against his own drawing labeling. Our design concept for this one is still to continue the overall unified style of Manson. Like here, she said with a smile on her face, pointing to the overall drawing. Of course, with the uniformity, we have added some personalized design spaces such as. Yang Xiaoman frowned as a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Gothic architecture from Europe, which is characterized by, among other things, MMP. It's ing hard to see again. At this moment, Yang Xiaoman simply wanted to tear Zhao Chong into pieces, but even that couldn't alleviate her current predicament. Just then, Jiang Lin, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Stop! Ma Xingxing glared fiercely at Yang Xiaoman. Quick! Stop! Punch! You know about this, don't you? Zhao Chong pondered for a moment and nodded. Well, I was involved in the design. Okay, then you say it. Jiang Lin nodded. Zhao Chong glanced at the two Ma chiefs, and all of a sudden, Ma Xinglong laughed. Zhao Chong, Mr. Jiang has opened his mouth, so don't just stand there. Yeah. Ma Xingshang likewise nodded his head repeatedly, then rushed at Yang Xiaoman and said in a deep voice, Superintendent Yang, what are you still standing there for? Zhao Chong walked forward and took the laser pointer in the other's hand. The handheel didn't even hold the drawings, but pointed directly to the drawings on the display board and said, we adopted a design that combines east and west, with the central axis of the main commercial center in Wancheng as the dividing line that separates the two sides. One side of the building is in the classical Chinese architectural style, based on simple and hard lines, with traditional furniture to highlight the atmosphere of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and then with paintings and calligraphy, hanging screens, bonsai, porcelain and other decorations to increase the classical atmosphere. On the other hand, the other side is dominated by the pointed rib vaults of Gothic characteristics, and the interior is decorated with flying buttresses, flowery windows and glass, which can fully create the feeling of Western-style elegance. With Zhao Chang's introduction, the two-horse general managers who hadn't cared too much were gradually changing their gaze. This kid's got something. How come I didn't realize it before? In fact, how could they know that most of the design works from the beginning until now had come from Zhao Chang's hands? Jiang Lin had just opened his mouth, and it was because he saw this that he was prepared to help Zhao Chong. This shows the thoughtfulness of Jiang Lin. If he really asked the two MAs to give Zhao Chong a chance, it would naturally be even more forceful. But then, Zhao Chang's self-esteem as a man would be dealt a great blow. In the end, it might even be possible to resign. And if this method was used, it would allow Zhao Chong to fully display his own strength, thus achieving the recognition of the two old bosses. It's more important than anything. 20 minutes later, Zhao Chong rushed towards the three with a slight bow. I'm done with my explanation. Please comment on it. Mr. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, smiled faintly when he saw this and extended his hands to give Zhao Chong a round of applause. Punch is punch, as professional as ever. The two horsemen who heard this, immediately understood. They have already made up their minds that once this meal is over today, they will go back and directly promote Zhao Chong as the summary. As for that Yang Xiaoman, she will be directly demoted. Come, the dishes are all served. Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you first. Ma Xinglong personally poured Jiang Lin a glass of Romane Conti while raising his glass. Good. Wish us good cooperation. Jiang Lin smiled and similarly raised his glass. Well, happy cooperation. The entire table stood up at this point, and Jiang Lin was the only one sitting by himself. Gulp. Ma Xinglong took the lead and drained the entire glass of red wine. On the contrary, Jiang Lin took a gentle sip. It's a status gap. Come, Mr. Jiang, often the craftsmanship here. In terms of Cantonese cuisine, this place is famous. While a glass of wine went down, Ma Xinglong greeted Jiang Lin with a meal. This is baked lobster in soup. It's delicious. And this, steamed Eastern Star Spot, while letting the waiter to Jiang Lin clip food, while Ma Xinglong is introduced. This Wang Fu Hotel, I heard that the predecessor is specialized in doing palace dishes, is for those real princes ministers what, which later turned into a hotel. There are a lot of people are also in order to dip this king's blessing, special to come here to taste. Oh, yeah, Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Then maybe, if you take a bite, you'll have a chance to become a prince in the future. As he was talking, he took a bite of peeled lobster meat. The texture is smooth and flavorful. It does stand up to the 5-star hotel sign. However, as Jiang Lin took this mouthful, the entire person's pupils suddenly shrank. Ding! You ate a bite of the king's special banquet, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding you with a gong wangfu worth 5 billion. Gong wangfu? Jiang Lin, who heard these 3 words, completely froze. Chapter 53, Private Room Escape. Girl, there's no time to explain. Hold me. Although Jiang Lin was not a student of history, he had heard about this gong wangfu, because he had even visited this place in his previous life. Gong Wangfu was known as one of the largest royal residences in the history of the Qing dynasty. The most famous person who once lived here was the great corrupt official Wakuan. The entire royal mansion was situated at No. 1 Luyin Street, on top of the connecting line between the 2 dragon veins of the entire imperial capital. Therefore it can be considered an excellent place in feng shui. The royal mansion covered an area of over 60,000 square meters, approximately 330 meters in length from north to south and nearly 200 meters in width from east to west. To be exact, what soccer field, basketball court, in front of it is simply weak. The number of houses in it is up to hundreds, with pavilions, gardens and running water. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Jiang Lin the most. He was surprised that this royal residence was a tourist attraction in his previous life. And in this life, although it had never been open to the public, how could Jiang Lin not expect it to actually become private property? And now, even more so, it's in his hands. Just being able to get the title of this royal residence was enough to utilize an unusually large number of connections. Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to give the system 10,000 kudos at this point. Without the system, he couldn't have gotten it even in his dreams. The system gives a valuation of up to $5 billion, which is actually all a bit on the low side, because the background and status of this royal family alone was not something that an ordinary person could do. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this dish? At this time, Ma Xinglong's words pulled Jiang Lin back from his disorientation. Oh, this dish? It's very tasty. Mr. Ma has a heart. Jiang Lin's mouth grinned, revealing a very happy smile. Ma, who saw this, was in a state of bliss. It feels like I really picked the right place this time. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that this wasn't what Jiang Lin was happy about. Jiang Lin, who had acquired a royal residence, was in a good mood, and had also drank a lot of wine under the persuasion of the 2 horse chiefs. He looked at the time and felt it was about time. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Ma, I think it's also very late. Why don't we just stop here today? Good, as long as you're satisfied. Ma Xinglong smiled and nodded. Alright then, I'll be off then. Chong, see you at the bar later. Jiang Lin smiled and patted Zhao Chang's shoulder. Jiang Lin didn't like this kind of socializing. He still liked to drink and chat with his friends alone. It just so happens that there's a bar right downstairs, so I can have a nice chat with Zhao Chong. Seeing Zhao Chong nodding, Jiang Lin then left the Yueshio Hall on his own. After exiting the Yueshio Hall, Jiang Lin kept walking along the corridor and was able to reach the elevator. And across the street from the Yueshio Hall is another Chinese restaurant room at the Wangfujing Hotel, the Fei Huang Hall. As Jiang Lin walked past the doorway, he inadvertently heard a fierce argument coming from inside. I won't listen. I just won't. Who are you to decide my life? I don't want a blind date. Jiang Lin, who had listened to 2 sentences, couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not realizing that someone would actually be on a blind date in such a place. Guess it must be a rich family. What he never expected was that he had just walked through the doorway not long afterward. Suddenly a loud bang was heard from the door of the room, as if it had been kicked right through. Immediately afterward, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard surfacing, along with an authoritative voice calling out, "Asshole, get back here. What are you 2 waiting for? Chase me back." Without waiting for Jiang Lin to come back to his senses from his daze, he suddenly felt footsteps approaching sharply behind him, and a black shadow actually panicked and crashed into his body. "Egu, can you watch where you're going? Hit me." A disgruntled voice rang out from a girl's mouth. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but spit in his heart. "It's obviously you who bumped into me, right? How is it my fault?" He subconsciously looked back, only to see a girl in a short cartoon skirt with dyed dark green hair that looked just like Hatsune's sitting down on the ground. The girl spoke in a very crisp voice and was as kawaii looking as Hatsune. Both eyes were large and looked very soulful. At this time, the other party also looked up and saw Jiang Lin. "Wow, What a handsome little brother. Han Duo's eyes lit up at the first sight of John Lin. She swore in her mind that this was the most handsome, sensational little brother she had ever seen. For a moment, she felt her heart begin to flutter. Seeing such a kawaii girl, John Lin didn't hold back from accusing the other party, but asked, "Hey, are you alright?" "Oh, I'm fine." Han Duo hurriedly got up from the ground, when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him from far and near. She instantly changed her face, and immediately made a move that made even John Lin a little confused. Bang! With a movement of her body, she rushed towards John Lin, pushing the other party directly to the position at the corner of the corridor in a hurry. "Come on, hold me, John Lin, what is this?" While it's true that one's charms are powerful, it's not as if one is in such a hurry. Who knew that while he was in this daze? He heard Han Duo call out again, "Come on, hurry up and hold me before it's too late." John Lin's heart stirred at the words, and he instantly realized who the other party was. His arms reached out and wrapped around his opponent, followed by a direct turn, pinning him against the wall. Chapter 54. Are all the little girls so crazy nowadays? Han Duo's height was at most 1.6 meters, and was completely wrapped up like a rag doll under John Lin's 1.82 meter frame. Plus it's around the corner, so if you don't look closely, you can't really tell. They seem to be coming after us. John Lin lowered his head and whispered in Han Duo's ear, but as soon as his words fell, he saw Han Duo, all of a sudden, stretch out his hands. One hugged John Lin's head, while his own lips directly printed on it. John Lin? Oh, what is this? Are all girls so proactive nowadays? Wallop at the drop of a hat? And it's still a reverse wallop. As a man, John Lin could never admit defeat in the matter of wallop. Soon, he took the initiative and made the other man completely melt in his embrace. Han Duo had even forgotten about her bodyguards chasing after her, and instead was obliviously cooperating with John Lin. At this time, beside the two of them, two bodyguards hurriedly swept past. Where are the people? Where are the people? How come it's gone so fast? One of the bodyguards jerked to a halt and turned his head in John Lin's direction. Crisis, in this moment surfaced. It was at this moment that a sudden exclamation of surprise came from a waitress not far away. "Ma'am, be careful, the elevator doors are about to close. Quick, the lady is getting off the elevator." The two bodyguards reacted instantly and rushed towards the stairway in a hurry. They have to catch up with Miss. Only during the run, a trace of doubt flashed through the mind of the bodyguard who had just seen John Lin. No way, how could Miss cuddle with someone else and wallop them? After a full 3 minutes, John Lin couldn't bear to let go of his mouth. But Han Duo in his arms couldn't help but murmur, "No, don't stop." John Lin rolled his eyes breathlessly. "Big sister, why are you still addicted to this?" So he coughed lightly. "Ahem, that, and the man who chased you is gone." It was only at this time that Han Duo reacted at once, and suddenly her pretty face turned red. Damn, just now, people actually talked to him. Ouch, shy to death, but why didn't I recoil? Many thoughts flashed through her mind. And finally Han Duo stared at John Lin with wide eyes. With a solemn face, he said, "Since you kissed me, you're my person. You have to be responsible for me." John Lin? Are all the little girls so crazy nowadays? What kind of routine is this? What makes me yours? John Lin snorted coldly and turned around. "Just die. There's no way I'm going to be yours alone." "That's right, I can only be everyone's, not one." "Well, there's nothing wrong with saying that." "Hey, handsome, you, don't go." Han Duo trotted to catch up. "Why are you eating it up and denying it?" "Me?" John Lin snorted. "You're the one who took the initiative." "Okay, you." Han Duo just wanted to retort, but suddenly thought that it seemed to be the case. Without waiting for her to speak, she suddenly heard a low voice from the other side. "This dead girl, how dare she run away?" As soon as she heard this, her face immediately changed, and she didn't care about tangling with John Lin. "Handsome, here's my card. You must remember to contact me." Taking out a business card and stuffing it into John Lin's pocket, she jogged all the way around and turned to flee. Running halfway, she suddenly turned back and looked at John Lin with a fierce face. "If you dare not contact me, I'll curse you to shorten 5 centimeters. John Lin felt his legs tighten. "How can you be so cruel? How dare you curse me like that?" Squeezing the business card, he looked down. The head of the American Girl Cosplayers Club, Han Duo? Shaking his head, John Lin slipped the business card in his hand into his pocket. A look of fallen helplessness appeared on his face. "Hey, people are handsome and have a lot of right and wrong, so I'm sure there's trouble wherever I go." System, shameless, JPG. He had an appointment with Zhao Chong to go to the bar, so John Lin didn't linger and took the elevator directly to the building's bar. This is an upscale place, after all, not as noisy as a typical bar. Instead, there was faint light music and the atmosphere was very quiet and cozy. When John Lin walked in, he saw that on one of the card seats, Zhao Chong was already sitting there. Seeing Jiang Lin, Zhao Chong stood up a little bit in a hurry. I don't know what to say. After all, the current Jiang Lin was too different from his previous identity. He didn't even know how to handle himself. In response, Jiang Lin just smiled sagely. Brother Chong, next time you're so raw, I won't buy you a drink. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Zhao Chong instantly relaxed. That's right, no matter what his status was, the Jiang Lin in front of him was still the same Jiang Lin he knew before. Ha ha, old ginger, I really didn't expect it, Zhao Chong said with emotion. I wasn't expecting that. Jiang Lin similarly lamented. After all, without the system as a plug-in, he would probably still be running a small supermarket right now. Although the two had different identities, it was good to see that both their natures remained the same, and as they chatted, they let go. After 3 rounds of wine, a little on the head of the Zhao Chong cannot help but cry. Hey, Lao Jiang, I really envy you for having a free life. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow when he heard this. There's a story here. Chapter 55, Helping a Friend, Testing Yang Xiaoman. Without waiting for Jiang Lin to ask, he heard Zhao Chong take the initiative to speak up. At first, when I first graduated, a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, who actually majored in civil engineering, couldn't find a suitable job at all. Dude was bitter back then. Thought I had gone to college for 4 years and that's where I ended up. At the time I was getting drunk at a bar with my senior project. That's when I met Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Chong said with a bitter face. She saw my graduation design and said she thought very highly of me and wanted me to join her design company. I was overjoyed to hear this and spent nearly 3 all-nighters completing the interview questions she gave me. And I, too, was successfully admitted. But I didn't think. When I arrived at the company I realized that Yang Xiaoman actually took the design I interviewed for, took it to participate in the bidding, and in the end won the bid. To add to my anger, she actually took the designer's name and replaced it with her own. I was furious and went straight to her, but to my surprise, she told me that she liked me from the moment she met me. Moreover, she begged me not to expose her. This is one of the most important projects of their company. Once exposed, it will all be ruined. Not only that, but she offered me $15,000 a month. Speaking of this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. At that time, I was so poor that I couldn't even afford to pay the rent, and a $15,000 deal was really too much for me. So, I went soft. After all, she was the first to appreciate me and know me well. Jiang Lin didn't speak, but listened quietly and didn't interrupt the other party. Since then, Yang Xiaoman has been very nice to me, and her family treats me like a prospective son-in-law. The design firm is also doing better business and my income has gone up. Finally, last year, our company suffered a change of heart and declared bankruptcy. Since then, Yang Xiaoman's attitude toward me has grown colder and colder, and every now and then she speaks ill of me. When she waited until she got here to Pegasus Decoration, her temper became worse and worse. Not only did she make me do all the work for her, but she also often duty me useless. Speaking of this, Zhao Chong was practically in tears. Brother, I don't know exactly what I should do now. I want to leave, but after all, she knows me well. Jiang Lin was silent after hearing this. It was clear that Zhao Chong was dissatisfied with the current state, but there was no way to propose a decision to part ways because of the other person's kindness. But in Jiang Lin's opinion, the reason why the other party couldn't make up his mind was that he still lacked a bit of determination. Punch, don't think too much. Maybe, there are some things that are not what you think. He said that because that Yang Xiaoman's persona made him very distrustful. So, for Zhao Chang's sake, he decided to test the other party. Since you treat me like a brother, I'll help you this time. The two of them had been drinking most of the night and had finally walked out of the bar. Jiang Lin supported Zhao Chong and realized that the guy was already drunk. Gotta. Jiang Lin is ready to put him right in the Wang Fu Hotel. He directly opened a room and left Zhao Chong here. Jiang Lin then walked out and looked at the time. It's 12 in the morning. Choose your day. Nodding, he pulled out his own cell phone and saw a bunch of messages pop up on top of WeChat. Almost 99% of these messages are from one person. That would be Yang Xiaoman. It turned out that Yang Xiaoman was dead set on adding Jiang Lin's WeChat at the end of the meal. After all, Zhao Chong was beside him, and in the end, Jiang Lin could only agree stiffly. Unexpectedly, ever since he left, Yang Xiaoman started sending him crazy messages. Yang Xiaoman, hello, Mr. Jiang. Yang Xiaoman, I'm sorry, I apologize for my previous presumptuous behavior. Yang Xiaoman, when are you free so I can express my apologies to you in private? Yang Xiaoman, are you there? You must be very busy. I'll be waiting for your reply anytime then. Smiley, shyness, it's late. You must get some rest. If you need any help, feel free to call me. I can pick up Zhao Chong if I need to. Is it in? Jiang Lin couldn't help his brain from hurting when he saw the 99+ messages. He ignored this and instead took his cell phone and replied with the word, in. At that moment, Yang Xiaoman, who had already washed up and was about to take a rest, suddenly saw her eyes light up, and her hand holding the cell phone couldn't help but tremble. Oh my god, the boy god finally messaged me back. Wahahaha. Now Yang Xiaoman didn't mind in the least that she had disguised herself as a female licking dog. Start returning messages in seconds. Yang Xiaoman, yes, Mr. Jiang, you're still up this late. Jiang Lin, well, I just finished drinking with Zhao Chong, and he's drunk. Yang Xiaoman, Mr. Jiang is really a good drinker. I can't believe nothing happened at all. 3 thumbs up. Jiang Lin couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw this message. He had just intentionally mentioned Zhao Chong, but he didn't expect the other party to even ask. Jiang Lin, do you have time? Come to the Wangfu Hotel. Oi! Yang Xiaoman excitedly waved her fist, practically almost jumping up. The boy wonder actually asked me out. He actually asked me out? Great! Here's your chance. Yang Xiaoman jumped up from the bed with fire and found a dress from the closet that she thought was the most. Stormed out of the house to the puzzled stares of his family. Master, the Royal Hotel. She didn't drive in order to be able to do her makeup in the car. By the time the makeup was done, it was just in front of the restaurant. It was just that what she didn't expect was that Jiang Lin's first words upon seeing her were, Zhao Chong is up there. Go find him. Chapter 56. Yang Xiaoman, who was thoroughly confused. Yang Xiaoman? Oh, so you called me in such a hurry because of someone else? MMP. I can't believe the old lady made a fool of herself. However, at this point in the night, Yang Xiaoman could not care less. She smiled sweetly and spoke. Mr. Jiang, he's up there. Let him rest. Are you alone? Do you want me to accompany you? As she spoke, she also purposely slid her straps down a bit towards the side. Seeing this, Jiang Lin laughed coldly in his heart. As early as just now he had quietly turned his cell phone on to record, being able to accurately record both of their conversations. Accompany me? It's not appropriate, is it? After all, you're Punch's girlfriend. Jiang Lin spoke faintly. It's okay, we're just normal friends. Yang Xiaoman laughed. Besides, it's just you and me here, so don't let go. Can't let go? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but get suspicious. What do you mean? Ha! Yang Xiaoman gave Jiang Lin a you-know-what look. You rich people, don't you just like this kind of excitement? Isn't it exciting to be able to take your best friend's favorite woman? Jiang Lin felt goosebumps all over his body and almost vomited directly on the spot. It won't work. I can't do that. Jiang Lin shook his head. If you do this, are you right for Zhao Chong? Don't you love him? Love him? In order to show her determination to Jiang Lin, Yang Xiaoman immediately spat out her heart without any doubt. There is no love at all between him and I. If it wasn't for his good talent, I wouldn't have chosen to be with him at all. How can he be good enough for me when he's like that, with no money and ugly? Is that so? Then I've heard that you knew him well and were very fond of him in the beginning. Jiang Lin said with a puzzled face. It's impossible to like it. Yang Xiaoman immediately took a stand. At first I just saw his graduation design was very good. Just when the company had a project that needed to find someone to make drawings, that's why I let him try. Unexpectedly, his design was actually seen by the client at once. In this way, I intend to enlist him in my side. As for the reason for liking it, it's just a way of lying to him. Yang Xiaoman said with a flash of her eyes and hurriedly said, Don't worry, I definitely don't have the slightest bit of affection for him. I like the knowledge you are. Yes? All the evidence needed had been collected, and Jiang Lin had no intention of tangling with her. Well, I'm sleepy. Bye. Saying that, he didn't even give the other party a chance and left towards the distance. Yang Xiaoman? Oh, why are you leaving? What did I say? Jiang Lin took a cab on the side of the road and rushed straight back to Luo Weifei's place. After all, it was late in the day and he didn't want to toss the other man over. On the way, he sent the voice he had recorded to Zhao Chong. It was estimated that once Zhao Chong woke up tomorrow, he would be able to see it. As for what to do in the end, it was out of his hands. Half an hour later, Jiang Lin tiptoed open the door to his room, and just as he came in, he saw Luo Weifei lying asleep on the sofa, and on the table next to it were a couple of small plates and a bottle of red wine, obviously waiting for him to come back. Jiang Lin, who saw this scene, couldn't help but feel some warmth flowing in his heart. He was about to find Luo Weifei a piece of clothing to cover her up, but he didn't expect the other party to awaken. Yeah, you're back? Why didn't you tweet me to pick you up? Luo Weifei was instantly happy to see Jiang Lin. It's too late, and I don't want you going back and forth. Jiang Lin smiled and swept the other into his arms. It's late. Rest. Well, I hear you. Luo Weifei nodded with a scarlet blush on her face. Jiang Lin's side was busy for an hour. Early the next morning, while he was still sleeping, the drunken Zhao Chong on the other side finally awoke. After he subconsciously clicked on the recording that Jiang Lin had given him, his entire body fell into a long silence. In the middle of the day, he took out his phone and called Yang Xiaoman. As soon as it was connected, Yang Xiaoman's disgruntled voice came out from the opposite side. Zhao Chong, are you ready? Knowing a rich friend, you dare not report to me at night, right? Listening to Yang Xiaoman's angry voice, Zhao Chong just flatly said, Yang Xiaoman, let's break up. Break up? How dare you break up with me? Yang Xiaoman was furious when she heard this. Zhao Chong, let me tell you, in my Yang Xiaoman's place, only I kicked you. There's no qualification for you to dump me. Do you know that all of your achievements over the years have been single-handedly given to you by me? Yang Xiaoman, you've got your wings now? You're actually going to break up with me, aren't you? Fine. You can break up if you want to. So get your ass to the office right now and pack up and get the hell out of here immediately. Without me, Yang Xiaoman, I'll see how you'll get along then. Toodaloo. The phone hung up. Instead, a hint of relief appeared on Zhao Chang's face. Off. Big deal. He'll start all over again. Leaving the hotel, Zhao Chong rushed back to Tianma Decoration. Returning to his workstation, he began to pack his things. For a few minutes, loaded everything into a large cardboard box. It was at this moment that Yang Xiaoman appeared with a cold face. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Old lady feels like an eyesore when she sees you. Zhao Chong carried the box out of the office in silence. But just at this moment, on the face actually saw Ma Xingxing, who was walking in the wind. Mr. Ma Xingxing couldn't help but stare when he saw Zhao Chang's state, and then laughed. Ha ha, little Zhao, you have a good brain. You actually guessed that you're moving? Chapter 57, I'm not in the habit of shaking hands with my girlfriend's best friend. Moving? Zhao Chong flinched for a moment, followed by a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, I'm here to resign. Quit? Who the hell would dare to quit you? Ma Xingsheng is a big old man, and when he heard this, he immediately cursed. Just kidding, it's so hard to have an employee who can hook up with Mr. Jiang. I can't believe I'm going to give a ing resignation. It's almost like a brain fart. Okay. Seeing Ma Xingxing's appearance, behind her, Yang Xiaoman's face changed, and immediately followed with a smile. Mr. Ma, yes, it was him who wanted to resign. Resign what? I don't agree. Ma Xingsheng shook his head and drank. Starting from today, Zhao Chong, the company will officially promote you as the director of the design department. This office of yours is too small. I just got a new one for you, right next to me. With that he pulled Zhao Chong towards his new office. But Yang Xiaoman in the back immediately changed her face when she heard it. Hey, Mr. Ma, if he becomes the director, what about me? Yang Xiaoman was now the director of the design department. Making her equal to Zhao Chong was not a slap in her face? Hearing this, Ma Xingxing's body gave a start and drank with a gloomy face. You still have the nerve to come to work? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come. You're fired. Yang Xiaoman, why the? She didn't even know what she had done wrong. So how did she get fired outright? Mr. Ma, I'm not convinced. On what grounds? Why did you fire me? She had lost her face at this point and went straight to making a fuss throughout the company. Ma Xingsheng sneered at the situation. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Mr. Lin sent me a message last night, saying that you've been using Zhao Chang's results from start to finish. An asshat like you has the nerve to mention reasons to me? Get the hell out of here. In an instant, Yang Xiaoman was completely frozen. She finally understood this time why Zhao Chong actually wanted to break up with herself after last night. It turned out that Jiang Lin had been condescending to her from start to finish. A strong wave of regret rose from the bottom of her heart, engulfing her in an instant. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what was going on here at Pegasus Decoration. At this time, he had just gotten up, while Luo Yifei had made lunch. Any plans for today? Luo Yifei asked. No. Jiang Lin thought about it. He now has no more small supermarkets. The whole thing is just an idle person. By the way, you don't have a car yet, do you? He suddenly remembered that Luo Yifei had told him that she had a driver's license. Aha! I wasn't going to buy it when the Imperial City was so congested. Luo Yifei nodded. Just in time. We have a free day. Let's go buy you a car. Jiang Lin laughed. My family's Yifei doesn't even have a car. Isn't it a joke to tell people? Luo Yifei's face floated with a strong sweet color when she heard this, and she said from the bottom of her heart, Honey, you're so nice. As soon as her words left her mouth, her cell phone suddenly rang. Luo Yifei let out a gasp as she swept her gaze. Yeah, I forgot. My bestie said she was coming to see me yesterday. The caller ID on the cell phone was writing the 3 words Chu Yao Yao. BFF? If she wants to, then let's get together. Jiang Lin didn't care anyway. One more or one less didn't matter. Luo Yifei nodded and picked up the phone. Hello? Fifi I'm downstairs at your house. Open the door for me. Chu Yao Yao shouted inside the phone. Okay, I'll open the door for you. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yifei directly called the elevator for the other party. Then he stood up and headed for the door. As for Jiang Lin, he was lazily sitting on the sofa with no intention of getting up. It didn't take long for the door to the room to open. A whiny voice that made one's body go soft then instantly rang out. Aya, my little Fifi, Luanjia really misses you so much. Oh, to sound. Luo Yifei blankly glanced at her when she saw this and made a show of wanting to fight. Shu Yao Yao, pay attention to your image, will you? Speak properly. Aya, don't hit people here. It's still developing, okay? Shu Yao Yao hurriedly jumped towards the side when she heard that. Only then did he see Jiang Lin sitting on the sofa. She instantly screamed, ah, ghost your ass. Shu Yao Yao, this is my boyfriend. Luo Yifei was really defeated by her own livewire BFF. When Shu Yao Yao heard this, she immediately rushed up with both eyes glowing. Come on, let's see, you're the dirtbag who bagged Fifi. Jiang Lin looked at her with a smile and couldn't help but say, Earthy? Where do you see me as Earthy? Wow, it's a big handsome guy. Huh no, shouldn't it be a bad old man? Jiang Lin looked up and down at the Chu Yao Yao in front of him, 6'5", with a face value of 85 plus and a figure of 90. The important thing is that it's just too big. It was simply choppy. Who can stand up to this? Who told you he was bad? Luo Yifei breathlessly knocked Chu Yao Yao's head. This BFF just has the guts to say anything. Well, the face value is over the top. Hello, my name is Chu Yao Yao. Chu Yao Yao said as she extended her small hand towards Jiang Lin. However, Jiang Lin didn't reach out his hand, but smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of shaking hands with my girlfriend's best friend. Chu Yao Yao, who heard this, glared with her big eyes. Humph, Fei, this boyfriend of yours is quite a character. Although she had an angry look on the surface, in her heart, she secretly nodded because of Jiang Lin's actions. This tycoon is quite principled. Chu Yao Yao, will you stop fooling around? We're going out. Luo Yifei held her forehead with one hand, completely speechless to this BFF. Going out? Yeah, where are you going? I'll go too. Chu Yao Yao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, Chapter 58, Chu Yao Yao to Dog Liquor 1. Chu Yao Yao. Luo Yifei's eyes glared. Do you even know what a light bulb is? Electricity, what? Ah. Chu Yao Yao pulled Luo Yifei aside. You're good at everything, but you're just too kind. I'm with you so I can help you keep an eye on things, in case he doesn't work out, so I can help you talk him out of it. Luo Yifei was really speechless. She was about to say something else when she saw Jiang Lin standing up with a smile. It's okay, since she's going, let her tag along. Seeing that Jiang Lin agreed, Luo Yifei had no choice but to nod. Just like that, when Jiang Lin was fully dressed, the three of them went downstairs together. As soon as he went downstairs, Chu Yao Yao looked around and said, Jiang Lin, where's your car? I didn't drive, and the car was left over at the hotel yesterday. Jiang Lin came back by taxi last night. Not driving? Oh, I'll be damned if I believe you. Chu Yao Yao couldn't help but say, then where are we going? Go buy a car. Jiang Lin walked out of the neighborhood, stopped a cab, and set off. Chu Yao Yao and Luo Yifei sat in the back row, making whispering noises from time to time. Fifi, how long have you known him? It's been about almost a week for both of us. What? Are you crazy? It's only been a week and you have the nerve to be a mistress to someone? Chu Yao Yao said with a shocked face. To be exact, we just met less than 2 hours ago and I decided. Luo Yifei said with a smile. My silly girl. Chu Yao Yao knocked her forehead with an indisputable face. Do you know, I'm afraid you're going to lose money if you're a mistress to someone like you. She whispered. What's a junior? All juniors are the ones who get dumped in the end. Ah, right now he's still fresh with you, but when time passes and you get tired of it, you'll be kicked off. Chu Yao Yao said with a pained expression. You should just maximize the benefits as much as possible before you are abandoned. What with the house and the car? In short, the more you can get, the more secure it will be for you. Ha, you say that like you've been one before. Lo Yifi takes advantage of the situation and comes up with a counter takedown. Chu Yao Yao sniffed and immediately said indisputably, am I not doing this for your sake? Humph, I really don't know good people. Seeing Chu Yao Yao angry, Luo Yifei couldn't help but comfort her again. Well, don't be mad, he's taking me car shopping, isn't he? The benefits have all come. What do you know? Humph, Chu Yao Yao had a shrewd look on her face. Rich people like them, they are very smart. They will definitely not write your name when they buy you a car, and it's the same when they buy a house. In the end, when you break up, you'll be given a couple $100,000 in breakup fees and you're done. The rest of you won't get anything out of it. Listening to the two whispering in the background, Jiang Lin's mouth slightly raised, and had no intention of getting involved. Counting on the gold master in front of the gold master. This Chu Yao Yao really what a big brainless. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to get the cab to drive in the direction of the new state fair. He checked yesterday, and there are frequent car shows held here, and in the neighborhood. Many 4S stores for cars are located here. Having the cab stop at the door of an Audi, John Lin's trio got out of the car. He then looked at Luo Yifei and asked, Fifi, what kind of car do you like? Porsche, Cadillac. Luo Yifei was talking about the latter, while the former was actually Chu Yao Yao. John Lin looked at her with a smile and said, you know about cars? Don't get it. Then why did you say Porsche? Because it's expensive. Luo Yifei secretly pinched her best friend and said to John Lin, I'll just go with Cadillac. The name of this car is not so loud in China. The price and discounts are cheaper. Okay. John Lin nodded. Then let's go to the Porsche and take a look. Humph. Petty. Ha. Chu Yaoyao had just said that when her face changed. To a Porsche? Yeah. John Lin nodded his head. I think what you said still makes sense. Since I don't understand it, I'm sure I'll pick the expensive one to perform better. Under Chu Yaoyao's suspicious gaze, John Lin pulled Luo Yifei into a Porsche 4S store. As soon as he walked into it, a uniformed guy came up with a smile on his face. Hello, may I ask if you are choosing a car? Well, let's take a casual look first. John Lin pulled Luo Yifei along as he walked. In a state like yours now, you don't need to drive a too expensive car. It's mainly a substitute for transportation. When Chu Yaoyao, who was following behind, heard this, she was instantly unhappy. What do you mean you don't need a car that's too expensive? Just for transportation? Humph. I originally thought you were generous enough to choose a nice car for Fifi. But now, the nature has been revealed before the selection has even begun. Chu Yaoyao, who thought of this instantly, had a plan in mind. You want to save money and make Fifi suffer? Dream on. I'll make you lose face today. She took out her cell phone and opened WeChat directly. Inside the address book list, a series of names labeled with the word Lick Dog. She found one of them, an avatar with the name Porsche 4S Lick Dog, and sent a direct message to the other. I am, right now, at the Porsche 4S store at the new State Fair, showing up in 3 minutes. This message was just posted less than a minute ago. An extremely fast-paced figure was seen emerging from the depths of the 4S store. The other man was tall and quite handsome. When he saw Chu Yaoyao, he was instantly enraptured. Yao Yao, why don't you notify me in advance when you're here so I can go greet you? Seeing the other party, Chu Yaoyao just gave a petulant hum. Cut the crap. Today my best friend, her boyfriend, came to buy her a car. I need you to teach him a lesson. Saying that, Chu Yaoyao introduced Luo Yifei and John Lin's situation in general. Immediately afterward, I heard the other party say with a confident face, don't worry, Yao Yao, I'll take care of this matter. Chapter 59, the price is $15 million. Do you want cash or credit card? Yao Yao, might as well tell you, I'm the general manager of this 4S store. The youth had an arrogant smile on his face. I've seen too many guests of his caliber here. Thinking you have a little money, you start to get inflated. But in the end, as soon as I stepped in, all of them left in disgrace. Oh, it's good to hear you say that. You'd better be able to fulfill my purpose. Chu Yaoyao looked at him with a warning face. If you don't do a good job, you won't want to see me a second time in your life. Don't worry, Yo-Yo, I promise to complete the mission. Zhuang Xian lost his smile on his face and said, if I do a good job, can I have the honor? At night? Before he finished his words, he was impatiently interrupted by Chu Yaoyao. Alright, when you're done. Regarding Chu Yaoyao's impatience, not only did the general manager youth not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, he instead nodded his head with a compensating smile on his face. The two of them said and chased after the two of them towards John Lin. Walking up to him, this general manager then took the initiative to speak. Two guests. I just heard that Yao Yao you guys are here, so I specifically came over to take a look, said the youth as he extended his hand towards John Lin. My name is Zhuang Xiang. Nice to meet you. John Lin sniffed and glanced at him, extending his hand with the same smile on his face. However, just at the moment he was about to shake hands with the other party, this Zhuang Xiang actually withdrew his hand. It made John Lin fall flat on his face. John Lin's gaze flickered. Then he retracted his hand with a flat face. Looks like it's coming from a bad place. However, at this stage of John Lin's life, it didn't matter anymore. Please continue your show. And he was also 100% certain that this general manager who suddenly appeared was definitely related to that Chu Yaoyao. Giving a downward spiral, Zhuang Xiang glanced at Chu Yaoyao with some complacency. How about that? I'm off to a good start. Straight up finish. I wonder what car this gentleman would like to choose, he asked with a professional smile. Can you introduce me to Cayenne? John Lin opened his mouth and asked. Cayenne? Zhuang Xiang raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart. Humph, it was just as he had guessed. Not a real tycoon, but at most a thug. The average Cayenne. It's just $1 million or so, and it's a favorite of a lot of thuggish dirtbags. Thinks it's respectable to drive out, but actually has no idea how low it is. But since he was here to teach John Lin a lesson, he naturally had his ways. This gentleman, although the Cayenne is one of the best-selling models in our store here, I'll be honest and say that at best it's just a substitute for transportation. And it simply can't match the temperament and face value of someone like your girlfriend. Shusho is simply handy with these. Sure enough, once these words came out, Jiang Lin also fell into deep thought. Well, in your opinion? Facing Jiang Lin's question, Zhuang Xiang almost laughed out loud maniacally in his heart. It's hooked. It's really hooked. 2 compliments and you can't find your way out. It's time to show real skill next. Okay, both of you please follow me. Zhuang Xiang led the way in front, followed by Jiang Lin and Luo Yifei, while Chu Yaoyao followed at the end. She looked at Jiang Lin and secretly gritted her teeth. Humph, let's make you not spend money. Let's see how you'll get off the stage later. Even so, by the time Jiang Lin was ugly, she was ready with what to say about the other party. The 3 of them followed Zhuang Xiang all the way to the middle of the forest store's garage. The majority of the garage holds freshly arrived stock, as well as a few vehicles reserved by guests. Zhuang Xiang walked all the way to the deepest part of the garage and stopped in front of an incredibly cool-looking sports car. Sir, ma'am, how would you both like to see this car? To be honest, when he saw the car's styling, Jiang Lin felt a light in his eyes. The car, while not as sci-fi as his silver, also has an overall streamlined look. The color is silver and looks as textured as a shark's skin. The car features a plug-in hybrid system that includes a 4.6-liter V8 engine with a maximum power output of 570 horsepower, an electric motor with a maximum power output of 109 horsepower acting on the front axle and an electric motor with a maximum power output of 122 horsepower acting on the rear axle. As for the parameters of the whole car, Zhuang Xiang naturally knows them well. Thanks to the dual powertrain, it allows the car to put out a whopping 887 horsepower and accelerate to 100 kilometers in less than 3 seconds, said he as he opened the car door. All the materials and configurations of the interior are absolutely top of the line. Although the design style continues from the old model, there is no sense of obsolescence present. With a length, width and height of 4650 mm, 1960 mm, 1200 mm and a wheelbase of 2650 mm, there's definitely enough space too. Speaking of this, Zhuang Xiang looked at the 2 with a smile. How about it? Want to try? Jiang Lin nodded, then patted Luo Yifei's small hand. Like it or not? I like it, but we haven't asked the price yet. Jiang Lin waved his hand. It's okay, as long as you like it, price is not a problem. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiang simply wanted to give Jiang Lin a thumbs up. Brother Die, nice words, I'll see if you can still laugh when you find out the price. Zhuang Xiang smiled slightly. Ma'am, since this gentleman is so generous, I don't think you need to excuse yourself. Hearing Zhuang Xiang say this, Luo Yifei also couldn't help but nod her head. But she knew that Jiang Lin's worth was not comparable to ordinary people. How can you not afford a luxury car when you even have shares in Armani? Seeing Luo Yifei nod her head, Zhuang Xiang slapped his palm. Just waiting for you to say that. It was then that he opened his mouth to speak, the killer move he had prepared for so long. This Porsche 918 is a global limited edition, priced at $15 million. This gentleman, do you have cash or credit card? Chapter 60, 1 Substitute. 1 Speeding. Zhuang Xiang grinned. In order to accomplish the task Chu Yaoyao had entrusted to him, he had simply taken great pains, just had a flurry of introductions to the entire model, not a word about the 918. He was afraid that Jiang Lin would recognize the price of the entire car after hearing this. Thus, no longer on the hook. Now well, Jiang Lin not only fell for the trap, but also very pretentious to buy the car. That gave him just that opportunity. You think you can afford a $15 million car? The car had been parked here for an estimated 6 months before. Zhuang Xiang hadn't even given up hope on this. Unexpectedly, some time ago, it was actually seen by a rich young man, and immediately paid a deposit. Only then he said he was going out of the country for a few days and when he came back he would just pay full price and pick up the car. Other than that, no one has even looked at it. Why didn't anyone make a move? Isn't it because it's too expensive? The really rich bosses are basically older, and most of them buy Rolls Royces, Bentleys and the like, and young rich kids who can take out $10 million or so from their families when they say they can, and still buy a sports car. Originally, Zhuang Xiang thought that the car wouldn't be of any further use until it was raptured, but never thought that it actually accomplished an important mission, which was to make Zhuang Xiang pretend to be X. Hearing Zhuang Xiang's words, next to him, Chu Yaoyao's face simply burst into laughter. This lickspittle really did have some skills, and was actually able to pull off this whole trick. Not bad, not bad. She looked at Jiang Lin a bit provocatively. You're too young to fight me. Chu Yaoyao hurriedly put on a look of surprise and exclaimed, wow, this car is actually so expensive. Fifi, you're in luck now. Jiang Lin actually spared to buy you such a nice car. I'm so happy for you. Saying that, she looked at Jiang Lin with a hopeful face and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Lin, you just said you're going to buy it. You won't be able to spare the money, right? Lick the dog, lick the dog. Even the master has spoken. How can he lag behind? Zhuang Xiang likewise smiled and said helpfully, Mr. Jiang doesn't have to be in too much of a hurry. If you really don't have any money and can't afford this car, you can consider taking out a loan. A loan? Guests who come to buy a luxury car actually have to take out a loan, which would be a laugh if word got out. The implication is that you don't have the money. What kind of luxury car are you coming to buy? Might as well go back and get enough money together. Without waiting for Jiang Lin to open his mouth, Luo Yifei beside him was instantly a bit anxious. No, I wouldn't dare drive such an expensive car. Luo Yifei pulled Jiang Lin's arm and pouted. Honey, will you just buy me a Cayenne? It's only convenient to drive that one. Fifi you. Chu Yaoyao's face changed and she wanted to open her mouth to stop, but she was glared back by Luo Yifei's fierce gaze. She was so aggravated in her heart that she was on the verge of crying. What the hell? They went to all this trouble to help you, and you still don't appreciate it. Just then, Jiang Lin actually nodded directly and said rightfully, yeah, then we'll buy a Cayenne. When these words came out, Zhuang Xiang, who was still waiting, snorted. Mr. Jiang went through all this trouble and actually only bought. He was just halfway through this mocking remark when he heard Jiang Lin casually add a sentence. That's a 918, right? I'll take it too. Both of them, one for transportation and one for speeding. Zhuang Xiang, oh. Chu Yaoyao, oh. The two froze in place almost simultaneously, an incredulous look flashing in their eyes. Nima, is he telling the truth? One for transportation and one for speeding? He's actually going to buy two of them together? You're so proud of yourself, brother? That's $15 million, not $1,500. Chu Yaoyao rubbed her ears vigorously, wondering if she had heard wrong. But next to Zhuang Xiang, at this time, his face suddenly became more ugly than a pile of Xiang. MMP, he's just pretending to be X. Forgot that this 918 is booked. Now Jiang Lin wants to buy it too. What the hell? For a moment Zhuang Xiang felt himself messed up. It was only when Jiang Lin couldn't help but shout at him with some impatience in the middle of the morning that he came back from his shock. What are you waiting for? Go do the paperwork. Jiang Lin looked at the unsightly Zhuang Xiang and couldn't help but wonder secretly. Could it be that this kid was dazzled and confused by himself? At least you're a GM, you can't be that bad. Zhuang Xiang pondered for a moment, but decided to tell Jiang Lin. After all, that one is a character he can't afford to mess with. The old man behind him is worth more than $1 billion. Therefore, he was silent for a moment and said to Jiang Lin with an embarrassed face, Sir, I'm very sorry. This 918 of mine has already been booked out. Jiang Lin's face suddenly chilled when he heard this. Are you ting me? These few words were simply like a thunderbolt instantly exploding around Zhuang Xiang. Chapter 61. Hello, Mr. Jiang, please call me Xiao Pan. Although Jiang Lin wasn't very old, he had gone through this period of inculcation. The self-temperament has changed radically. Simply put, it fosters a kind of big brotherly majesty. He was usually pleasant and bland-looking. This majesty naturally did not reveal itself. As the saying goes, when the Dragon King is angry, the sky turns upside down. Now that this anger had erupted, it instantly made Zhuang Xiang feel his heart skip a beat. Why do I feel so panicky? And panicked as hell. This kid isn't even as old as me. How can he possess such an aura? Zhuang Xiang was a lickspill, no doubt, but not a stupid one. Jiang Lin actually bought two cars out of hand, and he naturally knew that the other party must be rich and powerful. So, he could only accompany the smiling face and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang. A great young man has already paid a deposit of $1 million for this car before. If we defaulted on the contract, we definitely have to compensate people double. Made a deposit? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Doesn't that mean the deal wasn't completed? With that he casually waved his hand. $2 million for breach of contract, right? I'll pay for this. If you can't do it, find someone who can and come see me. After saying that, Jiang Lin took out his cell phone and casually dialed Ma Xinglong's number. Hello, Mr. Jiang, what are your orders? As soon as Ma Xinglong took a look at Jiang Lin's call, he spoke respectfully. I'm at the Porsche 4S. Know anyone? Jiang Lin spoke flatly. Yes, there really is. I renovated the villa for the owner of this store 2 days ago, and we even had dinner together. Ma Xinglong spoke hastily. Then I'll call him now and tell him to come over. Okay, thanks. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin didn't even look at this Zhuang Xiang, pulled Luo Yifei and left. He can find the boss? Zhuang Xiang said with a bit of a stutter. How could he not expect Jiang Lin actually a phone call to be able to contact the boss? Moreover, looking at the other party's demeanor, it didn't seem like they were joking at all. MMP, his heart was in a panic right now, because, although the other party promised to give him a deposit of $1 million, but Zhuang Xiang in order to flatter that big young man, so full of promise to the other party to keep. So, Up to this point, there's actually been no such thing as $1 million deposit, just a verbal agreement. But if the boss came later, wouldn't all his behavior be completely exposed? He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Chu Yao Yao, wanting to seek the other party's help. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw Chu Yao Yao say with a look of disgust, "Humph, you can't even sell a car. What else can you do?" he said, and walked away with a haughty look on his face. MMP. Zhuangxiang's heart was filled with internal cows. Within 20 minutes, a Bentley appeared outside the 4S store. A middle-aged man in a suit was then seen hurrying into the store. At that moment, all the 4S store employees all had their hearts jumping and their chrysanthemums tightening. "Boss, what's the boss doing here?" Normally, this boss rarely comes to inspect the store when he's not doing anything. After all, there's 360-degree surveillance here. Anything is easily solved with a video conference, which requires a personal visit from the owner. But now, the boss is actually here, and it looks like it's in a hurry. Just as the crowd was a bit confused, the boss walked straight towards Jiang Lin amidst the crowd's shocked gazes. "Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, I'm the owner of this 4S store, Pan Gue. You can just call me Xiao Pan." Boss Pan stretched out his hands towards Jiang Lin with a smile on his face. Click. The entire 4S store fell silent, and everyone craned their necks incredulously towards Jiang Lin. This 20-something-year-old guy, he actually made the boss so respectful? And call yourself Pam? What is this? They all saw it when Jiang Lin came just now. Thought it was just some rich kid bringing his lover to pick out a car. But I didn't expect that even the boss would be alarmed now. There's no way to not be alarmed. Pan Gue was also relatively surprised when he received Ma Xinglong's call. Since the two were from the same hometown, they chatted more. When Ma Xinglong said that Jiang Lin was actually the owner of the entire Wanqing shopping center, and he was completely shocked. Not only that, after hanging up the phone, he had someone look up Jiang Lin's information. That's when I realized that the other party was not only the owner of the Mansion shopping center, it's even a shareholder of Mingdao Seafood, and even the foreign Armani group has shares. The luxury car in his name, the villa, is worth a lot of money. What surprised him even more was that there was actually a royal residence under Jiang Lin's name. Nima, how terrifying was an existence that could buy a royal residence. It's not even something that can be measured in terms of money. It's energy. Massive, immense energy. Therefore, after he got this information, he couldn't wait to have 2 rocket jets mounted under his feet and rush straight to Jiang Lin's heels. Jiang Lin looked at Pan Gui's appearance and knew that Ma Xinglong must have said something. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. "Hello, Boss Pan. Mr. Jiang, I heard you're buying a Porsche?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Boss Pan went straight to the point. Jiang Lin stretched out 2 fingers. "But this general manager of yours said that one of them has already been ordered by someone. I'll pay for this breach of contract." "How can that be? How can I make you pay for this?" Pan Gu shook his head without hesitation and turned his head towards Zhuangxiang and beckoned. "Xiao Zhuang, bring the client's contract over. We'll do the formalities now." "Old boss, actually, even the boss has come." Zhuangxiang is no longer capable of hiding it. In the end, he could only honestly spit out the truth. "Good, Zhuangxiang, you've taken my car to expand your connections." Pan Gui's anger rose upon hearing this. "From tomorrow, you don't have to come here to work. Get the hell out." Chapter 62 10 billion times storm, rewarding 30% of King's real estate shares. After saying that, he said to Jiang Lin with a smile on his face, "Mr. Jiang, let's do the formalities over here, please." Jiang Lin was invited aside by Pan Gue, leaving only Zhuangxiang standing in place with the wind at his back. He just didn't expect that at this time, even the goddess in his heart would come out to make up for it. "Zhuangxiang, you really let me down. Don't contact me from now on." "Humph, gargantuan." It was as if Zhuangxiang saw crows flying by in front of his eyes. How could he not have imagined how he could have become like this when he was just trying to lick the goddess? Lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog, and in the end, there's nothing left. With Boss Pan's personal arrangements, this series of processes naturally went very smoothly. The young lady in charge of filling out the contract looked at Jiang Lin with a smile and said, "Hello, may I ask the name of the owner to write?" She didn't finish her sentence, just waiting for Jiang Lin's reply. "If you buy 2 cars at once, are you going to give one to this lady friend?" As soon as her words fell, Jiang Lin spoke in a flat tone. "Write her, both of them." Okay, ha." The young sister subconsciously nodded, but immediately realized that something was wrong. "Naya, both of them have the names of their female companions on them? Is this a chaperone, or a wife?" The Kayan write-up is understandable, but that 918, it's worth over $10 million. That's just giving it away? Boss Pan next to him couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, feeling more and more that Jiang Lin was simply an unfathomable person. A $10+ million sports car that you say you'll give away without even blinking an eye. Is this something a normal person could do? "Thank you, Honey, when Luo Yifei heard this, she was simply moved to tears. Xu Yaoyao, who had just chased over behind her, felt her heart and soul shake when she saw this scene, as if countless lemons were exploding in her heart. Your sister, the old lady's on acid. I'd love to be a mistress if I could give away a $10 million car. This time, Xu Yaoyao's gaze towards Jiang Lin was a little different. There's more than a few unspoken implications. It didn't take long for the contract to be written. It's time for the payment part. Before Boss Pan could say anything, Jiang Lin directly pulled out a bank card. Swipe. Okay. Such stores have a green channel to the bank, so the operation is very fast. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to hear the beep of a text message, but before he could look at it, he heard another beep go off. Ding! You purchased 2 cars, triggering a 10 billion times blitz, rewarding King's Realty with 30% of the shares as the first major shareholder. The King Estate? The corner of Jiang Lin's eyes jumped. This real estate didn't even need to be checked. It was simply too famous. In the country of Daxia, those who were able to enter the real estate industry were all big shots, and against the backdrop of the current system, many small properties have gone completely bankrupt because of broken capital chains. Nowadays, the real estate companies that can survive this cruel elimination are not giants in the industry, and this King Realty, 4-1, is one of the powerful giants that can be ranked in the top 5 in the entire industry. How strong exactly? Simply put, it is the real estate projects of King's Realty, which are located in hundreds of cities throughout the country of Daxia. Annual contracted turnover is nearly $400 billion. Total assets are nearly $800 billion. The current market capitalization is at $180 billion. One might wonder, with total assets of $800 billion, why is the market capitalization less than $200 billion? The reason is simple. Total assets means, including liquidity, buildings, subsidiaries, etc., all owned or controlled, all assets that can bring economic benefits, and market capitalization refers to the total value of a company's shares on the exchange. In other words, if you owned all the stock in the entire company, you would be able to get almost $200 billion if you sold it all now. And Jiang Lin owned 30% of the shares at once, which was equivalent to a market capitalization of $60 billion. It's straight up tens of billions of dollars. Is it scary? Even Jiang Lin, who had already been baptized by the system's blitz, was a bit agitated at this time. Nima, it's just not too luxurious, okay? Jiang Lin grinned. It seemed that the Porsche had simply come to the right place this time. Jiang Lin, who was in a good mood, couldn't help but look at Boss Pan. Boss Pan, when can we take this car? The pre-process is done. Now it's just a matter of getting licenses and stuff. Boss Pan smiled and said, we definitely have a green channel on our side. At the latest tonight, we will be able to get it for you. Why don't you leave me an address? I'll send someone to send it to you. Address? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. He had a place for himself, but it wasn't a car for him. Whether it was sent to the villa or the royal residence, it was a bit inappropriate. After pondering for a while, Jiang Lin nodded and said, let's do it this way. The car will be placed here with you first. I'll send you the address in a couple days. Okay, this is my business card. If you have anything, feel free to order. Boss Pan hurriedly handed Jiang Lin the business card in his hand with both hands. Well, thanks a lot. Jiang Lin took it and glanced at it before stuffing it into his pocket. At this time, Luo Yifei and Xu Yaoyao walked over after completing the formalities together. Fifi, all done? Jiang Lin asked with a smile. Well, the materials have all been submitted. Luo Yifei let go of Xu Yaoyao's arm and then rushed to Jiang Lin's front. Thank you, honey. Thanks for nothing. Jiang Lin gave her a head-touching kill. Right, the car we can't drive now. I'll let Boss Pan help watch it first, and then send it to you when it's ready. Well, I'm all yours. Luo Yifei nodded happily. Then where are we going next? Where to? Fifi, you bought 2 luxury cars, so of course we have to celebrate. Xu Yaoyao spoke with an excited face. Let's go to a 5-star restaurant and have a big meal. Who knew that as soon as she opened her mouth, she heard Jiang Lin give her a blank look. All you know is eating. The business isn't done yet. Xu Yaoyao was disliked by Jiang Lin and was about to snap, but when she heard the words that followed, she became curious. Business? What other business? Jiang Lin glanced at her with a look of an idiot. Of course it's to buy a house. If you don't buy a house and a parking space, where will the car be parked at that time? Buy a house? Xu Yaoyao felt her head rumble, being completely shocked. Brother, you just spent over $10 million on a car, and then you turn around and actually want to buy a house? Are you going to be so grandiose? I just want to say, is it too late for me to chase you? Of course, this Xu Yaoyao could only think about it in her heart. After all, she and Luo Yifei were good girlfriends, and she definitely couldn't do this kind of man-stealing thing. Chapter 63, The King's Residence. Zheng Xiao's arrival. Luo Yifei was similarly startled when she heard about buying a house. Honey, you've already spent so much money. We'll talk about the house later. Besides, don't I have a place to stay there now? It's okay. Jiang Lin raised his hand and scraped at her agitated nose. Silly girl, your place is no better than yours. Besides, your car is so expensive. If you just park it inside the neighborhood, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep when the time comes. It couldn't be helped. Who made Jiang Lin so sweet? He has always been generous to his own people. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Luo Yifei felt her nose turn sour and couldn't help but kiss Jiang Lin on the spot. Honey, I really love you so much. Xu Yaoyao felt like she had been forcefully stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, and her stomach was bulging. Honey, so if we're going to buy, what about going to that property? After a sweet moment, Luo Yifei couldn't help but be curious at once. I've just checked, not far from where you used to live. There's a King real estate project called King's Famous Residence. Let's go there. Okay, let's go then. After discussing the matter, Jiang Lin greeted Boss Pan and then took Luo Yifei, Chu Yaoyao and the two of them to take a taxi. But when their figures disappeared, General Manager Zhuang Xiang, who had already been fired by Boss Pan, suddenly appeared in the doorway with a face of indignation. Jiang Lin, it's all because of you that I was abandoned by the goddess and even lost my job. He muttered viciously to himself. Okay, I can't offend you, but there are people who can rule you. With that he took out his cell phone and dialed a direct number. Hello, Zhang Xiao, it's Xiao Zhuang. His tone sank all of a sudden. Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry for you. Your beloved car was taken by someone else. What? Snatched it? Who the hell dares to rob my Zhang Feng's car? On the other end of the phone, a furious voice came instantly. Next, Zhuang Xiang told the story of Jiang Lin's visit to the car while adding fuel to the fire by saying how arrogant Jiang Lin was. What a disregard for him. In the end, mentioning his big name to the other person himself didn't help in the slightest. Zhang Xiao, I think that guy is really quite hoity-toity, and you didn't pay the deposit, so why don't we just forget about it? Zhuang Xiang persuaded with false benevolence. Trench, the person who compares me, Zhang Feng, to a trench hasn't even been born yet. Zhang Feng said with an angry face. Zhuang Xiang, tell me where they went. I'll go over there now. I'd like to see how trenchant he really is. After saying half a day, Zhuang Xiang actually waited for the sentence. Hey, well, Zhang Xiao, I've already paid attention for you. They are now planning to go to the king's residence, that property. Zhuang Xiang said with a flattering face. I'll set off now and keep an eye on them for you. Okay, I'll be right there. Zhang Feng said and hung up the phone. Zhuang Xiang had a hint of a conspiratorial smile on his face. Jiang Lin, right? I want to see with my own eyes how you can still pretend in front of Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, that is a real rich second generation. It is said that his family has a large group of companies, worth more than $2 billion, and all the friends around him are either rich or noble. Definitely not the usual boomers. Zhuang Xiang hung up the phone and also took a cab straight to the king's residence. About half an hour later, Jiang Lin, Luo Yifei, and Chu Yaoyao arrived at the king's residence. King's residence is also a very famous property in this area, specializing in high-end homes. It is divided into two types, high-rise and townhomes. The whole sales center is decorated with grandeur and luxury, and it seems to be the standard of big real estate. As soon as Jiang Lin's trio entered the door, a sales lady with a face value of at least 80 points walked up. The first thing the sales lady saw was Jiang Lin. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Immediately after that, he noticed two stunning beauties following beside the other party. The sales lady's eyes lit up and she felt that this could be a big client, so she hurriedly greeted her. Hello, may I ask if this is your first time here, or do you have a special homeowner's advisor? First time, Jiang Lin said indifferently. Hello, my name is Lin Li. You can just call me Xiao Li. Lin Li introduced with incomparable enthusiasm. What house type do you want to see? Let me introduce it for you. Townhomes, finishes available? Jiang Lin said. Yes, you come with me. Upon hearing about buying a townhouse, this made Lin Li's heart even happier. Definitely a big client. The trio followed Lin Li to the location of the mock-up building. Then came the description of the townhouse. Our townhomes are the main focus of this one, and they are delivered with finishes. Lin Li pointed to one of the house types and asked, look at this, 5 or 6-story duplex house, 7 meters high. Space and light are first class. There are 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in total, with a total of 4 bathrooms upstairs and downstairs, all with name brand baths and top quality finishes, plus a deck on top. Well, looking at the floor plan it feels okay. Can we see the house? Jiang Lin asked. Yes, of course. Lin Li's smile became even more winning, because our building has been open for some time. The first phase has been moved in the 5th building of the king's position. Now there happen to be existing houses. I'll show you. Okay, let's go. The three of them followed the real estate consultant right towards the inside of the property. Jiang Lin walked while surveying the entire environment of the property. I have to say that King's Realty can definitely be described as first class from its location to the greenery, environment to the property. As the first major shareholder, Jiang Lin naturally wanted to take a good look at his company's achievements. I guess the news of the change in shareholders should have spread throughout the property by now. Jiang Lin browsed while secretly saying in his mind, he was still always very cognizant of the efficiency of the system. Sure enough, they had just stepped out of the elevator when Jiang Lin saw an unfamiliar call come up on his phone. When he got through, it was actually a call from the CEO of King Realty. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the CEO of King Real Estate, Chen Shan. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor on the other end of the phone said in a respectful tone. Aha, hello, Mr. Chen. Jiang Lin nodded. That Mr. Jiang, because the change in equity was a bit sudden. We haven't had a chance to pay you a visit. I wonder if it's convenient for you. The moment Chen Shan heard that Jiang Lin's voice was actually so young, he was immediately in awe. No need. Jiang Lin refused. I'm taking a look at our company's property. As for meeting up, I'll naturally see you when I have the chance. For the specific work, Mr. Chen, you guys will just continue to be in charge. When Chen Shan heard this, he instantly understood what Jiang Lin meant. The other party didn't like him interrupting now, so naturally he couldn't make a fool of himself. Okay, well, then you can call me anytime if you need anything. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin watched the two little girls looking around the townhouse like little swallows. So much so, just at this time, a luxury car appeared outside the sales center. From inside the limousine came down a small-eyed youth, none other than Zhang Feng. Chapter 64. Zhang Feng is going to cut the price. Zhang Feng's car is a Maybach, which is what his father told him, to be calm and steady. The same goes for choosing a car. That 918 also took him a long time to wheedle Dad into agreeing to it. I didn't expect to be cut off before I could get my hands on it. So Zhang Feng was very angry in his heart. Zhuang Xiang, where is the man? Looking at Zhuang Xiang, who ran his ass to the front, Zhang Feng asked, Zhang Xiao, it's inside. I didn't follow them in for fear of being discovered by them. Zhuang Xiang said curtly. Very well, go, Zhang Xiao said and walked towards the sales center with big strides. As soon as Zhang Feng appeared, he immediately attracted the gazes of countless women. The Maybach had been in the crowd sights just now at the door. Several sales ladies even scrambled towards Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng only coldly returned 2 words when he saw this. Find someone. As he swept his gaze, he did not see such a combination of 1 man and 2 women in the entire hall. But at that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared from the corridor inside the center. A home buyer's counselor and a man and 2 women. Zhang Xiao, it's them. Zhuang Xiang hurriedly opened his mouth when he saw this. Oh, Zhang Feng subconsciously looked towards the other party, and at a glance, he saw the 2 big beauties beside Jiang Lin, especially Luo Yifei. That figure, that face, that temperament. Sheesh, it's just perfect. At once, Zhang Xiao's heart was moved. Such a pretty girl is not on this young man's side? He never expected that there would actually be a windfall this time. Ahem. Coughing lightly, Zhang Feng began to formulate a plan in his mind. This time it's not as simple as just coming to play X. This can involve a learning curve in grabbing a woman, which must be appropriate, reasonable, and not cause any backlash from the other party. Zhang Feng thought to himself that he was by no means the kind of rich second generation that was like a thug. Not the stupid goods that came up and directly took out 2 stacks of money and slammed it in front of Jiang Lin to tell the other party to get lost, much less make any similar move. So, after a moment of contemplation, he instead greeted them with a smile on his face. Hello, 2 beautiful women. Although Zhang Feng was average looking, his speech and demeanor were decent. At the moment he was smiling and nodding politely at the 2 men. Introduce myself. My name is Zhang Feng. I'm Zhuang Xiang's friend. At this time to get on the relationship, can only be from the side of Zhuang Xiang as an entry point. I just heard Zhuang Xiang say that the 2 beauties wanted to come over here to buy a house, so I rushed over to see what I could do to help. Zhang Feng spoke humbly and courteously without being arrogant and bossy. Even Jiang Lin was not in a good position to speak ill of him. Luo Yifei was even more unable to say anything. She just smiled slightly and nodded politely. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhang, but we've already picked out a good one. That's euphemistic enough. I'll pick it out, so you don't have to get involved. Of course, if Zhang Feng really got rid of it so easily, that would be sorry for his ability to pass through the flowers often over the years without a single leaf touching him. Ahahaha, picked it out huh? Did you ask the price? Zhang Feng smiled. I won't hide it from you 2 beauties. I have a slight involvement in the real estate industry, even if I have some dealings with King's Real Estate, so I might be able to help you too. Can you get a discount? As soon as Luo Yifei heard this, she was immediately moved in her heart. She naturally did not have a cold feeling about this Zhang Feng, but if the other party could really get the sales office to discount the price, It could save a lot of money. This money could all be spent by Zhang Lin, and she wanted to save a little for the other party. Zhang Lin, who was next to him, didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, and just looked faintly at Jing Feng performing there alone. In fact, from the moment Zhuang Xiang appeared with the other party, he knew that this Zhang Feng was definitely not here to make friends. Although he was humble and courteous on the surface, in reality, from the time he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at himself squarely. This made Zhang Lin understand that the other party was coming at him. He couldn't help but smile in his heart when he heard about the other party actually being able to get a discount. Since you're willing to play, I'll play with you. Luo Yifei hesitated for a moment and turned her head to look at Zhang Lin. Honey, with the discount, I'm guessing we can save a lot of money. What do you think? Before she finished her words, she heard Zhang Lin smile faintly. Good, since this Mr. Zhang is so enthusiastic, then I naturally can't wait. Ha ha, well, this brother is right. It's fate to get to know each other. This favor today, Zhang Feng, will say anything to help. Looking at the other party's hypocritical and incomparable acting skills, Zhang Lin similarly had a smile appearing on his face. It's time to show some real acting skills. Ha ha, thank you Mr. Zhang then. Since they agreed, Zhang Feng and Zhuang Xiang naturally followed a few people along. While walking, Zhang Feng then said enthusiastically, the location of this property is quite good, and the price should be at least 100,000 square feet. First of all, which set do the two beauties have their eyes on, so I can have an idea in mind. Chu Yaoyao gave the other party a somewhat scrutinizing look. How did she feel that this guy was not as good as Zhang Lin? It's the one that's the king of the townhouse district, 5 or 6 stories, with a terrace. Zhang Feng took a look. This townhouse built nearly 200 square meters. If calculated according to 100,000 square meters, it's got to be at least $10 million. The corners of his mouth quirked into a small smile. It's good that it's expensive. It's only when it's expensive and discounted that it looks like he's a bully. Ahem, not bad. The two beauties have really good eyes. Zhang Feng praised with a smile on his face. This house, the total price is estimated to be close to $20 million. Gentlemen, wait a moment. I'll let the real estate consultant ask first. With that, he looked at Linley. Do we have any discounts right now? How much of a discount can we get? Sir, it's like this, because it's already past the opening period. There are only 2 discounts now. 95% off for full payment and 98% off for loans. Linley explained with a smile. So little? Aren't there any in-house deals or something? Zhang Feng frowned, seemingly a little dissatisfied. In reality, he was just pretending to get the bottom price of the entire sale first. It only makes you look even more of a bully if you strike again yourself. There's a lot of skill involved when it comes to pretending to be X. Linley also knew the importance of this order, so she gritted her teeth. The most I can do is to get the manager to bring another internal subscription discount, and a 5% discount on top of that. The lowest. Is this the lowest it's ever been? Zhang Feng reconfirmed. Really, that's the biggest discount I can claim at the moment. Linley nodded. Yes. A flash of dissatisfaction surfaced on Zhang Feng's face, and then he faintly said, wait for me to make a call. Chapter 65. I think this discount, not enough. How about 10% off? If it's paid in full, it's 12% off on top of the 15% off. That sounds like 2 discounts. In fact, multiply the 2 discounts together and it's just 93% off. Based on a total price of $20 million, it was able to leave around $1.5 million. But this amount of money, in Zhang Feng's eyes, was not enough to show his ability. So, he made a call. A direct call was made to the chief of the entire king's residence building next to the king's residence. Hello, is that Uncle Li? Answering the phone, Zhang Feng said with a cordial face. Zhang Feng? So it's you. Why are you so free to call me? The caller froze for a moment, only to laugh immediately afterward. Aha, it's like this. I have a friend on my side who wants to buy a townhouse in our king's residence, and I want to see if you can give a discount. Zhang Feng said with a smile. A discount? That's no problem. You tell me? What discount does he want? Without the slightest hesitation, the caller nodded directly. Ah, that's great. As soon as Zhang Feng heard the other party being so pained, his smile grew even stronger. Uncle Li, look, it's best if you can give a minimum discount. Zhang Feng's voice was slightly lowered. As long as you can help me with this favor, I'll definitely have my dad thank you later. So, the opposite party was silent for a moment after hearing Zhang Feng's words. Well, since you opened your mouth, Uncle Li naturally can't not give you face. According to my internal discounts in the entire real estate company, I can get a 25% discount. This is the lowest discount in the entire company. Even if the CEO of the headquarters, it's still this discount. 75% off? When Zhang Feng heard this, he almost laughed outright. How could he not expect that Uncle Li would be so forceful? Gave such a bullish discount. It's simply more than 93% off. This would certainly be able to excite them enough if they were told. When the time comes, it's natural to be impressed with yourself. At that thought, he immediately said with a smile on his face, "Thank you so much, Uncle Lee. Do you think you need me to come up to you?" Or, before he finished speaking, he heard Uncle Lee's side casually say, "No need. I still have things to do on my side. I'll give my assistant a call and ask him to take you to do it." Okay, thank you then, Uncle Lee, you go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore. Very respectfully, he hung up. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Lin and the others with a smile on his face. Fortunately, it's done. Really? A flash of curiosity surfaced on Chu Yaoyao's face and she subconsciously asked, "How many discounts can I get?" Zhang Feng took a deep breath with an incomparably bland smile on his face. "It's not much, at most 75% off. 75% off? Chu Yaoyao, who heard this, shrieked. She hadn't seen such a horrible discounted one since she grew up. Not just her. Even the property consultant next to her was shocked. 75% off. That's the highest discount in our group. You can't really do that with normal people," Linley said with a surprised look on her face. She's also an old person among the group. Although I have heard of this discount, it is said that only some leadership levels can get it. Now this young Feng actually took care of it with one phone call, so he had to be impressed. Zhuang Xiang, as a comic relief, must come forward at this time. Humph. The breadth of our Zhangxiao's connections is simply beyond what you can imagine. A mere 75% discount is nothing. Even 70% is not impossible. Zhang Feng's forehead was filled with black lines as he sniffed. Can you not be so patronizing? People have told me this discount is the lowest, and digging a hole for me. Feeling Zhang Feng's somewhat changed gaze, Zhuang Xiang immediately shut up. "Oh, it's not up to me to say whether it will work or not. I still need to wait for the homeowner's counselor to confirm it. You can't say too much. That's the way to pretend to be X. That makes it seem more humble." Linley immediately laughed when she heard this. "Wait a moment for a few of you. I'll go and confirm it." She hurried off, leaving a few people waiting. Zhang Feng stood there with a faint smile on his face, putting on a "don't brag about me" look. Within a few minutes, Linley ran back with a surprised look on her face. Before he reached the front, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Confirmed, 25% off. Really 25% off. Mr. Zhang is really something." Zhang Feng, who heard this, had a great feeling in his heart, but on the surface, he still waved his hand humbly and courteously and said, "It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning." With that, he looked at Luo Yifei with a smile. "Ms. Luo, if you think it's okay, then let's go sign the contract now?" Luo Yifei subconsciously nodded. This discount was indeed low enough. If it's a 75% discount, she can save Jiang Lin $5 million, but it was up to Jiang Lin to decide exactly what he meant. At times like this, she still turned her head towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin sniffed but suddenly shook his head calmly, uttered a sentence that shocked the crowd. "I don't think that discount, that's enough." When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin incredulously, thinking that he had gone crazy. 25% off isn't enough? How much more do you want? The comic Zhuang Xiang snorted out a laugh at this time. "Funny, what do you think this is buying? What do you think you're buying? 75% off is still too expensive. Why don't you go grab it?" "Hey, there's no need to say that." Zhang Feng raised his hand and stopped Zhuang Xiang's words in a rather graceful manner. Then, in a flat tone, he asked, "Then, how much discount does Brother Zhang think is appropriate? If it doesn't work, I can try again." "Yeah, that's a good feeling." Zhang Lin looked at him with a bashful face. "My ideal discount is 10% off." "A discount?" Zhang Lin's words caused the crowd to freeze up again. Zhuang Xiang was even more unable to hold back at this time and jumped out directly. "You're sick, aren't you? A discount? Why don't you let them give it to you for nothing?" He, Mr. Zhang is really joking. "This discount, I haven't even heard of it amongst the group." The corner of Lin Li's mouth twitched. If this damn thing could be discounted by 1%, then the entire King's real estate wouldn't be losing money. Next to him, Chu Yaoyao oddly touched her forehead at this time, and then ran to Jiang Lin's forehead and touched it before wondering. "Ha, strange, you don't have a fever either? What nonsense." Zhang Feng, however, suddenly laughed softly at this time. "Ha ha, you really love to joke around. Brother Jiang." He shook his head. "In the entire King's Realty, 75% off is already the biggest discount, let alone your 10% off, even 50% off. No one can even approve it. One fold for you? Is that possible?" If it wasn't for the fact that the two beauties were here, Zhang Feng would probably be about to break into a rage. "Kid, you're picking a fight, aren't you? 1% off. If this gets approved, I'll eat a handstand." Luo Yifei looked at Jiang Lin at this moment. She thought that Jiang Lin was deliberately being angry with Zheng Feng by saying this, but without waiting for her to persuade the occasion, Jiang Lin suddenly said faintly, "Brother Zhang said so. It seems that it can't be done? Of course, not to mention me, even the CEO of the entire King's real estate, Mr. Chen Shan Chen, is not qualified to say 50% discount." Zheng Feng said with a certainty on his face. "Yes?" Jiang Lin nodded. "Sorry, excuse me for a moment, let me make a call." "Alright, Brother Jiang, make yourself at home." Zheng Feng smiled and nodded his head, directly making way for Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin calmly took a few steps, then took out his own cell phone and dialed the number Qing Shan had just called. "Mr. Jiang, what are your orders?" The phone was connected and Mr. Chen's respectful voice came from over there. "Here's the deal. My friend wants to buy a place." Jiang Lin simply spoke to the other party in a few words. Immediately after that, I heard Mr. Chen nod his head without any hesitation and said, "Good, don't worry, I'll arrange it for you immediately from my side." Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin walked back with a flat face. Seeing Jiang Lin come back, Zhuang Xiang still didn't forget to hit the other party. "Gu, Mr. Jiang is back? How's it going? Did you get the 10% discount application yet?" Whenever there is a need for the presence of a comic like Zhuang Xiang, it was just the right time to show Zhang Feng's demeanor. He only saw Zheng Feng glaring at him, then laughed. "Brother Jiang doesn't have to be in too much of a hurry. 75% off is already a very favorable discount as well." Jiang Lin didn't even look at him at this time, but said to Luo Yifei with a smile, "Don't be in a hurry, wait for a while." "Aha!" Luo Yifei held him intimately and leaned her head on Jiang Lin's shoulder. Whether it worked or not, she was already very happy. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 minutes that had passed. At this time, not only Zheng Feng, but even the real estate consultant Lin Li was a bit impatient. "Mr. Jiang, look, why don't you consider a 25% discount?" If it had been any other guest, she might have just taunted, but it couldn't be helped. Who made the Jiang Lin in front of him handsome? Moreover, looking at the other party's airy appearance, Lin Li's heart was also a bit drummed. Next to him, Zheng Feng sighed a bit regretfully at this time. "I say, Brother Jiang, I think it's about time. It's not a solution to always wait here." He sighed softly, with an expression of "I'm doing you a favor," and said, "Being a human being, sometimes you can't be too impulsive. Say the words that go out, splash out the water, and now the water can't be recovered. So why bother? Not as good as." Without waiting for him to finish, suddenly, Jiang Lin, who hadn't said anything, flashed his eyes and looked toward the front. Coming. Chapter 66. I haven't had time to look at that royal residence of mine yet. Zheng Feng subconsciously inclined his head to look, and at a glance, he saw that an old man wearing a suit, with white hair, probably around 60 years old, with a group of men behind him hurriedly ran over. "That's right, it's a run." Uncle Li? Zheng Feng also didn't expect that this old man was actually General Manager Li, whom he had called before. Seeing that his opponent was out, he felt like he could finally put a perfect end to this wave of words. Thus, Zheng Feng felt a bit bloated. Even the hallowed General Manager came out to pick himself up in person to work on his own affairs. Who can get this honor? He coughed lightly and casually straightened his clothes. Then, with large strides, he greeted General Manager Li. "Ha ha, Uncle Li, I'm really sorry. I'm still bothering you to make a personal trip for such a small matter." As he spoke, he walked towards Uncle Li, still wanting to extend his hand to thank the other party for his help. However, Uncle Li was just running in a hurry at the moment, not even looking at him. It just felt as if there was someone in front of him blocking the way, and at that moment General Manager Li furiously reached out towards the side and pulled. "Get thee up." General Manager Li has been working out for many years and has a tall body, and with this reach, he directly pushed Zheng Feng out 2 or 3 meters and spun around several times. Immediately afterward, General Manager Li was seen running directly to Jiang Lin with his men and bowing violently. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." At this moment, the whole room was silent and a pin could be heard. Everyone felt like their brains had short-circuited. Oh, Chu Yo-Yo, Lo Yifei, Zhuang Xiang, property staff, viewing customers, Zheng Feng. What is this? Am I blind? How come the GM actually gave that kid luggage? Zheng Feng simply didn't dare himself to believe what he saw. Isn't Uncle Li here to help himself? How did you get to him? Besides, what do you mean you bow when you meet? When I called earlier, didn't you say you were busy? How is it that you're now running up and down the street just for this guy? And what's the point of those assistants next to you? Are they all idle? No job? They're all here for the fun? Countless questions flashed madly in Zheng Feng's mind. Failed. All of his preparations, all of his plans had failed completely. This kid is definitely not average. Definitely not a thug. Rather, it's the ones that actually have a background. At this time, Jiang Lin squarely looked at the bowing crowd in a calm manner and smiled faintly. "You don't have to do that. Get up." With that, he reached out to pick up General Manager Lee, while at the same time coming up to the other's ear and saying 2 words, low-key. General Manager Lee's heart flinched at his words. It seemed that he had made a bit too much of a battle. It's not pleasing to the major shareholders. At the thought of this, his heart jumped. His old bones if he offended the major shareholders. It is not eaten? Almost instantly, a cold sweat ran down his forehead. A far-fetched smile surfaced on his face, and he lowered his voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. It's really because the notification from above was too hasty, and my subordinate was also in a moment of desperation. Never mind. Jiang Lin shook his head. I just don't want to be too publicized. Yes, subordinate understands. General Manager Lee let out a long breath in his heart, then smiled brightly. Jiang Lin the top has already called me. A discount of 10%. It's wrapped up in me. Well, thanks a lot then. Jiang Lin nodded and looked at Luo Yifei with a smile on his face. Well, I say it's okay. At this moment, Zheng Feng, who was next to him, only came back to his senses from the shock. He hurriedly rushed to General Manager Lee and asked with an indignant face, Uncle Lee, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say before that the highest discount could only be 75%? How come he's even giving a discount? You're going too far with this. It was only then that General Manager Lee saw Zheng Feng next to him, and when he heard that, his face sank. Zheng Feng, who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Jiang Xian, Jiang Lin's discount, is it not something you can compare? Zheng Feng was simply overwhelmed by anger. He's a thug. Why can't I be compared to him? Before he could finish his words, he heard General Manager Lee angrily shout, Enough, for the sake of your old man, I won't bother with you. Xiao Lu, blow him out. In the midst of Zhang Feng's dumbfounded gaze, he was blown out of the sales center by the security guards on their racks. Zhuang Xiang could only open his mouth when he saw this and followed with a gray face. When this is over, General Manager Lee only then looked at Jiang Lin with a smile on his face and said, Jiang Lin, do you think we can do the formalities? Aha, let's go. Tough luck, Mr. Lee. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. Just as Jiang Lin and the others were doing the formalities, Zhuang Xiang hurriedly ran to Zheng Feng and carefully asked, Zheng Xiao, you didn't, pop. Inwardly depressed beyond belief, Zheng Feng backhanded Zhuang Xiang, it's your damn fault. You had to let me come, and now I've been humiliated. Humiliated. Zhuang Xiang covered the painful half of his cheek and looked at Zheng Feng with an aggrieved face. Weren't you the one who wanted to come? And I've been doing you a favor all along. Asterisk 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 off. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Zheng Feng became angry when he saw Zhuang Xiang. Just because he was a dude didn't mean he was stupid. He knew that Zhuang Xiang must be hiding something from him. Only at that time he felt that no one could fight against him because of his status and position. But now, the other party could not only fight against him, but also strike him to the bone. After driving away Zhuang Xiang, Zheng Feng also calmed down slightly. Humph, Jiang Lin, do you think you'll be able to just overwhelm me like that? Zheng Feng sneered. My Zhang Feng's connections are no worse than yours. We'll see. With that, he once again got into his Maybach, and then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for close to a minute before it was answered. The moment he connected, Zheng Feng suddenly changed into an extremely pleasing smile. Young Ning, there's something that requires your presence. Jiang Lin and the others naturally didn't know what else Zheng Feng had planned. They were at the counter, going through the paperwork for the housing contract. After Mr. Lee finished explaining to his men, Jiang Lin let him leave. After all, there were a lot of homebuyers here, and if they stayed too long, I was afraid that they would still attract the attention of people who were interested. With the internet being so advanced these days, it could have an unfavorable and negative impact on King properties if it were to be photographed and posted on the internet. Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh breathlessly in his heart. A good shareholder who could think about the image of a group like him all the time was simply hard to find. System, shameless. JPG. Mr. Jiang, the contract has been filled out. The assistant next to him respectfully handed over the contract to Jiang Lin. The name of your house, is it written as you? Jiang Lin waved his hand without lifting his head. Right, Luo Yifei. Just have her sign. The few female employees who heard this were literally on the verge of crying with envy. Look at people, casually giving away $20 million townhouses to their girlfriends. Not even a frown. What a dream to meet a man like that. It wasn't until more than an hour later that Chu Yaoyao looked at Luo Yifei standing at the entrance of the townhouse with the key in her hand. Only then did he come back from his disorientation. She felt as if everything was a dream. A $20 million townhouse has just become the house of a best friend. Although Chu Yaoyao is a local household, her family has a 3-bedroom apartment not much smaller than this. But both in terms of location and setting, there's no way to compare it to this place. Not to mention the total price and potential for future appreciation. The house, however, was only acquired by his parents through the demolition of their ancestral home, which they had inherited over several generations. If he really relied on Chu Yaoyao to struggle on his own, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford it for the rest of his life. But now, the financially strapped BFF was first given $200,000 out of pocket, followed by a $10 million supercar, and now the $20 million townhouse is here. It hadn't even been a few days, and it was amazing that she had already accomplished what she had never been able to accomplish in her life. A wave of envy grew from the bottom of his heart. Chu Yaoyao knew that if she took one step forward, she would be jealous. Because of this, her gaze towards John Lin began to turn more complicated. She always felt that there seemed to be an invisible charm on the other party that attracted her. John Lin naturally didn't know that she actually had so many complex emotions in her heart at the moment. At this moment, he was being excitedly pulled around the townhouse by Luo Yifei. John Lin couldn't figure out why he was so excited to watch it again when he had obviously just seen it. After half an hour, Luo Yifei had finally seen enough, and only then did she shyly stick to John Lin's chest. "I'm sorry, honey, I'm just so happy to have my own house that I'm like this," Luo Yifei said softly. "It's okay, I can understand." John Lin smiled and nodded. "Gee, it's getting late. Surely you must be hungry?" Luo Yifei said with an apologetic face. "I'll go cook for you." "Hey," John Lin pulled her back. "It's been a tiring day. No, let's go out to eat." "No, you have to cook in a new home. It's a custom in our old country." Luo Yifei held out for a rare moment. "All right, honey, just sit here and rest. We'll take care of the rest." Luo Yifei pressed John Lin onto the sofa, while she herself pulled Chu Yaoyao and the two of them to the kitchen to get busy. John Lin, who was sitting on the sofa, wasn't idle either, but took out his cell phone and made a call to that boss Pan. "Have the other party bring the car over to the king's residence when it's done. Anyway, this townhouse comes with 2 parking spaces that are just right for parking. I haven't had time to visit that royal palace of mine yet." John Lin rubbed his brow. Today he focused on choosing a house with Luo Yifei and the girls. How did he forget about this? After thinking about it, he decided to go over there tomorrow and check it out. There was just a little nagging feeling that he didn't know who to bring along for the ride. Luo Yifei had been accompanying her especially lately. What if she got cold feet and left her other confidants behind? "Hey," John Lin long sighed. "Handsome is him away. Always have to hurt their brains on these things." Just when he was a bit despondent, suddenly his cell phone rang again. Chapter 67, No way. I, Chu Yo-Yo, am willing to gamble. Chen Shan? What's he calling me for? John Lin raised an eyebrow and connected the other party's call with suspicion. "Hey, what's up?" Chen Shan on the other end of the phone hurriedly and respectfully said. "Mr. Jiang, just now several shareholders of the group came to the phone, saying that they want to ask you when you have the time to pay a visit to your mansion, and there are also a few big suppliers that want to see you." "Worship me?" Jiang Lin's eyes flashed. The entire king's real estate was so huge that suddenly the shareholders' shares actually changed hands. He didn't care how the system did it. It always made people suspicious. Furthermore, to the extent that he jumped up to the first shareholder at once, if he didn't have some strength and substance, I'm afraid that he certainly didn't carry much weight in front of the other shareholders. As for those suppliers, naturally they want to pull some strings with the new boss. Almost in a flash, John Lin guessed what these people were planning to do. "Want to come and probe me?" John Lin shook his head and smiled. "Fine, then let them come over to meet me tomorrow afternoon. I'll send you the address when the time comes." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, then I won't disturb your rest." Chen Shan nodded and then hung up the phone. Finally, after the two beauties had been busy for almost 2 hours, a large table of colorful and delicious meals was ready straight away. "Celebrate the housewarming. Cheers." The three of them raised their glasses at the same time and drank the red wine in their glasses. "Fifi, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" While eating, John Lin opened his mouth and asked. Luo Yifei inclined her head and thought. "There's a lot to do tomorrow. Although the decoration and furniture here are all complete, there are still a lot of ornaments, home appliances and whatnot that haven't been purchased. I want to go with Yao Yao tomorrow to pick them out, and after that there's setting up, and moving, and all that." Once John Lin heard that, there was busy anyway. He then shook his head. "Alright, then I have things to do tomorrow, so I won't accompany you. You go about your business, dear." Luo Yifei nodded her head obediently. After having dinner, originally Chu Yaoyao was planning to leave, but she couldn't resist Luo Yifei's hospitality, saying that she must invite her best girlfriends to stay here for a night in her new house. Regarding Luo Yifei's such good intentions, Chu Yaoyao put it off for a bit and finally could only agree. The time is now 9 p.m. Sharp. You can't sleep at all if you rest so early. In the end, it was Luo Yifei who came up with a traditional entertainment program. Fight the landlord. 3 people fighting the landlord is just not a good fit. Yeah, I'm the best at fighting landlords. Chu Yaoyao, who heard this proposal, was instantly excited. Then we can't play for nothing. There has to be a punishment for losing. Punishment? What punishment? Jiang Lin didn't care anyway. With his strength as the king of Do Wang, it definitely wouldn't be his turn. Luo Yifei heard it but smiled wryly. We'll play big if we want to. Both looked at her at the same time. What's the bet? Lose and strip. Chu Yaoyao's face instantly blushed upon hearing this. Fifi, you're so bad. This isn't fair to me. You two have seen everything, but they haven't. Luo Yifei sniffed but laughed with a smug face. Who made you not believe in darling in the beginning? Can't I give you a small punishment? Sure. If you're scared, forget it. Afraid? What am I? Chu Yaoyao. Afraid of? Chu Yaoyao immediately retorted. It's not certain who will lose or win. Come on. Jiang Lin couldn't help but glance towards Luo Yifei at his words. The result was actually rewarded with a meaningful smile from the other side. What the hell does this little girl mean? Murphy. Jiang Lin's heart jumped. This confidant was too good at playing, right? You don't mind? It didn't take long for the playing cards to be purchased and the three of them began to play. Aha! I won. Yiffy, you lost. In the first game, Luo Yifei was the landlord. Chu Yaoyao and Jiang Lin won. Okay, willing to bet. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yifei waved her hand and took off her jacket. This is what the two wore on purpose after knowing the punishment. Again, in the second round, Jiang Lin lost. He was the landlord, and even though there was a water release from Luo Yifei, Chu Yaoyao's luck was really good to a fault, and every time he happened to manage Jiang Lin's hand, Jiang Lin didn't hesitate and directly took off his short sleeves. It was the first time Chu Yaoyao saw the lines of Jiang Lin's upper body, and she immediately blushed. The heart couldn't help but thump up. It's so sturdy. It's great. As the third set began, Jiang Lin and Luo Yifei looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding at the same time. His own home turf, actually letting people be so arrogant. This will never work. Ha ha, my even sheet. Anyone? Chu Yaoyao felt that her luck with cards was particularly strong, and with this set going down, she was simply invincible. Jiang Lin looked down at his hand and couldn't manage it. Even if one's poker skills are great, there's nothing one can do without good cards. But who knew that at this moment? Luo Yifei suddenly flashed her eyes and said to Chu Yaoyao, Yaoyao, help me with my cell phone. Oh, Chu Yaoyao pressed her hand sign while her other hand reached for her cell phone on the couch. It was at this moment that Luo Yifei and Jiang Lin had a heart-to-heart and came together, exchanging their hands for several cards instantly. Here, thanks. Want it? Jiang Lin raised his hand. Pipe on, Jay, just in time. Chu Yaoyao was dumbfounded, not realizing that this was being managed by others. Can't afford it. No. One more set. 3 with 1. 4 left. Jiang Lin had only 4 left in one breath. At this time, Chu Yaoyao hurriedly lit up her bomb. For skinny eggs. 4 Ks. Just right. Jiang Lin clapped his hands and looked at the other party with a breezy face. You lose. Okay, I'll take it off. Chu Yaoyao bristled. It was just a jacket. It didn't matter. But then the nightmare began. No matter how good her hand was, Luo Yifei and Jiang Lin were simply like nemesis, suppressing her at just the right time every time. Second game. Lose. Take off another one. Third inning. Lose. Taking one off. Fourth inning. Fifth inning. Losing streak. Chu Yaoyao instantly stood up gamely. No more games. My hand is too backward. I lose every time. Luo Yifei forced a smile on her face. If you don't play, then you don't play. But, Yaoyao, you're willing to gamble and lose. The jacket, silk scarf, including the shoes had been removed. Chu Yaoyao looked down at the short sleeves and skirt she was wearing. His face was instantly red in color. Seeing Chu Yaoyao stammering, Jiang Lin smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, Yifei, it's late. We should rest too. No way. Chu Yaoyao, am willing to gamble. She chirped. Just take it off. Eventually, with great courage, she managed to fulfill the bet. But she only stayed in the living room for 3 seconds before she winded up fleeing back to her bedroom. Seeing this, Jiang Lin couldn't help but look at Luo Yifei with some speechlessness. Fifi, you schemer. He. Luo Yifei jumped into Jiang Lin's arms and said with a smile, I'm just letting her get used to it in advance. She'll have to be with you in the future anyway. Put. Jiang Lin sprayed a mouthful of water on the coffee table and looked at Luo Yifei with an incredulous expression. But Luo Yifei smiled cheekily. I'm serious about what I said. Yaoyao is my good girlfriend. If we can be together for the rest of our lives, I'll be happy too. Jiang Lin, Bulbgrass, JPG. No time to talk all night. The next morning, Jiang Lin got up early and left the king's famous residence directly. He first took a cab back to the villa, and then drove to the royal residence in his own silver black arrow. He was going to take a look at his royal residence first, if he needed to have it cleaned. After all, you can't have guests coming in the afternoon and it can't be full of dust. But before he could get there, an unfamiliar call suddenly hit his cell phone. As he waited for Jiang Lin to connect, a voice with a faint smile entered his ears. Hello brother Jiang, I'm Zhang Feng. Chapter 68, Don't offend Mr. Jiang. Zhang Feng? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. After this guy failed to pretend to be X, he actually called himself back? However, Jiang Lin didn't have much good feelings towards this guy, so he just blandly said, something wrong? Aha! Zhang Feng smiled. I didn't expect brother Jiang to be so young and promising that he's actually a shareholder of the Mingdao Catering Group. It's really an honor for Zhang Feng to be able to know a successful person like you. After a pause, Zhang Feng added, I told my friends about your deeds. They are all very curious about you. I wonder if you have time today. Come to our place to get together and make friends. Jiang Lin smiled slightly. He was naturally not a cutie. This Zhang Feng took the initiative to call himself. Naturally he didn't have good intentions. Its real purpose was none other than wanting to get back in front of himself and get back in the game. So, he just said 2 words. No time. After saying that he was going to hang up the phone, his own day-to-day business, do not have the time to deal with these playboys. But right at this moment, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, wait, brother Jiang, we invited you in good faith, so it's not like we won't even give you this much face, right? Of course, if you're afraid, don't come. Jiang Lin snorted. Provoking? Oh, it's ridiculous that you think the agitator. Well, you've succeeded in pissing me off. I, Jiang Lin, don't have the word fear in my dictionary at all. Since you guys want to get uncomfortable, I'm not going to be polite. Maybe even swipe some more Blitz rewards. Okay, I'm not available today. Tomorrow, time and place send me. Alright, brother Jiang, then we'll see you the day after tomorrow. Zhang Feng's triumphant laughter came from the phone. Hanging up the phone, he turned his head with a smile on his face and said, Ning Xiao, it's done. In the middle of an ancient room, a slender, sword-browed youth was sitting on his knees. In front of him was a tea table. He raised his hand and poured a cup. The tea was fragrant and aromatic. He took a sip, and then, in a flat tone, he spoke. Strong men, all have the dignity of strong men, and for him to agree, proves that he still has some guts. Zhang Feng, I'll help you this time, even if I return your favor. From now on, the two will not owe each other. Zhang Feng smiled apologetically and said, Ning Xiao, what are you talking about? You never owed me anything, and I'm simply grateful that you were able to step in this time. Besides, of our several families, the Ning family has always been the leader, so naturally you would be the most appropriate to step in at a time like this. Ning Xiao glanced at him, his complexion not fluctuating in the slightest. Remember, we're just dabbling in the construction industry, and there's a world of difference compared to the real giants. Xiao Ning taught me a lesson. Zhang Feng compensated with a smile. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what kind of rescuer Zhang Feng had invited, and he had now arrived at the place labeled No. 1A on Luyin Street on the address, but he'd been wandering around for half a day and hadn't actually seen this door number. Strange, shouldn't the entrance to this royal palace be A1? With doubts, Jiang Lin suddenly saw that at the location of A5, there was actually an anciently shaped and imposing gate. The 2 stone lions at the entrance are very dominant. The lintel is also carved and skillfully crafted above the doorway. Murphy, is this it? Jiang Lin got out of the car and was about to go up and open the door when he suddenly saw the small door next to the front door open at once, and a figure in a suit walked out from inside. Seeing Jiang Lin, a look of surprise appeared on the other party's face. Mr. Jiang, I've finally waited for you. The man took a few steps. I am a staff member of the Property Rights Trading Organization. Although the property rights have already been registered, the key to this royal residence has not yet been delivered to you. I've been waiting here for you for days. As he spoke, the staff member couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was the first time he had seen a person who had acquired a royal residence not even come over to receive it in the first place. Instead, he made himself wait for days. Perhaps that's what Big Brother is all about. Thanks a lot. Hard work. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, then took the key from the other party. This looks less like a door opener and more like a car key. He subconsciously pressed it, and then the entire gate actually opened automatically with a soft thud. The former owner of this royal residence has already remodeled the entire royal residence and installed a very advanced smart home system. This key of yours can not only be remotely controlled, but also through the app. Remotely controlled. The staff member thoughtfully introduced, Mr. Jiang, our organization has already arranged 50 domestic helpers for you to clean the entire royal residence. It has been fully equipped including all utensils. Well, thanks a lot. Jiang Lin nodded his head. Sure enough, buying a royal residence is good. Even this kind of service is arranged. By the way, Mr. Jiang, do you need a butler or maid or something like that on your side? We can also do that on your behalf. The staff member asked thoughtfully. No, I'll arrange my own Filipino maid on my side. Jiang Lin waved his hand. The property of no one courtyard could contact the Filipino maids. He could ask them to send more over. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Bye, bye. After sending the staff away, Jiang Lin directly called the property center of no one courtyard and asked them to send 20 Filipino maids over. He himself, on the other hand, walked leisurely into the royal residence to take a nice stroll around his home. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Lin was shocked by the sight in front of him. Although in the memory vaguely remembers the appearance of the royal residence in the previous life, but when really see the occasion, still cannot help but shocked beyond measure. The Crescent River surrounds the house like a dragon coiling, and the western mountains look like a tiger crouching in the distance. The entire royal residence was full of buildings and grandeur, gardens, running water, rockeries, attics, everything. One has an ancient and atmospheric shape, with beautifully carved beams. Not only that, but after the renovation, there are all kinds of modern facilities available. Jiang Lin was so dazzled that it felt like the house couldn't even count. But he wasn't in a hurry. He would always count them when he lived here every day in the future. It didn't take long for the Filipino maids to all be in place, and even though they were all maids who had seen big scenes, they were completely shocked. When they got over the shock, they began to familiarize themselves with their surroundings and assign work. In a flash, nearly 2 hours passed. At this moment, outside the royal residence, a dozen or so luxury cars surfaced one after another. There's Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach and more. It's all about big brands that are solid and luxurious. If one simply appeared, this would not be enough to get attention, but when a dozen of them appeared together at once, it immediately made many people marvel. Look, wow, 3 Rolls-Royces, so many luxury cars. That MPV seems expensive too. It's at least 5 million. Why are so many luxury cars out here? Is there some big shot coming? Between the people's discussions, a group of luxury cars had already appeared at the street corner of Willow Street. Suddenly, the Rolls-Royce in the lead stopped. A middle-aged man in the car with an extraordinary demeanor raised his eyebrows. What's up, little Zhang? Xiao Zhang, the assistant sitting on the co-pilot, frowned at the words and said with some uncertainty, Mr. Liu, the address Mr. Zhang gave is here, but there's only one wall. King Real Estate's second largest shareholder. LV Xianlong raised an eyebrow at the words. Mr. Zhang's information can't be wrong. Look for more. Chen Shan, the CEO sitting next to him, nodded his head at the words. Mr. Liu is right. Since Mr. Zhang gave the address, he definitely won't get it wrong. At the same time, the two men's cell phones rang at the same time, and among their specialized WeChat group, a voice of inquiry popped up. Mr. Liu, why did it stop? Is it the wrong place? But this is where the map is labeled. Listening to the crowd's discussion, General Manager Liu raised his hand. Xiao Zhang, drive inwards. Maybe Mr. Zhang said number 10 and we misunderstood. Yes. The chauffeur kicked the gas and the Rolls-Royce went straight down Willow Street to the head. But from beginning to end, there was actually no gate of any villa area in sight. This time, everyone was puzzled. Even CEO Chen Shan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Mr. Zhang said the wrong address? Mr. Liu was silent for a moment and couldn't help but say, Old Chen, why don't you call and ask around? Among the crowd, it was Chen Shan who was most familiar with the other party. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan nodded. All right, I'll ask Mr. Jiang. With that he dialed the phone and just as soon as it rang, it connected. Chen Shan immediately said with a smile on his face, Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Chen. We've already found a no. 1. But we didn't see where your mansion is. Jiang Lin on the other end of the phone nodded at his words. Oh, you guys drive to number 5 and I'll open the door for you. Hey, okay. Hanging up the phone, all of a sudden the Rolls-Royce moved forward again. This time the driver stopped at number 5. The crowd looked through the car window towards the outside and realized that they didn't see any other buildings other than a King's Gate. Just as Chen Shan was thinking about whether he should ask Jiang Lin again, suddenly, the imposing door next to it let out a soft thud and actually opened towards both sides. Hiss! Almost everyone subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. The king. The king's house? Their number 1 shareholder. Actually living in the royal residence? This is too good. Now they suddenly realized that the address given for A1, the whole damn street is owned by others. Mr. Liu and Mr. Chen looked at each other and scrambled down from inside the car. The owners inside all the other luxury cars were actually divinely synchronized at the moment. These people gathered at the door and looked at the gate for a long time. Only after a long time did General Manager Liu say in a low voice, Everyone, you must be careful when you go in later. Don't bump into Mr. Jiang. This Mr. Jiang is definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 69 Jiang Lin, you have to work hard too. The crowd nodded their heads at the words. They were all old men. Naturally, I understand the reasoning. the existence of having a royal residence, not to mention the amount of money spent. This place alone is not for the average person. Without an absolute background, that formality alone won't go down. Big Brother, this is definitely Big Brother. A group of a dozen people this time even dare not ride in the car. One by one, they enter it on foot. At the end of the marble floor along the center axis, you see a building as opulent as a palace, and a young man in casual clothes was actually standing there so plainly. Both the shareholders and the suppliers had seen Zhang Lin's picture long before they arrived. It is naturally impossible to admit fault at this point, but even so, the moment they saw Zhang Lin, they were still shocked by the other party. Too young. The other guy looked like he was only 24 or 25 years old, and it's a good-looking vessel, with a good temperament. Even in the face of so many bosses, there was not the slightest fluctuation, just a faint smile on his face. Breezy. Seeing the state of the other party, the hearts of the crowd suddenly flinched once again. This Mr. Jiang, he's definitely not human. Unconsciously, everyone had labeled Zhang Lin as unfathomable and not to be messed with in their hearts. CEO Chen Shan was the first to welcome him when he saw this. Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Chen Shan. Welcome. Zhang Lin nodded his head indifferently. Welcome, gentlemen, please come in. With that he turned his head toward the hall. In the middle of the parlor, the people were seated in groups of guests and hosts. Zhang Lin sat on top of the main seat and listened to Chen Shan introduce him. Mr. Jiang, this is the second largest shareholder, LV Xianlong. Mr. LV, this is the third largest shareholder, Zhu Zhenbeng. Mr. Zhu, this is the supplier related to the main structure, Ning Guoguang of the Ning Group. Mr. Ning, this is the supplier of waterproofing materials, Zheng Jiong of the Zhang Group. Mr. Zheng. Zhang Lin listened to the introductions one by one, nodding with each other one by one, looking at Zhang Lin's calm and easygoing manner, talking and laughing. The cognition of Zhang Lin in the hearts of the many veteran presidents was once again elevated. The usual ones they saw were the juniors who were similar in age to Zhang Lin, which are not all respectful and trembling. But on the contrary, the other party not only didn't have the slightest nervousness, but instead had a calm face. It seems that they are not dealing with big bosses, but ordinary people. In fact, how could they know that Zhang Lin was likewise a business elite in his previous life and had seen many big scenes? Plus, since awakening the system, his psyche had been hammered by the system to be very strong. The district was just a few bosses. He didn't put it in his eyes yet. The crowd just sat here for less than half an hour before rising to take their leave, because what is to be known is already known. The ones that should be recognized have already been recognized. They naturally didn't dare to delay Zhang Lin here. Mr. Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just give old Lu a call at any time. Lu Xianlong rushed at Zhang Lin and slightly arched his hand. Mr. Lu is too polite. Zhang Lin similarly smiled and arched his hand. After sending the other party away, Zhang Lin left the royal residence in his own car. Roman King, his destination, the Imperial Airport, because just now he got a call that Anne, who was traveling abroad on business, was back today. Have him pick up the plane. And, back with Annie is a good friend of hers from abroad. Imperial Airport. Anne and Catherine stood waiting at the departure gate. Annie, what time is that boyfriend of yours coming? Anyway? Catherine said with some dissatisfaction. It's been almost an hour. Why isn't it here yet? Soon. I just asked. There's a traffic jam. It's not like you don't know the traffic in the Imperial City. And spread her hands in helplessness. Although I'm from the Imperial City, I've spent too much time abroad, and I didn't realize that the Imperial City is still so dirty and messy. Catherine shook her head and said with a disappointed look. Anne, at least you've been abroad for so long. Why do you have to find a boyfriend at home? Wouldn't it be nice to find a rich foreigner like me? Catherine, my boyfriend is rich too, okay? Anne retorted. He drives a $100 million supercar. Seriously? Catherine giggled. She had heard and talk about this a long time ago. A small supermarket owner can afford a $100 million supercar? Lying to the devil. What kind of supermarket does he think he runs? Walmart? When she first heard him say that, she pressed on. But at least it is girlfriends. She cannot be in the face of the demolition of the stage. Can only echo. Well. Know that your boyfriend has money, okay? Then later I have to see 100 million sports car looks like As she was saying this, Annie suddenly spoke up in surprise. He's here. Honey, I'm here. Catherine looked up as a handsome young man in casual attire walked toward Anne. It's not bad for a face. But what's the point? It's not like you can eat it for dinner. Annie had already rushed towards Zhang Lin like flying by this time. Zhang Lin also smiled and opened his arms, hugging the other party in his arms. I missed you so much. Honey, me too. After making out with Zhang Lin for a while, and then pulled Zhang Lin to introduce him to Catherine. Catherine, this is my boyfriend Zhang Lin. Honey, this is my bestie, Catherine. you're from Daxia? Zhang Lin couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the other party. He had thought that Annie's best friend should be a foreigner. What? Am I not allowed to emigrate? Catherine looked at Zhang Lin arrogantly. Let's go. The air in the country is simply unbearable. Zhang Lin gave her a somewhat displeased look. Something that worships foreigners, but after all, and was here too, so he couldn't afford to dislike the other party directly. Zhang Lin turned his head and took the luggage from Annie. Come on, let's go home. Hey, where's your car? Come here. Catherine couldn't help but hear it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lin glanced at her and said indifferently, can't you read the sign? Parking is not allowed here. Being disliked by Zhang Lin, Catherine instantly blanched. What's the point of pretending? Let's see me poke you later. The three came to the underground parking lot. Catherine spoke as she walked. Zhang Lin, I heard Annie say you have a $100 million supercar. Have you driven it today? Zhang Lin smiled faintly upon hearing this and shook his head. It's not on. How come it didn't open? It couldn't have just happened to be sent off for repair. LOL. Catherine laughed petulantly and said in a sarcastic tone, which knew that Zhang Lin didn't even seem to hear that it was sarcasm, but instead clapped his hands and laughed. You're so good? Guessed it in a flash. Let you pretend. Catherine heart-cold smile. Then what kind of car you drive to pick us up? It will not be more than 100,000 yuan car. That kind of car I do not sit. The material is formaldehyde. Harmful to the body. Oh yeah? Zhang Lin patted his head a bit unexpectedly. It's really more than $100,000. Why don't you take a taxi yourself? As he was talking, Zhang Lin took out his car key and pressed it, and all of a sudden Carrotman's lights came on at once. Catherine's eyes lit up at the sight, and she swallowed hard the words that came to her mouth. Wow, that's a cool car. She rushed up with some excitement, suddenly realizing that Zhang Lin must have deliberately lied to him. Only the car's logo she hadn't even seen before, so she didn't really know what kind of car it was for a while. Zhang Lin, you changed your car? Annie, who saw the car, was also a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I borrowed this from a friend. Zhang Lin shook his head. That supercar can't seat 3 people. Catherine, who was originally still a bit excited, immediately despised in her heart when she heard it. I told you, so I borrowed it. Let's go. Get in the car. The 3 of them got into the car, and in the passenger seat while Catherine sat in the back. Honey, where are we going? Anne, who was sitting in the car, asked. Go to my house. Zhang Lin laughed. I've changed to a new place, just in time to show you around. Yeah, that's great. Annie smiled. She hadn't been to Zhang Lin's house yet. When Catherine in the back heard this, she raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, Annie, your boyfriend bought a new house? It's not bad at all. I hear it's expensive here. When her words came out, Zhang Lin then shook his head with a modest face. No, I rented this place. The original rent expired, and the place was small, so I replaced it with a bigger one. Rented? When Catherine heard that, she was so disinterested that she didn't even bother to speak. Instead, and was unconcerned about it and instead wondered, big house? Catherine, would you like to join us? No, there's nothing to see in a little house like that. Catherine waved her hand with a disdainful face. When you guys arrive, I'll just find a 5-star hotel nearby to stay for a while, alright, and then go back home tomorrow, said she, sighed with a haughty face. Hey, considering the security of the country, when I was leaving, my boyfriend gave me 1,000 instructions, telling me that I must stay in a 5-star hotel, or he'll get mad, she said with a pretense of naturalness, holding out her own wrist to reveal the bracelet she had hidden underneath her dress. Handsome, can I trouble you to turn up the air conditioning? It's so hot. She rested her wrist on the side of the seat, and at once she heard Anne's surprised voice. Catherine, what a pretty bracelet you have. From your boyfriend? Of course. Catherine smiled with a modest face. I said I didn't want it, but he insisted on buying it for me. It's over $60,000. People are heartbroken. Over 60,000. Isn't that over 300,000? Zhang Lin's eyes flickered, and he immediately said in surprise, this is almost catching up with the cost of my place for a year. Catherine smiled proudly. It's sloppy, and my boyfriend even said he'd give me a big 300 square foot house when I get back. Your boyfriend is so rich, Zhang Lin said with an envious face. Not bad. Catherine smiled smugly. Zhang Lin, you have to work hard too. Even though you can't catch up with my boyfriend, you can still have a better life. As he was talking, Zhang Lin's car slowed down for a moment, and then he was heard saying, we're here. Get off. Chapter 70. It's a year's electricity bill, and you can't add the water bill, which is even more expensive. Getting out of the car, Catherine couldn't help but snicker as she looked at the streets around her. Annie, what kind of house is your boyfriend renting here? Is it a bungalow? Annie looked around as she listened and couldn't help but wonder. Honey, where is this place? Are we going the wrong way? Which knew that Jiang Lin, however, smiled slightly and shook his head. That's right, this is the place I rented. Don't believe me. Saying that, he pressed the key in his hand, only to see the lights instantly flashing on the originally dark street. In front of them, an imposing gate emerged all at once. Crunch! With a soft sound, the gate opened, and an incomparably luxurious and imposing royal mansion was thoroughly presented in front of both of their eyes. In an instant, the two women were completely shocked. A series of cluelessness came straight to Catherine's face. Nima? What is this place? A tourist attraction? But why would Jiang Lin have the key? Did Catherine not dare to think further? She couldn't believe that Jiang Lin actually owned such a huge palace. She had grown up in the country before, and if she remembered correctly, this was a royal residence. Jiang Lin owns a royal residence? No way. That's absolutely impossible. She doesn't believe it. Wow, this is actually your home? At this time Annie also came back from her shock and shouted with surprise on her face. Yes, welcome, beautiful lady. Jiang Lin made a gesture of invitation. That's when Catherine, who was next to her, didn't want to do it. She hurriedly asked, Jiang Lin, didn't you say you rented a house? How could it be here? Jiang Lin gave her a look with the gaze of a retard. Do you think this place is rentable? Idiot, you believe everything you say. But Catherine was undeterred. It can't be. Didn't you just say that this bracelet of mine is able to cover your expenses for a year? Yeah. Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. It's a year's electricity bill. You can't add the water bill. Plus the water bill isn't even enough. I'm more charged for water here. Catherine, goddamn water is more expensive. Are you kidding me? Only now did she realize that Jiang Lin had been playing with her from the very beginning. She hastily pulled out her cell phone and took Carolman's logo to the internet. I was shocked to see that the low end was $20 million and the top end was going to be $50 million. And it's a limited edition. Only one comes out a year worldwide. Where the hell is he going to borrow it? It's clearly his own. Awkward. Super awkward. He had actually shown off his jewelry to people along the way. So it turned out that the other party had been treating him as a jumper. But in that moment, Catherine also instantly realized a truth. Jiang Lin is rich. And super rich. At this point, not even his boyfriend can compare. Her boyfriend, however, is an executive of a foreign company with an annual salary of several $100,000 knives. It is absolutely impossible to afford such a large royal residence. Besides, although she called her boyfriend outwardly, she actually called her godfathers in front of the other party. Now, there was actually such a handsome and rich man in front of her. How could she not be moved by it? Annie, don't you dare blame a sister for being heartless. Catherine's mind was made up. This man she was going to grab. With that thought, she opened her mouth towards Annie with a shy look on her face and a face of embarrassment. Annie, my good sister, people have never, ever lived in a royal residence. Hearing her say that, Anne, who was a good sister, naturally nodded her head and said, I don't have a problem with that, but if you want to stay here overnight, you still need to see what Jiang Lin wants. Catherine was head over heels. If I thought he could say yes, would I have to ask you to intercede? But at this moment, in order to be able to be with Jiang Lin, she gave up. Therefore, she revealed a smile that she thought was the most charming, and said coyly, Mr. Jiang, I've changed my mind. Okay. Jiang Lin felt all nauseous looking at her, but with a smile on his face, he nodded his head and said, fine, wait for me to help you carry your luggage. Ah, really? Then thank you so much. You're so nice. Catherine flinched for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. See, it's true that old ladies still have charms. She was secretly pleased in her heart. In this world, there was no cat that didn't like to steal fish. She believed that as long as she was able to stay inside, she would definitely be able to completely decapitate him by the time she performed her 108 styles of flirting with men stance. While she was thinking about it, Jiang Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Well, I've already put the luggage away for you. She came back to her senses at once and subconsciously glanced towards the side. What? Jiang Lin actually put all her luggage into a cab. Jiang Lin, what are you doing? Catherine pushed down her disbelief and continued in a whiny voice. I've already put the luggage away. You just need to get in the car and the master will drive you to the nearest 5-star hotel. Jiang Lin said, having turned his head towards his own royal residence. Crunch! The gate of the royal residence closed at this moment. Catherine, who saw this scene, panicked. She rushed in the direction of the gate of the royal residence, unable to stop her mouth from calling out, Hey, Jiang Lin, didn't you promise to let me stay at your house? As the words fell, Jiang Lin's icy voice could be heard from inside. I'm sorry, but I don't serve muumuu here. Bam! The doors closed, leaving Catherine standing there in the wind. How could she not expect that Jiang Lin would actually end up giving him a closed door? What did he just call me? Muttons? How dare he call me a cupid? Jiang Lin, you Catherine shouted towards the royal family in unbridled anger. But just before she opened her mouth, a disgruntled chorus was heard from behind. Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, take your luggage down. Really? A waste of master's time. Catherine shivered in fear and almost didn't just gasp. Zhang Lin naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to this moocher. Seeing him return alone, Anne, who was browsing around, became puzzled. Where's Catherine, dear? She, said she's not used to living here, or went to a 5-star hotel. Zhang Lin said casually, is there a 5-star hotel nearby? Annie wondered up. Oh, I had the master driver pull her back to the airport. Over there. Catherine never expected to be back in that familiar place when the cab stopped. Honey, it's late. Should we get some rest? Annie said to Zhang Lin with a smile on her face. No time to talk all night. Early the next morning, as Zhang Lin awoke from his sleep, he saw an additional text message on his cell phone. Eastern Suburb, Wind and Cloud Tea House, 12 noon. Tea house? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't a tea house be opened in the downtown area? The Eastern Suburb is a suburb now. How come people still go for tea? Humph. Looks like it's not for tea. It's for a hongmen banquet. Zhang Lin shook his head and smiled. He was really quite curious about what the other party was able to pull off. Better come up with something fresh. Maybe you can blitz the good stuff. Annie had something to go back to the office, so naturally Zhang Lin had to go by himself. Driving Caroman, Zhang Lin navigated directly to the direction of the eastern suburbs. He had been walking for almost an hour when he finally arrived near the eastern suburbs, but after searching for half a day, I didn't see any Fengyan tea house. Eventually, when he was all about to give up, he suddenly saw a somewhat abandoned factory. This factory is abandoned, but the houses inside are still as good as new. What made him even more strange was that there were also quite a few luxury cars that appeared from time to time from a distance, directly exercising into the middle of this factory. With a heartbeat, Zhang Lin also directly drove his car in. In the middle of the factory, he suddenly saw a huge plaque that read, Wind and Cloud Tea House. 4 big words. Putting a tea house in a factory? Zhang Lin shook his head. You rich people really know how to play. As he parked his car, he saw a number of people coming out from amongst the limousines, talking and laughing with each other as they walked in. At first glance this place doesn't look like anything illegal either. Just as he was wondering, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother Jiang, so you're here. Zhang Lin inclined his head and saw that it was Zheng Feng, the Zheng Gengzi who had invited him. Chapter 71, Triggering a Trillion Time Strike. Rewarding a copy of Bianhe Guanyu Sutra. Young Master Zhang, it's interesting that this tea house of yours has actually opened here. Zhang Lin swept a glance at the other party and said in a flat tone, Ha ha, this isn't my tea house. Zheng Feng laughed out loud. This Wind and Cloud tea house is not a mere tea house. Saying this with a hint of smugness on his face, he pointed to a rather large factory building. This is tea. He pointed to the small factory building next to him again. That's the pavilion. It's what adds up to a tea house. Let's go. Ning Xiao has been waiting in the tea house for a long time. Ning Xiao? Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, this guy had found help. He followed the other party. But when Zheng Feng pushed open the door of the old factory outside, the scene inside really had nothing to do with the tea house. In the middle of the empty and huge factory building, quite a few people had actually gathered at this moment. They all seemed to be staring at piles of rocks and tasting them. The only thing more enough to hook up with tea. Maybe it was a drink served by the waiter next to him. Come, Brother Jiang, inside please. Without waiting for Zhang Lin to speak, Zheng Feng led the way in front. The two walked through a sectioned off area, and eventually, at the far end, came upon a separately isolated room. The room is decorated in an antique style and looks as if it is the study of an ancient family. On either side of the study were several chairs with young men sitting on them. At the moment, all of these people landed on Zhang Lin's body with scrutinizing gazes. In the center, there was an ancient tea table, and at the back of the tea table a young man dressed in white, looking like a Taoist master, was holding a precious purple sand pot. With a gentle pour, the dark-colored tea broth flowed out, only part of it falling into the teacups below, while most of it flowed down the tea table. Zheng Feng walked up to the other party and bowed slightly. Young Ning, the people have been brought. Ning Xiao slowly raised his head at his words, meeting Zhang Lin's gaze in midair. Crack! Zhang Lin's eyes stared. The other party's eyes were different from normal people, actually giving him a stern feeling. However, Zhang Lin was a figure who had reached the intercepting fist du grandmaster level of strength, and he didn't care at all about this kind of gaze. He didn't even have the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, looking at the other party very plainly. Great! Ning Xiao suddenly smiled faintly and pushed the teacup in front of him forward. Please. Zhang Lin swept him flatly, but didn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Ning Xiao let out a light laugh. Brother Zheng doesn't drink. Could it be that he's afraid that the tea is poisoned? Zhang Lin sniffed but shook his head slightly. No. Oh, Then why don't you drink it? Ning Xiao asked with some surprise. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment and said in a flat tone, "You are not qualified." At this statement, the spectators on both sides of the room quit. How dare you speak to young Ning like that? Do you know who Ning Xiao is? How capable he is? Just dare to make presumptuous remarks? Simply don't know the heights of heaven. Not even young Ning is qualified enough. Who do you think you are? Looking at the righteously indignant spectators on both sides, Ning Xiao suddenly raised his hand. There was silence. Snap. Pop. Ning Xiao clapped his hands and said rather appreciatively, "You're very interesting. Zheng Feng is indeed quite inferior compared to you," he said as he bowed slightly. "I, Ning Yi, am the owner of this tea house. It's fine if you call me Boss Ning." Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and said flatly, "I guess you're the one who asked Zheng Feng to call me here, right? Say something quickly. I'm in a hurry." "Ha!" Ning Yi smiled faintly. "There's no rush. I heard Zheng Feng say that Brother Jiang is young and wealthy. That's why I'm here today. I'd like to ask Brother Zheng to play a couple of games. I don't know if you're interested?" Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and seemed to have some guesses. "Play what? Gamble. Gambling?" Jiang Lin's heart stirred. Although he hadn't played this in his previous life, he had heard of it on the internet. Gambling is the game of picking mine jadeite raw stones without cutting them, at a relatively low price, for a small amount of money. This behavior is not gambling, but it is called stone gambling because its nature of chance is similar to gambling. Jiang Lin also didn't expect that this wind and cloud tea house was a stone gambling ground. Kind of funny, Jiang Lin said in his heart, but on the surface, he said flatly, "As far as I know, most of the gambling parlors are concentrated in the southern area. Are the stones you have here reliable?" When these words came out, a youth next to him couldn't help but snort out a laugh. "Humph, I'm afraid that people like you have never even heard of young Ning's strength. To tell you the truth, Ning Xiao's family is in the construction business, specializing in dealing with earth and stone. The stone here, including the country's top 10 field mouth of the wool. Not only that, even if the jadeite big country, the face of the country's stone we are also able to transport." Speaking of this, the youth smiled smugly. "Kid, I'm afraid you can't afford to play." Without waiting for Jiang Lin to open his mouth, the other youth next to him sneered, "If you ask me, just take him directly to the Dao Hall, and he'll promise to be honest then, so as not to waste time." Looking at each arrogant face, Jiang Lin's eyes were unusually calm instead. He turned his head towards Zheng Feng who was sneering next to him. These are the helpers you got?" Zheng Feng sniffed but shook his head and said, "Brother Jiang, they aren't here for me. They came because of Ning Xiao's face." With that, his original courteous appearance suddenly changed, turning hysterical all of a sudden. "Ha ha, how about that? Scared? Ha? You think you can take my favorite car and brush me off in front of my favorite chick and forget about it?" He chortled coldly and changed his face completely. "Let me tell you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a bit of stinking money? In front of Ning Xiao, in front of our many brothers, you're nothing. Jiang Lin, if you're sensible, kneel down and apologize to me now, and send those two chicks of yours to me respectfully." Zheng Feng skimmed his lips. "Let's forget about this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat today." Zheng Feng felt soothed in his heart by this cry. No disguise, no masquerade, just arrogance is enough. Since he had used this connection of Ning Xiao, it was for this moment. He wanted to trample Jiang Lin under his feet and ravage him, ruthlessly stomping him to death. Jiang Lin, from the beginning to the end, just flatly watched Zheng Feng go crazy there. Even after the other party finished, he didn't fluctuate in the slightest. He slightly inclined his head towards the bland Ning Yi. In a calm tone, he asked, "What do you say?" Jiang Lin knew that the only one who could make the call here was Ning Yi. "Ugh," Ning Yi sighed. "I owe Zheng Feng a favor, so I have to be on his side." Saying that, he suddenly raised his hand. "However, I, Ning Yi, am not as petty as he is, and naturally I cannot do such things as using my power to oppress others. So, I'm giving you two chances." He raised two fingers. "What I, Ning, am most proud of is this wind and cloud tea house, and if you can beat me in both, not only will I not hurt you in the slightest, but I will also apologize to you for my presumptuousness." Jiang Lin nodded. "Then this gambling stone is the first one?" "That's right." "Good. Then I'll play a couple games with you." Jiang Lin smiled. "Say, how does this gambling stone work?" "Cool." Ning Yi laughed. "The rules are simple. You and I will each pick 3 pieces of stone in the quarry, and whoever has the highest total value will be able to win. Of course, here Ning may have taken advantage of the situation, because you picked the stone and had to pay for it. If you can't afford it, there's nothing you can do. Okay, deal." Jiang Lin nodded. "Then please." Saying that, Ning Yi took the first step and pushed open the door of the room and walked out. Seeing Ning Yi appear, the customers who were still selecting stones in the quarry immediately cast respectful gazes at Ning Yi. "Hello, young Ning. Hello, young Ning. Ning Xiao, Master Ning. Listening to the people's name calling, Jiang Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This Ning Yi was definitely not a simple dude. There had to be something else about him that would convince the crowd, which knows that as soon as his thoughts fell, Zheng Feng next to him said with a cocky face, "Surname Jiang, are you afraid? To tell you the truth, you won't even make it to the next inning." Ning Xiao has been playing with stones since he was 13 years old, and has touched more stones than you've ever seen, and is known as the Bright Stone Wise Eye. Bright Stone Wise Eyes. Jiang Lin's heart stirred, although he had not gambled, but he also knew that some experienced gambling masters could indeed tell whether they were green or not. There is a probability issue here, but it's better than him not knowing anything at all. However, Jiang Lin did not have the slightest panic in his heart. He's a hanging wall. Who's he afraid of? As long as the system can storm. Don't say your Bright Stone Wise Eyes. Your perspective eyes? It's useless. Ning Yi walked to the center and nodded at the crowd, then looked at Jiang Lin and smiled. Brother Jiang, shall we begin now? Yeah, I'm good with that. Jiang Lin nodded. Okay, then the clock starts now and the limit is 10 minutes. Ning Yi said. Yes. As Jiang Lin nodded his head, an assistant beside Ning Yi instantly held a large stopwatch and started timing. It seems that this Ning Yi hadn't done this before. As the timer started, Ning Yi's entire body instantly went into a state. His eyes stared, and his entire body seemed to be like a hunting hawk as he cruised back and forth between the many stones. 10 minutes is not a long time. What to find green wool in such a short time? Itself is extremely test of eyesight. Therefore, even Ning Yi didn't dare to waste the slightest bit of time. On the contrary, Jiang Lin swept a glance at the labels on each interval, which indicated the field entrance of origin. But as far as the field entrance is concerned, he knows nothing about how good or bad it is. He casually walked over to one of the field entrance stones and raised his hand to touch one of them, at the same time knocked again. Seeing this action of his, the many great young men following Ning Yi however revealed snickers. At a glance this person is clueless. This round is lost. That's right, it's really unnecessary for young Ning to go to such trouble for this person. That's just it. I guess I'll go up there and pick it over him. Listening to the crowd's murmuring voices, Jiang Lin's palm was about to retract from the stone, but just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! You touched the stone, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding you with a copy of the Manhwa Guanyu Sutra. Chapter 72. What is the experience of instantly becoming a stone gambling master? Manhwa Guanyu Sutra? Jiang Lin frowned. The system stormed trillions of times making him. Although he was elated, he didn't expect that it would actually just reward a scripture. Besides, who is this Manhwa? Does he know how to read jade? Even if he's awesome, what's the point of giving me a book? Do you want me to learn another 10 or 8 years before I come back to gambling? Just as he was casting aspersions in his mind, suddenly, Jiang Lin felt a tremor in his head, and a clear stream flowed in. At the same time, countless knowledge and memories rushed into his mind along with this clear stream, and in an instant, he allowed himself to be integrated. The process lasted only a few short seconds before disappearing all at once. At that moment, the moment Jiang Lin opened his eyes again, he finally realized what this Bian he was really like. In the state of Chu, 2,000 years ago, there was a man named Bian He who found a jade diamond. He took it out and offered it to the two rulers of Chu, who cut off his right and left legs successively, thinking that he had been deceived. Bian He couldn't walk without legs. He cried for 3 days and 3 nights on the Chu mountain holding the jade poo. Later King Wen of Chu knew about it. He sent someone to bring the jade poo and asked the jade worker to cut it open. The result was a gem-quality piece of jade. The gemstone was named Washi. The gemstone was later owned by King Hui of Zhao, and King Zhao of Qin promised to trade 15 cities for the gemstone, which shows the high value of the gemstone. This gem was later carved into a heirloom jade seal, which was lost until the Western Jin dynasty. It is needless to say that the person who can unearth all of the famous Huqinsans in the history books has a strong experience in gambling with stones. Now, all of this experience had been turned into a Manhwa Guanyu Sutra, which was again thoroughly comprehended by Jiang Lin. In an instant, Jiang Lin had grown directly from a stone gambling novice to a supreme king. This time, when he looked at the many stones again, the feeling was completely different from before. The mountains have a mountain shape and the land has a terrain. Stone is born from the movement of heaven and earth, and has its own traces of veins to be found. The Manhwa Jade Viewing Sutra is based on stone veins, distinguishing the veins of rock formation, and thus determining the type and even the texture of the jade produced therein. This method is not some kind of special ability, or talent beyond the ordinary. It is through the observation, cutting and summarizing of countless stones that this huge accumulation of experience can be formed. It was Manhwa himself who was at such a level only in his later years. But now, all these experiences had been absorbed by Jiang Lin. He only saw his eyes move, sweeping over the many stones one by one. On each piece of stone, the seemingly mottled, disorganized textures were summarized and organized at this moment. revealing different temperaments. Look, touch, knock, break. These are the 4 major steps in selecting stone in Manhwa's Jade Viewing Sutra. Look at its shape, touch its pulse, knock and smell the sound, and determine its superiority or inferiority. What Jiang Lin was doing now was the first step, looking at its shape. What's this kid doing? The crowd looked at Jiang Lin's sudden change in temperament all of a sudden, and they were a bit startled. What can he do? Pretend. He can't just show his cowardice. What a joke. In my estimation, how is he going to pick when he doesn't even know what green comes out of that field entrance? Look, it's already been 3 minutes, and Young Ning has picked the first one. It's actually Hojiang material. Young Ning really has a sharp eye. The crowd sniffed and looked towards Ning Xiao, instantly realizing that the other party was picking out a piece of stone at the mouth of the Back River Yard. Back River Yards are well known in the industry, especially the old Back River. Although the stone is generally small, but often out of high emerald material, and once out of the green, its texture and color are extremely unusual. More importantly, the green of Hogang Yaku is easy to process and naturally has greater potential in the market in the future. Of course, since the field entrance is so famous, even the wool without a window is priced well. A piece of stone picked by Ning Xiao that was only the size of a fist actually had a price tag of $150,000. However, Ning Xiao was all ready to pick a second piece. Jiang Lin was still there, scanning around, looking downright clueless. 6 minutes later, Ning Xiao's second stone had also been selected. The same old Back River stone, but the size is much bigger than before. The size of a man's head. This is very rare in the old backwaters. Master Ning really does have the courage to choose this kind of stone. Master Ning is known as the bright stone wise eyes, so naturally it's not something we can compare to. See, any stone that Master Ning touches, I'll wrap it up in a moment. That's a good idea. If Master Ning eats meat, it's fine for us to drink soup. In the blink of an eye, 7 minutes had passed. Ning Xiao was already running towards the third stone, just when the crowd thought that Jiang Lin had completely given up. Suddenly, he moved at once. He only saw Jiang Lin's footsteps move as he walked straight towards the entrance of the Hojiang field. The crowd took a look and couldn't help but skim their lips. One can only follow blindly. This kid isn't stupid. Knowing that where Master Ning strikes, there must be the highest probability of green. That's right, but he's not Master Ning. Inside the same field entrance, Master Ning can produce green. He probably just picked a stone. Between the crowd's discussions, Jiang Lin was already standing in the middle of the old Hojiang's field entrance. He moved his fingers and stroked over the surface of several pieces of stone in quick succession. At the same time, feel the veins of the stone by touch. Finally, his eyes glazed over and landed on a piece of stone. Ding ding ding. He flexed his fingers and tapped, and there was a crisp sound. Such an action, falling in the eyes of the crowd, immediately triggered a roaring laughter. Ha ha, does he think he's picking a watermelon? Actually using a knock? Don't even take a flashlight and act like it. Jiang Lin was calm and unperturbed by the comments around him. He tapped several stones beside him in succession, and finally, tapped one of them. That's it. The stone was only the size of an egg, but it was marked at $50,000. The crowd scoffed at his choice. Such a small piece of wool, even if there was green, it would be very small and could not be worth much. It was obvious from this that the other party was simply a layman. Phew! After choosing this piece, Jiang Lin exhaled lightly. It was the piece he was most torn about just now. The other 2 pieces, so conspicuous throughout the hall, were able to be identified just by looking at them. At this moment, not far away, Ning Xiao had already picked out his third stone at the 9-minute mark. The stone was not small, it was half a man's height, and of course the price is very steep, nearly $2 million. At this time, he also looked at Jiang Lin and couldn't help but smile. Brother Jiang, time is running out, you have to hurry up. Okay, I'll take this one, and that one. Enough. Jiang Lin nodded at his words and took a few steps to another field to choose a piece of stone that was more than 1 person high. And the last piece, he actually aimed at the entire hall, placed in the very center, the size of several meters on a huge stone. You pick these 2 pieces? Seeing Jiang Lin's choice, even the Kameswater Ningyi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because of the 2 pieces Jiang Lin chose, the first one was Longking material, with a price tag of only $10,000. Because it's a piece of scrap, it's just cut out of some other material. The break is flat and you can see that there is not the slightest trace of green coming out of the top. It is almost 99% certain that there will be no more green in this piece of scrap. The reason it's still here is, quite frankly, just to cajole the uninitiated layman. As for the third piece, it was even more surprising to Ning Yi, because what Jiang Lin had chosen was actually the town treasure among the entire hall. This piece of the town hall was shipped from the face country, but Ning Yi knew in his heart that saying it was a town treasure was actually a gimmick, for he had long ago had the sounding holes punched from the side that was close to the ground. there's no green in it at all, but for the sake of publicity, it's a straight-up $100 million price tag. To put it bluntly, it's just there for the taking, never expecting anyone to buy it. After all, who would want to pay $100 million for such a large rock? If everything doesn't come out green, it's really a losing proposition. Brother Jiang, are you sure you want to choose these two pieces? Ning Yi thought about it, but still couldn't resist giving Jiang Lin a chance. If you don't think it's suitable, I can let you pick again. Jiang Lin smiled faintly at his words. No need. I have a card here, so I'll pay directly. Ha ha ha, you're going to lose this time. Hearing that Jiang Lin was going to pay the bill, the few great young men who were originally watching the fun burst into laughter. They knew all about the bottom line of this town hall treasure. Jiang Lin's technique of picking out this stone was pure chance. If this was able to win against Ning Xiao, they would all dare to live stream upside down and eat shang. Since this is a gambling casino, the bill-paying process is naturally swift and unparalleled. It didn't take long for $160 million to be scratched from Jiang Lin's account. By this time the crowd had unknowingly gathered around. Because, next is the most exciting moment. Cutting stones. Chapter 73, the first piece, Superb Ice Breed Imperial Green. At the back of the gambling hall, there was a hall specializing in cutting stones. The stones selected by the two bettors had been transported into it. The entire hall is monitored and videotaped throughout to ensure that there is no possibility of the stone being dropped. And beyond the hall was a huge display. In front of the display there are sofas for lounging. The crowd can watch the entire stone cutting process while communicating with the buyers and making bids at any time. If a really good green comes out, it doesn't even need to leave to be taken by a buyer at a high price. Ning Yi and Jiang Lin each sat in the front row, and behind Ning Yi, numerous great young men followed closely behind. On the contrary, Jiang Lin's side was the lone person. It looks bleak as hell. At times like this, any mocking words seem superfluous. As long as the stone is everything, you will be able to clearly know who wins and who loses. Take turns cutting the stones in the order we picked. Brother Jiang doesn't have a problem with that. Ning Yi inclined his head and smiled at Jiang Lin. Yes. Jiang Lin nodded, his tone flat. Okay, then I'll throw in the towel and cut a piece first. Ning Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. Instantly, on the big screen, the crowd saw an old man in a protective suit walk up to the cutter with the first stone that Ning Yi had picked. Because of the different sizes of the rough, there are different techniques for cutting the stone. They are generally categorized into wire cuts, slice cuts and emery cuts. Because this piece of wool is only the size of a fist, an emery cut is used. Starting the emery cutter, a machine that resembles a grinding disc begins to rotate rapidly. At this point just rub the wool over it to slowly cut away the surface stone skin. The masters in charge of cutting stones have more than 10 years of experience in cutting stones. Not only that, the other party in Jade Appreciation above is also a master level. Basically, you just have to cut it open and look at it a few times to be able to give an accurate assessment. Ning Yi also hired the other party at a high cost in order to give users a better experience. With a single movement of his palm, he pressed the wool onto the emery cutter. There was a flurry of stone chips. All spectators cannot help but hold their breath at this moment, whether the green can come out or not, and what kind of green has come out. A few moments later, suddenly there was an exclamation of surprise from someone in the audience. It's out. It's green. At this time on top of the screen, the surface of the piece of wool in the hands of the stone-cutting master has actually surfaced green veins. It's a sign of coming out of the green. The crowd that saw the scene immediately gave Ning Xiao a blowjob. As expected of Master Ning, it really came out green. Yeah, now look what kind of watery green it is. A few short minutes later, the stonecutter uttered a statement that had the crowd in raptures. Ice-grade Zhongyang green. The entire hall instantly boiled over at these words. Oh my god, it's actually opened up an ice seed. When Master Ning makes a move, it's really a handful. I'll give you $5 million. $5 million? Oomph. I'll offer $10 million. Listening to the crowd's comments, Ning Yi always wore a faint smile on his face. Brother Jiang, perhaps you're not clear about the grade of this jadeite. He looked at Jiang Lin and took the initiative to introduce him. Generally speaking, when looking at jade, we look at it from two aspects. Firstly, the water type, which is what we call the water head. From high to low it is generally divided into old pit glass seed, water seed, ice glutinous seed, and other seeds. Above the ice variety, it is considered top quality. And the second aspect is to look at the color. And in our line of work, green is usually the most prestigious, red is second, and the rest are other colors. This green is divided into apple green, Zhongyang green and the best imperial green. Ning Yi knew this naturally like the back of his hand. Like this stone of mine, it's ice seed positive yang green, and it's considered a good deal. Ning Yi smiled faintly. Objectively speaking, its market value is around $10 million. Unfortunately, the size would definitely be much higher than that if it was a bit bigger. At $10 million? I wonder if Brother Jiang has any opinions? Zhang Lin didn't have any objections when he heard this. Although he didn't know the market price of these emeralds, he could tell from his experience with the Bian He Jade viewing scripture that what this Ning Yi said wasn't exaggerated. $10 million? Fair enough. Good. Then it's Brother Zhang's cut. This piece of Zhang Lin is even smaller than Ning Yi's. The crowd looked at the screen with little hope. After all, not everyone was Master Ning. However, just as the stonecutter was planning to cut the stone, suddenly Zhang Lin spoke up. Wait. The crowd looked at Zhang Lin with puzzled faces. Kid, at this point in time, are you going to back out? Zheng Feng smiled coldly and mocked. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Ning Yi. What? What else does Brother Zhang have to say? He asked with a puzzled look on his face. Cut it in slices. Emery cutting delays. Zhang Lin said flatly. Oh, slice and dice? Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. Just a little bit of wool if the piece of cut, even if the green is also likely to be cut. But since Zhang Lin was willing, he didn't refute it. With that, he nodded and spoke to the inside of the intercom. Do what he says. The stonecutter clamped the rough on the slice cutter and was about to do it. Then he heard Zhang Lin speak again. 5 centimeters from the left. First cut. As soon as those words came out, Ning Yi's eyes stared and looked at Zhang Lin once more. He actually asked for size? In general, who can be more experienced than the stonecutter when it comes to cutting stone sizes? But now Zhang Lin actually said the size. Did he know there was green inside? The crowd naturally didn't have the doubts that Ning Yi had. When they heard Zhang Lin open his mouth, there were quite a few people who had already pressed on and started mocking. Ha ha, funny ha, so precise, you think there's green in it? No, he's just pretending to have green so he doesn't get embarrassed. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Maybe it's true what they say about having perspective eyes. Yeah, wasn't there a metaphysical TV show before that was able to look right through the inside? Listening to the jeers of the crowd, Zhang Lin was unmoved, but continued to say, between 2 and 3 centimeters from the right side. The second cut. The stone-cutting master is also paid to do his job, and since Ning Yi has already said to listen to him, he naturally did not hesitate. It was seen to adjust the scale and start the first cut from the left. Giggle. The slices cut through, and suddenly the stone skin fell off, and a flat, smooth notch appeared on top of the wool. The many viewers who had already lost hope subconsciously looked towards the big screen at this moment. But right at this moment, a flash of emerald green suddenly surfaced from the cut all at once. Hiss. In an instant, the entire hall instantly resounded with a sound of cold air being sucked in. Out green? Everyone looked at the big screen incredulously, unable to believe their eyes. They originally did not hold any hope at all for this. How could a layman who knew nothing be able to come out green with a casual pick? But now, just the first cut down, actually already out of the green. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in Ning Yi's eyes. He's in a completely different place than everyone else's concerns. While coming out green was certainly surprising, what was even more surprising was the size that Zhang Lin had just uttered. I can't believe it happened to cut right up against the edge of the screen, and at most it rubbed the green a little bit. It can be said that the emerald is almost intact as a whole. Ning Yi steeped his gaze toward Zhang Lin. Is he just guessing? Or does he see something? But even if you're guessing, you can't be that accurate, can you? Aside from perspective eyes, Ning Yi really couldn't think of anything that could explain it. Ning Yi shook his head. Penetrating eyes don't exist. The only possibility is that the other party has extremely profound strength above gambling on stones, being able to deduce the location and size of the green inside from above the surface clues. If that was really the case, then this Zhang Lin was, well, too terrifying. Thoughts tumbled through Ning Yi's mind, and on the big screen, the second slash had already begun. This time, the originally rambunctious audience had become thoroughly focused. Exactly what grade of green has come out is not apparent at this time. Brush. The second blade fell, and this time, it was slightly more off than the first, cutting out a small piece of the intact emerald. But because of this, the texture of that emerald was instantly in front of everyone's eyes. This waterhead. Some sharp-eyed merchants were already excited to see the green color on this. Translucent, pure, color, top quality, absolutely top quality. This kid is too lucky, isn't he? $50,000 and he actually fired the very best? The faces of the many great young men who were originally arrogant and incomparable were as ugly as if they had eaten a dead fly at this moment. How come this kid just took a piece and actually managed to get a green out of it? And it's ing green? Finally, a few knives in succession. The entire emerald completely fell into the hands of the stone-cutting master. Due to the small size of the rough, the piece of emerald that came into this piece was only the size of a thumb. But the stone cutter took one look and uttered a few words with great certainty. Ice-type Imperial Green. Wow! The room was filled with clamor at these words. Chapter 74. Don't worry. Here, it's the good stuff. My god. Ice-grade Imperial Green? This kid's luck is too unbelievable. Don't rob me. I'll take this Imperial Green. $20 million. In your face or not? Imperial Green for $20 million? I'll give you 30 million. Listening to the crowd scrambling, the smile on Ningya's face was still there, but it seemed to be a little less spontaneous. He smiled and looked at Zhang Lin. I'm curious. How did Brother Zhang determine the size of this jadeite? Zhang Lin gave him a faint look. Guess. Oh, guessing? That's a stroke of luck. Ningyi shook his head and smiled. I hope that Brother Zhang will still be able to be so lucky in the next piece. In the end, Zhang Lin's piece was valued at $30 million, which was exactly 3 times higher than the other parties. It's really because it's so small or it would be higher. With the opening of the first piece, the crowd was now even more excited about the next 2 pieces. Ningya's second stone is also from the old Hojiang, the size of a human head, though, would have to be cut in slices for this one. Experienced stonecutters take 1/3 of it straight down. As long as the green comes out, you will basically be able to tell the head of the water at a glance. Ka-ching! That was a clean cut. Everyone stared at the big screen in unison. This is Emperor Green? Ice Grade Emperor's Green. Someone let out a gasp of surprise, not realizing that this second piece was actually even better than the first. Ice Grade Imperial Green, which was almost the same color quality as Zhang Lin's piece. But the only difference was that this piece of green was much bigger than Zhang Lin's piece. Since it's big, the value naturally increases exponentially. After some deliberation, the final give this piece of Imperial Green reached a high price of $70 million. $2 million for $70 million. A reversal of more than 30 times at once. Such gains are simply eye-popping. This is why the business of gambling on stones is something that many people are attracted to, even if they are willing to lose their homes and money. Either you get rich overnight or you're penniless. $70 million plus the previous $10 million is a total value of $80 million. This was more than twice as much as Zhang Lin's $30 million. The crowd this time cannot help but wonder, Zhang Lin this second piece, in the end cannot come out of the green. Green? Ha ha, a piece of scrap that's a hell of a green. Zheng Feng said with conviction, if this can come out green, I'll eat straight up Shang. Even if he didn't know any better, he knew that this piece of scrap couldn't have any good green at all. All have opened the window. Can produce good green still be able to sell 10,000? The crowd was equally convinced that this was a piece of scrap. It's sitting there unasked for. I didn't realize that it was actually being looked at by Zhang Lin. Was it to save money? Brother Jiang, how should we cut it this time? Nino was now back on cloud 9 because he had already gained $80 million in total value. The chakra is broken beyond estimation. Zhang Lin shook his head slightly and casually said, just cut from the center. Giggle. The stonecutter went straight to work, and at once the slices were slowly cut through the center of the stone. The crowd did not refute Zhang Lin's idea. After all, it's already a piece of scrap, so cut it any way you want. However, the blade had only just sliced halfway through, when a steep flash of emerald green suddenly surfaced. Everyone blinked almost subconsciously and thought they had misread it. But the moment the entire stone chip completely fell, the crowd was instantly shocked and completely dumbfounded. Because at the cut, not only did it come out green, but it came out a whole lot green. What's the value of such a large piece of green? Even the teacher in charge of cutting the stone, his pupils shrunk and his breathing became ragged. This is Old Pit Glass Seed Emperor Green. There was no way he could not get excited. He had been cutting stones for more than 10 years, but it was the first time he had seen a top-grade jadeite of such a color. Old Pit Glass Imperial Green? Everyone was shocked beyond words by this information. Eyeballing this piece must be at least the size of an egg. How much would such a large piece of Old Pit Glass Seed Imperial Green be worth outside? 100 million? 200 million? Or higher? They can't even think about it anymore. Mr. Jiang, I'll take this piece of green. I'll offer 100 million. Mr. Jiang, I'm bidding 200 million on behalf of Imperial Jewelry. Eternal Jewelry bids $250 million. Listening to the near-crazy offers from the many owners, the smile on Ningya's face instantly stiffened. Is this a coincidence? Goddamn coincidence. Where are all the coincidences? He now finally understood that this Zhang Lin was simply pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, acting like a white boy from start to finish, when in fact he is simply a guru. The Old Pit Glass Seed Emperor Green, conservatively valued at over $100 million. If we let this group of bosses bid, even 300 million is not impossible. Such a large piece of raw stone, as long as it was taken back and processed, it could even be used as a town treasure. The moment he saw the Old Pit Glass Seed, Ning Yi knew he had lost. The third stone, unless it also cuts a piece of old pit glass, is a complete failure. But how can old pit glass seeds be so easy to produce? To get one piece would be a godsend. 2. A pipe dream. In the end, this piece of old pit glass seed Emperor Green was valued at $200 million. $10,000 for $200 million. A difference of 20,000 times. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths after hearing this result. Tried to say something and realized I was running out of words. Several jewelry giants had already handed their business cards to Jiang Lin. The belonging of this treasure still needed to be decided by Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin smiled lightly at this, not caring. He hadn't figured out what to do with it yet, so he'd better wait until the gambling was over. Ningyi took a deep breath and forced down the irritation in his heart. Mr. Jiang, let's take the third piece. Yes. Although on the surface Ningyi was very bland, seemingly indifferent to fame and fortune, but in reality, he was a person who was bullying and arrogant, especially when it came to his pride and joy of gambling on stones. So, even though the end was near doomed, he wanted to see if there was any hope at the end. Without too many words, the stone cutter opened the cut again. This third piece of Ningyi is not a small one, and it is still done by slicing. Although the crowd had great expectations, but when it really cut through the occasion, a piece of icy apple green emerald still left them a little disappointed. On weekdays, even if a piece of ice glutinous seed green comes out, the whole hall will be boiling for a long time. But now, under the pressure of Jiang Lin's piece of old pit glass seed Emperor Green, it was simply tasteless. Ha! I'm defeated. Seeing this result, Ningyi suddenly let out a long sigh. I can't imagine that Brother Jiang is actually deeply hidden. It's really because Ning was mistaken. However, since Brother Jiang has won, it is only after this T-pass. There is still a road pass yet to go. Why don't we move now? Ningyi thought that regardless of whether this last piece of the town hall's treasure was cut or not, it simply had no effect on the outcome anymore. Besides, there wasn't much inside that townhouse, so it was a waste of time to cut it up. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Lin suddenly raise his hand, stopping his words. Don't worry, here, it's the good stuff. Plain words rang out from Jiang Lin's mouth, causing the entire hall to fall silent. It's already out of the old pit glass seed Emperor Green. What could be better than this? Oh, Brother Jiang, are you so sure that the one in here is even better than the one just now? Ningyi's gaze narrowed vainly as he asked with a stern expression. He had opened the window and looked at it a long time ago, and he hadn't even noticed anything. But now, Jiang Lin actually said that there were better ones inside. If this was true, this Jiang Lin's eyesight was simply appalling. However, Jiang Lin continued to sit calmly and said indifferently, whether it's good or not, you'll see when you cut it in a minute. Good, then cut. Ningyi nodded his head and said in his heart, I'd like to see if what you're saying is true. Stones that are several meters in size can be a bit of a pain to cut. Jiang Lin simply waved his hand this time. Cut from the center, leave the left side, and cut again. Listening to Jiang Lin's glib words, the gazes of the people looking at each other were completely different. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Jiang turns out to be a master stone gambler as well. Yes, even the location can be seen. It's simply divine. No matter if this piece comes out or not, we must make a good friendship later. In the middle of the discussion, the huge stone block had been sliced down the middle. The cuts are smooth, flat, and there is not the slightest hint of green out visible. According to Jiang Lin's instructions, the stone-cutting master once again took another shot at the stone on the left side. Ka-ching! Another cut in half. But this time, I actually haven't seen the slightest sign of green coming out. It seems like Brother Jiang may have gone astray this time. Ningyi's heart was relieved. This damn if you drive to again, simply got down to earth, which knew that Jiang Lin still smiled faintly. The left side continues. And cut? Ningyi raised an eyebrow. The several meter long stone block was now only a meter long piece after 2 slashes. It's basically all about the edges. It's really unlikely that green will come out of such a large piece of wool, but since Jiang Lin insisted, there was nothing he could say. Giggle. Stone cutting master, this knife down. The whole stone only 70 centimeters up and down. The section cuts are also less than half a meter. But just then, a bright red color like blood was found steeply from the cut. This townhouse, actually, came out red. Chapter 75, Immortal's Blood comparable to Hush-er-by. The crowd never expected that red would actually come out of the middle of this stone. The so-called red is red jadeite, also known as red jadeite. In the market, the price of red jadeite is definitely not as high as green jadeite. The moment he saw this red jadeite appear, Ningyi suddenly laughed softly. Ha. Brother Jiang really does have outstanding strength. Every time he makes a move, he makes something. After a pause, his words changed. Only, I'm afraid the value of this red jadeite is not as good as your imperial green, right? Yes? Jiang Lin snapped his fingers. Continue. Now that it's out of the red, you can continue cutting along the entire red texture. Soon, a piece of red jadeite about 10 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long appeared completely in the middle of the big screen. The moment he saw this red fey, The stone-cutting master nodded his head heavily. Old pit glass seed. Actually old pit glass seed. Ah. What? Another piece of old pit glass variety? My god. How much does a piece this big have to be worth? Unfortunately, it's not imperial green. If it were imperial green, it would probably cost $1 billion. One by one, the crowd marveled. But while marveling, it was a bit of a pity. The head is nice and the size is very rare, but unfortunately this color is less than desirable. Didn't you hear a few jewelry reps? The highest offer was only $250 million. Ha ha, a smooth smile surfaced on Ningyi's face. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so good as to open 2 pieces of old pit glass seed. It's just a pity that you're wrong. This piece of red jadeite is at best equal in value to your piece of imperial green. By saying that, Ningyi had actually forced himself to find some face, not to mention the equal value. It was the next best thing. This wave of Jianglin had already won him over. The current Ningyi was just forcibly biting off more than he could chew, trying to drop Jianglin's face. However, Jianglin smiled faintly and stood up from his seat. How do you know until you see the real thing? Saying that, he beckoned, and all of a sudden that stone-cutting master pushed a car with a tray out of the stone-cutting hall. When the crowd saw the real thing, their mouths even let out a thick gasp of amazement. It's so beautiful. It's just too good looking. They had never seen such a crystal clear, yet bright red like blood red fey. The Ningyi who saw this piece of red jadeite all had their pupils shrink and felt their hearts jump. The texture is just wonderful. Jianglin raised his hand and gently stroked the surface of the whole piece of red fey, and then spoke with a bland face. Red is fey, green is chui. The color of red fey is generally divided into 4 classes: peach red, vermilion, big red, bright red. The darker the color, the more expensive it is. Jianglin pointed to the red fey in front of him. This piece of red fey, the size of the rare not to mention. This head of water even in the old pit glass species can also be considered to be the top choice. As for its color, it is not a simple bright red color. Hearing him say this, the crowd immediately looked carefully towards the top of the red jadeite. Sure enough, the color was bright red and seemed to carry a fortune, as if it were a living thing, and at first glance it looked like flowing blood. Ningyi has been drilling on gambling stones for many years, but at this moment, he is also a little short of words, because he had never seen such a special red fey. This is beyond the entire definition of the color of red fey. He looked up suddenly, toward Jianglin. The other party was breezy and calm at the moment. Obviously there is some knowledge of the provenance of the color. Jian, Master Jiang, I wonder how this color should be judged. Without realizing it, Ningyi had already used honorifics. Have you ever heard of washi? Jianglin glanced at him before speaking faintly. I have heard that this object was discovered by a man named Bian He during the Warring States period. Ningyi nodded. Jianglin carried his hands behind his back and looked toward the distance. The world thinks that the Husher Bai is the king of jades, a rare gem-quality jadeite in the world. But no one knew that Bian He had once discovered, in his later years, a piece of supreme treasure even more precious than the Husher Bai. The crowd's hearts jumped. More precious than the Husher Bai. What kind of treasure must it be? This treasure is the supreme product among the red fey. Its color is bright red, like flowing blood, pure and spiritual. When Bian He found this treasure, he was immediately amazed at its color, and lamented that it was even harder to find in the sky and harder to find underground. The color was then named Immortal Blood. Jianglin said with a light sigh, with the blood of an immortal Ming, it is enough to illustrate its preciousness. It's just a pity that he was afraid of this object inviting trouble, and in the end, he smashed it directly and spilled it into the river. There was silence throughout the hall. Everyone looked at the red jadeite in front of them and couldn't help but associate it with the 3 words Jianglin had just said. Nima. They had actually witnessed the birth of a piece of red jadeite that was even more precious than the Husher Bai. What an honor! What luck! This color should only be found in the heavens. The blood of an immortal. It's really just right. A touch of bitterness surfaced on Ningyi's face. He never thought that the town hall treasure that he didn't even look at actually did have a piece of the top collection. Mr. Jiang, I bid 300 million for this immortal blood. 300 million? King Zhaowang of Qin once traded 15 cities for the Husher Bai, and you're taking 300 million? Is that good enough? I'll offer 500 million. I'm 600 million, 800 million, 1 billion. The crowd was simply shocked and almost planted themselves on the ground as they listened to the offers of these merchants. At first, Jianglin had made a few people snicker when he took out 100 million to purchase the wool, but now, it has been speculated to 1 billion sky high, and there's a big trend that 1 billion won't stop. Jianglin shook his head slightly. I, Jian, do not intend to sell this item for the time being, so please don't think about it. Upon hearing that it was not for sale, disappointment flashed in the eyes of the crowd. One of the representatives of the jewelry company, who had a pretty face, smiled at Jianglin and said, Mr. Jian, if you are willing to sell it, We, Imperial Jewelry, are willing to buy it at a high price of 2 billion. Hiss, 2 billion. The crowd felt like their hearts couldn't take it. Just sell this piece of rock and you're a straight-up billionaire. And it's still 2 billion. However, Jiang Lin remained unmoved by this. Such a good thing, he was still prepared to keep it for himself first, in case he had a use for it in the future. As for the other 2 pieces, he didn't see much use for them and could just sell them. Brother Ning, after this T pass, it's time for the Dao pass. Jiang Lin realized that whenever he encountered a new problem, the system was very likely to give him a violent attack. In contrast, the rest is rather unimportant. Ning Yi sniffed and gave Jiang Lin a deep look. Alright, please. The 2 of them, one after the other, directly left this gambling ground. As soon as the 2 of them disappeared, several of the great young men left behind looked at each other. It's a $2 billion deal. Are we thinking of something? One of them couldn't help but whisper. Well, inform the family. The amount is certainly out of our hands. Zheng Feng sneered. That's right. Such a large sum of money is here. If we don't take it, wouldn't we be doing a disservice to that Jiang Lin? When my dad comes, I'll make sure he gets his money back. The crowd nodded their heads in succession, all with sinister smiles in their eyes. Then, one by one, the phones were dialed out, ready to notify the elders of the family. What? There's actually a glass variety in the tea house? Or Imperial Green, right in the middle of a luxurious villa not far from the eastern suburb. Zhang Jiyong, the chairman of Xingyang Construction Industry, steeply exclaimed. Why didn't you tell me about such important news earlier? What? There's something more precious than the washi? Kid, keep that man for me. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiyong hurried out of the villa and headed in the direction of the eastern suburb's tea house. At the same time, in different parts of the imperial capital, a veteran general manager was also rushing towards the same place in a hurry. Jade that is more precious than the husher but can't fall into the hands of outsiders, no matter what they say. Chapter 76 1 against 100. Don't seriously hurt Mr. Jiang. In another small factory building next to the gambling quarry, Jiang Lin saw a dojo that resembled the decorative style of the footbath kingdom. The dojo has a variety of equipment for fitness use. There are also wooden katanas used in the footbath countries. Other than that, there were quite a few men in kimono throughout the dojo. Jiang Lin swept his gaze. There were at least nearly 100 people. Some of these people were working out. Some were cutting up, and it looked so good. However, upon seeing this scene, a sudden realization appeared in Jiang Lin's eyes. Dojo. Looks like this Ning Yi is still a martial arts enthusiast. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, finally realizing where that sharpness among the other party's eyes came from. It was hard to give that kind of stare if you weren't a martial arts practitioner. What's more, Ning Yi wasn't very old to be able to possess this kind of aura, so he had obviously gone through martial arts refinement. Mr. Jiang can just wander around. I'll excuse myself. Ning Yi smiled faintly, then turned around and left, surrounded by the crowd. Jiang Lin casually swept his eyes twice, feeling that it didn't raise much interest. It didn't take long for him to see Ning Yi change into the kimono of the footbath country and walk out of it. Seeing Ning Yi reappear, the many practicing figures stopped. They coincidentally bowed slightly towards Ning Yi and said in unison, "See you, master." Aha! Assemble. Ning Yi nodded indifferently, then waved his hand. At once everyone began to split into 2 rows and stand on either side of the dojo, and in the middle of it all, a huge open space was left. At this moment, the confident smile once again returned to the face of Ning Yi, who was kneeling at the other end. Brother Jiang, as the saying goes, literature and martial arts are both perfect. The battle we just had over the gambling stones is considered a literary competition, and you won. Now, it's a martial arts competition, so naturally it's all about moving your muscles, said he with a bashful smile. Inside has half the blood of the footbath country, so I grew up drilling this way as well. But Brother Jiang can rest assured that even though he lost a ride, I will never take advantage of you because of it, so you don't have to fight me. Saying that, he waved his hand, and all of a sudden a small youth who was only about 1.7 meters came out from the side. This Mr. Arai is a student who just joined my dojo, and his belt is a white belt, which means he's an entry-level student. Ning Yi smiled faintly. Brother Jiang, you only need to hold on to his hands for 3 minutes without saying surrender, and you'll be considered to have won. How about it? Do you think this is a reasonable contest? Jiang Lin sniffed but smiled faintly, stretching out a finger and shaking it. I don't think it's reasonable. If it's our bet, why don't you fight me? The moment these words came out, a few of the great young men were instantly displeased. Kid, don't you toast to that. Ning Xiao is a 10th degree black belt in karate. If he strikes, you won't even be able to intercept a single punch. Humph. 1 punch is overestimating him, I think. 1 finger is enough. Ning Yi raised his hand, and instantly all the chatter went silent. He looked at Jiang Lin. Brother Jiang, if you don't fight hard, You still have a chance to last 3 minutes in front of a white belt. White belt, just the lowest level of my dojo. Anymore, it can only go higher. The implication is that you can't go any lower if you want to. Ha! John Lin suddenly laughed out softly after hearing this. I think you misunderstood me. What a coincidence. I happen to have some studies in martial arts as well, and I'm suffering from the lack of an opponent to spar with. So today is just the right opportunity, said Jiang Lin, suddenly reached out and pointed at Ning Yi, speaking in a flat tone. So, I want to challenge you. Ning Yi smiled and was about to speak, but Jiang Lin's later words caused his face to sink. And everyone else present. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. You should know that in our karate circles, this kind of challenge is not issued casually. The big young man next to him laughed even more when he heard it. Funny, isn't it? One of you beating all of us? Who do you think you are? Chenjin? Ha ha ha. Even if Chenjin was alive, he would probably be able to die of exhaustion alive. Maybe people just lay down on the ground and play dead at first. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Jiang Lin looked at Ning Yi with flat eyes. He used the method that his opponent had used to give him before. What? You don't dare? Or does everyone else not dare? When these words came out, the entire dojo went completely silent. Everyone's gaze toward Jiang Lin changed to something different. A strong sense of wariness rose from the bottom of his heart. Ning Yi deadpanned Jiang Lin. He wanted to see a tiny bit of nervousness and cowardice in his opponent's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Jiang Lin's eyes were as calm and wave-free as a deep pool. Good, since Brother Jiang has such vigor. Then I, Ning Yi, will accompany him, Ning Yi said and raised his hand. Everyone heard that. Remember, don't seriously injure Mr. Jiang. Yes, everyone responded in unison, and the next moment they all looked at Jiang Lin with an annoyed expression. 1 to 100. It's humiliating for all of them. Ah! Suddenly, a figure finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards Jiang Lin with an explosive shout. He was going to directly knock this arrogant and cocky fellow down, and only then would he be able to gain Ning Xiao's appreciation. It's been flat out great ever since. At this moment, he was filled with power, and he leapt up and came straight with a flying kick. This flying kick was so powerful that even 10 wooden boards could be pierced through at once. Everyone chimed in with a cold smile at this point, as if they had already seen the scene where Jiang Lin was knocked out. However, just at the moment when the opponent was about to fall, Jiang Lin, who had been incredibly calm, suddenly moved, quiet as a flat lake, moving like a landslide. The youth flying in midair only saw a flash before his eyes. Bang! With a muffled sound, his entire body actually flew backwards in an instant. Ah! The youth who landed 4 or 5 meters away. A miserable scream came out of his mouth, because the leg was broken. The dojo was violently silent, and everyone looked at this scene incredulously, unable to believe that this was true. He's actually this powerful? Impossible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Sifu Mingchuan is on the verge of black belt. Ning Yi, who saw this scene, suddenly had a sudden jolt in his heart. Just now Jiang Lin's kick was actually a shadow of the intercepting fistu. Interceptor versus karate? His eyes narrowed vainly as he let out a steep bellow. What are you waiting for? Do it! Ah! Charge! Damn it! Die for me! In an instant, the crowd that reacted rushed madly towards Jiang Lin. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Lin's face, and then he only saw his footsteps, his body instantly charging forward. Ta-da! Ta-da! Da! Da! It was as if he was transforming into little brother Long at the moment, and his mouth let out a frightening shout. Every figure that rushed at him was directly sent flying without ever staying in front of him for a second. Jeet Kune Do emphasizes quickness, accuracy and viciousness, and is not formalized, intercepting the opponent's attack with absolute speed and power. Jiang Lin was now an interceptor fist do grandmaster level. What's a patriarchal level? It's the founder's level. In other words, his current strength is that of Little Dragon in his prime. The great young men who were originally still confident were completely flustered. There's no way not to panic. Look at this. It's only been a few minutes and there's already a whole bunch of them lying in front of us. But then you look at Jiang Lin. The whole person actually didn't change his face, and every strike accurately resulted in an opponent. Is he a ING monster? 100 people can't beat him? You can even wear him out. What are you guys waiting for? Go! At this moment, even Ning Yi, who had been calm and confident before, gradually became grave. He slowly stood up his form and walked towards Jiang Lin step by step. Spread out. He waved his hand. It's still up to me. He could already see that it was these 100 people going up that were no match for Jiang Lin at all. That wasn't to say that Jiang Lin could beat 100 of them one at a time. It's because, with a limited area of human force, the maximum number of people who can lean on it at the same time is definitely no more than 4. This was no threat to Jiang Lin at all. So, Ning Yi had to strike out on his own. The crowd dispersed, and Jiang Lin looked at his opponent with a calm expression. Immediately, He flicked the corner of his coat and hooked a finger towards Ning-yi. Come on, you better not disappoint me. Chapter 77, Jeet Kune Do vs. Karate. I'll do my best. Ning-yi's eyes stared, and his hands were suddenly raised to his chest. Hi, hi, hi. His paws lashed out and he delivered a beautiful roundhouse kick in midair. Of course, it's just a warm-up, but it was also able to see the severity of the leg. Good. Young Ning is awesome. Worthy of a 10th degree black belt, master level. Fight, fight. Jiang Lin just stood there watching Ning-yi perform. After a few hits, the other team seemed to be done warming up. With that, his body moved and charged towards him. At this moment, Ning-yi, who originally had a calm appearance, seemed to have transformed into a hideous beast. He roared and gathered all his strength into this leg. With just a little advantage, his attacks would surely come one after another like a raging storm. At that time, Jiang Lin would only be bitterly suppressed and unable to turn around. Drink! In an explosive shout, the crowd saw that powerful and incomparable leg kicking in the air towards Jiang Lin's shoulder. Everyone didn't dare to blink their eyes for fear of missing this brilliant scene. However, right at this moment, the motionless Jiang Lin abruptly shortened his figure. The next moment, his entire body leapt up. Ta-da! A lightning-fast roundhouse kick emerged from midair. Bang! Before Ning-yi could react to what was going on, he saw Jiang Lin dodge his own leg kick and send himself flying through the air with a kick. Aha! This kick Jiang Lin could be said to have used his full strength. Even Ning-yi, who was a 10th degree black belt, was kicked several meters away at this moment. He planted himself heavily on the ground, his entire body instantly arching like a shrimp. If Jiang Lin's kick had been a little more off, the hit would not have been on his belly, but down below. Hiss! The entire dojo was dead silent. Everyone was deeply shocked by this kick. Why does Ning-yi have such prestige among the many rich kids? First, he's an expert gambler, but more importantly, he's awesome. With his own handful of karate, no one dared to take liberties in front of him. In the eyes of these rich second generation, Ning-yi was a godlike existence. But now, this godlike being was struck down, and such a crisp knockout. The opponent just landed a roundhouse kick and ended the fight for good. It's horrible. Zheng Feng felt his legs trembling and his teeth chattering. He now finally knew just how terrifying an existence he had offended. On the subject of money, Jiang Lin has shares in the restaurant group. In terms of discernment, Jiang Lin was able to discern immortal blood. In terms of strength, even Ning-yi wasn't a match for the other party. Is this guy still human? This sentiment could not help but arise in the hearts of all. It's over. It's over. Originally we were planning to keep his red jadeite, but now, Zheng Feng said with some trembling, how can you leave him behind when so many people can't beat one person? Just as the crowd was terrified, all of a sudden, the entire door of the dojo suddenly opened. Wow! A figure with an extraordinary aura and a face full of fury surfaced one after another. What's going on? Who's causing trouble at the dojo? The face of the leader, a middle-aged man in his 50s, changed as he hurriedly rushed to the fallen Ning-yi. Son, who did this? I'll kill him! Ning Boguang shouted angrily, practically in a rage. Ning-yi was his most outstanding son, the hope of his entire Ning family. Now, his hope was actually being beaten by people who couldn't stand up. But without waiting for Ning-yi to open his mouth, Zheng Feng he jumped out and pointed at Jiang Lin and shouted, Uncle Ning, it's him, he's the one who injured young Ning. Not only that, he also opened the old pit glass seated imperial green, and immortal blood. It was only after these words came out that the many bigwigs reacted. So that's where the owner who got billions of dollars is. For a moment, everyone looked towards Jiang Lin's direction in unison. However, the moment they saw Jiang Lin, everyone shook in unison, as if struck by lightning. This familiar figure, familiar temperament, and that familiar light smile. How could they not expect that this being who had stirred the wind and cloud tea house into a frenzy was actually Jiang Lin, Uncle Ning? It's him, this bastard. Not only did he injure Ning Xiao, he also humiliated us. Before he finished his words, Zhang Jiyong next to him steeply burst out, shut the up. Zheng Feng was dumbfounded by Zhang Jiyong shouting at once, and said with an incredulous face, Dad, what I said is all. Pop. Zhang Jiyong backhanded Zheng Feng and slapped him across the face, knocking the other party's words out of his mouth in an instant. You rebellious son, Zhang Jiyong said and rushed to Jiang Lin in a fire, and gave Jiang Lin a deep bow in front of everyone. Mr. Jiang, my canine son was reckless and bumped into you. I apologize for him. That one sentence shocked the entire room once again. All of the rich second generation looked at Zhang Jiyong incredulously, feeling as if they had blinked. Are you kidding me? Uncle Young actually bowed to the other side? But before their shock could dissipate, they saw one after another bigwigs walking towards Jiang Lin. One by one, they bowed their noble heads. Hello Mr. Jiang! Boom! As if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, Each and every one of the rich second-generation men were completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this guy? Even the pops are so respectful? So we've already offended each other. Won't we be cool? The shock of this scene was too great for Ning. He struggled to his feet, unable to believe the sight. Why? Why is that? Why should he, a youth younger than even me, have the power to make even my father bow down? At this time, Ning Boguang next to him suddenly let out a long sigh. For a moment, he felt as if he had aged a dozen years. Son, go apologize to Mr. Jiang. With that, he stood up and came to Jiang Lin, making a direct bow. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Throughout the dojo, there was a dead silence. Even the spectators in the back who had come over to watch because of the commotion had frozen. What is this? These old bosses actually bowed to Master Jiang. This is too good. Who here doesn't know that the boss behind the Wind and Cloud Tea House is a big shot in the construction industry? Ning Boguang, a horrible being worth nearly $10 billion. And likewise the shareholders of the Windjammer Tea House are their peers throughout the construction industry. These people form a vast network of connections that can almost be described as calling the shots. But now, these bigwigs who called the shots actually bowed down like a youth in his 20s. It simply refreshed their view of the world. However, Jiang Lin just looked at the crowd calmly and incomparably, and the corners of his mouth even swept up a mocking smile. Ning Boguang, I didn't expect that we would actually meet again here. Just this one sentence made the cold sweat of all the bigwigs come down. They could hear that Mr. Jiang was angry. Mr. Jiang is angry. It's going to be a big trouble. Everyone here is a big shot in the business world, but even if they are strong, they are simply not comparable to King's real estate. The Ning family is engaged in major projects of real estate, main building, concrete, steel structure and so on, but either one will have to look up to the real estate developer for help to make it work. And King Realty, more than anything else, is the biggest client for all of them, bar none. As Jiang Lin, who was the first major shareholder, he could cut off their lifeblood with just a single word. From now on, what with the Ning family and the Zhang family, they would all suffer a huge blow. In such a competitive world today, once they suffer a change of heart, it will be difficult for them to gain a foothold in the whole industry again. The air in the entire dojo froze for a dozen seconds. Ning Boguang could only speak stiffly. Mr. Jiang, could you please move to the inner hall, so that we can apologize for our sins? Jiang Lin swept a glance at him and was about to speak, but I didn't expect the system's voice to ring out just then. Ding! You've injured many people, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding 25% of the shares of Jin Kong Medical Group as the second largest shareholder. Chapter 78, Jin Kong Medical's second largest shareholder. A cloudy mountain villa in Yudu. Kinko's Medical? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. This medical organization hadn't heard of it, but a reward that could be seen by the system shouldn't be bad. At that moment, he looked back at Ning Boguang. Do you know about Kinko's Medical? Ning Boguang was confused. What was this? Is Mr. Jiang planning to beat us to death? You even got a hospital? However, Ning Boguang knew that he naturally couldn't go against the other party's wishes at a time like this. One could only answer honestly. I know. This Jin Kong Medical belongs to a global top private medical organization, the equivalent of a private clinic. Clinic? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. How much could that be worth? Ning Boguang hurriedly explained. Don't look at us as calling it that. That's because Jin Kong Medical is not open to the public at all, and is only able to accept member appointments. And to become a member there, you need to pay at least $1 million in initiation fees. Seeing that Jiang Lin didn't show any indication, Ning Boguang couldn't help but continue. This Jin Kong Medical brings together the world's top medical experts, and also hires all kinds of experts as honorary professors. Every year, I don't know how many rich people break their heads trying to make an appointment to see them, but as far as I know, the appointments that have been scheduled now are all lined up for next year. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded his head faintly, realizing that this medical institution was really bullish. How hard it is to see a doctor in these times. It is especially difficult to find a good hospital for difficult and critical illnesses. This is great. He has become a shareholder of this medical group, so he doesn't have to worry about the problem of seeing a doctor in the future. In a good mood, Jiang Lin's dissatisfaction with Ning Boguang and the others had slightly subsided. What did you just want to tell me? Hearing Jiang Lin return to the subject, Ning Boguang immediately bowed and said, Mr. Jiang, we're going to have to apologize. Oh, please excuse me. Then hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Lin waved his hand and walked towards the depths of the dojo on his own. It was only at this time that the many bigwigs let out a long breath, feeling that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Ning, what should we do next? The crowd gathered around and couldn't help but ask. Let's inquire about the situation first, then figure out how to compensate Mr. Jiang. Ning Boguang said with a gloomy face. It must be these little brats who rushed Mr. Jiang. Don't blame me for not reminding you that if you want to keep your status as a supplier, then you better show me some sincerity. Understood. We understand. Numerous bigwigs nodded their heads. At this juncture, they naturally knew which was more important. Hey, by the way, Mr. Ning, why did Mr. Jiang ask you about Jin Kong Medical just now? Suddenly an old boss asked with some confusion. That, I'm not too sure about. Quick, look up the information on Kinko's Medical. Ning Boguang reacted extremely quickly and immediately had his assistant log onto the website of Jin Kong Medical. After a few short minutes, all the bigwigs couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jiang Lin is actually the second largest shareholder of Jin Kong Medical. My god, how scary is this Mr. Jiang? It's amazing how young you are to already have so many identities. What was his intention in saying that just now? Is it just to tell them how deep they really are? In an instant, the many bigwigs felt chills running down their spines, wanting to strangle their own pups straight to death. This time, I'm afraid it won't satisfy this Mr. Jiang if there's no heavy bleeding. Jiang Lin sat on the main seat of the parlor inside the dojo and waited for a few old bosses to meet him. Bored, I learned a little more about Kinko's healthcare. It's a hospital that has branches in only a few first-tier cities in the entire country. Not only is it hard to get an appointment, but the prices are outrageous. A most common appendicitis surgery can cost as much as $500,000, $5,000 for a normal one, $1 million for a C-section, $2 million for a heart stent, $3 million for a bone marrow transplant, $5 million for lung cancer removal. However, although it is expensive, the other party is an absolute authority, and the entire medical organization has not received a single complaint for 10 consecutive years. This shows the power of this golden healthcare. Jiang Lin was checking, when suddenly many bigwigs led by Mr. Ning walked into the parlor one after another. They consciously stood aside, followed by a group of rich kids. At the head of the group, naturally, was the once incredibly confident Ning Deshao. Ning Yi. Jiang Lin looked up and swept the crowd, and saw Ning Yi and the other rich kids standing in a row in front of him. Immediately afterward, one could hear Mr. Ning's cold voice. Get on your knees. Put under Chief Ning's drink. The row of rich kids in front of him fell to their knees in unison. Mr. Jiang, it's all because these no-good brats rushed you. Let them apologize to you now. Ning Boguang compensated with a smile. As the words fell, everyone bowed their heads in unison towards Jiang Lin. Even the most condescending Ning Yi was not the slightest bit different at this moment. He didn't really want to, but he didn't dare. Just now outside Ning Boguang had finally told Jiang Lin the true underbelly of his current situation. Mingdao Restaurant Group shares, one courtyard villa, a shopping center and a royal residence. What's even scarier is that he's actually the #1 shareholder of King Realty. A single sentence could hold the bulk of the orders for all their businesses. It's literally the power of life and death. And what was even more unbelievable to Ning Yi was that all these assets actually belonged to Jiang Lin alone. That is to say, it has nothing to do with the family, the power behind him. What kind of terrifying strength would it take to do that? It's just not human. It wasn't until just now that Ning Yifang completely understood why Jiang Lin had said from the very beginning that he wasn't qualified enough to invite him for tea. Compared to himself, a foppish young man who needed the support of many elders and stayed right in the middle of this tiny wind and cloud tea house, he was indeed unqualified to invite the other party to drink tea. Even his own fathers had to look up to Jiang Lin's nose. At this moment, all the pride was ruthlessly shattered by Jiang Lin. Seeing the crowd kneeling down towards him, Jiang Lin frowned and faintly said, "Forget it, I'm not a god. I don't like being knelt down by people. Come on, get your ass up." Seeing Jiang Lin's displeasure, Ning Boguang hurriedly shouted angrily. The many great young men stood up grayly at the moment, looking at Jiang Lin with a gaze filled with respect and awe. Of course, as many bigwigs, it was naturally impossible to simply give Jiang Lin such a little formal compensation. Ning Boguang arched his hand towards Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang, these brats have rushed you. An apology alone will never get you through." With that, he placed a door card and a bank card in front of Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang, amongst this black diamond card of the Great Summerland Bank is a reparation gift from all of us to you. 1 billion in cash." Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Boguang with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect the other side to hemorrhage so much. 1 billion in cash. That's not a small number. As far as he knew, these bigwigs were really worth a lot of money. Several billions, some more than 1 billion. But that's value, not liquidity. And there's definitely a large amount of money being spent in order to keep the company's projects on track. There's definitely not a lot of money on the books. But now, it's actually willing to move $1 billion for him. Even Jiang Lin had to admit that these bigwigs were worthy of being seniors walking the rivers and lakes now. Of course, even Jiang Lin had somewhat underestimated his position in the hearts of many bigwigs. Not waiting for him to open his mouth, Ning Boguang then introduced himself once again. This door card is a set of Cloud Mist Villa's manor sent to you by all of us, said Ning Guoguang with a shameful bitter smile. This Cloud and Mist Mountain Villa in Jiangnan reign all, not afraid of your joke. Originally is our people together to buy, ready to speculate out of, whether it is the location or the location is the top choice. Although with the imperial capital of the price cannot be compared, but please be sure to accept. Cloud Mist Villa? Jiang Lin looked at the other party without moving, and couldn't help but be puzzled in his heart. He remembered that he seemed to have seen it on the internet before, and the lodge seemed to have been on the news. It was said that this mountain villa was a huge estate built by a top real estate company. The address is just above the Cloudy Mountains of Yudu, and that's how Cloudy Mountain Resort got its name. At that time, the Cloud Mist Villa was known as the first mansion in the rain capital, and the price tag for its entirety is a terrifying $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion in the imperial capital can buy top-notch villas. In the midst of a quasi-first-tier city like Yudu, this price was simply sky-high. At that time, Jiang Lin was still wondering how it was possible to sell it at such a high price. It didn't take long for it to be bought outright by a mystery buyer. Now he realized that the other party was simply a group, and it turned out to be these few people in front of him. $1 billion in cash, $1 billion estate. In order to make amends to Jiang Lin, he took out $2 billion at once. To be honest, this sincerity, Jiang Lin saw. After a moment of contemplation, in full view of everyone, Jiang Lin nodded in a flat tone. Mr. Ning, I, Jiang Lin, have seen your sincerity. With that, he knocked on the armrest. I can take the things, but I, Jiang Lin, have always made a clear distinction between grudges, and since I took your things, I naturally won't let you suffer. With that, he glanced at Ning Guoguang and said, the 3 pieces of jadeite that I got today at the Fengyan Tea House can be handed over to your Fengyan Tea House. Chapter 79, Jane still calls. Bad news of leukemia. What? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Ning Guoguang's pupils instantly shrunk, and he became ecstatic inwardly. Even a few other bigwigs had flashes of excitement on their faces. Jiang Lin was really making a big deal out of this one, although he didn't give them any compensation in kind. But just the right to operate these 3 pieces of jadeite was enough to make the entire Wind and Cloud Tea House famous. Imagine that the world's first piece of immortal blood red fey actually appeared in the Wind and Cloud Tea House and was auctioned off from the operation of the Wind and Cloud Tea House. The popularity gained from this series alone is enough to get the world's attention. That's not something that can be measured by $2 billion alone. Even in the future, billions or more will be made. Jiang Lin looked at Ning Guoguang plainly and said with a smile, What? Mr. Ning thought I was joking? Hearing this, Ning Guoguang had a jolt, and hurriedly arched his hand and smiled. Mr. Jiang really has an extraordinary temperament, and this kind of kindness, I, Ning Guoguang, on behalf of my many friends, the Wind and Cloud Tea House, would like to express my gratitude to you. Yes, from today onwards, Mr. Jiang is our benefactor, but if you need anything, just ask, and we'll go to the fire. That's right, we will definitely take Mr. Jiang as our honor. Ning Yi watched his many elders open their mouths in such a manner, feeling a trance in his spirit. What an enviable sight this is. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he won't be able to go to such heights in his entire life. No one expected that the matter of the Wind and Cloud Tea House would actually be resolved in such a way. Since it was fine, Jiang Lin naturally had no need to stay any longer. He politely declined Ning Guoguang and the others' request for a banquet, and left the place with his black diamond card, as well as the Cloud Mist Villa's smart gate card. You can have some fun sometime, Jiang Lin said to himself in his heart. His trip out was nothing short of amazing. Not only did he learn the Bianhe Guanyu Sutra, but he also owned shares in Jin Kong Medical. Also another $1 billion in cash and a mountain resort again. It is simply the envy of countless people. It is the most important thing to change the company's equity. Just now he had received a call from the board of directors at the global headquarters of King Healthcare. The content of the phone call was very simple. Nothing more than to congratulate himself on becoming the second largest shareholder of the company, and sometime hope to visit the headquarters for guidance. Jin Kong Medical's headquarters was in Magic City, and Jiang Lin had no plans to go there now, so it was just a few pleasantries, and after leaving contact information, he hung up. Ugh, it's either this invitation or that invitation all day long. It's annoying as hell. He let out a long sigh, feeling really lonely as snow. System, super shameless, JPG. Just as he was sighing, suddenly another call came in on his cell phone. The caller was actually a confidant he hadn't seen in a long time. Jane Still. Hey, still not busy with exams? Why are you calling me? Jiang Lin subconsciously picked up the phone, and before he could say anything, he heard Jane's still crying voice coming from the other end of the phone. Senpai. Oh, something happened to my family. Hearing Jane still crying, Jiang Lin's heart tightened and he hurriedly comforted. Still, don't cry. What happened at home? My father is sick. Jane still almost sobbed. It's leukemia. Leukemia? Jianlin was shocked. This disease was not a small matter. No wonder Jane was still so upset. But his current mindset was too much stronger than before, after all. So, in a calm tone, he comforted. Still, don't worry, I'll rush back to the school now, and we'll go back together to take a look. Jianlin kicked the gas down, and Caroman roared madly on the highway. In less than an hour, he made it back to the front door of the Zimoko gate. From a distance, he saw Jane still carrying a small school bag, standing alone and forlornly outside the gate. Seeing Jianlin walking down from the car, the tears in Jane's eyes could no longer be suppressed, and she jogged towards Jianlin, and jumped into each other's arms. Senior, what should we do? That's leukemia. Don't worry. Still, we're going now. Jianlin patted her shoulder and sent her to the passenger side. On the way, Jianlin learned about the family's situation from Jane Still. Jane Still has her old home in Jinchang, which is not far from the imperial capital. Jinchang is a port city. Jane is still the old family is not a big rich, but also a well-off level. Originally, Jane's father, Jane Ninji, was the manager of a construction and decoration company. On weekdays, we often take the team to various decorating sites to check the progress. The man himself, Jian Ninji, was a big talker, so every time he made an inspection, he didn't wear a mask or even a protective mask. Over time, the chemicals and the renovation materials attacked his body, which led to the outbreak of leukemia. Leukemia, for any family, is nothing less than bad news. Under Jiang Lin's constant acceleration, nearly 2 hours later, the two appeared at the First People's Hospital of Jin City. Hello, nurse, may I ask which ward Jane Ninji is in? Jiang Lin asked as he opened his mouth at the nurse's station. Ward 709. Thanks. The two got the number and hurried toward the ward. But as soon as Jiang Lin pushed open the door of the room, he saw that there were actually quite a few people standing in the middle of the entire ward. The men were divided into roughly 3 areas. In the area above the bed, a middle-aged woman was looking at Jin Ninji with a haggard face. Needless to say, it was naturally Jane's still mother, Li Hong, and not far behind her stood a number of young people, both male and female, who looked to be about the same age as Jane remained. And across the room, on the ward's couch, sat 3 wraith-like figures. Jiang Lin just swept a glance and roughly guessed the identities of these 2 groups of people. The couch is inevitably headed by the leader of the simplified industry unit, and those young men next to him should be Jane's Still classmates, because Jane Still's mom, Li Hong, is a senior teacher at the first middle school in Jin City, experienced and trained many students. All of them, including Jane, were brought up by her. Seeing the door to the room open, everyone almost subconsciously looked towards the door. Immediately after that, he saw Jane Still rushing over with an anxious face. Dad, I'm home, woohoo! Jane Still rushed to Jane Ninji's heels as soon as she could. Still, you're back. The oxygen-masked Jin Ninji also had a smile floating on his face when he saw Jane Still. Good girl, don't cry. Daddy has a big life. He can't die. At the mention of death, Jane simply cried harder still. At this time next to the Li Hong is in tears and the eyes of the pat Jane Still shoulder consolation. Daughter, do not cry. There are still students in it. At this time, Jane Still stopped crying and turned her head towards the crowd. Lu Ming, Zhou Wei, Zhao Nana, you're all here. Jane Still nodded slightly at the crowd. Thanks for coming over to see my dad. Still, what are you talking about? Teacher Li is so good to us. How can we not come to visit? That's right, don't be in a hurry. Let's figure it out together. As he was talking, suddenly a young man who was not tall and had slender eyebrows separated from the crowd and took the initiative to walk up to Jane Still. Still, don't worry, as long as I, Qian Liang, can do it, just do as you command. Qian Liang said and shook towards Jane Still's small hand. However, the moment he was about to grip it, Jane Still actually took the initiative to dodge it. On his face, he nodded. Thank you, Qian Liang. Saying that, Jane Still then turned her head and walked to Jiang Lin's front, pulling the other party's arm and said, Senpai, what about my father him? Qian Liang, who saw this scene, immediately sank, and a flash of grimness flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Back in high school, he had been pining for Jane Still. Qian Liang is a rich second generation from Jin City, and his family is worth tens of millions of dollars. He had pursued Jane Still before, but unfortunately Jane Still simply ignored him in high school. When you graduate and go your separate ways, you miss out on opportunities. But this time was different. He heard that Jin Ninji was sick and knew that his chance had come. That's why he took it upon himself to contact all of his high school classmates to come over and check it out. Just never thought that his heartfelt Jane Still actually followed a man back together. Moreover, the two had actually acted so intimately just now. MMP, this ing rhythm is not right. How did Jane fly into someone else's bowl when she's obviously still on my plate? At that moment, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. Kid, grabbing a woman in front of me. Qian Liang, you are afraid that you are impatient to live. With this in mind, a modest smile appeared on his face and he asked in a feigned surprise, still, who is this? Jane still subconsciously looked towards Jiang Lin as she listened. Immediately afterward, he heard Jiang Lin faintly smile and said, I'm Still's boyfriend. Jiang Lin. Chapter 80. Qian Liang who failed to act X but got XED instead. Boyfriend? The entire class looked surprised at this statement. The top school flower in their hearts. The pure goddess actually has a girlfriend? Still, since when do you have a boyfriend? At this time, Li Hong couldn't care about being sad and couldn't help but look at Jane Still with a dissatisfied face. I can't believe my own daughter has a boyfriend and she doesn't even know about it. Naturally, there's no way to be happy about it. Hearing Jiang Lin say that he was his girlfriend, Jane was still very happy in her heart. Seeing her mom's glare at her, she hurriedly said, Mom, we both just met not long ago. We haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. When Li Hong heard this, she felt even more wrong. You've only known each other a short time and you're settling down? That's a bit hasty. A mother-in-law can be very strict with her son-in-law. From this point on, Li Hong instantly labeled Jiang Lin as a rash, frivolous person who looked extremely unpleasant. A thought of this, she instead pulled Jane's still hand said, you are still small, anxious to talk about what love you see people. Chen Liang, although the university has not yet graduated, but has its own crystal Inga company. This time, if it wasn't for his help, we wouldn't have been able to stay in this VIP ward so quickly. For Qian Liang, Li Hong was still very satisfied. Although the other party was average looking, and his temperament was not as good as this Jiang Lin, he couldn't help that he was rich, and he knew how to please her. Before, when Jane was still not at home, she was given all kinds of name brand supplements. Hearing Li Hong say this, a flash of smugness flashed in Chen Liang's eyes. Even if you're good, it's nothing if you can't get past your mother-in-law. Besides, just now Jane still called him senior. What's the best way to meet someone in a school? I'm just a poor student. Thinking of this, the smile on Qian Liang's face intensified. Teacher Li, it's out of line for you to say this. You don't have to worry about the wards. I've already made the call to stay as long as you want. Jane still didn't have a problem with this Qian Liang. Seeing this, she directly changed the topic. Mom, how's my dad doing? What did the doctor say? As soon as she returned to the top of Jian Minji's condition, Li Hong's countenance suddenly darkened. What else can we do? The best thing to do is a bone marrow transplant. Of course, but it's not at all easy to wait for the right match. Li Hong let out a long sigh. Now the experts have gone back to consult to see if there is a suitable donor who can match your father's bone marrow. Mom, doesn't that bone marrow match cost a lot of money? Jane still knew how things were at home and that she had spent a lot of money on school over the years. At this time, Qian Liang who was next to him interjected with a smile. There is still no need to worry about the money. I'll think of a way. It's only 200,000. I can still get it out. Chen Liang also tried his best to win Jane Still's favor. He resolved in his heart that the big deal was that he would not spend his pocket money for half a year. He's still in college, and his family gets all the money each month. Ostensibly, he says he manages the company, but in reality, it's just for good measure. So there's even less talk of a paycheck. Jiang Lin didn't pay too much attention to this. At this moment, his gaze fell on the three leaders sitting on the sofa. It was three people who hadn't spoken since the moment he walked in the door. Intuition told him there was something going on here. All right, old Jane, I see you've got a lot of people here, too. One of the middle-aged men with an inch head slowly stood up. We won't bother much. As for the compensation, the company has already given you an answer, so there's no need to say more. Hearing these words, Jian Minji, who had been lying there all this time, suddenly became agitated. Mr. Wu, what do you mean by that? How many benefits have I, Jian Minji, created for the company over the years? The reason for my illness, as you can see, is because the formaldehyde in the materials used by our company exceeds the standard. As soon as these words came out, that general manager Wu's eyes immediately stared and said grimly, Humph, old Jane, you have to figure out that the reason why you got sick is because of your own carelessness, and the boss already gave you face by being able to let me come and see you. My own carelessness? Jian Minji's face turned red with excitement at the sound of it and coughed. I've seen the quality control parameters of every batch of your materials, and the formaldehyde is nearly 5 times higher than the standard value. Do you dare to say that you don't have the slightest connection to the company? Humph. Bull *******. Old Jane, I might as well tell you today, the boss said he'll give you up to $10,000 for condolences, and you'd better not give an inch for the rest. Otherwise, With that said he let out a cold snort, clearly giving a warning to Jian Minji. The moment these words came out, the Jian Minji who made it almost fainted directly in anger. The Chen Liang next to him, however, was happy in his heart at the moment. It seemed that the time for him to perform had arrived. Mr. Wu, right? My name is Qian Liang. I'm Qian Feng's son. Qian Liang smiled coldly. I advise you to better let your boss give the compensation that should be given. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. You, Mr. Wu inclined his head to look at him and suddenly took a step in front of the other party. Pop! In the midst of the crowd's incredulous gazes, he raised his hand and slapped Qian Liang across the face. Who do you think you are? Your father is just a small logistics boss. Even he doesn't dare to be reckless in front of me. You're arrogant as hell here. Mr. Wu looked fierce at the moment, scaring the students around him to subconsciously take 2 steps backward. Even Li Hong and Jian Minji followed suit and were shocked. In the entire Golden City, the reason why Mr. Wu was so arrogant was because the boss behind him was a big shot worth over $1 billion. Even Chen Feng had to call out Brother Wu when he saw him. How could he be intimidated by this Qian Liang? He was not intimidated, but Qian Liang was intimidated by him. How could he not have expected that this poor, short-looking boss was actually more powerful than his old man? Wu, Uncle Wu, since you know my dad, then we are friends. Qian Liang is still looking for roundabout tactics to try and ease this awkward situation. However, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Mr. Wu raise his hand and slap his face, laughing coldly. Kid, do you think you deserve to be friends with me? You want to learn from others to stand out? You'd better give me. He hadn't even finished his arrogant words when he suddenly heard a low voice ringing out beside him. Hey, you're disturbing Uncle's rest. As soon as Mr. Wu inclined his head, he saw Jiang Lin looking at himself with a calm face. Yoo-hoo, all the young people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Mr. Wu snorted. What? You also want to? Pop. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Jiang Lin with a raised hand. The tremendous force caused Mr. Wu to spin around in place 2 or 3 times before he finally sat down heavily on the ground. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin incredulously. I didn't think he'd have the guts to do it? Wow. Still, this senior is so manly. I don't see it going down for him, but it's really cool. From this point of view, this is pure manhood. Better than Qian Liang. The crowd of students were even filled with admiration for Jiang Lin after their shock. At this time, Mr. Wu reacted and covered his face and shouted angrily. You, how dare you hit me? Which knew that Jiang Lin swept a glance at the writing on his uniform. Guobang decoration, right? Tell your boss to come over and make compensation. Get lost. Seeing Jiang Lin's stern eyes, Mr. Wu put down a harsh word. Just you wait. Let's go. Chapter 81. I'm showing my cards. My family has relatives in King Healthcare. As soon as Mr. Wu left, Li Hong immediately looked at Zhang Lindao with some exasperation. Why are you so impulsive? You child, do you know who he is? What will happen to our family's compensation if you hit him? Hearing Li Hong say this, Qian Liang next to him immediately helped out. Exactly. Why didn't I just fight back? With a tolerant expression, he said, I'm just afraid of compromising communication. What kind of company is National State Decorating? The #1 decorating company in the entire Golden City. The owner is worth over $1 billion. We can't afford to mess with that at all. Jiang Lin didn't even look at Qian Liang, but turned his head to Jian Minji and said, Uncle, in your current state, it's not advisable to get excited. It might affect your condition. As soon as his words came out, Li Hong beside him immediately said unhappily, if it wasn't for what you just did, how could he be so agitated? Still, look at that. What kind of people have you brought back? Jane was still aggrieved and was about to cry. Mom, Senior has been driving back from the imperial capital for me. How can you say this about others? He just taught that Mr. Wu a lesson. What's the lesson? What do we need cops for if lessons work? Li Hong said in a cold voice. You tell him to leave now. Being here will only delay your father's condition. No, how can you do that to someone? Jane still shook her head like a rattle. Senior might even be able to help us. Help? What help? He's lucky if he doesn't help. Li Hong opened his mouth with an indignant face, but before she finished her words, she heard Jian Minji say with difficulty, Enough, you guys are still arguing. Cough. As he was saying this, his entire face suddenly turned white and he began to cough violently. Seeing this, the mother and daughter, who had just been arguing, were completely flustered. Quick, call a doctor, Li Hong shouted. It didn't take long for an older doctor to show up in a hurry with a team behind him. Everyone was kicked out and waited outside the ward. Humph. What's done is done. Qian Liang, who was standing outside the ward, couldn't help but taunt. I won't let you off the hook if there's any crisis with Uncle this time. Saying this, he also very kindly comforted Li Hong next to him. Teacher Li, don't worry, everything is with me. Zhang Lin next to him was in no mood to pay attention at the moment, because inside, Jian Minji was carrying out intense rescue work. In a flash, nearly half an hour had passed. Finally, the door to the ward, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Director Chen, how's it going? The two of them, Li Hong and Jane still, directly surrounded them, and then they saw Director Chen take off his mask with a grave face. It's bad. The patient just went into a brief state of shock due to his emotional turmoil. Director Chen frowned. Although we've resuscitated him, his current state has transformed towards the acute stage. Even a bone marrow transplant would be difficult to save. What? Bone marrow transplants aren't working? Hearing Director Chen's words, Li Hong simply had a black eye and almost sat down directly on the ground. Luckily, he was assisted by Jane, who was still next to him. Director, so there's nothing else we can do? Jane still had tears in her eyes. She really didn't want her father to go away like this. It's not impossible. Just when she was close to despair, Director Chen's words simply and completely pulled her back from hell. It's simply too late to rely on bone marrow matching at this point. But as far as I know, right now, internationally, there is an extremely advanced gene therapy. Director Chen recalls. Simply put, it is the introduction of exogenous genes into target cells to correctly compensate for or inhibit certain abnormal or defective genes to achieve therapeutic purposes. However, right now, this kind of gene therapy technology only exists in some medical research institutions abroad, and it simply cannot be popularized on a large scale. Hearing him say that, the hope that had just risen sank to the bottom once again. But, in the Imperial City, I know of a medical facility that has such technology. The crowd once again brightened up, feeling as if they were in the mood for a roller coaster ride. It was so exciting. Director Chen, which medical institution are you talking about? We can transfer now, Li Hong asked with an anxious face. Kinko's Medical. Director Chen thought for a moment and spat out 4 words that were unfamiliar to the crowd. This organization is a medical group that is spread all over the world and specializes in private medical care, except that it is expensive and not known to the general public. So, Director, how can we transfer to this organization? Director Chen shook his head. It's hard because it only accepts guests by appointment, and as far as I know, the appointments are already all lined up for next year. What? And will my old Jane last until then? Li Hong's heart sank as she asked with some trembling. Can't. Director Chen gave an affirmative answer without even thinking about it. If you can afford it, you'd better be able to contact Goldcomb Healthcare within a day and have them send their experts and equipment. Jian Minji's current condition was not suitable for long-distance bumps at all. The situation could easily continue to deteriorate. Director Chen took a heavy breath. I can objectively say that if once the situation worsens again, even if there is gene therapy, it won't be of the slightest use. After that, he turned around and left with his team. This is what to do. As soon as Director Chen left, Li Hong simply nearly collapsed. She snapped her eyes around, pulled Qian Liang's hand and asked, Qian Liang, you are the teacher's most promising student. Can you help out and let your father give it a try? Seeing this, Qian Liang glanced at Jiang Lin without a trace and sneered in his heart. See, kid, you want to compete with me? You're dreaming. In reality, he didn't care about the death of Jian Minji, but at a time like this, it's important to make this work to please your mother-in-law. As long as this matter was accomplished, he not only succeeded in pretending to be X, but he was also able to harvest Jane's gratitude and goodwill. Everything is just completely watered down. Oh, it can't be helped. It's really God's help. Qian Liang laughed maniacally in his heart. No one knew that one of his distant relatives worked at Jinkong Medical, and an attending physician, not hematology, but that's pretty good enough. If anyone could say anything, it would be him, Qian Liang. He laughed out softly at the thought. Auntie, don't feel bad. It's come to this, I have to say it. Well, I'll lay my cards on the table. My family has relatives in King Healthcare. The crowd was stunned at these words. What? Qian Liang, you actually have this connection? Oh my god, you're a hidden bigot. Awesome, awesome. These Uncle Janes are saved. Not only did the crowd brag, even Li Hong excitedly held Qian Liang's hand. Great, Xiao Liang, your Uncle Jian's life is in your hands. You have to help your teacher. At this moment, even Jane still looked at Qian Liang, her gaze shifting up. Ha ha, Mr. Li, just don't worry, this matter is on me. Qian Liang patted his chest and immediately took out his phone and dialed out. Hey dad, it's like this. Not long after, he hung up the phone with a smile on his face and said, Teacher Li, still, you don't have to be anxious, there will be news in a while. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, quietly retreated from the crowd when he saw this. Directly dial the number for Kinko's Healthcare. Yes, that's the address. Right away. Right now. Send someone. I want the best specialists. Understand? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Alright, Mr. Jiang, we'll arrange for someone to go over there right now and use all the resources to ensure that your elder gets the best treatment. Jiang Lin nodded. Many thanks. So how long will it take the soonest? 1 hour. Chapter 82. You don't have to be in a hurry. Here comes the money. An hour? Jiang Lin was very happy with the timing. True to form, King Healthcare is really efficient. He didn't ask the other man how he would be able to realize an hour. Since the other party dared to promise, they would naturally be able to deliver. Anyway, as long as the most timely treatment could be given to Jin Minji, nothing else mattered. When Jiang Lin came back from outside, he found Chen Liang standing in front of the crowd with his hands in the air. Folks, I've just checked, and the cost of this golden healthcare visit is very expensive. Together with the gene therapy used this time, it is a top international medical technology. I just went to Director Chen's side to ask about it, and it will cost at least $1 million for treatment. $1 million? When Li Hong heard this, he immediately looked bitter. They were only at a well-off level, and $1 million was not a small amount of money. Even if they could scrape it together, they would need to sell the family home to do so. But where can we find a suitable buyer in such a hurry? How can people come to the rescue without enough money for treatment? Next to him, Qian Liang naturally saw the other party's difficulties. The only reason he said all that was to create the opportunity for him to pretend to be X, and it further draws Li Hong and Jane still in his favor. So, with a slight smile, he said to the crowd, "Students, Mr. Lee's care for us at school, you should not have forgotten it." Didn't forget. Numerous students also shook their heads. Since we haven't forgotten, how can we stand by and do nothing now that Uncle Jane is in trouble? With that he spoke in a deep voice. I suggest that we all take out what strength we can and donate some money for Uncle Jane. What do you say? Okay, that's a great offer. I'll donate 500. I'm 300. 1,000. Nearly 20 students were present, and after half a day's work, the final amount was nearly $30,000. Although the amount of money seems to be quite large, but for $1 million, but a drop in the bucket. At this time, the originator of all this, Qian Liang then coughed lightly. Teacher Li, my ability is limited right now. I can't take too much. This 200,000. You take it. Hiss. $200,000? Sure enough, it's still Rio's Ho. Ugh, can't compare. There really aren't many as generous as Rio these days. As the crowd bragged, Li Hong was even more excited to hold Qian Liang's hands. Xiao Liang. Ah, teacher really doesn't know how to thank you. Saying this she looked at Jane still next to her. Still, don't thank Qian Liang yet. Jane still glanced at Qian Liang, and then said, still anxious, but now it's only 230,000. There is still a difference of more than 700,000. How to do? Upon hearing this, Li Hong's complexion changed a bit. There is still less than 100,000 on the card, but it adds up to 300,000. There is no 1 million. What can we do? As he was speaking, Jiang Lin, who had been silent, suddenly said, Auntie, you don't have to rush. The money delivery is here. Who's sending money? Li Hong subconsciously looked up, and at a glance, she saw that Mr. Wu, who had been beaten away by Jiang Lin earlier, had returned with people in an aggressive manner. Oh no, that Mr. Wu is back. This is trouble. What to do? How did they get so many people here? It's not black, is it? People are so scared. Qian Liang's heart suddenly snapped when he saw Mr. Wu. Then he looked at Jiang Lin and questioned him in a cold voice. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made a reckless move, how would we be in this situation now? Look at people coming to settle scores, right? As he was talking, beside General Manager Wu, a tall middle-aged man rushed to the crowd in a few steps. The low voice droned. Which one is called Jiang Lin? Come on, it's over. The crowd was shocked. This was a direct approach to the rightful owner to settle the score. Next to him, Qian Liang even gloated. See, this is the consequence of your recklessness. With that, he raised his hand and pointed it directly at Jiang Lin. That's him, he's Jiang Lin. The middle-aged man sniffed and looked towards Jiang Lin, then rushed to the other party in a few steps, a look of delight suddenly appearing on his face. Mr. Jiang, my subordinate is here to apologize on behalf of Chairman Wang. The whole room was dumbfounded by this statement. Gah! Everyone grew their mouths incredulously like ducks with their necks pinched. What is this? Not looking for trouble? What happened to bowing? Is this a popular tactic for finding trouble in Golden City now? That smile on Qian Liang's face was also instantly solidified, and what replaced it was indeed a strong sense of incredulity. How is that possible? Obviously Jiang Lin was the one who hit the man. How come he came to apologize now instead? It's not scientific. On the contrary, Jiang Lin's gaze at the moment remained flat, only to look at this middle-aged man with some doubts. Where's Wang Guobang? Why isn't he here? The middle-aged man raised his head and said carefully to Jiang Lin, Chairman Wang is still dealing with things in the imperial capital and won't be able to make it over for a while, so I was specially ordered to come and greet you on his behalf. Jiang Lin waved his hand. Alright, I don't need you to say hello. You know what you need to do, right? The middle-aged man nodded his head repeatedly at his words. Of course I know. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his pocket and said, in response to Mr. Jane's current situation, The company has given a special condolence of $1 million and promised that if Mr. Jane can recover, he can continue to work in the company afterward and be elevated to the position of vice president. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air and unanimously looked at Zhang Lin. Who the hell is this guy? I can't believe that one slap down made the other party pay $1 million. At this moment, embarrassment was literally written all over Qian Liang's face. It's so awkward. He had been slapped by someone before, and not only did he not ask for half of the compensation, but he almost offended the other party. But what about Zhang Lin? He directly slapped someone and ended up paying $1 million in compensation. He was a weakling in comparison to these two. If it wasn't for the doctor thing he was still powering through, Chen Liang felt like he was going to be killed by other people's stares. Zhang Lin reached out and took the bank card from the other party and saw the password written on the back. Then he nodded. Well, tell Wang Guobang to do things according to the standard from now on. Go, don't disturb Uncle Jian's rest here. Hey, okay, Mr. John, your words, I will definitely bring it. Saying that, the middle-aged man bowed once again and turned around to leave with General Manager Wu and the others. Seeing that the other party had left, Zhang Lin Fong took the bank card and handed it to Li Hong. Auntie, keep this money. It's uncle's compensation. This, Li Hong was now an embarrassing amount, rubbing her palms on her legs and just couldn't lift them. When she thought about how she had just said that about Zhang Lin, she couldn't lift her hand. Zhang Lin, who saw this scene, then shoved the bank card to Jane still next to him. Still, keep it for Auntie. You'll need it later. Seeing this, Jane still had reddened eyes and jumped into Zhang Lin's arms, softly saying, thank you, Senior. Crunch. Seeing the two of them in such a scene, Chen Liang practically gnashed his teeth. He felt as if he had a prairie above his head. Well, at the critical moment, the ringing of his cell phone saved him. Chen Liang looked down and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he hurriedly said, Mr. Li, it's my dad who called. The crowd hurriedly looked towards him, while Chen Liang picked up the phone with a happy face. Hey, Dad, how are things going for you? But as soon as his words fell, the crowd saw Chen Liang's face change at once. What? How is that possible? None of this? A few minutes later, he hung up the phone with an embarrassed face and looked at Li Hong and apologetically said, that, Ms. Li, just now my dad told me that several experts from Jin Kong Medical couldn't come. Why? Don't you have relatives? As soon as Li Hong heard this, she became a little excited. It's that relative of ours who said he's all but approached the director of their department. But there's no way to get an appointment at Golden Healthcare that's only available to members. If you're not a member, it's just that no amount of money is going to help. Barstool. Hearing this, Li Hong immediately sat down disheveled on top of the bench. It's over. It's over. It was hard for her to have the money to treat Jin Minji. But now, the specialist couldn't come. Mom, don't be like this. We'll figure it out, okay? Jane still had tears in her eyes as well and jumped into Li Hong's arms. Numerous students even sighed. Even Qian Liang didn't make it. There's no hope at all now. Just then, Zhang Lin suddenly walked to Li Hong and said softly, Auntie, don't feel bad. Just now I've already made a phone call. Jin Kong Medical's people will be here soon. Chapter 83. Look, there's a big wave of helicopters coming. What? You're telling the truth? Li Hong snapped out of her despair and looked at Zhang Lin incredulously. Aha! I've already notified them, and they said they'll be able to make it in an hour. At the latest. When these words came out, Chen Liang next to him instantly quit. He sneered. Humph, what time is it? You're still joking? Just now, my dad has obviously asked. Only members are eligible to book treatment, and the entire Golden Healthcare appointment number has already been lined up until next year. Even if you were able to get an appointment to have King Healthcare come in within an hour. Are you kidding me? The crowd felt that what Chen Liang said was somewhat reasonable. Regardless of whether or not it can come, it's not realistic to follow this hour to get here. Who knows? Before they could even discuss it, Director Chen, who had originally left, actually ran over panting. Hey, Jane Minji family, you guys are awesome. He took a breath and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Just now, the Imperial Capital Branch Clinic of Jin Kong Medical actually took the initiative to call the hospital, saying that they would soon rush over to give Mr. Jian medical treatment. Really? Li Hong violently stood up from her seat and looked at Director Chen with an excited expression. Of course it's true. You guys get ready. You might be in surgery in a few minutes. Hearing Director Chen's affirmative answer, it was only at this point that the crowd was really sure that Kinko's healthcare had actually made a real connection. Brush. All gazes turned to Zhang Lin in unison. Just now, Chen Liang had already said it, so this Jin Kong Medical's appearance was naturally due to Zhang Lin. Jiang. Li Hong opened her mouth and was about to say something, but just at that moment, outside the hospital, there was suddenly a violent roar. Chug chug chug. Everyone looked toward the window in unison. They saw the scene of a lifetime. 3 helicopters in a row actually swept in sharply from the distant sky, and on top of the body, there are actually 4 big words printed on all of them, Jin Kong Medical. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They hadn't counted on it, but they actually came in a helicopter. Qian Liang is confused. Li Hong was confused. All the students were confused. Even Jane still stared along in surprise. Chug chug. Luckily, the entire First People's Hospital of Golden City is big enough. There is also a plaza next to it that is used exclusively for convalescents. This one helicopter landed one after the other above the square. Wow! The hatch of the helicopter opened at once, and then 4 old figures with flowery white heads descended from one of the helicopters, and on top of the other 2 were down several people carrying equipment. Hello! The directors and key leaders of the entire hospital poured out of the hospital gates. The dean at the head was even full of joy as he greeted the old man among them. Prof. Sun. I didn't expect it to be you personally coming over. The leader, Professor Sun, nodded. Time is running out. Let's hurry up and save the people. Okay, follow me. It didn't take long for the 4 experts to appear outside of Jin Minji's hospital room under the dean's leadership. The first thing you see from the crowd is, excuse me, which one is Mr. Jiang? As soon as Professor Sun opened his mouth, everyone's hearts jumped. Why does everyone come to him first? What kind of god is this guy? Also both grew up eating rice? How can there be such a big difference in being a human being? I am. Zhang Lin nodded at the 4 experts. Mr. Jiang, I'm the hematologist of Jin Kong Medical, Sun Mu, and these 3 are also visiting professors of Jin Kong Medical. Prof. Sun introduced Zhang Lin. After receiving your notification, our Imperial Capital Branch Clinic has dispatched all of our hematologists at the first opportunity. After our initial consultation, we will also bring in specialists from other branch clinics in the country if needed. Zhang Lin nodded. Thanks Professor Sun. As long as you guys can come up with a solution, any conditions can be mentioned. Okay, let's check on the patient first then. Professor Sun nodded and then led the way into the middle of the ward. As soon as the doctor left, the gazes of the people towards Zhang Lin became complicated, especially that Qian Liang's face. At the moment it was almost as ugly as if he had eaten hot shang. Failed, so ing failed. He was a rich second generation, and he thought that this time, he would still be able to deal with Jane. But now, all the efforts didn't go as well. He was simply struck down by Zhang Lin. It wasn't long before Professor Sun's figure appeared outside the hospital room. Mr. Jiang, the situation is much better than we expected. Prof. Sham said directly, we need to perform a phase 1 gene therapy procedure here immediately. If it works well, it can stabilize the condition, but follow up with a period of convalescence at the Imperial Clinic. Zhang Lin nodded as he listened. What are the chances of recovery? Professor Sun listened and pondered for a moment. We medical practitioners have always refrained from speaking of exact values, but I can tell you that as far as a conservative estimate goes, the likelihood is more than 70%. Hiss. Everyone listening to this couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Listen, that's the experts at Kinko's Medical, 70%, and that's a conservative estimate. This is going to be a death sentence if the experts here say so. Thank you, doctor. Li Hong mother and daughter heard this as simply tears of joy. There is nothing that can make Jane Minji recovery more people open line of things. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Mr. Jiang. After saying that, Prof. Sun left with his men to do the pre-surgical preparations. At this time, Li Hong then looked at Zhang Lin with tearful eyes, and in the middle of the day, she actually made a move that made everyone surprised by it. She actually gave Zhang Lin a 90-degree bow directly. Hey, auntie, what are you doing? Zhang Lin hurriedly reached out to hold the other party, but he heard Li Hong say, I'm really sorry for you. Before auntie had preconceived notions and actually had too much prejudice against you. It's auntie's fault. Don't take it personally. Auntie, what are you talking about? Zhang Lin shook his head. Still, things are naturally my things. I'll definitely help if I can. Yes. Li Hong nodded her head repeatedly. In the future, you guys are going to be a family. It's only right to help each other. Qian Liang, what a family. What are you doing? I'm still here. That's not what you just said to him. The crowd next saw what it means to have an epic face turn. Li Hong's entire body was shushing Zhang Lin. It was simply too sweet to be true. Even Zhang Lin himself was a bit overwhelmed by this kind of enthusiasm. Auntie, you don't have to worry too much. Zhang Lin's eyes rolled. It's getting late, so I won't stay here much longer. If there's anything you need, you can call me anytime. When Li Hong heard that Zhang Lin was leaving, she actually developed a wave of reluctance. Well, Zhang Lin, thank you so much. Wait for some time. Auntie must go to your home to see your parents. Zhang Lin, I'll be damned. It's just a meeting. Why do we have to meet the parents? He hurriedly said goodbye to Jane Still, turned his head and left as if running away. Nima. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Li Hong would just give them an engagement date. Seeing that Jiang Lin had left, the group of students in Shenliang naturally had no intention of staying. The people said their goodbyes and then walked out of the hospital. Hey, you guys, what kind of person is this Jiang Lin? It's actually so powerful? It must be a tycoon, and a tycoon with a special background. No, he's not a tycoon. He's a god, the god of men. So handsome, nymphomaniac. He has a girlfriend. Idiot, won't I be a lover? Big sister, you're 106 and still a lover? Bomb lover? Listening to the crowd talking, Xianliang was unusually indignant in his heart. Humph, as strong as he is, it's only the strength of his family, and besides, if you look at him, he looks human, but in reality he won't be dirt poor to any extent. Xianliang snorted coldly. Otherwise, why didn't he give a dime when we donated? The crowd raised an eyebrow at that, and it wasn't unreasonable to say, if you were really a godly man, you wouldn't move your hands hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down. However, just as they were wondering, Jiang Lin's figure suddenly stopped in front of a car in front of them. Holy, that's a cool car. Let me check. Nima, it's a King Caraman, limited edition worldwide, $20 million to start. What? $20 million? Get away from me. I can't afford to pay it back if I touch it. Between the crowds marveling, they suddenly saw Jiang Lin pressing the car key in his hand. With that, Caraman's cool headlights lit up at once, and Jiang Lin opened the door without pause and sat in. A roar like the roar of a wild beast instantly exploded. In the midst of the crowd's unbelievably shocked gazes, he raised his head and left. Qian Liang. Epsilon, hashtag, //////////////////////////////////// Snap. He felt the smell of light speed hitting him in the face. Half of his face was on fire. Driving a $20 million car isn't being a god? Then what the is a tycoon? Not only that, the students next to him looked at him with a strange flavor. Jiang Lin sped all the way back towards the imperial capital on the highway. Who knew that before I got home, I'd get a long overdue phone call? The caller was someone he had never dared to offend in his life. His mom. Hey, son, how's your mini-mart going? On the other end of the line, mom's concerned voice surfaced. Still, it's okay, right? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. The mini-mart was yellowed by him, but he decided not to tell his parents so they wouldn't worry. Well, that's how kind he is. Just okay. Mom's impish laughter suddenly came out on the other end of the phone. So, any girlfriends? Jiang Lin rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, not yet. What? Not yet? As soon as she heard that there was none, her mom was in a hurry. Tell me about you. How old are you? Can't even find a date? Look at the doggy next door to people. Even the kids can play soy sauce. Jiang Lin has a head of black lines. I just actually wanted to say, it's not confirmed yet, but he was afraid his mom would beat him to death, so he didn't say anything. But mom doesn't know that. At once inside the phone a pat on the thigh. I knew you, kid, thin-skinned. So mom gave you thought. You have to grasp this blind date. That girl is old and good, but she's a local of the imperial capital. What? A blind date? Jiang Lin was instantly confused. Chapter 84 MMP. Am I meeting a foodie demon? What? A blind date? Mom, when did I say I was going on a blind date? Jiang Lin was dumbfounded when he heard this. It's thousands of kilometers away. Why are you thinking about this side? Mom, shut up, little brat. I can't control you anymore, can I? Old Mom Zhao Yuqin took out her mother's majesty at this time. Let me tell you, this is the girl from your 6th aunt's cousin's brother's family in our village. She's also a fresh college graduate, has been working for less than 3 years, and has good looks, so you can't give me a chance to miss this one. Jiang Lin felt a head of black lines. Mom, 3 years on the job and you call that just graduating? That's at least 2 or 3 years older than me. A girl's got to be a big girl, don't you get it? Zhao Yuqin direct force suppression. Little brat, you do not with me the whole useless. Your mother, I have to exhaust the mouth before letting people about a good match with you. As long as you can get the other party to fall in love with you. I've even negotiated the dowry money, and I'll give her 200,000 straight away. What? Mom, did you let someone rip you off? Did you pay them all? Jiang Lin was completely speechless to his own mom. I didn't know that Zhao Yuqin's smug voice came from the other end of the phone. Do you think your mom is stupid? I can't give her all the $200,000. I've just called her $10,000 as a gift. After all, you want people to come to the blind date. Always have to be a little bit of sincerity. Good. You're good. Jiang Lin was completely defeated by his mom. It was the first time he had heard of giving a meet and greet gift before meeting. Good thing $10,000 is a drop in the bucket for him now. He didn't look deeper than that. Mom, I've been busy at the store lately, so I'll pass. As soon as his words left his mouth, he heard Zhao Yuqin's voice instantly rise an octave higher. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Say it again? Cold sweat instantly surfaced on Jiang Lin's head, and he smiled sarcastically. Okay, I'll go. Can't I go? That's more like it. Zhao Yuqin turned her anger into joy. Later mom will send you the address in time. You have to work hard. Don't mess it up for me. Okay, I know. Not long after hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin received a WeChat from his mom. Now in this era, the elderly play microblogging is also very common, especially his mom, playing the thief. Mom, son, the address information sent to you. With a photo. Look at the beauty. Jiang Lin took a look at the blind date. The face value was around 75 points, and the body was average, so he could only say 70 points. But the dress is fancy. He swept a glance and retracted his gaze. There were too many goddesses around him for this kind to really set off even the slightest fluctuation. After tossing and turning for half a day, by the time Jiang Lin returned to the royal residence, it was already evening. After giving Jane still a peace report and asking about Uncle Jane's condition, Jiang Lin was ready to rest. I have a blind date tomorrow inside a cafe. Cafe. A common scene for blind dates. Jiang Lin was just thinking that he would just deal with it when the time came. I'll give it to my mom when the time comes. There was no talk all night. At noon the next day, Jiang Lin left the house in his Sylvie Black Arrow. He didn't drive the King car Roman because you get tired of driving one car all the time. If you have time, it's best to run into some kind of car show or something where you can go and buy a few more to trade in when the time comes. Anyway, the parking lot inside the house is big enough to stop a dozen luxury cars without a problem. Although Jiang Lin intended to deal with it, since he had promised his mom, he couldn't be late. So, he arrived at that cafe half an hour early. This cafe is well known online and is an upscale cafe, the kind that cost hundreds of dollars a cup. Jiang Lin didn't like coffee, so he ordered a cup of lemonade and sat there waiting, and his was parked in a space outside the cafe. A supercar worth $100 million parked there naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. There were quite a few people there taking pictures and sending them to their friends, but very few people dare to go near the car because if something goes wrong, the compensation is not affordable. However, just as the time was approaching, Jiang Lin suddenly saw two figures screaming at once when they saw his supercar from a distance. Wow! Mom, look, this car is just cool. A girl in a super short skirt and heavy makeup screamed shrilly. A middle-aged woman next to her, also dressed in flamboyance and wearing sunglasses, similarly exclaimed, "My God, I've never seen such a beautiful supercar before. Wait for me to check it out." The middle-aged woman took out her cell phone and started searching the internet, and soon she made a sound like a sow howling. Ow, this car is actually worth $100 million. What? $100 million? Her daughter squealed. So what are you waiting for? Take a picture. Mom, this kind of opportunity is rare. As they spoke, the mother-daughter duo rushed towards the supercar, so nonchalant in front of the supercar styling, all kinds of posing photos, then sent to the circle of friends, began to show off. It was a full 10 minutes of filming before the two men left the side of the supercar with a sense of satisfaction. Gee, this supercar is so exciting. If only I had one. My daughter couldn't help but be envious as she walked. Humph, it's a shame there's no phone number left inside, or your mom would have moved on. The woman next to me thought deeply. The two were walking and actually walked into this cafe. Jiang Lin had just retracted his gaze when he saw that the two of them were actually walking towards his position. Over. The woman at the head of the group came to her table, removed her sunglasses, and looked at Jiang Lin with a slightly scrutinizing look. You are Jiang Lin? Jiang Lin looked up at her and said flatly, "If there isn't a second person here named Jiang Lin, then it's me." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, the other party sat down on the chair at once, then smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Mimi." Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk, and the lemonade in his mouth almost spat out. The mum. It was only because the other party added 3 words at the end that he resisted the urge to grab the door and run away. At that moment, the girl in the ultra-short dress next to her sat down as well, removing her sunglasses. "I am Willowbrow." The corners of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched, not realizing that the two people who had just taken pictures in front of his limousine were his blind date for today. There's no way around it. Now that we're here, formality has to prevail. "Hello, can I get you guys a drink?" Jiang Lin smiled slightly and opened his mouth to ask. Mother Lu glanced at Jiang Lin. "I can't believe I ordered lemonade. I'm sure I'm a poor guy who doesn't even order coffee." Solely she had nothing more to pretend. "Come on, don't waste any time either." She tapped the table and took the initiative to say, "Jiang Lin, I've already learned about your family's situation from your parents. Although you are able to open a small supermarket in the imperial capital, but if you want to gain a foothold in the imperial capital, this alone is not enough. So now I'm going to make a few demands that you can fulfill before we have to play." Jiang Lin swept a glance over the mother-daughter duo and couldn't help but show a hint of amusement. To be honest, he really wanted to see what this odd mother and daughter were asking for. So, he nodded and said flatly, "Okay, auntie, what are your requests? Mention them." When Mother Lu heard this, she then directly said, "Okay, this first, our dowry money is going to go up to $800,000. $800,000? John Lin was a bit surprised. Didn't you say $200,000? How come there's an extra $600,000? So it's $200,000. Mother Lu perked up, but since Mei Mei's brother is planning to go abroad, the $600,000 is for his use. When John Lin heard this, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. MMP, have I met the food demon? Chapter 85, Auntie, how much do you charge per caddy for selling your daughter? John Lin had always thought that the foodie demon merely existed in legends. They come and go without a trace and walk as if they were a gust of wind. I just never thought that I would be able to meet the foodie devil even though I was just meeting a relative. He suddenly smiled after hearing this. Auntie, your son is going abroad. What does it have to do with me? Aren't we talking about what's going on between me and Willowbrow? How is it not relevant? Mother Lu raised her eyebrows. If you become a family with Mei Mei in the future, is my son your brother too? That's true. John Lin nodded. So shouldn't you, as a son-in-law, help solve your brother's dilemma? John Lin didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Mei Mei next to him. Lu Mei Mei nodded equally rightfully. My mom is right. I only have this one brother. You say if I don't help him who will? When the time comes, if we're together, who will help him if not you as a brother-in-law? Do we have to watch him suffer? John Lin almost laughed out loud when he heard it. Interesting. Any more requests? John Lin couldn't help but ask. Of course I have. Mother Lu nodded as a matter of course. In addition to 800,000, you have to buy a house. Right, and it has to be a 3-roomed house. In the future we'll have to live there too. A small one definitely won't do. She glanced at John Lin. Looking at you, you don't look like you can afford a car. So this car will have to be counted when the time comes. And the price can't be less than $300,000. Otherwise you can't hold it. Let those friends of mine laugh. John Lin still had a smile on his face. Is there more? Well, not for a while. Mother Lu thought for a moment and suddenly said, by the way, whether it is a house or a car, it should be written in my daughter's name. And knowing that you certainly do not have the means to pay the full amount, a loan is acceptable. But we frowns aren't responsible for helping you pay off your loan. The dowry, the house, the car, all that. John Lin broke his fingers and counted, then had turned his head to look at Lu Mei Mei. Do you have anything else to add? Well, I also have nothing to add. Is that girl's skin is more delicate? So a month what maintenance cosmetics fitness yoga all need to spend money, plus bags, clothes, basically designer labels. People don't wear ordinary brands, they're too low. Lu Mei Mei cocked her head and thought, these must be at least about $20,000, so you'll have to give me that money every month to turn in. As for the rest, I'm still a very reasonable person you're free to do as you please. So, John Lin nodded flatly, then I'll do the math. The house is $10 million, the car is $300,000, the bride price is $800,000, plus $20,000 of spending per month. He paused, suddenly looking at Mother Willow with a bit of confusion. Auntie, you're selling your daughter here. How much is a pound? This statement immediately caused the two to change their faces. At the same time in the middle of the whole cafe instantly attracted a lot of attention. What? She's selling her daughter? So blatantly? Che, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It's a blind date. The woman's making the offer. I go. What kind of conditions are these that the average person can afford? Go find a tycoon. Humph. Do you think the landlord can have her? With diamonds in there? Listening to the surrounding discussion, the two of them, Mother Lu and Lu Mei Mei, immediately changed their faces. Mother Lu was even more furious, slamming the table. John Lin, do you have any sincerity or not? You don't want to give anything, just want to be with my daughter. You're dreaming. Lu Mei Mei even chimed in. That's right. If we can't even pass this test, how can we still be together? In today's society, who doesn't have to have some security for their future? Or who knows if you'll start something in the future? Seeing the two of them looking like they were taking things for granted, John Lin smiled and shook his head. Well, I'm done with the theater. So that's it for today. Thank you both for your wonderful performances. With that he stood up in his form and headed out of the cafe, walking next to Mother Lu. John Lin suddenly lowered his head slightly and whispered next to the other party's ear. Auntie, if you really can't find anyone who can fulfill your request, why don't you let Renai go to a nightclub, where it might be easier to fulfill? After saying that, John Lin turned his head and left. You, asshole. Mother Lu was furious and violently stood up from her seat. A little yakuza like you, a pauper, will never be successful in this life. You want to marry my daughter? Pa, you're ing dreaming. That's right, Heading me to believe your family's bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and talk about having sincerity? Lu Mei similarly smiled coldly and spoke. I'm telling you, it's your own disagreement. That $10,000 of meet and greet gift, I'm not going to return it. Jiang Lin, who had already walked out of the doorway, suddenly gave a start, and then coldly said towards the two, no need, that $10,000, keep it for your abortion in the future. Lu Mei's face turned blue at Jiang Lin's dislike of this sentence. She screamed and stormed out of the cafe. At this moment, she only wanted to give this Jiang Lin, who didn't know the heights of heaven, a hard slap. Tell him he has no business being by his side even if he has an abortion in the future. However, just as she was chasing out from the cafe, she suddenly saw Jiang Lin walking in front of the supercar that she had just photographed herself. With that, a dripping sound was heard as the supercar opened up, and Jiang Lin sat inside and took off. Ga. It was as if a crow had flown across the sky. Lu Mei, oh. She stood in place with a dumbfounded look on her face, watching from afar as Jiang Lin disappeared above the street. That's when her mom came out after her. Ha! Where's the man? Where's this little Yakuza? Willow's mother said in exasperation. Immediately afterward, Willow Brow's somewhat droll voice could be heard. Mom, that supercar just now. It looks like it's his. Oh, so, what? The supercar is his? At this time, Mother Lu snapped and screamed, and she suddenly saw that the supercar on the parking space had disappeared. For a moment, the two were simply a stroke of embarrassment. Didn't you say the other family was from the countryside? Didn't they say the other guy just runs a mini-mart? Didn't you say the other guy was poor? Why are you driving a ING limo now? Are you playing with us on purpose? This mother-daughter duo was completely messed up at the moment. How could they not expect that the duck that was already going to be in their hands would just fly away? $100 million and just drive away? Mother Lu looked at the empty parking space and simply regretted her intestines. Even the little cutie. They all know how it's possible to be a poor man when you drive a $100 million sports car. Jiang Lin, who was in the supercar, was currently looking at his cell phone with a smile on his face, because just now he had recorded all of the other person's words. It was just the right time to hurry up and send it to his old mom so he wouldn't have to say he didn't show up. And this time, even the reason was saved. Okay, done. Jiang Lin put down his cell phone and subconsciously walked towards the front. However, at this time, he saw that he actually stopped a beetle in front of him at an unknown time. Luckily, Jiang Lin himself was quick on his feet and hastily slammed on the brakes. Snort! An ear-splitting sound of brakes rang out, less than 2 centimeters short. Jiang Lin's car was about to mount the other car's rear end. Jiang Lin had to step out of the car, wanting to see who was so good at parking that they were actually able to park on the main street. It was only when he got to the front that he realized that the car in front of him had, in fact, been in a car accident. One of the victims of the car accident was actually a stunning beauty who floated like a fairy. Chapter 86. Encountering a porcelain bumping mom, compensation of $2 million. This great beauty was tall and slender, dressed in a long light blue dress with long black hair cascading behind her head. She wore a string of emerald necklaces around her neck. Jiang Lin knew that the price was high just by looking at it. The finished product he didn't know, but the raw emerald stone had a price tag of at least tens of millions. This girl is definitely not a bad person. And then look at the face value. Nima, it's like the moon is closed and the country is falling. The face is a 95 out of 100 in super positive. However, at this moment, this young girl's face was written with anxiety and a look of wanting to cry. Only then did Jiang Lin see that in front of her car, an older woman was actually lying on the ground. The older woman was wearing a long coat and pants. Her hair was disheveled, and she was currently lying on the ground wailing. Ouch! Mama, that hurts. My legs, my waist. You thousand-dagger bastard. Don't you watch where you're going? Not only that, but underneath her pants, there was actually a trace of blood flowing out. The surrounding area was even more crowded at this time, pointing at the great beauty with the immortal aura. Look, what's going on here? Yeah, I can't believe he didn't admit it after hitting someone. Hey, people's hearts are not ancient. Now although there are many bumper cars, but you see people are bleeding. That's right, if it didn't touch, how could it bleed? Hearing the comments around her, when Ying Shui was on the verge of tears, with tears welling up in her eyes, she couldn't help but retort. I didn't. I really didn't touch her. Little girl, what a time to call an ambulance. That's right, if you delay any longer, the old man's life will not be saved. Listening to the crowd's discussion, a flash of cunning flashed in the eyes of the old lady lying there. She spoke tremblingly. Girl, Auntie also knows you're not a bad person, and you didn't mean it. How about this? You pay me some money and I'll have a family member come and accompany me to the doctor. When Ying Shui sniffed and subconsciously asked, Then how much do you want? No, not much, just 10. No, 20,000 will do. She is a frequent bumper. The other side has no money at a glance to be able to tell a rough. She could tell at a glance that the string of necklaces this little girl was carrying was definitely worth a lot of money. Maybe more than $100,000. $20,000 should be a price point that the other party can afford. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, she saw Wen Shui hesitate for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, then I'll transfer it to you. Auntie, do you have WeChat or something? Being able to spend $20,000 to solve things, Wen Shui naturally begged for it. Yes. At the words that old lady's eyes lit up, raised her hand and pulled out a smartphone from her bosom. Just scan the code for me straight away. Little girl, you're such a sweetheart. Wen Shui took her cell phone and scanned the other party's collection code, then entered 20,000 on her own cell phone. However, just as she was about to confirm it, suddenly a palm reached out from beside her and pressed down on her small hand. Wait! Wen Shui subconsciously inclined her head to look, and at a glance, she saw Jiang Lin standing next to her with a calm face. Wow! He's so handsome. It's an advantage to have a good face everywhere you go. Wen Shui didn't even care that the other party had skin-to-skin contact with her. At that moment, Jiang Lin's voice sounded once again. Auntie, almost there. Do you have to wait for me to call the police before you get up? Jiang Lin watched from the sidelines for a while and knew at a glance that this old lady was touching the porcelain. It's just that scammers are getting more and more technologically upgraded these days, and who knew she'd even have an artificial blood pack ready to go. It is true that the Taoist is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Geez, what's with you lads talking about switching? Can't you see I'm bleeding? Seeing someone intervene, Jean's bumper sticker mom was instantly upset. I was looking at the money, but I was halfway there. How could that not make her angry? Geez, for God's sake, there are actually people who help her out. All of you judge, is there any justice in this? Hearing the old lady cry out like this, the crowd pointed towards Jiang Lin. Some people even took out their cell phones to take pictures. However, Jiang Lin didn't have the slightest indication of this. He just looked at the immortal beauty next to him and said, "Do you have a car recorder in your car?" Smiling at the words Wen Shui but could not help but let out a bitter smile. This is my friend's car. The car has just been lifted not long ago, have not yet had time to install it. Not only did Jiang Lin hear this, even that old lady heard it. Once she heard that the other party didn't even have a tachograph, she was even more relieved now. No, if you don't give me $40,000 today, you can't even think about leaving. Why are you like this? Didn't you just say 20,000? Wen Shui felt like she was on the verge of crying out in a hurry. I've never seen such a price increase. She had money, but she couldn't just give it to the other side in a blur. At this time, Jiang Lin, who was next to her, smiled faintly and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Jiang Lin said as he rushed at her and held out his hand. Give me the car keys. Oh, Wen Shui subconsciously handed the car keys to Jiang Lin. Then he saw Jiang Lin turn his head and sit among her beetle, starting the car and moving it directly to the side. Hey, you wanna run? The old lady took a look and screamed. Everyone, take a look. We can't let this bad guy get away. At this time, the onlookers with an overwhelming sense of justice all gathered in unison. They instantly blocked Jiang Lin's way of trying to escape. Kid, come down. There's no use running away. Yeah, it's better to get it over with. Look at Auntie, she's bleeding. You'd better hurry and go to the hospital. Jiang Lin just moved the beetle to the side and got out of the car. At this point, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry everyone, we definitely won't run away. Hearing him say that, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The siege on him also relaxed. Alright, Auntie. Jiang Lin once again returned to the big mom once again and asked with a smile on his face. Is your injury serious? The old lady immediately grunted miserably. It hurts. It especially hurts. I guess it's going to be fractured. Yeah, that bad? Jiang Lin looked at her with surprise. Then this compensation for you 40,000 is not a little less. The old lady stared at Jiang Lin. Could it be that this kid had a conscience and actually came to give himself an assist? All of a sudden her eyes lit up. Being able to ask for higher, wouldn't that be more profitable? If this harvested $50,000, she could brag about it in front of her peers for half a day in the future. Young man, you have a good heart. So you see, how much is the right amount to compensate Big Mom? She threw the question to Jiang Lin, so that she would appear to be more vulnerable. Jiang Lin thought about it and nodded. Auntie, I think you have to compensate at least that amount. With that he held out 2 fingers. 200,000. What? $200,000? Big Mom was completely excited this time. $200,000. If we get our hands on this, we'll probably break the record for the highest number of bumper stickers in the world. Won't we? Isn't this on the way to the top of the heap? But Wen Shui beside her was completely confused when she heard it. Oh, what's going on here? Isn't he here to help me? How come you're helping the old lady raise her prices instead? $200,000, even she couldn't get it out for a while. It's not nothing, it's because she snuck out. She can't let her family know. Just as she was thinking, John Lin smiled and said, if 200,000 isn't enough, do you think 2 million is okay? Hiss. This time even the onlookers were confused. Nima, what are you doing with this kid? $2 million for a bumped leg? $2 million could buy your life. Alright, 2 million? Gulp. The old woman gulped, feeling as if she were dreaming. If we get $2 million, won't we even have enough for the down payment? But before she could say anything, Zhang Lin nodded heavily. Okay, let's make a deal. I'll give you $2 million. Chapter 87, Trillion Time Strike, reward a copy of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures. Okay. The old lady was feeling a little less convinced and couldn't help but want to double check. But just as her words left her mouth, she saw Zhang Lin turn around and walk away. Not far away, a black supercar instantly entered the middle of the public's vision. Holy, this kid is a dirtbag. That car is so cool. That's cool. How much did this car cost? Millions? I'm afraid it's going to be tens of millions. No wonder he can afford $2 million. Before the people's discussion was over, they saw Zhang Lin sitting in the middle of his supercar. Boom! With a loud bang, the supercar launched right into action. Boom! 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 The engines were revving wildly, with a bang and a wave. At this time, the crowd looked at Zhang Lin with a bit of doubt. What the hell is this? Didn't you pay $2 million? Which knew that Zhang Lin poked his head out of the car window and shouted towards the old lady with a smile on his face. Auntie, you can lie down well. I'll be sure to be accurate later. Ha! When the old lady heard this, she panicked in her heart, and she hurriedly shouted, young man, what are you going to do? This time, Zhang Lin was surprised. Don't you want $2 million? I'll give it to you, but looking at this injury you have now I'm afraid it's not enough for $2 million. So, I have to roll out this number. A confident look appeared on Zhang Lin's face. Don't worry, as long as you don't move, I'm sure I'll be able to press right through your legs. When the time comes, I'll transfer $2 million directly to your account. Ha, for real? The old lady was even more flustered. This kid's crazy, isn't he? $2 million for a pair of legs? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She cried out at once under her breath. Help, everyone, stop him, he's gone crazy. Which knew that Zhang Lin's expression was cold when he heard it. I advise everyone to stay out of this, or I'll pay you $2 million too. When the crowd heard this, they trembled in their hearts. Nima, things don't matter. What if I get knocked off my feet? Right at this moment, Zhang Lin slammed his foot on the gas, and the roar of the engine became even more furious. Lay back, auntie, I can come. As the words fell, Zhang Lin let go of the clutch, only to hear a boom. The black supercar rushed out like an arrow off the string. Whoosh! There was less than 8 meters between the car and the man. It's 8 meters, and it only takes 2 seconds to end this instantly. So, the moment Zhang Lin's supercar was launched, the older woman on the floor was finally completely terrified, only to see her give a mama's cry and violently jump up from the ground in a single bound, making a series of tumbles towards the side. Thumbs up! Long brakes resounded down the street. The crowd then saw that Zhang Lin's supercar stopped right where the big mom was lying. Phew! Sure enough these brakes still give. Patting the steering wheel, Zhang Lin smiled once again and stepped out of the car. Auntie, that's a quick reaction. You almost crashed. Rising from the ground, the older woman subconsciously interjected. Think about it. But after just a few words, she froze for a moment. Everyone's eyes fell on her legs at that moment. The blood still ticking there. The air was all violently silent for a moment, and then a sudden clamor erupted. What the hell? So you're faking it? Isn't this just touching porcelain? It's so shameless to even do such a thing. Alas, for old age. I almost blamed someone else's big beautiful girl just now. That's right, if it weren't for this handsome man of his, he would have wronged this beauty. Yeah, this handsome guy is so smart and handsome. Under the crowd spitting like a tidal wave, that old lady was simply embarrassed and about to find a crack in the ground. In the end, she didn't even dare to stay here for a second longer and left the place as if she was running away. Thank you. Thanks to you. Seeing that the problem was solved, Wen Yingshui couldn't help but say to Zhang Lin in embarrassment. Just now she almost thought that Zhang Lin was in league with someone else. You're welcome, it's just a small thing. Zhang Lin looked back. Alright, it's over. You can leave too. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. But at this time, Wen Yingshui took the initiative to stop him and said, Hey, you, can you leave a phone number? You did me a favor. I have to thank you sometime. Seeing the beautiful woman's expectant eyes, Zhang Lin sighed in his heart. Who made him a kind person? And how upset the other person would be if he refused at a time like this. Great, then let's add WeChat. Zhang Lin took out his cell phone and prepared to add WeChat with the other party. It was at this moment that, far beyond the street, a cab jerked to a halt near John Lin's supercar. Immediately afterward, two women were seen rushing out of the car. It was none other than Lu Mei and Mother Lu who had been matched with Jiang Lin. "Mom, catch up, that's the car," Willow cried out with a surprised look on her face. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after them," Mother Lu said excitedly as she made the payment. "Your brother's future depends on you." "Aha!" Lu Mei nodded her head repeatedly. "That Jiang Lin, surely he hasn't seen any beautiful women. With my posture and body, it's enough to make him fall in love." Saying that, she jogged all the way to Jiang Lin's heel. I was about to open my mouth, but I saw Jiang Lin looking down at the beetle next to him and said, "Can't start it? It was fine just now. It's probably malfunctioning." Wan Shui sighed depressingly. "Looks like we can only let our friends find a trailer." "It's okay, don't I have a car? Where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Yeah," said Wan Shui with a smile on her face as she got down from the beetle. The two of them said that they were going to walk towards Jiang Lin's black arrow. Who knew that as soon as Jiang Lin turned around, he saw Lu Mei standing behind him with an embarrassed face. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Who are you?" "Willow brow. So embarrassing. That's just how long we've been apart, and I can't believe we don't recognize each other." But there was nothing she could do about the embarrassment, and she could only say stiffly, "Ha ha ha, I'm Lu Mei ah, Jiang Lin, don't you recognize me?" "Oh, when you say that, I seem to remember," Jiang Lin said somewhat indistinctly. "Aren't you that food demon? Wanting a house, a car, and pocket money, right?" "Aha, don't say that. I was just testing you. Now that you passed, let's be together." Willowbrow's cheeks were simply thicker to a certain degree. Looking at Jiang Lin was a little too much to bear, and he didn't have the heart to joke with the other party anymore. Pointing to a huge glass mirror not far away, he said, "Go there and look. It's a magic mirror that will tell you where to look." With that, he turned his head and pulled Wan Shui into his supercar, yanking away. Miss, where is Jiang Lin?" Mother Lu caught up at this time and couldn't help but ask. "Man, what a man." "Mom, he told me to go look at myself in the mirror." "What does that mean?" Willow asked, frowning thoughtfully. Mother Willow felt a blackness in her eyes as she listened. "What else do you mean? Are you stupid? They can't see you." At the same time, Jiang Lin had just not gotten out far with his black arrow, when he heard the system's beep, which came instantly. "Ding, you terrorized a bumper, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding you with a copy of Hua Tuo's medical classic and a set of Ghost Gate 18 needles. The items have been distributed." Chapter 88. What if I asked you to give yourself to me? Jiang Lin almost lost his grip on the steering wheel when he heard this reward. Who is Hua Tuo? As long as there was not a single person in the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom who didn't know about it. Hua Tuo, known as Hua Tuo and Yuanhua, was a native of Xiao, in Pegua, in the late Han Dynasty, and a medical doctor at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. This person has comprehensive medical skills, especially specializing in surgery. Proficient in surgery, he is also well versed in internal medicine, gynecology, pediatrics, acupuncture and moxibustion, and is known as the Sage of Surgery. That is to say, he was living in an age too ancient for either equipment or instruments. If you put it in today's context, it would be a surgical god. What's even scarier is that this divine doctor basically knows it all, only to be persecuted to death by the treacherous Cao Cao. There is an allusion to the fact that before he was killed, this man compiled his medical skills into the Hua Tuo Medical Classic, and presented it to the jailer who guarded him. The jailer regarded this as a treasure, but never expected it to be known by his mother-in-law. His mother-in-law was afraid of involving her husband's family because of Hua Tuo's death, so she threw the book into the fire. It was rescued by the jailers, but has been mostly burned, leaving only veterinary-related medical skills. Of course, this is all legend and not taken seriously. It was just that Jiang Lin didn't expect that this Hua Tuo's lifelong medical skills would actually be given out by the system as a reward. Buzz! He felt his head shudder as a huge wave of memories instantly rushed into his mind. Like the previous Bianhe Guanyu Sutra, it had almost instantly transformed Jiang Lin from a Chinese medicine novice to a medical supreme. By the way, there's a ghostly 18 stitches? In addition to this Hua Tuo medical scripture. In addition, these 18 needles are a prop. It's the silver needle used by Hua Tuo when he was practicing medicine. This needle, together with Hua Tuo's medical scriptures, made Hua Tuo famous among the people, saving lives and saving lives. It's almost like pulling people's lives back hard from the gates of hell. Over time, because of the silver needle up exactly 18 groups, so the world called it, the Ghost Door 18 Needles. Jiang Lin reached out and touched it, and right underneath his seat, a pack of silver needles wrapped in oilcloth appeared at an unknown time. With this item, Jiang Lin was equivalent to having a scalpel, so he could go around healing people. Of course, he didn't have the mind of Hua Tuo, healing the sick and saving the people. Hanging the pot to help the world also depends on the times. Nowadays, in this society, if you rashly treat people, maybe not only will no one be willing, but they will call the police to arrest you instead. Pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being, John Lin hadn't forgotten that he was still doing a great beauty by his side. So he subconsciously asked, "Where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Wen Yingxue sniffed and thought for a moment. "Then I'll trouble you to send me to the Imperial Hospital." "Hospital? Are you sick?" John Lin couldn't help but be surprised. "No, it's my grandfather. He's never been well, and has been to all sorts of doctors without the slightest improvement." Wen Yingxue sighed softly. "This time I just want to come to the imperial capital to see if I can find any famous doctors to cure my grandfather. For curing diseases, I do recommend Golden Healthcare." John Lin was aware of the standard of Jin Kong Medical, but it was the top in the world, which knew that just as he finished speaking, he heard Wen Yingxue shake her head. "I've searched for it. Our family has spent a lot of money to ask the Jin Kong Medical Consultation over in Magic City to diagnose it. It's just ordinary asthma, but no matter what medication we use, it hasn't been getting better." "Can't even Golden Healthcare?" John Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the problem that even Jin Kong Medical couldn't solve. Either the disease is terminal and there is no cure, or it's a difficult one that simply can't be treated. "Well, I'll take you to the hospital then, and hopefully you'll find the right doctor." John Lin nodded and prepared to drive towards the hospital. But just then, suddenly, Wen Yingxue, who had just been fine, let out a cry of pain. "Ah!" Although she deliberately held back, she was still heard by John Lin. John Lin looked towards her and saw that her small face was white, and a pair of jade hands were resting on the small of her back. In an instant, John Lin, who had already become a sage in the medical field, instantly understood what had happened to the other party. "Nima, this is menstrual cramps. Want to take a break?" John Lin reminded somewhat kindly. "No, don't bother. I can still hold on. It should pass in a bit." Wen Yingxue's pretty face blushed. She was a lady of the house. She had never talked to a boy about this kind of topic, which knew that as soon as her words fell, she saw John Lin stop the supercar at the side of the road in one fell swoop. With that, her palm reached out and squeezed her wrist. "You're going to..." Wen Yingxue was just about to speak when she heard John Lin speak in a low voice. "Don't move. In a minute," only to see John Lin put one hand on her wrist, and a soft force began to travel around her wrist. At that moment, Wen Yingxue felt that the pain in her belly seemed to have eased by a hair. How is this possible? She stared incredulously, never expecting John Lin to still know this. At the moment, John Lin didn't notice her expression. After rubbing her wrists for a moment, she rested her hands 2 inches below her shoulders again. With that, he pressed his thumb hard and slightly. "Ah!" Wen Yingxue let out a soft cry. It wasn't painful, but it was just too comfortable. She felt as if these 2 hands of John Lin had pressed her acupoints, making the pain in her belly instantly alleviate too much. Wen Yingxue would die of pain every time this happened to her. The thought of what that would be like made her shudder a little. Only, she never expected that she would actually be massaged by John Lin's flexible hands. That pain actually disappeared miraculously. Even so, she was a little too comfortable to fall asleep. It lasted for nearly 15 minutes, just as Wen Yingxue was getting a bit confused. A low, gentle voice rang out from John Lin's mouth just now. "Well, how does it feel?" Hearing Jiang Lin's voice, Wen Yingxue woke up from her sleep at once. Embarrassed, he looked at John Lin. "Okay, I'm okay. I'm sorry, it was just so comfortable I fell asleep." John Lin sat back to his seat and smiled lightly. "It's alright. I see that you should be a bit tired from the long distance running, which aggravated this painful state of yours. Plus you have a cold uterus in your body, so every now and then you're in more pain than normal. This you know?" Wen Yingxue incredibly wide-eyed. Just now John Lin is just 2 presses. Actually the doctor has seen the results to say the slightest difference. "Ah, this, are you a miracle healer?" John Lin sniffed but shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. I once learned some medical skills from an old man with a white beard. It's not worth mentioning." John Lin started the supercar. "Come on, I'll take you near the hospital and find you a hotel first." "No, I'm not going to the hospital." Wen Yingxue's words caused John Lin to freeze. "Why? Aren't you going to find a doctor for your grandfather?" "No need, because I found it." Wen Yingxue suddenly revealed a smile that was overwhelmingly beautiful. "Found it? Where?" John Lin was surprised. "That's you." Wen Yingxue snorted and said directly. "Me?" John Lin froze for a moment, followed by shaking his head back and forth. No, I'm just a hobby. I can't make it to the Hall of Honor." Does he know that in the modern world, one has to have a license to practice medicine if he wants to treat people? Although he had acquired the medical skills of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures, he couldn't just treat people indiscriminately. Why not? "What you just did is what some experts can't do." Wen Yingxue did not mince words of praise. My intuition tells me that you are the divine doctor I am looking for. Divine Dr. Jiang. Just help me this once. Wen Yingshui honestly didn't want to be so hasty in valuing Jiang Lin. The truth was that her grandfather's condition had been deteriorating and there was not the slightest thing that the various doctors could do about it. So, at this point she really couldn't care less. As long as you can go and save my grandfather, no matter what the conditions are, I will promise you, Wen Yingshui said sincerely. Jiang Lin paused for a moment at his words, then glanced at her and said, "What conditions? Are you able to agree? What if I asked you to give yourself to me?" Ha! Wen Yingshui's face instantly turned incredibly red upon hearing this, and the entire person instantly fell silent. Chapter 89, Jiang Lin's Hot Circle of Friends. Nonchalant, really white. Instead, Jiang Lin drove while he couldn't help but persuade. Beauty, in the future when you go out, don't trust others so easily. In case I'm a liar, when the time comes, not only do I cheat money and sex, but then delay your grandfather's condition. Wouldn't that be the end of it? But as soon as Jiang Lin's words fell, Wen Yingshui suddenly raised her head and said, "I'd give my life for that." Put. Jiang Lin twisted the steering wheel so violently that he barely missed the guardrail. What is this? Are all the girls nowadays so wolfish? You're willing to give your life for me? I would give anything to cure my grandfather, and even if the chances of it being useful aren't great, I don't want to miss any chances. Wen Yingshui said seriously. Moreover, my intuition tells me that you can definitely do it. Hearing the other party say this, Jiang Lin was silent for the first time. It wasn't because Wen Yingshui agreed to give her body in return that she was silent, but because, even being able to agree to such a request was enough to show that her grandfather's condition was indeed serious, and this piece of filial piety she had for her grandfather also unmoved Jiang Lin. Well, now that you've said that, I can promise to check it out. Jiang Lin nodded. However, I can't guarantee any effect. Oi, great. Upon hearing this, Wen Yingshui broke into tears and cheered with an excited face. Thank you, really thank you. Jiang Lin looked at the time and asked, "You're not going to the hospital? Where are you going now?" "Your house," Wen Yingshui said without even thinking. Ha! Jiang Lin froze for a moment. "Aren't you a lady of the house? Why are you so unreserved? You want to go to my house?" Seeing Jiang Lin's reaction, Wen Yingshui knew that the other party had misunderstood. Blushing, she hurriedly explained, I was afraid that you wouldn't go, so I went to your house to watch you." She's racked her brain for her grandfather's illness. "Okay, I'm so drunk." Jiang Lin also did not expect that he was just a blind date. The pro did not come true, and the result was to pick up a big beautiful woman. This time, he turned the car around and drove towards his royal residence. Along the way to Willow Street, Wen Yingshui next to her couldn't help but wonder, "Jiang Lin, where is your house?" She looked around at the houses and there didn't seem to be any upscale villas or anything like that. It's not like she didn't know this silvered black arrow. She knew at a glance that Jiang Lin was a rich man, so she subconsciously assumed that the other party should live inside the villa. But who knows? The other party had already driven in half a block without seeing a villa area. Just as she was puzzled, Jiang Lin's voice rang out, "We're almost there. Prepare to get off." Ha! Arrived? Where is it? Wen Yingshui subconsciously turned back to look, and then her entire body froze. Ka-ching! In front of her, a huge king's mansion gate slowly opened, followed by two Filipino maids who were looking at Jiang Lin with a respectful face. "Master is back. Well, prepare dinner. We have guests." Jiang Lin nodded and drove through the gate. Wen Yingshui looked at the entire royal mansion with a surprised face. The shock in her heart was simply beyond words. She wasn't some girl who hadn't seen the world before. Whether it's a luxury car, a villa, or any name brand, luxury item, none of it was worth the ripples she showed in her eyes. However, how come she had never seen that someone could actually live inside the royal residence? How big is this yard? Just now she walked a street. It turned out to be all the walls of someone's royal residence. Originally, she thought Jiang Lin was just rich, but now I realize that the other side is not rich, but super rich, handsome, good-looking, and super rich. Wen Yingshui suddenly felt that it wouldn't be so bad if she could give her body to Jiang Lin. Wen Yingshui, what are you thinking about? Shame on you. Wen Yingshui cursed herself in her heart. She didn't think that she would come up with such shameful thoughts in front of Jiang Lin. Parking the car, Jiang Lin opened the door for Wen Yingshui. "I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the place first in a while. My house is a bit big, otherwise I'm afraid you'll get lost," Jiang Lin said rather sweetly, which knew that Wen Yingshui couldn't help but spit in her heart when she heard it. Do you listen to people? It's amazing to be worried about getting lost in someone's home. What an understated display of wealth. What an understated display of X. However, when Wen Yingshui wandered with Jiang Lin for 20 minutes, she realized that what people said was actually true. The entire royal residence was really too big, so if you weren't familiar with it, it was really possible to get lost. After a while of familiarization, the servants had prepared dinner. After they ate, they were ready to rest individually. Jiang Lin was lying on the bed and was holding his cell phone to scroll through the messages. With that, I saw a 99+ message from my own mom. The message was roughly, after receiving Jiang Lin's recording, mom directly found Lu Ma and cursed her. I didn't expect the other side actually didn't even put a fart, and eventually not only asked for the $10,000 back, even backed up $10,000. It's still earned inside and out. Jiang Lin replied to his old mom with a couple of sentences, saying that they must have had a clear conscience themselves, and they definitely apologized to you, and that's why they gave you an apology. In fact, Jiang Lin knew that this was just those two mothers and daughters wanting to stick it to themselves again. That's when suddenly another message caught the attention. It's from a college friend. Chen Nan, Ginger, you're ing hot. You know that? Jiang Lin? What happened to me? Jiang Lin was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What did I do? How come I'm on fire? His reply had just gone over when he saw that Chen Nan had sent him a direct link. He then clicked on it and found that it happened to be today's video of him helping Wen Yingshui uncover the bumper car lady. It just caught him by surprise that someone with a cell phone actually filmed the whole thing, and it made it to the internet. It's only been a little while and it's already got over 1 million hits. He glanced at his circle of friends again, and the entire circle was swept up as well. There are comments about him everywhere. Ultra Runner Man fights the bumper sticker mom wisely. Scary car skills instantly healed the big mom's leg injury. On the mental capacity of an ultra running man. The corners of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. He also didn't expect that he had become a celebrity in just a little while. Jiang Lin. Nothing, I just happened to be passing by. Chen Nan, Omega. From now on I should call you Jiang Warrior. Chivalrous and heroic. Jiang Lin, 3 blank stares, speak human. Is there anything else? Chen Nan, yes. Business, graduation defense in 3 days you know? Jiang Lin, that fast? Chen Nan, what do you mean? What do you mean? Do you have a problem? Jiang Lin, I have to make a trip to Yudu. I might not be able to make it in time. Chen Nan, big old bull. This time can still wave around. But 3 days are quasi. The group has been sent. Jiang Lin, well, I'll try to make it back by then. As he was talking, Jiang Lin heard footsteps and he subconsciously looked up. I'll go. Wen Yingshui came to his bedroom at an unknown time and, wearing a bath towel with a towel wrapped around her head, obviously just got out of the shower. A pair of long, white, straight legs that were about to blind people. Nima, who can stand up to this? Jiang Lin looked at Wen Yingshui with some incredulity. You came inside my bedroom dressed like this at night. What the hell do you want? What do you want? Jiang Lin subconsciously ducked back. I'm not a casual person. Wen Yingshui couldn't help but just roll her eyes after hearing this. Brother, I'm not a casual person either, okay? However, her face instantly reddened at the thought of coming in dressed like this. I just yelled for you outside, but you didn't answer me. Wen Yingshui said with a red face. I was afraid that you would run away by yourself, so I came in to take a look. Don't worry, this is my house. I can't run away. Jiang Lin let out a bitter smile. Can you please just go? If you don't leave I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. I'm not a human being when I get up casually. Put. Wen Yingshui listened to the opposite by Jiang Lin amused. The next moment, the original taut bath towel actually at this time, opened. Wow, the towel fell to the ground, and at once both of them were completely confused. Don't look, Wen Yingshui screamed, grabbed the bath towel and turned her head to run. It was not until Wen Yingshui completely disappeared that Jiang Lin muttered to himself in a somewhat dazed manner. Don't look at it, don't look at it, don't look at it, but it's really so white. Chapter 90, there's an expensive guest in the Wen family. A very expensive guest. Jiang Lin didn't know how many times he had washed his face before falling asleep. Up early the next morning, the two ate at the restaurant. As soon as he saw Wen Yingshui, Jiang Lin couldn't help but recall yesterday's image. Wen Yingshui even felt her face burning. If not for the sake of her grandfather's condition, she was tempted to just run away. The two finished their breakfast in the midst of this unusually awkward atmosphere. Jiang Lin then simply packed his bags and prepared to leave. The two of them took a plane from the imperial capital to the rain capital, and it wouldn't take more than half a day for them to be able to land, in order to avoid being recognized by others. This time Jiang Lin drove Caroman out the door, straight to the airport. Arrive at the airport, change boarding passes, board the plane and take off. Around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two people appeared at the rain capital airport. Hiss, taking a hard breath of the air of Yudu, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. It's been a long time since I've been here. I have to send a friend. In fact, he said it had been a long time because he had been here in a previous life. Since crossing over, he hadn't had the time or the money to fool around. Taking a shot at the airport, Jiang Lin then posted the photo on top of his circle of friends. It didn't take long to pick up a vote of approval. But when Jiang Lin and Wen Yingshui walked out of the airport, a phone call suddenly came directly to them. John Lin looked down and was shocked. Hey, Auntie, you're actually in Yudu? Brat, don't you know I've been moving to Rainy for years? The little aunt on the other end of the phone said with dissatisfaction. You said, why didn't you call me in advance when you came to Yudu, so that I could ask your aunt to pick you up? Little aunt is only in her 40s this year, and when she says she is called little aunt, she is actually the godsister of Jiang Lin's dad. We were all very close, except that Jiang Lin was always outside, so he hadn't been in much contact. Jiang Lin remembers that his little aunt was a leader in his old side of the family before. I didn't realize it had actually moved this way. That's not right. Little auntie, isn't my little auntie's father serving in his hometown? How come he came over here? Your little aunt got promoted and transferred over here, so we came over. Auntie grunted. Don't get sidetracked with me. Tell me, when are you coming to Auntie's for dinner? I've got a little something going on over here for now. When I'm done. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and said, good, then it's a deal. I'll send you the address in a while. If you dare not come, let's see how I'll clean you up. Auntie thundered and hung up. Jiang Lin let out a bitter smile. This little aunt was still so windy. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to receive a message from his little aunt, and with that, he put away his cell phone and prepared to go over there when he was done giving this elder one a visit. By the way, take some time to visit the Cloud Mist Villa side. It just happens to be on the way. Jiang Lin walked over to Wen Yingshue's side and saw that she had just hung up the phone. Jiang Lin, I've asked my family to come pick us up in a car. Just wait, it'll be here soon. Wen Yingxue said with a slight apology. I'm sorry, Jiang Lin, I just told my dad about your situation, but he didn't believe me at all. When you get to my house in a little while, don't pay attention to their words, just treat my grandfather, okay? When Jiang Lin heard this, he immediately understood. The other party definitely didn't believe that Wen Yingxue would be able to find a divine doctor to come back. He understood this, and if he were in his place, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to accept a divine doctor who had suddenly appeared. However, since he had promised Wen Yingxue, there was naturally no reason to back out. It's okay, I'm here for you. Their words won't affect me, Jiang Lin said casually. Well, thanks a lot then. Wen Yingxue sighed in relief and said with a smile on her face. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Wen Yingxue, and then two bodyguards in suits came down from the car. When he got out of the car, he opened his mouth to Wen Yingxue to greet him. Miss, aha, let's go. Jiang Lin, let's hurry back. Wen Yingxue nodded and pulled Jiang Lin into the car. The bodyguard next to him looked at Jiang Lin with a scrutinizing gaze from start to finish, probably because Wen Yingxue was there, and didn't say anything. The Rolls-Royce started up and drove towards the busy part of the rain capital. It didn't take long before Jiang Lin saw a villa area. This villa area had an elegant environment with lush greenery, and although the entire neighborhood was large, there were less than 10 villas. It shows the value of the villa. As he had guessed, the Wen family was clearly not an ordinary family to be able to live in such a villa area. At the location of the king of the building in the entire villa area, the Rolls-Royce stopped. Wen Yingxue saw this and pulled Jiang Lin out of the car together. Toward the inside of the villa it went. As soon as she entered, Wen Yingxue saw a maid and asked, Mrs. Wu, where are father and the others? Miss, you're back. Mr. One and the others are in the parlor. There's a VIP guest coming today. Your guest? Wen Yingxue raised an eyebrow when she heard this and turned her head to Jiang Lin. Follow me. The two headed toward the parlor. As Jiang Lin and Wen Yingxue walked in, they saw that there were quite a few people sitting in the entire parlor. Above the main seat, an old man with white hair and a slim figure sat there. On the right side were 3 men and 2 women, with some similarities to Wen Yingxue, presumably her relatives. As for the left side, an old man and a young man were seated. The old man had an often beard and was wearing a tang suit with an immortal look. The young man next to him was also wearing a famous brand with an arrogant look on his face. Seeing Wen Yingxue appear, the first middle-aged man on the right side immediately spoke in a deep voice. Yingxue, you still know to come back? When Wen Yingxue heard this, she was instantly dissatisfied. Dad, didn't I go to Imperial Capital to find a doctor for Grandpa? Humph, just what kind of doctor can you find? When Zhaohai snorted coldly, just know how to fool around. Who said I was fooling around? Wen Yingxue did not show any weakness and pulled Jiang Lin. Grandpa, look, this is the miracle doctor I got back for you. His name is Jiang Lin. He has studied Chinese medicine and his medical skills are especially powerful. A kind smile appeared on the face of the old man above the main seat as he sniffed. He, Yingxue has worked hard. These grandchildren's children. You are the least filial. This old man naturally needed no introduction. It was the helmsman of the entire Wen family, Elder Wen Changwan. On the way here, Jiang Lin learned from Wen Yingxue. This Wen family was a very large family in the entire reign. Industries and businesses in all walks of life. worth tens of billions of dollars, belonging to the kind of invisible rich, and when Elder One was young, he even seized the golden period of real estate development by relying on his ancestors' capital and entered the real estate industry in one fell swoop. From there, it is very rewarding. This is what laid the economic foundation of the One family in the entire Rain capital. Originally, it was thought that under the leadership of Elder One, it would move towards greater splendor in one fell swoop. Who knows, since a few years ago, the old man found out that the change to asthma, and how to cure cannot be cured. The situation had gotten worse over the past few years, which was why the entire One family was unusually anxious. But hearing the old man say that, the other sons and daughters were a little clothy. The oldest too, when Zhao Yuan, opened his mouth in a salty manner. Dad, you're wrong. Isn't your grandson abroad? He can't come back at all. Yeah, and besides, we haven't tried anything. Even if we came back, what would we do to help? The oldest three, when Zhao Yang, concurred. Eldest daughter, when Zhao Yue also smiled without smiling and said, Ingshua's filial piety we have seen, but is this brought back a divine doctor? So young, boyfriend? Ha! The youngest daughter, when Zhao Shan, laughed. In my opinion, Ingshue is using the search for a doctor as a cover to go to the imperial capital to rendezvous with her boyfriend. Elder Wen frowned at the moment. Well, shut up when you've said enough. He then looked at Wen Ingshue with a smile. Ingshue, you guys just came back. You must be very tired, right? Quickly go down to rest and take a break, and properly arrange for this guest you brought back. Wen Ingshue heard but shook her head repeatedly. Grandpa, this Jiang Lin is really a miracle doctor. Before Ingshue saw him saving people with her own eyes, she couldn't help but blush when she thought of Jiang Lin giving her a massage. At this time, when Zhao Hai, who hadn't said anything, coldly shouted, Nonsense, Ingshue, why don't you take him down? Can't you see that there are honored guests here? When Ingshue was going to say more, but Jiang Lin next to her pulled her. Forget it, your grandfather's in okay shape, don't be in a hurry. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Wen Ingshue could only nod. With that, he pulled him to leave. But it was at this moment that the old man in the tang suit, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, Chapter 91, Elder Wen, do you want to die if you do this? Jiang Lin and Wen Ingshue both had their figures lurched as they looked towards the old man in the tang suit. Since Missy has a lot of hard work, I don't think I can let her efforts down on this. The old man laughed, and just now she said that this young friend has studied Chinese medicine, and it just so happens that he and the old man are also considered peers. Stay and observe, and may be able to make some suggestions. The moment these words came out, the people present couldn't help but look at the old man with a face of admiration. Master Bai is worthy of being a medical sage. This tolerant mind is just incomparable to the likes of us. When Zhao Yang did not mince words in his praise. Yes, this time, we'll ask the master to come out, and we'll definitely be able to cure father's illness with medicine. A master is a master. I can't wait. While the crowd went down with a flurry of horse's ass, that old man smiled faintly, with a breezy look. Seeing that even Master White has said so, when Zhao Hai could only nod and said, Alright, for the sake of the master, the two of you will stay and observe. However, remember, when the master makes his move later, you must not interrupt at will and interfere with your grandfather's condition. See how I'll clean you up. When Ingshue spat out her tongue when she heard this and pulled Jiang Lin to sit down on the guest seat next to her. Well, since there's nothing else, then I'll take a look for Elder One, Master White said as he stroked his beard. Well, that's appreciated. When Zhao Hai hurriedly laughed, Elder One, please also sit next to me. Master Bai knocked on the table next to him, and at once the apprentice beside him understood and placed the pulse pillow he was carrying on the table. Elder One stood up from his seat and walked to Master Bai with some trembling. With that, he held out his wrist. Master Bai's palm probed out and began to cut his pulse. Jiang Lin was sitting not far away, also observing this Elder Wen's situation. As the saying goes, look and smell, and only after observing many aspects can we judge the patient's condition. However, when Jiang Lin looked at Elder Wen's face for a moment, he couldn't help but change his expression slightly, because it was like he guessed what was wrong with the other side, but after all, he hadn't observed further, and he didn't dare to jump to such hasty conclusions. Grandmaster Bai sat there with a calm face, cutting his pulse while chatting with Elder One for a few moments. Ask about the condition occasionally. After a few moments, he withdrew his palm and nodded his chest. Elder Wen's condition has been guessed by the old man to be 7 or 8%. When these words came out, the crowd immediately showed surprise. A master is indeed a master. Seeing the signs so quickly, the disease obtained by Master One is indeed asthma undoubtedly. However, he is old and his essence is not strong. For this asthma to resist, the more unbearable. The crowd nodded at this statement. This one matches exactly what the hospital saw. Then, Master Bai, how should I proceed in my father's case? When Zhao Hai hurriedly asked when he saw this. This In order to treat this disease, we must first start from the internal cause, with nourishing things to restore qi and blood, and then asthma medicine after the qi and blood are stabilized. Then master, please write a prescription. We'll go and get the medicine right away. There's no rush. Master Bai waved his hand, then nodded towards the apprentice beside him. Seeing this, the apprentice took out a palm-sized porcelain vial from his bag. This medicine is my Bai family's secret medicine. Master Bai pointed at the bottle and said, this medicine contains angelica, ginseng, yam, and many other nourishing herbs, so you can let Master Wen take it for a few days first, and then take the other herbs after the medicinal effects have been realized. With that, he handed the medicine bottle to Elder Wen and said with a faint smile, don't worry, since I have accepted your invitation, the consultation fee has been paid, so naturally, the medicine fee does not have to be paid anymore. There will be no blackmail. Ha ha ha, Master Bai's reputation has spread far and wide. Who doesn't know that in the southern area? Elder Wen laughed out loud at this. Today the old man I will take this medicine in front of the master. With that he peeled off the cork and was about to drink it, but at that moment, an abrupt voice suddenly came. Master Wen, do you want to die if you do this? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Everyone unanimously looked towards the place where the words were spoken, and suddenly realized that the one who had just opened his mouth was actually that Jiang Lin. Nonsense! Ying Shui, is this the divine doctor you hired? When Zhao Hai burst out, his face full of anger. Exactly. What kind of place do you think this is? Is it where you can say anything? When Zhao Yang also slammed the table, cursing my father to death. Do you have any upbringing? Ying Shui you've been tricked, haven't you? How did you bring back this kind of person? Ridiculous. And when Zhao Yue snorted coldly, someone come, blow this babbling lunatic out of my sight. As he spoke, he heard footsteps coming from outside. It seems a bodyguard has shown up. Elder Wen also looked at Master Bai with some embarrassment. Master is not to be blamed. This child is not very old, and he speaks with a mouthful of words. He definitely did not mean to question you. Before Master Bai could say anything, the apprentice next to him instantly quit. Humph, my master is famous in Jiangnan and has saved countless people. You, a yellow-mouthed child, actually dares to believe what he says, if not for the fact that my master is here today. Otherwise I would have told you to look at me. Master Bai raised his hand, stopping his disciple's words. It's just that it's normal for young people nowadays to be impatient and have no sense of proportion. That's. Elder Wen nodded. Since Master Bai has prescribed this formula, I will certainly not be ambiguous. With that, he tilted his head and completely drank all of the medicinal liquid into his mouth. After drinking it, his entire face was as usual, and he didn't seem to have any abnormalities. At the same time, the two bodyguards had already walked to the parlor and rushed towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin shook his head and laughed, then said to an Ying Shui, you'd better call the emergency number now, otherwise it'll be too late. What? When Ying Shui's face changed when she heard that, she had no doubt about Jiang Lin. Since Jiang Lin said that Grandpa's situation was critical, it must be critical. Without hesitation, she took out her cell phone and was about to dial the emergency number. The bodyguard next to him also reached out his hand at this moment, wanting to pull Jiang Lin, but right at this moment, Elder Wen, who originally had a normal face, suddenly coughed. Ahem, this sound down. He himself is not surprised, just smiled and said, normal, the old man every day. Cough. Before he could finish the sentence, he simply coughed again. Cough, 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 cough. This violent coughing was getting heavier and heavier, and when Zhao Hai and the others beside him immediately panicked a bit, they hurriedly found a spray for asthma and were about to spray it on the old man. But the next moment, the old man actually rolled his eyes, and his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. Dad, how did that happen? It was just fine. At this moment, everyone instantly looked towards the nearby Master Bai. It was the taking of his medicine that caused this. Get out of the way and let the old man have a look. Master White was also startled by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly probed to the other side to check up. Disordered pulse. Weakened breath. No good. This is a sign of critical illness, Master Bai said with an incredulous change of color. Obviously, he had only given the other party a warm tonic, so why had there been such a change? Just as the crowd was anxious, when Ying Shui's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Jiang Lin, please save my grandfather. Chapter 92, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding a hummingbird helicopter worth 2 billion. At this time, the crowd couldn't help but look at Jiang Lin. All of a sudden, he remembered that it was this Jiang Lin who had just stopped the old man from drinking this medicine. Could it be that he really knows about medicine? At the critical moment, when Zhao Hai also knew that it was not the time to hesitate, hurriedly, he arched his hand at Jiang Lin. This young gentleman, if you really have the means, please come to the rescue. we naturally remember the favor of saving our lives. Jiang Lin lightly glanced at the crowd and then looked at Wan Shui. Seeing the other party's anxious appearance with tears in his eyes now, he could only let out a light sigh. Okay, then I'll give it a shot. Saying that, he took a few steps to walk to Elder One and waved his hand for the crowd to disperse. Master White hesitated, but stepped aside. After all, even he was at his wits' end in this situation. Jiang Lin squatted in front of Elder One and probed his nostrils, then pinched his wrist with one hand. The other hand was touching the pocket of his coat without stopping at all. Brush! A small bag wrapped in a tarpaulin was taken right out, only to see that Jiang Lin didn't even look at it. Lifting his hand and shaking it, he instantly shook the small bag apart in one go. At once, densely packed silver-white fine needles appeared in the middle of the small bag. Acupuncture? Grandmaster Bai's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with surprise. This way of acupuncture is not something that can be mastered by ordinary people. It must take years of drilling and practicing to get the gist of it. Not only do the points have to be accurate, but also the depth has to be mastered in order to get it right. Even he himself did not dare to administer needles to people in a hurry. But just as he was contemplating, Jiang Lin's approach simply dazzled him. Brush it off. Only to see that Jiang Lin didn't even look at it and raised his hand towards the package. Several silver needles then fell into his hands. Snap! He raised his hand and actually inserted several silver needles one after another into the middle of Elder Wen's head. 100 points? Master Bai's heart jumped. This is a great point of life and death. A little carelessness can kill people. A few of the children next to him saw this and even tried to speak up. But at this time, when Zhao Hai's eyes glared and stopped the crowd, Jiang Lin's eyes were calm and steady, and his technique was skillful, almost like an old Chinese doctor who had practiced medicine for many years. One after another, silver needles were inserted into Elder Wen's head, chest, and back. It was simply dense and chilling. The 18 needles of Ghost Gate is not just 18 needles, but 18 techniques of placing needles for different diseases. Hiss! Jiang Lin took a deep breath and stuck the last silver needle into the other party's acupuncture point. Only when this last stitch went down would the entire Ghost Gate 18 stitches be able to exert an extremely strong effect. Giggle! As this needle went down, the crowd only saw that Elder One, who had originally gone into shock, actually trembled instantly. With that, he opened his mouth violently and coughed violently and violently. Put! A mouthful of dark red blood spurted out of his mouth all at once. At once, the entire person's complexion began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Awake! Really awake! When Ing Shui exclaimed in surprise, and the crowd suddenly saw that Elder Wen's eyes had slowly opened. What's wrong with me? With me? Elder Wen, who opened his eyes, looked at himself stuck like a hedgehog and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Immediately afterward, I heard Jiang Lin say in a deep voice, "Don't move. If you move, the stabbing will go deeper." A moment later, Jiang Lin waved his hand and put away all of his Ghost Gate 18 needles, and Elder One was able to get up and move around. Looking at Elder One, who was already looking as normal as ever, the crowd couldn't believe that such a menacing scene had just occurred. This time, the way they looked at Jiang Lin once again became completely different. I am sorry that I have no eyes to recognize the superior medical skills of my little friend. Grandmaster Bai suddenly got up and made a fierce bow towards Jiang Lin with a face of shame. If Jiang Lin hadn't stepped in just now, he would have simply become the murderer of Elder One. Seeing this, Jiang Lin shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Master, there's no need to be like this. I just happened to be there. It's not worth mentioning. Little friend is too polite. Master Bai shook his head back and forth. Little friend's acupuncture technique is an expert that I have never seen before in my many years of practicing medicine. If this is not worth mentioning, then wouldn't the old man have lived all these years in vain? The crowd also laughed at the situation. Yes, I didn't expect Master Jiang to be deeply hidden. It's our eyes that are clumsy. That's it. This kind of medical skill is simply the hua tua of the world. At this time, when Ing Shui, who was sitting next to her, had a haughty smile on her face. Well, I'd say I got back a miracle doctor. Yes, thanks to Ing Shui. Elder One looked at Jiang Lin smilingly at the moment. Master Jiang's methods are indeed beyond our imagination. I didn't expect that just a few strokes would cure my old man's condition. I feel unusually relaxed now. Which knew that as soon as he said this, he heard Jiang Lin waving his hand. It's still too early to say that Master One is cured. The moment these words came out, all the people's faces changed. What? Any more questions? Instead, it was Master Bai who twirled his beard and asked with an open mind. Master Jiang, I wonder if you've discovered the cause of Elder Wen's illness. Jiang Lin nodded. If I guessed correctly, the old man isn't any asthma at all, but poisoning. The whole room was shocked at these words. Poisoned? How can you be poisoned? Could someone have poisoned it? Damn it, let me know who it is. Elder Wen raised his hand to stop the crowd from talking, and instead looked towards Jiang Lin. Dare I ask Master Jiang, where did this poison come from? Jiang Lin shook his head. I'm not an immortal. How would I know? But the only thing I can be sure of is that your poison should be chronic, and it's been at least a few years since it developed to the point where it is now. The poison is supposed to be a chronic respiratory toxin that is capable of slowly affecting the function of your lungs by inhaling just a little bit. Makes you cough and wheeze with symptoms that are virtually indistinguishable from asthma. But the only difference is that the toxin spreads throughout the body over time, down the bloodstream. What Master Bai said just now is indeed good. Your severe internal depletion is actually the effect of the toxin. Then why was it so bad just now after drinking the old man's tonic? Master Bai couldn't help but ask in confusion. Jiang Lin glanced at him. The deficiency is not to be supplemented, although you are a warm tonic, but because the toxin is in it. A hasty supplementation will in turn intensify the operation of the toxin. I also just guessed that something would happen to Master One, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Hearing this explanation from Jiang Lin, the crowd suddenly came to a realization. Elder One even slapped his palm. That's right, several years ago. It was the time when my Wen family was gaining fame in the rain capital real estate sector. Maybe that was the time when some opponents did the trick. Jiang Lin didn't hear Elder Wen's words at the moment, because the system's beep was ringing in his head. Ding! You've rescued a patient, triggering a billion-fold blast, rewarding you with a hummingbird helicopter worth 2 billion plus professional pilot master proficient talent plus a copy of your flight license. The items have been distributed nearby. Chapter 93, Cloud Villa? Then you can't go up there. As expected, Jiang Lin laughed in his heart. This time, he saved the day, not realizing that he had triggered another blitz. It's not like he hasn't seen them before. Most of them are in the millions, tens of millions at most. But I didn't realize that there were 2 billion helicopters. Only the system told him it had been issued close by. According to Jiang Lin's speculation, the biggest possibility was that it was placed in the Cloud Mist Villa. Otherwise, there's no other place to conveniently take off and land in Yudu. Master Jiang, you see my condition. How else do I need to be treated subsequently to get rid of the toxins? At this time, Elder One looked at Jiang Lin with a vain expression. Jiang Lin was now not a youth in his 20s in their eyes, but an inscrutable medical sage. Jiang Lin thought for a moment and murmured, at least 2 more needles should be performed, and taking them along with some toxin-eliminating remedies should be just about enough. Great! Hearing Jiang Lin's reply, the crowd was simply pleasantly surprised. They never expected that Elder Wen's condition, which had plagued him for many years, would actually be so easy. Hearing Jiang Lin. Seeing this, Master Bai then stood up and arched his hand towards Jiang Lin. Master Zhong's such medical skill really puts me to shame. I'm sure that Master Jiang will be next. So naturally, I don't need an old immortal. With that he nodded his head slightly. In that case, I'll take my leave. If Master Jiang is fortunate enough to come to the southern city in the future, he can contact me at any time. With that, he took his disciple and left with his farewells. Seeing the other party leave, Jiang Lin similarly stood up. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first as well. Why don't you just stay at the mansion for a few days? Elder One looked at Jiang Lin with some surprise. Could it be that you have another place to go here? Aha! Jiang Lin nodded. I do have somewhere to go. Master One, don't worry. Tomorrow at noon, I'll come over to perform your needles just the same. I guarantee there will be no delay. So, okay. Seeing Jiang Lin's insistence, Elder One did not force the issue. He turned his head to Wen Yingxue and said, Yingxue? Ah, you quickly see Mr. Jiang off. Got it, Grandpa. Wen Yingxue nodded, then led Jiang Lin out of the villa. When Jiang Lin left, Elder One sat down with his many children once again. Dad, who the hell did this? Should we find out? When Zhao Hai's face sank as a wave of anger flashed through. Check, what check? Elder One waved his hand. It's not like I don't know those old rivals. Besides, it's been so many years that it would be difficult to find out more. With that he turned his words around. I asked you guys to stay because I wanted to ask if you guys have found out anything about this little friend called Jiang Lin. As early as just now, Elder One knew that when Zhao Hai and the others had already gone to check. This was a habit that they had developed over the years in the Wen family, and anyone would definitely need to get hold of it until it was clear what the other party wanted. When Zhao Yang, who was in charge of intelligence, nodded his head as he listened. Dad, I've already asked my assistant to check, and the information should be back soon. As he was talking, a message came from his cell phone, and he hurriedly opened it. Hiss! After a long time, when Zhao Yang steeply sucked in a mouthful of cold air, with a shocked face, he said, This Jiang Lin is actually this powerful? Oh, tell me about it, Master Wen said with interest. His ancestry is in the northeast, and he's now attending college in the imperial capital. He should be at the age of graduating from his senior year. However, he actually has a one-house king villa in the imperial capital. With a villa? With his medical skills, it's not impossible. Elder Wen nodded lightly and analyzed. But, he still has shares in Mingdao Seafood, the second largest shareholder. Oh, he's still in business? Elder One said with some curiosity. More than that, he has a shopping mall, a $100 million supercar, and a $50 million SUV. He's even the #1 shareholder of King's Realty, the second largest shareholder of Kinko's Medical, a shareholder of Armani Abroad, and he has a king's mansion. When Zhao Yang said, more and more shocked to the end. Even the hand holding the phone are trembling. What? The king's estate? And the king's estate? Elder One, who was originally listening, instantly changed his face. With so many shares, it adds up to almost, not to mention hundreds of billions of dollars. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. All of this would simply be nonsense if it was all earned from his medical care. What is he? Really? When Zhao Yue said with some caution, but she remembered that she had taunted people before. Elder One pondered for a long time and said heavily, he's someone we can't afford to mess with. Our One family can be considered a leader here in the rain capital, but in the imperial capital, we simply can't even splash a bigger wave, let alone anything else. Even if it's one of the king's estates, we can't afford to mess with it. The crowd nodded in agreement. They started off with real estate, and even at that time when they were in the middle of the day, they simply didn't dare to fight against a group like King Real Estate, not to mention the addition of the various Kinko's healthcare groups. After half a day of silence, Master One suddenly said solemnly, remember, from now on, we have to use every possibility to make good friends with this Mr. Jiang. Is that clear? I understand, but Dad, then how are we going to calculate Mr. Jiang's reward this time? When Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a very serious problem, Elder One pondered for half a day and suddenly said, Zhao Hai, how old is that girl Ling Xue this year? She, just graduated. 23. When Zhao Hai subconsciously opened his mouth, but when he finished, he reacted at once. Dad, what do you mean? That's right. In terms of money, Mr. Jiang definitely can't see it anymore. I just observed that this girl Ling Xue seems to have some interest in this John Lin. If it can be facilitated, it will be a great news for my Wink family. Elder One let out a faint laugh. But you'll have to ask that girl about it. I think she should be very happy about it. Ha ha. With that he stood up with a big grin and turned his head towards the room. At this time, the red-faced figure of Wen Yingxue suddenly jumped out of the door. Grandpa, you're disrespectful for old age. It sounds like a protest, but actually there's a sense of snickering about how it feels. John Lin naturally didn't know at this time what Elder Wen was planning to pay him. He didn't let Wen Yingxue's housekeeper go to send him off, but directly called a car and went straight to the rain capital Cloudy Mountain. Although Cloudy Mountain is a mountain, it's not in the far reaches of the countryside. Quite the contrary, he was not far from the center of the busiest city in the entire rain capital. This peak is only a few hundred meters above sea level, and the Cloud Villa sits on top of it, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the entire rain capital. I say lad, it's nearly dark. What are you doing there? The cab driver couldn't help but shake his head. That's not a sightseeing spot anymore, so if you want to go up there, you won't be able to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin smiled. It's fine, Master, I'm going home. Chapter 94 Auntie's Invitation. Innocent big girl Zhang Xiaoming. Going home? Are you kidding? The cab driver almost laughed out loud. Young man, it's funny that you're joking. There's a cloudy villa right on top of the mountain. Do you know how much that villa was sold for? $1 billion. It's just that people like us can't afford it in our lifetime. Don't say you can't afford it. It's hard enough to buy a toilet. Zhang Lin shook his head and said matter-of-factly, Master, I'm really going home. My home is in Cloud Mist Villa. Stop it. The driver laughed. If your family is in Cloud Mist Villa, aren't you a rich second generation? Have you ever seen a rich second generation with a taxi? Zhang Lin, you make so much ing sense. I'm speechless. It didn't take long to follow a straight highway at the foot of the mountain, and the cab drove straight up to the top of Cloudy Mountain. Well, lad, your home is here. The driver's master couldn't resist a joke. Thank you, Master. Zhang Lin paid the money and got out of the car, but he couldn't help but say before he left, Master, this is really my home. Hey, you kids, you can really blow. As this driver was talking, his eyes suddenly widened violently because Zhang Lin walked to the entrance of Cloud Mist Villa and took out a door card and waved it. The gate actually opened. The driver felt like he was stuttering, and it was only after a long time that he managed to stifle a sentence. Your house. How could he not believe that one of the passengers he pulled actually did live in the Cloud Mist Villa? Zhang Lin swiped his door card at this point and walked right in. The entire mountain villa was huge. Although it couldn't compare to the size of the royal mansion, it wasn't too much smaller either. The entire lodge is built in a garden style. The environment is elegant and opulent. As Zhang Lin entered, the lights of the entire lodge were turned on with him. Only the house was empty and no one came to live there. Zhang Lin walked to the back, and when he raised his eyes, he saw a cool-looking helicopter parked right there. It was the same $2 billion helicopter that the system had told him about, but it was a big night, so Jiang Lin just took a look and forget about it. No plans to drive it up and slip it around. Everything else is fine, but there's no one. Jiang Lin thought about it. This house has to be occupied, so that it is popular. He didn't have time to always stay over here himself, but he could get a housekeeper to keep an eye on things. At this time, he suddenly thought of Wening Shui, and reckoned that the Wen family was more familiar with this place and could quickly find a suitable housekeeper. Taking his cell phone, Jiang Lin sent a message to Wening Shui from his bed. The other party quickly replied that they would get this done right away. At this time, Jiang Lin received another familiar message from his sister-in-law. Pro, when are you coming to dinner? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows, feeling that if he didn't go for this, he would probably be scolded to death. Well, auntie, then I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Lin thought about it and couldn't help but reply. It didn't take long for an okay sign to come back from my sister-in-law's side. There was no talk all night. At noon the next day, Jiang Lin took a taxi to the Wen family's villa by himself. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Wening Shui's voice. Jiang Lin, you're getting a steward for your royal residence? Jiang Lin shook his head. No, I have a house over here as well. I'm just looking for someone to look at it. Oh, Mr. Jiang actually bought a property over here as well. At this time, Master Wen was smilingly said, then there is an opportunity to go to your place to sit guest. Should not be disturbed, right? Jiang Lin smiled as he listened. No offense, but I just went in on my side. There are no housekeepers or servants. I think you should be the most familiar with this place. It shouldn't be hard to find these people, right? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang's matter. I've already asked them to do it early in the morning. At the latest tomorrow night, I guarantee that I'll find a suitable one. Elder Wen said with a confident expression. Thanks a lot then. Jiang Lin nodded. Since he had to go to his little aunt's place in the afternoon, he didn't waste any time. Once again, he administered the Ghost Gate 18 needles to Elder Wen. It wasn't long after the needles were administered. Jiang Lin declined the Wen family's offer to stay and took a taxi straight to his sister-in-law's residence. Watching Jiang Lin disappear, Elder Wen couldn't help but say to his granddaughter, Girl, I think you need to get a grip. What? Grandpa, grab him and take him down. Otherwise, when he goes back, it'll be too late. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Humph, ignore you. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know about the conversation between Master Wen's grandparents and grandchildren. Only this time he had bought some tonic near his sister-in-law's house and was preparing to go forward. Hello, Auntie, I'm outside your neighborhood. Jiang Lin said into the phone. Hey, okay, I'll let Xiaoming go down to pick you up. My sister-in-law's voice came from the other end of the line. Mo, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, and the figure of a snotty baby came to mind. They were both young at that time, and Zhang Xiaoming used to play after his butt. It's just that in the blink of an eye, it's been a long time since I've seen her, and I wonder what this little girl has grown into. A few minutes later, the cell door opened at once, and from inside came out an innocent girl wearing jean shorts and a snowflake t-shirt. The young girl looked to be just 16 or 17 years old, with a tall figure and an unassuming temperament, especially a pair of long, straight legs. At first glance, it's a little beauty with an 85+ rating. However, Zhang Xiaoming was a little less than happy at the moment. Obviously the high school exams were over and she could relax as much as she wanted. It just so happens that today her best sister has a birthday and they all meet up to go out and celebrate. But who knows? Her mom insisted on not letting her go, saying that there was an important guest in the house. What kind of important guests are they? Aren't they just neighbors from my hometown? I just didn't realize that it was actually more excessive now. Let her come down in the sun and pick them up. Zhang Xiaoming covered the sun with one hand, her eyes looking around outside the neighborhood. Immediately afterward, she saw a boy carrying something and wearing casual clothes smiling at her. Is it Mo? I'm Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin seemed to recognize Zhang Xiaoming in a trance, so he took the initiative and said, Jiang Lin, brother. The moment Zhang Xiaoming saw Jiang Lin, she wanted to call his name directly, but suddenly realized that the other party seemed to look more handsome than before, and only then did she add the word brother as an afterthought. Ha ha, it's been a long time, you've grown into such a beautiful big girl. Jiang Lin smiled. Go! For Jiang Lin's enthusiasm, Zhang Xiaoming was much flattered. She turned around and walked towards the neighborhood, and behind her, Jiang Lin also withdrew his smile and became a bit puzzled. What the hell? I didn't offend her? This doubt didn't stay for long before Jiang Lin followed Zhang Xiaoming up the stairs. This neighborhood, in the entire Rain capital, is considered a high-grade neighborhood. Jiang Lin looked around and felt that his little aunt's family was doing well here. As soon as he entered, he saw a middle-aged beauty with an apron tied enthusiastically walk out. Great nephew, you're finally here. Come on in, Xiaoming. Get slippers for your brother. Jiang Lin changed into his slippers, and as soon as he entered, He saw his little aunt sitting on the sofa wearing glasses and watching TV. He paused for a moment, but still took the initiative to speak. "Hello, little auntie." It was at this time that little Aunt Fong turned back and nodded at John Lin. "It's been a long time, little Lin." Chapter 95, Night Banquet KTV. Zhang Xiaoming's invitation. Sensing the other party's coldness, John Lin only smiled faintly. "Long time no see, little auntie." The sister-in-law next to him seemed to see something wrong as well. Straight away he laughed a little. "Hey, don't just stand there. Sit down and get ready for dinner," he said and gave his little aunt a veiled glare. "Okay, dinner." It didn't take long for the four to sit down in front of the table. "Mo, what are you waiting for? Give your brother Lin some food." Little aunt glared at Zhang Xiaoming, then smiled and said, Come. Often little aunt's craftsmanship of this hometown cuisine. Let's see if there's any regression." John Lin took a bite and nodded very seriously. "First class. Good. Then eat more." Xiao Nun smiled and continued to give John Lin dishes. Next to him, his little aunt poured a glass of red wine and sipped it while saying to John Lin, "Little Lin, are you still in the imperial capital?" "Well, it's still in the empire." John Lin nodded. "So what's the job in the empire now?" the little aunt asked again. "Nothing. I have a supermarket of my own." John Lin thought about it. Is a shopping center also considered a supermarket? A mini-mart? When his little aunt heard this, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Not only him, even Zhang Xiaoming next to him couldn't help but glance at John Lin, sighing lightly in his heart. Alas, it really isn't a world of its own. She herself was only a high school graduate now, but she had excellent grades and had already enrolled in a major university in Mordor, plus her own family, with her father being a senior leader. "My mother also owns a small company. Not much, just a few million a year." No matter which one added up, it was still much better than John Lin opening a small supermarket, even if he's in the imperial capital. So what? There are bottom feeders in the empire, too. The sister-in-law next to her naturally heard her husband's strings, and immediately laughed and snorted. How can a supermarket run by Xiao Lin be a small supermarket? He is a man of honor. John Lin smiled and nodded. Little auntie is right. My supermarket is huge. Next to her, Zhang Xiaoming was a bit hard of hearing and couldn't help but ask, "Big? How big?" "It's as big as a shopping center," John Lin said rightfully. "Oh, it's huge." Zhang Xiaoming coldly smiled, pretending to mean it. "A mini-mart is a mini-mart. It has to be blown up into a shopping center." Auntie continued to digress. "Xiao Lin, what are you doing here in Yudu?" "Me. A friend asked me for a favor, so I came over to check it out." "Help. So you've been staying at a friend's house for the past 2 days?" Auntie asked with concern. "No, I have a house here." John Lin shook his head and uttered a sentence that surprised the three. "A house? You bought a house here?" Auntie was excited. "Not bad. Pro, where did you buy it?" Upon hearing this, John Lin said without even thinking, "I bought it at Cloud Mist Villa." "Cloud Mist Villa?" Zhang Xiaoming father and daughter at the same time rolled their eyes. "You want a bloke and also, but always have to rely on a little bit before it. You bought Cloudy Hills? Do you know how much?" Zhang Yukai couldn't help but glance at John Lin and said with fake excitement, "Good, John Lin, you actually bought Cloud Mist Villa? I'll have to go see it when I have the chance." As soon as his words left his mouth, he heard his little aunt hastily retort, Go. Go what go? John Lin is so busy over here, how can he have time to entertain you?" In reality, she was also trying to make excuses for John Lin. Just now, she also heard it. John Lin said so, it was just a brag. If this is really taken seriously by them, they will definitely not be able to get down when the time comes. In response, John Lin naturally knew nothing about it. He was really just being honest. "Yeah, sometime, auntie, you and your family can go for a couple days. I'm not always there anyway." Zhang Xiaoming couldn't even eat her meal once she heard that. "Brother, can you die if you don't pretend? Can you die? Isn't it good to be honest?" She wasn't in the mood to eat, so she just sat there and played with her phone. The young aunt next to him had a glass of red wine and a slightly drunken look on her face. At this time, he seemed to have taken out a bit of majesty on leadership, leaning back in his chair and saying to John Lin, "Xiao Lin men, everyone has to have good face, this is human nature." John Lin listened with a faint smile and paid no attention. "But it's okay to brag and stuff, but when it comes to things you still have to rely on real skill, don't you think so?" The youngest aunt next to her gave her youngest father a hard stare when she heard that. However, the other party had no qualms about saying, "What are you staring at me for? I'm telling little Pro the philosophy of life and dealing with things." At this time, John Lin, however, smiled faintly and put down the chopsticks in his hands. Little auntie, I'm full. Aha, I'm full. Go rest on the couch for a while then." Auntie smiled. "I'm going to the restroom." John Lin stood up and walked towards the restroom. As soon as he entered, he heard the disgruntled voice of his sister-in-law at the table. Zhang Yukai, what the hell are you up to? Have you ever talked about people like that? What did I say? I'm being matter of fact. It's a shame that you even thought of trying to set Mo up with him, not to mention being almost 5 years older. This strength of his is already not on the same level as Mo. Shu, keep your voice down. What's wrong with Shaolin? He's honest and knows his way around. Listening to their arguments, Jianlin shook his head slightly inside the bathroom. He had merely treated Zhang Xiaoming like a younger sister from the beginning to the end, but since the other person doesn't like it, it's better not to have this sister. As for the rest, he hadn't even thought about it. A bunch of confidants in their own homes. Which one to pick out is not much better than this Zhang Xiaoming. Of course, he didn't have to explain anything in front of his sister-in-law. Walking out of the bathroom, Jianlin sat on the sofa with his face still as normal. He was just talking to his sister-in-law and was going to leave in a little while. Who knows? Just as he sat down, Zhang Xiaoming, who was not far away, stood up and turned her head to her little aunt. Mom, I'm going out and will be back a little late, so you don't have to wait for me for dinner. As soon as she heard that this girl was about to leave, her little aunt called out to her. Hey, Mo, where are you going? There are still guests at home. Mom, Zhu Lanlan had her birthday today. Many of her classmates went to celebrate her birthday. I was the only one who didn't go. Zhang Xiaoming said with a disgruntled face. Just now Lanlan told me that they're going to KTV in a while and asked me to come over. What? KTV? Wouldn't that be late? When the youngest aunt heard this, her eyes glared. No, you can't go. Mom, I'm an adult. Why can't I go? Zhang Xiaoming's face sank in dissatisfaction. I don't feel comfortable with you coming back this late at that time. No, not unless you let Pro accompany you, the little nun said with a sullen face. Him? What's with him going to my class reunion? Zhang Xiaoming was speechless. Just say whether you're going or not. If you go, you have to take Jiang Lin with you. The little aunt took out her own old mom's majesty and didn't give the other party a chance to make a deal. Okay, I'm scared of you, Zhang Xiaoming grumbled, then got up and headed outside. Xiaoan looked at Jiang Lin at this time. Xiaolin Xiaoming will trouble you at night. This girl is wild. Don't let her play too late. Seeing his sister-in-law's sincere smile, Jiang Lin thought about it and could only nod his head. Alright, I'll take care of it. With that, he got up and nodded at his little aunt. Then he chased Zhang Xiaoming out. Chapter 96, Changes. Two beauties drawn away. Master, Night Banquet KTV. Getting into a car, Zhang Xiaoming and Jiang Lin went straight to the KTV. Along the way, Zhang Xiaoming didn't speak to Jiang Lin. In response, Jiang Lin was left in peace, leaning on the passenger side and almost falling asleep. Getting out of the car, Zhang Xiaoming and Jiang Lin both stood at the entrance of the Night Banquet KTV and waited. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the time and suddenly said to Jiang Lin, "Don't say anything later, just listen to me." Jiang Lin smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, I know. He only came over because of his little aunt, so naturally he wouldn't interrupt their business. As he was talking, suddenly a string of cars roared in the distance. Immediately afterward, Jiang Lin saw 4 or 5 cars speeding from the distance. BMW, Mercedes, Audi, not exactly top-of-the-line luxury cars though. But for a group of kids who had just finished their college entrance exams to be able to drive a car like this showed that the family was well off. Inside a BMW in front of them came down a girl wearing a super short skirt and a halter top. Although her face was still a bit childish, she deliberately dressed up in that mature way. The girl's eyes rolled and she instantly spotted Zhang Xiaoming standing in the doorway. He was pleasantly surprised. Xiaoming, you finally come. Zhang Xiaoming was equally elated on her face, handing over the small gift she had prepared in her hand to the other party and said, Lan Lan, happy birthday. Thanks. Zhu Lanlan let out a delicate laugh. Hey, Xiaoming, who is he? She pulled Zhang Xiaoming and couldn't help but look towards Jiang Lin. Quite handsome. Your boyfriend? What? No, it's not. My mom's friend from her hometown is here to see my mom. Zhang Xiaoming hurriedly explained. My mom insisted that it wasn't safe at this late hour and asked him to follow. So I couldn't help it. Oh, so that's how it is. It's good that it's not a boyfriend. Otherwise I'm afraid that Yin Feng will be angry. Zhu Lanlan smiled and said. Upon hearing Yin Feng, Zhang Xiaoming couldn't help but blush as she hurriedly said. Who I brought here has nothing to do with him. Don't talk nonsense. Che, in our class, who doesn't know that Yin Feng is interested in you? Zhu Lanlan laughed. We are also thanks to your blessing to come to this top-notch night banquet KTV. This time it's Yin Feng's treat. As they were talking, the crowd had already parked their cars and walked towards Zhang Xiaoming. A youth with a proud demeanor at the head of the group also lit up when he saw Zhang Xiaoming. Needless to say, this person was naturally Yin Feng. Xiaoming, you're here. Yin Feng swept his gaze and saw Jiang Lin beside Zhang Xiaoming, and immediately his heart stirred and he subconsciously asked, and this is? Zhu Lanlan smiled and interjected. This is Zhang Xiaoming's escort. Nonsense, I'll hit you. Zhang Xiaoming glared at her and explained. My mom's friend from her hometown. Oh, Yanfeng smiled. Since we're here, let's play together. With that, he extended his hand to Zhang Lin. My name is Yanfeng. Nice to meet you. Zhang Lin glanced at him when he saw this, but had no intention of reaching out. Just off the cuff. Zhang Lin. Yanfeng's hand paused in midair for a moment before he gave an awkward smile. Okay, then go in. There will be plenty of time to get to know each other in a while. The crowd walked into the night banquet KTV and went straight to the Princess Hall that Yanfeng had booked. The entire Princess Hall is lavishly decorated and spacious. Once they entered it, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. I'll go. Brother Feng is being generous today. A big spender. I've heard that it's hard to decide on this Princess Hall. It's hard to determine, that means peak is awesome. Ha ha ha. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Yanfeng then smiled modestly. Actually, this is also thanks to my father's blessing. He knows the owner of this store, Mr. Kuan, and that's why he booked this place for me. Mr. Kuan? Joe Kuan? I've heard that this boss is remarkable. It seems like he's backed by the Wen family's big tree. One of the students let out a gasp of surprise at the words. What? The Wen family? So powerful? Who doesn't know in Rain Capital? The Wen family is a premier big family. Businesses in all walks of life. Peak's dad actually knows Mr. Kuan. So isn't that the same as knowing the Wen family? Awesome. Then it looks like we'll have to hug Brother Feng's thigh in the future. I hug leg hair. Yanfeng was pleased to hear this, but on the surface he clapped his hands. Everyone, drink and eat to your heart's content. Today is a celebration for Lan Lan. Yes, a dozen beers were served. The crowd opened up and drank. As for Zhang Lin here, he drank a glass of lemonade and sat in the corner to watch the show. But what surprised him a bit was that among these students, there were actually people who didn't drink as well. Again sitting in the corner like him. This kid has practiced. With just a slight sweep, Zhang Lin realized that the other party should be a hidden big shot. Must have practiced martial arts. Only this classmate looked rather low-key, seemed to be accompanied by a female classmate as well. Zhang Lin knew from their conversation that the female classmate was called Nana, with a face value of about 75. It's kind of clean. Zhang Lin couldn't help but speculate. It looked as if this male student was the other party's bodyguard, or perhaps a secret admirer. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere of the KTV became more and more enthusiastic. The crowd was drinking and singing, and it was all good fun. Zhu Lanlan, the birthday girl who was the protagonist, was even more drunk, and didn't even mind that the male classmate next to her was putting his hand on her thigh. No, I have to go to the bathroom. Feeling a little too much, Zhu Lanlan stood up trembling. Zhang Xiaoming beside her then got up to help her when she saw this. Let's go. I'll go with you. And me. That Nana followed right out. Seeing that the 3 women had left, Yanfeng landed his gaze on Zhang Lin at this time. Carrying a glass of wine, he walked towards Zhang Lin. A toast, my friend, he said graciously. However, Zhang Lin just raised his eyes to look at him and withdrew his gaze. It was as if he were air. Being defeated for the second time made Yanfeng lose face immediately. He smiled coldly. Quite a character for a friend. You don't look like a high school student even at your age. I wonder where you are in high school. The students next to him couldn't help but help at once. I don't think this big brother looks like he can get high. Is he a hobo? Ha ha. Zhang Lin sniffed and inclined his head to look at them. These brats, they really don't know the heights of heaven. Before he could open his mouth, suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open. Immediately afterward, he saw Zhang Xiaoming rushing over with a panicked face. No, it's not good. They've taken Lan Lan and Nana. What? What's going on? The people's faces changed when they heard it. An angry look appeared on the face of one of the students all of a sudden. How dare you touch our classmates? Where is it? Hurry to the rescue. Brothers, take the bottle with you. In the middle of the discussion, Yanfeng waved his hand. Let's go. I'd like to see who dares to look for trouble at the night banquet. The crowd nodded, then got up and all followed Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Lin took a look. Zhang Xiaoming had left, and he had to follow over to take a look. Otherwise, if anything happens, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to my sister-in-law. But just as he had gotten up, the phone suddenly rang. Zhang Lin took it out to see that it was actually Wening Xue calling. He picked up the phone and heard Wening Xue's somewhat delighted voice ring out. Master Jiang, I've found the butler and servant you're looking for. Where can I send them to find you? Zhang Lin thought for a moment. You can tell them to wait for me for a while. There's still something on my side. I can't leave for a while. So, do you want me to pick you up then? Wening Xue paused. These people are waiting for their interviews. How soon will you probably be back? Pick me up? Okay, I'm at Night Banquet KTV. Come over. Zhang Lin thought about it and nodded. Okay, I'll drive right over. Wening Xue nodded and then hung up the phone. Jiang Lin also put away his cell phone at this time and followed behind the crowd to leave the princess hall. Hello? The crowd swarmed out of the private room and came directly to the door of a private room not far away, only to see the label on the door of the private room. Yan Feng suddenly looked aghast. King's Hall? What? Peek. Yan Feng frowned. The King's Hall is the highest level private room of the night banquet. It's usually not open at all. Once it's open, there must be some important guests coming. Don't you guys do anything rash later? Just watch me. Yes. The crowd nodded their heads. Then Yin Feng raised his hand and pushed, directly walking in. The people went in to take a look, and they were immediately annoyed with the face of the building. Because, Zhu Lanlan was at this moment being pulled by a fat-headed middle-aged man to make her drink this cup of wine. Chapter 97 Hidden Protagonist. 12-way bouncing legs Lian Chao. Zhu Lanlan was being pulled, and next to her, Nana was trying to dissuade her with a look of horror on her face. This scene was seen by many students, who were of course furious. A classmate who had long had a crush on Zhu Lanlan immediately burst out and rushed up to the middle-aged fat man. Ouch! Caught off guard, the fat man was kicked to the ground on the spot. It was only then that the crowd reacted. All at once, he shouted angrily, "How dare you make trouble in the King's Hall!" In an instant several figures rushed out from the side, lifting their feet and kicking the student who had made the move out. You guys! It was only then that the many students realized that there were already no less than a dozen people sitting in the entire private room. In the center couch seat sat an inch-haired man in a t-shirt, while on either side of him was a single, well-built bodyguard, just standing there filled one with a sense of oppression, and that's not even counting the few that just struck out. This time, the originally angry multitude of students were instantly dumbfounded. It's a bit of a nifty panic alright. The student who struck out was instantly subdued, his face pinned to the ground by his feet, trying to struggle but unable to do so. At this time, the middle-aged fat man who climbed up from the ground, immediately rushed up with an angry face. Covering the other party's stomach is a kick. Naya, dare to hit me. That student was instantly bowed by the kick, and in pain. It was a little difficult to even breathe. Seeing this, Yan Feng knew that he had to step in, otherwise something will happen. So, after a pause, he could only speak stiffly. My friend, we've beaten you, so are we pretty much done? We're all out to have fun. There's no need to make a scene. The fat middle-aged man saw this but sneered. Who the hell are you, qualified to talk to me like this? Forget it? You say forget it? Yin Feng saw this and smiled slightly, arched his hand and said, "This big brother, my name is Yin Feng, my father and the owner of this store, General Kuan, are friends. I wonder if I can give a face." Oh, your father and Gonzo are friends? This time the middle-aged fat man was a bit surprised and turned his head to look at the man in the main seat. You know his father? The man's mouth grinned with a hint of playfulness as he looked at Yin Feng. What's your father's name? Say it for me to hear? Yin Feng. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Just now he was just blowing off some steam, but he didn't expect to actually meet the right person. How could he not expect that this man sitting on the main seat was actually the Chief Kuan that his father had spoken of? But he still believed what his dad had told him. Since Pops knows this Chief Kuan, he should give himself some face. The corner of Yin Feng's mouth revealed a far-fetched smile. Hello Mr. Kuan, my dad's name is Yin Chon, the chairman of Chonha Technology. Yin Chon? Mr. Kuan inclined his head and thought about it, and said in a somewhat dazed manner, "Oh, I remember. There was a get-together. It seems like someone else introduced me and said they wanted to befriend me." Oh, the fat middle-aged man deliberately dragged out his syllables. So you sort of know each other? Chief Kuan snorted. There are many people who want to befriend me. Who is he? Saying this, he looked at Yin Feng with a sneer on his face. You just saw your man kick my guest. He waved his hand. Tell me, how does this thing work? Yin Feng, MMP. Pops, you're actually blowing smoke in my face. He also didn't realize that Pops was nothing in the eyes of Mr. Quinn, but it's all come to this juncture. We can't wimp out. If he wimped out, the glorious image he had built up today would completely crumble. With a forced smile, he still spoke. Then, what do Chief Kuan and this gentleman want to do? We're all out to have fun. No need to make it too serious. Upon hearing Yin Feng, the middle-aged fat man glanced at Chief Kuan and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, old me came to Yudu this time to talk about cooperation. And the turnover is up and down several $100 million. Who the hell do you think you are? Ha, it's fine if you want me to forget it, he said with a sudden evil laugh. Raising his hand, he pointed to the three girls not far away. Let them stay here with me. As long as I am happy, all is well. Zhang Xiaomeng, Zhu Lanlan and that Nana all looked startled. Among all the people present, the female students are the three most beautiful, and each one of them has a different style, so it's no wonder they were picked out at once. This is not good. After all, these three girls were brought by him. Yin Feng couldn't help but dryly laugh. What's wrong with that? The fat middle-aged man casually grabbed a bottle of red wine and slapped it on the table. Bang! The three of them, each one of them dried a bottle for me, and I'll forget about it. Or else, he smiled coldly, none of you will be able to leave today. The three women who heard this immediately changed their faces, and the somewhat frightened Nana couldn't help but exclaim, if you guys keep this up, I'll just call the police. When these words came out, Yen Feng instantly let out a dark cry of badness. Pop! Sure enough, that middle-aged fat man dropped the bottle on the ground with one hand, and the sound of shattering scared all three women into screaming. Call the police? What's wrong with me, you call the police? He sneered. Try reporting one for me? With that he took the broken bottle towards the other man. He was ready to teach these little kids a good lesson in action. Zhang Lin stood at the back of the crowd, his eyes looking toward the fat man in the distance. By this time, he had intended to make a move, but before he could do so, he saw the male student, who was as low-key as he was, walk out. At that moment, Zhang Lin stopped, wanting to see what the other party would do. After all, most of these hidden bigots are the main characters in the set. Brush! The middle-aged fat man stabbed a bottle towards that Nana's arm. If this one does get stabbed, I'm afraid it's going to leave a permanent scar. But just then, suddenly, a palm poked out from nowhere, followed by a grip on the other party's wrist. The middle-aged fat man lurched and subconsciously tried to break free, but when he exerted his force, he realized that the other party's palm was actually as motionless as a vice. The middle-aged fat man was immediately upset. What was wrong with him today? Didn't you read the calendar? How dare anyone bully me? And what are you? Seeing that he couldn't draw his wrist back, the middle-aged fat man could only ask. The boy was silent for a moment, inclining his head in thought. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. As he spoke, he violently raised his foot and kicked out. The middle-aged fat man let out a miserable scream, and his entire body was hard kicked out 2 or 3 meters away. This fall to the ground was simply so much more miserable than before. General Manager Cohen, who was originally sitting there with a bland face, also had a scowl on his face at this time. Oh, I can't believe you guys still have capable people here? He sneered and then waved his hand. At that moment, a dozen bodyguards behind him rushed out at the same time. The student who had struck out let out an explosive cry and rushed forward without retreating. After a few minutes, these bodyguards, who were as tall as 1 meter 9, were actually all knocked down by him alone. At this, the students who had been a little apprehensive were suddenly excited. Good. I can't imagine Liang Chao actually has this skill. Didn't see it coming. This guy is actually a wolf exterminator. Yeah, thanks to him stepping in. Otherwise we'd be screwed. As he was talking, Zhang Lin suddenly had his pupils shrink and saw that behind General Manager Kuan, a middle-aged man who was only 1 meter 7 tall walked out with a step. Click! His bone knuckles pinched and crackled, and his face carried a trace of intense excitement. Kid, good kung fu. Let's try it. Chapter 98, Zhang Lin, I'm leaving. You can't stop me. A quick battle. Liang Chao smiled coldly and disappeared from the spot with a flash of his body. Brush! His body was like a phantom, and in the twinkling of an eye, he rushed to the small man. He leapt up in place and delivered a vicious roundhouse kick in the air. Whoosh! With this leg kick, the entire air erupted with a strong and powerful wind. Zhang Lin's gaze flickered as he seemed to see the meaning of the 12-way bouncing leg from amongst his opponent's leg. Jeet Kune Do is based on Wing Chun and incorporates the best of many martial arts. This 12-way bullet leg is also in the mix, so under this strike by the other party, he immediately discovered the end. However, seeing that little man's eyes, Zhang Lin sighed in his heart. I'm afraid this Liang Chao is going to suffer. Brush! Just at the moment his leg was about to fall, the small man suddenly moved, only to see him let out a sardonic laugh. His arms suddenly tensed. In the nick of time, his figure instantly flickered, actually avoiding the other party's leg in a hard way. Liang Chao's face changed violently, wanting to retract, but it was too late. Lattes. At that moment, the other party's fist, which had gathered all the strength of his entire body, slammed down heavily towards the root of Liang Chao's thigh. Ka-ching! A miserable scream instantly came out from Liang Chao's mouth. Just now, the other party just punched down and actually dislocated his entire leg bone directly. He fell to the ground violently, the immense pain nearly causing him to pass right out. That's when the smaller man who had just struck suddenly kicked him before he dislocated his foot. You say you can't afford to mess with it? Really? Hiss. Liang Chao huffed in pain and had some difficulty trying to speak. For a moment, the room was silent. Everyone looked at Liang Chao incredulously. Just now, I thought it was a savior coming out of nowhere, but as a result, the other side actually came out with a villainous big boss. Straight up KO'd the protagonist. Nima. What do we do? Snap. Chief Cohen couldn't help but clap his hands and said with a smile on his face, Pucha, your Muay Thai has really improved a lot. He swept his gaze over the crowd that had been stunned into silence. Anyone else want to fill in a bit of the lead? No one of all the people dared to speak anymore. Even Yin Feng was in a cold sweat at the moment. He was afraid that he would end up the same as Liang Chao. Good. Then if no one speaks, Boss Lu, you may continue. Chief Cohen looked at the middle-aged fat man who climbed up and laughed. Yes, the middle-aged fat man nodded fiercely, then looked at the three girls. Now I've changed my mind, each of you in 2 bottles, and the matter will be settled. 2 bottles? The 3 women were dumbfounded at the moment. They couldn't drink 1 bottle, let alone 2. Mo, what are we going to do? Zhu Lanlan trembled as she grabbed Zhang Xiaoming's arm and couldn't help but say, I don't know. Zhang Xiaoming was also afraid, and if she couldn't, she could only move her dad's identity. But if it did, in case it didn't work, wouldn't the other side get even worse? Just as the atmosphere was nearly frozen, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhang Xiaoming at an unknown time, and raised a hand to pat her shoulder. It's getting late, time to go home. Plain words rang out from Zhang Lin's mouth. It seemed unusually abrupt in this private room. Oh, brother, what time is it? Can you take a look at the situation? I want to go home, too. The question is, can I go back? However, Zhang Lin just looked at Zhang Xiaoming flatly, and there didn't seem to be the slightest ripple on his face. At this time, Chief Kuan, who was sitting there, suddenly laughed out loud. Funny, really funny. Someone is actually going to act as a savior again? At those words, Zhang Lin inclined his head towards him, shaking his head slightly. He said, I don't know them, but I'm going to take her. It's late and my family will be worried. Chief Kuan paused for a moment at that, then said with a smirk, and what if I don't let her go? Zhang Lin froze for a moment, then shook his head. No, you can't stop me. After saying that he didn't wait for the other party to reply, he pulled Zhang Xiaoming's wrist and walked towards the door. Then I'll stop you to try. At this time the small man called Pucha let out a sardonic laugh and actually charged straight over from behind. Without saying a word, it's a straight-up knee bar. Muay Thai is best at using elbows and knees to attack. With this knee strike, even a door panel could be instantly deformed. Even Zhang Xiaoming, who was being pulled, subconsciously exclaimed, watch out, bang, ka-ching, it was just a matter of seconds, and here's exactly what happened. All the crowd could see was Census going over with a knee, but the moment his opponent was about to get it, Zhang Lin actually turned around at a faster speed and kicked his opponent just above his knee. Even Pucha didn't expect that Zhang Lin's kick not only broke his attack, but also kicked his knee inward and sunk it. Simply put, it's a broken bone. With just a single kick, Zhang Lin actually sent the attacking Census flying backward with a broken kneecap, and that scream actually came from Census who flew out backwards. At this moment, the entire private room was silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin incredulously, never expecting that he was actually a wolf exterminator. Even Chief Kuan, who had just been all smiles, couldn't smile at the moment, because Census is the most powerful bodyguard in his hands, which he spent a lot of money to hire back from abroad. It was just that he never expected that the other party would not even catch this youth for a moment. Zhang Xiaoming was equally shocked and stared at Zhang Lin incredulously. You, that good? Zhang Lin didn't answer, but turned his head to look at Chief Kuan in the distance and said, do you still want to keep me? Chief Kuan's face sank. Good. I didn't realize that I was the one who looked away. Saying that he suddenly smiled coldly. Your strength is indeed formidable. However, if I have to keep you? With that he suddenly clapped his hands together. At that moment, the door of the entire private room opened at once, followed by a succession of figures rushing in from outside. In a short moment, nearly 20 to 30 people with baseball bats in their hands surrounded the entire private room. At this moment, the crowd that had thought they saw hope suddenly tightened up once again. Nima, that's too many ing twists and turns. Ma, I want to go home so much. Zhang Lin glanced at these people and suddenly looked at General Manager Cohen with a bit of doubt. You think that's all that's going to keep me? He felt as if he was being underestimated. However, Chief Cohen shook his head and smiled. I want to try. Aha! Zhang Lin nodded and spoke to Zhang Xiaoming next to him. Stand here and don't move. Saying that, he was about to make a move. However, at that moment, the door of the private room was actually pushed open by someone at once. Zhang Lin, so you're here? The crowd subconsciously looked towards the doorway, and they suddenly saw a big, beautiful woman who was a great beauty in her own right walk in with surprise. Chapter 99, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding an alma mater endowment building worth $200 million. Originally, when Ing Xuechen waited at the entrance of the night banquet KTV, but she didn't expect to see Zhang Lin's shadow even after she waited for half a day. She had no choice but to call Zhang Lin's phone. Who knows, the phone isn't answered either. When Ing Xue had to walk into the KTV to look for it. When he was about to ask Chief Kuan for clarification, he saw that Zhang Lin was actually here in the private room. Middle-aged fat man at the moment did not expect to actually be able to come across such a beautiful woman. Immediately gave a bad smile. Kuan total. This girl is good. Can you give me? Pop. Before he finished his words, Chief Cohen raised his hand and slapped him. Shut up. Is Missy something you can talk about? Chief Cohen's heart jumped. If this angered the other party, he was afraid that he would not be able to eat. He hurriedly walked over to Wan Shui and bowed slightly. Eldest miss, you didn't notify me beforehand when you came, so that I could go and pick you up. Wan Shui was just about to speak when she suddenly saw that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the entire private room. Looking at Jiang Lin again, he suddenly understood something. Her face sank, a layer of frost instantly climbing up her cheeks. Li Kuan, did you rush Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? Li Kuan's heart jumped when he heard this, and he instantly thought of the divine Dr. Jiang who had recently made the old man's health much better. MMP, it can't be that coincidental. And then associated with why Wan Shui suddenly appeared here. The answer is crying out. Brush. He felt a cold sweat come down on his forehead instantly. Missy, let me explain. Pop. Wan Shui raised her hand and slapped out a slap, directly hardening General Manager Kuan's words. What do you do for a living? How dare you not even recognize Mr. Jiang? Although Wan Shui looked like a lady of the house in front of Jiang Lin, but she was the eldest daughter of the Wan family and had seen a lot of the world since she was a child. There was a family-raised majesty in the body long ago. This outburst completely blindsided Chief Kuan. Everyone in the room was similarly momentarily confused. She actually beat up Mr. Gan, and it looks like the other side doesn't dare to do anything to her? That's nifty, isn't it? Just as the crowd was speculating, Wan Shui suddenly smiled towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, shall we go? Jiang Lin nodded, then said, Xiao Meng, come with me and drop you off on the way home first. Only then did Wan Shui see Zhang Xiaoming next to Jiang Lin. In an instant, she instinctively developed a sense of crisis and suddenly asked, is this your girlfriend? No, my relative's kid. Jiang Lin shook his head. Truthfully, I don't know why, but Zhang Xiaoming who heard this actually had a strange emotion in her heart. Oh, let's go then. Wan Shui nodded and turned her head towards the outside. Jiang Lin and Zhang Xiaoming left with him. Only a room full of people were left staring at each other. Peek, can we go now? One student couldn't help but whisper, but did not wait for Yin Feng to open his mouth. Not far away from the total Kuan is a change from the previous arrogance. Cold, but instead a smile on the face of the crowd enthusiastic. Ha, so you are Missy's friends. A misunderstanding. Are all misunderstandings? You can play to your heart's content. Today's consumption of all free of charge. The crowd was sparsely sent back to the Princess Hall by Chief Kuan. Everyone sitting in the middle of the private room dared to realize that it was a bit surreal. Brother Feng, who is that big lady? It's actually so powerful? Yin Feng fiercely poured a mouthful of beer before he said with palpitations, if I guessed correctly, she should be the eldest miss of the Wan family. Wan Shui. What? It's actually a goddess. My god. Someone from the Wan family. No wonder they're so powerful. But that Jiang Lin actually knows Miss Wan. It looks like an unusual relationship. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what else the crowd was talking about as he rode in the car, chatting with Wan Shui along the way to send Zhang Xiaoming back home. Zhang Xiaoming didn't say anything along the way. Just his eyes swept back and forth between Jiang Lin and Wan Shui earlier. After sending Zhang Xiaoming away, Wan Shui drove and pulled Jiang Lin to prepare to rush back to the Wan family. Mr. Jiang, the butler and maid you wanted are waiting for your interview. How many in all? Jiang Lin asked. There's only one butler, but there are 4 or 5 servants. You'll see then. If it doesn't work out I'll find another one for you. Wan Shui laughed. No, I'm comfortable with whoever you find. Jiang Lin shook his head. Admit them all. It just so happens that the family has a large place and needs more people. He, Mr. Jiang, where do you live in Yudu? Why do you need so many people? Wan Shui smiled. Ah, the Cloud and Mist Villa. Jiang Lin nodded. You know that place, right? It's huge, and it really can't be cleaned without a few servants. Oh, so it's Cloud Mist Villa? Wan Shui subconsciously nodded her head, but just halfway through saying it she instantly felt that something was wrong. Cloud Mist Villa is actually yours? Her mouth dropped open incredulously, unable to believe it was true. Yeah, it's mine. Jiang Lin gave her an odd look. Is there anything strange about that? No, I heard earlier that this mountain villa was bought by a mysterious buyer. I just didn't expect it to actually be you. Wan Shui's heart shook. Before her grandfather had said that it would be good if he could buy Cloud Mist Villa and give it to Jiang Lin. I just didn't realize that Cloud Mist Villa was originally owned by someone else. That's not true. I just did them a little favor and gave it to me. Jiang Lin shook his head. Although this Cloud Mist Villa was given to him, the transfer procedures should not have been completed yet. From someone else? Wan Shui's heart was shocked when he heard it. Just as his grandfather said, could it be that there were already people in Yudu who had begun to befriend Jiang Lin? At that thought, she suddenly thought of what her grandfather had once told her. Shui, you have to hurry up and take him down. No no no. Wen Shui hastily shook her head, feeling her cheeks flush. She peeked at Jiang Lin for a moment and realized that the other party also seemed to be a bit lost in thought and didn't notice her expression. Jiang Lin was listening to the system's beeps at the moment. Ding! You defeated a Muay Thai expert, triggering a billion-fold blast, rewarding you with a donated building for your alma mater worth $200 million. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. What the hell was an alma mater endowed building? There's actually a reward for that? But it was impossible for him to expect the system to give him answers at this point, so you can only guess for yourself. In his estimation, it was most likely that this building would be the one to show up inside the University of Finance and Economics. After all, every year the University of Finance and Economics has a number of accomplished alumni who donate to their alma mater roles. Only the exceptionally famous and successful spend huge sums of money to build labs, school buildings, apartments, etc. for their alma mater. Since the system gave this reward, Jiang Lin thought to himself that he could only go back to his alma mater and look for a good one. What still puzzled him a bit was how this system would solve the appearance of this building. Did they really create one out of thin air? Chapter 100, Are you going to give yourself to me again? Jiang Lin didn't dwell on this either. It didn't take long for Wen Shui to drive to Cloud Mist Villa. Outside the lodge, a butler plus 5 servants were already waiting. They also didn't expect that this time they would actually have to stay in the famous Cloud Mist Villa. Jiang Lin walked out of the car and took his own doorcard and swiped it directly. At once, the doors opened. The whole lodge was thoroughly presented to the eyes of the crowd. Wow, it's my first time entering such a fancy lodge. Not only is this master of ours young, I didn't realize he had a background. You see, if Missy is the mistress of the house. Hush, don't talk nonsense. If you say the wrong thing, you'll be in trouble if you're dismissed. Between the people's discussion, Jiang Lin also brought Wen Shui around the mountain villa. Not bad, really not bad. This Cloud Mist Villa really lives up to its name. Wen Shui marveled as she browsed. If you like it, stay here for a night to experience the experience. Jiang Lin smiled and made a polite remark. Unexpectedly, Wen Shui actually nodded without even thinking. Yeah, I've never really stayed in a lodge like this before. Are you serious? Jiang Lin looked at her with some surprise. What? Not welcome? Wen Shui feigned anger. Of course not. You are most welcome. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. After letting the servants familiarize themselves with the place, Jiang Lin assigned them rooms throughout the lodge. In addition to a main luxury villa, there were 2 separate small villas dedicated to servants and guest rooms. Even the servants were able to have villas to live in. It was enough to imagine the luxury of the entire lodge. It didn't take long for the newly appointed butler to have the servants prepare a late-night meal. This is where a steward's shrewdness of mind comes in, being able to always think about the services that the owner may need. Jiang Lin and Wen Shui ate a late-night snack together, and the 2 of them went off to rest. Jiang Lin was in the 3rd floor bedroom, and Wen Shui was in the 2nd floor bedroom. Jiang Lin lay on his bed and picked up his cell phone to ask about tomorrow's graduation defense. From Chen Nan, I learned that tomorrow lasts from 8 in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time for them to defend their entire major. Jiang Lin did some calculations and figured out that he should be able to catch up with the last wave of defense if he grasped it a bit tighter. At this time, he was about to take a break when suddenly a new message popped up inside WeChat. Zhang Xiaomeng? What does she want with me? Jiang Lin's brows furrowed as he became a bit puzzled. He subconsciously clicked on it and saw the message Zhang Xiaomeng had sent him. Zhang Xiaomeng, what is your relationship with Wen Shui? Jiang Lin frowned, not expecting her to actually care about such things, but after thinking about it, she was after all the daughter of a young aunt, so there was no need to be general with her. Jiang Lin, we're good friends. Zhang Xiaomeng, skimming her lips, nonsense. You are boyfriend and girlfriend? Jiang Lin, does it have anything to do with you? Zhang Xiaomeng, I don't care, but I want to remind you, as a man, you don't want to make that kind of soft-eating move, which makes me look down on you. Zhang Xiaomeng had thought that Jiang Lin was actually so powerful that he was able to rescue her from General Manager Kuan, but who knew that Wen Shui appeared at the end? Originally, she thought the 2 were just ordinary friends, but when she heard from Lan Lan that Wen Shui was actually the eldest miss of the Wen family, immediately labeling Jiang Lin as a soft eater. Otherwise, how could he, a country boy, have fallen into Miss Wink's eyes? Not to mention standing up for him. Thinking so, Zhang Xiaomeng felt especially angry. You're a softie and you're so arrogant in front of me? That's why she sent a message to Jiang Lin with great annoyance, trying to persuade the other to turn back and not go down such a spineless path. Only she also didn't expect that Jiang Lin not only didn't appreciate it, but instead said it had nothing to do with her. That's what made her blurt out the truth in a fit of rage. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth suddenly twitched when he saw this message. Do I look like a soft touch? Jiang Lin, I don't need you to look down on me. I'm just being honest. I'm not a soft eater. Zhang Xiaomeng, Jiang Lin, now you want to continue to disguise? Still talking about what you live in Yunwu Mountain Villa. Also said that let my mom go to live for 2 days. Even the Win family cannot afford to buy the mountain villa. You can live in it? How would my mom feel if she found out that you're a soft touch? Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. This little girl is sick, right? What does it matter to her if she eats soft food herself? Jiang Lin, who thought of this, felt that he didn't want to dwell on it with her. Jiang Lin, I still say, if little auntie wants to come and stay, I'm always welcome. Bye. Zhang Xiaoming threw her cell phone on the bed in exasperation. She didn't know why she was so angry, especially when she thought of the scene where Jiang Lin and Wen Shui were together. Her heart became even more furious. Fine, didn't you tell my mom to go? I'll take her there tomorrow and see how you end up. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what Zhang Xiaoming was planning. Putting his phone down, he was ready to take a shower and go to bed. Half an hour later, as he stepped out of the shower, almost startled to see the scene in front of him. Wen Shui actually sat on the edge of his bed, still wrapped in a bath towel. I'm going? Am I hallucinating? Jiang Lin patted his head, feeling a bit unreal. Who knew that as soon as his words fell, he heard Wen Shui laugh a little. What? Am I surprised to be here? Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. MMP, so it's true. He smiled. No surprise. Beautiful. What do you want from me? Wen Shui looked at him with a shy face. I was trying to ask you what kind of payment you want for saving my grandfather for such a big thing. Pay off? Jiang Lin froze for a moment. Then what kind of payment? Suddenly, he was so playful that he couldn't help but tease. Ha, didn't I say that? Let you give your body to me, said Wen Shui. Suddenly nodded and whispered. Didn't I also say it? Promised you. I'm just. Jiang Lin wanted to say that I was just joking, but he was just halfway through saying that. Suddenly, he saw Wen Shui standing up, and as a result, the bath towel on his body accidentally fell off. However, this time, Wen Shui didn't scream, but instead shyly and incomparably said, this time, I didn't accidentally drop it. No time to talk all night. The next day, when Jiang Lin woke up, it was almost noon. When he opened his eyes, he didn't find Wen Shui's figure. Jiang Lin also knew that he definitely had to go to her house again today, so it was a little awkward if he was with her. He got up in a hurry, and with that, he was ready to head to the Wing's house. When he joined the Wing family, he always felt that the gazes of the people around him were a bit strange. Looking at him was Harry. Meanwhile, at Yudu's sister-in-law's house, Zhang Xiaoming was pulling her mom with a smile on her face and said, Mom, since Jiang Lin invited us, you should go and take a look. Chapter 101. Shock from Zhang Xiaoming's family. Oops, I have a headache. I'm not going. Little Aunt held her forehead. How could she not know that Jiang Lin was just talking nonsense in the heat of the moment at that time? These two already despised Jiang Lin. If she goes, won't she make Jiang Lin embarrassed? Which knew that Zhang Xiaoming not only ignored her, but instead, she desperately tugged at her without letting go. Next to him, Zhang Yukai also stood up when he saw this and walked to the door to put on his clothes. I think we need to go over there since that kid Jiang Lin said so, he said with a bashful face. If it's true, isn't that better? If it's false, we can also persuade him to speak in the future. Don't talk casually. Credulousness can't stand a foot in society. Hearing Zhang Yukai even say that, Xiao Gu had been completely helpless. It's over. Today these two gentlemen are determined to go. Zhang Yukai, I know you don't want me to set up Jiang Lin and Xiaoming, but you'd better remember that if you miss out on Jiang Lin, our Xiaoming may not be able to meet such a good kid in the future. Seeing that the two insisted on going, the little aunt simply didn't hide it anymore. Humph, what is the status of our family Xiaoming? A high cadre son. The future son-in-law he finds is either a scholarly family or a wealthy one. What does he, Jiang Lin, have? Aside from the fact that he'll blow his load a few times, he's a soft touch. Didn't you hear Mo? Zhang Youcai's temper has risen much higher than before since he became a cadre. He actually relies on being on the lap of the Wen family's eldest miss to hang around outside. What kind of great success can he have in the future? You're talking nonsense, little aunt exasperatedly blurted out. I know that kid Jiang Lin the best. Even if he died poor, he wouldn't be able to go for a soft meal. Yes? Zhang Yukai laughed coldly. Good, since he's not a soft eater, we'll just go and take a look. From what I've been told, that Cloud Mist villa was bought by a mysterious buyer a few years back. You can't even buy it from the Winchesters. If he's really there, I'll take his word for it that it's true, and that naturally he's not a soft touch. And, when the time comes, I'll make amends to you. That's all right, isn't it? Hearing Zhang Yukai being so agitated, Auntie could only grit her teeth and change her clothes to go out. A glimmer of hope also existed in her heart. In case what Jiang Lin said was true, then everything is naturally solved. And so it was. At the same time as the sister-in-law's family went out, Jiang Lin's side had already started applying needles to Elder One. After 3 treatments, Master Wen's condition had improved tremendously. It's just that you have to spit out a mouthful of blood after every stitch. What may seem a little scary is actually meant to rid the alveoli of accumulated toxins. After these few rescues, the entire Wen family simply admired Jiang Lin. Only, what made Jiang Lin feel a bit odd this time was that the entire Wen family had a sense of ambiguity in the way they looked at themselves. Ahem, Elder Wen. This application of needles is over. Jiang Lin coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the subject. Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Jiang. Elder Wen looked at Jiang Lin with a smile. I wonder what Mr. Jiang has planned next? He asked suddenly. I'm defending my graduation today and I'm on my way back to the imperial capital. Oh, a defense. Ha, Elder Wen was surprised. Then do you want Ying Shui to accompany you there? This girl doesn't have much to do anyway. Ahem. Jiang Lin coughed dryly. No need. There's no one on my side of the mountain village to take care of it. I still need to trouble her to go over there sometime to help me out. Oh, that makes you a hostess? Elder Wen's eyes lit up and he subconsciously blurted out. Ahem. The corners of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but play dumb. Elder Wen, what did you say? Oh, no, nothing. Elder Wen laughed and did not delve deeper into such matters. After all, he was old enough to naturally know that a character with such a background as Jiang Lin could not be easily bound by a girl. Well, then, it's getting late, so I've got to get going before it's too late. Jiang Lin looked at the time. There were less than 3 hours left until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so he had to hurry. Okay, so I'll have Ying Shui give you a ride? No, I'll just walk by myself. After saying that, Jiang Lin fled like he was running away from the Wen family. It was only once he was out of Wen's house that he let out a long sigh of relief, finally realizing why his son-in-law was so nervous about meeting his mother-in-law. Hurriedly hit a car to drive away. Let the driver all the way towards the Cloud and Mist Mountain Villa. At this time, the two of them, Zhang Xiaomeng and Zhang Yukai, dragged their little ant towards the Cloudy Mountain. As soon as we arrived at Cloudy Mountain, little ant instantly regretted it. How could she believe that Jiang Lin was really staying here? This place is like an inch of land. It's been on the news, okay? With a price tag of $1 billion. Where would Jiang Lin go to earn it even if he was more capable? She really wanted to go back, but these two men on the left and right didn't give her a chance to escape. Zhang Youcai's father and daughter were determined to prove Jiang Lin's lies. How is she going to pinch the idea of fixing her up in the future if she's not allowed to see this at a time like this? Just like that, under the struggle between the two parties, the three of them finally appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Mist Villa. Wow! Look, Mom! This Cloud Mist Villa is really grand. Zhang Xiaomeng deliberately exaggerated. I can't imagine that brother Jiang Lin actually lives here. He's really speculatively rich. That's right, Xiaomeng, we're already here. Why don't you call your brother Jiang Lin? Tell him to come out and pick us up. Zhang Yukai followed with an assist. Upon hearing this, my sister-in-law completely flipped out. Zhang Yukai, do you two want to piss me off? I'm going back now. If any of you dare to call him, I'm not done with you. After saying that, the little nun turned around and walked away. How could the two of them, Zhang Xiaomeng and Zhang Yukai, let her go like that? One left and one right pulling the other. While that pulling was going on, suddenly, a cab came speeding up from the distance and stopped instantly. Immediately, he saw Jiang Lin coming down from inside, and seeing his little ant here, Jiang Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Little ant, why are you here? Aha, we just came for a walk. The youngest ant took a look at the fact that Jiang Lin had actually come, and immediately made an awkward excuse, which knew that Zhang Xiaomeng, who was next to him, laughed coldly. Brother Jiang Lin, didn't you say you were staying here? We came specifically to check it out. It's just as well you're here. Let's go in and have a look. Zhang Xiaomeng's eyes carried a smirk of triumphant conspiracy. You'd rather let us in? I'll see what you're gonna do later. Ha! Even Zhang Yukai, who was next to him, looked like he was watching. However, just as they were waiting for Jiang Lin to make a fool of himself, Jiang Lin actually nodded as a matter of course. Good, it just so happens that I have to rush back. In the future, little auntie, you guys can come by yourselves as often as you want. With that, he walked towards the gate of Cloud Mist Villa, and before he reached the gate, he saw it open at once. An old butler then walked out and said to Jiang Lin with a smile on his face, Master, you're back. Chapter 102 Malemate Weitong explodes. Famous overseas enterprise, $1 million annual salary. Ka-ching, the little ant's family was struck by lightning, all frozen in place. Auntie, no way, did I just hear wrong? That old man called him master? Zhang Yukai, how is this possible? He actually lives here? Zhang Xiaomeng, isn't he a soft eater? How come? The three had different monologues in their hearts, but the shock on their faces was very synchronized. Jiang Lin nodded, then turned his head to look at the frozen trio. Little auntie, what are you guys still waiting for? Come in. Oh, good. The three little nuns ghosted into the manor. Instantly, They were shocked by the grandeur and luxury of the entire cloud mist villa. Zhang Yukai instantly turned red. He had always thought that the upscale neighborhood his family lived in was already quite good, but when he saw this place, he felt that his home was similar to a doghouse. Zhang Xiaomeng, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as she watched all the maids saying hello to Jiang Lin as their master. A voice in her head told her that it couldn't be, that what she was seeing was an illusion, but the reality of the situation was like a huge stone weighing down her heart. It turned out that Jiang Lin, whom he had always looked down on, actually possessed such terrifying strength. What he said, it's all true. The reacting sister-in-law instantly piled a smile on her face at this point. Jiang Lin was so good, she couldn't be happier as a little aunt. Shaolin, how did you buy such a large manor? She couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lin laughed. I didn't buy it. This manor was a gift from a few friends. What? A gift? Zhang Yukai unbelievably opened his mouth and exclaimed. Such a large manor. 1 billion ah. You're giving it away just like that? How much power does this Jiang Lin have? Compared to him, no one has ever given anything to a broken cadre of his own ah. Jiang Lin naturally didn't have time to pay attention to what they thought. As he said that, he walked towards the back of the manor, looking at him in a hurry. His little aunt also showed concern. Jiang Lin, look at you panicking. What are you going to do? Auntie asked. Oh, Auntie, I'm rushing back to the imperial capital this afternoon. Today is the graduation defense. Jiang Lin said without looking back. Rushing back to the imperial capital? It's already noon. Will you make it back in time? My little aunt spoke hastily. Why don't I have your little aunt drive you to the airport? No need. Auntie. Jiang Lin waved his hand. I'll drive it back myself. Drive yourself? Little aunt couldn't help but shake her head. Little pro, how can you come? By driving? Her words were instantly caught in her throat before she could finish them, because a cool, racy helicopter was actually parked in the back of the lodge. Straight. Helicopter? Zhang Xiaomeng's eyes widened in surprise. There was actually a helicopter here? Is this the world of the rich? A random helicopter parked in your house? At this moment, she felt a little deprived of her imagination. Next to him, Zhang Yukai looked even more agitated. He grew up a helicopter enthusiast and once dreamed of being a pilot, but there is no way to go down this path for various reasons. Still, his love for airplanes remains undiminished. Knowledge of helicopters is nothing short of a treasure trove. But when he saw Jiang Lin's helicopter, he instantly recognized that it was the top-of-the-line hummingbird helicopter from abroad. Not only was there enough space inside to accommodate 8 people at once, but even the decor was lavish. Its price, moreover, is terrifyingly high at $2 billion. He had seen the reports of this helicopter at the time and couldn't help but spit out the fact that no one should buy it even if they were really rich, because $2 billion is enough to buy a private jet. Only, he never expected to see a real one right here today. He finally knew why he was buying it. Because the helicopter is small, it is easy to park. People stop easily in a manner. It's still easy to take off and land back and forth. And with the opening up of the low-altitude domain, there is no need to apply to civil aviation. Just as the three were shocked, Jiang Lin had already climbed into the cockpit of the helicopter with ease. Zhang Yukai immediately exclaimed, "You can fly an airplane?" Jiang Lin nodded as a matter of course. "Yeah, I took my flight license when I was in school. It's nothing difficult." Zhang Yotsai's mouthful of old blood almost sprayed 10 meters away. Nima, when did it become so easy to get a flight license? But he remembered that he had tried and failed 5 times. Jiang Lin activated the entire helicopter's takeoff system, and then shouted to his little aunt from above. "Little aunt, if you would like to stay here, come often in the future. I've already told the housekeepers that they will naturally receive you when you come. I'm in a hurry, so I won't be spending much time with you." The roar of the helicopter starting up sounded. Seeing this, Xiaonan shouted at Jiang Lin with a smile on her face. "Shaolin, be safe, don't worry about me." Jiang Lin made an okay gesture, then skillfully gripped the helicopter's joystick and raised the helicopter in place amidst a roar. Did he just get his license? How can he drive so steadily? Zhang Yukai looked incredulously at Jiang Lin, who took off. It was only then that the little aunt next to her said with some complacency, "You see, Shaolin is such a good boy. He never lies. Oh, this manor is so big. I'll have to take a stroll and take a picture of my friends and post it then." Little aunt left alone, leaving Zhang Xiaoming's father and daughter there in the wind. Looking at the gradually fading helicopter figure, Zhang Xiaoming actually had an indescribable bitterness spreading in her heart. She regrets it. Jiang Lin didn't know her current state since, and even if he did, he didn't mind. Thanks to the master-level piloting experience given to him by the system, flying this helicopter was as easy as driving a car. At this time, he couldn't help but take out his cell phone and send a message to Chen Nan. "Jiang Lin, brother Nan, how is the situation on your side? How many people still haven't defended in the afternoon?" Chen Nan, 3 outbursts of anger. "Brother, the dean has named you 3 times, and I'm about to be killed by his eyes. Jianglin, Khan, don't worry, I will definitely rush back before 3 o'clock. Make sure you hold it for me. Chennai, okay, I'll try my best. Flying back to the imperial capital from Yudu would take more than an hour even by airplane. While Jiang Lin was desperately rushing back, the entire Finance and Economics University School of Economics and Management's lecture hall had already begun its intense defense. Whether it was Zhou Zhanyang, Gu Ming, Ren Zhaokuan and so on, it doesn't matter if you're a rich kid or the class flower. You'll have to submit under Dean Liao's eyes. The only one who impressed Dean Liao was only one, and that was the most outstanding student in the entire department, Wei Tong. Wei Tong went to college that will not show, and the family does not have particularly strong capital. At that time, both the rich second-generation Zhou Zhanyang and the department grass Jianlin were the school's popular figures, but he was holding back in his heart that he must make a name for himself in society, and then he would be able to make a name for himself inside his alma mater. So, during his senior year, while others were interning across the country, he, on the other hand, set his sights on a foreign country. It didn't occur to me that he actually succeeded. Now leapfrogging to an investment manager at the Free State Flower Street Investment Company. Not even graduated yet and already earning 200,000 knives a year, which translates to over $1 million. He feels that he has gone to the peak of life, and from now on, he will be the CEO and marry a rich white woman. Of course, that wasn't what he was looking for. The history of the world, that's his favorite part. Therefore, he took out nearly half of his salary and donated it directly and freely to the entire academy to finance the development and construction of the academy. That's what Dean Liao was so impressed by. Soon the defense was almost at an end. When Dean Liao took out the list and took a look, he couldn't help but frown. This Jiang Lin, hasn't he come yet? Chapter 103, look, a gray plane, a big gray plane. Everyone couldn't help their necks from shrinking when those words came out. Dean Liao was going to be furious. Chen Nan, as Jiang Lin's diehard friend, could only go forward at this time. That, Dean, Jiang Lin he, immediately, shut up and don't talk to me about right away. Dean Liao gave a cold shout, instantly disliking Chen Nan. How can students like this, who don't even have the slightest notion of how to defend their graduation, be able to get a foothold in society in the future? Said he, raising an eyebrow. I heard from my classmates that he seems to have opened a supermarket off campus. Isn't this nonsense? A graduate of a prestigious university is running a supermarket? Now well, the supermarket has been demolished and he's a stay-at-home dad. It's a burden on society. Dean Liao said as his gaze fell on Wei Tong in the front row. Look at the other student Wei Tong. Not only did he find a high-tech job abroad, but he didn't forget his alma mater and gave most of his savings as an endowment. Dean Liao nonchalantly praised. Students like these are the pride of our college, the future of our University of Finance. Wei Tong humbly smiled, simply about to feel good in his heart. Cool, it's awesome. Hadn't he worked so hard for so long for this moment? Money can be transferred when it's gone, but this opportunity to pretend to be X is something you'll simply regret for the rest of your life if you miss it. What Zhou Zhanyang? What Gu Ming? What Jiang Lin? It's all garbage, especially that Jiang Lin. Do you think good looks can be a meal? I'm sure you can't. Now I'm the positive image and you've become the negative. At this moment, Wei Tong simply felt that his half-year's salary had been too well spent. Isn't that what life is all about? Pretending? And you don't have to load it yourself. Someone else helps. And the other side is authoritative and unadulterated. It's authoritative pussy. The pussy is out of this world. Dean Liao praised Wei Tong for a while, then suddenly grunted coldly. Well, since Jiang Lin didn't come, then we won't wait. Don't, Dean. Jiang Lin will make it back. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. Chen Nan took a look at the moment and hurriedly pleaded for Jiang Lin. Immediately afterward, he heard Dean Liao glare at him. Do you think we all have time to wait for him? That mysterious donor will also be present in person at the dedication ceremony of our college's new building today. Dean Liao had a look of reverence in his eyes. How can an alumnus who can donate $200 million to our school for free make people wait? Saying this, he once again looked at Wei Tong and said in a serious tone, Wei Tong among all the students here, in the future, only you can have the opportunity to reach such heights you must not fail your teacher. Wei Tong listened very modestly and stood up, but how could he not hide the smile on his face? See, only I have the possibility to grow into that kind of existence. You are not even qualified. The student will work hard and live up to your expectations and those of all the teachers. Well, that's good. Dean Liao smiled and nodded, then waved his hand. Also, I'll give you one last lesson today and take you to meet the mysterious alumnus so that you can be inspired for the road ahead. Seeing this, Chen Nan hurriedly said, Dean, what about Jiang Lin? Him? Dean Liao snorted coldly. Since he missed the time, he'll graduate next year. It's over. Chen Nan thought to himself. This time Jiang Lin is going to stay in grade for good. As he was talking, Dean Liao had already led the crowd out of the lecture hall, right next to the academy. A brand new building 20 stories tall had been completely finished. In front of the building, a stage for the dedication ceremony has been set up. Many of the leaders of the college, and even the university leaders, were already waiting here, because, today, they were finally able to meet that mysterious donor, so as to be able to thank him in person for his help to the school. Soon, a lot of audience gathered below, and the same leaders also took their seats. Dean Liao turned his head to look at the students behind him. You guys have a good look here at what that alumnus is really like. After saying that he was about to turn around and leave, but at that moment, Chen Nan suddenly held up his cell phone and shouted, Dean, Jiang Lin is here. He's here. Coming? Dean Liao's figure lurched and glanced towards the surroundings. Where? At this time the spirited Wei Tong couldn't help but help. Chen Nan, don't use such tactics to stall for time. He sneered. Didn't he go to the rain capital? If you want to make it in time, you have to fly over from the sky. However, as soon as his words fell, a helicopter roar suddenly sounded in the sky above the entire University of Finance. Everyone subconsciously looked up to see a streamlined helicopter breaking through the air from the distance. That's a cool helicopter. Who owns it? Hey guys, that driver looks like Jiang Lin? No way, he flew a helicopter back just in time? Naya, this is the real big brother, isn't it? As everyone was talking, the one helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Immediately afterward, they saw a figure dressed in casual clothes running towards Dean Liao and their side. Dean, I made it back in time. I'm not late, Jiang Lin said to Dean Liao with a sarcastic smile on his face. Just now, he already knew from within Chen Nan's message. The dean was angry and there were serious consequences. Wei Tong opened his mouth at this moment, simply hating to give himself two mouths. I just owed my mouth. Just said something about flying back from the sky, and it actually flew back? That's not true. He snapped back to his senses. When did this Jiang Lin get to fly a helicopter? Where did he get the helicopter? He's a tycoon? A series of questions surfaced from his head, and Wei Tong felt deeply that it was because Jiang Lin had fallen from the sky that the wave of authoritative pushes he had just feigned was greatly reduced. Dean Liao was also shocked for a moment by Jiang Lin flying the plane back, but immediately afterward, he said with a cold face, Humph, no wonder you dared to be late? So it's all helicopters. Jiang Lin, you have this ability. Don't just think about enjoying yourself. Wouldn't it be good to make a good contribution to the school? He said with a reprimand. Wait here and you will answer after the inauguration ceremony. Hey, okay. The dean was the biggest, so Jiang Lin naturally didn't dare to say anything more. It just stood directly with Chen Nan. At this time, the gazes of the many students looking at Jiang Lin were simply filled with envy. Nima, a helicopter bigot. There were even a number of female students who had already discharged towards Jiang Lin one after another. Wei Tong doesn't know it abroad, but the whole academy has long known that Jiang Lin is a tycoon. He's a shareholder of Mingdao Seafood, and he has a villa. Wei Tong looked at the crowd's reaction and simply did not feel good in his heart. At that moment, he snorted coldly, Jiang Lin, you can now. You're mixing well. Jiang Lin wasn't too familiar with him, and just faintly said, not bad. If you're doing so well, why don't you donate something to the school? Wei Tong seized the opportunity and mocked. You have to know that everything you have obtained now is inseparable from the cultivation of the school. A drop of kindness is returned by a spring of water. Even if you get rich, you can't forget the school's favor. Jiang Lin gave him a look as he listened. Nuts. He's sick of this moralizing stuff. Being disliked by Jiang Lin, Wei Tong coldly grunted and did not speak. In his heart, he said, in a moment, when the inauguration ceremony is over, let's see how I dislike you. Chapter 104 Jiang Lin is the heartbeat god? Teachers and students, today, our new building, which has been under construction for a year, is finally completed. The principal said with a smile on his face, we would like to thank this mysterious donor, an alumnus of ours who, after his own accomplishments, did not forget about the school but spent $200 million to create this building. Today, we finally have the honor of having this mysterious alumnus to name our new building. Let's give a round of applause. Wow! A piece of applause rang out like thunder. The crowd then saw a middle-aged man in a suit parting the crowd and walking onto the stage with a smile on his face. The entire school leadership, very gratefully, shook his hand. Then the middle-aged man was seen standing in front of the lectern with a greeting card. Thank you to all the leaders. He smiled slightly. Hello everyone, I am the general manager of Ming Sheng donation firm, Yan Chang. Everyone, including the school leader, was stunned at this statement. What's going on? Isn't this guy the mysterious alumnus? What's going on here? Immediately, this Mr. Yan was heard smiling. Originally, the employer who has been entrusting us with the donation of this building was an entrepreneur. But just yesterday, We were informed that the real donor of the building was not him, but someone else. The moment these words came out, an uproar once again resounded from below. What? It's actually not this Mr. Yen? I'll be damned. This alumnus is too good, isn't he? Didn't even show his face until now. Why does he keep such a low profile? We don't understand the world of the rich. Between the crowd's comments, Wei Tong's face was also filled with admiration. He looked in Jiang Lin's direction without a trace and said in a salty manner, "Humph, look at people. Unlike some people, as soon as they have a little bit of money, they start to show it off all over the place." Chen Nan, who was next to him, couldn't help but sneer as he looked on. Of course, we don't have a little money in Jiang Lin, just that one hummingbird see. With that he raised his cell phone. It's not that expensive, it's only $2 billion. Hiss, all the students were shaken. Nima, a $2 billion helicopter. Don't say you've seen it, you've never even heard of it. It's too posh. Wei Tong was choked and his face instantly turned ugly. Humph, what's the use of being rich? Where else can you squander it? Can you compare yourself to this donor alumnus? Look at people. They go through all these procedures just to keep a low profile. Low profile, you know? While the two were arguing, Mr. Yen above the stage said with a smile, "When I, too, learned about the alumnus, I felt very surprised. I think he would be considered the most outstanding student at your University of Finance." Mr. Yen exclaimed, "Next, I'm going to go right ahead and announce the academic building named after the real donor." At this moment, everyone's heart tensed. They all wanted to know who this mysterious donor really was. The name of this teaching building will be Jianglin Building. With that said, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed towards the crowd below. "Let's invite Mr. Jianglin to the stage." Applause. Snap. Mr. Yen waved his hand and clapped halfway, and was a bit stunned. Everyone actually didn't have a single person to clap their hands, and each of them stared incredulously. Even the school leaders were completely frozen. Who is Jianglin? How come they haven't heard of it? Before coming here, they had also checked the school's information, and those more famous alumni simply did not have Jianglin as a person that. At this time, Dean Liao, who was sitting on the stage, suddenly had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. MPP. There is only one person named Jianglin in the entire School of Economics and Management. It can't be him, can it? It can't be. It must just be a coincidence. One had just said he had no future at all. What's with the lightspeed facepalm now? Mainly, Dean Liao just couldn't believe how a student who hadn't even graduated yet managed to donate the school building. Not only him, even Wei Tong below was completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? The donor's name is Jianglin? What a coincidence that it actually overlaps with this Jianglin. It can't be his. If it's really him, why didn't you say so just now? In fact, Jianglin himself did not know. He didn't even know how the system was organized. It was just that he also didn't expect that this completed new building would actually be called Jianglin Building. As soon as he heard this name, Jianglin instantly knew that it must be the system that was up to no good. At this time, seeing that the crowd was a bit surprised, Mr. Yen also came back to his senses. He walked straight off the stage and threw the crowd to Jianglin's heels. "Mr. Jiang, I also just received your information and forgive not meeting you earlier." Ka! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Mr. Yen said so. This can't be wrong now. Wei Tong even opened his mouth wide with a horrified face. His face was simply more ugly than eating shang. Did I just taunt him? He's thuggish and just likes to show off. He didn't know how to give back and left nothing at all for his alma mater. Wei Tong also honors donors who do good deeds without leaving their names and keep a low profile. Now it's a good thing that donors are standing right in front of you. Embarrassing, isn't it? Are you blushing? Does it hurt your pride? Compared to Jianglin, Wei Tong felt like taking out most of his salary was a joke. In the middle of Jianglin's bland gaze, he was like a 3-year-old child playing with mud in front of him. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Jianglin flatly stretched out his hand and shook it with Mr. Yen. Oh, thanks to Mr. Yen's hard work these days, the building was completed so quickly. When this was said, the crowd knew that it was completely stoned. MMP, I'm actually following one of these bigots around. Donate $200 million out of hand. Under the lead of Mr. Yen, Jianglin walked onto the stage with a bemused face. Then he shook hands with all the leaders of the school, especially Dean Liao. At this moment, it was simply a stroke of embarrassment. "Dean Liao, can I trouble you to listen to my defense when it's done?" Jianglin couldn't help but ask. Jianglin? No, Mr. Jiang, I believe in your level. Dean Liao felt like half of his face was on fire. There's no need to conduct your defense. I will give you a direct pass, and the grade will definitely be excellent by then. Oh, then thank you, Dean Liao. Jianglin smiled and nodded, then stood in front of the microphone. As soon as he stood, the entire school below was completely shocked. Ha, is he the donor? So handsome, so young. Why do I look familiar? It's more than familiar. It's familiar, okay? He's the god of heartbeats. What? Heartbeat man? The 180-mile poke at the old lady with the bumper sticker a while back. Heartbeat guy? Wow. Brother Heartbeat, I'm a fan of yours. The whole school was completely blown up. It turns out that the Heartbeat guy in the $100 million sports car that was circulating in his circle of friends was actually the donor. This time, the Heartbeat male god, whose heat had just subsided, actually flamed up again. Chapter 105, triggering a billionfold blitz, rewarding 35% of Dolphin Music Group's shares. Jiang Lin simply spoke a few sentences above the inauguration ceremony, because just the words Heartbeat guy were already keeping the room from calming down. By the time the ceremony was over, he'd had the chance to take the helicopter away before he let the school leaders drag him off to dinner. A senior graduate who was actually surrounded by a bunch of principal-level people. Jiang Lin was cloudy on the surface, but in reality, he couldn't help but rush into boredom behind his back. He was still very young and didn't want to join inside the circle of these old men too soon. He really admired these old men's ability to drink, drinking so much Moutai, actually like nothing. There was no way out. Jiang Lin could only follow up whatever excuse he had and hurriedly bailed out. Walking out of the school's ballroom, he was finally able to get a good breath of air outside. Ding! You attended a banquet at your alma mater, triggering a billionfold blast, rewarding Dolphin Music Group with 35% of the shares as the first major shareholder. Holy, this is also capable of storming? Jiang Lin also didn't expect that he could actually have a storm even if he ate a meal. And this time the storm was over shares in Dolphin Music Group. Dolphin Music, the #1 music company in the entire country of Daxia, a well-deserved NO1. Growing up, he basically listened to music on the Dolphin player. The whole Dolphin Music do not know how many various star singers, music producers. It's like a star-making dream factory. Now that Jiang Lin had jumped to become the director of the entire factory, the feeling was still amazing. As far as he knew, Dolphin Music was headquartered in the imperial capital. This time, he'll have to check it out sometime. But this was in no hurry. He first took out his phone and called the steward of the royal residence. He was trying to get the other side to help recruit a pilot for a high-tech hire. Otherwise, you can't always fly the plane yourself in the future, can you? They say you can't drink and drive. Jiang Lin frowned. I guess the helicopter can't fly if I'm like this now. Shaking his head, he then prepared to go back and come back here tomorrow after he had sobered up. Summer is in the air and the evening breeze is blowing. Feeling the coziness in the air, Jiang Lin couldn't help but want to take a walk on his own. It had been a long time since he had awakened the system that he had taken a walk outside the campus. Although the diploma was not issued today, it has actually been considered a conclusion to his entire college career. As one gets older, one becomes more prone to emotion. Jiang Lin did the same, so he walked out of the University of Finance and took advantage of the evening breeze to take a walk outside by himself. Just unexpectedly, while walking, Jiang Lin suddenly heard the sound of a guitar. It was the voice of a street singer that struck a chord in his mind. This side is a university town. In fact, there used to be a lot of students from the conservatory selling songs over here. Actually, selling songs isn't exactly about making money. Some still do it to work on their cutthroats, sharpen their skills, etc. Jiang Lin searched for the sound of the music and went over in the direction of that singer-seller. Jiang Lin was a traveler, and the music of this world was not exactly the same as his original world. It's not the same with singers or songs or even movie stars. However, there were also songs that made Jiang Lin's heart flutter and were able to touch the emotions. Feel the fingertips that stop at the ends of my hair. How to freeze time instantly. Remember to look into my determined eyes. There may be no tomorrow. Facing the vast sea of stars. We're tiny as dust, floating in a sea of hopelessness. Maybe the future is light years away. I didn't think I'd be crazy enough for you. A landslide or a tsunami without you not wanting to escape at all. My brain has gone crazy for you. Pulse and heartbeat don't matter at all without you. Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly stared. This melody was so familiar. Wasn't that the song Light Years that had accompanied him throughout high school? I can't believe someone still sings this kind of song. Jiang Lin remembered that it was still sung by an internet singer named Moziki. At that time, Moziki was a big hit. She debuted at the age of 16 and shocked the internet with her song Dunked. It's been all over the place ever since. She was not only beautiful, but also conquered all the listeners of all the student days with her special voice. The Devil, The Painting, True Joy, and more. Jiang Lin could name a string of her song titles almost without even thinking about it. I just didn't realize that time had changed, and nearly 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Flowers are not as good as they used to be. Even the Moziki of the beginning is now fading into the space of music with the passage of time. It's just that Jiang Lin didn't expect that he would actually be able to hear such a familiar melody here again. And this singer actually sang with a flavor that was comparable to that of Moziki at the time, if not the same. With the feeling, Jiang Lin subconsciously walked to the front. He then saw a girl in a long, big wavy dress with a small denim jacket over the upper part of her body and a hairband on her head was holding a guitar and singing deeply. As he took a good look at the other party, he actually almost cried out in shock. Motzi? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be surprised. How could he not expect that the other party was actually the internet singer he had just remembered? Just how did Moziki become like this? Did you come here on purpose to record a variety show? Or what? But he subconsciously looked towards his surroundings and realized that he didn't see any cameras or anything like that. So, in that case, Moziki is here to be a street performer? Without speaking, Jiang Lin just stood there quietly listening. It wasn't until she finished the entire song that Jiang Lin applauded from the bottom of his heart. Snap! The sparse applause also brought Moziki back to her senses. She smiled a little embarrassed and nodded at Jiang Lin. Thank you, because she had sung for half a day. There was only Jiang Lin as an audience. Jiang Lin smiled and couldn't help but ask, "You are Moziki?" Ha! Moziki shook her head and laughed. "I didn't think anyone would actually recognize me." "Sure enough, it's you." Jiang Lin smiled back, feeling as if the two had instantly become friends. "I grew up listening to your songs." Moziki snorted and laughed even more at that. "You make it sound like I'm huge." She hastily corrected herself. "Ahem. Actually I'm only 26 now, not much older than you I guess." It seems to be true." Jiang Lin nodded and looked around. "It's rare to be able to meet an idol like you. Can I buy you a drink?" Moziki felt that Jiang Lin's entire person exuded a unique charm. Handsome, confident, and extraordinary. So instead of refusing, she nodded. "Okay, but it's on you." "No problem." Jiang Lin nodded. When Moziki collected her guitar and took the small speaker, she followed Jiang Lin. There are still a number of small, casual bars in the University City neighborhood. Jiang Lin casually picked a place he was familiar with and walked in. The two then found a quiet private room inside and sat down. "Drink?" Jiang Lin asked. "Beer would be great." Moziki smiled casually. "It's pretty nostalgic for me to run into a fan treat," she said with some emotion. "Oh, there's a story." "Ha?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "If it's convenient, why don't you talk to me?" "A fan? I also dabble in music, so I might be able to help." Chapter 106, My fan has finally come of age. "You?" Moziki looked at Jiang Lin. His temperament was good, but the other guy's age is, at best, a recent college graduate. What can one do to help oneself? Good thing too. I'm having a hard time meeting a fan. It's nice to be a listener. Moziki took a sip from her beer. "I was so red hot then that I signed directly to Penguin Music. A drink brings back all kinds of memories." Jiang Lin also gradually understood from Moziki's narration that there was a reason why the other party was like this now. It was too early in her career. The internet was just emerging, and there wasn't much copyright awareness yet. Making money through the internet is simply an unrealistic thing to do. So in the beginning, Moziki was signed by Penguin Music even though she was a huge hit. But I didn't realize that a lot of money was invested in the subsequent publicity given to her. But not much of it was actually received in return. In the eyes of Penguin Music, since I can't make any money, is it necessary for me to keep investing? Of course it's not necessary. So it didn't take long for her to be completely snowed under. Only a handful of commercial gigs kept her afloat. But even Moziki didn't expect that this time the snow was actually a decade long. In 2 months, her contract is officially up. And by that time, Moziki was completely a freelance musician. "Oh, freelance musicians." Moziki laughed bitterly, talking nicely, but in reality, he's just a poor man. Jiang Lin listened to her story and said after a moment of silence, "Then do you have any plans?" Moziki froze for a moment. "Intend to? I'm 26 now, past my prime as a singer. After it expires, I'll have to rely on the savings I built up over the years and go back home to open an online store or something. Or get into live streaming and get through this life." Jiang Lin listened to her speak easily, but was able to feel the regret and unwillingness in her heart. So, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, "So you don't want to keep making music? Make music?" Moziki's eyes lit up for a moment, then momentarily darkened. "My music is in the past, so who can look at me?" "Ha!" Jiang Lin, who heard this, suddenly smiled. "It's just as well. I know people from Dolphin Music, so I might be able to help you." "You? Really?" Moziki looked at Jiang Lin with a surprised expression. "You're not kidding, right?" She looked at Jiang Lin with a bit of disbelief. "You're a freshly graduated college student. What kind of help can you do?" "Dolphin Music is the #1 music company in China. Is that something you can just say you're going in?" Jiang Lin spread his hands. "What are you afraid of? You're already like this now, so we might as well give it a try. What if it works? Success?" Moziki thought about it. "Okay, just try it. If it really works, it's okay for you to make me give my body to you." Put. The mouthful of beer Jiang Lin had just drank instantly sprayed out. Seeing this, Moziki's mouth pouted. What? You're still not happy? No, it isn't. Jianlin smiled and waved his hand. Moziki don't look 26 years old, but no matter the value of the face or body, it is first class. She debuted so early that she really isn't actually that old, even if it's been 10 years. If she wasn't a great beauty, how could she have become the goddess in the hearts of countless of them in the first place? No, it's just that I've had too many people looking for me in return lately, Jianlin said half-jokingly. Okay, in all seriousness. Jianlin tightened his smile. Since you're planning to sign with Dolphin Music, it's best to cancel your contract with Penguin Music first. There's no hurry. Moziki was puzzled. I only have 2 months, so I'll naturally be relieved by then. Jianlin shook his head. I'm a person who has always done things in a thunderous manner. After you sign up with Han Dolphin Music, I'll give you a large-scale concert. The name I've thought of? It'll be called My Fan Has Finally Come of Age. Listening to Jianlin's fervent words, Moziki touched his head suspiciously. Fever? Ha? I can't believe you started talking nonsense. Jianlin laughed. Remember our agreement. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, in front of Penguin Music's headquarters. After saying that, he just settled the bill and left the place with Moziki. Jianlin didn't even realize that Moziki actually had such a cute and dorky side. This caused some amusement in his heart while he couldn't help but conceal his identity first. Anyway, I guess it will be a surprise when I tell her when I sign. If she does give her body to me, then should I accept it? Jianlin, who had returned to the royal residence, couldn't help but think of a very serious question. But before he could think of the result, his thoughts were interrupted by a rushing Annie. Annie had been staying at his royal residence lately instead. Naturally, she was very happy to hear that Jianlin had returned. No time to talk all night. Early the next morning, Jianlin went to the school first to drive his hummingbird back, then took a cab to the door of Penguin Music. At the door, he caught a glimpse of Moziki in her little denim tunic. You're really here, aren't you? Seeing Jianlin, Moziki was a bit surprised while being pleasantly surprised. You really waited for me. Jianlin laughed in the same tone of voice. With that, he directly pulled the other's wrist and headed inside. Let's go. Let's do something big today. Being pulled by Jianlin's wrist, Moziki's heart suddenly trembled, as if a feeling of electric shock surfaced. Oh crap, it's the heartbeat. Moziki is a foreigner and has been working alone in the imperial capital for many years. She'd never thought a man could actually touch her like that. Fortunately, Jianlin took the initiative to release her wrist as soon as she entered the door, then whispered, let's go. Go directly to your steward. Okay. Moziki led Jianlin to the director's office. Knock knock. Come in. As soon as the two of them entered, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a flowery shirt with an icy face sitting there. Moziki? What brings you here? Seeing Moziki enter, that music director couldn't help but frown at once. Let me tell you, with the kind of fame you have right now, no one would even want you for a commercial show. So don't say anything extra, so you don't waste my time. Hearing him say that, a flame rose in Moziki's heart. Mr. Zhao, I didn't come here today to ask for a commercial performance. Ha! Superintendent Zhao looked at her with a smile. Then what are you doing here? Making small talk? I don't have time for you. Moziki's face changed when she heard this, and she was just about to open her mouth. She heard Jianlin pat her, then took the initiative to say, we're here to ask about the termination of the contract. Chapter 107, Jianlin, I'm showing my cards. I'm a major shareholder of Dolphin Music. Dismissed? Mr. Zhao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you due in 2 months? What's the point of canceling your contract? He said with a snort. Don't worry, we won't be renewing your contract. No one is going to sign you again as an over-the-top internet singer like you. Jianlin pressed Moziki, who was still ready to speak. Then since our company is so unimpressed with Moziki, doesn't it matter if it's 2 months early or 2 months late? Oh, what do you mean? Early termination? Mr. Zhao sneered. Moziki, do you think the contract is for fooling around? You can terminate the contract just by saying so? If you terminate the contract, you have to pay for the breach of contract. Do you take me for a fool? Jianlin smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, since Moziki brought it up, she definitely won't ask for your liquidated damages, so you can rest assured on that point. Who are you? It was only then that Mr. Zhao reacted to the fact that he had never seen this Jianlin in front of him at all. Me? Jianlin smiled. I'm her new manager. Ha ha ha, you actually have an agent? Mr. Zhao laughed out loud when he heard this. However, if you want to terminate the contract early, you can. You pay me $1 million in liquidated damages, and this matter will be settled. What? Mr. Zhao, you've gone too far, haven't you? Have you guys ever given me a single commercial performance over the years? You actually want liquidated damages? Moziki immediately said with a cold and angry face. Jianlin patted her at this time. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems, he said, looking at the other man and blandly said, card number. Mr. Zhao squinted at the other party. What do you mean, transferring money to you? Of course, Jiang Lin said indifferently. Now bring her contract. We'll go through the formalities and this money will arrive immediately. And that's a good thing? When Mr. Zhao heard this, he was instantly delighted. This Moziki was simply an artist that no one wanted. The contract was up in 2 months anyway, so now it's a little early and you're able to get $1 million. And, as superintendent, he is perfectly capable of keeping the matter down for the time being. When the time comes, the $1 million will be easily put into their pockets. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Mr. Zhao directly slapped the table. Good deal. Half an hour later, the three of them completed the formalities, and Jiang Lin also paid $1 million directly into the other party's account. Many thanks to Zhao Chengquan. The smile on Jiang Lin's face intensified. Ha ha ha, I should be thanking Mr. Jiang. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but have a smug smile on his face. Since the contracts are done, I'd like to remind Mr. Jiang, he suddenly spoke. This singer, Moziki, is simply too out of fashion to be out of fashion. If you help her now, you're simply finding yourself a liability. Is it? I wouldn't have thought so. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Maybe in a couple days, Mr. Zhao will be gutted. Ha ha ha, no way. If I could regret it, I could livestream a handstand and eat shang. Mr. Zhou joked. Jiang Lin similarly laughed. Then I do hope that Mr. Zhao won't go back on his word when the time comes. With that, he pulled Moziki and left Penguin Music directly. As soon as she left the gate, Moziki instantly spoke with a guilty face. Jiang Lin, you said why did you spend so much money for me? Isn't it just 2 months? Isn't it good to wait? Besides, you're in such a hurry, like we could sign at Dolphin Music. Jiang Lin shook his head. How do you know if you don't try? Now you just have to remember that you owe me, so you have to repay me properly. Okay, is it okay if I give my body to you? Motzi joked. Fine, but don't back out when the time comes, said Jiang Lin. Hit a car and waved at Moziki. Go, where to? Motzi wondered. Dolphin Music. You're stupid. You're the one who's stupid enough to go. With that, the two of them got right into a cab and left. Dolphin Music wasn't too far from Penguin Music, and 10 minutes later, the two appeared at the front door of Dolphin Music. The entire building, all 10 or so floors of it, is the office of Dolphin Music. The two logged in at the door and headed into the headquarters of Dolphin Music. Hello, where is the music director's office? Jiang Lin pulled a female employee of Dolphin Music and asked. Wow, what a handsome hunk. The female employee's heart jumped. Then she said with a smile on her face, little brother, our director Zhou is very busy. You need to make an appointment if you want to see him. Don't, pretty girl, you're so beautiful. Don't you have to help? Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Wow, people are going to faint. That female employee was so mesmerized by Jiang Lin that she almost fainted. He nodded. Okay, but don't talk out of turn. The director is auditioning today as well. I'll add you to the list. That's much appreciated, Jiang Lin said with a smile. When he finished his business, Moziki next to him couldn't help but be puzzled. I thought you said you knew friends here? What's with the need to use the pretty boy trick? Jiang Lin gave her a blank look. Low profile understand? Aha, low key, our Mr. Jiang is the lowest of the low. Moziki nodded her head repeatedly and couldn't help but mentally roll her eyes. I believe in you. But anyway, she owed the person $1 million, so she can only do what Jiang Lin said. Hey, did you bring your demo tape? Jiang Lin remembered that it was necessary to bring samples to the audition, and only after the director had listened to them, if he felt interested, would he discuss them in further detail. Bring it, and my information. Here, it's all yours. Moziki handed Jiang Lin his things. Go! Jiang Lin followed the female employee over. Sure enough, inside a recording studio, listening to someone singing. Originally, Jiang Lin wanted to directly light up his identity, but considering Moziki's pride, he wanted to let her try it herself. Proving herself would also give her some confidence. It didn't take long for the last musician who auditioned to be scolded and run out crying. With that, the female employee then waved her hand at Jiang Lin with a careful face. Jiang Lin would understand and immediately pulled Moziki inside. Here, information. Singer, hand it in. The female employee gave Jiang Lin a wink, and Jiang Lin could only hand over the information and sample sounds to Moziki. Moziki took the information and walked over to a middle-aged man with a big belly and bald head. Director Zhou, this is my information and sample voice. Moziki placed the information and sample sounds on the table and stood there waiting. Superintendent Zhou reached over and picked up the information from his desk, scanning over it. Moziki? That internet singer Moziki? He looked at Moziki with some surprise, and then queried, Aren't you at Penguin Music? Why did you come to my place to audition? I got out of my contract early, so I wanted to try out Dolphin Music, Mozuki said with a smile. But as soon as her words fell, she heard the general manager Joe snicker. You're Mozuki, so what's the point of trying? With that he directly raised his hand and threw Mozuki's information to the ground. An 18th tier over-the-top musician like you has the nerve to come to me for an audition? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? When these words were said, Mozuki's face instantly changed, somewhat annoyed. But at a time like this, she forced herself down and couldn't help but whisper, Superintendent, you haven't listened to my sample voice yet? With that she reached down and picked up the sample sounds flash drive and handed it to the other woman. But the other party raised his hand and snapped, instantly sending the flash drive flying. What's wrong with you? I said you can't, and you're still yakking about it? Get out or I'll call security. Mozuki's face instantly turned red with anger this time as she explained. Director, why can't you give me a chance? Can't I even make music from scratch if I want to? Shut up, you're past it. Get it? Director Joe sneered. A network singer like you, a broken shoe that even Penguin Music doesn't want. You think I'd want it? Mozuki was trembling with anger as she listened, but it was at this moment that a flat, low voice resounded from the side. That's enough. You're going a little overboard. As soon as these words came out, Director Joe looked up, and then he saw Jiang Lin looking at him with a slight frown on his face. Who the are you? What are you doing? Dare to come to my office and tell me what to do? Xiao Lu, what are you doing? You dare to let anyone in? The scolded female employee immediately said sorry repeatedly, and then wanted to pull Jiang Lin and Mozuki out of here. But who knew that Jiang Lin actually didn't move at all? Aren't you auditioning? Shouldn't you listen to the voice and talk? Jiang Lin said flatly. How is it that she's sentenced to death before we even hear it now? You know, Mr. Joe sneered. Besides, who are you? Are you even in charge of me? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and blow me out. This time, not only that female employee, even Mozuki couldn't help but pull Jiang Lin. Never mind, I appreciate your kindness, let's go. Hearing her say this, Jiang Lin suddenly shook his head. It seems that using conventional means always doesn't work. With that he spread his hands. Well, I'm spreading my cards. I'm the major shareholder of Dolphin Music. Chapter 108, I told you to get lost. Do you have a problem with that? I'm showing my cards. I'm the majority shareholder of Dolphin Music. The moment Jiang Lin's words came out, the entire room snapped into silence. Immediately afterward, a wild laugh erupted. Ha 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 ha, is that really funny? You're the funniest schoolgirl I've heard today. Director Joe laughed as he rushed out of the room. Then he pointed at Jiang Lin and exclaimed, Everyone, come and see. There's a major shareholder of our company here, the so-called boss of Dolphin Music. With this voice, he directly caught the attention of all the employees on the entire floor. At that moment, everyone gathered over and looked at Jiang Lin and talked. This little brother is quite handsome. Are you stupid? Is he a shareholder? You're the one who's stupid. Are the shareholders that young? That's right, but is this kid crazy? Did a failed audition lead to schizophrenia? Listening to the voices of the surrounding discussion, Director Joe said with a disdainful face, Kid, on account of how much you made me laugh today, I won't give you a hard time. Get lost. Jiang Lin listened but smiled indifferently. If all Dolphin Music had were directors like you, I'm afraid the entire company wouldn't survive for long. When these words came out, Superintendent Joe immediately stormed out. Kid, watch what you say. This is my turf. There's no room for you to be wild. What are you waiting for? Call security. What's a security guard for? How could they let in such a crazy dog to bite people? As he was talking, an icy cold drink came from the front door all of a sudden. What's going on? What's all the noise about? The moment these words came out, the entire company was violently quiet. Even the arrogant Director Joe completely changed his face. Immediately afterward, he saw a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance walking over in a suit. I could hear you guys fussing around here from upstairs, the man said unhappily. It's simply detrimental to our company's reputation when word gets out like this. As he was talking, Director Joe hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Shin, there's a crazy person here who said he was a shareholder there and insulted me. That's why I am here. Before his words were finished, the entire executive president of Dolphin Music, Zhou Tian's pupils shrunk violently, because this youth in front of him actually looked exactly like the company's recently updated first shareholder. At this time Jiang Lin naturally saw him. Looking at the smirking look in Jiang Lin's eyes, Zhou Tian instantly felt his heart skip a beat. It must be. Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to Director Zhou's words and walked to Jiang Lin in a few steps. With a humble face, he said, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? At these words, the entire room was dead silent. Ziggy Mock, female employees, surrounding staff, Director Zhou, oh, what's going on here? calling him Mr. John? Why is the president treating him like this? That's not scientific, is it? John Lin looked at the other party faintly, then said in a cold voice, Mr. Shin, your director here is very arrogant. I remember he just told me to off. When Mr. Shin heard this, he suddenly became furious. Zhou Changbao, are you sick in the head? How dare you speak to Mr. John like that? He's our newly minted #1 shareholder in Dolphin Music, our boss. Hiss. Hearing this sentence from Mr. Shin, everyone stared incredulously, shocked, utterly shocked. How could they not expect that John Lin, who had been described as a madman by director Zhou, was actually a major shareholder? Mozeki was also shocked at this moment. He's actually really the major shareholder? And also the first shareholder? She could never have imagined that she would be able to run into the owner of Dolphin Music by selling an art on the street. But, he's still so young? It wasn't just Mozeki's brain that wasn't enough. Even Zhou Longbo was completely confused. It's over. It's dead. He just cursed his boss and told him to get lost. John Lin glanced at Director Zhou flatly. I told you to get lost. Do you have a problem with that? Director Zhou's cold sweat came down as soon as he heard it. No comment. Well, if that's okay, go ahead and check out. Director Zhou confused. Role is to let me leave the job completely mean? Well, what if I have a problem with that? Opinions? John Lin raised his eyebrows. It's useless to have an opinion. Director Zhou, it doesn't matter. Why are you asking me? Playing with me? Of course he was useless no matter how aggrieved he felt, because from this moment on, he's been kicked out of Dolphin Music for good. Director Cho was cleared out by security. Everyone looked at John Lin with a frightened look on their faces, fearful that this new boss would accidentally kick them all out. John Lin didn't have the intention of firing people as soon as they arrived. It's just that Superintendent Chow is just too much. He gazed at Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin, Mozeki, I want to sign her. I think she has a lot of potential. She's got sample sounds here so you can listen to them first. Who knew that? Mr. Shin waved his hand and laughed. Mr. Jian, there's no need to listen. I still know Mozeki. Her voice is no match. After a pause, he said objectively, I feel it's really inappropriate to sign her for the sake of the company. Mr. Shin has been in the music industry for many years now, and his eye for people is old-fashioned. Mozeki hadn't made a big splash in his years at Penguin Music, so he'd long since been categorized as a musician with no potential. Mr. Shin shouldn't jump to conclusions either. John Lin shook his head and smiled. I'm going to give her a solo concert first to see the response. If it works out well, then we'll consider something else. When Mr. Shin heard this, he frowned. Mr. Jian, if the concert is to be held, the venue, publicity, operation, all aspects need to be spent. The cost of this is less than $5 million up or down. And, usually concerts don't have just one, because that wouldn't even make it back. What he means by that is, in effect, that it's inappropriate to spend money for nothing. John Lin shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter. I'll pay for this myself, not on the company's account. When Mozeki next to her heard this, she hastily refused. John Lin, there's really no need. I owe you $1 million. John Lin smiled and shook his head. Yes, you all owe me $1 million. If I don't invest, I'm afraid that even that $1 million will go down the drain, said he. Looked at Mr. Shin and said, it's settled. First sign a 1-year contract with her. If it works then renew it. If it doesn't work you can always terminate the contract at that time. Since the words had been said to this point, Mr. Shin naturally couldn't say anything more. Then, Mr. Jian, what is your budget for Mozeki's concert? John Lin thought for a moment. Let's do it on the scale of 10 million first. Chapter 109 Terrifying Presale Results. John Lin God Manipulation. What? $10 million a game? This time, even General Manager Shin was completely shocked. Being a member of the circle he couldn't have known better. The average second or third tier singer's cost for a concert is at most $5 million or less. Even for a top tier singer, it's not more than $8 million. Only those top singers, the Heavenly Kings, can spend huge sums of money, close to $10 million a game. And when John Lin said that, he wanted to give Mozeki a concert of a Heavenly King. At that moment, he couldn't help but speak. Mr. Jian, this $10 million a concert is indeed the highest specification. If it is a superstar who gives a concert, there is still a chance for us to recover the cost and we can even make a profit. But Motsi, Mr. Shin couldn't help but look at her. I won't beat around the bush. Miss Mozeki was indeed popular as a network singer for a while, but at that time, they were all just junior high school students. And with so much time having passed, there's no way there's going to be a rallying cry. There's a good chance we'll be faced with losing money when the time comes. Mozeki, who heard this, also looked gloomy. She knew that the other party was right. She's been gone so long that even if she had another concert, not many people would likely come to hear it. It's not even certain that the seats will be filled, let alone make money. But Jiang Lin smiled slightly when he heard this and shook his head. No, I don't think so, he explained with a calm gaze. I came from Moziki's era, and I know how profoundly she influenced the entire student era. I'm sure that if we do hear about Mo's return, there will be a huge number of fans who will buy tickets to see it. Mr. Shin frowned and couldn't help but say, Mr. Jiang, I don't understand why you're so sure that there will be a lot of people supporting her. Jiang Lin laughed, because her fans have grown up. Although Mr. Shin wasn't completely convinced by Jiang Lin, he still followed his instructions. Early the next morning, on top of Dolphin Music's official microblog and website, a new pic was released at the same time. Moziki, a red-hot internet singer 10 years ago, has successfully signed with Dolphin Music, and Dolphin Music will spend $10 million to hold a return concert for Moziki in a 10,000-person stadium. The time, it's set for 2 weeks from now. When the news broke, the whole internet was in an uproar. It's so surprising that Dolphin Music would package an over-the-top internet singer. Penguin Music Company, music director Zhao couldn't help but smile when he saw this news. Ha, she actually did get signed by Dolphin Music. And a concert? Dolphin Music stupid? He now wanted to see how in the world this Dolphin Music was going to lose all $10 million. But fortunately, he had the foresight to call the boss with $500,000 first. Otherwise, once this official microblogging was reported, the boss would definitely know that he was playing tricks from it. With the official publicity, there has been a complete explosion of buzz on Twitter. The topics are all about how much money Mozigi will actually lose for this concert. As soon as it appeared, it was inoculated with a myriad of negative press. All industry insiders are not optimistic about this Dolphin Music operation. Soon, such news had appeared in front of Jiang Lin. Mr. Shin was worried. Mr. Jiang, do you want us to delay a bit more? I'll find a PR team and PR for a while, then let Moziki first participate in a charity or other activities to show her face and create momentum. Which knew that Jiang Lin waved his hand. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The first presale will begin in 3 days. What? That fast? The 10,000-person stadium that Mr. Shin chose this time was able to hold a total of 50,000 spectators. Front row tickets are in the upper $2,000 range, $1,500 on the left and right sides. The lowest in the distance is around $500. Under the normal concert mechanism, there are multiple rounds of presales. It's the same with this one. A total of 50,000 people using 5 rounds of presales. Basically, 1 round a day for a week or so to be able to estimate how many tickets have been sold. This gives enough certainty about the entire concert, and even the subsequent concerts that take place. And this first round of presale is the most important round of the whole presale. If you can't even sell that, let alone talk about the rest. But what Shin didn't expect was that under such unfavorable circumstances for both the media and the fishing vessels, Jiang Lin actually had to pre-sell it in the first place. It was just too much for him to figure out. However, seeing Jiang Lin's determined eyes, Mr. Shin knew that it was useless to say anything. In a flash, 2 days passed. On the third night, the pre-sale was approaching. Almost all of Dolphin Music's executives were secretly worried in their minds. Ugh, we really don't know what this new boss of ours is up to. This pre-sale will be able to speak for itself, and by then I'm afraid we at Dolphin Music will all be the laughingstock of the industry. I'm not asking too much. As long as I can get 30% sold, I can think of a way to explain it too. Jiang Lin also sat in the office of Dolphin Music. Not that he wanted to come, it was Moziki next to her who dragged her here. Jiang Lin, how many tickets do you think we can sell? What if I can't sell a single one? Or sell 100? Jiang Lin rubbed his somewhat swollen head and shook his head. It's almost time. You can't just see for yourself then. The concert has a separate ticketing link on the internet, and the entire ticket sales situation will be fed back to Dolphin Music at the first time. And this office where Jiang Lin is located can directly receive the online feedback data. Just by staring at the computer and looking at the numbers on it, you'll be able to tell how many tickets are left. Soon, 7:50 p.m. The atmosphere was getting tense too. 7:55, 7:56, 7:57, 7:58, 7:59, 8 o'clock. The link to the website instantly refreshed all the votes as the last number jumped. Moziki's small hand trembled as she held the mouse in front of her. Just clicking refresh once, you will be able to see the results directly. But she didn't dare. She was afraid that that would be too much for her to handle. Jiang Lin waited until he was so impatient that he couldn't help but glance at his watch. Hey, Motsi, have you been thinking there for a minute? Is it okay? Moziki woke up with a start, then said with a scared expression, what if we wait a few more minutes? Okay? What are you waiting for? If you want to buy it, you'd have bought it earlier. Jiang Lin said and raised his hand. Are you ordering or not? If you don't, I'll order it. No, Mozuki screamed. I'll do it myself. With that she snapped her eyes shut, followed by a tap of her finger on the mouse. Brush. The whole page is completely refreshed. There's no telling what will become of the original 10,000 number on it. At this time, finally, Mozuki pondered for 2 seconds, then snapped her eyes open. The next moment, she screamed instantly. Ah! Jiang Lin was startled and almost thought she had hit a ghost. But then she was heard jumping up and down with excitement. Nope. Gone. All gone. Only then did Jiang Lin turn his head to look over, and suddenly the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. In 1 minute, all the pre-sales actually sold out. It seems that adult fans are really powerful. Chapter 110, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding the singing god talent. Without waiting long for Mozuki to get excited, Mr. Shin's phone call came straight over. After Jiang Lin connected, he heard Mr. Shin fall silent for a moment. Fang said in a low voice, Mr. Jiang, can you tell me if it was you who made the move? Me? What am I out for? Jiang Lin said with a surprised face. Brush votes ah. If you didn't have the financial resources to do the brushing like you did, how could it just clear up in a minute? Mr. Shin said somewhat tentatively. After all, this was about the entire company, and he didn't want dolphin music to be maligned. Jiang Lin hummed lightly. Mr. Shin, you'd better go to the ticketing website right now to check the authenticity of this ticketing. Remember, keep the evidence for me. Otherwise, I'll take you up on it. Toodaloo. The phone hung up completely. It left Mr. Shin in a daze. He rushed to his feet and contacted the company's authorities. Direct mobilization of all data in the back end of the network. This check does not matter. He suddenly found that the identity information of each buy ticket's actually all real and effective, and it's scattered all over the country. This time, Mr. Shen was completely shocked. My god, is this Mozuki's appeal so strong? He mumbled in disbelief. If this situation continued, he could be sure that the 50,000 concert tickets were properly sold out. Mr. Jiang is too awesome. I can't believe he has such a sharp eye. He was simply admiring Jiang Lin now. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Jiang Lin had already seen the current result. This kind of mind, this kind of vision. Even he had been sinking in the music industry for many years, but he also sighed to himself. By the way, hurry up and take screenshots of all the identity information in the background for me. Yes, all of it, and code the important places so that you don't reveal your personal privacy. Mr. Shin slapped his thighs and finally understood why Jiang Lin had just said that. He was quite sure that as soon as this news appeared, the Weibo hot search would be taken over early tomorrow morning. And it's all Black Dolphin music, nothing else, just vote swiping. At that time, as long as he put the evidence, he believed that all the media that attacked and smeared would be completely dumbed down. Hi, just hi. Mr. Shin simply didn't know what words to use to describe Jiang Lin. That's just godlike maneuvering. Sure enough, early the next morning, the entire Weibo was filled with news of Dolphin Music's alleged malicious vote swiping. Countless comments, tweets have flooded the music scene like a tidal wave. But just at this moment, Mr. Shin directly posted all the evidence, all on top of Dolphin Music's official microblog. In the next moment, all the media were all mute. Countless abusive, spiteful, and smearing peers were instantly blindsided. How could they have never imagined that Mozuki, who was once an era in the past, was actually so terrifying? And all of this was organized by Jiang Lin behind the scenes. This time, all the news of the smear attack backfired into a fiery boost for Mozuki. In time, her fame skyrocketed on the internet. Well, I'd say you can do it. Jiang Lin smiled and closed his cell phone, saying to Mozuki next to him. Mozuki's entire body was trembling at the moment, and it was able to tell that she was extremely unsettled at the moment. Jiang Lin, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Mozuki bowed deeply to Jiang Lin. Can I make one more small request like you? Jiang Lin looked at her in surprise. Say it, I'll try to help as much as I can. For no other reason than for all the good things he had done in his time. Will you come and be my concert guest? Mozuki spoke out of turn. What? The guest of honor? Jiang Lin hurriedly waved his hand. No. I can't sing. What kind of guest am I going to be? No way. You're the reason I'm here today. You just said yes. Mozuki took his arm and shook it. Besides, you're not a tone-deaf person. Just sing a few lines of my song when the time comes. Jiang Lin firmly shook his head. MMP, I'm an amateur, okay? If this goes up and sings and is humiliated in front of 50,000 people, it's not too hot, okay? He had already made up his mind that no matter how much Mozuki begged him, he wouldn't agree. Ding! The host has successfully planned a concert, triggering a trillion-fold blast, rewarding the talent of the god of song. It's so fragrant. Jiang Lin was still thinking about how to reject it, but the result was that the system was good, and directly gave himself a blow. Songwriter's gift? In an instant, Jiang Lin felt his throat mutate, as if he had a deeper understanding of sound. No matter what the song is, if you hum one side of it, you'll be able to pick it up on the fly. At this time, Moziki next to her was still begging bitterly, "Boss, what exactly are the conditions for you to be my guest?" However, at this time he heard Jiang Lin speak. "It's fine if you really want to go, but I'm going to sing a full song. I won't let you, either." Ha! Moziki froze. What kind of operation was this? Originally, she thought that the other party did not want to go because she was embarrassed to sing and was afraid that she would lose her standard. However, she now understands that you resent the lack of time, don't you? You should have said so. I can give you 10 songs, not to mention one. Okay, so what song are you singing? I'll just arrange it for you then. Moziki nodded repeatedly, afraid that Jiang Lin would back out. No, I'll talk to the band side myself when the time comes. It's been a while since I've sung and I'd like to try. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up. Song God talent. How exactly was it? In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the preparations for the entire concert reached a tight stage. Unsurprisingly, all the tickets for all the concerts cleared out. The news has been completely ignited throughout the music scene. Penguin Music's director's office. Mr. Zhao was bowing his head, listening to the Penguin Music president in front of him lecturing. Are you a pig? Such a potential singer is actually snowed under by you? How the hell did I go blind in the first place and actually promote you? Boss, that Moziki is just an internet singer. Over the top, over the top, over the top to sell 50,000 tickets? And UING gave me an early termination. $500,000. Do you know how much I lost? More than $50 million. Don't think I don't know. Can you play for nothing in your own ING hands? $1 million in liquidated damages. You want half. Mud. It would be fine if you did a good job for me. Now look what you've done. Get out. From now on, you're fired. Get out. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know what a tragic fate had befallen Penguin Music's Mr. Zhao. He had been searching amongst the song libraries of his former life for the past 2 days. After all, it was his first time singing on stage, so he wanted to be well prepared. After days of practicing hard, that exciting and anticipated adult concert for Moziki's fans finally began. Chapter 111. Jiang Lin opens the song. A song called Grey Avatar shocks the whole audience. You are the legendary devil from heaven. You took me heart away. Please don't ask me nicely. It's a conspiracy you're not even aware of. I hate your thoughtless smiles. I'm going to be hopeless. You're like a vortex slowly making me. Can't pull away and keep falling. Darling, you're the devil of elegance. Swallowing me up bit by bit. You're the devil from heaven. You took me heart away. In the 10,000 person stadium, after 50,000 fans chorused the song Devil from Moziki in unison. Moziki was moved to near tears. Thank you all for supporting Ziggy, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. Today, Ziggy would like to very solemnly thank someone who has helped me get to where I am today. He is the one who made it possible for you, for me, to be together again. So, today, he is the only guest on the show. He is not a professional singer, but today, he brings you a song as well. Let me have the invitation. Moziki smiled and pointed to the elevator, then saw Jiang Lin wearing a clean white shirt, jeans underneath, and canvas shoes. Seeing him, it was as if the crowd was instantly transported back to their student days. Wow, so handsome. Are you sure he's not from the entertainment industry? I know. He's a rich kid. I heard he's the Heartbeat brother on the internet. What? Brother Heartbeat? My Heartbeat guy? He can actually sing? Originally, Jiang Lin had always had a certain popularity online. Now, this appearance makes it even more recognizable. The atmosphere in the room was overwhelming. Jiang Lin tapped the microphone, and his entire body sat down on a chair. Instead of speaking, he gestured at the band. With that, the music started and all the audience in the room couldn't help but freeze. This intro, it's not even a Mach Ziqi song? And it wasn't any song they'd ever heard before? Naya, Heartbeat actually originated a song? No way. Isn't he a non-professional singer? It should be an old song from before. Which is true. I've listened to countless songs as a small song library of Dasha, and I can't believe I haven't heard such a song. Really, whether he sings well or not, I'll give him props for that courage alone. As he was saying this, Jiang Lin's first line was sung with it. Had a dream last night. In dreams we go back to holding hands. Waking up lost. Unspeakable. Opened OICQ. The chat stopped late last fall. The last holdout. No words were spoken. The moment Jiang Lin opened his mouth, the entire crowd of 50,000 people simultaneously fell silent. They froze instantly. That gentle, magnetic voice, that beautiful melody. It actually froze them completely. What's this song? It's good. Is he an amateur? How come he's so professional? I feel like crying because my nose is so sore. Countless people were stunned. John Lin was choosing a song that used to be one of his favorites in his previous life. Gray Heads. Once upon a time. In those days when the internet was just emerging, a simple greeting could make someone happy. The moment he opened his mouth, he had instantly and completely pulled all the fans into that youthful, wonderful age of innocence. The entire stadium was now silent. Not a single word could be heard anymore except for John Lin's song. At this time, John Lin's song, too, had reached a high stage. Your gray avatar won't bounce anymore. Even a simple greeting. How sad it is to go through pages and pages of heart-to-heart exchanges. What's falling into the air? And then I remembered what you said about staying with me till the end. Warm dreams turn to cold chains. If we turn back the clock, what can we hold on to? Your gray avatar won't bounce anymore. Warm dreams turn to cold chains. If we turn back the clock, what can we hold on to? When the song ended, the entire stadium was actually silent. Everyone had been lost in thought, as if completely immersed in that song. Until John Lin whispered a thank you. Immediately afterward, the entire room resounded like thunderous cheers. At this moment, all of the fans, simply coincidentally, called out John Lin's name. John Lin, John Lin, John Lin. Standing backstage, Mozeki, who was already ready for the next song, was all momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this my concert? Or is it his? Mozeki was shocked. It was when she sang Devil with her fans that she didn't see them so crazy. She could think that by the time this concert was over, John Lin's popularity would all completely soar. John Lin, after singing a song, then bowed at the many fans and left off the stage. He still felt very satisfied with this song god talent of his. At the very least it's comforting to listen to yourself. Alright, it's sung and it's cool. John Lin was then ready to sneak away and go home. Who knows? He's just slipped out from backstage and hasn't even gotten in the car yet. A screaming voice was heard from behind. John Lin, stop right there. I'll go. John Lin's neck craned, surely thinking that a fan was following him. It was too late for him to think about how the fan had actually followed him. One can only subconsciously pull their legs out and run. But seeing his frantic fleeing figure, the voice behind him became even more shrill. John Lin, stop right there. Have you forgotten our agreement? John Lin's body lurched, but didn't stop. A pact? What's our pact? Just as he was puzzled, suddenly, the voice behind him came again. You run again and I'll curse you with no dinky. So vicious? John Lin stopped violently this time. A figure suddenly came to his mind. He remembered when the girl had cursed herself with a similar curse. Said something about cursing herself to shorten a centimeter if she didn't contact her. Hearing similar words at this moment, John Lin finally couldn't help but look back. This look didn't matter. It actually made him gasp in shock straight away. Is that you, Hendo? How could John Lin not expect that he would actually be able to run into her at the concert? Han Duo is still dressed as Hatsune. Still super raging and suffocating kind of feeling. When she saw John Lin stop at this time, she finally came up for air and chased after him. Run! Let you run! She gasped, feeling the undulations become even more alarming. Did the curse take effect when you didn't contact people? John Lin subconsciously touched downward when he heard this, then sighed in relief. Fortunately, the length is still there. Seeing John Lin's actions, Han Duo, no matter how bold she was, her face turned red and she spat lightly. Asshole. Well, now that we've connected, it's time for me to go, John Lin said and turned around. He was afraid that there would be too much commotion here, and he'd just invite the fans in. Although tonight was Mozeki's home show, just from his song Grey Avatar, John Lin definitely felt that there were quite a few fans who were going to follow him. Hey, don't you go. Seeing that once John Lin left, Han Duo didn't care this time and hugged John Lin's waist. Go together, or none of us will go. She began to play the rogue. It's not easy for me to meet you again. If I let you run away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. John Lin wanted to say something else, but suddenly he heard what seemed to be shouts appearing from behind. If we don't go, it'll be too late. All he could do at the sight was yell, hold me tight. With that, she reached out and grabbed her opponent in a princess hug. Toward the far side, Caroman charged. Chapter 112, John Lin, another double obey? Putting Han Duo on the passenger side, John Lin hurriedly started the car and fled the parking lot. While driving, John Lin saw from his afterglow that Han Duo was currently looking at himself with a florid face. Boy God, I can't believe you actually sing so well. Ahem. Girls, mind your modesty. John Lin coughed dryly and turned his attention back to driving, which knew that when Han Duo heard this, her face suddenly smiled even more joyfully. Boy God, do you see people being reserved like this? John Lin subconsciously sliced his head to take a look. I'll go. He felt his nose heat up and almost got a straight nosebleed. Who can stand up to this? Hiss. Jonglin took a deep breath and forced his thoughts down. Han duo. If you mess up again, don't blame me if you get into a car accident. Hearing this, Han duo spat out her tongue and was honest. After driving for a while, Jonglin couldn't help but ask, where are you going? I'll send you back. Without even thinking, Han said, you're home. Why should I go to my house? Jonglin was speechless. Why did he have to go to his house every time he met a girl? Because I like you. How can I not go to your house? Han said again without even thinking. Tell the truth. Jonglin's face darkened, not wanting to argue after a girl. Well, I'm out of hiding. Hendo was honest. Your dad put you on another blind date? Jonglin subconsciously opened his mouth. You know all this? Han Duo's eyes widened. Jonglin rolled his eyes. The last time we met was because of this. Is that so hard to guess? But I'm kind of curious. Seeing as you're not that old, why does your dad keep letting you go on blind dates? Han Duo skimmed her mouth. How do I know? Hey, you're wrong. Where am I not big? Where am I not big? Jonglin felt how this Han Duo was so nervous. How old are you? 36D. Speak human. 23. Isn't that not graduating yet? I graduated. People go to school early. Okay. Jonglin shook his head. If you have any problems, go home and communicate with your father. I'd better send you back. Upon hearing that Jonglin wanted to send her away, Han Duo immediately screamed. How dare you? If you send me back, I'll get off and scream molestation. As she spoke, she began to tug at her clothes. The corner of Jonglin's mouth twitched. If he really let this girl run out, he was afraid that there was a real possibility that he would be arrested as a Shirbari wolf. Okay, I'm scared of you. Jonglin was speechless, so he had to turn Caroman around and drive in the direction of one courtyard. Why don't you go back to the palace? Annie hasn't been traveling for the past 2 days. She's staying over there. Although there are many rooms in the royal residence, so you don't have to worry about being discovered. But Jonglin didn't want to gamble, and he didn't like the scene of the two women fighting over jealousy when the time came. It didn't take long for House 1 to arrive. Han Duo, who stepped out of the car, exclaimed when she took a look. Wow, Jonglin, I can't believe you're so rich. Are you a rich second generation? Jonglin shook his head. I'm not a rich second generation. I'm a rich generation. Nonsense. By the way, you sing. I forgot. Han Duo didn't believe it at all, but with a twinkle in her eye, she hurriedly asked, then are you rich? Very rich? Well, it's okay. Jonglin thought about it and nodded as a matter of course, thinking to himself that all these assets of mine adding up to hundreds of billions should be about right, but that would require selling all the shares. It's not necessary. It's okay? Han Duo's eyes flashed with a sly light, then gave an "oh," jumped and rushed to the middle of the villa. Jonglin sent a message to Annie, telling her that she had something to do in the next 2 days and wouldn't be going back. With that, he asked the Filipino maid to prepare some late-night snacks. After all, it was already late for the concert. Not to mention now, although Han Duo was petite, her meal size was actually fried. Looking at this binge eating, Jonglin couldn't help but be shocked. As a result, after the meal, she had asked the Filipina to prepare some beautiful desserts. You want more? Jonglin couldn't help but be speechless. Yeah, but not now. I'm going to release the poison late at night, Han Duo said with a smile on his face. What's the meaning of late night poisoning? Jonglin was a bit confused. Lunya is a beautiful foodie, and a late night foodie at that, Han Duo said arrogantly. Eating podcasts? Jonglin looked at her in surprise. Aren't you a rich second generation? Still need to become an anchor? Hobbies understand? Han Duo lightly grunted. It's the same as what you boys like. Stockings, see-through. Jonglin. Well, it actually left me speechless. Is it fun to be live? Jonglin had never done this before and couldn't help but be curious. It's not fun. It's something to hold on to, Han Duo said as she opened her 1,000 Hands live streaming software account. Look, people have been live streaming for 2 or 3 months, and now they only have 500,000 fans. Okay, well, you go live then. I'm going to bed. Jonglin yawned and couldn't help but turn his head toward the upstairs. Han Duo saw this but raised her head and shouted, Hey man God, you took me in. I haven't thanked you yet. No thanks, just let me go to bed early. Jonglin waved his hand, feeling that this girl was just like a madman. I guess his dad gave her a blind date, and I guess he can't stand her a little bit. Jonglin returned to his bedroom, took a shower, and prepared to rest. However, the moment he pushed open the bathroom door, he actually saw Han Duo standing right inside his bedroom. I'm going. What are you doing? Jonglin was startled. Stay up in the middle of the night? It's easy to scare people alright, which knew that Han Duo said shyly. When I think about it, the only thing I can thank you for is to give you a dance. Dancing? You still dance? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be amazed. Yeah, I'm a cosplayer, dancing for sure, Han said rightfully. Well, let's see how good you are then. Jiang Lin sat down in front of the bed and waved his hand at Han Duo. Please start your show. Okay then. Han Duo turned her cell phone on and played an anime music that Jiang Lin hadn't heard before. With that, lively, dynamic dance moves emerged from Han Duo. You don't say. Jiang Lin hadn't seen other cosplayers dance, but it felt like Han Duo's dancing was really good. It was just that he gradually felt how the more Han Duo jumped, the closer he got to himself. When Jiang Lin felt something was wrong, he realized that Han Duo suddenly pushed herself down with a hand like a small wildcat. Jiang Lin's face changed when he saw this and exclaimed, Han Duo, what are you doing? Han Duo heatedly smiled. What for? To thank you. Of course, people sneak out. No money, no gifts, so they have to give themselves away. Jiang Lin, oh, another double omega? That promise was nearly an hour. Jiang Lin looked at Han Duo next to him breathlessly and couldn't help but spit. You cosplayers, are you all this sloppy? He. Of course not. If people don't, what if you run away again? Chapter 113, triggering a 10 billion times blitz. Rewarding 1,000 hands live with 25% of the shares as the first major shareholder, 2/5. Jiang Lin rolled his eyes. He was simply impressed with Han Duo's brain circuits. Trade everything you have for the fact that you can't run away. What kind of logic is that? But since it was already like this, Jiang Lin had no choice but to admit it. He rubbed the other party's little head. Kiddo, I'm afraid you've been preparing to trap me from the start. How's that for a pit? Han Duo hugged his arm and said with a smile, I'm such a precious gift. It's only once in a lifetime. How can you say it's a pit? Besides, I'm going to pit it later. What did you say? Jiang Lin suspected that he had heard wrong. Han Duo laughed. What is it? Jiang Lin looked at her suspiciously. Can you accompany me on a blind date the day after tomorrow? Han Duo opened his mouth a little embarrassed. Put. Jiang Lin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's the situation? You just gave me that, and you're asking me to go on a blind date with you? Are you trying to plant a green meadow for me? But before he could get mad, he heard Han Duo explain. What were you thinking? I've already met this blind date before you. I actually didn't want to go see him, but my dad said he'd beat me to death if I didn't, saying that his family is rich would be a huge help to the whole company. So yeah, I went for it. Han Duo said with a bitter face. Who knows? That rich second generation actually took a glance at me and asked me to meet for the second time the day after tomorrow. That's why I want you to go and piss him off and end this blind date. Jiang Lin calmed down as soon as he heard it. Listening to her, it seems as if it seems that it is not his own green grassland. It is he who has planted a grassland for others. At this time, he suddenly reacted and looked at Han Duo with a gloomy face. Well, it looks like you've dug me a chain of holes. No way. No how. Han Duo hurriedly explained. But before she could finish, Jiang Lin sneered. Since you punked me, you have to be punished. With that he lunged with open teeth and claws. Girl, face the blast. Another hour passed. Dear Pro, why don't you rest here? I'm going to go on a late-night drug release. Han turned toward the stairs. Holy, are you cosplayers that energetic? Jiang Lin took a look at the time. It was past 1 in the morning. Of course not. It's persistence. Since I'm part of an army of eaters, I must stand my ground. Han said and shook her little fist. Go for it, wave little duo. You're the best. Oi. Han walked downstairs to the dining room and began to prepare her live broadcasting tools. It didn't take long to get right on the line. Jiang Lin stayed upstairs, and when he heard Han Duo say this, he was also moved in his heart. Picked up my phone myself and downloaded a 1,000 hands app. With that, I registered an account called Heartbeat Man. After searching for Wavelet Duo, he entered Han Duo's live room, but unexpectedly, the system suddenly stormed at this time. Ding! You've entered the live stream, triggering a 10 billion times blitz. Rewarding 1,000 hands live with 25% of the shares as the first major shareholder. That's okay? Jiang Lin's eyes lit up. 10 billion times the blitz. This doesn't happen often, and it's still in the form of an award of physical shares. It's the best reward besides those godly talents and medical skills and such. 1,000 hands live. He just learned about it as well. It's now one of the 2 giants on the entire internet live streaming platform. Not to be confused with the bump sound. Even more, 1,000 hands has steadily surpassed Crash Tone's numbers when it comes to consumer pay rates. The 1,000 hands platform, which has just completed its 5th round of funding, has managed to reach a valuation of $200 billion. That's a horrible amount of money equivalent to the entire King estate. And now, Jiang Lin alone accounted for 25%. What a concept. That's like $50 billion. This reward simply made Jiang Lin all excited about it, and the sleepiness on his face was gone. At this time, he couldn't help but look at Han Duo's live broadcast. She was seen sitting at the downstairs table eating dessert. Wow! Fried cinnamon cake, Han Duo said with a happy face. All of you old iron can see Duo eating such delicious food in the middle of the night. Isn't it very tempting to drool? Remember to click follow if you like Dodo. After all, it was already late at night, and Han Duo felt that the number of people was not too large. The entire live stream added up to just under 1,000 people watching. She who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart. Old-timers, seeing as you're all looking drowsy, then Duo might as well come up with the killer. Han Duo laughed. Let's use a PK to ignite everyone's passion. PK, a common way to increase popularity on live streaming platforms, by randomly matching different hosts, within 5 minutes, by rewarding gifts to earn points, and finally at the end of the time, the high score will naturally be able to get the victory. Although Jiang Lin didn't watch it often, he had learned about it from the people around him. One of the main ways that anchors make money is PK. The other, on the other hand, is a more common bandwagon for everyone. As expected, when they heard Han Duo say PK, even the text on the public screen changed. Everyone was a little curious as to what kind of opponents she would be able to match up against in the middle of such a late night. Old-timers, people will start matching soon. Let's see who we can match up with. With that, Han Duo tapped the match button. Brush. The screen changed, from one window to two. Immediately afterward, another figure appeared in the middle of a nearby screen. The moment she saw this figure, Han Duo instantly shrieked in shock. Ah, oh my god, I'm actually matched with Brother Tao. The reason why Han Duo screamed so much was because this anchor, Brother Tao Z, was the #1 anchor of the 1,000 Hands live streaming platform, known as 1,000 Hands. Brother Tao didn't think he'd be matched with Han Duo either. Originally, he was just casually matching for fun, but he didn't expect to be matched with a cute and adorable girl. When he saw Han Duo, his eyes lit up. Ha ha, sis, nice to meet you. Han Duo was a little excited. Hello Brother Tao Z, I didn't expect to be able to run into you. The great god, what's up, sis, let's PK? Brother Tao couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile. Don't, you're a god with 50 million followers. I'm only 500,000, 100 times worse, Han said and prepared to turn off the connection. But Brother Tao Z hurriedly opened his mouth. Hey, don't be in a hurry, Maisie, let's fight. You stay a little longer. It will also help your popularity, right? Besides, it's not easy being able to match one this late in the day. When Han Duo heard it, she immediately brightened up. Right, it doesn't matter if she wins or loses, but she can increase her powder. How can you miss such a rare opportunity? Once she thought about it, she nodded. Okay, then thanks for your help, Brother Tao Z. She was not a fan of this Tao Z brother, a face of pockmarked pits, a tall man, which is not as handsome as her family's Jiang Lin. It was only that the other party was Chito Ichigo, and the face that should be given still had to be given. Hearing that Han Duo agreed, Brother Tao Z laughed with an atmospheric face. Don't worry, sister, winning or losing doesn't matter, just consider it entertainment. Chapter 114, Swiped 1, 3 billion, broke the all-platform record. Okay day, I'll do my best. Han Duo waved her little fist and shouted at the screen. Everyone Duo's relatives, we're going to play PK with 1,000 Hands first brother later. Just do your best and don't let Duo lose too badly. After giving an explanation, Han Duo directly nodded with Brother Tao Z and said, Alright, Brother Tao Z, we can start now. Okay, come on, girl. Brother Tawny smiled, and then clicked the switch on the closed mic. The whole 5-minute countdown began instantly. Brush. The time had just started, and the score of the Taoist brother next to him had instantly risen to $200,000. A dollar is good for 10 cents. 200,000. That's $20,000. This is still because of the late night. If it was at night, it would be even hotter. Tao Z brother has over 50 million followers. Live online viewership is also at the 1 million plus mark. In contrast, there were less than 1,000 people here in Han Duo. The score is even less than 1,000 points. What a difference. Han Duo felt her face flush with shame. Even though the heart has long been expected, actually did not expect gap so big. I eat. As an eater, all she can do is sell her food. And Jiang Lin, who was upstairs watching her work so hard, suddenly had a feeling of heartache rise. Nima, it's just a PK. How can it make my woman so sad? I will never allow it. Therefore, he directly tapped on his account and entered the quick recharge screen. Associate your bank card and enter the amount as you go. By the time he got down to a flurry of operations, he realized that 4 minutes had passed. Less than a minute to go before the whole PK comes down. At this time, 1,000 Hands of One's score had heck of a lot more than 2 million. 2 million, that's $200,000. But for 1,000-handed Ichigo, this is just a hair's breadth. Brother Taozi once set a record of breaking 500 million PK scores in a single session. That's $50 million when you change it. Although it was only a tiny 2 million points now, compared to Han Duo, it was already a world of difference. 30 seconds to go. Come on old timers, just give me another 1,000 points up. Han Duo looked at her pitiful 5,000 points. Simply her little heart was so battered that she was about to cry. Next to him, Brother Taozi was full of faint smiles, a style of pointing out the mountains. Tao fans, no need to go too far. Look at the little girl across the street who's already on the verge of tears. Haha, okay, I didn't realize there were actually so many Tao fans supporting it this time. Thank you. As he was speaking, he suddenly raised his eyebrows because in Han Duo's livestream, someone had actually swiped a piercing arrow 288, that's 2,880 points. This instantly went straight to over 7,000 points. Yoo-hoo, not bad. This little girl can still gain an iron fan. Brother Taozi's mouth was tinged with a faint smile. Tao fans are powerful, actually thinking of comforting the sister. But who knew that just as his words fell, another cloud-piercing arrow came from the opposite side. That's 10,000 points. 2 million against 10,000. It's still a far cry. And with 50 seconds to go, it's already a big game. Tao fans are really kind. I didn't expect. Before he could finish the sentence, he saw an incredible scene. Han Duo's live broadcast room was actually screened by the cloud-piercing arrow. 14 piercing arrows. The score actually soared directly to as much as 3,700,000. Rebounded. This time, even Han Duo, who was still eating, was completely confused. But she only froze for 2 seconds before she screamed. Ah, thank you Heartbeat Guy for the piercing arrow. Thank you Biggie. Biggie is awesome. On the other hand, the smile on Taozi's face instantly stiffened. 2 million for him, almost 4 million for the other guy. If I'm counting correctly, it's ing doubled in reverse. In an instant, he instantly roared wildly. Tao fans, don't bring it like this. Give me a counterattack. There's 40 seconds left, and it's a wolf extermination across the street. Sure enough, his rallying cry was supported by countless fans. The 2 million points that had originally stopped were actually climbing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 30 million. In barely 5 seconds, it actually broke 100 million points. At such a late night, the other party was actually able to break through 100 million points so quickly, enough to justify the title of first brother of 1,000 hands. However, on the other side, something that shocked even Han Duo beyond belief happened. The special effect of the piercing arrow swiping the screen came across the entire screen once again. 1314 arrow through the cloud. 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 Han didn't even know how many 1314 piercing arrows there were. All she could see was her score, which was actually insanely skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, a billion, 200 million, 300 million. Hissing. Brother Taozi felt like he was going blind. He clearly saw that all those gifts on the opposite side were actually swiped by a man named Heartbeat Man. $300 million. That's $30 million. At this point he couldn't care less. Only 15 seconds left. Brother Taozi dialed his cell phone as fast as he could, and 5 seconds later, the response came from across the room. Dude, someone's ing me. Call someone. At this moment, all the brothers who were related to Brother Taozi all woke up from their dreams. To put it bluntly, they are also big internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers on 1,000 hands. The call to arms is very strong. Some incredibly powerful netizens want to join forces with each other. For what? It is to fight against the 1,000 hands platform. That way, you can make a deal with Chikara. The purpose of negotiating terms is nothing more than to gain a greater advantage. For example, a share of the bounty. When one party is in trouble, 8 parties will support it. Within just 30 seconds, at least 10 big netizens instantly appeared in Brother Taozi's live broadcast room. Waves of gifts began to swipe wildly. The scores are also exploding. 1 billion, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. Rebounded. 100 million short of the record set by Brother Tao himself. 500 million. But he knew that wasn't going to happen. Because, it's the wee hours of the morning and even the bounty is capped. No one is going to put their life on the line for themselves. It's not realistic. So, he thought, he's steady. 400 million, not a record breaker, but enough to be proud of. And on Hendo's side, sure enough, everything was set. The other side, with 300 million points, is also largely immobile. The countdown appeared. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. 5 seconds. However, just as Brother Tao thought this was the final end, suddenly, at the split second of the fifth, the score on the other side, which had been motionless, suddenly jumped. Jiang Lin, who was upstairs, had the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a hint of dawning realization. It turns out that you can also directly enter the amount of money. It makes me tired of clicking for nothing. Brother Tao Zi's pupils shrunk violently, practically thinking that he had misread the situation, because, on top of the other side's original score of 300 million, there was actually an extra number 1 in front of it. An extra 1? This thought only flashed through Brother Tao Zi's mind, and in the next moment, it instantly returned to his senses. 3 billion. I can't believe it's 3 billion. The PK record for the entire platform was actually broken just like that. Chapter 115. Big netizens gather at Thousand Hands headquarters. Jiang Lin appears. Tao Zi's wave is stable. Many netizens couldn't help but discuss it before the last 5 seconds. Who is this wave 1? Why haven't I seen it before? Obviously there's a backstage, but it's still almost as good as Brother Tao Zi. That's right. Who among us doesn't know the strength of Brother Tao Zi? However, their discussion had just ended when they suddenly saw Brother Tao Zi's blood bar suddenly compressed and nearly disappeared. At that moment, everyone stared incredulously. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. What the hell? $1,300,000,000? My god. What kind of bigot is this? It's actually so ruthless. Defeated. One Tao Z brother on the entire network actually lost just like that? In the middle of this late night, a shocking and incomparable news sensationalized the entire Thousand Hands. Thousand Hands' first brother, Tao Z brother, was actually defeated by a small anchor with only 500,000 followers. Oh no! A wave of peaks just went down and wave 1 has become 1,000,000 followers. And it's still climbing like crazy. Impossible. Brother Tao Z, this must be an official trick. A big netizen instantly sent a group chat video to Brother Tao, and at once many netizens joined in. That's right. This must be the official feeling that we Netflix are getting hotter and hotter. So they want to suppress it on purpose. But there's no point, is there? What do they have to gain by suppressing us? Are you an idiot? Didn't we jointly approach them before to ask for the split ratio to be changed from 50-50 to 73? This is too much. Brother Tao Z closed the live broadcast, and his entire body fell into contemplation. Brothers, what do you say we do now? He suddenly spoke. How? Brother Tao Z, it's time to show them the cards. Show them our call to arms. That's right. We'll go straight to headquarters tomorrow and make them give a statement. Yes, with so many of us on Netflix, it adds up to enough to influence the entire platform. Hearing the speeches from the crowd, eventually Brother Tao Z's expression sank and he nodded heavily. Good, brothers, then tomorrow we'll meet at the Chicken headquarters at 10 o'clock in the morning. And this time, we must be given a satisfactory answer. Well, that's settled. The crowd dispersed. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know that he had casually rewarded more than $100 million and had actually triggered so many reactions. At this moment, Han Duo, who had won the PK, screamed and rushed up the stairs. Before he even entered, he shouted, "Honey, I won! I actually PK'd Ichiro Chikan. As soon as I look at that pinhead, he's not as good as you." Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. How did you know that Brother Tozi was flat? Han Duo froze for a moment, followed by a surprised reaction. It's you. So it's you. She now finally realized that the heartbeat male god who had rewarded over 130 million for himself was actually Jiang Lin. Without saying anything, Han Duo thanked Jiang Lin with his own practical actions. This toss was an hour or two. By the time Jiang Lin woke up, it was noon the next day. He didn't actually wake up naturally, he was woken up by a phone call. The caller was an unknown number. Jiang Lin subconsciously connected, and heard a somewhat urgent voice coming from the opposite side. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? I am, please. Before Jiang Lin could finish his words, he heard the other party say in a hurry, Mr. Jiang, I'm the CEO of Thousand Hands live streaming platform, Xiao Yunfei, and I've just received that you've become our first major shareholder after financing. Xiao Yunfei spoke extremely fast and said, it's just that in the early hours of this morning, after a PK with a huge reward, a dozen or so big netizens led by Brother Tao Z all came to our headquarters, saying that we're maliciously manipulating this, and asking us to give a statement. Now you are the major shareholder of the company, so we still want to ask for your opinion? How should this matter be handled? Jiang Lin paused and walked away from the bed. What do you want to do with it? He asked. In reality, Tao Z brother and the others want nothing more than to get a bigger profit from us, Xiao Yunfei mused. But with a dozen of their web celebrities joining forces, they can almost influence a third of our platform's traffic. So do I want to just raise their share by 10%? And lower the tax by 10%? Normal bounties or bandwagons need to be taxed. 20% tax which is mandatory. If this tax point is let out by 10%, it is equivalent to this tax being borne by the company. Jiang Lin was a senior student at the University of Finance and Economics, and he understood the stakes almost instantly. I disagree, he said with finality. Well, I'm afraid they'll negotiate with us, or even be poached by another company. Xiao Yunfei said with a bit of concern. That's okay, I'm going to the office right now and you're going to do something for me, Jiang Lin said and commanded with Xiao Yunfei, and immediately Xiao Yunfei's eyes lit up, nodding one after another. It didn't take long for Jiang Lin to hang up, going back to see that Han Duo was still sleeping soundly. He left by himself. According to the address, Jiang Lin spent almost an hour before arriving at the headquarters of Thousand Hands Live. As soon as he stepped through the front door, he saw a suited, rather young-looking veteran greeting him towards him. Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Yunfei. Jiang Lin smiled and shook the other party's hand. Mr. Xiao, have you prepared everything I asked you to prepare? It's ready, Mr. Jiang. Almost every one of them, especially that Taoist brother has the most. Mr. Zhou nodded. Great. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. Let's go. Tell them to go to the biggest conference room, and bring the information with them. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Xiao listened and took out his phone directly, then communicated with his assistant. The two got on the elevator and made their way straight to the conference center on the top 20 floors. This conference center is huge, hundreds of square meters. In order is to facilitate the Thousand Hands Live to some anchors when the meeting is used. Only, right now, inside the huge conference center, there were only a dozen or so netizens led by brother Tao Zi. As Jiang Lin and Xiao Yunfei walked out of the elevator, before they reached the door, they heard them clamoring inside. The brothers must make him give a statement today. Yes, that's right, or we came for nothing. Yeah, it doesn't matter who's here. It has to be 70/30ths. As he was talking, he heard a bang and the door opened. All the netizens looked towards the door in unison, but what made them a little surprised was that the first one to walk in this time was actually not Mr. Xiao. Instead, it was someone who looked very young. Hello Mr. Zhou. After all, they hadn't torn their faces off yet, so the crowd was still very respectful when they saw Xiao Yunfei. Xiao Yunfei nodded, then stood half a position behind Jiang Lin and introduced. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is our company's major shareholder, Jiang Lin, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 116, I can make you or break you. The moment these words came out, a dozen or so netizens were completely blown away. What? Jiang Lin? Isn't that the one from the concert? Mo Ziggy's guest? Really? I've seen the picture. It looks like it. I also heard that he seems to be that online Heartbeat brother. No, it's Heartbeat Man. Between the crowd's discussion, all the netizens realized with a start that Jiang Lin was actually the Heartbeat brother who had made a splash at the concert and was known as an overnight sensation. Only people have noticed that he seems to make very few public appearances, making it difficult to keep track of his whereabouts. On the contrary, Tao Zi brother's face changed when he heard the three words Heartbeat brother. Then he asked somewhat tentatively, Mr. Jiang, may I ask, are you the Heartbeat Man from last night? Jiang Lin swept a flat glance at him, then nodded unapologetically. It's me. The moment these words came out, the many netizens even changed color completely. I'll go. I told you it was the company, right? How can we beat the boss himself? It's shady. Shady. The company can't do this to us. It's bad for our popularity. Yes, if it keeps going on like this, the company's development is worrying. Jiang Lin listened to the crowd spouting there and didn't say anything, just listened quietly. It was only when someone sensed something was wrong that the party grew quiet. Only then did Jiang Lin Fong incline his head to look at them. Enough said? Then it's my turn to talk. Jiang Lin then casually leaned against the desk next to him. I know what you are here for, but, remember, this platform, it's corporate, and you guys, you're on fire because of the company's platform. Without a platform, you are nothing. So, walk out the door and go back to your homes, and I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, Jiang Lin smiled indifferently. The consequences are serious. What? You're threatening us? A long-haired, effeminate netizen couldn't help but retort. Jiang Lin raised his eyes to look at him, then pointed at him and asked, what's his name? Next to him, Mr. Zhou flipped through the information and then said, Nymphet, sealed for 3 months. Jiang Lin only said 5 words. Nick's Cannon was instantly enraged. What gives you the right to just seal the number? Jiang Lin didn't even look at him. Associate all the Thousand Hands accounts of his ID and freeze all the Thousand Hands coins embodied. Yes, Mr. Xiao meticulously wrote down Jiang Lin's words. The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed, and even the Nymphet Cannon who had just spoken was completely dumbfounded. He didn't dare to say any more for fear of more severe punishment. A bald middle-aged man who looked a bit fierce was not afraid to die at this time. Mr. Jiang, Isn't it a bit unfair for you to do this? What's his name? Jiang Lin pointed at this bald head. His name is Baldy, Mr. Jiang. Well, likewise, 3 months of sealing. The bald strong instantly shut up. Nima, I am afraid that I will have to associate the ID card again if I open my mouth again. This time, the dozen or so big netizens who had originally come with great vigor completely wilted in front of Jiang Lin. They couldn't help but look towards Brother Tao Zi. Of all the netizens, he was the one with the most energy. Sulking for half a day, Brother Tao Zi still couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Mr. Jiang, we also just want to talk to your company. How can we make such a chilling move before we even start talking? Besides, do you know how much traffic we big netizens bring in? How many benefits have we brought? If your company is only this sincere, then we might as well go directly to other platforms. And then I hope Mr. Jiang won't regret it. Hearing him say this, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. He inclined his head at the crowd and couldn't help but ask, is there anyone here who thinks like him? Stand out and let me see. When these words came out, all the netizens couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Nima, who dares to come forward at this time? Sealing the number for 3 months at a time would make him spit blood just from the income in it. After waiting for 3 seconds, Jiang Lin suddenly smiled and looked at Brother Tao Zi. Your name's Tao Zi, brother, right? Brother Tao Zi nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly heard Jiang Lin flatly say, you, permanently blocked, associated with all ID accounts, and blocked across the net. Brother Tao Zi's face changed drastically when he heard that. Why am I permanently blocked? On what grounds? Jiang Lin sneered. Just by the fact that I don't see you as a good person. Look at me wrong? Brother Tao Zi couldn't hold back this time. He let out a cold smile. Mr. Jiang, I know you have a strong background and I'm not your opponent, but don't forget, besides Yu Chikan, there's also crashing sound. I, Brother Tao Zi, dare not say anything else. As long as I go to Crash Tone, I can at least take away more than 30 million fans. That's the biggest thing he's got going for him. The loss of 30 million fans would be a huge impact on the entire Thousand Hands platform. This is because it will trigger a powerful chain reaction, and when one after another netizens go out, the whole platform will end up going downhill, or even in a vicious circle. However, Jiang Lin looked at Brother Tao Zi with a flat face from start to finish. There didn't seem to be the slightest fluctuation in the other party's words. Until the other person finishes. Jiang Lin Fong raised his hand. Show him something. Xiao Yunfei hurriedly nodded his head as he listened. With that, he glanced toward his assistant. At once, the lights of the entire conference center dimmed. On top of the projection screen directly in front of them, a video image instantly surfaced. Tao fans, what are you waiting for? Grab it. This product, absolutely authentic, and only 30,000 units. If you don't hold on to it, you'll miss it. The crowd's pupils all shrank at this moment. Wasn't this the image of Brother Tao Zi's live broadcast? In the entire Thousand Hands platform, all live broadcasts, video data, are stored in the company's servers. There isn't a single one you can't find if you want to. This is one of the ways that the entire platform is designed to preserve evidence. Soon, under Xiao Yunfei's command, many videos were played one after another on the big screen. Every anchor in the room had one. And, without exception, it's all live footage from when they were bringing in the goods. After the video was played, Brother Tao Zi and the others looked at Jiang Lin with doubts. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by showing us this? Brother Tao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lin didn't say anything, but next to him, General Manager Xiao Yunfei Qiao opened his mouth. Every one of your videos, we've traced the merchandise link against the physical object. Mr. Xiao's voice was icy cold. All of these products of yours have various problems such as high imitation, counterfeiting, etc. However, in order to rush the sales and fool the consumers, you actually make a big fuss in the live broadcast to ensure that this is the real thing. At a later stage, there were a large number of bad reviews on your product reviews, but the incident was quelled by you with monetary compensation. Although you quickly deleted the comments, we have restored the deleted data in them and taken screenshots. The more Mr. Xiao said, the more the faces of all the netizens completely changed. It's the age of the internet, and they think they can just mouth off or engage in false propaganda. Everything can just be covered up if you move fast enough, but they forget that in this internet age, as long as you have the technology, even if you smash your computer, you can restore the data just the same. If this evidence does come to light for good, then all of the netizens will be disgraced. Would any consumer want to buy from a bandwagon host who cheats everyone? Without consumers, they instantly fall off the pedestal and are completely reduced to ordinary people. By the time General Manager Qiao finished speaking, everyone's face was white, literally trembling like a quail. Well, think about it guys, if we pop these, where do you think you're going to go? Mr. Qiao let out a cold laugh, causing everyone to be completely heartbroken. Even the hottest Tao Z brother was now trembling. Suddenly, all of them unanimously looked towards Jiang Lin. The outcome of all this, the future, was all in the hands of this youth. Jiang Lin looked at the frightened eyes of all the netizens. In an indifferent tone, he said, I can either fulfill you or destroy you. Chapter 117, Triggering Trillion Times Blast. Rewarding Golf Mastery. I can make you or break you. This one sentence jolted the crowd awake. Yes, even if they are popular, they are still dependent on the online platform. Without that platform anymore, not to say they'll die, but at least their popularity will take a precipitous drop. And this youth in front of them, who looked much smaller than them, had actually grasped their life and death in a moment. Oh, Mr. Jiang. Brother Tao Z was completely abashed this time. He couldn't help but smile curtly. We also know our mistakes. Can you see if you can give a chance? There's no way around it. He can't help it if he doesn't wimp out. If he really followed Jiang Lin's method, he could be sure that he would completely stink. By then, he'll be an ordinary man again who can't be ordinary anymore. Without a sustained financial income, it is not impossible for him to become a pauper, not to mention getting rich. Jiang Lin squinted at him, then said faintly, giving you guys a chance, huh? Good. Why did you come here today? Isn't it just to change the share ratio? And for us to bear the 10% tax for you? Then do as you say. The split ratio is changed to 37. But, it's 7 for me and 3 for you. And, the tax you pay as usual. But, also subsidize me with an additional 10% of the tax. I'll put it this way so you can understand it. This statement left all the netizens completely confused. MMP, it's a case of doing the same thing to the other guy. I was expecting a ho-hum rush to change the split, but the change was made. This turned out to be more of a loss, and you have to back out 10% of the subsidy to people. It's called a thing. Brother Tao Z let out a bitter laugh and began to cry poor. Mr. Jiang, you can't do this. How can you let us live if you do this? How to live? Jiang Lin felt on fire as soon as he heard this, and his originally ancient face instantly turned ice cold. Do you think about how the people live when you buy high fashion and fool people? You're making a lot of money. Have you ever thought about the trust they have in you? Don't act in front of me. You make me feel sick with this poor acting. Remember, if you dare to make false claims and deceive the people in the future, I'll make you lose your reputation and be penniless. Jiang Lin said with a cold smile. Don't question my words. I'll do what I say. With that he simply didn't even look at them and turned his head towards the outside. Mr. Qiao hurriedly followed, and then he heard Jiang Lin casually say, let them sign the agreement, as well as the extra profit we harvested from them. All of it will be taken out for charity. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll make sure to arrange it. Xiao Yunfei simply admired this newly minted major shareholder. Easily cleaned up these netizens not to mention, but also to take out all the benefits of their hands to charity. This kind of vigor is simply unmatched. Looking at Jiang Lin's fading figure, Xiao Yunfei couldn't help but murmur, Mr. Jiang's future is unlimited. Ding! You angrily sprayed Netflix, triggering a trillion-fold blast, rewarding you with master golf skills. Golf skills? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. Something wasn't right. How did the system pop out this reward this time? Before that, it was usually whatever you needed. Just pop it. Forget it. Golf is golf. Jiang Lin secretly said in his heart that he might be able to use it at some point. He walked out of the Thousand Hands building and was about to drive back. Suddenly the phone rang. When he looked, it was Hando. Couldn't help but smile slightly. Did this little wildcat just wake up? Subconsciously picking up the phone, he heard Han Duo's lazy voice from over there. Hey honey, my dad just told me that the rich kid asked to meet me at the Purple Rose golf course tomorrow morning at 10. Golf course? Jiang Lin froze for a moment as he listened, and then he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Finally, I understand the good intentions of the system. Yeah, I just don't have anywhere to try my ball skills. He smiled and nodded. Yeah, honey, you still golf? Han Duo said with some surprise. Oh, I can do a lot of that. Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. I don't even know how much I can know in the future. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin told Han Duo to rest at home by himself. Anyway, there are maids at home, so you can just ask them if you want to eat or cook. He himself called Luo Yifei. It's been a long time and he still misses her. Luo Yifei, who received the call, was naturally very happy. Jiang Lin hadn't contacted her for several days. She didn't complain, but she missed it. Naturally happy to be able to see each other. Jiang Lin compensated her for the whole afternoon. Shopping, eating, especially happy. I just didn't realize that the original romantic world of two had turned into a threesome. Good girlfriend Chu Yaoyao was actually called ahead by Luo Yifei. According to Luo Yifei's words, it was called cultivating feelings in advance. In response, Jiang Lin could only be helpless. Until the evening, Jiang Lin didn't stay over at the king's residence, but returned to the villa to accompany Han Duo. After all, he still needed to go to the Purple Rose golf course early the next morning. This Purple Rose Golf. John Lin also made a special effort to understand. The top chain of golf courses in the country is very large, and the location is right on the outskirts of the empire. Not the far outskirts. Just the fact that this location was able to be taken down is not something that can be done by the average person. Not only that, but the environment and standards of Purple Rose are built to the exacting standards of the world's top golf tournaments. From the greenery, to the grass, Tiger Woods, the famous golf star, is also said to have played at Purple Rose and raved about it. In short, this golf course is grey and awesome, the kind that the average person can't afford to go to. John Lin also just took a general look and didn't put it to heart. He's so busy right now. He's so busy every day that he can't sleep night after night. Another night without time to sleep. But the next morning, John Lin was still alive and well. After forcing Han Duo to wake up early, John Lin asked Luo Yifei to help buy her some clothes. She was sneaking around. She couldn't always go back and forth in Hatsune's clothes. Not to mention, when Han Duo changed into a form of flattering sports makeup, her entire person instantly changed from a playful and cute Hatsune Mo girl to a sports beauty girl. Curve hype is unbeatable. It looks particularly exaggerated. John Lin nodded, very impressed with Luo Yifei's vision, and then the two of them drove directly to the Purple Rose in a car Roman. Meanwhile, at the Purple Rose golf course, a young man wearing a silver-white golf shirt was walking among the crowd with a proud face. Today, it was his second meeting with Han Duo. In fact, during the first time, he realized that Han Duo's father was very pleased with himself. There was no other reason. Because his old man, LV Chinkong, was the general agent of the world's top luxury car, Ferrari. Big man worth billions. LV Chinkong was also a little famous inside the circle by virtue of his dad's authority. More importantly, because Han Duo's old man, Han Shichong, had asked for his dad's help. Therefore, for him, Lu Chinkong, this marriage was simply a nail in the coffin. So, for this second meeting, LV Chinkong felt that he had the need to ask this future wife of his, demonstrate the grooming and level of sophistication behind being a rich kid. Golf, on the other hand, is naturally the most aristocratic sport that reflects the level of performance. At the same time, he wanted to take the opportunity to introduce her to the many friends around him. Now, everything is ready to go. Finally, the east wind came, and Han Duo's lovely, charming figure appeared at the Purple Rose golf course. LV Chinkong had a smile at the corner of his mouth and was about to open his mouth. But the next moment, his complexion was instantly gloomy. Chapter 118 Brother Jiang, why don't we bet? Han Duo's style today was very sporty, revealing a very youthful and lively atmosphere. It made Lu Chinkong feel unusually moved just by looking at it. Wow, is that her? Mr. LV's vision is perfect. She's a goddess. Awesome. Xiao Lu's methods make us admire him. Shall we call sister-in-law? Ha ha ha. Between the crowds teasing, they saw Han Duo walking in the direction of LV Chinkong. The corners of LV Chinkong's mouth also carried a smug smile. This Han Duo, in every way, is superb. The only thing is that in height, less than 6'5", slightly insufficient. But he's also short. He's only 5 feet 7 inches, and the two of them fit together like a glove. However, just the moment his smug smile had just bloomed, he actually saw a tall and handsome figure chasing after him behind Han Duo, and then, Han Duo actually took the other party's arm with an intimate face. In an instant, Lu Chinkong's smile instantly stiffened on his face. He felt as if he had been transformed into a plateau with an endless number of green meadows above his head. Green. Just too damn green. The males who were originally still chiming in were all instantly embarrassed by a stroke. This Nima, future sister-in-law, is actually holding another man's arm right now. And look, it's so tightly attached. It's all deformed. Okay? They barely needed their heads to think about it. They knew that the current Lu Xiao was simply green. This time, Lu Chinkong's face became even more ugly. However, Han Duo was oblivious to this and pulled Jiang Lin right in front of Lu Chinkong. Han Duo greatly pointed at Lu Chinkong and introduced, "Honey, this is Lu Chinkong who asked me on a blind date." Jiang Lin smiled and nodded as he listened, then smiled at Lu Chinkong. "Hello, I'm Duo's new boyfriend, Jiang Lin. I've often heard her mentioning you in the past 2 days. Nice to meet you, LV Chinkong. It's a ing pleasure to meet you." "What do you mean? You just had a boyfriend? Do you think I don't exist? This is a clear-cut way of telling me you're a ing asshole?" However, even though Lu Chinkong was incomparably angry in his heart, he still hadn't managed to have a seizure. Because, the first time of the blind date, the only one who agreed was also Han Duo's old man, Han Shichong. "Ha, I see." Suddenly, Lu Chinkong's heart stirred, and he instantly figured out a problem. He guessed that the other person was probably not Han Duo's boyfriend at all, but was dragged by her to make herself angry. In a fit of rage, he himself would break up with her, and then she would get what she wanted. Thinking about the key to this, Lu Qingkong's anger dissipated instead. Since you've come to piss me off, let me show you what real strength is. Jiang Lin, right? Nice to meet you. I didn't expect Duo to bring you here either. Please apologize for the poor hospitality. LV Qingkong sprinkled a smile on his face, a look of hospitality. Jiang Lin and Han Duo looked at each other, and both could see the surprise in each other's eyes. This LV Qingkong can be you can stand being green like this. How it's not quite the same as the rich kids they imagined. That's a master at enduring humiliation. Suddenly, one of Xiaolu's friends looked at Jiang Lin and exclaimed in shock. Hey, young LV, look at this one, seems to be that new internet star. It was as if he could see Jiang Lin's identity. At once, the crowd beside them followed the reaction. Yeah, it seems like it really is. The one who sang at the Motsi concert, right? Yeah, it's rumored to be on the Weibo hot search. The crowd instantly discovered Jiang Lin's identity. Lu Qingkong, who heard this, kept his face clouded, but in his heart, he was practically laughing. What a godsend! Lu Qingkong usually has no hobbies, except for golf is to play with luxury cars and watch live broadcasts. And in the entire circle of netizens, basically he was able to recognize any big netizens that could be named. Let's just say that Thousand Hands Ichigo is practically like an iron brother to him. The other party is also a netizen, but he is worth a lot of money. More than $1 billion. Even in his eyes he had to be admired for it. Only, what LV Qingkong never expected was that this Jiang Lin was actually a netizen as well. Oh, well, a little overnight internet sensation like he was just a flash in the pan. He had a flash of inspiration in his mind and directly thought of an excellent way to directly punch Jiang Lin in the face. Han Duo couldn't help but say to Jiang Lin as she listened to the crowd. Honey, you're so famous now, why don't we go back, so we don't run into any fans? Jiang Lin thought about it, then nodded. Good. Anyway, he had already made his identity known in front of the other party, and now that LV Qingkong should be dead in the water as well. However, just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, LV Qingkong, who hadn't said anything, hurriedly spoke. Hey, Duo, don't you guys rush off. Han turned his head in surprise. LV Qingkong, I already have a boyfriend. It's not right between us. A gloomy color flickered in Lu Qingkong's eyes and he smiled. Since meeting each other is destiny, we've come all this way. Why don't we play a couple of games? LV Qingkong's gaze landed on Jiang Lin. Since this brother Jiang is also very powerful, golf should have been played. How about giving it a try? What's there to try? Han Duo's eyes glared, and she didn't intend to take the move, because although she had heard Jiang Lin say that her golf skills were good, she couldn't guarantee just how strong they were, so Han Duo was going to refuse. However, without waiting for her to continue speaking, she heard Jiang Lin flatly say, Good, I haven't tried it for a long time either, so I can play a couple of games. Snap, LV Qingkong clapped his hands when he heard it. Good, I like Brother Jiang's character. I'm afraid that amongst the netizens, I'm afraid that Brother Jiang is considered extremely outstanding. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and said lightly, I'm not a netizen, I just love to sing a few lines. Humble, to be honest, in your circle, I really know quite a few of your peers. Wait a while, I'll introduce you to the acquaintance. It will also help you in your future path. LV Qingkong said with an old-fashioned look. Since they weren't going anywhere, the crowd was ready to start playing. LV Qingkong swept a glance at Jiang Lin and said, Brother Jiang doesn't seem to have brought any clubs. Jiang Lin nodded at his words. Well, I haven't had time to buy it yet. No? When Lu Qingkong heard this, he immediately laughed coldly in his heart. It's true that he is a netizen who has never seen the world. I'm afraid that he hasn't even played golf, right? He smiled even more at the thought. Come on, let me introduce you to the way this golf is played. There's a stroke play and a stroke play, he explained with an enthusiastic face. Most of our games are mostly par matches. The so-called par matches, that is, on the entire course, a total of 18 holes, with a ball to catch in order to hit the holes in the middle of the ball and record the total number of total strokes spent. The lower the number of strokes, naturally, is the winner. With this carefulness of his as a toolman, even the unintelligent Han Duo heard him clearly. She turned her head to look at Jiang Lin and realized that the other party always had a confident smile on her face. Jiang Lin nodded. So when do we start? LV Qingkong shook his head and smiled at this time. Don't be hasty, Brother Jiang. Why don't we make a bet? Chapter 119 18 holes, 18 shots, no bullet. A bet? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow and looked at the other party. That's right. LV Qingkong shook his head and smiled. I often play over here, and I usually bring a little bit of color, so that the fight is more serious. With that he clapped his hands. I don't have much capital here, so why don't we make a small bet? How about a Ferrari 488? When these words came out, a gasp rang out around them. I go. Lu Xiao is really rich and generous. A 488. At least it must be more than $3 million, right? Nonsense. That's the cost. By the time it gets to our side, it'll be over $4 million anyhow. Mr. LV is bold, worthy of being in the driving business. A luxury car said to gamble. Young Lu's family is probably poor with only luxury cars left. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the flurry of bragging from the crowd, Lu Qingkong smiled faintly, appearing unusually flat. In fact, the heart is just awesome. Kid, I'll see if you dare to take it. A $4 million limousine. I'm afraid you're going to lose all your money. Which knows? John Lin shook his head decisively after hearing this. No bet. I never play so small. Lu Qingkong. If Han Duo wasn't here, he would simply want to just start spraying. What are you pretending? $4 million for a luxury car as a bet. Actually too small. Who do you think you are, Gates? Strongly suppressing his anger, Lu Qingkong still asked, then how much does Brother Jiang intend to bet? John Lin thought about it and casually said, there's nothing to bet on. How about 1 billion? Cash and credit card will do. Put. LV Qingkong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. There's a limit to how much you can pretend, right? $1 billion to gamble. Our family together can't get $1 billion in cash. However, he simply didn't believe that John Lin was able to take out so much money. It was worth it when the other party was just getting high in front of him. Alright then, since Brother Jiang is not willing to bring a bet, let's just get started. LV Qingkong extended his hand. Please. With that, the crowd rode in golf carts and were led by caddies toward the starting point for the entire tournament. On the way, LV Qingkong sneered while dialing her best friend's number. Humph. I'll let you pretend here. In a moment I'll see if you can still pretend. Hey, Tao, do you have time? Come to Purple Rose. What's up? I've got a little internet sensation here who doesn't think he can make it, and I need you to wake him up. Alright, you can bring a few more friends. I'd love nothing more than to see him dazzled then. Hanging up the phone, the crowd had stopped at the golf tee. Under normal circumstances, the average par game is a rotating batting order. That is, when the first player hits the ball, if it doesn't go in the hole, then it's the next player's turn to tee off. If the other player doesn't make the hole, it's time to switch back to the previous player to continue. The rules are not complicated and it is important to look at the level. A confident smile surfaced on Lu Qingkong's face at the moment. He's good at golf, and that's no mean feat. Into the cave the little lounge boy, that's what he's talking about. At this moment, he stood on the tee and said to Jiang Lin with a gentlemanly face, Mr. Jiang, since I'm the host, let's have you start first. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you haven't played, just relax. Jiang Lin, who heard this, smiled faintly and nodded. Fine, then I'll go first. With that he gave Han a reassuring look and walked up with his golf ball, casually pulling one of the clubs from the golf course's makeshift supply, placed the golf ball over the tee. Jiang Lin took a deep breath and looked toward the direction of the first cave in the distance. In the field of golf, to play well, there are extremely high requirements for the psychological quality, technique, and strength of the players. At the same time, you have to be extremely experienced in judging the form, the wind, the environment and so on. Not far away, LV Qingkong stood on the sidelines with a look of watching the show. Those who haven't played golf don't know. If you are a novice, you may not even be able to hit the ball, let alone power it. Mr. Louis, how many strokes do you think he'll have to score on this first hole? A good person couldn't help but ask. Not sure. Lu Qingkong shook his head faintly, but I think it's at least 3 shots or more. Ha ha, I feel like I can't even score in 5 shots. Not going to make us wait here all day. Ha ha ha. Just as the crowd was talking, Jiang Lin's figure moved, only to see his hands holding the pole, arms raised high. The next moment, while not stopping to swing out violently toward the bottom, pop, there was a soft thud and the golf ball flew high in the air instantly. It caught the attention of the crowd in an instant. Everyone's eyes were dead set on the golf ball, wanted to see just how far this first ball could fly. Finally, after a few seconds, the golf ball began to fall from its highest point, down, but the moment it was about to land, a small flag suddenly appeared in the eyes of the crowd. This little flag? Isn't it the sign for the first hole? This doubtful thought had just surfaced, and then he saw that the golf ball falling in midair had actually landed in the middle of the first hole in an unbiased manner. Hole in one. At this moment, the entire room was silent, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. That's impossible? It's too accurate? Someone spoke up incredulously. Coincidence? Absolute coincidence. Even Tiger Woods wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. That's right, this didn't occur to me. This guy is actually so lucky. Lu Qingkong's gaze narrowed vainly as he looked at Jiang Lin, realizing that no surprises surfaced on the other party's face other than a faint smile. It can't be, can it? Did he really punch it in? He shook his head. not believing that Jiang Lin could be so powerful as this. Therefore, he clapped his hands and smiled. Awesome, awesome. I can't imagine that Brother Jiang is actually deeply hidden. Jiang Lin swept him lightly and said flatly, actually, you shouldn't have let me drive first. LV Qin Kong, who heard this, said with some surprise, why? Because, once I do, you won't stand a chance. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang is really good at joking. LV Qin Kong laughed out loud. It's hard to believe that you can still get a hole-in-one on every hole? If that's true, I'll eat a golf ball alive. Jiang Lin didn't pay attention to it, but directly got on a golf cart to the first hole. The end of the first hole is the beginning of the second hole, and so on, 18 holes in a row. After arriving at the second hole, Jiang Lin didn't have any nonsense. He directly took out his own clubs and set up the golf ball. Observe, think, tee off. A series of movements in one fell swoop. Pop, hole in one. Spot on. At this moment, LV Qin Kong and the others who had thought that Jiang Lin was arrogant were instantly confused. This, too, is a coincidence? Jiang Lin didn't even bother to say anything. Head straight for the second hole. Pop, pop, pop. Everyone was almost blinded by the sound of one swing after another. They looked at Jiang Lin with shocked faces. This guy actually made a hole-in-one on every hole. 18 holes, 18 shots, no bullets. Chapter 120. I'm not just good at this, I'm good at many things. This, how is this possible? Looking at Jiang Lin, who had successfully scored on the 18th hole, LV Qin Kong felt that his brain was about to short-circuit. Is this guy even human? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of the golf god? All the bespectacled Dayukai followed one by one in amazement. It's too accurate. Even in novels, it's not this accurate. When Jiang Lin finished his last shot, Han Duo next to him pounced up with a surprised face. Honey, you were fantastic to hit it so well. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, smiled faintly when he heard it. Today's state is good, and the environment is also good. Only then did he squarely land his gaze on the somewhat confused Lu Qin Kong. Are you going to continue? LV Qin Kong, I can't go on. My ass. You 18 shots to end the game. Even if I use my hands to throw directly cannot throw out 18 shots. Ah. Ha! LV Qin Kong revealed a smile that was worse than crying and said with an embarrassed expression. I never thought that Brother John's golf skills would be so terrifying, so I won't be too scandalized. Why don't we go back to the rest area and have a drink? Jiang Lin shook his head. No need. It's getting late. We're ready to go back. However, just as his words fell, he heard a shout suddenly ring out not far away. Lao Lu, where's the little netizen? The moment this voice rang out, it instantly made Lu Qin Kong's face light up. Help finally moved in. He laughed out loud at the sight and greeted them toward the distance. This way, come on. With that, he added to Jiang Lin, Brother Jiang, you are indeed good at golf, but on the path of Netflix, you are still lacking. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm well connected. Come on, let me introduce you to a few big netizens and see if I can lift you up in the future. As he was talking, a face of a dozen or so netizens came in a group not far away. The flat-headed brother at the head of the group was no other than Thousand Hands' first brother, Brother Tao Zi. Seeing this, LV Qin Kong hurriedly greeted him and patted Brother Tao Zi's shoulder and said to Jiang Lin, Brother Jiang, this is Thousand Hands' first brother, Brother Tao Zi. He's the strongest internet celebrity with over 50 million followers. If you want to develop in the future, you can't help but get closer to Brother Tao Zi. With that he looked at Jiang Lin with a smug expression. What's the use of being a good ball player? It also depends on the strength. See, even Shikanichi came to support me. A small netizen like you is just a younger brother to me. When Brother Tao Zi heard LV Qin Kong's introduction, he smiled with a proud face. The little netizen that Xiao LV is talking about is. He was just halfway through his sentence when he suddenly lost his voice. Because at this time, Brother Tao Zi was staring at Jiang Lin with wide eyes and a deadly gaze. What do I see? He thought he was blinking, but then he blinked and realized that it wasn't the same big man with 1,000 hands from yesterday. Brush! Almost all of the netizens instantly rushed towards Jiang Lin, a dozen in all familiar faces. LV Qin Kong even laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. Ha ha, see how the big netizen teaches you to be a human being. I'll see how arrogant you still are. Dodger, now you know how weak this cheap boyfriend of yours is. However, just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw an incredible scene. The entire group of netizens led by Brother Tao Zi stopped in front of Jiang Lin. With that, a 90-degree bow was made towards the other party. They shouted in unison, Hello Mr. Jiang, Ga! The flush of bows and sounds left all those present in utter shock. What is this? Wasn't he taught to be a good man by a big internet star? What happened to bowing? LV Qin Kong looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. Who exactly is the big netizen? IING invited people to put on a show, not to give people a treat. In the midst of incomparable confusion and disbelief, Lu Qingkong couldn't help but walk up to the other party. Anxiously, he tried to pull Taozi up. Brother Taozi, what are you guys doing? He's just a little netizen. Which knew that just after this sentence was uttered, he saw a dozen netizens glaring angrily towards him. The Taozi brother next to him even smiled coldly. LV Qingkong, you'd better watch your words. Mr. Zhang is a shareholder of Thousand Hands, not some internet celebrity. Nima, if you're gonna get high, don't drag us down with you. We've just signed a humiliating treaty, so if you give us another hand, we really don't need to hang around. What? Shareholders? LV Qingkong let out a steep cry of alarm. Shareholders of the Thousand Hands platform? How is that possible? How old is he? As a senior live control, he naturally knows the Thousand Hands platform very well. That's a big platform that's been through 5 rounds of funding. The market value after the financing is even higher at $200 billion valuation. Even a smallest shareholder is worth more than $1 billion at the very least. A little better. It's billions. In other words, Zhang Lin was now a billionaire, or even a multi-billionaire. Remember, this isn't Richie Rich. It was fundamentally different from a dude like him. For himself, Lu Qingkong still had a bit of a B number in his heart. As awesome as he was only able to get it by relying on his old man's patronage. But people, even if they are just a few hundred millionaires, at least have free access to all their money. All of his wealth requires his father's permission to do so. From this point on, the other party had crushed him. Finished. Simply finished. Zhang Lin plainly swept Taozi brother a glance and said indifferently, "Don't run around if there's nothing going on. It's easy to get into trouble." With that he waved his hand. "Disperse." Hey, okay. Next thing you know all the Netflix disappeared faster than they came. All the netizens left, leaving LV Qingkong and the others there in the wind. The two people, Zhang Lin and Han Duo, didn't even pay attention to them and walked towards the outside of the golf course while talking. "Honey, you're so good with the ball." "Of course, I'm good at more than that. I'm good at many things." "Really fake? I don't believe it." Dare to question me? I'll show you how good I am tonight." The two spoke in a small voice, just enough to be able to reach Lu Qingkong's ears. The one who heard this felt green on his head. "Han Shichong, I can't believe you shook me like that." Lu Qingkong secretly gritted her teeth. This matter definitely couldn't just be left alone. He couldn't move Zhang Lin, but Han Shichong would definitely have to pay for it. "Go, I'm going back to my dad now." He left the golf course in a rage and went straight to his dad's company. Lu Hong came in to spring, because Ferrari is selling like hotcakes in this country. Even happier, Han Shichong, as Land Rover's domestic agent, actually approached him to talk about cooperation, even to the point of betrothing his daughter to his son. Why? Because there is an economic crisis in the Han family, needed his Lu Hong's help. However, Lu Hong smiled coldly. Han Shichong, Han Shichong, do you think that one of your daughters will be able to make me help you through this? When my son takes your daughter down, I'll let you lose your fortune and another Land Rover agency. Not bad, ha ha ha. Just as he was laughing, his son, Lu Qingkong, pushed the door in. Chapter 121, 100 billion times storm. Reward 20% of Fiat Group's shares. Seeing that his son had actually returned so quickly, the smile on Lu Hong's face grew even wider. "Haruka, back so soon? How was the date?" LV Qingkong, who heard these words instantly, had a bitter expression on his face and almost shed tears directly. "Dad, what kind of girlfriend are you introducing me to here? I'm ing green." Next, Lu Qingkong introduced the entire process one by one. Immediately afterward, he heard Lu Hong slam the table. "Good you Han Shichong, how dare you fool me like that?" he shouted angrily. "Don't worry son, we definitely can't let this account go." He, Han Shichong, thinks that finding a netizen can solve his crisis? Dream on. So what if it's a shareholder of the Thousand Hands platform? So young, how many shares can one have? Lu Hong waved his hand. "Don't worry, this matter is in my hands. Today I will withdraw the funding license given to his Han family, and I will submit an application to Land Rover's global headquarters, so that they can hand over the agency of the great summer country to me. Han Shichong, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous." In less than half an hour, Han Shichong, the originally smiling head of the Han family, received an international call. "What? Someone is actually competing with us for the next year's Land Rover agency?" Han Shichong's face changed drastically. "Who? Exactly? What?" Lu Hong? Hanging up the phone, Han Shichong leaned back in his chair with a frustrated look on his face. LV Hong is the general agent of Ferrari and is rich and powerful. Originally, the entire Han family's operation had a problem, and there was a lack of liquidity. Han Shichong wants to stabilize his current cash flow by joining forces with Lu Hong. "That's how I met with the other person once under the guise of a blind date. Unexpectedly, the first face actually talked to each other, and LV Hong is a few quick promise to support him more than 50 million of liquidity in advance. This made Han Shichong's heart swell with relief. As long as he can successfully stock up on this batch of cars, he'll be able to secure his position at the agent changeover. It was just that he had never expected such a turn of events to occur today. Louis Hung is actually involved in the competition for Land Rover agents. He had just hung up the phone when he saw the door to his office pushed open by his assistant in one swift motion. Panic was written all over the assistant's face at the moment. Hurriedly, he said, "Chairman, it's not good. The first batch of funds that the LV family originally said would arrive today has been withdrawn." "What?" Han Shichong's face changed wildly. If LV Hong's funds could not be accounted for, what could he take to pay the deposit for this batch of orders from Land Rover HQ? Almost subconsciously, he directly dialed Lu Hong's number. What he ended up facing was actually the other side's cursing and relentless mockery. A few minutes worth of weeks. Han Shichong hung up the phone with a look of despair. "It's over. It's over." He instantly dialed his own daughter's number in a flash of anger. It must be because of the daughter, or there wouldn't be such a turn of events. He wanted to yell at the other party, but until the other party got through, Han Shichong was suddenly silent. The daughter is innocent. She shouldn't have been pushed by him like that. Han Shichong's wife died early, and he brought up his daughter single-handedly. At the thought, he let out a long, heavy sigh and hung up. "Chairman, so now, what?" the assistant said with a bit of concern. "What to do?" Han Shichong let out a long sigh. "Now we can only hope that our car show in the next few days will increase some sales, and then there's the bank loan." Assistant listened to a sinking heart. The company is now in this financial situation. The bank's loan, it has been difficult to approve. As for the car show? Oh, there are many cars to look at and very few to buy. Unless you just empty all your inventory. That little bit of money, it's just not going to cut it. On the other side, Han Duo hung up the phone somewhat oddly. John Lin next to him couldn't help but wonder. "What's wrong? Did your father scold you?" "No, it's because he didn't scold me that I feel weird." Han Duo cocked his head and thought. He's not usually like this. Did something happen? John Lin couldn't help but ask. "I don't think so." Han shook her head. She was also a bit confused. John Lin's gaze flickered as he suddenly connected the dots between what happened today. "What does your family do?" he asked suddenly. "Make the car," Han Duo said. "Our family is the general agent of the Land Rover's Great Summer region." "I heard you say earlier that LV Chinkong's family seems to be in the car business as well?" John Lin frowned. "That's right. His family makes Ferraris. Much bigger than ours. Maybe that's what my dad was looking for when he asked me to go on a blind date with him." Han Duo casually said. "Our family still has a booth at the car show these days." "Car show?" John Lin pondered for a moment. He felt that there was definitely something going on here. There was no way Han Shichong would just suddenly let Han Duo be in such a hurry to be with that rich second generation. The only possibility is that the other party is having trouble with their business and, well, the other party's business happens to be able to help. Ding! You played a round of golf, triggering a 100 billion times blitz, rewarding Fiat Group with 20% of the shares as the second largest shareholder. This prompt caused John Lin's heart to twitch. 100 billion times the storm. This is the highest equity reward he's gotten since the 10 billion times physical storm. Other than that, just the words Fiat Group are enough to shake people up. Nowadays, the market of car companies is characterized by luxury cars, super luxury cars, although they are sold at extremely high prices, but the real moneymakers are the models that are widely accepted among the general public. Because this is a mass-produced model, the horrific numbers are enough to make any luxury car pale in comparison. John Lin, who heard the reward, couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and look up the amount of the current market capitalization of the Fiat Group. When he saw that number, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 500 billion. That's a $500 billion market capitalization, not $5,000. The entire King estate adds up to just shy of $200 billion. And now, John Lin actually harvested a 20% stake in the Fiat Group, jumped to become the second largest shareholder. What does that amount to? $100 billion market capitalization. In other words, with this blast from the system, it made his value directly skyrocket by $100 billion. It's too scary, too powerful. Not only that, but the entire Fiat Group, which encompasses a wide range of models from high school to low school. The car model needed no introduction. But that wasn't what surprised John Lin the most. What surprised him the most was that the two luxury cars that the public was familiar with actually belonged to this group. They are Ferrari and Maserati. Chapter 122, John Lin, allocating a car to the middle and high levels of the company. John Lin had always wanted to go to a car show to pick out a car. I didn't realize I'd become a Fiat shareholder before I even bothered to buy one. There's definitely no need to worry about this one on the limo. This also made John Lin's heart flutter as he looked toward Han Duo. Duo, let's go to the car show tomorrow. John Lin suddenly said. Yeah, you want to buy a car? Han Duo laughed. You can go to our house. The Land Rover is a great one. The two drove back to the villa, had dinner and then went to rest. No time to talk all night. The next morning, the two left together and headed to the auto car show at the state fair. The bustle of the car show was beyond Jian Lin's imagination. Countless visitors enter the car show to look at the cars on the one hand and the car models on the other. There aren't a lot of models that actually get sold. The two weren't in a big hurry anyway, so they wandered back and forth throughout the car show. Meanwhile, in the high-end car section, in order to be able to add more turnover, Han Shirchong is here in person today to oversee the sales of the entire car show. Land Rover, as a premium model, it has a good audience throughout the market, but because of its not-so-cheap price, there are really very few customers who can really be generous here. The morning went by without a single transaction. Just when Han Shirchong was full of worries, suddenly, two familiar figures walked into the Land Rover's exhibition area. Gu, Mr. Han actually came here in person today. What a rare sight. As soon as Han Shirchong heard it, he knew that the person speaking was no one else but Lu Hong, who had made him nearly bankrupt. Seeing the other party appear, Han Shirchong's face naturally sank. Mr. Lu, you are not welcome here. Please leave. But Lu Hong laughed when he heard it. Don't be in a hurry. Aren't you an exhibition area? The exhibition area should allow us to visit freely. Mr. Han, tell me about you. The company is already like this. What are you still holding on for dear life? Look at you not closing any deals all morning. LV Hong said with a pained face. Look at me. Do the Ferrari this model, high-end car. Too expensive. A morning actually only sold 3 You, Lu Hong, get lost. Han Shirchong, who heard this, couldn't help himself at once. It's infuriating. His Land Rover was cheaper than a Ferrari by an unknown amount, and as a result, it actually didn't sell as many as someone else's luxury car like that. How could this not make him angry? Seeing Han Shirchong so furious, LV Hong and LV Ching Kong on the other hand had cold smiles on their faces. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have bothered? Surname Han. Might as well tell you directly. I'm going to take this agent's name from you. Lu Hong couldn't help but snicker. Look at you now. You're just like a bereaved dog, in a sorry state. When your financial chain is completely broken, you'll not only be bankrupt by then, but you'll also lose your agency. At that time, you'll know how miserable it is to offend me. Lu Hong. Yes, Lu Hong. When Han Shirchong heard this, he immediately pointed at Lu Hong with an angry face. It seems that you didn't really want to help me from the beginning. You've long had your eyes on my agency. Right. Ha ha ha. Now I know. But unfortunately it's too late. Lu Hong laughed out loud. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too stupid to actually believe that I would help you. You. Han Shirchong was so furious and anxious that he felt his eyes darken, as if he was able to pass out at any time. At that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the side. A petite figure was then seen rushing over. Daddy! Daddy! Han Duo anxiously shouted. Duo, you, what are you doing here? Han Shirchong slowed down and couldn't help but ask. Why can't I come? You're going to faint if I don't. Han Duo asked with a sobbing voice. Daddy, are you in some kind of trouble? Ugh. Han Shirchong let out a long sigh. Our company is finished. There's too much backlogged inventory now, and there's no financial help. We're, soon, going to go bankrupt. No, it won't. Han Duo shook her head at once. Jiang Lin will definitely help us. Jiang Lin? Who is Jiang Lin? Han Shirchong face floor puzzled color. A moment to react. Yesterday Lu Hong but mentioned this name to him. It was because of Jiang Lin that Lu Qingkong was so angry. But now that it's happened, there's no point in pursuing it any further. He could only sigh and shake his head. It's useless. No one can help us now. That's not necessarily true. A low voice instantly rushed into Han Shirchong's ears. He jerked his head up, and all of a sudden, he saw Jiang Lin walking over with a flat face. Hello, uncle. I'm Jiang Lin. After all, the other party was Han Duo's old man, so Jiang Lin thought about meeting him. If Han Shirchong had seen anyone else, he might have just started cursing. However, when he saw Jiang Lin, he realized that the other party was by no means the same as the average person. Appearance need not be said. Alone that body possesses a calm and unhurried temperament, is not ordinary people can have. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, LV Qingkong next to him pointed at Jiang Lin and said in a cold voice, Dad, that's him, he's Jiang Lin. LV Hong sniffed coldly and looked at Jiang Lin. He couldn't help but murmur, Young man, I advise you not to get involved in this. The water is too deep. I'm afraid that you don't have good water skills. Although it was not explicitly stated, the warning was already very strong. However, Jiang Lin didn't even look at him, but directly said, Uncle Han, how many stock cars do you still have on your side? Han Shirchong said almost subconsciously, there must be almost 100 or so of each model. adding up to less than 1,000 or so. What? 1,000? Han Duo at this time could not help but exclaim in shock. A Land Rover on average according to $800,000. That's $800 million in inventory. No wonder Dad said he was going bankrupt. With so much inventory, if it really doesn't sell, it's almost as bad as not going bankrupt. Yes, John Lin just said one word, then raised his hand and beckoned towards the outside. Mr. Chow, Mr. Chen, you two come in. As he spoke, two middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing and suits walked in. At this time, Lu Hong, who was still watching the fun, suddenly changed his expression. Xia Yunfei from Thousand Hands Live and Chen Shan from King Real Estate? Although not from the circle, these two big shots were not strangers to him at all. One is the CEO of a live streaming giant, while the other is the CEO of a top real estate property. These two, wherever you put them, are the masters of stomping their feet and shaking the ground. But now, they actually appeared together. Just as the other party was puzzled, the two old bosses actually walked up to Jiang Lin and bowed at the same time. Mr. Jiang, click. Everyone was collectively petrified. What the hell is going on here? The two bigwigs actually greeted Jiang Lin, and it looks so humble. Jiang Lin ignored their shock and said to the two, "Look, you guys, a car for the company's middle and upper management. All Land Rovers." Chapter 123 Ferrari's Agent. Time for a change. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Yunfei nodded. There may not be as many on my side as on Mr. Shen's side, adding up to just over 300 people. Okay, then you can order 300. Pick your own model. Just communicate with Uncle Han in a moment. John Lin looked at Chen Shan next to him again. What about you? Chen Shan thought for a moment. The company's specific figures aren't particularly accurate. Let's do it this way. Mr. Jiang, how much is left? We, King's Real Estate, will cover it. Hiss. When these words came out, Han Shichong instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Nima, just wrap it up? That's almost 700 cars. 1,300, 1,700. Doesn't that just empty the inventory? At this time, John Lin suddenly smiled faintly at Han Shichong. Uncle Han, do you think this is okay? May. Han Shichong's lips trembled with excitement. The crisis is resolved. The financial chain won't break. That's nearly $800 million in the hole. It's not operational yet. But who are these two? Not to mention 800 million, even 8 billion. They wouldn't even frown. How is this? How is this possible? Lu Hong, who was currently watching from the side, simply lost his voice in disbelief. Just now he was snickering at the fact that his opponent was in a desperate situation. But he never expected that once this John Lin came, any desperate situation would be solved. Instinctively in his heart he didn't want to believe it. But that was Xiao Yunfei and Chen Shan. There's no way the two big guys would joke around about something like this. Upon hearing LV Hong's alarmed cry, the two bigwigs looked towards him at the same time. Xiao Yunfei glanced at him and instantly saw that the other party was definitely a villainous character. Then he smiled faintly. How is it impossible? Mr. Zhang is the largest shareholder of King Real Estate and Thousand Hands platform. It's not too much to say that what he says is a holy decree. Next to him, Mr. Chen nodded in deep thought. Don't question Mr. Xiao's words, because even if Mr. Zhang isn't an absolute controlling party, his weight, it's still close to absolute. What? This time, everyone in the room was completely shocked. The first shareholder of King Realty and Thousand Hands platform? How is this possible? LV Hong's eyes were filled with incredulity. This youth who looked younger than his own son was actually the boss behind these two behemoths? Lu Qingkong even felt his heart tremble. He thought that Jiang Lin was merely a minor shareholder of Thousand Hands, but he never expected that he was actually the first shareholder. What shocked him even more was that the other party was actually the first shareholder of the entire King's Real Estate. It's a ing wolf out. He felt that he had completely kicked an iron plate this time. No, not an iron plate, but a steel plate, or even a titanium alloy plate. Han Shichong was all stunned along with this one. From the time this youth appeared, it was less than 3 minutes before and after. All these crises were actually solved. What strength? What energy is this? That's when he looked at his daughter again and hated to try to talk to the other side. If I'd known you had a boyfriend like that, you'd have said so. Pops is still forcing you to have a friggin' blind date. This is even for others as a mistress. The whole company is able to prosper. At this moment, even though he was extremely deep in his city, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He excitedly held Jiang Lin's hands. Mr. Jiang, such kindness. Han Shichong is truly beyond repayment. From today, my duo will follow you. See if that's okay. Put. Jiang Lin almost spat out blood from his mouth from this wave of Han Shichong's maneuver. Uncle, you're selling your daughter without saying a word? Don't be so fluffy. Ahem. Jiang Lin coughed dryly and hurriedly said, Uncle doesn't have to be like this. I'm just raising my hand, saying that he suddenly thought of something. Right, Uncle, since you are so familiar with the automobile agency side, how about if you represent one more brand? Oh, representing an additional brand? Han Shirchong's eyes lit up. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength to talk about it. If it's a generic brand it's fine, but if it's too high-end, I'm afraid it's hard to see my credentials. Jiang Lin smiled faintly at his words. It's nothing, it's not a big brand, it's just a Ferrari. What? Ferrari? Han Shirchong couldn't help but widen his eyes as he spoke incredulously. Wasn't that represented by Lu Hong? How come it was given to me? Oh, you needn't worry about that, because he won't have to represent himself anytime soon. Jiang Lin shook his head. Not far away, Lu Hong couldn't help himself when he heard this. Mr. Jiang, I admit that your strength is indeed very strong, and has even exceeded my imagination. His face sank, and he couldn't help but grunt coldly. However, Ferrari's general agent for the Great Summer Country region has always been my LV family, so how can it be that you can change it with a single word? Next to him, LV Chinkong couldn't help but find a wave of presence at this time. That's right, as strong as you are, can you still influence Ferrari? Lu Chinkong snorted. You wouldn't go so far as to draw such a big pie for the entire Han family for the sake of one Han duo. Although LV Chinkong had an element of pretending to be X in it, but there was no denying that there was some truth in what the other side was saying. Even the two people, Xiao Yunfei and Chen Shan, looked at each other. All could see the doubt in each other's eyes now. Others are not sure. They are still very clear about foreign capital. Keep in mind that the owner behind Ferrari is the huge Fiat Group, and to change an agent's decision, it would take at least one person who has a say in the Fiat Group to do so. Although they didn't have much contact with Jiang Lin, they knew that Mr. Jiang never said arrogant things, since the other party was sure. It was really sure. But this way, the two men's hearts jumped as the same horrible possibility occurred to them. It's Jiang Lin who actually has his own energy in the Fiat Group? Before the two men's thoughts could fall, suddenly Lu Hong's phone rang. He subconsciously opened his cell phone and was surprised to find that it was actually a call from abroad. At that moment, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a flash of uneasiness surfaced within him. It can't be such a coincidence. In his apprehension, he subconsciously picked up the phone. Hello, President Stephen. You're so. He hadn't even said a few words before his face suddenly changed, followed by a sudden cry of alarm. Why? How can you say it's lifted? And then it's lifted. Everyone who heard this instantly understood. The qualifications of the agents of the Lu family have actually really disappeared. Hiss! A series of voices sucking in cold air resounded in the mouths of the crowd. There's no way around it. It's just too creepy. They looked at Jiang Lin with unbelievable faces. And the other party had just finished speaking, and it was directly fulfilled. If that's not a coincidence, it's intentional. Jiang Lin had naturally anticipated such an outcome. He smiled, turned his head towards Han Shirchong and smiled. Uncle, later in the day, Ferrari's side should contact you. Seeing as you're not in a very good state right now, let Duo stay and compensate you. With that he turned his head toward the outside. Jiang Lin. Han Shirchong felt like he didn't know what to say. But before he could say anything, he heard Jiang Lin suddenly stop. By the way, besides Ferrari, there is another brand that can be given to you to represent, called Maserati. When these words came out, Han Shirchong stood dumbfounded. Chapter 124, A Real Trench. Jiang Lin sweeps crazy goods at the auto show. Ferrari and Maserati representation? Han Shirchong simply murmured incredulously. Duo, what kind of boyfriend are you, anyway? He couldn't believe that the other party had actually decided to represent his two major luxury cars with a single sentence. Hearing this, Lu Hong was simply so infuriated that he was on the verge of directly passing out. He turned his head and pulled Lu Chinkong to flee from this place in a sorry state. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would die here. The two people, Xiao Yunfei and Chen Shan, were even more shocked as they looked at each other. All saw the horror in each other's eyes. Jiang Lin left Han Shirchong's booth and didn't intend to leave immediately. It's hard to come to a car show just so you can buy a few cars. Although he has shares in Fiesta, they are limited to Ferrari and Maserati. Other brands he'd like to see again. The first thing Jiang Lin walked into was the Aston Martin area. This area is very touristy and many people can't afford it, but they can look at the cars. And, as a top luxury car brand, Aston Martin's models are exceptionally nurturing. However, Jiang Lin only swept a glance before withdrawing his gaze, because these car models are, basically, green tea bags. Once you expose that you have money, you basically don't need to ask for it. They come to your door. Jiang Lin really didn't know much about luxury cars, so he realized after shopping around that he didn't know which one was the right one to choose. Having no choice but to find a girl who looked like a staff member, he couldn't help but ask, "Hello, who should I call if I want to buy a car?" The girl turned her head after hearing this and swept a glance over Jiang Lin's body. read it first and watch it before. She was going to say you look good and then say, because there are a lot of people consulting, most of them are mouth high, wasted half a day of her mouth. The result is a single did not sell. However, she didn't finish her words, but her gaze swept to the watch on Jiang Lin's wrist. Coincidentally, she is a watch person with an indescribable obsession with high-end watches. Because of this, she could tell at a glance that Jiang Lin's watch was actually a top brand, Patek Philippe. Moreover, it's a Grand Complication chronograph watch. The price is at least $10 million. Hiss. A handsome-looking young man was actually carrying a watch that cost over $10 million. This can only be described in 2 words. Dirt cheap. Absolutely dirt cheap. Therefore, she stiffly swallowed back the words that came to her mouth and turned to say with a smile on her face, "Which one do you have your eye on? I can introduce you to the gentleman." Jiang Lin couldn't help but be a little surprised when he looked at the saleswoman whose attitude had suddenly changed dramatically. Then he shook his head. "I don't know much about cars." "Oh, it's okay if you don't know. I can introduce you to each one and help you make a comparison," the saleswoman enthused. But Jiang Lin waved his hand when he heard it. "No need to be so troublesome. I have one standard for buying a car. Just pick the most expensive one." Saleswomen, listen, what it means to be a dirtbag. That's what. Other people buy cars and look at this and that. Not only do you have to detail it all over again, but you also have to do a model comparison. Even so, he or she also went to the internet email access, and ultimately can only pick a beggar's version. The purpose is just to drive it back and pretend it's X's. But look at them. They don't ask anything, they just buy. If you don't buy the right one, buy the expensive one. Now that's true bravado. "Sir, the most expensive one we have here is this 177's Global Limited Edition, priced at a whopping $47 million. The saleswoman couldn't help but regret it a little when she finished. "You are too truthful yourself. You introduce the expensive ones when they say they are the most expensive. What if people can't afford it? Isn't that embarrassing for the customer?" However, as her words fell, she heard Jiang Lin nod. "Swipe your card." "Hey, okay." The saleswoman froze for a moment, then her face filled with ecstasy. "It's a goddamned hoe. A $40+ million car that says it's swiped. Didn't even blink." This saleswoman can't wait to say to Jiang Lin at this moment, "Brother, see if you can brush me off? At your command, I'll jump into your bed without blinking an eye." Unfortunately, her face value wasn't even 80 points, so she couldn't even get into Jiang Lin's eyes. But 1 or 2 $40 million luxury cars had already earned her a large commission. "This way, sir." In the middle of the saleswoman's respectful gaze, Jiang Lin was brought to the Aston signing area. Soon, the general manager of the entire district personally rushed over to do business for Jiang Lin. This is real dirt, so it must be treated as a guest. Just as he was doing the formalities, the entire exhibition area instantly spread the word. A handsome tycoon actually swung for the fences and bought a $40 million Aston Martin. Such a piece of news has shocked countless travelers. Under the respectful gaze of the general manager and a group of other employees, Jiang Lin left Aston. Whenever he wanted to pick up a car, he just had to say so when the person sent it to his address. The second one, Bentley. "Sir, what model would you like? We have a variety of models here such as the Timothy, Mulsanne, and Flying Spur, so you can take your pick." "No more. Let's take the Mulsanne and the Elegance, one of each." "What? Hey, okay. Hello, sir, what kind of car do you want? Do you have anything else besides the Maybach? Give me one of the tops." Swipe. Jiang Lin seemed like a tornado at this moment, blowing up a storm wherever he went. Bugatti Veyron. Swipe the card. Lamborghini. Poison. Revington. Bat. Swipe. Soon, a large group of melon eaters had appeared behind Jiang Lin, because for the first time they saw that a tycoon actually bought a car like a grocery item. You also have to pick the good and the bad when you buy groceries. People don't even look, as long as the price is expensive enough. Without saying a word, they just pay and buy. While Jiang Lin was frantically sweeping up the goods, 2 ordinary people with unimpressive appearances came in the middle of the entire exhibition hall. The 2 men looked like they should be in their 30s, one taller and one shorter, and they seemed to speak with a dialect. There seemed to be a vicious color flashing in his eyes. "Big brother, with so many people, where are we going to find her?" The short man couldn't help but whisper. "Simple. The proprietor said she's working as a manager inside the Rolls-Royce's store. We'll be able to find her if we find the Rolls-Royce." "I really don't understand. Obviously the family is so rich. Why do they still come here to sell cars?" "You don't understand. They, the rich and famous, love that tone." "Cut the crap. Let's find someone first." "What? Big brother, do we just do it?" "Fart. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? So many people. Do you want us to get caught? Observe first, then wait for an opportunity." As they were talking, the 2 of them headed towards the Rolls-Royce display. Jiang Lin had wandered around for half a day, and had planned to pretty much call it a day. But to his surprise, That's when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sign that struck his fancy. Rolls-Royce, one of the top luxury cars in the world, an absolute status symbol. The brand, moreover, is not only loved by young people, but also by any accomplished and successful person. Jiang Lin thought to himself that he was more or less a successful person now. So, Rolls-Royce has to be the pick. Chapter 125 Rolls-Royce vs. Wuling Hongguang. As soon as Jiang Lin entered the Rolls-Royce showroom, a girl in a black OL uniform walked over at once. At the first sight of the girl, Jiang Lin couldn't help but light up before his eyes. Beautiful, so beautiful. The other party looked to be around 24 or 25, but with a delicate googly-eyed face and blown-out skin, and that long, shiny black hair. Face value is at least 90 points, placed on her figure. The waist-slimming little suit set off her curves perfectly, and a pair of straight, long legs under the wraparound skirt, wrapped in black silk. It's also 90 plus points. It could be said without any hesitation that, also being in sales, this girl and Luo Yifei had completely different temperaments. Luo Yifei is elegant, seductive, and charming. This girl, on the other hand, was revealing a noble aura all over her body. She's not average. Jiang Lin just glanced at it and muttered darkly to himself in his heart. However, what Jiang Lin didn't expect was that this girl with a capable face value trembled in her heart at the first sight of him. Oh my god, it's him, it's actually him. Shin Yunon was practically dying of excitement at the bottom of her heart, because others could not pay attention. But how could she, as an audience member of Moziki's fan adult concert, not pay attention to Jiang Lin? His song Grey Avatar is still being sung all over the internet. There were even a lot of fans who actually formed the spontaneous Jiang Lin fan support club. She even held the position of president in it. Just what all the fans didn't expect was that this Jiang Lin was actually not a singer in the music industry, but a college graduate. But that didn't hinder her love for Jiang Lin in the slightest. Shin Yunon had just heard that a tycoon had become famous throughout the exhibition area. She is here to experience life though, but you can't just leave the exhibit area in violation of the rules. Now that Jiang Lin had arrived, she was the first to welcome her, not realizing that it was actually her idol. Even though Shin Yunon had enough professionalism, she couldn't help but say excitedly at this moment, Mr. Jiang, I'm a fan of your songs. A fan? You know me? Jiang Lin looked at the other party with some surprise. How is it that before he could think of how to strike up a conversation, the other party actually made a preemptive strike? Of course I know you. Your Grey Avatar has become a single song cycle for me. Hearing her say that, Jiang Lin was dazed. Turns out it was a concert discovery. Thanks for liking my songs, but I'm just playing around and not a professional singer. Jiang Lin smiled kindly. It's okay, I don't just like your songs, I like. Shin Yunon subconsciously opened her mouth, but before she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Immediately blushing, he hastily changed the topic. What kind of car do you like? I can introduce it for you? No, I still know my way around a Rolls-Royce. Jiang Lin laughed. Why don't you drive me a Mirage and a Cullinan? I'll just swipe the card. Really? That's great. Shin Yunon smiled and nodded, leading Jiang Lin to do the formalities. While going through the formalities, Shin Yunon couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang, are you going to drive away now? Or are you going to let us deliver it to the designated place for you? Jiang Lin thought for a moment. Then I'll drive away. I'll take a Cullinan, and that one is welcome to have someone send it back to me when the time comes. Delivering a car? Shin Yunon's heart stirred. She couldn't miss the chance to get up close and personal with her idol. Shin Yunon, you can't be weak. You must cheer up. Therefore, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lin and said with a smile on her face, Mr. Jiang, the formalities will be done in a while. If you're in a hurry, I can drive one for you so that it won't delay your time. When Jiang Lin heard this, it was a good sentiment. I was worried about how to invite you, but I didn't think you'd take the initiative. Yes, that would be a pleasure. Jiang Lin nodded. I'll lead the way in front later, so try to keep up. Yes, don't worry about it. Being able to drive with her idol, Shin Yunon had a bland face on the surface, but in her heart she was simply thrilled. It didn't take long for the whole procedure to be pretty much done. The two then left the booth in pairs and came to the back to pick up their cars from the specialized garage. At this time near the Rolls-Royce booth, two tall and short figures quietly emerged. Big brother, that chick is gone. Go, keep up. The two of them followed Jiang Lin and Shin Yunon from afar, ready to look for an opportunity to strike. However, in the entire exhibition area, almost all places have surveillance video. The two are no cuties either. They're definitely not running away from this place. There was no way around it. They could only watch as Jiang Lin and Shin Yunon walked into the garage. Big brother, they're going in. I know. What are we going to do about it? Don't panic. Let me think. Suddenly, the tall man tapped his head. Right. It seems like they just said they were picking up a car. And since they're picking up a car, they must be leaving here. Let's go. Let's go outside and surround them. Tell old 4 and the others to get ready. We definitely can't let her escape. Brother, what about the other guy? Nonsense, tie them up together. That man can buy a Rolls Royce. He must be a rich master. Got it. Fat sheep, ahaha. The two of them directly reversed their direction as they spoke and fled rapidly towards the pavilion beyond. Jiang Lin and Qin Yunong naturally didn't know what kind of situation was happening outside. The two of them walked to the garage and each got into one of the cars, according to the model they had chosen at the beginning. Jiang Lin chose Cullinan, while Qin Yunong chose Phantom. The two have added their WeChat and cell phones. Jiang Lin said to WeChat, "Follow up. I'm leaving." It didn't take long for Qin Yunong's sweet voice to be heard on WeChat. "Yes, idol." With a slight smile, Jiang Lin directly started the Cullinan, and at once the two cars drove away from the garage one after the other. Meanwhile, at the exit of the entire pavilion garage, a figure with a duck-tongued hat was closely watching the movement of the exit. Suddenly, two Rolls Royces were seen traveling out of it. At once the duck-tongued man took out his cell phone and sent out a voice. "Big brother, target appears, target appears. Roger that, we'll follow ahead. You catch up." Yes, it was Jiang Lin's first time driving a Cullinan. And although the car Roman King he had previously owned was also an SUV, it was nowhere near as fast as the Cullinan. Why? Because the weight of King Caraman is too heavy. It's designed from the ground up to protect the owner, so it only goes up to 140. And now, Jiang Lin was able to experience acceleration with just 1 foot of the gas. It's not the same as the Black Arrow either. Heavy, composed, and with speed to spare. Seeing the hunt, Jiang Lin actually drove along the outer ring. It was just that even he didn't realize that behind the two luxury cars, there were two Wuling Hongwangs in hot pursuit. Chapter 126, Jiang Lin, I was going to let you go. Wuling Hongwang chased the Rolls Royce. If not seen with their own eyes, killed will not be believed. The two cars are not even remotely comparable. But now, the Wuling Hongwang not only did not lag behind, but instead deadlocked on the Rolls Royce in front. Why? This is because these two Wuling Hondas, which appear to be Wuling Hondas on the surface, have actually been completely modified inside. If you open the door, you are able to see that the originally spacious interior space is actually occupied mostly by two oxygen cylinders that are like small ones. The engine of the Wuling Honda is the engine from the racing car. It's used, but it's capable of putting out a decent amount of power. Combined with 2 cans of nitrous acceleration, it's enough to make the Wuling Hongwang explode with lurid speeds comparable to a supercar. For what? Because this line of 8 people is a long-planned gangster. One of the characters known as Lao Si was a master of modified cars. Converting a Wuling Honda can be a great way to disguise yourself from the outside world. But on the other hand, it can be a terrifying burst of speed that can shake off some pursuing security in a pinch. With this, these jugglers have made many cases one after the other, and getting away with it. This time, they had received a commission from someone who had hired them heavily to kidnap someone. Then ransom is extorted. And finally, the ticket is torn up. The ultimate purpose is not clear to them. But they can profit greatly from this. Not only the proprietor pays, but they are also able to obtain ransom money, provided that they could escape. Seeing Jiang Lin actually driving his car in the direction of the outer ring, the boss was sitting in the middle of one of the 5 Ling Hondas and simply burst out laughing. This is really, God's sins are forgivable, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Was worried they wouldn't know what time to do it. I didn't realize that the other side actually took the initiative to create the conditions. When we get to the outskirts of the city, it's sparsely populated and there's no surveillance, so we can just do it then. Boss looked at the sky through the car window. It was nearly dusk, just in time. At the same time, Jiang Lin also noticed the difference outside the car, because from inside the reversing mirror, he saw both Wuling Hondas following him to death. Can the Wuling Honda catch up with the Rolls Royce? That in itself is a sensitive thing. Just as Jiang Lin wanted to ask Qin Yunong inside the other car, suddenly, he saw that one of the Wuling actually accelerated violently and passed by his side. Since when is a Wuling so fast? Jiang Lin opened his mouth with a puzzled face. Although he wasn't on the highway right now, he was nearly 100 miles an hour in the hallowed Kiranin was actually overtaken by the Wuling Hongwang so quickly? Jiang Lin's first reaction was that this was a modified car, and the second reaction, the brakes, because, after that Wuling Hongwang overtook it, it actually stopped horizontally in the middle of the road. Jiang Lin subconsciously turned the steering wheel, then tapped the brakes one after another, finally stopped in front of the Wuling Honda, and behind him, Qin Yunong also stopped the car after many brakes. Pop! The first moment after stopping, Qin Yunong got out of the car with a puzzled expression. How did you park your car in the middle of the road? Aren't you afraid of an accident? She opened her mouth to question with some displeasure, but as soon as it was out of his mouth, it felt wrong. 4 masked men stepped down from the Wuling Hongwang, and in their hands they were actually carrying a variety of weapons. Wrenches, crowbars, What's that? A watermelon knife? Idle. She subconsciously ran towards Jiang Lin's car. When she saw Jiang Lin getting out of the car with a flat face. Don't worry, probably asking for directions. Qin Yuno, oh, brother, have you ever seen anyone with a weapon asking for directions? It's almost dark, can we not do this joke? It was at this moment that Qin Yunong suddenly heard a brake sound behind her. Immediately afterward, he saw a Wuling Hongguang pull up. 3 figures from the car also stepped down. In his hands were likewise various weapons. Jiang Lin looked at these people and reached out to pull Qin Yunong behind himself. With a flat face, he asked, "Gentlemen, are you lost? Where do you want to go? I can navigate you guys." The boss heard this but sneered. "Fine. I want to take a look at your family's safe. Lead the way." Safe? The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth lifted. "So, you guys aren't asking for directions? That's a shame. I was originally planning to let you guys off the hook." Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. The leader of the boss even snorted. "You let us go? That's hilarious. You won't be able to leave today. If you are sensible, obediently come with us and take the money to ransom us when the time comes. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite." The oldest 2 at this time is the interface. Do not think about struggling. The back has let the oldest 3 laid nails. Even if you call the police is useless. The car tires are flat. How to chase Jiang Lin's eyes twitched when he heard this. It seemed that this group had been planning this for a long time. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up and arrest them so we can deliver when the time comes. As soon as the boss waved his hand, 7 people gathered towards the Jiang Lin duo. Idle. What do we do? Qin Yunong at this time grabbed Jiang Lin's arm in a death grip and asked with some fear. What to do? You wait here for a minute, Jiang Lin said and patted her shoulder. Then his body moved and actually walked towards the 4 people on the opposite side. I just heard that you seem to be under orders. Tell me and I can let you go. Jiang Lin said flatly. Let us go? Ha ha, the boss sneered. You should be begging us to let you go. Just give it to me. Just don't kill them. As they spoke, the 4 of them made a direct move. What with wrenches, crowbars, watermelon knives, and the like being wielded, though not in any sort of pattern. But the good thing was that there was a ruthlessness that ordinary people really didn't dare to resist head-on. However, Jiang Lin, who saw this scene, smiled coldly and advanced instead of retreating. The figure was like a flower guiding a butterfly as it traveled back and forth between the 4. Snap! 4 crunching sounds were heard, and then 4 people were seen screaming miserably, instantly flying backwards. And in the back, the 3 people who were originally going to make a move were completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How come I haven't seen it yet? And it's just over? No good. He knows Kung Fu. Get her. In an instant, Old 4 reacted furiously, pouncing on Qin Yunong, who was not far away. He sort of completely understood that this Jiang Lin in front of him was a wolf exterminator. Can't beat that at all. However, without waiting for him to make a move, Jiang Lin actually rushed towards the 3 of them at an even faster speed. With some pummeling, all 3 were equally put down. Qin Yunong, shocked beyond belief. JPG, is the idol actually that good? Before she could say anything, she heard the sound of an electric motorcycle resonating in the distance. Brother, is it done yet? The belated Lao San had just gotten out of his motorized car and was completely confused. Chapter 127 Zhang Yang Daobao was forced to cry by Jiang Lin. What's going on here? Lao San couldn't help but be a little stunned as he looked at his brothers lying on the ground. Then he saw Jiang Lin looking at him with a smile on his face. You're the only one left, aren't you? I don't know why, but Lao San felt a shiver run down his spine when he heard that. He subconsciously turned and ran. However, just in time to be hit by a flying crowbar and fall to the ground. Jiang Lin walked towards him step by step. Frightened, the oldest 3 retreated towards the back in panic. You, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'm going to call the police. Boss, are you out of your mind? We're the bad guys. Ka-ching! Jiang Lin's kick went down and dislocated his thigh with precision. It was then that he clapped his hands and said, Okay, now tell us who sent you. There was a collective silence as everyone listened. MMP, after a lifetime of hunting geese, I was actually pecked by a goose. How could they not expect the harmless-looking Jiang Lin to be so terrifying? The boss let out a bitter smile. Good man, we admit defeat. We won't kidnap us anymore, and you have nothing to lose. So why don't we just forget about it and go our separate ways? No more tying? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, Did I agree? MMP, what do you want then? And let's continue to be what? Tell me, what is the purpose? And when it is agreed, I can let you go. Jiang Lin said flatly, If it's not well said, I'll have the police come and release you. No, the boss waved his hand back and forth. I said, actually we're not here to kidnap you, we're here to kidnap her. The boss pointed at Qin Yunong in the distance. Her? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Why? I don't know. It's just that the proprietor said he'd give us $5 million to kidnap her and that we could extort a ransom. And when the ransom arrived, we could also tear the ticket. Shin Yunong's face changed when she heard it. She didn't expect that these people were actually rushing towards her. Oh, and who is the proprietor? Jiang Lin asked. Well, we don't know that. The boss spoke hastily. He only gave us a phone call, saying that when we succeeded, we should send him a short video, after which he would give us further instructions. Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. It felt like he was somehow involved in a conspiracy. He pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask Shin Yunong, have you offended anyone recently? Shin Yunong inclined her head to think about it and shook her head. No, there shouldn't be any on my side at work. If there is, it's on the family side. Family? Jiang Lin's heart stirred. He guessed that this Shin Yunong's identity was not simple, and sure enough, Shin Yunong nodded and said, well, my side of the family is considered somewhat large, so there might be some hostile forces trying to make a move against us. Why did the Hans kidnap you? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be puzzled. Because I'm the only daughter of the Qin family. My father died early, and recently my grandfather's condition isn't too good, so if something does happen, then I'll be the only heir. Oh, Jiang Lin's heart stirred, feeling as if he understood a little something. It looks like it should be a matter of the gentry fighting over the inheritance. Needless to say, it was certain that the one who had arranged all this had something to do with the insiders of the Qin family. From what you're saying, it seems like you've guessed who the mastermind is? Jiang Lin asked. Aha! Shin Yunong nodded. If my guess is good, it should be my cousin, Qin Sheng. If I die, he will be the most likely descendant of the Qin family to inherit the family fortune. Thinking of this, Shin Yunong couldn't help but get a little worried. He's always using some plotting and scheming behind the scenes. I've always wanted to find evidence, but I just couldn't catch a chance. Jiang Lin suddenly let out a light laugh at his words. Well, now's the chance. Chance? What chance? Shin Yunong looked at him with some surprise. Here, these people are the opportunity, Jiang Lin said as he turned his head to look at the several people who had fallen to the ground. Okay, if you guys want to leave without any problems, you have to do what I say. Understand? Got it. Got it. The crowd nodded. There was no way around it. Who let the other party be a wolf exterminator? Jiang Lin nodded his head, then clapped his hands and said, alright then, let's continue with the kidnapping now. Ha? Still coming? The boss couldn't help but be terrified at hearing this. That, good man, can you let us go? We won't dare to do it again. Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly glared after hearing this. What? You guys want to run? No, 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 we're not running. Then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and kidnap. Everyone was practically on the verge of tears at the moment. This is the first time they've ever stumbled upon a forced kidnapping by thugs. In the end, under Jiang Lin's fierce eyes, the group of 8 could only continue their previous performance. Only, this time, Jiang Lin and Shin Yunong sat inside the Cullinan holding hands. The boss is driving in the front. It just so happened that there were still cold drinks inside the Cullinan, and the two of them drank freely as they drove toward the destination they had set their sights on. The boss had an internal cow in his heart. It was the first time he had ever seen a kidnapped actually so comfortable. According to the plan, once you get to the place, you need to send a small video to each other. On the other hand, in a secluded villa in the imperial capital, the feminine-looking Qin Sheng was looking at his cell phone with an anxious face. The old man's health is getting worse by the day, and if he doesn't think of anything else, once the will is established, he has no chance. Therefore, Qin Sheng had to take desperate measures. Once I inherit the family fortune, then I'll be a 10 billionaire in a flash. The corner of Qin Sheng's mouth skimmed with an excited smile. Who could be unmoved by such horrible wealth? It's just that it's been a little over half a day, so how come there's still no movement coming from it? Just as he was worried, the gangster 8 invited Jiang Lin and Shin Yunong to a dilapidated house in the middle of the countryside. Brother, do you find this place satisfactory? The boss served carefully. Jiang Lin swept a glance and nodded. Sloppy, he pointed to the spare room not far away. Clean that up and use it as a recording site. Hey, okay. 8 guys went off to clean up their asses. Shin Yunong, who was beside her, couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Idle. This is the most interesting kidnapping I've ever encountered. Jiang Lin laughed. Don't be in a hurry. You'll have to act realistically in a while, and we'll call the police when the video is sent over. Try to get the police to come at just the right time as that Qin Sheng comes. Soon the scene was set. The group of 8 found ropes, explained, and temporarily tied up Shin Yunong. Put it in a corner and get all dirty so it basically fits the scene. With that, the boss took out his cell phone and began to videotape Shin Yunong. Okay, brother, I'm sending it. After doing this, the boss hurriedly spoke to Jiang Lin. Then wait, Jiang Lin said as he asked the others to untie Shin Yunong so that she could prepare to report to the police. On the other side, Qin Sheng, who was waiting in agony, suddenly heard a voice coming from his cell phone. He grabbed it violently and tapped right on the message. At that moment, Shin Yunom's figure appeared in the middle of the screen. Chapter 128, The Impulsive Policewoman. Woohoo! In the picture, Shin Yunom's eyes were filled with anxiety, desperately trying to struggle, but to no avail. Yes, that's it. Shin Ching slapped his thighs with some excitement. Seeing Shin Yunom in such a state, he even felt like his blood was already spurting. He hurriedly said to WeChat, "Very good, you guys did a good job. Now, you can tear the ticket, and send me a video afterward, and I'll hit you with a $3 million final payment." On the other side, the boss played the sound of his cell phone to the two Lin. Shin Yunom's face turned as cold as frost as soon as she heard it. "Shin Chang, you are so vicious." Lin looked at Elder Avenue of the group of 8. "You reply to him now and ask him to come over." "Hey, okay." The boss nodded and gave it back as Lin had instructed earlier. Shin Ching raised his eyebrows, not expecting to actually hear back so soon. He subconsciously clicked on it and heard the boss's voice ring out. "Donger, we don't do killing. It's too risky. If you want to do it, you can do it yourself." Shin Ching was instantly enraged. "What are you talking about? What did I pay you for? Why don't you do it now? $5 million for this? Boss, we cannot want the final payment, but tearing up the ticket and such things, our brothers cannot do. If the incident in the future, at least it can reduce the risk." Shin Ching, "So tell me, what are the conditions under which you can do it?" "Boss, no terms whatsoever. We're leaving now, and if you don't come, we'll have to let her go." Shin Ching's face turned blue as soon as he heard it. Letting her go? Wouldn't that be arresting her for nothing? And then all is lost. Shin Ching, wait, you can't leave. Give me the address. I'll go there now. In front of tens of billions of dollars of assets, nothing sensible matters anymore. Shin Ching gritted his teeth. This kind of thing could only be done by himself, so that he could feel at ease. It didn't take long for the other guy to send him a location. Shin Ching then changed his clothes, put on a duck-tongued hat, and went out to go. To avoid being suspected by others, he didn't drive. Instead, I went out and took a cab, changing 3 or 4 midway. In the end, it actually took stealing an electric bike to ride out into the countryside. Arriving at the location, he poked his head out and surveyed his surroundings from side to side. No one. At this time, he walked in, and sure enough, in that corner, he found Shin Yunom's figure. He smiled. The 8 men were probably gone. Here now, it's just him and her. "Oh, I didn't expect that." Shin Ching sneered. "Shin Yunom, you also have today?" Shin Yunom struggled and tried to move away, but to no avail. Shin Ching raised his head, revealing a hideous face under his duck-tongued cap. "Don't blame me. If you do, blame your grandfather," Shin Ching said as he reached out from his arms and a fruit knife fell into his hands. "After you die, I'll take over everything in the Chin family properly." Shin Ching smiled sardonically as he moved closer towards the other party. "Don't be afraid. It only hurts for a bit. It will pass. Killing people, it's easy." He stretched out his hand with some trembling, and then grabbed Shin Yunom's collar with one hand. The other palm was raised high, the light of the blade glinting with a chill in the dusk. Brush! He swung down without hesitation, aiming straight for Shin Yunom's throat. However, just at the moment he was about to fall, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distance. Shin Ching subconsciously inclined his head to look, only to see that a green brick had impartially smashed into his face. Bang! Ah! With a miserable scream, Shin Ching's entire body was instantly slapped away. Only Lin was able to hit his opponent with such millimeters of accuracy. Brush! Between the moves, the group of 8 had already rushed out at once, pinning this Shin Ching to the ground. At this time Lin walked out with his cell phone, and the scene just now was all recorded. "Is everything okay?" Lin looked at Shin Yunom in the corner and asked. Shin Yunom untied the rope and shook her head with a smile on her face. "Idle. It's fine. Did I just act on point?" Lin, what's the time? Can we not care about the acting? Women's brains are really clear. At that moment, the sound of a police car happened to ring outside. "Well, the police car is here, so I'm going to go over and meet it, or I might not find it." Lin put away his cell phone as he said that and turned his head toward the outside. However, just as he exited the main entrance, he was greeted by a policewoman in a police uniform pouncing towards him. "Hi, Dai!" Suwon burst out. As a police officer who had just joined the force, it was not easy for her to come across such a case. She simply could not wait. The moment she saw Lin, she had struck without hesitation. She will not be the least bit soft in the face of thugs, only to see his foot in the air. A downward chop towards Lin. Being an elite member of the police force, her combat skills are not weak at all. However, just as one of her kicks could settle Lin, unexpectedly, Lin actually raised his hand violently and took hold of her slender ankle. Then, before she could react, a majestic force suddenly erupted. Bang! Suwon's entire body was uncontrollably toppled against the wall next to her at once. Jiang Lin's body then pressed in at once. Just like that, with Suwon presenting a one-horse state, the two people looked at each other in all directions. Suwon was completely dumbfounded by this sudden scene. What is this? Are all thugs this good these days? Jiang Lin glanced at her, then loosened his grip and explained. The thugs are inside. I'm showing you the way. Nonsense. Freeze. As soon as Suwon pulled out her own weapon and pointed it at Jiang Lin, at the same time several of her colleagues arrived with her. Jiang Lin shook his head breathlessly and could only stand in place. It didn't take long for the arriving police to have arrested all the suspects. 5 minutes later, after Qin Yunom's explanation, the crowd realized that Jiang Lin was not only not a murderer, but a good person who saw justice. This moment caused Suwon's entire body to be embarrassed beyond measure. In the end, Suwon came in front of Jiang Lin and summoned up the courage to say, I'm sorry, I was the one who misjudged you just now. It's okay, you can't beat me anyway. Jiang Lin waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. It was the first time Suwon was disliked like this, but she suppressed her heart and continued. It's my fault is my fault. Leave me a phone number. I'll treat you to dinner some other day as an atonement. Jiang Lin inclined his head to look at her, now realizing that this Suwon with short hair had a high face value, and it reveals an Englishness all over. After thinking about it, Jiang Lin nodded. The two left their phone numbers, and Jiang Lin followed the police in his Cullinan with Qin Yunong. After all, the incident and the evidence need to be transcribed. This time, Qin Xing was considered completely ruined. It was after 10 o'clock at night when I came out of the police station. Jiang Lin glanced at Qin Yunong. Where is your home? I'll give you a ride? Chapter 129 Mr. Jiang, there's an elixir inside the immortal blood? Yes, Qin Yunong nodded. After this incident, she felt safe only with Jiang Lin by her side. Jiang Lin drove her back home in his Cullinan. Qin Yunong's home was also in the middle of a villa area in the imperial capital, with a very luxurious environment. It's not on par with one house. From the road, Jiang Lin learned that the Qin family's industry was also very extensive, with huge assets of over $50 billion. It's considered a luxury family. Only, this big, powerful family is a bit more unfortunate. Qin Yunong's parents died early, and only her grandfather supported the entire family. In addition to the infighting, it caused the entire Qin family to be in a state of turmoil as well. As soon as Qin Yunong returned home, she saw that the villa was brightly lit. Elder Qin didn't rest, but waited outside in his wheelchair. Grandpa, it's so late. Why are you waiting outside? You'll catch a cold. Seeing her grandfather, Qin Yunong's face was filled with heartache. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Elder Qin had a concerned smile on his face. Only just after saying 2 sentences, he was out of breath and looked unusually tired. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This Elder Qin's face was gray, his breath was aging, and although there wasn't much wrong with him, his entire body seemed to have been hollowed out. It gives the impression of being windswept. With his experience of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures, he was able to tell that this old man should have been overworked, resulting in an overexhaustion of his essence to this point. In other words, having access to some surprisingly effective nourishment should allow the elderly to replenish their energy. At this time, Elder Qin also saw Jiang Lin and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Who is this?" Qin Yunong sniffed and introduced, "Grandpa, this is my savior and my idol, Jiang Lin." "Oh young man at first glance has an extraordinary temperament. Thank you very much." Elder Qin smiled. "I'm flattered." "Old man," Jiang Lin humbly said, "I see that the old man's face looks bad. It should be due to exertion." "Oh, you know medicine?" Elder Qin's eyes lit up, to be able to see the crux of the old man's problem with a single glance. "Your medical skills are extraordinary." Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. "Although I can see your problem, I can't solve it though. Shame on me." "Oh, I've seen it all around. It's no longer working." Elder Qin appeared quite spontaneous. "I just hope that I can hand over this family business to Yuno before I leave." As soon as she heard her grandfather talk about life and death, Qin Yunong couldn't help her nose from getting sore. Seeing this, Elder Qin waved his hand. "All right, don't talk about it. It's good to be back. You should be happy." Looking at the old man's sprightly appearance, Jiang Lin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The system isn't everything. He can't help with this kind of thing. Unless the system storms me with an elixir or something. As he was muttering to himself, Jiang Lin suddenly heard the system's beep sound. Ding! You've captured the mastermind behind this, triggering a 100 billion times blitz, rewarding you with $300 billion in money. Dear user, your bank card with tail number 9680 transferred 300,000,000,000 yuan, wired from another bank. The current balance is 301,512,140,000 0.00000 yuan. Zhang Lin, who saw this tip, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. $300 billion. Is this going to pile me hard to become the richest man? Zhang Lin was very surprised by the system's blitz rewards this time. With such a large amount of cash, he didn't even know how the system did it. He's not just worth hundreds of billions now, he's even got hundreds of billions in cash. Unceremoniously, as long as Zhang Lin is willing, even if he lies down and spends, he can't spend in this life. He didn't simply think it was that simple, though, most likely, the system gave him a blitzkrieg reward about what was going to happen next, but it hadn't happened yet, and he was guilty of worrying about it. Zhang Lin didn't stay long, but directly left the Qin family. It was late and he went straight back to Luo Weifei's place, the only woman who could be disturbed at any time at the moment. No time to talk all night. Early the next morning, Zhang Lin was woken up by a phone call. I thought it was Han Duo or Qin Yunong, but it turned out to be neither. What surprised him a little was that the one who approached him was actually King Real Estate's #1 supplier, Ning Guoguang. Mr. Ning, calling so early, what's the matter? Zhang Lin casually said. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry to bother you so early. Ning Guoguang thought to himself that it's already 10 o'clock and it's still early? On the subject of the auction of immortal blood, I take it you still remember? Immortal blood? What's wrong? Zhang Lin subconsciously asked. Isn't the immortal blood up for auction? Ning Guoguang hesitated for a moment. Mr. Jiang, our original intention was to process this piece of red fei into a set of extraordinary quality ornaments for auction, but when we made the cut, we found something unusual here. What is it? Elixir of immortality. What? Zhang Lin's pupils shrunk. Immortal pills? Are you kidding me? This is the real world, not a metaphysical world, much less a fairy cultivation world. Where did you get the elixir? If it's convenient for you, you can come to the Wind and Cloud Tea House to see what should be done with these things. Okay, I'll go over there now. Zhang Lin hung up the phone and hurriedly left the king's residence. He drove the Cullinan straight to the windswept tea house. By the time he arrived, quite a few of the old bosses other than Ning Guoguang had actually arrived. Where is the elixir? Zhang Lin asked. Follow me. Ning Guoguang led Zhang Lin towards the depths of the dojo. In the middle of a separately cleared room, he saw the immortal pill that he had obtained from amongst the immortal's blood. A total of 11 immortal pills were placed amongst the red jadeite that had been thrown away from the center. Each one was the size of a small thumb, bright red, and even gave off a fresh fragrance. This shape was nothing like the legendary elixir. We also just found out, so we haven't taken any measures in order not to destroy the structure of this elixir. Ning Guoguang couldn't help but say. Zhang Lin sniffed and stood in front of the immortal pill and observed himself for a moment. With that, he directly stretched out his hand and pinched up an immortal pill in one go and placed it in his palm. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat at the sight. If this destroys one, won't it be less of a chance to live a long life and gain the Tao? However, Zhang Lin took a closer look, then suddenly laughed softly. So it is. He nodded. This is not some legendary immortal elixir, but was artificially placed amongst this red jadeite. What? Not an elixir? When the crowd heard this, they were disappointed. I had thought that the legendary elixir would enable people to fly up in the daytime. I didn't realize that it was actually empty. Just as the crowd was extremely disappointed, Zhang Lin smiled and spoke. Although it's not an immortal pill, these 11 pills are considered a rare treasure. This item should be an essence pill extracted from the blood lingji. You can call it the blood essence pill. Chapter 130, Late Night Stall. Encountering policewoman Su. Blood Ganoderma, also known as red Ganoderma, originated in the area of Maoshan Mountain, has miraculous curative effects in anti-aging, enhancing body immunity, lowering blood lipids, regulating blood pressure, and protecting the liver. Blood Ganoderma lucidum is a rare species amongst the Ganoderma lucidum, and wild blood Ganoderma lucidum is even more precious and extremely rare. If Zhang Lin didn't know Hua Tuo's medical scriptures, he probably wouldn't have been able to recognize the key at a glance. He squeezed this blood essence pill and said, "What I said is merely a description for the blood lingji in general. Rumor has it that during the ancient period, someone had once found a blood Ganoderma that was over 1,000 years old. This kind of blood lingji has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for too long. The efficacy of itself can no longer be measured by common sense. If it can be made into medicine and taken, it is definitely a good medicine to strengthen the body and prolong life." Zhang Lin smiled slightly, suddenly thinking of the legend recorded in the Hua Tuo medical classic. He then casually said, "Legend has it that after the Qin dynasty unified the 6 kingdoms, Qin Shi Huang ordered Su Fu to lead 3,000 boys and girls to search for the elixir of immortality. Su Fu trekked through the mountains and didn't even find any of the legendary immortality pills, but it happened to find this 1,000-year-old blood lingji. He knew that this blood Ganoderma was not a thing of immortality. Therefore, there was no intention to return to Qin. In this way, A portion of the medicinal power of the blood lingji was raised and incorporated into these 11 medicinal pills. In order to maintain the medicinal properties, he also stored it among the red jadeite of immortal blood. Now it seems that the red jadeite is this piece. Hearing him say this, Ning Buoguang and the others came to a realization. Then, Mr. Jiang, what is the value of these blood essence pills? Jiang Lin waved his hand. For those who need it, it's naturally priceless. As for those who don't, it can only be considered a superior herb. In other words, it's not worth as much as this cut piece of red jadeite. Then in that case, these 11 blood essence pills, Mr. Jiang will take them, Ning Buoguang suggested. Yes, Jiang Lin also did not excuse himself. This blood essence pill won't take directly too strong. The average person cannot afford. He casually found a glass bottle to put it away and left the wind and cloud tea house with the blood essence pill. For this blood essence pill, he had his own use for it. Because right now, that Elder Qin's condition precisely needed this blood essence pill to help. Elder Qin. This medicine is called blood essence pill, made of rare herbs that strengthen the essence. Jiang Lin took out one and handed it to Elder Qin. With your current physical condition, you only need one. Split into 10 doses, and you will be able to regain some of your energy. It won't be a problem to live at least 3 or 5 more years. Oh, is that true? Elder Qin even caught his breath at the sound of it. If he could really live for another 5 years, he was confident that he would be able to integrate the entire Qin family so that he could smoothly hand over to Qin Yunong. Of course, Master Qin can try it now if he's not afraid. Good, then I'll try it immediately. He was naturally aware of his situation and couldn't wait to start taking his medication. And after Qin Yunong's explanation yesterday, the old man had great trust in Jiang Lin. Soon after, the old man had his subordinates separate the pills and then mix them with warm water to wash them down. Jiang Lin was also observing the old man's state. After all, although he knew that this was what was written in the books, he wasn't sure just how fast the medicine worked. It was also to be on the safe side that he only let the old man take 1/10 of the medicine. After half an hour, the old man suddenly felt his body heat up. With that, he began to sweat, as if a stream of people were radiating from his entire body. The whole process lasted nearly 3 or 4 hours before this feverish sensation disappeared, and with it, a sense of relief. A look of ecstasy appeared on the old man's face. It works! It really works! I never thought that Mr. Jiang would find such a divine medicine for the old man. Usually herbal remedies last for a few days before they produce results. Only Western medicine can also provide immediate results, but that kind is only superficial and not useful to the root. But now, the old man could feel his physical state recovering. It wasn't as godly as the legends, but it already made his heart ecstatic. Jiang Lin listened and then checked the old man's pulse, and then only then did he nod his head and say, "Not bad, the pulse is smooth and strong. It does have an effect." According to Jiang Lin's estimation, this one blood essence pill was enough for the other party to recover. Too much doesn't help, and deficiency is not a benefit of eating more. Amidst Elder Qin's eager gaze, Jiang Lin ate dinner here before leaving. Qin Yunong sent Jiang Lin to the gate and said to Jiang Lin with a grateful face, "Idol, you saved my life and grandfather. I really don't know how to thank you." Jiang Lin heard this and said without even thinking, "Then you'll give your body in return." Ha! Qin Yunong looked at him with a bit of surprise. Also, in return for his body? Ahem. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Lin coughed dryly and turned around. It just slipped out of my mouth. Almost. It wasn't until his figure disappeared that Qin Yunong looked in the direction he left and whispered softly to herself, "I'll give my body in marriage. I don't believe I can't compete with anyone else." Jiang Lin left the Qin family and called Luo Yifei. It was only a little after 9 p.m. It was still early, and he was going to have a snack. Although the Qin family's things were sumptuous, after all, they were guests, and Jiang Lin couldn't let go. For Jiang Lin's request, Luo Yifei naturally responded to any request. The two had arranged to go to a nearby stall for a barbecue. Jiang Lin felt like he hadn't had a barbecue in a long time. Only, what made him speechless was that there was also that Chu Yaoyao who appeared after Luo Yifei. These two are practically inseparable now. Yo-Yo and I have been to this one before. It's very authentic and affordable. Luo Yifei explained with a smile. Okay, then I'll have the slabs, cashews, silkworm pupae, and chili. Jiang Lin ordered a bunch of them and some more beer. Luo Yifei didn't drink in order to drive back. Only he and Chu Yaoyao were drinking. I have to say, the food in this stall is really good. Without realizing it, the three of them had been eating here for almost 2 hours. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Jiang Lin was planning to go back. Who knew that at this time a surprised voice suddenly came from behind? Jiang Lin? What a coincidence! Jiang Lin subconsciously looked back and felt what a coincidence. Behind himself was actually Su Wan, the police flower who had taken off her police uniform. Yo, Officer Su, what are you doing here? Su Wan laughed. I just got off work. and I'm not planning to eat something to go home. That's too much of a coincidence. Come on, sit with me. Jiang Lin beckoned. Yeah, it just so happens that last time I said I'd buy you dinner. This one's on me. Su-won didn't make any pretense, and directly sat down on the opposite side of the table with great generosity. And these two are? Looking at the two big beauties on the left and right, Su-won couldn't help but ask curiously. Before Jiang Lin could open his mouth, Luo Yifei next to him grabbed his hand and said, "Ah, we're his classmates. It just so happens that we're getting together today." Jiang Lin glanced at Luo Yifei in surprise, and said in his heart, "What does this girl want?" Chapter 131, You Abrasive Little Goblin. Su-won, a person with a big nature, did not think much, directly ordered something and Jiang Lin ate, and had a beer too. Next to her, Chu Yaoyao was already in a daze from drinking. Luo Yifei, on the other hand, looked at Su-won with a curious expression, and from time to time, he gave Jiang Lin a wink. Taking advantage of the other party's inattention, Luo Yifei also quietly asked Jiang Lin, "Honey, is this one your target too?" The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. "Don't talk nonsense, it's me who met him on a dare." "Oh," Luo Yifei snickered. "Do you want me to help you?" Jiang Lin only rolled his eyes when he heard this and pinched Luo Yifei's body without any trace. Ouch! Luo Yifei ate a soft cry, which instantly caught Su-won's attention. "What's wrong, Fifi?" Su-won looked at the other party with some surprise. Luo Yifei shook her head at the sight. "It's nothing, there was a cockroach just now. It scared me." "Oh, that's what this big stall is like, not hygienic, but convenient and lively." With that, she directly raised her cup and said to Jiang Lin, "Come on, Jiang Lin, I'll toast you." The two of them raised their glasses, and beside them, Luo Yifei secretly pouted. "Humph, you actually pinched me in front of someone." A mischievous thought suddenly rose in her mind, and then she moved towards Jiang Lin's seat without a trace. While the two men were drinking, they reached out their small hands silently. Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk and his eyes widened violently. "Your sister, Luo Yifei, you're too ruthless. How dare you come with me in broad daylight?" However, there was a Su-won in front and a Chu Yaoyao next to her. It's a little exciting wow. At this time he didn't dare to reach out and pull Luo Yifei's hand. "I'm afraid that Su-won will find out. That's embarrassing. Come on, hiss, Su, hiss, won, fizz, I toast you." He raised his glass as a way to hide the movement under the table. Su-won drank in a daze and couldn't help but look at Jiang Lin with some confusion. "You, alright, Jiang Lin, fizz, it's fine, just, fizz, too much beer, maybe a little, fizz up." "Oh, forget it then, I'm almost done, let's drink some other time." 5 minutes later, Jiang Lin looked at Luo Yifei as if he was relieved. This little goblin, she was simply torturing people. "You wait for me to go back and fix you later," he said viciously. Luo Yifei made a scared look. "Don't or you can clean up Chu Yaoyao." Jiang Lin shook his head. Today he and Su-won drank a little too much. He didn't expect the other party to have such a good drinking capacity. I guess he can't clean up after anyone when he goes back. When Su-won came back from the checkout, Jiang Lin stood up and asked, "Officer Su, where is your home? Do you want me to give you a ride?" "No." Su-won waved her hand. "My home is not far. I'll just walk back." "Well then, go back and be safe." After saying this, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. "I actually told you to be safe. What an overthought." Su-won hemmed and hawed. "It's fine, growing up, you're still the first man to tell me to be safe." With that she shifted and left, carrying her small bag. Luo Yifei was holding Jiang Lin on her left and Chu Yaoyao on her right. Especially Chu Yaoyao. It was obvious that she was an average drinker, but she had to drink with Jiang Lin and the others. It was so good that it almost didn't tire Luo Yifei out. Putting the two in the car, Luo Yifei drove the Cullinan and rushed back to the king's famous residence. It was hard to get the two upstairs, and Luo Yifei felt like she was in a stinky sweat. So, she decided to take a shower and get comfortable. Wow! The sound of water rang out, causing the somewhat hazy Jiang Lin to open his eyes. He glanced at the hazy bathroom, then withdrew his gaze again. "I'm too tired myself, so I'd better go to bed." He also didn't know when. Jiang Lin felt that something was wrong. Damn it, there were actually people arching towards his side. MMP, what kind of dream is this? I actually fell in a pigsty? Between Jiang Lin's confusion, he subconsciously arched back. Unexpectedly, the other party actually showed no weakness. "Naya, in my dreams, I can still let you bully me?" Jiang Lin let out a cold snort, and immediately began a frantic counterattack. As a result, the other party reached over with a pair of small hands and directly fought Jiang Lin hard. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Jiang Lin was unconvinced. Jiang Lin, am not afraid of anything, but I've never convinced anyone on this." Boom! There was a roar from heaven and earth, and the closed city gates were blasted open by a strong force. countless screams rang out in the city, and blood flowed everywhere. The battle was grueling. Jiang Lin did not expect that he would actually dream 1,000 strange dreams. Luckily, though, he ended up killing his opponent and surrendering. He won, and while it was a bit choppy, the result wasn't too far off. Ha! The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth lifted, very satisfied with the outcome of this dream, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he opened his eyes and subconsciously said, guess what I dreamed last night? In a daze, a voice was heard subconsciously saying, what dream? People haven't woken up yet. This dream. Jiang Lin was just about to speak, but he abruptly came to his senses. It's not right. It doesn't sound right. As he subconsciously opened his eyes and looked towards the side, hurtingly, he realized that the one next to him was actually not Luo Yifei, but Chu Yaoyao. At this time, Chu Yaoyao also seemed to have come to her senses. The moment she saw Jiang Lin, she directly let out a piercing scream. Chu Yaoyao screamed and ran out, leaving Jiang Lin in a daze. What the hell was that dream yesterday? When Jiang Lin walked out from the middle of the bedroom, he couldn't help but say ferociously when he saw Luo Yifei's face holding back a smile. Good, you actually counted on me. I didn't. Luo Yifei hurriedly raised her hands. Originally I wanted to separate you guys after taking a bath. Who knows? When I came out, Luo Yifei didn't go on with the latter words but showed a you-know-what expression. Jiang Lin opened his mouth, but the last words didn't come out. Okay, I'll admit it. Well, now that it's happened, it's time to figure out how to make it right. Jiang Lin was not a person who was afraid of things, and after thinking about it, he still decided to talk to Chu Yaoyao. In Chu Yaoyao's bedroom, Jiang Lin saw that the other party was sitting there in silence. Seeing this, Jiang Lin thought about it and was about to open his mouth. Who knows? Chu Yaoyao turned her head all of a sudden and looked at Jiang Lin and asked, will you not want me? Jiang Lin was stunned by this sudden question. Chapter 132 smells like a forced king. Of course not, Jiang Lin said subconsciously. How could he be the kind of guy who starts and stops? But just after his words were finished, he saw Chu Yaoyao suddenly break into laughter. The result was a rush into his arms and a hug. Jiang Lin, what is this? And I had a whole bunch of excuses ready to think about what to comfort. Before you can even say it, you're like this? That's fine. From today onwards, I'll be following you all the time. Don't you dare not want me. Chu Yaoyao rubbed against Jiang Lin's body. Ever since the last time she saw Jiang Lin being so generous for Luo Yifei, she knew that the other party must be a person worth trusting. Even if it was just like Luo Yifei for the rest of her life, she felt exceptionally happy. During that time, Luo Yifei had also egged her on more than once, but she always felt a little shy inside, until last night, when she saw Luo Yifei and he actually, between drinks, Chu Yaoyao knew that this was her only chance. Looking at Chu Yaoyao's action, Jiang Lin reacted at once and said somewhat indistinctly, good, it seems you knew about it yesterday. Jiang Lin slapped his head. I told you. Although Chu Yaoyao drank a lot, she didn't drink as much as she did, right? How did you get so drunk? Now that I understand. It turns out that the little girl has been planning this for a long time as well. Well, no, I didn't know anything yesterday. Chu Yaoyao was poked and prodded by Jiang Lin, and instantly couldn't help but weasel out. Jiang Lin smiled coldly. Still want to argue? Looks like it's time to punish you. With that, he reached out and brought the door to the room closed. More than an hour later, Jiang Lin left the room with high hopes. He had planned to buy a house for Chu Yaoyao as well, but it turned out that the other party didn't want it at all. Says she just needs to live with Luo Yifei. Two people have a care. In that case, Jiang Lin had no choice but to call it quits, ignoring the fact that he hadn't forgotten the other redheads either. He called Han Dodo and asked her dad to buy a Maserati for each of his confidants. Of course, the truth is impossible to tell, except to say it's a gift for a friend. Having taken care of this, Jiang Lin didn't stay here at Luo Yifei's place. He was going to go to Jin Kong Medical and ask the other party to test the ingredients of this drug, and it would be best to have a professional test report. This will result in a more precise understanding of the efficacy of the drug. Only, he hadn't even arrived at Jin Kong Medical yet, and he didn't expect to receive a call from Ningguoguang. Mr. Jiang, I just received word that someone wants to come and buy your blood essence pill. Oh, buy blood essence pills? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows, not realizing that this news had actually spread so quickly. Not for sale. He hadn't even researched it himself yet, so how could he easily sell it to someone else? But Ningguoguang's side paused and couldn't help but say, Mr. Jiang, if it's convenient for you, why don't you come over here? They'll be coming over in the afternoon, and I've heard that the background of this family is very deep. Deep background? Jiang Lin showed a puzzled look on his face. Those who could make Ningguoguang pay so much attention to them seemed to be no ordinary people indeed. Okay, I'll be there in a bit then. Hanging up the phone, John Lin turned around and went to the Wind and Cloud Tea House. As soon as he arrived, every bigwig in the middle of the Wind and Cloud Tea House was waiting for John Lin. Is anyone coming? John Lin asked when he saw Ning Buogwang. Not yet, it's rumored to be on its way. Ning Buogwang explained. What's the other guy's background? Any idea? John Lin walked through the gambling ring and went to the back room to sit down. Ning Buogwang sniffed and inclined his head to look at his own son. Ning Yi nodded immediately, then opened the tablet in his hand and said, the person who came claimed to be from the Yundu Lin family. The Lin family of Yundu, the first local family. The entire Lin group is mainly based on overseas trade, with assets designed for real estate, entertainment, fast-moving consumer goods and many other fields. A rough estimate of its total assets is nearly $300 billion, with 3 listed groups in the top 100 of the national Fortune 500. It is strong. After a pause, Ning Yi continued. At the same time, the entire Lin family also runs quite a bit of business in underground boxing gyms, and there are many powerful bodyguards and security teams around. Oh, John Lin lifted his eyes after hearing this and didn't have much of a ripple. Is that all? The crowd looked at each other and couldn't help but show their surprise. Isn't that enough? The moment this Lin family called, all of them panicked a bit. Compared to the other party's 300 billion huge family, they really weren't much different from ants. And the other party wanted the blood essence pill by name. That's why they called John Lin so quickly. Who's here this time? The head of the Lin family? John Lin asked casually. In his opinion, the only one who could be qualified enough to speak to him was the Lin family's family head. No, as far as I know, the Lin family head is over 80 years old and seems to be in bad shape lately, and is looking around for medicine. And the people who came this time are the Lin family's eldest grandson and daughter, Lin Tianyang and Lin Yan. Oh, so that's it. John Lin understood as soon as he heard it. The other party was basically in a similar situation as Master Qin. It should be old and decrepit and in need of nourishing remedies. This blood essence pill for yourself is just right. However, John Lin suddenly had a change of heart. It seems that this blood essence pill of his is really a treasure for these big families. That means it can be sold for a high price if used properly. Although John Lin wasn't short of money now, he naturally wouldn't refuse if he could earn more. As the saying goes, there is money to be made. What's the approximate time they'll be here? John Lin asked, counting the time. It should be soon. As soon as Ning Ye's words fell, he heard the outside of the gambling arena suddenly become noisy. What's going on? Ning Buogwang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but chortle coldly. Can't you see Mr. Jiang is here? How dare you make such a racket? But it didn't take long to see a security guard walk in a panic. Mr. Ning, there's a group of people coming. Very arrogant. What's gotten into you guys? Ning Buogwang was about to get angry, but he heard Jiang Lin waving his hand. I think the main man is here. Go out and take a look. With that he stood up and headed outside. The crowd saw this and followed. As soon as Jiang Lin stepped out of the gate, he saw a dozen or so tall foreign men in black suits with sunglasses lined up on both sides one after another in the distance. Everywhere they went, they very roughly pushed the customers around them aside. Jiang Lin's pupils shrank, as if he smelled the aura of a forced king. It's just a visit to buy a medicine. It's not such a big deal. Sure enough, 2 men and women dressed in designer labels and sunglasses with arrogant faces were then seen walking along the path opened by the bodyguards. Chapter 133. Didn't the Lin family teach you not to interrupt when others speak? As soon as these two appeared, their aura opened up. However, to Jiang Lin's surprise, the one walking in front was actually not that tall and thin youth. Instead, it was a woman in a designer wraparound skirt and black silk. She had long, red, big wavy hair cascading down her back and a slender figure. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, she could feel the arrogance in her. She took a few steps, and her eyes seemed to scan the surrounding gambling quarry entrances. The corners of his mouth then quirked up in a mocking smile. I can't imagine that the imperial capital actually has such a humble gambling parlor. Look at the size. Even my family's dog park is bigger than this. The youth who heard this couldn't help but say from the back, Sis, we didn't come here to gamble on the stones. You haven't paid me back the allowance you owed me last time. The woman in front of her waved her hand with some impatience as she listened. Alright, I know. $10 million you have the nerve to say. I'll pay you back some other day. Listen to this. People's pocket money is $10 million. What kind of landlord is that? Before he even came to the front, Jiang Lin could already feel a thick, compelling aura spreading out in all directions, causing the crowd to look sideways. Soon, the woman in the lead walked up to Jiang Lin and the others. With a haughty face, he said, Who is Jiang Lin? Stand out. The contemptuous words, the condescending attitude. It's as if she's now here to inspect her work, not to come over and buy medicine. Jiang Lin looked at the woman with an odd face. It feels like you're sick in the head. No matter how strong your Lin family is, you're not so arrogant. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Ning Yi, who was next to him, instantly quit. Ever since he had fought with Jiang Lin, he had been a complete loser in both gambling and martial arts. This made Ning Yi simply admire Jiang Lin. Now in front of Jiang Lin, he was practically calling himself a little brother. Right in front of him, someone actually treated his big brother with such an attitude, and he was furious at that moment. How dare you speak to Mr. Jiang like that? Ning Yi took a single step, and an overpowering aura of martial arts instantly erupted from his body. He was no match for Jiang Lin, but he was at least a black belt in karate. This cold cry immediately startled the woman. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, and before she could stand still, she saw the 2 bodyguards behind her suddenly strike. Brush! Both of their fists swung up at the same time, slamming towards Ning Yi without saying a word. Seeing this, Ning Yi even let out a cold laugh, his figure not retreating but advancing, instantly exchanging blows with the other party. Pumba! 2 muffled sounds instantly exploded. Ning Yi's face abruptly changed, actually fell back 2 steps one after another before stabilizing his stance, and in turn, the 2 bodyguards on the opposite side took 3 steps back. Other than that, it was actually unharmed. Ning Yi's pupils shrank. He never thought that the other party's casual 2 bodyguards could actually fight against himself. Lin Yan, who saw this scene, let out a light laugh. I didn't expect there to be a good strength here, but can you stand up to so many people on your own? Sis. As he was speaking, the youth's helpless voice came from the back. Can't you ever be a little more restrained? Hearing the youth open his mouth, that Lin Yan immediately let out a cold snort and stopped talking. The youth removed his sunglasses, revealing a somewhat thin face. He nodded slightly at the crowd and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Tianyang. May I ask, which one is Jiang Lin?" Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lin couldn't help but squint at him as he listened. Compared to that arrogant Lin Yan, Lin Tianyang appeared much more modest. In comparison, that Lin Yan simply had the feel of a female pussy king. Jiang Lin then smiled when he saw this and spoke. I am. Lin Tianyang looked at Jiang Lin, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, because he didn't expect Jiang Lin to be so young. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin Yan directly say, "You're Jiang Lin? Why didn't you come forward when I asked just now?" Lin Yan said with a wave of her hand, "Alright, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm still in a hurry on my side. I heard that you have blood essence pills that can prolong your life. How many are there? Name your price. My Lin family will cover it." Lin Tianyang looked at Lin Yan with a helpless face. He really didn't want to bring his sister here, but the other party had to follow him. At a time like this, he could only hastily explain. Mr. Jiang, it's like this. My grandfather's health isn't very good right now, and someone had previously heard that you had given the old man of the Qin family the blood essence pill, and that it was very effective. That's why we've come here to ask for this blood essence pill. What do you think? Jiang Lin was plain on the surface, but in his heart, Fong nodded indistinctly. He'd speculated earlier about how on earth the other side had gotten wind of this information. It turned out to be leaked from Master Qin. Still, leaks were leaks, and he had nothing to keep secret. Jiang Lin looked at Lin Tianyang's part, couldn't help but faintly say, "This blood essence pill, I don't intend to sell it for the time being. After all, the strength of this medicinal effect, we haven't tested it yet. Just in case." Before he could finish his words, Lin Yan interrupted with a cold snort. "Not for sale? Humph. I think you feel that the price is not enough, right?" Jiang Lin's words stopped violently. Then he looked at Lin Yan with an indifferent expression. "Didn't the Lin family teach you not to just interrupt when others are talking? No breeding at all." Being disliked by Jiang Lin, Lin Yan's face instantly changed, and a nameless anger rose from the bottom of her heart. She's the daughter of the Lin family, the jewel in the palm of her hand, a present sought after by countless people. No ungrateful one had ever dared to speak to her like that. At once, her face chilled and she couldn't help but clench her teeth and say, "What did you say?" Jiang Lin swept a faint glance at her. "I'm not for sale," said Jiang Lin, pointing to his mouth. "Look at the shape of my mouth. LOL. Not sell." With that he waved his hand. "Send the guests away." Seeing this, Ning Yi and the others all took a step forward, a cold and stern look appearing on their faces. "Mr. Lin, please." Lin Tianyang did not expect a good thing. "Actually, don't sister to stir into this," hurriedly spoke Mr. Jiang. "You give a chance." Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Lin's figure had already left the place and returned to his room. Seeing this, Lin Tianyang, who had always been modest and courteous, suddenly changed his color and said in a cold voice towards Lin Yan, "Sister, can you grow a heart? We are seeking medicine for Grandpa this time. Do you understand? It's begging, not asking." Seeing Lin Tianyang get angry, the arrogant Lin Yan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "I know. Besides, he's a drug seller. What right does he have to pose in front of me?" Lin Yan couldn't help but retort. "How influential is my Lin family in the entire Jiangnan? Sister, remember, We are all here for that blood essence pill. As long as we can get it, anything is fine. Lin Tianyang emphasized. Okay, whatever. I'll just keep quiet. Lin Yan waved her hand, not wanting to discuss this with Lin Tianyang. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't speak anymore, Lin Tianyang then withdrew his gaze and turned towards Ning Boguang and smiled. Mr. Ning, could you please take me in to meet Mr. Jiang? Ning Boguang, after all, knew the Lin family's heritage, and after thinking about it, he nodded and said, alright, Mr. Lin, wait a moment. With that, he turned around and entered the room, and it didn't take long before he nodded towards Lin Tianyang. Come in. Chapter 134, I'm talking. 2 billion. 1. In reality, Jiang Lin hadn't given much thought to selling drugs. If the price is right, you can naturally sell it. Of course, if the other party was bullying others, he naturally didn't mind giving them a lesson. Not long after, under Ning Boguang's leadership, the other party walked in once again. This time, Lin Tianyang was in the front and Lin Yan was in the back. Mr. Jiang, may I ask how you plan to sell this blood essence pill? Lin Tianyang opened the door. How much do you want? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask. We don't know much about Grandpa's situation, so if it's convenient for you, could you sell it all to me? Lin Tianyang asked. Jiang Lin shook his head at that. I can only sell you a maximum of 5 here, and this blood essence pill is very potent. 5 should be enough. 5? Lin Tianyang thought about it and nodded. Okay, 5 is 5. Then how does Mr. Jiang intend to bid? Jiang Lin didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Tianyang flatly. Lin Tianyang instantly understood, knowing that Jiang Lin was waiting for him to make an offer. Mr. Jiang, I know how precious this blood essence pill is, so I'll give this amount for 1. With that he held out a finger. $10 million. Ning Boguang and the others beside him couldn't help but have their pupils shrink when they heard this. Worthy of a big family, $10 million apiece right out of the gate. In their opinion, although this blood essence pill was good, it was just a rare medicinal herb. There was no way to have that kind of miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even if the Lin family bought it back, whether it would work or not still needed to be tried. To be willing to pay $50 million for such a possible outcome was not something that an average family could afford. However, just as Lin Tianyang's words fell, he heard Jiang Lin laugh lightly. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Is it enough? Just kidding. This was a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma. Even the entire world might not be able to find a second one. In Jiang Lin's mind, the value of this blood essence pill far exceeded $50 million. Lin Tianyang frowned at this and was about to speak, but he heard Lin Yan beside him couldn't help but sneer. If you want money, just say you want money. Why are you still pretending to be noble there? If we didn't have no choice, do you think we'd want to buy your crap? Lin Yan said with a wave of her hand. Alright, my Lin family is a big family. It's not that bad for you. Say, how much do you want? 100 million? 200 million? Or 500 million? Hearing the price that Lin Yan burst out with a wave of her hand, Ning Boguang and the others' hearts were even more jumpy. Is it that expensive? 5 pills are actually worth $500 million? And this Lin family actually blurted it out without even blinking. Lin Tianyang next to him couldn't help but frown. He had wanted to bargain with Jiang Lin, but I didn't expect my sister to open her mouth so impulsively. But the good thing was, 500 million was also the final price that the family had discussed before they came. For the sake of Grandpa's health, $500 million would be worth it if he could take it. However, in the face of Lin Yan's offer, Jiang Lin just sat there with a flat face, not the least bit agreeable. At this, Lin Yan was instantly enraged. Surnamed Jiang, don't pretend to me here. Do you think you possess an immortal pill? You still won't agree to a price of $500 million? Is it because you want to make things difficult for my Lin family? Jiang Lin gave her a faint look and only said 2 words. Not enough. Hiss. Ning Boguang and the others were shocked. It wasn't enough? $500 million isn't enough? How much more do you want? It's like a top-of-the-line villa. Besides, it's the Lin family. Even if you give face, 500 million is almost enough. Lin Tianyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that this price hadn't been able to impress Jiang Lin. He waved his hand to stop Lin Yan, who was still about to open her mouth, and suppressed the trace of dissatisfaction in his heart as he asked. Then, Mr. Jiang, you give a price. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment after hearing this, then stretched out 2 fingers. Lin Tianyang, who saw this, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. $200 million apiece? That's $1 billion for 5. That's twice as expensive. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, the words Jiang Lin spat out instantly shocked him. 2 billion. When those 3 words came out, the whole room was shocked. 2 billion and 5 blood essence pills. That's damn near enough to catch up with the entire Red Faya. Ning Boguang felt his heart pumping hard. It's a bit of a big scene, Even if he's lived most of his life, he's never seen it before. What? 5 crappy pills are actually $2 billion? Lin Yan immediately shouted angrily, why don't you go and grab it? However, as her words fell, Jiang Lin laughed softly and corrected, what I said was, 2 billion, 1. Hiss. All the people who heard this almost went black and fell straight to the ground. 2 billion apiece. 5 is 10 billion. 10 billion. Even a robbery isn't that fast. They all looked at Jiang Lin incredulously at this time, not understanding that the other party had actually asked for such a horrible price. You. Lin Yan was practically speechless with anger. Lin Tianyang, who was next to him, also sank and frowned. Mr. Jiang, this price of yours exceeds my expectations. Can you do it? Jiang Lin shook his head. I can't. With that, he stood up in his form and said with his hands behind his back, I naturally have my reasons for my prices. This blood essence pill, which is extracted from the essence of 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, is unattainable globally. Furthermore, I am aware of Master Qin's condition. If your grandfather's condition is similar to this, I can assure you that even if he is more serious than this, 5 blood essence pills will go down. Not to say that he will be 7 or 8. Extending his life by 3 or 5 years is not a problem. This is my Jiang Lin's guarantee. These words caused Lin Tianyang to fall into silence. Indeed, if it was really as Jiang Lin had said, then this blood essence pill might actually work. But at this price, even with their Lin family's current strength, it wasn't like mobilizing $10 billion just to mobilize $10 billion. Just as Lin Tianyang wanted to open his mouth to bargain, Lin Yan, who was on the side, suddenly said, fine, we promise. What? Sister, where do we have? Before he could open his mouth, Lin Tianyang was stopped by Lin Yan's gaze. At this time, Lin Yan instead let out a light laugh. Jiang Lin, right, your price of $2 billion apiece is definitely a sky-high price. But, if we pay the bill, what if your medicine doesn't work? Jiang Lin glanced at her and said flatly, you suspect me? Ha! Such a large sum of money. Although our Lin family is able to take it out, we have to have some guarantees. Lin Yan laughed. I think my questioning is very reasonable. Yes. Jiang Lin nodded, then reached out and fished out a jade bottle from his pocket. Brush. He raised his hand and threw the jade bottle to Lin Tianyang. In here are 5 blood essence pills. Although there is no definitive proof, the jade bottle can more or less slow down the dissipation of its medicinal properties. Jiang Lin said flatly, you can take it back first, and then pay me after Elder Lin tries it out. Chapter 135. No one dares to covet my Jiang Lin's money. What? Jiang Lin's words caused Ningguang and the others to be startled. That's given to the other side? It's too hasty. After hearing Jiang Lin's words, Lin Yan laughed delicately instead. Ha. Good. Mr. Jiang is quite a refreshing person. Don't worry, since my Lin family has promised you, then naturally I won't go back on my word. As soon as we go back and try it out and it works, the money will come straight through. With that she glanced at Lin Tianyang. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Tianyang hesitated. Sister, our Lin family. Shut up and get out. Lin Yan shook her head, then nodded at Jiang Lin and stepped on her hateful heights to leave. Under the escort of many bodyguards, the two of them directly walked out of the Wind and Cloud tea house and sat inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Sister, where does our Lin family have $10 billion of liquidity? It's just that it would take a not-so-short period of time to realize the assets. Lin Tianyang couldn't help but say with some concern. As soon as his words fell, he heard Lin Yan sneer. Who told you that we have to pay him $10 billion? What? Then you. Lin Yan's face flashed with a wise light. It's not true that I promised him, but have you seen him record? Or have you seen him videotaped? Much less a signed contract, right? Lin Tianyang's pupils shrunk and he couldn't help but look at Lin Yan. Humph. Get it. He doesn't have anything and still wants me to give him $10 billion? Lin Tianyang frowned. But sister, if he finds out that I reneged on the bill at that time, he definitely won't let it go. So what? Lin Yan snorted. If he's willing to take the legal route, the big deal is that we'll just file a lawsuit against him. We, the Lin family, have a team of lawyers at hand to surround ourselves with him. By then a lawsuit will be able to go on for a year or two, and we'll see who can afford to wear it out. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Tianyang couldn't help but fall silent. There was no denying that what Lin Yan said was indeed true, but if he just reneged on the other party's blood essence pill, Lin Tianyang always felt an uneasiness surfacing in his heart. Lin Yan had a very smug smile floating on her face at this time. Throughout the Lin family, Grandpa always said she was illiterate and not as capable as her brother. This time she would see if Grandpa would still say that. Leaving aside the conversation between the Lin siblings, as the other party was leaving, in the Wind and Cloud tea house, Ningguang and the others all coincidentally looked at Jiang Lin, each of them looking like they wanted to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Lin just said flatly, if there's anything you want to ask, Just say it, I'm in a hurry. Mr. Jiang, you gave the blood essence pill to the Lin family like this. Aren't you afraid of it? Before Ning Boguang finished speaking, Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Afraid that the Lin family won't pay me after taking the medicine? Yeah, it's $10 billion after all. The crowd also nodded. That's no small amount. Jiang Lin smiled slightly after hearing this. The Lin family is a big family. 10 billion should be able to take it out. Of course, if they really don't give a damn. An icy cold light flashed steeply in Jiang Lin's eyes. No one dares to covet my Jiang Lin's money. If the Lin family does this, they will certainly return the favor tenfold. Ding! You've just made a deal, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding Kuyo Securities with 40% of its shares as the first major shareholder. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth lifted, revealing a smile. It's true that good things happen every year, but this year is especially good. I just sold $10 billion and ended up giving away another stock company. Guanyao Securities is a top 5 top securities company in Daxia. Companies that go through the Kuyo Securities listing basically go up big time. However, what made Jiang Lin still a bit puzzled was the fact that the 100 billion level rewards from the previous storm hadn't been found to be of any particular use so far. Could it be that this is just a perk from the system? Jiang Lin couldn't help but ponder in his mind. After thinking for a few moments, he couldn't make sense of it, and in the end, he could only put it aside for now, since the matter here was settled. Jiang Lin didn't stay at the Wind and Cloud Tea House, still holding his blood essence pills. He was ready to go to Golden Healthcare. Only, he hadn't been gone long when he got a phone call. Seeing this caller ID, Jiang Lin suddenly smiled. Wu Wei, a high school classmate and the only female sports committee member in the entire school. However, this person has a spontaneous nature, and in turn, he is closer to his male classmates. It's just that since Jiang Lin went to college, he hasn't been in much contact. High school is relatively more emotionally pure. To be able to receive a call from his old classmate at this time, Jiang Lin was still very happy. He subconsciously connected and couldn't help but laugh. Old classmate, long time no see. Wow, school marm, it's really you. I haven't contacted you for a long time. I was afraid you'd change your number. A neutral voice came from the other end of the line. Okay, without further ado, you know our classmate Zhang Junyi, right? Zhang Junyi? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Recognize, didn't he drop out of high school? That's right, it's him, but he's developed now and asked me to contact our class, saying that it's just in time for the summer vacation, so we'll all go back and get together. Wu Wei said with a smile, our male classmates can tell us 1,000 times to make sure you attend, or else those female classmates won't come. Okay, what time? Jiang Lin thought to himself that he just happened to go home for the summer to visit. Anyway, their party was right in the city, which wasn't too far of a hike. Ha! I knew you were the most forthcoming. A week later, I'll send you the exact location then. All the spending is paid for by Zhang Junyi anyway, Wu Wei said and hung up. Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. This old classmate of his was still such a windy character. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin couldn't help but recall this Zhang Junyi. When he went to school, his family was fairly well off, but it was all from the northeast. There's no such thing as a rich kid either. He really couldn't figure out what the other guy had actually done to actually get rich after high school. Anyway, the other party was actually so enthusiastic about opening the party, so there was only one possibility. Classmates don't party, party must pretend X. And as long as you look at it, whoever started the party is the main X player at that party. They were all high school classmates, and Jiang Lin naturally had no intention of showing off and climbing. So, he was going to seat the plane back first, the helicopter he could fly, but he was having the butler recruit pilots in the last 2 days, so he wouldn't need it for a while. Jiang Lin suddenly tapped his head and thought of a very serious question. That is, how can I explain to my parents when I go home now that I've become such a mess? Both parents are from the countryside and know that they run a supermarket in Tutor. But even if you opened a supermarket, you wouldn't become so rich, would you? After thinking about it, Jiang Lin decided not to tell them the truth for the time being, and would slowly tell them later. Chapter 136, Returning Home. Uncle San's Advice. Jiang Lin went home and simply packed up, so he carried a duffel bag and went to the airport. Before getting on the plane, he called home and said he'd be back in a few minutes. Mom was simply delighted to hear the news. It takes just over an hour to get from the imperial capital to the snow capital. After getting off the airplane, Jiang Lin directly took a taxi and rushed towards his old home. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Lin appeared at the gate of his old home on time. It was met with a warm welcome from all the old and young friends and relatives, including the parents. Aya, little Lindsay, you're back. Third uncle hasn't seen you in years. Uncle San, a relative from the same village, said enthusiastically to Jiang Lin. Yeah, you're still in pretty good shape too. Third uncle, looking as young as ever. Jiang Lin also smiled and chatted with the other party. Second auntie, Auntie, Grand Master, are you all in good health as well? All good, all good. After not seeing him for so long, the boy is growing more and more handsome. All right, take your seats, and chat while you eat. Mom greeted her, and her father and several relatives took their seats. John Lin opened and poured wine for the elders. With that, they sat down to eat. After 3 rounds of wine, a few elders' faces also appeared a little red, and at this time, the third uncle who took advantage of the strength of the wine couldn't help but pat John Lin's shoulder and asked, "Little Lindsay, I heard that you opened a grocery store in that part of the imperial capital? Supermarket, mini-mart," John Lin corrected. "Hey, it's all the same." Uncle Sam smiled. "Lin, how's your income here? Is there much traffic?" John Lin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "It's okay, I can deal with it a bit. It's not good enough to deal with points." Uncle Sam laughed. "You have to say that you are also a college student who went to college, a high achiever. How can you go to work in a supermarket? Besides, you could be in a supermarket. You'd have to make a lot of money." "Yes, Uncle Sam is right. I'm not working on it too." John Lin smiled and nodded. Uncle Sam's eyes glazed over when he heard that. "How can you just work hard? You have achievements. Let's not talk about anything else. Look at my family. Your brother, although he's not as accomplished as you are, at least he's doing a little business on his own. In our area, it's not a problem to make $300,000 a year." As soon as he spoke of his son, Uncle Sam couldn't help but have a smug look on his face. "Do you know about Toyota? Your brother just brought back a new Toyota yesterday. Over $200,000. John Lin immediately smiled and nodded his head when he heard. "Not bad. My brother is driving a car of more than $200,000. Ah, right, so you've got to work on that," Uncle Sam said in a serious tone. "If you don't work hard, you'll be going to college for nothing. If you don't work hard, you'll be going to college for nothing, and then you won't even be able to afford a wife, and you'll be asking your father to worry about you for nothing." At this point, my father, who had been listening from the sidelines for half a day, couldn't stand it anymore. Eyes glared. Asterisk 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 what heart worry. Shaolin, that is the life of the boss. The future will certainly have great success. When Uncle Sam heard this, he said indignantly, "What prospects? Open grocery store can have what success? Perhaps this life cannot afford to buy a Toyota." It. John Lin didn't actually take the arguments between the elders to heart. The feast lasted well into the night before several of the relatives went their separate ways home. As soon as they were gone, all of a sudden my father just sat there moping. "What's so amazing about him, Zhao Lao-san? Isn't it just that his son is a junk collector? Now that he's made money and bought a broken-down car, he's actually showing off like this." John Lin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Dad, you're all folks. Why do you care about that?" It was fine if he didn't say this, but once he said it, John's father exploded. "And say, just you brat, when you were not allowed to open the supermarket, you had to open it. Look at it now. Letting people compare, isn't it? Look at our village. The one who usually sees me is not a high regard, but now it's good. Everyone says that I paid for you to go to college for nothing. You're no good." My father was about to say more, when my mother entered the room with a sudden glare. "There's no end to it, is there? Just say a few words. My son has just come back, and he is not talking about things that add to the problem. Besides, my son runs a supermarket in the Imperial City. Is that something they can compare to?" At Mom's comment, father stopped talking. Seeing this, John Lin then smiled and comforted. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to follow the fire. In fact, your son, me, is doing much better than you think in the imperial capital." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Mom immediately smiled and nodded. "That's right, my son is definitely the best." John Lin looked at the sullen old man, and secretly said in his heart, "It seems that he has to find a chance to earn back his dad's face before he can do so." The night was silent, and early the next morning, John Lin took a bus to the city. It says they'll meet at the snow capital at 2 p.m. Everyone had come from 10 miles and 8 villages, so they were ready to meet at the coach station. By the time John Lin arrived, there were already quite a few students gathered here. "Egu, the schoolmarm is here." The moment John Lin appeared, a small wave of climax was triggered. Everyone kept praising John Lin for becoming more and more handsome. John Lin also responded with a smile one by one. Having not seen each other for a long time, it was natural to chat a little more enthusiastically. "John Lin, have you graduated from the imperial capital and have you found a job yet?" "No, I would have started a business. A supermarket." "Yeah, where?" "It's in a college town. A mini-mart, 30 square feet. "Oh, so small." The crowd gradually learned from John Lin's mouth that he turned out to be just a supermarket owner. Some people also suspected that John Lin was the heartbeat brother on the internet. The result was denied by John Lin. They hadn't really thought much about it. After all, it's hard to associate a kid from the countryside with a heartbeat brother. Hey, what time is it now? Why hasn't the host come yet? As we chatted, there was a moment when someone couldn't help but wonder, but as soon as the words fell out of his mouth, he saw an Audi Q7 on the road speeding up from a distance. Giggle. The sound of the brakes caused the crowd to look sideways, but the next moment, a laugh instantly rang out from the car. Ha ha, class, you're all here. It was then that the crowd saw that a thin figure in a suit walking down from the Audi was none other than their high school classmate, Zhang Junyi. I'll go, old Zhang. You're a good mixer. You've got a Q7? Yeah. Where are you going to get rich and not take us with you? Looks like this studying isn't everything. You graduated from high school and made a name for yourself too. In the midst of a burst of bragging, Zhang Junyi was very embarrassed and hammered his Q7. Hey, I wouldn't dare. I've only just picked up this car, so I put 60% down and the rest is a loan. John Lin heard a faint smile. Zhang Junyi has improved. Actually no, to pretend to be poor. Chapter 137. I say, should we change the private room? A Q7 is at least $700,000 to $800,000. 60%. That's almost $500,000. Where can students who have just worked for a short time, and some of them have even just graduated, get out $500,000? Invisible X is the most deadly. Zhang Junyi only needed to stand towards this point to spread his own forcing aura throughout the room. Countless boasts and envy filled the surroundings. He always had a faint smile on his face, but inwardly, he couldn't help but snicker. You college kids, what are you gonna do when you go to college? Still have to kneel in front of me? At that moment, he suddenly stared. At a time like this, there are actually people who haven't need him. The guy's name was Zhang Lin, and he was the schoolboy of their high school. For Zhang Lin, Zhang Junyi actually did not have much of a crossroads. After all, the two people in that would be too far apart. But now, he has leveled the playing field and made a name for himself. And the other guy is still all clouded up about it? And joking around with the classmate next to you? I can't stand it. You're a country boy, a fresh college graduate. What are you pretending in front of me? Zhang Junyi skimmed his lips in his heart. Some people just pretend to be noble on purpose. Take for example the schoolgirl, Hu Wenya. Though there was still a light smile on his face, but Zhang Junyi had already realized that the other party had already sneaked a look at his Q7 several times without realizing it. Zhang Junyi dared to pat himself on the back and guarantee that he only needed him to hook his finger and the other party would send himself to the door. Even the school flower is like this. Who are you, John Lin, to pretend with me? However, although he was indignant in his heart, Zhang Junyi did not show it. Pretending is a skill. He doesn't need to brag. He just lets his strength crush you into self-abasement. Ha ha, let's not talk here. Shall we change places? Zhang Junyi clapped his hands. I've already booked the place. Just follow me. Okay, brother E. The crowd saw this, but they all coveted Zhang Junyi's Q7. Who can sit here and follow the past? This shows that the other party is even close to Zhang Junyi. At this time, without waiting for the crowd to open their mouths, Zhang Junyi took the initiative to say, Big schoolgirl who? Why don't you take my car? The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes flashed. Looks like Zhang Junyi has struck out here. For a moment, everyone looked at Hu Wenya, who was standing there, in unison. Hu Wenya had also just graduated from college life, so she was used to seeing all kinds of reality. The whole person became much more material than before. Hearing Zhang Junyi's invitation, she was instantly moved. However, after all, in the way of so many classmates, if she got into the other party's car, it would be equivalent to explicitly telling the many classmates that she had already decided. In fact, from the time she appeared until now, it was originally running towards Zhang Lin. However, the other party does not drive, not to mention, and from the conversation actually opened a small supermarket in the imperial city. This left her in a tangle. The hesitation, in her mind, lasted less than 3 seconds. Alas, you can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. She sighed in her heart. Zhang Lin, don't blame me. It's you who didn't work hard enough. As this thought surfaced, she said with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, since my classmate is so gracious, I'll oblige. A smug smile instantly appeared on Zhang Junyi's face upon hearing this. Career, woman, double whammy. What could be more surprising than that? Alright, back row whoever you guys wanna go. Go! Zhang Junyi waved his hand and suddenly looked at Zhang Lin with a faint smile. Zhang Lin, come up here. It's not appropriate for you, a school bully, to take a taxi by yourself. Zhang Lin sniffed but shook his head and said indifferently, no need. So many students want to experience it, so I won't join in the fun. After saying that, he was pulled by Wu Wei next to him to take a taxi. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Junyi smiled faintly. Let's go. Students, follow me. 1 foot on the gas and the Q7 sped off into the distance. Hu Wenya, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was silent for a while and couldn't help but take the initiative to say, Zhang Junyi, Where did you book your seat? Zhang Junyi smiled mysteriously, then shook his head. Hey, the place I booked is not far away. You'll know when I arrive. It didn't take long for the crowd to see Zhang Junyi stop. When they got out of the car one by one, they saw such an upscale restaurant in front of them. He could not help but exclaim, I'll go. Ming Island Seafood. Brother E is hemorrhaging money. More than that, I've heard that it's especially hard to get a seat at Island Seafood. You usually have to go in 2 weeks in advance to make a reservation. When Zhang Junyi heard this, he sighed softly. Alas, yes, I didn't know that this place was so difficult to book. Fortunately I have a friend here who knows a friend who booked the hall only yesterday. It's a bit noisy, so I can only condemn you all. What? Brother E can actually cut in line? That's awesome. Yeah, if we came, we wouldn't be able to book in advance, let alone cut the line. Zhang Junyi could not help but shake his shoulders. This wave of pretending to be an ex, he was satisfied. See, that's strength. Let's go. Don't stand here. Go in and talk. With that he greeted everyone and headed inside. Everyone went in, and Wu Wei suddenly saw Zhang Lin standing there motionless. Couldn't help but say, hey, what's on your mind? Never been to a restaurant this nice before? Zhang Lin shook his head and smiled as he listened. I just didn't expect that Ming Island Seafood even had a branch here. Let's go. Who cares what branch? Have a good meal today. I've never been to such a high-class place before. Wu Wei pulled Zhang Lin and headed inside. The whole Ming Island Seafood, divided into 2 parts, the hall and private rooms. Zhang Lin swept his gaze. There were almost 20 tables in the hall, and the atmosphere was very warm at every table. Zhang Junyi, on the other hand, they were on the side by the window, with a round table that was just right for the 20 or so of them to sit down. Come on, sit down everyone. Feel free to order whatever you want. Zhang Junyi greeted the crowd and sat down, then realized a very embarrassing problem. The lobby is indeed too damn noisy. Because this is the Northeast, you're born with a high-speaking voice. Dozens of tables in the middle of the entire hall are talking at the same time, so if you don't shout as hard as you can, you probably won't be able to hear them. Zhang Lin sat down and couldn't help but frown. Then he looked at Wu Wei and asked, do you want to change the private room? What did you say? Because the entire hall was too noisy. Wu Wei didn't hear it and subconsciously asked. Zhang Lin could only raise his voice and repeat the sentence. I say, should we change the private room? The words were heard by a number of students in the audience, including that Junyi Zhang. Chapter 138, Nuts, it's actually a Wesson castle. Zhang Lin, are you embarrassing me? Zhang Junyi's expression sank as he said with a displeased face. He'd said it all before. This place heels need to be booked in advance. It's already a huge effort for him to be able to cut in line and book a hall. But now, he's actually asked him to change private rooms? What's this if not an embarrassment to him? The students next to him heard it and opened their mouths to advise in succession. Brother E, take it easy. Zhang Lin didn't mean that either. Yeah, after all, we've never been to a place like this before, and we're usually able to change private rooms. It's fine here. Don't you see it's all pretty busy there? Listening to the persuasion of the crowd, Zhang Junyi sneered. I, Zhang Junyi, have been an average person for the past few years, and I don't have so much energy to be able to change a private room. Zhang Lin, you're the boss of the imperial capital. You have a wide range of connections. Why don't you try? Humph, little man. I won't let you get away with it if you embarrass me. This time, all the students were embarrassed. Zhang Lin's casual remark caused Zhang Junyi to push him directly into an awkward situation. At a time like this, if Zhang Lin says I can't, then it was expected that he would inevitably be subjected to a cold and sarcastic laugh by Zhang Junyi. Not only that, at this moment, the few students who were already ready to kneel down and lick Zhang Junyi looked at Zhang Lin with a gaze filled with mockery. Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows at this and looked at Zhang Junyi. Can't you? Zhang Junyi snorted and shook his head. Of course I can't, Zhang de Cadet. It's up to you now. He looked at Zhang Lin with a smirk. You won't be unable to do it, right? Zhang Lin slowly stood up from his seat after hearing this, and then walked in the direction of the lobby. Passing by Zhang Junyi's heel, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder and say, Men, you can't say no. Humph, just blow it off you. Zhang Junyi laughed coldly in his heart, and his entire body fell into a sitting position. Come on. Everyone should watch what you want to watch, and feel free to order whatever you want to eat. That's right, I think that Zhang Lin is just blowing his cowhide. Go out and calm down. He'll be back in a while. Some people, just can't see that others are better than them. Right, brother E? A few people were talking when they saw Zhang Lin actually walking back. Yoo-hoo, back so soon? Let's go. Which private room shall we change to? The Emperor's room, or the Queen's room? Seeing Zhang Lin return, Zhang Junyi naturally didn't miss this opportunity to mock him. Zhang Lin listened and said indifferently, I don't know. They said to go make arrangements and come over to call us in a while. Bah, Pretend. You keep pretending. Zhang Junyi was almost about to burst out laughing, but his face was still serious as he nodded his head and said, "Good, then we won't order any food for now, and we'll wait for the arrangements of the Jiangda school head." When he said that, the faces of the people around him were immediately embarrassed. That's obviously a stalemate. Now that Zhang Junyi was the host, they definitely couldn't talk their way out of it. And with a flat look on Zhang Lin's face, it didn't seem to make sense at all. There were quite a few people who secretly sneered, as if they had already seen the scene where Zhang Lin made a fool of himself. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. The whole atmosphere around the table was simply getting more and more awkward. Zhang Junyi finally couldn't wait any longer at this time and couldn't help but speak. "Zhang Lin, your arrangement." Before he finished his words, he saw that from the direction of the lobby, a figure in a suit was walking quickly towards the side with a few waiters. Seeing this scene, Zhang Junyi's pupils shrunk violently, swallowing the words that had reached his mouth hard. "Mr. Jiang, the private room you asked for has been arranged for you. The Imperial Hall, please." At those words, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin in shock, their heads spinning for a moment. What is this? Didn't they say all the private rooms here have to be booked in advance? It's simply impossible to cut in line without absolute connections. But how come even the manager came over to invite them now? What the hell is going on here? Almost all of the female classmates instantly landed their gazes on Zhang Lin. They instantly associated it with whether Zhang Lin had any connections here, or is his energy amazing? At this time, Zhang Lin saw the puzzled gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but explain with a smile. "As it happens, the manager here is a relative from my old side of the family. Come on, don't wait here. Let's talk somewhere else." When the crowd heard this, they had to follow and turn inside the private room. Once they entered the Imperial Hall, they were stunned by the luxury of the entire Imperial Hall. The whole table seems to look as if it's no different from the outside, but all the seats, all made of pure solid wood, are comfortable and elegant. The whole decoration was opulent, almost indistinguishable from a palace. Seeing this kind of place, some students with a lively mind naturally discovered Zhang Lin's difference. How can your relatives change the king's hall just because they want to? For a while, the crowd became even more curious about Zhang Lin's identity. Quite a few people started to initiate conversation and chat with him. This scene fell in Zhang Junyi's eyes, simply infuriated him to the point of going mad. This is clearly my home turf, the land of pretending to be X. But now, it's simply a graft for the other side. But wanting me, Zhang Junyi, to just admit defeat is simply impossible. So, the second wave of loaded X's hit instantly. Cough cough. Since Big Schoolmaster Jiang helped us change the private room, let's order the food, shall we? You all can pick whatever you want to eat. No need to be polite. Zhang Junyi smiled and opened his mouth. Good, Brother E is magnificent. Well, I'll be damned. If Brother E has time, he can come to my house to play. Hu Wenya, who originally wanted to strike up a conversation with Zhang Lin, hesitated at the moment. Zhang Lin merely relied on the help of his relatives, but Zhang Junyi, this is the real power. Alas, an external object is after all an external object. It is still inferior. Just as Hu Wenya was sighing in his heart, the door to the entire private room swung wide open at once, and then the manager in a suit was seen walking in with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, can we serve the food now?" "Go." Zhang Lin nodded. It's better to get caught up after the previous delay. Hearing this, the manager directly waved his hand, and at that moment, behind him, a waiter with a good face value walked in with a tray. Deep-sea abalone, Australian lobster, king crab, puffer fish sashimi, one after another. Dishes that the crowd had only heard of but not seen were served. Zhang Junyi, who saw these dishes, had his heart jumped at once. Nima, this Zhang Lin is too ruthless, isn't he? Isn't this a clear-cut attempt to screw him over? This meal will cost at least a couple of $1,000, okay? In order to put on a wave of pussy. Originally Zhang Junyi had silently bought out one of the waiters here. Ask him to recommend relatively inexpensive dishes. This way, he not only faked it, but he didn't have to spend too much money. But he never expected that Zhang Lin actually ordered behind his back. Just as he was dripping blood from his wallet, the red wine on the trays of the last three waiters nearly made him pass out without taking a breath. Nima, it's actually Chateau d'Orson. Chapter 139, Second Failure to Pretend to be X. Zhang Junyi sacrifices the killer mace. When red wine is generally mentioned, it is either the most common, such as Lafite, either that or the most expensive, like Romanée Conti. Zhang Junyi is not well versed in red wine, but he has dabbled in it. This Chateau d'Orson is not exactly a top red wine, but it's something that only the upper class can afford to drink. He'd only seen it once with his leader when he was with the company. This Chateau d'Orson is at least $10,000 a bottle, even for the latest vintage, and these three bottles don't appear to be the latest trademark. Its price is at least $20,000 hit, $20,000 a bottle. That's 3 bottles here. That's $60,000. Over 10,000 a table. Plus 60,000 for drinks. More than 70,000. He's completely hemorrhaged. Seeing this, Zhang Junyi was furious at that time. He stood up violently and looked at Jiang Lin with an annoyed expression. Jiang Lin, are you trying to trap me? He pointed at the red wine of the 3 waiters and exclaimed, do you know how much a bottle of Chateau Ausone costs? 20,000. 3 bottles, that's $60,000. You know full well that I'm the one who promised to treat everyone to dinner this time, so you're not going to be so underhanded, are you? When these words came out, everyone unanimously sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, $60,000. They don't even make 60,000 a year in internships. 3 bottles of wine directly drink up a year's salary. This one big pit really ruthless. However, before Jiang Lin could open his mouth, that manager explained with a smile on his face, don't be angry. This gentleman, Mr. Zhang, has just instructed that the wine is on his tab. Junyi Zhang. Awkward. Just so damn awkward. You don't need me to spend money. You should have said so. Zhang Junyi had just breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but all of a sudden, he felt that something was wrong. It's not right, is it? Put it on his tab? He can afford $60,000? Before he could ask this, the manager had already left with his men. The crowd that had reacted to the situation flapped their asses towards Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin, your kid is deep in hiding. $60,000 worth of wine. Just say please. Brother Jiang is awesome. Can I hug your thigh? Is Jiang still missing a pendant on his body? I can yell 666 and I can dress up in women's clothes. Jiang Lin smiled and shook his head. It's not that expensive. I know. It's cheap. The manager did just want to send over Romane Conti, but he gave a refusal. After all, it's a class reunion, not some place to show off your wealth. So a lower middle class red wine was enough for him. As for Zhang Junyi's meal, he had no intention of paying for the other party. After all, he couldn't be a boisterous guest when people invited him to dinner. Could he? Zhang Junyi was now literally on pins and needles. Obviously he had already shelled out more than $10,000 for the meal. But then he realized that everyone was actually toasting towards Jiang Lin. Even Hu Wenya, who was beside him, had already gone over several times to strike up a conversation with Jiang Lin. Failure? What a failure. The meal was very enjoyable for everyone except for Zhang Junyi. After dinner, it was after 7 in the evening. At this time, however, Zhang Junyi clapped his hands. Everyone, the next place, I've also arranged it. Let's KTV away. Okay, I'll show you guys what I can do with my McBusters. Let's go. So which KTV are we going to? At this point in time, I guess there's a line. Zhang Junyi at this time, however, the corner of his mouth was raised, so he didn't have to worry about it now. The private room he had booked. Guys, the place I booked a long time ago is the best night banquet KTV. What? Night banquet KTV? I'm told it's a big brand too. The national chain kind. There's strength. And it's dipped today. The crowd set off in the same cab this time, and it didn't take long to arrive at the entrance to the night banquet. The private rooms are large and the environment is nice. This time, whatever change Zhang Junyi was worried about didn't happen. He was very successful in pretending to be X. Quite a few beers were ordered, fruit plates, and it got all the students started buzzing. Jiang Lin and Wu Wei and a few of their classmates sat on the sidelines chatting and didn't participate much. Zhang Junyi looked at Jiang Lin and always felt his heart harboring a fire. So, after looking for an opportunity, he took his beer and prepared to go to the other side and pretend again. However, before he could get to his heels, the door to the KTV room was heard to be pushed open at once. Wow! 4 or 5 brawny men walked in a row, making the entire private room instantly silent. Everyone's heart trembled. OMG. It's not like we've met the Black Sharks. It's a bit of a scary ING battle. While the crowd was apprehensive, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in. When he saw Jiang Lin, his pupils instantly shrank. He took a few steps to the other party and bowed. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to run into you here. When the words came out, the whole room was confused. What's going on here? This being who looked like a boss was actually bowing to Jiang Lin? However, Jiang Lin gave him a somewhat puzzled look and frowned. Who are you? Boom! Everyone seemed to plant themselves on the spot. It can't be a case of mistaken identity. The scarred middle-aged man not only didn't get the slightest bit annoyed at the situation, but instead said with a smile on his face, Mr. Jiang, you may not remember me, but that day in Yudu, I was also in the private room. Hearing him say this, Jiang Lin was somewhat dazed. It seems like this guy is the bodyguard of some Mr. Gan. So it's a henchman too. Aren't you in Yudu? Why are you over here? Jiang Lin was puzzled. This is not to check the accounts, to see how this side of the business, so that we can go back to report. Scarface laughed. I saw your figure just now and thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Okay, then you're busy. Jiang Lin waved his hand, not wanting him to disturb here. Hey, okay. Scarface nodded his head in a hurry. Have fun on your side. Today's consumption is free. Hey. Jiang Lin shook his head. No need for a free bill. It's not my treat. Hey, okay. Scarface understood immediately upon hearing this, but still smiled and said, then I'll have someone send you a few bottles of Ace of Spades in a while. Count it as a token of my appreciation. Okay. Jiang Lin nodded his head. After all, the face of the Wen family still had to be given. After saying that, Scarface very respectfully led the people to retreat out. It didn't take long for 5 bottles of Ace of Spades to be delivered. Seeing these bottles of Ace of Spades, even the little cutie also knew that Jiang Lin wasn't simple. A bottle of Ace of Spades is nearly $3,000 less, and $6,000 is normal if it's good. Being able to casually deliver 5 bottles of Ace of Spades is not something that just anyone can do. Only, up until now, the crowd didn't know what was going on with Jiang Lin. Jiang Junyi secretly clenched his teeth. He counted 1,000 times, but did not expect that this time of pretending to be an ex was actually crossed by Jiang Lin. Suffice it to say, a couple of pretend exes in a row simply defeated him. Jiang Junyi had to admit that no matter what Jiang Lin's background or identity was, all much better than him. But, Jiang Junyi won't back down from this. On the path of forcing the way, there is another trick called, the forcing of other mountains can attack Jade. Chapter 140, Pretending to be X in front of the boss. Jiang Junyi collapsed. Jiang Junyi got the singing microphone at this time without any delay. He didn't sing, though. Instead, he cleared his throat and spoke. Today, I'm very thankful to all of you for being able to take the time to attend this party. I, Jiang Junyi, am very grateful. Hearing him say that, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. I think there is a curiosity in people's minds about me and how I got to where I am today. For me, a high school graduate, to be able to make a living in society, probably all have deep doubts. His words managed to arouse everyone's curiosity. Indeed, a high school graduate had actually jumped into such an outstanding existence in just a few years. Fatal attraction for anyone. Speaking of this, Jiang Junyi smiled slightly. It might as well be told that I can be where I am today. Actually because of 2 words. Speculate. What? So you got rich speculating in stocks, Brother E? Stock god. But the stock market is risky. You need to be careful when entering the market. That's right, Brother E wouldn't have wrestled with this, would he? One by one, the crowd murmured that they were not too keen on speculation, because there is an element of luck in this kind of thing. There is no control at all. However, Jiang Junyi shook his head and laughed. I came to this day because of stock speculation, but it is not the money earned from stock speculation. He smiled lightly. Honestly, after graduation I spent the last few years speculating in a few stocks, and of course there were losses and profits. With experience, I was fortunate enough to be appreciated by one of my predecessors. He was the one who introduced me to a securities firm for an interview. Eventually, I managed to beat out quite a few grad students for the job of trader. That's why I'm in the position I'm in now. So saying, the crowd understood. Stock trading. The test is not just about education. More important is the vision and the means, as well as for the timing. Forecasting the market. Jiang Junyi was able to pass the layers of handsome selection to enter the securities company. That already says a lot about how good he is. As expected, he immediately impressed the crowd with this introduction. I didn't realize that Brother E had become a manipulator. Awesome. I get a headache just looking at the numbers, let alone manipulating them. It's like I'm seeing a generation of stock gods rising. Between the crowd's discussion, suddenly a classmate opened his mouth and said, Brother E, which securities company do you work in? If my buddies go to the stock market in the future, they can also look for you. Jiang Junyi did not hesitate when he heard this and directly nodded his head. I'm right here in the imperial capital's Guangyao Securities, so if you all need anything in the future, you can come and find me. Koyo Securities? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow when he heard this. This was too much of a coincidence, right? He actually works at his own securities firm? But that's not right. If he works at a securities firm, how could he not know that he has become the first shareholder there? Could it be that Jiang Junyi is lying? Jiang Lin looked over with a puzzled gaze. The crowd was heard exclaiming in shock. Koyo Securities? Isn't that one of the top 5 securities companies in the country? Brother E is awesome. Brother E is really young and promising. Listening to the crowd's boasting, Jiang Junyi humbly shook his head, knowing that his strength was definitely no match for Jiang Lin. So, he waved his hand. In terms of being young and talented, I don't think anyone here can compare to the new owner of our company. New boss? A puzzled look appeared on the faces of the people. That's right. I was just informed yesterday that our Koyo Securities was actually acquired by a mysterious person who acquired 40% of the shares and became the first shareholder of the company. And he's actually under 25 years old. What? Acquiring a securities firm at less than 25? Is that true? Boy, I've never dreamed like this even in my dreams. Naya, 40% of the shares. How much does that cost? Hundreds of millions. Or billions. I'm ashamed of myself compared to him. I suddenly lost my motivation to live. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Zhang Junyi couldn't help but laugh. It doesn't matter if I can't pretend to be you, but this one is better than you. Now Zhang Junyi's psychology has changed. Even if you lose to someone else, it is like losing to him. However, with all the people talking so much, Zhang Junyi actually had yet to see the slightest change in Zhang Lin's face. No, it had changed. Only instead of being shocked and envious, it was odd. Nima, I've been exposed. You're wacky my ass. Zhang Junyi's heart fluttered. Are you suspecting me of lying? No, I have to convince you completely, he said and directly took out his cell phone, then raised it and said, everyone, such a young and talented boss, do you want to know his information? Think. The crowd nodded without hesitation. How can this curiosity be concealed? Okay, today, I'm going to open up, in front of everyone, the email that was sent yesterday within our company, and in it is the information about this new boss. Only, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. With that, he directly clicked on it and downloaded the attachment of the email with it. Well, the time has come to witness the miracle. Zhang Junyi pointed with one hand, and instantly the document opened, and the information inside instantly appeared in everyone's eyes. However, the expected awe did not come. In its place, there was silence. Just as Zhang Junyi felt something was wrong and wanted to open his mouth, the surrounding students didn't know who suddenly opened their mouths in confusion. Brother E, you, this information, is it correct? Right? Zhang Junyi raised his eyebrows. Of course, this is the company's internal office mailbox. Can't you see that my prefixes are all Guanyo securities? Well, then, isn't that a mistake? Another questioned. How is that possible? Zhang Junyi was a little dissatisfied and flipped over his cell phone. This information we have is sent from the top. How can we mess up? Before he could finish his words, he paused for a moment. Because, at the bottom of the announcement above, this new owner's profile reads, name, Zhang Lin, male, age 24, identity card number, 2301, ancestry, Northeast Province, Shuedu, Ping'an Township, Happiness Village, 1-inch crownless photo, bachelor's degree, graduate school, University of Finance and Economics. Zhang Junyi jerked his head up and looked in Zhang Lin's direction. Isn't this new boss's profile his high school classmate, Zhang Lin? Zhang Junyi, it's not possible. It's not possible. I've worked so hard to come back and pretend to be X, and I'm actually pretending to be my own boss? The world is crazy. Chapter 141, the third uncle and son who were stuck in a stupor. Seeing the fierce look in each of the crowd's eyes, Zhang Lin knew that he couldn't hide this kind of thing. He had to show his hands and said lightly, if the information in his cell phone is correct, that would be me. Hiss. Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Zhang Lin really admitted it, it still surprised the crowd a bit. How is that possible? Zhang Lin was their high school classmate. Who doesn't know how much we all weigh? It's just after graduating from college, and the other guy actually transformed himself into the owner of a securities firm? Even now they can't believe that it's true. But, reality is reality. The information in Zhang Junyi's cell phone has been double-checked. There is not the slightest error at all. At a time like now, it's absolutely nailed down. This time, everyone looked at Zhang Lin with completely different eyes. Before it was nothing more than admiration, curiosity. But now, it's a complete state of awe, envy, and kneeling. That Hu Wenya is simply repenting in his gut at this moment. She didn't know exactly how much the securities company was worth, but a major shareholder must be worth hundreds of millions at least. If she chose to get close to Zhang Lin at that time, even if she couldn't take the other party at that time, it would be fine to be a lover. But now, one can only follow Zhang Junyi. She could not raise the slightest interest in seeing Zhang Junyi now. However, Zhang Junyi did not have the slightest care for Hu Wenya at this moment. It's just a woman. As long as she's successful and famous, there will still be plenty of women to climb into bed with. In time it will be a tender model. So all he has to do now is kneel. That, Jiang, boss, it was my fault for misunderstanding you before. I apologize. Zhang Junyi came to Zhang Lin and bowed directly. Zhang Lin swept a flat glance at him. In reality, we were all classmates and he didn't have too much preconceived notions about the other party. If only he hadn't been passively pushed into pretending to be X this time. He didn't want to expose himself either. But since he had now become Zhang Junyi's boss, Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask, your position, you got it through the normal process, right? Zhang Lin's words made Zhang Junyi's heart thump. He hurriedly nodded his head and said, boss, don't worry. I went through layers and layers of screening before finally winning. My relative just gave me the information and didn't have any other means. Oh, in that case, Then there's no problem. Do well. Jiang Lin nodded. As long as it was reasonable, he wouldn't mind if the other party worked under his hand. As soon as he heard that Jiang Lin did not look for trouble, Zhang Junyi was immediately delighted in his heart. Thanks for the appreciation, boss. Without further ado, I'll drink this bottle. With that he took his beer and thumped it and started blowing it. Jiang Lin waved his hand. Go ahead. We're still high school classmates here. Have fun however you want. Zhang Junyi nodded repeatedly at his words, and then walked away to drink with his classmates. However, Jiang Lin soon realized that, after all, he had a different identity now. These students were still outwardly joyful there, but their gazes always landed on their side of the table, if at all. Jiang Lin, who saw this scene, couldn't help but let out a light sigh. This is that they only know that they have become the owner of the securities company. If they know that they are also the shareholders of the King Real Estate, Dolphin Music, Thousand Hands Platform and so on, I am afraid that they have already been sitting on the edge of their seats. The only one who could still be there with himself with a big grin was Wu Wei beside him. He had no choice but to finally stand up and say goodbye to his classmates. Jiang Lin left the KTV and took a taxi straight home. When he saw his parents, the complexity in his heart disappeared once again. No matter what you've become, your parents will always be there for you. Next, Jiang Lin didn't go anywhere and stayed honestly at home. Every day, I helped my dad with his farm work and my mom with her vegetable picking. The days were very pleasant. In a flash, several days passed. Jiang Lin felt that he had stayed about as long as he could, so it was time to leave, and it just so happens that the butler just called to say that his driver has been recruited. When Jiang Lin heard this, he happened to intend to let him test fly for a distance, so he found his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm going back to the Empire today, Jiang Lin said. Ha, going back today, ha? When Dad heard that, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did you buy a ticket? How about I find a car to take you to the city? Don't bother, someone will pick me up later. Jiang Lin shook his head, then added, Dad, Mom, if I tell you guys that I'm now rich, very rich, super rich kind of rich, can you accept it? Silly child, don't talk nonsense. Isn't money earned slowly? There is no such thing as pie in the sky. Mom rolled her eyes and couldn't help but advise. Dad, on the other hand, had a glare in his eyes. Kid, did you do something illegal? Jiang Lin cried and laughed. Dad, can your imagination not be so rich? Everything I do is reasonable and legal. Your son is a legitimate business, okay? Legitimate business? When Dad heard this, he nodded and said, that's fine, no matter how much money you have, just go the right way, okay? You may not be too visual when I say that. Wait until someone comes to pick me up later. Jiang Lin nodded. Since his parents were able to accept it, he was naturally relieved. As soon as she heard that Jiang Lin wanted to leave, her mom was busy packing his things. Take some souvenirs and say you're bringing them back to eat. Although Jiang Lin wanted to stop it, he couldn't bring himself to say anything when he looked at his parents' busy appearance. A child travels 1,000 miles and his mother worries about him. More than half an hour later, the second oldest was finally almost packed. Dad then asked, when's your ride coming? Jiang Lin thought about it and couldn't help but say, it's getting close. Dad, I don't think we can stop over here. Let's go to the head of the village. There's an open space there. Can't stop? Dad was dumbfounded. What car can't be parked? But before he could finish, Jiang Lin had already walked out. Mom and Dad had to follow them out when they saw it. Jiang Lin, it's time to go. Well, Auntie too, gone. When else are you coming back? Not necessarily, we'll see what happens then. While greeting the townspeople, Jiang Lin walked out of the village entrance. There was a huge clearing outside the village entrance, and Jiang Lin visually estimated that he should be able to stop the hummingbird helicopter. He'd just made contact, and the helicopter should be able to arrive in about 20 minutes or so. Time passed, and Jiang Lin, who was waiting, suddenly saw a Honda sedan driving in the distance. The sedan seemed to see them and stopped straight away as well. With that the window rolled down to reveal a familiar face. Uncle San, this is going out, Jiang Lin asked with a smile when he saw the other party. Ha ha, yeah, Jiang Lin, you're leaving, Uncle Sam said with a smile. Well, I'm waiting for someone to pick me up. Jiang Lin nodded. Hey, wait for what people wait for people. Uncle Sam waved his hand. Just have your brother take you to the station. At that moment the door of the car on the other side opened, and from it stepped down a tall, burly youth. Jiang Lin, let's go. Brother will give you a ride. The youth had a showy grin on his face. We're fast with this Honda. We'll make sure we're in time, he said and hammered the car heavily. You don't say. This foreign-funded stuff is really sturdy. Jiang Lin smiled faintly after seeing it. No need. The person who will pick me up will be here soon. Arrived? Where? I didn't even look for a car on the way back. The two-third uncles couldn't help but show a look of difference. Here, right there? Jiang Lin subconsciously pointed towards the distant sky. and then these two men suddenly saw a helicopter breaking through the sky from afar. There was a moment of dullness. Chapter 142, Mr. Jung wants to take action against the Lin family? Straight. Helicopter? The two froze for half a day before Uncle San spoke with a dry voice. Yeah, driving is too slow and getting to the airport is a pain in the ass. John Lin nodded with a smile and couldn't help but say, Third uncle, if you have time in the future, you can come to the imperial capital. I'll entertain you then. Hey. Uncle San nodded repeatedly, but still had an incredulous look on his face. This helicopter, is it yours? Jiang Lin nodded. Yeah, there was no suitable driver before, so I didn't drive it back. Hearing this, Uncle San immediately felt his face burning. Before that, he was bragging to people about how awesome his son was and how he bought a car that cost more than $200,000. But now, well, people don't even ing drive. Straight out of the airplane, alright. He was in the countryside, but he knew that an airplane was always far more expensive than a car. That's when Dad and Mom came back from their shock. Son, you actually bought a helicopter? Dad asked incredulously. How much does that cost? John Lin looked at the helicopter that had stopped from midair and shouted at his old man. It's not much. It's just under $2 billion. 20 billion? Dad sucked in a breath of cold air. Had he heard wrong? At this time Jiang Lin said to him again, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving first. If you guys want to go at any time, I'll send someone back to pick you up. With that, he got into the helicopter, which then pulled up and quickly disappeared into the sky. Seeing Jiang Lin's disappearing figure, suddenly, Dad came back to his senses all of a sudden. The whole group burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, I told you, my son has it made. Ha ha ha, yes. He felt unprecedentedly happy at this time, and when he turned his head, he saw the two of his third uncles who were still there. Couldn't help but be surprised. Let's go, Lao San. Let your son work hard, and in the future he might be able to scrape up the money to buy one as well. It's not that expensive, it's just 2 billion or so. As the other's figure disappeared, Uncle Sam and his son looked at each other. 2 billion? John Lin naturally didn't know what had happened here. He only knew that he had, for once, helped his old man get back on his feet. There shouldn't be many people who can fly an airplane inside a village. This one, I guess Pops is going to be bragging about it for a while. Only, he hadn't been gone long when he received a tweet from his old lady. John Lin couldn't help but smack his lips a little as he took a look. That's a good reaction time for Mom. I just found out I have a helicopter, and then I'm about to be allowed to have grandchildren. But having grandchildren is out of the question for now. John Lin casually found a reason to put it off and forget about it. John Lin, who had returned to the imperial capital, suddenly had something to think about. That is, when he didn't leave before, the Lin family had promised to give him $10 billion. At that thought, he couldn't help but call Ning Boguang. Hey, any news from the Lin family? On the phone, once Ning Boguang heard Jiang Lin's voice, he hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, I've been inquiring about the Lin family before, and although they haven't announced it to the public, the Lin family's actions have become more frequent again in the past few days, and it seems that they're annexing a few small businesses to expand their scale. Oh, since there's time to expand, there's no need to worry about internal problems? Jiang Lin murmured to himself thoughtfully. Alright, call Lin Tianyang and ask him about the old man's recovery, and when my payment will hit me. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll do it now. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Lin left the Wang mansion and prepared to head to Guanyao Securities, because just now, from the information that Ning Boguang had given him, Jiang Lin suddenly understood what exactly the 300 billion that the system had given him meant. Before he could get to the place, just then he heard Ning Boguang's phone call. As soon as he connected, he heard Ning Boguang's tone of voice rise sharply. Mr. Jiang, just now Lin Tianyang told me that his grandfather has indeed gotten much better. Well, what about the money? Lin Tianyang said he had already mentioned it to Grandpa. Only, Ning Boguang paused for a moment, but still continued. Only his grandfather said that 10 billion is impossible to have. If Mr. Jiang is willing to make a friend, is it okay to give 100 million to mean something? 100 million. Jiang Lin's eyes instantly went cold after hearing this. Does he think I'm begging? Well, that's it for now. This matter is out of your hands for now. Jiang Lin hung up the phone after saying that. At this time, there was a sudden flash in the eyes of Ning Boguang on the other side. Turning to his son, Ning Yi, he said, Son, you will now compile all the information on the Lin family, the more detailed the better, and contact Mr. Jiang at that time to send this information over. Ning Yi became a bit puzzled at this. Dad, what do you mean by this? Could it be that Mr. Jiang is going to make a move against the Lin family? Well, if I'm guessing right. Ning Boguang nodded. The tone of Mr. Jiang's voice just now. I'm afraid he's moved to real anger. but the Lin family is a behemoth. It's not something a small business like ours can compare to. Ning Yi felt a bit incredulous. Ning Boguang shook his head. Remember, Mr. John's energy is definitely not as simple as it appears. Just now I heard his tone on the phone. He actually didn't have the slightest bit of anxiety, worry, or even nervousness. There was only anger. Not even a behemoth like the Lin family could make him afraid? Then there is only one possibility. Mr. Jiang is not afraid. Ning Boguang's gaze fell on his own son. Ning Yi, haven't you always wanted to excel? Now your chance has come. Keep up with Mr. Jiang's pace, and your future will definitely be unlimited. Hearing Ning Boguang say this, Ning Yi's heart was also startled. He never expected that Jiang Lin would actually be so terrifying. Good, then I'll gather the information now and contact Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lin didn't know about the movements on Ning Yi's side. He had already arrived at the entrance of Guangyao Securities by now. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that the CEO of the securities company, Ling Hua, had already greeted him with his people. Mr. Jiang, why are you free to come over today? Jiang Lin got out of the car and said as he walked, there's something important today. Wait a bit, there are others who will come. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Ling Hua was shocked in his heart. Even Mr. Jiang said it was important. What happened? Jiang Lin walked into Guangyao Securities and went straight to the main conference room of the securities. It didn't take long for all the manipulators to be called over for an emergency meeting. Zhang Junyi is likewise among them. When he saw that Jiang Lin was actually sitting in the main seat, he still couldn't help but set off a trace of shock in his heart. Jiang Lin sat there and glanced at his cell phone. It was Ning Yi's WeChat. There's information? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Ning Boguang's brain was indeed alive. Is this a sign of goodwill? Good. Since you guys know how to seize the opportunity, I can give you a chance instead. Jiang Lin moved his fingers and sent Ning Yi the address of Guangyao Securities. It didn't take long for one big shot after another to arrive. Chapter 143 Bigwigs from all walks of life gather. The most terrifying strike in Jiang Lin's history. Zhang Junyi shrunk in the corner. The entire room inside the small shrimp is him. I just came to the company not long ago, and I can't even breathe. However, he didn't wait long before a young man dressed in white walked in. Very respectfully, he came to Jiang Lin's side. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Lin waved his hand, signaling the other party to sit down. Wait a little longer. Ning Yi took a look, could not help but be puzzled in his mind. Came to the securities company he did not understand, but now the whole securities company's big brother is in awe. How to still wait for it? However, it wasn't long before another figure in a suit appeared. Seeing this person's figure, Ning Yi couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Mr. Chen from King Realty? As soon as Mr. Chen arrived, he nodded at Jiang Lin, who waved his hand for him to sit down and then stopped talking. It didn't take long for another person to come in. Ning Yi's heart trembled. Nima, the CEO of Thousand Hands Live. Mr. Shao. Next, a figure that made his heart tremble appeared. Mr. Shen of Dolphin Music. Mr. Jun, CEO of Kinko's Healthcare. President of the Meijima Restaurant Group. These big brothers, one by one outside, which is not the industry leader, but now actually because Jiang Lin gathered here. Ning Yi felt his heart and mind shake dramatically, recognizing for the first time just how huge Jiang Lin's background was, and Zhang Junyi in the corner felt himself shivering. He himself is just a small shrimp compared to the big men present are all crocodiles the predator kind. Seeing the people arrive one after another, Chen Shan couldn't help but ask carefully, Mr. Jiang, can we begin? Jiang Lin waved his hand. There's no rush. There are still a few people who can't arrive, so just video link. By this time, the assistant next to him had turned on the projection, and with that, the video link was up. Suddenly, a screen was the first to connect. Seeing this figure, others might not recognize it, but the executives present couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. Elder one of the Yuduan family and his eldest granddaughter, Wening Shui. Not only that, but there were actually two windows next to it waiting to be connected. This caused doubts to rise in everyone's mind. Besides these people, does Jiang Lin have anyone else to contact? That's when the second window came on. A sleepy figure was revealed. The other guy was still in his pajamas. Seeing Jiang Lin, the other party's sleepiness was gone, and he couldn't help but smile. Hello, Mr. Jiang, contacting me this late? Jiang Lin smiled and nodded. Let me introduce you all. This is the CEO of the Armani Group, Steven. Hiss. When the crowd heard it, they sucked in cold air. Who doesn't know the luxury brands? But actually this big brother has contacted them. Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, the third screen also connects at once. A foreign man in a suit was looking at Jiang Lin with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, you took the initiative to contact me. I didn't expect it to be late at night, haha. Jiang Lin smiled. This is the chairman of the Fiat Group, Mr. Pfister. Hiss. This time, everyone was completely stunned. Fiat Group, that's a world-famous automobile giant. Zhang Lin actually even contacted such giants? What a lot of energy that has to be. Zhang Junyi felt like his head had short-circuited. Real estate, live streaming, music, restaurants, healthcare, luxury, automotive. Zhang Lin had actually gathered almost all the bigwigs covering most of the industries. How terrifying must this be? What a horrible energy. Well, it's been hard to reach all of you so completely, so I'll make this short. Zhang Lin reached out and took Ning Yi's tablet. Everyone should have heard of the Yundu Lin family. The two simultaneous interpreters next to him directly translated Zhang Lin's words. The Lin family is a famous family in our country of Daxia. Their assets are based on overseas trade and transportation, as well as designing real estate, medical, catering, and other industries. Assets are expected to reach around $300 billion. Saying that, he swept his gaze to the crowd and said lightly, "If I were to make the Lin family overthrow, how long would it take for all of you?" The entire room was shocked at this statement. Let the Lin family be overthrown? Even if Ning Yi's mind was already very mature, he almost fell out of his seat. Letting a 300 billion volume family be wiped out. This was something that couldn't even be thought of. But now, Zhang Lin not only thought about it, but also wanted to do it. Mr. Zhang, as far as I know, the Lin family's main holding groups are all in overseas IPOs, so if we want to overthrow them, we can only suppress their overseas assets. Chen Shan was the first to speak. Zhang Lin smiled at his words. I'm not just talking about overthrowing, but making the Lin family's industry change hands. Change of ownership? The crowd's hearts jumped at the sound of it. Xiao Yunfei was silent for a moment and couldn't help but say, "You mean you want to swallow all of the Lin family's properties?" Zhang Lin smiled faintly. Not all, at least 90%. Hiss, that would have sounded like a pipe dream to anyone else. However, hearing Zhang Lin, the crowd only felt a little taken back. But if that's the case, then how do we operate? Mr. Shin couldn't help but ask. The Lin family's IPO overseas. As far as I know, the stock price is very high. Zhang Lin smiled at his words. This is the purpose of me gathering everyone here. Mr. Ling from Guanyao Securities should have more say than me, so let him make the first comment. Mr. Ling nodded after hearing this, and then stood up and said, "Everyone, we've already investigated the Lin family's overseas IPOs before, and they're all mainly listed in free countries. That's why we want to suppress all of the Lin family's industries through everyone's cooperation in all areas. This will inevitably cause their stock price to plummet. When the time comes, our organization will further short the Lin family. Wait until they hit bottom and then make the acquisition." Hearing him say that, the many bigwigs suddenly dawned on him. It turned out that they were summoned to suppress the Lin family from all walks of life. One industry the Lin family, can hold up, but all of them combined, the Lin family is bound to be a lone voice. When the time comes to further compress, want to acquire each other, the cost is bound to be reduced to the minimum. At that thought, the crowd couldn't help but look at Zhang Lin with some trepidation. This youth's thinking is horrible, and it's too hard. There was simply no mercy, no point in treating the enemy with the slightest bit of softness. Okay, no problem with the King estate. There's no problem with the Bright Island either. No problem. Numerous bigwigs nodded their heads. It was natural for them to be on Zhang Lin's side at a time like this. Zhang Lin nodded, then looked at Mr. Ling and said, "So, when do we start?" Mr. Ling was silent for a moment as he sniffed. Mr. Zhang, any time is fine. However, we still have an important issue that needs to be resolved. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow at this and asked, "What's the problem?" Chapter 144, The Lin Family's Trouble. It's coming. Funds. I need huge funds. Mr. Ling mused. Stock shorting means that when an investor expects a certain stock to fall in the future, he sells the stock he doesn't own when the current price is high, and then buys the stock when the price falls to a certain level, so that the difference is the investor's profit. The theory is to borrow and sell, then buy and return. Usually a formal shorting market is one that has a neutral position offering a platform for borrowing goods. After a pause, he explained, "But we want to short the Lin family now. The lending platform for the neutral position itself is your Guanyao Securities, Mr. Zhang, and if there aren't enough funds to support the lending, there's simply no way for us to follow up with a buy low." Although Zhang Lin knew a little about stocks, he was not proficient. He shook his head, not bothering to weigh in on this. "How much funding do you need? Name a number." Mr. Ling was silent for a moment and couldn't help but raise one palm. "At a conservative estimate, I'd say it would take $50 billion. $50 billion? The crowd couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat as they listened. That's a lot of liquidity. It's not a small amount. If it's a few billion, it's still easy for these guys to put it together. But $50 billion, it's not that you can't get it out, but if there's any risk on your side, you won't be able to deal with it. The crowd couldn't help but be silent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lin was ambitious and prepared to give the entire Lin family a headache. Such a shocking feat that they would have had the opportunity to participate in. But now, it actually died because of liquidity. Say you're not sorry? That's not true. But now, this is a problem that has everyone at a loss. However, Jiang Lin sat there and didn't have the slightest expression when he heard Mr. Ling's words. He's even talking to his redheads on his cell phone. Mr. Jiang, what do we do? Mr. Ling waited for a while and couldn't help but ask. Only then did Jiang Lin look up. Oh, give me your account later. I'll give you 100 billion first. Talk to me again if it's not enough. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid 100 billion won't be enough. Mr. Ling shook his head and was about to retort, but just halfway through the sentence he steeply exclaimed. What did you say? $100 billion? Jiang Lin looked at the other party with some surprise at hearing this. Yeah, what's up? You can let it go and do it, and if it's not enough, I'll hit you with another 100 billion. Mr. Ling dropped into his chair at once, lost in thought. Enough, absolutely enough. He snapped back to his senses for a moment, and realized with a jolt that this was probably the greatest up he'd ever had in his life. Mr. Jiang, don't worry, with your financial support, I will be able to make the entire Lin family lose everything in less than a week. Good, that's settled then, break it up. With that, Jiang Lin stood up and left the conference room under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When Jiang Lin left, whether it was Ning Yi, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Chen, or the many bigwigs, there was a strong shock floating in the bottom of their eyes. How terrifying was Mr. Jiang, who could casually take out $100 billion, and $200 billion, doesn't seem to be his limit. Mr. Chen said with some caution. Gentlemen, at a time like this, I don't think we need to sell ourselves short. General Manager Qiao couldn't help but speak. We'll make sure to get this done. Mr. Jiang's energy, it's unfathomable. The crowd nodded their heads. At a time like this, being able to hook up with Jiang Lin was simply a great chance for them. All the bigwigs dispersed, and all of a sudden, in places unseen by the great Xia country, there were already countless pairs of big hands, groping in the direction of the Lin family. Yundu Guanhu Villa area, Lin family's old mansion. This is the only lot inside the villa area that has not been developed. It is also in the heart of the villa area. Why hasn't it been exploited? Because of the developer. Lin Properties intentionally left the old mansion behind, and also the turnstile was constructed with a separate compound that looked like a manor house. At this moment, within the manor's wigwam attic, elder Lin Yuanqing Lin was sitting there basking in the sun. These past few days had been the most comfortable he'd had in years. This blood essence pill had already taken nearly half of it, and he had to say that the medicinal effects were simply surprisingly good for him. He didn't feel in the least like an 80-year-old man now, younger by at least a decade. Except for hypertension and coronary heart disease, which need a little attention, there really isn't the slightest sense of power anymore. I have to thank that girl Lin Yan for all of this, Elder Lin thought with a smile. Moreover, his body was recovering day by day, and the entire Lin family was starting to become thriving. A few of his recent moves have allowed the entire Lin family to swallow up a few more small factories. The industry has developed further. Once the medical device side is taken, it's time to look at other industries. He thought as such in his mind. Grandpa, just as he was contemplating, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Oh, speak of the devil. Yenner, why have you come to see Grandpa? Elder Lin said with a smile. Isn't it true that those factories can start production? However, as his words fell, he saw a look of gravity emerge on Lin Yan's face. Grandpa, the factory is indeed ready to go into production. Lin Yan nodded her head. But, when I went to contact the customer today, they said that they don't want our order anymore, and that they've switched to another supplier. What? Fushan Medical is an old customer we've worked with? How is it possible to say you don't want it? Elder Lin's face changed and he couldn't help but say, I've already asked Grandpa. They didn't say why, and they've even credited us for the breach of contract. Lin Yan didn't have much skill, so she panicked when she encountered this situation. Don't worry, if it's gone, it's gone. We'll just find another client. Elder Lin waved his hand and said very calmly. His Lin family was a big family, so this little storm wasn't how it would be. Ta-da! As soon as the old man's words fell, he heard the sound of footsteps resounding once again not far away. He inclined his head to see that it was actually his grandson, Lin Tianyang. Tianyang, you two siblings are coincidental. It's almost as if you made an appointment. Ha! Elder Lin was very satisfied with this grandson. Whether it was his learning, eyesight, or character, he was a superior choice. The only thing that made him a little worse was that last incident of buying medicine. It was obvious that the other party was trying to pit the money, but as a result, He actually suggested to himself that he was talking to that Zhang Lin first, but that's all too trivial to mention. Lin Tianyang's brows were tightly locked. Seeing his sister here was also a bit of a surprise. Then, he said something that surprised even Elder Lin. Grandpa, our newly opened property in Rain Capital has been scandalized. Chapter 145, Multiple Snipers. Lin family's crisis emerges. A real estate scandal? What's going on? Elder Lin frowned. Why are bad things coming one after the other today? Lin Tianyang said in a deep voice. I was just working at the company, and the general manager of a property in charge of the Udo side gave me a call, saying that when they opened today, they encountered a lot of people sandwiched amongst the customers handing out flyers to them. These flyers say that the land we're developing turned out to be a huge graveyard. There are countless dead bodies, withered bones inside. Nonsense. This property made us spend $3 billion to take it down. How can we have this? Elder Lin let out a cold snort in anger. Yeah, but it's too late now. Even if we dispel the rumors online. On opening day, all the customers had spread the word. Now the whole property. The doors are closed and the volume of sales is even lower. That's okay. Get some PR and keep the situation down for me until we get out of the wind. Elder Lin waved his hand. The house is there. There's no rush anyway. But his words fell, and suddenly there were footsteps again. Lin Tianyang looked towards the distance in surprise and couldn't help but speak. Dad, why are you back? What day is today anyway? Lin Mo snorted coldly. No matter what day it is, it's not a good day anyway. You have bad news too? Elder Lin felt that things were a bit off. What do you mean I have one too? Lin Mo was surprised and said, but I do have bad news. The several live streaming team companies that we previously acquired have at least hundreds of popular netizens in them, but they just actually called me and said that they were actually all permanently blocked. What? How is this possible? Haven't they always behaved themselves? Lin Tianyang couldn't help but be surprised. No, I'm going to call right now. There must be a problem on the Thousand Hands Live side. At this time, Elder Lin, who was sitting there, suddenly raised his hand. Stop fighting. Lin Tianyang was surprised. What's wrong, Grandpa? It seems that our Lin family is being targeted. The moment Elder Lin's words came out, the three of them changed their faces at the same time. What? Someone actually dares to target our Lin family? Who has such guts? Who it is unknown at this time. Lin Mo, go find out for me. Elder Lin instructed. These aren't the most important thing for us. What's important is that we can't make any mistakes in our main business, overseas trade, understand? However, as his words fell, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it, and his face changed. Dad, it's Junior calling. Isn't Lao Air abroad? Why are you calling it this time? Elder Lin's face changed. Feeling unusual, Lin Mo picked up the phone and immediately heard the oldest two's anxious voice from over there. Big brother, it's not good. Our 3 transportation cargo ships at sea were actually found to have contraband and have been impounded. What? How is that possible? Lin Mo immediately lost his voice and exclaimed. It's more than that. All the car shipping orders we've taken on for Fiat were actually cancelled today. What? This time even Elder Lin was surprised. That order is a whole year's worth of contracts worth tens of billions. Dad, not only that, but I just got word from the airline that our shipment is supposedly being held up by customs, and they say they're getting ready to check it out. This, air transportation stuff, are time sensitive, late goods over the shelf life. Who will pay for this loss? Lin Tianyang's face instantly paled. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue. Quickly, Lin Mo, hurry up and find out for me just who made a move against my Lin family. Elder Lin said as he slapped his chair with an angry face. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Mo left and directly mobilized all kinds of connections to start searching. However, no matter how much he searched, he could not find out who had actually made a move against the Lin family. The reason is simple. Because every power that has taken action against them is not in the same industry. No one could imagine that one person could mobilize the industries to start besieging them. In the blink of an eye, a few hours passed. That's when the day's trading finally began on the far-flung Free State Stock Exchange. Elder Lin didn't have the heart to rest at this time. He and Lin Yan and Lin Tianyang were all guarding the phone, just waiting for the news about the stocks over there. Sure enough, as soon as the market opened, several stocks held by the Lin family opened in the green, and it's still falling down at a very fast rate as a result of these news. Who the hell is it? Who the hell is it? Elder Lin's heart was burning with anxiety. The stock drop was not scary, but what was scary was that he didn't even know who he had offended until now. Could it be one of those old nemesis who know I've recovered? Elder Lin thought furiously, but there was a shake of his head. No, these people don't have that much power even if they know about it. Besides, he's been doing his best to keep the news of his recovery under wraps. The first day was spent in this day of immense worry. Early the next morning, Elder Lin heard news that set him on fire. all of the Lin family's Gulf-listed stocks actually heaved nearly 20% across the board. What does that amount to? The equivalent of the entire Lin family's massive $300 billion assets had evaporated $60 billion in one night. Master Lin didn't have time to feel sorry for the $60 billion now. He sought out Lin Mo at the first opportunity to inquire about the results of the investigation. Dad, I've checked. The ones who made a move against us are King's Realty, Thousand Hands Lev, and the Overseas Fiat Group, to name a few. And all of these forces didn't really want to do it, but they all turned on us at the same time. Not only that, but today all 15 of our properties across the country have actually been hit with scandals and a massive drop in sales. We have 7-star hotels and 15 restaurant chains, and we've actually had customer disturbances. 3 more merchant ships have been seized, saying it's a routine inspection. The transportation company's orders have continued to decline, and even a number of customers have called with inquiries about whether something has happened to our company. The internet is just flooded with negative things about us right now. Elder Lin felt his eyes darken and almost didn't pass out directly from anger. Damn it, who the hell is trying to target my Lin family? At this time, Lin Tianyang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and spoke. Grandpa, I've thought of someone. It could be him. Chapter 146, Lin Family's Hope? No, it's despair. Who? Elder Lin looked at his grandson excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Tianyang spat out 2 words in a grave tone. Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin? Elder Lin frowned, feeling a bit unfamiliar with the name. At this time, Lin Yan got excited instead. Impossible. That medicine seller can actually have so much energy? Selling drugs? When Elder Lin heard this, he reacted violently. You mean, the Jiang Lin who sold us $10 billion? Lin Tianyang let out a bitter smile. I'm afraid it's him. I have a premonition that this matter, even if he's not behind it, it's still related to him. After all, we haven't paid him since we got the blood essence pills back. Nonsense. Aren't we going to give him $100 million? Lin Yan couldn't help but retort. Humph. Lin Tianyang snorted coldly when he heard this. Sister, don't you think $100 million is an insult to Jiang Lin? I advised you to talk to him again in the first place, but you just wouldn't listen, and now it's okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but retort. How can you blame me? I did it for Grandpa too. You cheated on him, and now he's come for revenge. So what do you say? How do I know? Okay, that's enough. Elder Lin let out a cold cry and shook his head. Don't argue at a time like this. Tianyang, call that Jiang Lin and let me probe him. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Tianyang took out his cell phone and directly dialed Jiang Lin's number. After a few busy sounds, a flat voice did appear on the other side. Hey, which one of you? Upon hearing that it was Jiang Lin's voice, Lin Tianyang's face was delighted. Then he couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Jiang, I'm Lin Tianyang. My grandfather would like to have a chat with you. With that, Lin Tianyang pressed the phone on speaker. However, without waiting for Elder Lin to open his mouth on the occasion, he heard an odd voice coming from the phone. Lin Tianyang? I don't recognize it. Do. The phone hung up. Lin Tianyang looked at Elder Lin with some concern. Then he heard Elder Lin let out a long sigh. Yes, it must be, this Jiang Lin, not simple. Although Jiang Lin had only said 2 words just now, the sophisticated Elder Lin had already determined from the other party's words that it was definitely related to him. Good, old me. I've been struggling in the mall for so many years. I really don't believe that someone can put my Lin family in such a crisis. There was anger burning in Elder Lin's eyes. Tell Elder 2, and Elder 3, tell them to give me a shot overseas. Make sure to pull our share price back. Yes, Dad. Lin Mo nodded, then turned to leave. I'd like to see what means you, a brat, have. Elder Lin snorted coldly. Now this was not a matter of $10 billion. It's the other side that's fighting the entire Lin family. If he just let it go, wouldn't he be admitting defeat? Elder Lin wasn't afraid of losing, but he couldn't accept losing to a brat in such a blur. So the crossfire begins. The Lin family mobilized a lot of money and began to flow towards the stock market. At the start of the afternoon, all stocks were in the green. It opened down almost 5 points. This has been very scary. In foreign countries, while the overall stock market is said to have a meltdown, there is no such thing as a drop in individual stocks. That is, if you are unlucky enough to buy this stock. As a result, he drops 100% that day, hypothetically, and then all your money, instantly, clears the air with not a dime left. Of course, this kind of 100% drop is actually rare. It basically opened with a wild drop due to the negative news about the overall Lin Group. At this point, the entire Lin Group had to use a large amount of their own money, begin to close out positions in an attempt to pull the stock price up and prevent further declines. However, even so, the entire stock price is still in the midst of a slow decline. As of the closing date, all of Lam's shares, as a whole, were down nearly 15%. This margin is much weaker than the previous trading day, but it is still a cause for concern for the Lin family. Meanwhile, at Guangyao Securities, Mr. Ling withdrew his gaze from in front of the computer. A stern smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "The fish has finally taken the bait." Mr. Ling is a powerful presence in the industry known as a god-level trader. The reason he didn't get out fast on the second trading day, the purpose is not to give the other side a chance to catch their breath, but to create the illusion that they can fight it off. By then, the Lin family's liquidity would flow into the stock market, and at that tipping point, the moment when Cookie Securities strikes, the Lin family tried to turn the tables again and realized that they had completely lost all their funds. Powerless. Since I, Ling Hua, am going to do it, I have to do it beautifully. Ling Hua was determined in his heart to make this battle a beautiful one. The second trading day ended, and the Lin family was still brightly lit at the moment. We recovered 5% of our losses, but it's not looking good, Elder Lin said in a grave tone. How much liquidity do we have available now? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, then said, there's less than 30 billion left. Hearing this, Lin Tianyang suddenly couldn't help but speak. Grandpa, if we take out this money, we might be able to talk to Zhang Lin. Talk? Talk about what? Elder Lin laughed coldly. Do you think that if we send up $10 billion, we'll be able to put him to rest? No way. Elder Lin shook his head. Young people like him are high-minded and will not give us any room for reconciliation at all. So, we have to win this war. That's how we can let him know how powerful my Lin family is. Lin Tianyang, who heard this, was silent. However, deep down in his heart, he always felt a slight uneasiness. The Lin family, what if they lose? The third session hit, and the liners opened 3% lower as well, with big money flowing in to try to pull up the boost. However, it ended up with a 10% drop, 20 plus 15 plus 10. It's down 45% in 3 days. The entire Lin group has literally shrunk by half, $150 billion. Now Elder Lin could hardly sleep at night, and the spirit that had already recovered had become even more depressed. If it weren't for the blood essence pill staring him in the face, he'd probably be dying. However, wait until the end of the fourth trading day. The entire Lin family had diverted almost all the funds that could be diverted. It was only eventually that the decline was halted at 5%. That's really shrinking by half. Seeing this result, Elder Lin was at least relieved. Tomorrow, it's estimated that their funds are almost depleted, and it's time for our Lin family to counterattack. Chapter 147, Ling Hua's Manipulation. Lin family falls apart. On the fifth trading day, all the sons of the Lin family were staring at the entire stock exchange one by one. Everyone was ready to witness the scene where the Lin family counterattacked. Sure enough, the moment the market opened on the trading day, the Lin family stock actually opened 1 percentage point higher. Seeing such a number simply shook the spirits of the entire Lin family. Here we go. Here comes the counterattack. 1%, 0, 50%, 2%. In one morning's time, the Lin family had actually recovered 10% of their lost land in a hard way. Even Elder Lin was energized by such a feat. Don't be in a hurry, Elder Lin said blandly. Our target for the entire trading day today is a 15% gain. Don't venture in, understand? Yes. Everyone was confident and waiting for the afternoon market to open. It's afternoon in the Free State, but it's early morning in the Great Summer. Although sleepy, the entire Lin family did not dare to slack off in the slightest. However, at this moment, at Kui8 Securities, Ling Hua's eyes erupted with a light as sharp as a falcon's. Moments before the market was about to open in the afternoon, the corner of his mouth quirked up as he grimly said, "Good show. It's starting. Brush." His hands were flying as he tapped away at the keyboard. At this moment, countless funds began to cross the oceans and continue to flow into the stock market. All the Lin family members who were originally still immersed in the joy of the increase instantly turned into panic at this moment, because from the moment the market opened in the afternoon, it was as if all stocks had received a violent beating. Wave after wave of shock hit. Instead of going up, it started to go down instantly. What's going on? How can it fall? Lin Yan said in a somewhat incredulous shrill voice. But none could answer her. This drop is simply more violent than anything that has come before. 1%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 25%. The jumping of one number after another simply made the entire Lin family feel like they were falling into an ice cave. It's over. It's simply out of control. The Lin family is now at the end of its rope. All their liquidity had been completely depleted a few days ago. Quickly, contact our partners to see who has funds and replenish them. Elder Lin could no longer remain calm at this time. He commanded his son, his grandson, and began to contact other allies. However, as if by appointment, each of the allies actually all failed to answer the phone. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Elder Lin was simply so angry that his hands trembled and his chest rose and fell violently. Grandpa, I think it must be that Jiang Lin who made the move, Lin Tianyang said with a bitter look on his face. They were just a trap left for us on purpose before, so that all of our liquidity had already been depleted. Nonsense, we have tens of billions of liquidity. How much can ye have? How much is left? Elder Lin did not believe that it would take more than just contacts, but also money, to lay down a bureau as large as the following. This Jiang Lin, even if he is more powerful, is not so powerful that he can mobilize hundreds of billions of liquidity in his hands. However, as he had guessed, people really did have just that much. There are less than 10 minutes left before the trading day closes. All of the Lin family stocks have actually dropped more than 70% across the board. That's over $200 billion. Surprisingly, it just completely evaporated in the course of the afternoon. Grandpa, hurry up and call Jiang Lin. Lin Tianyang hurriedly said, if he's willing to stop, we still have a chance. Okay. Elder Lin had to admit at this time that he had lost, too completely. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tianyang once again dialed Jiang Lin. After several sounds in succession, a somewhat lethargic voice finally came. Hey, which one of you? Lin Tianyang didn't say anything, but handed the phone to his grandfather. Elder Lin forcibly stabilized his trembling mind and dryly laughed. Mr. Jiang, my Lin family has admitted defeat. We won't lose a single penny of the $10 billion we promised you, so see if you can let my Lin family have a way out. Jiang Lin on the other end of the phone seemed to be silent for a moment. In the end, only 6 words came out. God's sins are forgiven. Toodaloo. He hung up without saying the latter words. Elder Lin held the phone in his hand, and the color of bitterness on his face grew more and more intense. Half a dozen times, he murmured, in a trembling voice, self-inflicted evil. The trading day is over, and the entire Lynch stock ended up with an 80% drop. $300 billion of assets had shrunk by half, and in the end, less than $60 billion remained. $60 billion. It sounded a lot, but in reality, for the Lin family, it was like extinction. The stock prices hit hard, and all sorts of problems come one after the other. At this moment, the entire Lin family was dead silent. It's all over, isn't it? Linghua leaned back in his chair with a smile. No, it's not over. The drop is just a big part of his plan, and a small part of that last one was still to come the next day. Elder Lin took his last half of the blood essence pill. The entire Lin family was left with $60 billion in assets, and he himself could not be blamed. Lin Mo. Let them all come back. Our Lin family will sell our family assets starting tomorrow and exchange $20 billion for Mr. Jiang Lin's forgiveness. Elder Lin said with an old voice. What? 20 billion? Grandpa, that leaves us with only $40 billion, and after debt and fixed assets, I'm afraid we won't even have $50 billion left. Lin Yan exclaimed in shock. From a $100 billion family to a multi-billion dollar family. This kind of discrepancy was hard for her to accept. Yener, if we can obtain forgiveness with this $20 billion, perhaps, there is still a chance to rise again, Elder Lin said in a deep voice. This is our last chance. 2. The crowd nodded, already getting ready for the liquidation and sale of assets. But what they never expected was when the new trading day came, the entire Lin family stock price actually began to climb. This caused the already desperate Lin family crowd to rejoice once again. However, as they checked the news of the stock exchange again, hurtingly, he realized that the entire controlling stake of the Lin family had actually been started to be acquired with a massive amount of money, and the price of the acquisition is the same price that fell the most on the previous trading day. In just less than 10 minutes, 90% of the equity of the entire Lin family had actually completely changed hands with tens of billions of dollars of financial support. The change of ownership of the shares proved that 90% of the Lin family's industry had now completely belonged to someone else. They can only continue to exist as a minority shareholder with a 10% stake in the whole group. Overnight, the entire Lin family fell apart. Chapter 148. Sorry, I'm too dirty. Put. Elder Lin, who had already recovered most of his body under the nourishment of the blood essence pill, suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood at this moment. The whole man fell on his back. Grandpa, Dad, call an ambulance. A series of shrieks then surfaced. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know that the entire Lin family was now in chaos. He had also just received a call from Linghua. Mr. Jiang, the manipulation is over. The Lin family is now 90% yours. Jiang Lin didn't have the slightest fluctuation on his face when he heard this. The outcome of all this was expected. Aha! Good rest after all that hard work. With a nod, he simply hung up. Now that the war is over, it's time to reap the fruits of victory. The next day, Jiang Lin notified Ning Yi and the others, leading them to prepare to head to the Lin family in Yundu. The entire Lin family was now almost in his pocket. So naturally, Jiang Lin didn't have much of a problem going to recover his assets. In the meantime, follow up as planned. The forces that had originally suppressed the Lin family's industries from all walks of life had stopped their actions against the Lin family. Not only that, they were in turn helping to whitewash the entire Lin family's industry. With such favorable news, John Lin believed that it wouldn't be long before the Lin family's stock price should be able to increase back again. After all, it's his asset and he doesn't want a situation like the previous crash. In the afternoon, the entire Lin family, after a night of resuscitation, Elder Lin was finally able to keep his breath. The blood essence pill had been completely consumed, but the whole of Elder Lin's complexion was still poor. Right now, the only thing that could solve the Lin family's crisis was the blood essence pill. But as far as they knew right now, John Lin did still have the blood essence pill in his hands. However, the two sides had already become such a situation, and there was even less need to think about how to give the blood essence pill to Elder Lin. Dad, what are we going to do? At this moment, the Lin family's oldest, second, and third, all returned, including the daughters who stood in front of the bed. A hollow light flashed in Elder Lin's eyes as he opened his mouth and said, "Lin family, it's over." Hearing him say that, everyone's hearts tightened. Dad, the Lin family still has 10% of the shares now. Lin Mo couldn't help but comfort. Oh, shares? Master Lin let out a miserable laugh. It's no longer worth anything. With this current stock price, the entire Lin family's assets were not worth a damn. However, right at this moment, the grandchildren of the Lin family who had been outside suddenly exclaimed, "Up, up!" The entire Lin family stock, from the opening of the market, had actually begun to surge. What had been a drop of over 70% was 10% higher from the opening bell, and by the looks of things, is climbing with extremely frightening force. It won't take long to even be able to regain the stock price it had in the first place. And even that skyrocketed again. Elder Lin felt his heart flutter violently, and his entire face flushed instantly. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, as if he wanted to cough all the resentment out of his lungs. It's over. Their Lin family's stock went back up, but it's not the Lin family's anymore. 300 billion, 10%. That's only $30 billion in assets. For others, it might feel like a lot, but in Master Lin's case, what was lost was all of his wealth. It was at this moment that a sound suddenly came from the sky, and a helicopter with a racy, cool look broke through the sky from afar. Who? How dare you come to my Lin family at a time like this? This is the latest international kind of hummingbird helicopter, quoted at over $2 billion. What? Flying a $2 billion helicopter? Our Lin family hasn't even been this luxurious. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Lin Tianyang suddenly smiled bitterly. Sister, the person we're looking for, is here. Lin Yan looked up and saw that the helicopter had landed straight within the Lin family's manor. With that, several figures came down from above one after another. Ning Yi, and a few bodyguards. Finally, there was a young man in casual attire. The youth's expression was as calm as a deep pool. As he stepped out of the helicopter, his gaze swept the surroundings flatly, and then he walked over in the direction of the Lin family. John Lin, coming. Seeing this figure, there were quite a few young children of the Lin family who were showing signs of anger. It was all because of this person that the entire Lin family was in such a miserable situation. At this time, from within the Lin family villa, several figures came out in a hurry. At the head was the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Mo, and behind him, 2 sons, and 2 daughters followed. The 2 daughters pushed the wheelchair, in which sat Elder Lin. You are John Lin. Elder Lin couldn't help but speak with some trembling when he saw John Lin. John Lin nodded flatly at the sight. That's right, it's me. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Elder Lin laughed at this and coughed. Defeated. I can't imagine that the old me, who has been gallivanting in the mall for half my life, actually lost to a junior. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. He coughed. I don't know. Mr. John came here. For what purpose? John Lin swept him lightly and calmly said, take the room. Possession? The entire Lin family was amazed. It's not true that the Lin family is losing now, but it's not so bad that they even have to mortgage their house, right? Elder Lin, who heard this, was the one whose pupils shrunk. Mr. John, what are you? John Lin sniffed indifferently. I said that no one can take my things and still live free. Elder Lin, you're so smart. You should know why I left 10% of the shares for the Lin family. When these words came out, Elder Lin jolted. His worst fears had come true. Obviously, at that time, if we just put in more effort, the Lin family would completely go up in smoke. But why now give left 10%? It looks like a way to keep a piece of hope for the Lin family. In fact, Elder Lin's thought at the time was that this was a deliberate act by his opponent. In order to do so, it is to eat up the Lin family little by little. Let the entire Lin family go on in that kind of fear, anxiety, despair, and helplessness, until they finally fall to become ordinary people. Once that happened, all the rivals, the enemies of the entire Lin family would instantly stare at them like blood-sucking leeches. At that time, even without Jiang Lin's hands, the entire Lin family would be completely annihilated. It's a move that can't be done. It's not ruthless. Elder Lin suddenly let out a long sigh after hearing this. Alas, Mr. Jiang, I regret that I should not have avoided mentioning the matter of the blood essence pill. Ahem. When the crowd heard this, they immediately reacted and looked at Jiang Lin with complicated faces. Lin Tianyang hesitated for a moment, but still bowed at Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, can I beg you to be merciful and let my Lin family live? Jiang Lin swept a glance at him as he sniffed. When you guys lied to me in the first place, did you ever think about this scene? As soon as these words came out, Lin Tianyang's face changed and he swallowed back the words that followed. Yeah, if I'd known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you want to blame them, you can only blame them for being too greedy. Jiang Lin, what exactly do you want? At this time, Lin Yan suddenly stepped out with her high heels, pointing at Jiang Lin with an angry face. I was the one who said the words in the first place, so why don't you punch me? With that, she raised her hand and tugged, directly ripping a large hole in her dress. Say it, as long as you can spare the Lin family, do whatever you want to me. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but change color and exclaim. When did the Lin family actually have to allow a woman to trample on them like this? Jiang Lin looked at Lin Yan who was standing in front of him and just swept a glance before withdrawing his gaze. Sorry, I'm too dirty. Chapter 149, Heaven's sins can be forgiven. Next, you. Lin Yan's lips trembled with anger. Since she was a child, she had never been spoken to like this before. It was just a few simple words, but they made her feel incredibly malevolent. Yet, she could only suffer in silence. That's the reality. If it is the other way around, I am afraid that the Lin family will not be the slightest bit soft when dealing with Jiang Lin as they stand tall. Jiang Lin wasn't an executioner, but he wasn't a saintly mother either. He raised his hand and waved it, and at once Ning Yi, who was next to him, nodded his head. Mr. Jiang is here to tell you that you'd better find a place to move out as soon as possible. Ning Yi said in a deep voice. Soon. This manor won't be your property, so I'll give you a heads up so that you can be mentally prepared. When these words came out, the entire Lin family was abuzz. What? Are you going to take away even our old mansion? Heavens, what has our Lin family offended? Please let us go. As the great disaster was approaching, the entire Lin family's sons and daughters were showing up one by one in a state of disrepair. They were all once exalted and looked up to by others, but now, knowing that these are taken away and to be lost, couldn't hold it at all. There are those who weep bitterly, those who despair, those who plead, and those who are mad. Jiang Lin didn't care about this. The winner is the loser, and this has been true since the beginning of time. If he wasn't ruthless enough, he might be the one to cry today. Finally, Elder Lin seemed to slow down his breath and said in a voice that was incredibly old. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, old man, may I request that you leave my Lin family a way out? Jiang Lin sniffed and glanced at Elder Lin, then turned his head toward the distance, his voice blowing with the breeze. As I said, God's work is forgiven. Elder Lin, who heard these words, shook violently and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Put, Dad, Grandpa. Elder Lin looked at the direction Jiang Lin left, and only after a long time did he spit out a few words. Self-inflicted sins. No, can, live, put. He opened his mouth and spewed out another mouthful of blood, and this time, his entire body fell on its back and lay on top of the wheelchair. Master Lin, who spent half of his life fighting a great battle, passed away. For a time, the entire Lin family was as if they had lost their parents. How could they not have expected to go through all the trouble of seeking medicine to renew Elder Lin's life? As a result, the medicine was sought, but the person was not kept. Jiang Lin once again got on the hummingbird and prepared to leave, but at this time, Ning Yi suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, there's a call for you. Jiang Lin took a look at the unfamiliar number and then subconsciously connected it. A voice with a faint smile came from the other end of the phone at once. Mr. Jiang, I've heard a lot about you, and I've heard that you're hovering in Yundu, so why don't you give me a face and meet me? Your Excellency? Jiang Lin's heart stirred. The other party was able to accurately know his news, and even understood that he had completely annexed the Lin family. No matter what the other party's identity was, it was definitely not a simple character. Hearing Jiang Lin's words, a light laughter came from the opposite side. Ha ha, it was Ma who was abrupt. Before he had the chance to introduce himself, Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk at his words. Last name is Ma. Yundu. Great energy. In an instant, he reacted violently and subconsciously said, so it's the number one e-commerce person in the great summer country. Mr. Ma, you're the one who's heard a lot about you. Being able to be in the cloud capital territory and being able to be so powerful. If it's not the articulate Mr. Dumas, Who else? Only. What made Jiang Lin a little surprised was that his own little fight had actually gotten into the other party's eyes. Ha ha, I didn't expect it to be so easy for you to guess. Originally Mr. Ma wanted to sell a secret. Chief Oma smiled on the other end. How's it going? Any time? Mr. Ma invited me. I'll be happy to oblige. Jiang Lin let out a faint smile. He was eager to meet this legendary figure from his previous world. Pingda Xiaozhu was the address that Mr. Ma had sent to Jiang Lin. Ningyi arranged a car to send Jiang Lin to this address. This place is in an elegant setting, a tea house. Of course, this was different from that wind and cloud tea house in the imperial capital, where it was simply about drinking tea. Jiang Lin saw the legendary Chief Big Horse here. Ha ha, I can't imagine that Mr. Jiang is so young and talented that he's actually even hit the Lin family hard. Mr. Ma smiled with a cordial face when he saw Jiang Lin. Chief Oma is flattered. Jiang Lin smiled faintly, his gaze not moving as he withdrew his gaze from the two figures to the left and right of the other party. A man and a woman, their breath calm with a hint of irony. Obviously not the average person. These two bodyguards of Mr. Oma's are of high quality. Jiang Lin smiled slightly and couldn't help but marvel. Ha ha, I actually didn't want it, but it couldn't be helped. They had to give it away. Chief Ma smiled and pointed to a tall man beside him. This one is from the Special Warfare Unit, retired from the army. It seems like they call him the King of Soldiers. It's a good hand. Jiang Lin nodded. Then he looked at the other one. This is a short-haired, competent girl who doesn't look very old, but has a good face. It's at least an 85 upwards. With the characteristic Englishness of that brow, even the whole 90 is fine. Of course, what made Jiang Lin feel most outstanding was the other party's figure. Not just the curvy kind, but the beauty of strength in proportion. Firm, tight and flexible, but not like those celebrities who starve their skin and bones to lose weight. I'm afraid this one is even better. Jiang Lin couldn't help but say. Ha ha, good eye. Chief Ma smiled and said. This one is also retired from the military. However, she is on a captain-level mission. The captain of the Fiery Phoenix battle team. Do you think it's awesome? Awesome indeed. Jiang Lin sighed in admiration. Mr. Ma, I happen to have a martial arts prodigy on my side as well. I wonder if we can have a sparring session. Jiang Lin's words caused Chief Big Horse's gaze to condense and then flash away. Ha ha ha, good. I can't imagine that Mr. Jiang also has strange people around him, so there's no harm in sparring. Chief Ma smiled and said, but point blank, don't hurt the peace. It's natural. Jiang Lin nodded, then spoke. I wonder, which one of you will come first? I'll do it. The bodyguard known as the King of Soldiers took a direct step out. He was militant when he wasn't retired. Among the whole team, it can be said that they can fight all over the world. Now that he's retired, there aren't many people who can really cross paths at all. And the female phoenix beside him, he was no match at all. It was just as well that this opportunity had come up, and he kind of couldn't wait. Jiang Lin glanced towards Ningyi when he saw this, and without having to speak, Ningyi took a step out. His strength was not worth mentioning in Jiang Lin's eyes though, but it's a real black belt. Adding to this period of following Jiang Lin's side, he was still learning the means of intercepting fist due from time to time. Seeing Ningyi appear, the soldier king, who was a full head taller than him, instantly felt some contempt in his heart. Ready? I'm going to start. Ningyi nodded at his opponent. Come on. I won't hurt you. Chapter 150, Mr. Day. You're sick. You don't lift. What? Strip all copyrights? Jiang Lin's face changed. Isn't this killing the chicken to get the eggs and exhausting the fish? It is well known why those famous writers, who have spent their entire lives engaged in their own creative work, the goal is to one day make a name for your book all over the world. It is only natural that online writers, as part of the army of authors, have this initial intention. If it really operates according to Penguin Hublet, then the original intention that these practitioners hold on to is equivalent to being directly obliterated. You don't have the copyright, so naturally the book isn't your book. The high future returns, naturally, have nothing to do with you. In this way, Zippo, in one fell swoop, amounts to transforming the ivory tower of the author's mind into a Shura hell that slaughters the human race. Any writer who is here can only suffer hell without a chance to get out of it. And all the readers who read here see not heavenly prosperity, but hellish plagues. What's the end result? It's life and death and world turmoil. I think Mr. Jiang also knows how much of a disadvantage it is to do so. Chief Ma smiled and said, so, I invited Mr. Jiang here today because I want to join forces with you and me to acquire the equity of the Lookman Group, thus taking control of the direction of the industry. I've always been very bullish on the Netflix industry. In modern society, material enjoyment can already be satisfied, but spiritual enjoyment, there is still a long way to go. We need to create a good, sustainable cycle of ecosystem. It's better to be too sweeping and kill all the author's enthusiasm for creativity in the cradle. Hearing him say this, Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. Mr. Ma, since you're so optimistic about this piece, why don't you do it yourself? The embarrassment in Ma's expression flickered as he listened. Ha ha, I'm not on the group's board of directors anymore, so I still don't want to bother that side. Well, Mr. Jiang, are you interested? Chief Duma followed the advice. As far as I know, you have a lot of money and a huge industry. Together with my operation, we can combine both swords, and it's just right that we can start making a big splash from this webcomic. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment after hearing this. How could he not know what this big horse chief was really thinking? Mr. Dumas is indeed a character, but now, he's not the same person who had a hand in the world before. A lot of it should be out of reach. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the group's power, but because of his current situation, he could no longer move at all. It looks like he's the first chair of the group, but in reality, his stake, among the whole of Ally's dad, is insignificant. That was why he had found Jiang Lin after he had struck. You pay for it, I'll pay for it. Such a way to get the best of both worlds was naturally thought up by Mr. Dumas. Suddenly, Jiang Lin reached out his hand and picked up the teacup on the table and drank it in one go. Mr. Ma, I've got it figured out. Hearing him say this, the big horse chief immediately bright eyes, small eyes hastily asked, Mr. Zhang is trying to. Jiang Lin looked at him and suddenly shook his head. I, for one, refuse to cooperate with you. What? You refuse? Mr. Dama's pupils snapped when he heard this, and he said with some incredulity, I don't think you have any reason to refuse. Ha, Jiang Lin, with me mediating from this, we'll have a chance to get an absolute stake in Penguin Group there. What a great time to do this. Now that Lookman Group's share price has hit rock bottom, it's a great opportunity for us to make a move. If you don't make a move at this point, when else do you want to wait? The best thing that Mr. Dumas is good at is giving speeches. That's a lot of talk, and the average person is definitely going to be impressed. However, Jiang Lin still looked at him with a faint smile. Mr. Ma, who told you I'm not going to make a move? Mr. Dumas, who heard this, was suddenly a little surprised. Well, didn't you say? Yes, it's true that I don't work with you, and that's because I'm worried that I'll end up working for someone else. Jiang Lin shook his head. So, this matter, I'm going to do it myself. With that he stood up in his form, turned his head and headed outside. Chief Big Ma's face changed at the words. Then he said incredulously, Mr. Jiang, do you know how risky it is for you to do it? Work with me. I can use the group's connections enough to negotiate with Penguin. As soon as those words came out, Jiang Lin's figure paused for a moment. At this time, Chief Big Horse also stood up in his form when he saw this. He thought that Jiang Lin had been persuaded by him, so a few steps brought him to the other side. Jiang Lin, listen to me. We can do this better together. Jiang Lin glanced at him and suddenly reached out to pat Chief Big Horse's shoulder, and he put his head to the other party's ear and whispered, Mr. Ma, it's for your own good that I'm not working with you. For me? Right. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Because, you're sick. You, don't lift. Boom. Oma always felt as if his head was roaring like a bolt from the blue. It's a secret he's been hiding for years that no one knows about. Of course, this is not an innate appearance on his part, but only since the last few years. He had secretly been to a number of doctors, but none of them had had the slightest effect. However, he could not have imagined that this secret of his was actually broken by Jiang Lin. How did he know? Chief Dama's heart was literally flooded with waves of shock at the moment. The eyes that looked at Jiang Lin completely changed. Jiang Lin knew he was right when he saw this. With that, he turned and headed off into the distance. Mr. Ma, if you feel that retirement is not ideal, you can consider coming to work for me. I am always welcome. Jiang Lin smiled and waved his hand. By the way, I can solve your problem. After saying that his figure had already gone far away with him and disappeared. He can fix me? Chief Big Horse muttered with a shocked face as he looked in the direction Jiang Lin had disappeared. Jiang Lin left the tea house and couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that Mr. Ma, who was a man of the world, would actually face this kind of problem. Of course, it's not his fault, because he was backstabbed. Moreover, with this kind of backstabbing, Jiang Lin was even able to guess who did it. What's most important to men? Confidence, of course. But once you get frustrated in this area, it's easy to lose your confidence. Without self-confidence, decisions and judgment go downhill. Otherwise, how could the Grand Maestro retire at an age when he is still able to fight? But that wasn't something he needed to think about right now. It was because he believed that if Mr. Dumas really wanted to solve the problem, he would naturally come to himself. Sitting in the car, Jiang Lin saw Ningyi next to him in a state of wanting to speak. Couldn't help but speak up. Go ahead. Feel free to ask any questions you have. Ningyi nodded his head when he saw this. Mr. Jiang, then are we really not going to get involved in the fight for the Lookman Group? I'm not going to lie. I'm a fan of fiction too, and if it does turn out to be like that, there will definitely be a lot of good works that will be lost. Like a book I'd been chasing lately called The Secret Kingdom, which suddenly sucked in the last couple days. At first I didn't know what was going on, but now I realize that it actually has something to do with this. Jiang Lin smiled slightly after hearing this. Of course I do. When did I say I wouldn't do it? Ning Yi was instantly puzzled upon hearing this. But you just refused to cooperate with Mr. Oma. If you don't acquire the Lookman Group, you won't be able to get the copyrights at all. Chapter 151, rewarding 100% stake in Lookman Group, Fire Phoenix's late-night visit, and a multiplayer campaign? Ha! Jiang Lin suddenly laughed. Why would I acquire it? Now Lookman is all mine. Ding! You drank a cup of Bigelow Chun, triggering a 10 billion times blitz, rewarding 100% equity in Lookman Group. If Jiang Lin hadn't drunk that cup of Bilyukun, I'm afraid he would have really considered cooperating with Mr. Ma. He didn't expect it though, he just casually sipped his tea. It actually triggered the storm. And it just so happens that it's getting all of the full stake in all of the Lookman groups. To be honest, he was simply impressed with the system. If he was left to his own devices, he might not be able to acquire it from Penguin, even with the addition of Chief Dumas. But now, the system stepped in. There was no need for Jiang Lin to worry about it at all, and the Watchman Group arrived. Not only that, but what came to hand were countless contracts. The lifeblood of those writers is now all in his hands. Jiang Lin could not deny that he was not a good person, but, even if he is a bad guy, he has to have his own bottom line. Now that the rights deals are all in hand, there's a lot he can do. What? See, the text is yours? Ning Ye's eyes were filled with surprise. Look at all this turmoil if the man group is really Mr. Jiang. So, that's you? Without waiting for him to continue, Jiang Lin waved his hand. Think what you want. I just acquired it after I found out about it, too. Jiang Lin casually said. Well, it's just as well that we're coming this way. Let's go straight to the Magic City tomorrow. Yes, yes. Ning Yi nodded with some disorientation, his mind still recalling the words Jiang Lin had just spoken. The entire Lookman Group was actually acquired by Jiang Lin? And from a behemoth like Penguin Group? How did he do it? Ning Yi was no cutie pie. He had naturally heard of the Penguin Group, a company that could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Great Summer Country. It's a bully. A single word can determine the life or death of a group. This is no exaggeration. But now, Jiang Lin was actually able to snatch the stake from Penguin Group's hands. How much background and strength must this be? Hiss! Ning Yi sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart, and in his heart, he was simply overwhelmed with admiration for his father. Ning Guoguang, father's vision is really too old. If I can follow Mr. Jiang, my future will definitely be unlimited. Just as he was pondering, he heard Jiang Lin casually say from the side, Ning Yi, you'll be responsible for taking over and taking care of the Lin family side of the industry afterward. What? Leave it to me? Ning Yi opened his mouth in some surprise. Jiang Lin looked at him suspiciously. What? You can't? He had promised to gift the Ning family with a chance, and now the chance had come. Yes, definitely, Ning Yi said and gave Jiang Lin a deep bow. Ning Yi will certainly live up to Mr. Jiang's trust. Okay, just do your job. Although Jiang Lin didn't plan to go to Magic City until tomorrow, he didn't have any spare time today. He directly found a king suite in a 5-star hotel in Yundu and stayed there. This hotel, too, was the Lin family's property, but now, it was already Jiang Lin's. At nightfall, Jiang Lin was sitting on the sofa in deep thought. If I go to see the man group tomorrow, how on earth can I deal with this current wave of problems? He just went online to look for news about it. This tawdry maneuver by the Watchman Group has caused countless authors to complain. Some have even made up their minds to leave the Lookman Group. If that happens, it would be a huge blow to Zippo. Something has to be done about it. But while he was there thinking, suddenly the doorbell rang. Who? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows. It was so late, but there were still people coming to find him? But when he got to the door, he looked through the cat's eye toward the outside. A delicate figure in a tight-fitting sportswear appeared at the entrance of the hotel. It's her? What's she doing here? Jiang Lin didn't expect that it was actually that Fire Phoenix bodyguard of Chief Dama who came to his door. He subconsciously opened the door and asked in a flat tone, You, something? Seeing this, Fire Phoenix directly said, My name is Song Minghui. I'm here to find you to spar. As a former captain of a special team, Song Minghui's bones were filled with his own pride. Only, how could she not have expected that this pride would be provoked, and a youth about his own size? So, even if they didn't do it at the time because of their employer, but she could never get it out of her mind. She wanted to challenge Jiang Lin. She wanted to let the other party know that women were stronger than men. Jiang Lin glanced at her and casually was about to close the door. No time. In the middle of the night, Jiang Lin wasn't bored enough to spar with his opponent in any martial arts. he still wants to sleep, which knew that before he could close the door. He heard a snapping sound as Song Minghui wrapped her arms around him. Wait, what exactly are your conditions before you can agree to cut? Song Minghui didn't expect that John Lin would be such a wimp when they were both practicing martial arts. John Lin saw this and said without even thinking, what conditions? Is it okay for multiple people to exercise? A piece of news that had been rumored on the internet during this time made John Lin blurt it out casually. He had wanted to nauseate his opponent just enough to end the cut, but I didn't expect his words to fall. Song Minghui actually agreed without hesitation. Okay, no problem, I promise, but only if you beat me. What? That's alright? John Lin was simply shocked by this Song Minghui. Big sister, you are a special operations captain. How the thought is also so avant-garde. However, Song Minghui didn't want to give him any excuses at this time. You remember what you said and have just promised, Song Minghui said as she pushed the door open and rushed straight into the king's suite. There's plenty of room here, so let's get started, said she actually took off her shoes of her own accord and set them aside. Avoid staining your carpet. After Song Minghui finished speaking, she moved her feet and charged directly towards John Lin. You're still a hothead. John Lin had no choice but to take the move and pinched his opponent's ankle. I even took off my shoes, so you're out of luck this time. Song Minghui smiled smugly, which knew that the smile on John Lin's face was even better. Yes, such a smooth little foot actually has such explosive power. I'm curious too, he said, actually tickling the other man's foot a couple times with his other hand. Song Minghui's face instantly turned red. Since she was a child, no one had dared to be so frivolous with her. Tai, she shouted angrily, her legs circled in mid-air, and she actually directly mounted John Lin's neck. A scissor kick ensued, locking the opponent's throat directly. This is the art of grappling. Usually even if you are strong, as long as you can't breathe, you will slowly lose your strength. However, John Lin's neck was simply as hard as steel. No matter how hard she pushed, she simply couldn't do any damage to her opponent. Instead, John Lin casually patted her on the back. You're in good shape, but not in strength. You shot me there. Song Minghui felt like her body was on fire and jumped straight off John Lin's body. Bastard! I'll kill you. She was so enraged that she raised her hand and threw a punch towards John Lin. However, this time, John Lin's eyes stared, and his palm probed out like lightning, pinching her wrist, followed by a backhanded twist and snap. Easily, Song Minghui was completely subdued. John Lin pressed his mouth next to Song Minghui's ear and whispered, if I wanted to, you'd already be dead for I don't know how many times. With that he pushed his arm out and let go of the other man. Song Minghui's face was incredibly red at the moment, and she didn't know if she was shy or angry. She herself was clear about just how big the gap between her and John Lin was in these few exchanges. If it was truly a life and death struggle, she wouldn't be able to do much damage to her opponent at all. Once she thought about it, how else could she have the face to stay here? Straight to the door. Watching her fleeing figure, John Lin still couldn't help but snicker. Hey, remember the multi-person campaign you promised me? Chapter 152. Is this what you call a multiplayer sport? Early the next morning, before John Lin woke up, he received a message from Song Minghui. He opened it up and actually told himself to go to a multiplayer sport. John Lin looked at his cell phone. 8 o'clock in the morning. Naya, isn't it a bit early to be a multiplayer sport this early in the morning? He muttered to himself with skepticism. It felt like there was a possibility that this Song Minghui was shaking him up. However, for that ray of hope, John Lin was still prepared to go. The location, right in a very upscale neighborhood. He didn't let Ningyi follow. After all, this kind of thing was fine for him to enjoy alone. No one else needs to be involved anymore. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the door of the neighborhood the other man had described. It didn't take long to see the figure of Song Minghui appear. You're here, come with me. Song Minghui still looked a little unnatural when she saw John Lin, but since she had promised, she would not go back on her word. John Lin looked at her suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, aren't you a bodyguard? Don't you have to go to work? Song Minghui stopped and looked at him. Bodyguards need to rest too, okay? Oh, John Lin nodded. I don't have a bodyguard either, so I'm really not sure. You need a bodyguard with your skill? After walking for a few minutes, John Lin realized that he wasn't entering the neighborhood, but instead was walking along the street. I was actually going to ask, isn't it too early for multiplayer sports at this hour? John Lin still asked his doubts out. Who knows? Song Minghui gave him a surprised look. Is this still early? We were all earlier than this before. Put. When John Lin heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell? Getting up early for a multi-person workout? What kind of operation is this? Just as John Lin was thinking about whether he should take shelter from the wind, the style of these people was a bit too much for him to accept. Song Minghui actually stopped at a gym. Gym? John Lin raised an eyebrow. Did multiple people choose such a high-class place for their sports now? Let's go. Come on. we're all going to be late. Yes, Jiang Lin nodded. He couldn't wimp out at a time like this. Moreover, with 2 major skills in his possession, he was definitely capable of exploding into unprecedented strength. Followed Song Minghui to the gym. The other party seemed to know the place very well, and went back and forth through a corridor, then pushed open the door. Wow! Jiang Lin took a look and there were actually 3 or 4 young ladies inside. And the face is not bad, the body is hype. Seeing Song Minghui appear, one of the slightly more mature young ladies greeted her with a smile. Minghui, you're late, come on, is this the friend you said you'd come and play sports with? Song Minghui nodded. Yes, that's him. Okay, the young lady nodded. Now that you're all here, let's get started. Yes, the women nodded in unison, then spread out. Jiang Lin inclined his head to see that there was a rectangular mat under each person. Before he could speak, he heard the young lady next to him say, "Today, we are contacting a difficult yoga pose. That gentleman, you grab it too." Boom! Jiang Lin felt like he was struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning, literally thundering on the outside. "I come to do multis with you and you give me yoga? Hey, little brother, what are you waiting for?" There were 2 little beauties shouting towards themselves. They could see that Jiang Lin was a big handsome guy and had a good temperament, so they took the initiative to strike up a conversation. However, Jiang Lin could only smile awkwardly. "I don't know much about yoga. Everyone, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll withdraw." "Hey, little brother, don't rush off." The 2 young ladies pulled him left and right. "We're all here. Let's practice a little and learn." "That's right. If there's anything you don't know, I can give you guidance." Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk. "This beauty, you actually hit someone with a ball. It's really not necessary. I'm just here for the multiplayer exercise. No kung fu yoga." Jiang Lin shook his head and was ready to leave. However, as soon as the 2 young ladies heard this, their eyes lit up. "Multisport? We will." Jiang Lin didn't even know how he was forced out. In the midst of Song Minghui's somewhat bewildered eyes, Jiang Lin was pulled away by the 2 beauties. It was only 2 hours later that Jiang Lin left from the gym. He grabbed and contacted Ning Yi, preparing to head to the headquarters of the Lookman Group in Magic City. Sitting on the helicopter, Jiang Lin couldn't help but ask, "Ning Yi, what time will the top management of Penguin Mutual Entertainment arrive?" "I've checked, Mr. Jiang, and they should arrive at the headquarters at 10 this morning, ready to take over the estate," Ning Yi said. "Well, let's get a grip." Jiang Lin nodded. "Don't let them work for nothing. The equity change side of Penguin Group might not have fed back to them yet." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Magic City, the famous business center of the entire Daxia country. It is also a place where countless businesses gather. Lookman Group, which was located inside a bustling commercial building, an entire building, all of which is the office building of the Lookman Group. On this day, all the employees, in unison, gathered at the conference center of the entire group, because their new owner, their new boss, is taking over the company completely today. What exactly will be the big move for Lookman Group after the takeover? Will they be laid off? More importantly, those under the banner of the Lookman Group, the countless contracted writers, where they go is what everyone is most concerned about. Why? The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Each of these editors saw it more clearly than anyone else. What does the future of online writing depend on? Of course it's by the countless online writers who have fought tirelessly for online writing. If it's true that, as legend has it, it doused the last bit of creative passion in online writers, then the whole of Netflix would be in complete darkness. Without authors, who do they, the editors, feed off of? Without the author, what do they Netflix adaptations rely on? Cheng Yu sat in the position of CEO. It was his first day in office and the beginning of his sweeping reforms. Why did he come to take over? And it's not because of those stubborn conservatives who are hell-bent on trying to benefit their authors? What webcomic is author-based? Ugh, what are they? Nothing more than some poor slob with a brain full of unrealistic fantasies. Without the platform, they are nothing. Netflix? Making money? Dream on. Therefore, Cheng Yu had already thought about it. He was going to ruthlessly let this group of self-righteous writers know who was the real boss and who was the real daddy. Ahem. Be quiet. He coughed lightly. Alright, today is my first day in office. I, Cheng Yu, will not play false. So let's get right to the point and make it short. Watchman Group, from the beginning to the present, has operated unfavorably, with back-to-back years of declining stock prices. So, what we need to do in response to this current situation is reform. Everyone's heart jumped at the sound of the reforms. Cheng Yu swept his gaze sternly over the crowd. The first thing we need to do is to reform the contract. Why should we have to work hard for those authors when ultimately the royalties are going to be distributed to them in millions and millions? Why should we end up giving them the rights to one mega production after another when we've adapted it? Without us, they simply can't let the crowds know. Without us, how would they become stars? Reap the fans. Chang Yu sneered. Therefore, from today onwards, the term network author will completely disappear from the entire Lookman group. They will go from being an online writer to being a writer hired by us at Lookman Group. All copyrights will have nothing to do with them. As soon as these words came out, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Underhand, Wu Changdao, who had just stepped down, couldn't help but speak up at this time. Chapter 153. You have 3 minutes to get out of here, or else, throw them out. The sound of this voice caused Cheng Yu, who was originally in a rising state of anger, to instantly freeze his eyes. Who wants to die standing up? He felt that what little majesty he had left was being provoked one after another. He was enraged, and he was going to make this provocateur pay dearly. Owes the company 10 million? No, 100 million. Let him work for nothing for the rest of his life. However, as soon as his thoughts fell, he then saw a tall bodyguard figure with sunglasses emerge with it. They were the first to appear at the entrance to the center, like black pylons, pushing the barriers around them aside. 1, 2, 5, 10, a full 20-odd bodyguards, hard and fast, held up a thoroughfare. After that, a young man in casual clothing walked in with a flat gaze. Behind him, 2 figures followed on the left and right. The young man in white on the left, with an extraordinary demeanor, was none other than Ning Yi. The beautiful woman on the right, who was as beautiful as heaven, was none other than the daughter of the Wen family, Wen Yingxue. Who are you? Cheng Yu could not help but drop his gaze on the youth in front of him. He could clearly see that this was the head of the group. However, as his words fell, he heard Jiang Lin say in a flat tone, I'm the owner of this. You? Cheng Yu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. This gentleman, you're afraid you're not mistaken, right? Here, it's the Lookman Group. It's absolutely owned by Penguin Group. Even the whole building is an asset under the name of Penguin Group. Are you the owner of this place? You think you're Pony Boy? Ha ha ha. The surrounding team of Cheng Yu's beloved followers burst into laughter. Jiang Lin similarly laughed after hearing this. I knew it. A team like yours isn't a little slow on the uptake of information. He didn't bother to talk to the other side. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out or be thrown out. Hiss. Arrogant, domineering, cocky. All the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but show their surprise. In the entire Lookman group, there was not a single person who dared to speak to Cheng Yu, who had just taken office, in such a manner. Nima, who is this gentleman? So fierce? Ahem. Although I admit that he is a bit arrogant, but really so cool. That's right, we shoot him up. One by one, the surrounding crowd secretly shouted. If it wasn't for the conditions not allowing it, they really wanted to rush up and give the other party 2 kicks. Cheng Yu is not only the trusted CEO of the entire Lookman Group, but also the senior vice president of Penguin Group. Such a status has completely decided that he is the status of a capitalist hawk and dog. So it is in the hands of vampires like them that such decisions are made. Pop. Cheng Yu slammed his hand on the table as he listened. Big talk. To throw me out in my place. I think you're in over your head. Cheng Yu chortled coldly. Security. Where's the security? What are you guys doing? How did you let these mental illnesses in? Blow me out. With his angry shout, a security figure rushed in one after another from beyond the gate. However, the thing that made everyone unexpected was that they actually did not have the slightest intention of blowing Jiang Lin and the others out. The head security chief even smiled and bowed at Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, what are your orders? Without waiting for Jiang Lin to speak, Ning Yi, who was next to him, took a step out. Don't bull ***** them, throw them out together. Hey, good grin. The security chief nodded his head repeatedly. Then his face turned cold and waved his hand at his brother. Go, do it. Swish. Cheng Yu and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the security guards swarming in front of them. One by one, they pinned them from their seats. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you crazy? I'm the boss. Let go of me. You let go of me. Hearing the shouts of Cheng Yu and the others, the head security chief couldn't help but coldly grunt in impatience. Shut the hell up. A guy posing as the boss has the nerve to yakety 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 here. Any more bull ***** and I'll call the police on you. What? I'm not impersonating. I'm Pop. Cheng Yu's mouth was directly covered by the security guard's slap. All that could be heard was his whimpering, knowing that their figures had completely disappeared from the conference center. The entire convention center was still silent. All the staff, including the writer who came in, were a little confused. What's going on here? Aren't we going to negotiate? How come it's actually over now? Snap. Jiang Lin raised his hands and gently clapped them twice. Well, what's cleaned up is cleaned up, and it's just about time for us to talk about things together next. The whole room shook at those words. Wu Changdao, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but try to say, this, sir, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mr. Chang, who has just been thrown out, is the only one who has been thrown out. Before he finished his words, he heard Ning Yi directly interrupt. You haven't received the latest news about the change in equity. Now, the entire Lookman Group, which has been fully acquired by Mr. Jiang, owns 100% of the equity, and is absolutely controlling. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can check it out now. It should have just been disclosed. The whole room was in an uproar at those words. Lookman Group actually changed ownership? How is that possible? But then a quick-handed employee immediately logged on to check the news online. A few moments later, a series of exclamations followed. Changed? Really changed? The actual controlling person has become Jiang. Mr. Jiang. Haha, we're finally not working for Penguin Group. Great. The evil capitalists have finally been restrained this time. The entire center, in the blink of an eye, actually turned into a sea of cheers. Zhang Lin looked at the cheering crowd in front of him with an odd gaze. It's as if one of them has just finished the entrance exam. That state of excitement that is beyond compare. Is this Penguin Group that bad? Make it look like they've just been released from prison. In the middle of the day, when everyone had calmed down from their excitement, someone suddenly reacted. Are we rejoicing too soon? We jumped from one capitalist to another. It was only then that all of them snapped out of it. This Mr. Jiang in front of them had now become the new owner of the entire group. Moreover, looking at the other party's stance just now, it was clear that he was also a terrifying dictator. From capitalists to dictators, will they end up well? For a while, the crowd that had just seen hope suddenly fell into the bottomless abyss again. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lin suddenly burst out laughing. Oh, all calm? Let's have a meeting then. With that, he sat himself on top of the main seat. Then his eyes swept across the room. Well, let me start with the first thing. Zhang Lin suddenly dropped his gaze to the distance, on a middle-aged man with long hair and glasses. In an instant, the light of his eyes steeply condensed, and an icy cold chorus followed. Sugar with 3 spoons. You, get the hell out of here. Chapter 154, The Big Stick Country 4-Star Life Group's top rich kid attacks. Challenges Zhang Lin across the net. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Chief Big Horse was silent for a moment, unable to help himself. He spoke. Zhang Lin, tell me, what conditions will allow you to step in and help me? Zhang Lin let out a light laugh after hearing this. Mr. Ma, it's not that I won't help you, it's that you need to help yourself. What do you mean? Chief Oma couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. I help myself? If I could help, why would I need you? Zhang Lin smiled. This needs you to prepare yourself psychologically. So root you say, I have a set of Chinese acupuncture method. Need to 108 silver needles of different lengths, successively pierced into the acupuncture points in your affected area. Mr. Ma, have you thought about it? Having it filled with all kinds of silver needles and you still have to remain motionless. Can you accept that? Mr. Oma's pupils suddenly shrunk at the sound of it. Nima, that's too harsh. He subconsciously imagined that image, and immediately felt his legs trembling, almost standing straight up. This really has to be prepared for. Hearing the other party's silence, Zhang Lin couldn't help but continue. Of course, Mr. Ma, you're not just in physical trouble right now, there's also the entire group. Shouldn't you find out who made you look like this? What? You're saying someone is harming me? How shrewd was Mr. Dumas? He heard the problem at once. He had originally thought that the reason why he was so sick now was because he had been overworked over the years and had become sick. I didn't expect that it was actually in Zhang Lin's mouth that he was victimized. Who would harm me? Chief Oma couldn't help but whisper to himself. Zhang Lin on the other end of the phone smiled after hearing this. I'll need Mr. Ma to find out for himself, but I think this one sentence from me should be enough of a favor for you to help out this time. Goodbye, Mr. Ma. With that he simply hung up. Zhang Lin, who hung up the phone, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. What he said was indeed the truth. However, the reason why he didn't strike now was because the time had not yet come. In the entire ally group, the real controller was not Chief Dama, so he was merely trying to pull the other party in step by step. In the future, Zhang Lin could imagine that he would definitely have a one-stop war with the entire ally group. It's not a bad idea to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, on the other end of the spectrum, Mr. Pony, who had just finished a meeting, encountered the worst thing in history. At the opening of the afternoon session, the entire Penguin Group's share price actually plummeted. This is the first time this has happened to the entire group since it went public. In just 2 hours, the market value actually evaporated tens of billions of dollars. These tens of billions are nothing compared to the trillion-dollar Penguin Group, but Chief Pony was keenly aware that the spearhead had raised its head. If we can't turn things around, I'm afraid the subsequent result will be a huge blow to Penguin. Of course, that wasn't enough to piss him off. What made him atmosphere was that the Lookman Group, which had just inexplicably changed hands, was affected by a succession of favorable news, and its stock price actually began to soar. It hasn't gone up since he took over for us sake. It's been negative every day. Occasionally there are rises, and they are very limited. But now, well, the other side not only stabilized the stock price, but also began to rally quickly. Jiang Lin, how can I screw you? Ponyboy had never hated someone so much, but the more he hated it, the more cautious he became. Because, right now, Penguin Group is in an eventful situation. If any more nefarious means are used, it will be even more aggravating. Suddenly, in the midst of his contemplation, Mr. Little Horse saw some news from Penguin Group PR. Suddenly there was one that caught his eye. Right, the corner of Chief Pony's mouth quirked. I could have someone else kill his sharpness. With that, he dialed Chang Yu's number. Mr. Chang, there's something for you to do. The son of the 4-star life insurance group, Li Pei-guang, is coming to our country in the next few days. You give him some information and I'm sure he'll be willing to help. Li Pei-guang? That rich second generation of the 4-star Li family? Once Chang Yu heard this, he instantly understood Generalissimo's intentions. Then he looked happy and hastily nodded his head. Good, Mr. Ma, don't worry, I will definitely do it right this time. Hanging up the phone, Chang Yu took the initiative to contact Li Pei-guang, who had come to the great summer country for a trip. Soon, Li Pei-guang got all the news he wanted. Later that night, a short video of a crashing sound that instantly exploded all over the internet. The top rich second generation from the Big Stick country, Samsung Li family, life insurance branch of Li Pei-guang, actually openly invited the nation's rich second generation on the internet to come and join him in his summer country trip. The location, right in the middle of the imperial capital. Of course, that's not the point of the whole video. The point is, the bit that Li Pei-guang said at the end of the video. I have heard that in the great summer country, there is a legendary young talent who is not only young and talented, but also trenchant. So, I especially want this legend to come to the imperial capital and spar with me. Let's see, who has a little more substance. Who? More trenchant. He pointed at the screen and said with a contemptuous gaze, Jiang Lin, I'll wait for you. If you're afraid, you don't have to come. Ha ha ha. When the news broke, the entire internet instantly exploded. Li Pei-guang of the Great Rod Nation provoked Brother Heartbeat of the Great Summer Nation. That one headline, in less than 2 hours, had already shot to the top of the Hot 100, and it instantly topped the Hot 100. Magic City, the headquarters of the Watchman Group. Jiang Lin, how did this Li Pei-guang notice you? When Ing Shui frowned, someone must be behind this. Jiang Lin retracted his gaze from his cell phone. It looks like Penguin Group is ready to take the route of killing people with a borrowed knife this time. Mr. Jiang, I just checked. Li Pei-guang is the son of the one in charge of the insurance branch of the Li family in the Great Rod country, and 4-star life group, ranked 178th in the Global 500 last year, has assets totaling more than $700 billion. Ning Yi frowned. Not only that, there is an even bigger 4-star group behind him, and its volume is not too much to describe as rich as a country. After a pause, he couldn't help but say, Mr. Jiang, this time, Penguin Group has malicious intentions. If you really participate in their summer trip, I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lin interjected. Afraid of what? Afraid I'll be humiliated by him? No, Mr. Jiang. Ning Yi hurriedly shook his head. I just checked. This Li Pei-guang is here to show off his wealth. Not only did he rent a luxurious villa this time, but he also planned to record the entire trip in the form of a live broadcast during the Xia trip. That way, if anything goes wrong, Penguin is sure to make a big deal out of it. Ha! Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled. In the end, you're still afraid that I'll lose. Mr. Jiang, this is a battle of wills. It's not necessary. Ning Yi persuaded. Jiang Lin stood up, his eyes looking toward the distance. It's not just a matter of will anymore. Whatever Penguin's intentions are, he's already sent me into the middle of Li Pei-guang's vision. If I don't go, it's not just me who's afraid of him. On the internet, it's the whole of the Great Summer Nation that's afraid of him. I can live on my knees, but I still want to die standing up. So this challenge, I, Jiang Lin, accept. Chapter 155 Jiang Lin's Luxury Car Show. Li Pei-guang's alternative motive pretending to be X. Bayshore Arc, one of the top mansions in the entire imperial capital. The starting prices are all over $100 million. Here, it's been rented out entirely by Li Pei-guang. That's a whopping $200,000 a day in rent. In the middle of this luxurious and incomparable villa, Li Pei-guang was going to complete the first stop of his summer trip. It can also be considered the first battle. All along, the economy of the entire Big Bang country had been growing by leaps and bounds with the support of the Li family. Now that the Li family is firmly rooted, it is naturally arrogant. Li Peiguang came to Daxia country this time. Traveling is only secondary. The main purpose is to detonate popularity in Daxia country, enhance their popularity, in order for the Li family's subsequent entry into the Great Summer Kingdom to open up a larger market. That said, it's kind of a different kind of hype. It's just that this is the kind of hype that the average person can't afford to play with. Ladies and gentlemen, the first leg of my Summerland tour is about to begin. Li Peiguang can be said to be well prepared in order to come here and pretend to be X. Having learned the summer language half a year in advance, he was now able to speak simple words, though still with a slight accent. At all times and in all places, there can be lickspittles. Even when the big stick people are up to no good, the lickspittles are still there. That Li Peiguang just took his cell phone and turned around in the middle of the mansion, and gained the awe of countless licking dogs. Wow, what a beautiful mansion. I can't believe Oba can buy such a big house in Daxia. Isn't it a rental? Nonsense. How can you rent it with Oba's strength? Seeing these pop-ups, Li Peiguang directly laughed. For your information, this villa, indeed, is rented by me. The rent, $200,000 a day. Snap. All the lickspittles instantly hit their faces. There was no end to Li Peiguang's words, only to see him snort. Maybe, some people will ask, if I'm so rich, why don't I buy one here? Instead, you want to rent it? Because, I think, the real estate of the Great Summer Country has no future. This kind of place, dirty, messy, poor, not suitable for human habitation at all, and I won't stay here for a long time. As soon as this was said, the screen was swept by pop-ups. Bastard stick, get out of Daxia. Where's the dog licking? Why don't you lick it? Titus is unfit for human habitation, and the beast's ear is suitable? I think that's the trash there. No words, let Brother Heartbeat give you a good time today. Right, top my heartbeat brother. As he was talking, suddenly the door of the villa opened and a figure of a rich second generation wearing a famous brand appeared. On top of that, there are a lot of extremely beautiful women. Haha, welcome, fans, did you see that? These are all of our summer friends who have come to join us on the summer trip. Li Peiguang smiled and greeted the crowd. They all want to be supported by our Li family's industry, so that's why they have the opportunity to enter here. This one sentence had told all the audience that all the rich kids who came were lickspittles. Lick the Lis. As expected, each and every one of these rich kids threw respectful looks towards Li Peiguang. Young Li, did you bring all these beauties from the big stick country? Haha, sure, how's that for face value? Li Peiguang laughed openly. These are all small celebrities with names in Big Bang State. There are girl groups, they just debuted. One is still tender. Hearing him say that, the crowd blew up even more. Young Li is really powerful when he strikes. Such a high-color beauty is rare in our country. What do you mean it's rare? It's not even there. Not bad. All of them are goddess-level beauties. This knee-jerking immediately caused all the viewers to spurt with rage. Waves of angry trolls have swept the screen. However, Li Peiguang didn't pay the slightest attention at all. The angrier those viewers got, the more successful he proved to be at pretending to be an X. Aha! It's almost time. I wonder if that Mr. Jiang Lin will come? Li Peiguang said in an extremely exaggerated voice. If he doesn't come, I'll be very sorry to lose an opportunity to spar with the talented people of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, as his words fell, outside the villa's gate, a series of car roars suddenly sounded. Boom, boom. Everyone was drawn to this roar. In the next moment, only one top-class luxury car came one after another from outside the villa. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Cullinan, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, Aston Martin, Bugatti Veyron. Almost every luxury car that could be seen on the market was actually all present. And, basically, it's a limited edition. Hiss. The many rich daughters who saw the scene couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. So many luxury cars? How many people are here? Look, then King Caraman? At the back, an SUV styled like a future chariot appeared in the villa. Seeing this car, even Li Peiguang couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. The car, which his Li family had, was but 3 years old. This is a new car that they would have liked to buy, but someone else bought it early. I didn't realize it was actually here. However, just as he was being surprised by King Caroman, behind Caroman, a black streamlined supercar, like a sharp knife in the night, followed. Silver Black Arrow, a $100 million supercar. This one shocked all the already shocked rich kids once again. This is a luxury car show? No, I feel like this is a global limited edition luxury car show. The whole internet has been abuzz with it. I'm going. This must be Brother Heartbeat coming. Brother Heartbeat makes an appearance. It's extraordinary. As far as these luxury cars are concerned, he, Li Peiguang, no matter how luxurious he is, can't buy them because they are all limited models. Other than that Carol Man and Silver, He definitely didn't. Not bad. If he does, I'll live stream it upside down and eat. Just when all the fans and the rich kids on the scene were expecting it. Brush. All the car doors opened at the same time. A line of tall bodyguards in suits and sunglasses with cold faces stepped out of the car. They split into two columns, isolating a passage inside the villa. With that, the Black Arrow opened at once like a phoenix spreading its wings. Lin walked down from the car wearing a white leisure suit with a flat face. Without needing to speak, a powerful aura enveloped the room. Wow. So handsome. So handsome. This Oba is simply much better than Lee Pei-kwang. All the little stars from the big stick country that had originally come, and the girl groups, one by one, their eyes turned to stars. Like a nymphomaniac, she looked at Lin. Such a row. Such an aura. From the moment he appeared, he had already crushed Lee Pei-kwang. Lee Pei-kwang's eyes stared at the situation, then he greeted them with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, Lin, Mr. Jiang right. He smiled and looked at the other party. Hello, my name is Lee Pei-kwang, a member of the four-star Lee family. Mr. Jiang. Before he could finish his words, he was coldly interrupted by Lin. Aren't you going to challenge me? Be direct. I have limited time. Being disliked by Lin, the dissatisfaction in Lee Pei-kwang's eyes flickered. Then, he smiled lightly and said, Don't be anxious, the challenge and all, it's all a joke. Since we're here, let's have a casual dinner and talk about it. Dinner? Lin thought, aren't you going to show off your wealth? Why are you inviting me to dinner? But since he had rushed here, he naturally wouldn't back down. Just eat. Lin nodded his head and guessed that this first wave of showing off his wealth should be on this dish. What with all the top-notch cuisine and such. However, in his opinion, it was really not worth mentioning. However, just as he was speculating, Lee Pei-kwang actually had someone carry 2 tables up. Lin couldn't help but be a bit puzzled when he took a look. Hot pot? I can't believe you're treating him to fondue? Chapter 156, Burning Money. Really burning money? Lee Pei-kwang's calculations. Mr. Lin, I've recently taken a liking to this kind of food, so I don't mind if we have some together. As soon as Lee Pei-kwang waved his hand, one by one, the members of the girl group came up with various ingredients. Beef, lamb, shrimp slider, pork brain. Anyway, Lin swept a glance and realized that they were all common ingredients. Nothing special. 2 tables, each filled with ingredients. It didn't take long for the ingredients to fill up. Lin suddenly noticed at this time that the pot used for shabu-shabu was a bit interesting. Both copper pans were set up from the tabletop. It's about 10 centimeters up or down from the tabletop, and directly below it is a circular pit, the inside of which is made entirely of metal for an unknown purpose. At this time, the ingredients were finished being served, while Lee Pei-kwang sat down in front of one of the tables. Mr. Lin, I don't know if you've prepared anything today. If not, then I'll start eating first. Ready? Lin raised his eyebrows, seeming to have somewhat touched on this rich second generation's idea of pretending to be an ex. Sure enough, only to see Lee Pei-kwang snap his fingers, a female group and celebrity figures were seen reappearing. In their hands, they were actually both carrying 2 suitcases. Kada! All the suitcases were opened, and in an instant, dozens and dozens of folded banknotes of the Great Rod country appeared in the view of the crowd. At this time, Lee Pei-kwang's somewhat arrogant voice rang out. I, for one, like a bit of purity when it comes to fondue, and it just so happens that there's more than enough of this money to spend, so it's perfect to use as firewood. Men, light the fire. The next thing the crowd saw was a girl group shoving dozens of cash from their suitcases into the pit below the fondue pot. With that, it instantly burst into flames under the light of the lighter's fire. Burning money? It's really burning a hole in the pocket. This time, Lee Pei-kwang's move really refreshed everyone's perception. Have a hot pot and actually use paper money as fuel to start the heat. At first the first thought of the crowd was, will the water boil? As a result, 10 minutes later, the water, literally, boiled. Then look at Lee Pei-kwang's side, which had already used almost 3 suitcases of cash. A suitcase could probably hold $1 million worth of cash. That's nearly 200 million if you convert it to the currency of the Big Stick country. In the Big Stick country, the common denomination of currency is about $10,000 mostly, the equivalent of $100. In other words, it's true that this entire suitcase can only hold 100 million pretty much. That's about $500,000. 3 cases is $1.5 million. $1.5 million burned in 10 minutes is not a small amount of money. However, on Lee Pei-kwang's side, he didn't even seem to frown and continued to have people keep adding fire. Mr. Jiang, I'll start eating first. Lee Pei-kwang laughed as he got his own seasoning done. This will be a disappointment to me if it's all over on my side and you haven't started on your side. The entire live broadcast platform had been completely detonated by this scene. Live streaming burns money like nothing you've ever seen before. It's not even remotely related to sacrifice. It's a real money burner. John Lin glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze. At this point, he naturally couldn't just let it go. You want to burn money, don't you? Then I'll play nice with you. Take my card and go to the nearest bank and get cash. John Lin handed his top VIP diamond card to the bodyguard. However, it suddenly occurred to him that a nearby bank might not have this much cash. If it's far away, it might take as long as it takes. John Lin gave Li Peiguang a deep look. So this guy was never a brainless ex-player. From the beginning, he had made up his mind that he wanted to burn money live, and his own side was not even remotely prepared. Even if one has enough cash, there is no way to get it out of the bank. Therefore, Li Peiguang's side was almost a sure win, and to move this one back, unless John Lin has a truckload of cash right now. Ding! You glanced at the hot pot, triggering 1 billion times the storm, rewarding 2 billion in cash. The cash has been distributed among the trucks. Please collect it yourself. What do you mean? When sleep comes, someone brings a pillow. That's The corner of John Lin's mouth picked up and he turned his head to call out to a few bodyguards who were just about to leave. Wait, I remember, John Lin said as he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a key. Take this. There's a truck next to the main gate of the villa area. Inside. Yes, boss. All the bodyguards have left. By this time, next to him, Li Peiguang had already taken his first bite of shabu-shabu. Mr. Jiang, would you like to try some? Li Peiguang raised his chopsticks very provocatively. However, John Lin just smiled faintly without any indication. This time, among the countless fans who watched the live broadcast, the heart was suddenly seized. It's over. This wave is over. Brother Heartbeat is completely wasted. This stick is obviously a deliberate trap. Who carries so much cash? Although you're right. What's the point? It's already live. And unless a miracle happens, Heartbeat is bound to lose. Nima, I really want to rush straight into the villa and give him some cash. Do you have 100 in your pocket? Seeing the wildly swiping pop-ups, Li Peiguang ate even more happily. This time, he came prepared and shipped a lot of cash alone. Oh, do you really think I'm here to simply show off my wealth? Li Peiguang laughed coldly in his heart. Stupid Daxia countryman. Wait for this young master's merciless ridicule. However, his thoughts had just fallen when a team of bodyguards walked in one after another not far away. Back from the bank so soon? Just now, John Lin didn't make a sound, and Li Peiguang didn't hear his words. I just didn't realize that the tutor bank was so efficient. Snap! One by one, the returning bodyguards opened their suitcases. Rows and rows of neatly organized cash were packed inside. John Lin waved his hand. No need to say much. The bodyguards naturally understood. One by one, the cash in their hands was poured into the pot one after the other. Ignite! Burn! After a delay of almost 15 minutes, John Lin's hot pot also started. I'm going. Brother Heartbeat is awesome. You got your money back so fast? I can't. Look over there, it's already a third eaten. Besides, there's only limited cash in the bank. What if we can't get it back when we eat? John Lin naturally didn't notice these pop-ups. The only thing he could do now was to let the bodyguard keep adding money towards it. The other bodyguards continued back to the truck to get their suitcases. 1 box, 2 boxes, 5 boxes, 10 boxes. John Lin was $1 million a box, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 boxes going in. The hot pot was boiling, and John Lin's side was beginning to savor it. I have to say, this Li Peiguang's ingredients are still very fresh. Combined with the dipping sauce, John Lin also ate extraordinarily sweet. He had even forgotten that he was still sparring with his opponent, and just let the bodyguard watch himself as he kept adding money to it. Finally, after almost an hour, almost half of the ingredients of the entire hot pot had been eaten by him. Only then did John Lin turn his head towards Li Peiguang. It doesn't matter if you look at it. You realize that the other person actually has more left than you do? Li Peiguang also noticed John Lin's situation at this moment, and urged with an exasperated face, quick, add it to me, add it. How he didn't expect the same cash why the other side burned so fiercely. At this time, John Lin naturally wouldn't let go of this easily obtained opportunity. Finally, after John Lin had burned almost nearly 200 boxes, he managed to eat the last bite of the ingredients. At this time, John Lin looked at Li Peiguang, who was still desperately urging, and suddenly felt ridiculous. Mr. Li, why don't you eat first, and I'll leave? John Lin said indifferently. No way. Where did you get that kind of cash? Li Peiguang asked incredulously. That's not for you to worry about. John Lin spoke indifferently, then turned around and left. Hey, I'm not convinced. Why should your money burn hotter than mine? Li Peiguang said furiously. You must have moved. At those words, John Lin's figure gave a start and said in a solemn tone, Mr. Li, you'd better watch your words. As for why my money burns hotter, just look at the exchange rate. Your money, it's worthless. Chapter 157, You want to burn? Then let you burn enough. My money. Worthless? Li Peiguang repeated the sentence and instantly shouted with an annoyed face. You, how dare you insult me? Meanwhile, all the viewers on the network were literally jumping up and down with excitement. Ha ha, brother Heartbeat is awesome. Always playing Heartbeat at critical moments. Nima, can't you see how much money has been burned? At least $100 million. Humph, damn stick. Now you've eaten your words. Ha ha, your money, it's worth nothing. That's a powerful statement. If you read it together, your money, worthless, can also be called you worthless. Ah, you're worthless. You're worthless. The entire public screen had been completely swept away. Some netizens even very sweetly translated it into stick language, afraid that the other side cannot read like. This made Li Peiguang turn off the livestream in a flash of anger. All messages are all interrupted. But, while the news broke, the whole thing didn't stop there. Not long after Zhang Lin left, on the Thousand Hands platform, a short video released by himself once again triggered the network. It's not polite to come, Mr. Li Peiguang. Welcome to my home as a guest, and I'll treat you to a roasted whole goat. Of course, if you're afraid, you can choose not to come, and I can accept that. The short video, which instantly went viral on the internet, Twitter trending, all sorts of headlines, basically a frenzy. Far away from Penguin's headquarters in the south, Mr. Little Horse couldn't help but let out an angry cry when he saw the scene. Damn it, this Li Peiguang is a stupid waste of space. He had originally thought that he would be able to suppress Zhang Lin's temper with this, and then the entire Penguin team had already done their PR and started to rumorize and smear him. The entire internet will vilify him by then. As a result, all the industries under Zhang Lin's name would be hit. Shares are down. That's when the Penguin kicks in. However, how could he not expect that Li Peiguang, who had come prepared, was actually slapped on the spot by Zhang Lin? He watched that broadcast too. He couldn't figure out why Zhang Lin would show up outside Li Peiguang's villa pulling so much cash. Did he already know what the other side was planning? That's not possible. Pony always felt this was as inscrutable as the inexplicable acquisition of the Lookman Group. As this short video caught fire, it quickly reached Li Peiguang's ears. He responded with a direct short video saying that he would definitely accept Zhang Lin's invitation. Moreover, in terms of financial strength, he, Li Peiguang, had not been afraid of anyone. Soon after, Zhang Lin responded, inviting the next day at 8 o'clock in the evening, to come to his mansion for dinner, and it was specifically labeled so that the person would bring enough cash. It's a blatant challenge. All the netizens followed in anticipation. After the lesson he had just learned, Li Peiguang really ran to test the difference in burning between the bills. In the end, he had to use a large number of connections to exchange all the stick dollars he had brought with him for the currency of the Great Summer Country. A full $1 billion in currency, loaded more than half a truck. In his opinion, he would never lose this time. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the evening, he drove his limousine and prepared to head to Zhang Lin's mansion. Likewise, he turned on the live stream, wanting to record the entirety of his flopping moment. Let's go! Let's go! With a command, the vast caravan headed towards Zhang Lin's mansion. However, when half an hour later, the big stick country driver was completely lost. 1 Willow Road A, isn't that the address? Li Peiguang said with an incredibly gloomy face. He had wanted to make a high-profile entrance and mimic Zhang Lin in a wave of pretense. As a result, after half a day's walk, I couldn't actually find the gate. Nima, this is just embarrassing. Mr. Li, this is, indeed, A1. The driver couldn't help but scratch his head. It was obvious that the navigation was correct. Li Peiguang had a black line on his head, and at a time like this, he couldn't have a seizure. It's still live, after all. In the end, he had no choice but to call Zhang Lin. As a result, Zhang Lin only said, go to A5. I'll open the door for you. Hanging up the phone, Li Peiguang said with a sneer, ladies and gentlemen, is this the hospitality of your countrymen? Deliberately embarrassed me by giving me a false address. This kind of carving really bores me. As he was talking, the driver had driven to A5. It was at this moment that only muffled sounds were heard, and a huge gate opened at the location of A5. Seeing this scene, Li Peiguang directly opened his mouth wide in surprise. What is this? What place? On the public screen, countless netizens simply returned in seconds. Ha ha ha, turtle, this is King Gong's residence, Brother Heartbeat's residence. Cowardly. I know Brother Heartbeat is very luxurious. I didn't expect to be so trenchant. Living in a royal residence? This stick fool actually said that people told the wrong address. In fact, a street is owned by others. Ha ha, this kind of goods. How dare you claim to be the most trenchant in the big stick country? Joke. I don't know when it started, but some enthusiastic viewers have started to act as pop-up translators. The two languages were typed out one after another, fearing that Li Peiguang would not be able to read them. Li Peiguang's face was green, not expecting to be shown up by the other party before he even entered the door. Once he entered it, the full view of the royal residence also shocked him deeply for a moment. The decoration, the layout, the amenities, all of them were perfect for his villa. One shows his low end. At this time, Zhang Lin appeared in the middle of the screen with a bashful face, then waved at Li Peiguang. Mr. Li, long story short, I'm a person who doesn't like to beat around the bush. Zhang Lin said indifferently, did you bring enough cash? Don't worry, in my hands, Li Peiguang. There is plenty of cash. Li Peiguang smiled arrogantly. He had brought $1 billion in cash. Even if he ate hot pot 10 times it was enough. Good. Then our roasted whole goat begins. Zhang Lin clapped his hands, and instantly the crowd saw a bodyguard carrying up 2 roasted whole sheep that were already dressed. The shelves were large, 2 meters long in width and over a meter in height. It's wearing a freshly processed whole lamb on top. Okay, here goes. Zhang Lin said indifferently. I don't ask for much, just as long as you can roast the whole sheep. With that, he waved his hand, and at once a figure began to pour cash into the ground of the roasted lamb. Soon, the cash piled up into a small mound, which was then set on fire by someone. Li Peiguang, who saw the scene, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Nima, how long will it take to cook such a big sheep? There's no telling how much cash you'll burn just gathering this fire. At this very moment, Zhang Lin beside him said flatly, this roasted whole lamb is about the fire. It must be prosperous, so the speed of adding cash can't be too slow. As he was talking, he saw more than 20 bodyguards trotting back and forth like they were transporting cash this way. A high fire soon rose. Li Peiguang secretly gritted his teeth when he saw this. He couldn't back down from what he said today. It has to be pulled back. Quick, burn it for me. At once, one figure after another also began to start dumping cash. Zhang Lin indifferently looked at the busy Li Peiguang. Humph, don't you like to burn? Then let's burn enough. Chapter 158. Raising his hand and tearing a $1.2 billion calligraphy and painting. Billions of times storm rewards. What? The real Yan Jinqing? That's impossible. Hearing this master's shocked voice, everyone rushed up in unison. The man, Yan Jinqing, was a famous master calligrapher of the Tang dynasty. Together with Zhao Mengfu, Lu Gongquan and Ouyang Sun, he was known as the 4 great masters of regular script. He was also known as Yan and Lu together with Lu Gongquan, and was called Yan and Lu Bones. He created his own Yan style, which had an extremely profound influence on later generations. However, it's more than 1,000 years old from the present day. There are very few authentic calligraphic works left in the world. This one, the nephew offering, is a treasure among treasures. Seeing the crowd's reaction, a smug smile appeared on Li Peiguang's face. This painting and calligraphy was auctioned back to me last year in a foreign country, at a private auction, at a high price of nearly $1.2 billion. All of you masters are experts and can see if it's the real thing. In fact, as early as when he got the painting and calligraphy, he had already found someone to appraise it. If it wasn't the real thing, why would he show it? The only reason why he said that was so that the various experts could give him a positive answer. Thus, it was just a matter of showing off his superiority in front of Zhang Lin. Numerous experts began to appraise the painting and calligraphy with unparalleled care. However, the more they identified, the more ugly their faces became. Because, this painting and calligraphy is genuine. Absolutely genuine. Majestic and dignified. Wonderful. 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 An old expert clapped. This kind of masterpiece, the more you look at it, the more people are addicted to it, cannot be extricated. The other experts around the room couldn't help but nod their heads in succession, not disagreeing with the view of the real thing. Because, the calligraphy is just so subtle, a fake that could never be imitated to such an extent. Seeing the various experts looking like this, the internet was all completely silent as well. Authenticity. The authenticity of this master calligrapher actually exists in the hands of a foreigner. Heartbreaking. Our old ancestors' stuff is actually hanging in the bathroom. He's humiliating our jewel. What should we do? Can Brother Heartbeat help us? How can I help? That's the real thing. Should we snatch it away? Oh, what about the old ancestors' stuff? While many netizens were heartbroken, Zhang Lin also followed the expert's lead and glanced towards the calligraphy and painting. In fact, he didn't need to look at it much to know that the calligraphy and painting were definitely authentic. If Li Peiguang dared to bring it out, how could he take a fake? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Zhang Lin was now merely trying to figure out how to resolve this crisis under the other party's true sign. However, just the moment he took a look at this authentic painting, the system's heavenly-like voice rang out. Ding! You took a look at a famous calligraphy and painting, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding Yan Jinqing with a great calligraphy talent. Zhang Lin's pupils shrunk. He had expected the system to strike. Originally, He was thinking that the system should give him an identical pair of calligraphy and painting so that he could say that the other party's was a forgery. But he never expected that the system would actually give him a talent. Yan Jinqing's great calligraphic talent. That's nifty. In an instant, Jiang Lin felt his body crisp up as if an electric current was flowing through it. With that, there is a lot more understanding, experience about calligraphy in the mind. His finger palms seemed to produce subtle changes as well. Starting now, Jiang Lin had simply transformed into a master calligrapher. No, a master calligrapher like Yan Jinqing. No, that's Yan Jinqing. At this moment, Jiang Lin's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and a plan came to him. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, you see the many experts have already looked at it. Do you want to taste it as well? Li Peiguan very warmly invited Jiang Lin. After seeing this one, I'm going to take it back and hang it in the restroom for further viewing. Yeah, then I'll see. Jiang Lin smiled and nodded, then took a few steps to walk in front of this Yen-style painting. Well, nice word. Jiang Lin nodded and praised very seriously. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang really. Li Peiguan had not yet finished his words. I saw Jiang Lin pick up the calligraphy and painting as soon as he sighed. Unfortunately, you bought a fake pair. Snort. As the words fell, Jiang Lin actually tore up the painting and calligraphy in front of the crowd's incredibly shocked gazes. What are you doing? No, that's the real thing. Finished? What a waste. The experts who were originally on the sidelines were simply shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. Never did he expect that Jiang Lin would actually casually tear such a precious painting and calligraphy into pieces. And, not only that, in the end, Jiang Lin actually raised his hand and took out a lighter, completely torching the entire calligraphy and painting. Li Peiguan was completely dumbfounded. That's $1, 2 billion. As a result, it was burned to ashes by Jiang Lin's fire. In the middle of the day, he reacted furiously and looked at Jiang Lin with a gloomy face. Mr. Jiang, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I won't stop. Explain? Jiang Lin snorted at his words. I'm helping you. Didn't you ask me to identify his authenticity? Now I'm saying he's a fake, and I'm helping you get rid of it. You should be thanking me. No way. I spent $2 billion. How can it be fake? Li Peiguan couldn't help but shout angrily. Besides, all of your experts have already appraised it and said it's authentic. Yes, Jiang Lin, you shouldn't be so reckless. One expert deplored. This is the treasure of our nation. No matter in whose hands, it should not be destroyed. Yes, this kind of authentic artifact, once it's destroyed, it's extinct. Hearing the words of the crowd, Jiang Lin suddenly let out a cold laugh. Authentic? Joke. For this level of calligraphy, I'm able to write 10 or 8 copies, and it's actually taken as authentic by you guys? Everyone was taken aback by these words. Big talk. Jiang Lin, even though you're a member of my great Xia kingdom, you can't be so exaggerated. This is Yen style. Yan Jinqing's writing, if it was really that easy to write, it wouldn't be worth much. Li Peiguan almost laughed out loud when he heard it from the side. Really, I don't want to kill you, but you are bumping into the gun yourself. Seeing this, he couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. Good, since Mr. Jiang is so confident, why don't you write it on the spot here in my place, so that all the experts can taste it? If you are able to write words that are at the same level as this calligraphy and painting of mine, then I'll take your word for it. Otherwise, we'll have to meet in court. With that he clapped his hands. Someone, give me a pen and ink. It didn't take long before there were more brushes, inkstones and rice paper on a square table. Originally, these things were bought by Li Peiguan for the sake of pretending, but I didn't expect that they could actually come in handy now. Seeing the other party like this, Jiang Lin then smiled faintly. Fine, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Chapter 159, Storming a $400 million Townsend building. Saying that, Jiang Lin raised his hand and shook it, directly pulling out a piece of rice paper from the side. The entire nephew offering is 234 characters long, 20 centimeters up and down vertically and 70 centimeters up and down horizontally. Since you want to see it, I'll write you an exact copy of the nephew offering. As he spoke, Jiang Lin grabbed a stroke wolf hair brush with one hand and began to study ink on the inkstone with the other. Li Peiguan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sneer. Good. I'd like to see if Mr. Jiang's calligraphy is really so divine. Experts, you must keep your eyes peeled. If you dare to make a half-hearted false statement, I, Li Peiguan, will not take it lying down. As he was saying this, Jiang Lin flicked his wrist and the tip of his pen instantly invaded the ink. Then with a wave of his arm, he began to write on top of the rice paper. The first year of the Qin Yuan era, the age of Wushu, September, Zhengu Shua, the third day of the 9th month. Jiang Lin stroked his pen, drawing with iron and silver hooks, and one after another small, powerful characters emerged from the top of the rice paper. AI, Mr. Jiang's words are too much of a to-do, An old professor let out a long sigh and subconsciously looked towards Zhang Lin's handwriting. Which person can dare to say that it is comparable to Yanjinxing, even if the contemporary? His words had not yet finished, but they came to a violent and abrupt end. His pupils shrank and his eyes glared the size of a bull's eyes. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Seeing this, a nearby expert couldn't help but speak up. Prof. Why did you say that halfway? Yen body though. I don't know which expert was just about to open his mouth, and then he also paused violently. This time, one by one, the otherwise pained experts realized something was wrong. They all walked towards Zhang Lin's heel. This look didn't matter. Everyone actually exclaimed at the same time. Hiss. This, how is this possible? Thick and heavy at the simple and solemn, like the yellow bells, fine and strong at the sinews and bones condensed, like the golden wind and autumn eagle. This is what he wrote. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was Yanjinxing in the world. Ha! Authentic. This is authentic. The many experts were completely mad, and if Zhang Lin wasn't there dribbling his brush like a fly, they would have thought that this was the real thing. But the brushwork Zhang Lin had written was simply 1,000 times stronger than contemporary calligraphy masters. It was almost as if Yan Lu was alive. Li Peiguang, who had already been gloating, changed his color at this moment. He wasn't refined, but he knew a little bit about it. Zhang Lin's calm and relaxed demeanor alone was already impressive. Add to that the excited looks and remarks of one of the experts around them. Even he was stupid enough to sense that something was wrong. In less than 10 minutes, more than 200 words were completed by Zhang Lin in one go. At this time the crowd took another look. In addition to the seal on it, it was exactly the same as Yanjinxing's real handwriting. Well, does Mr. Li think it's feasible? Zhang Lin flexed his fingers and tossed the brush aside. No, it can't be. What you've written here is certainly not the same as mine. Li Peiguang couldn't help but say. That was auctioned off at a cost of $1.2 billion to me. That's when the many experts spoke up. However, Mr. Zhang's calligraphy, it's simply divine. It's actually exactly the same as the calligraphy in painting just now. Yes, if this kind of calligraphy in painting were placed outside, it would be enough to be speculated to sky-high prices. Mr. Zhang is really Yan Gong in the world. Hearing the comments of many experts, Li Peiguang was instantly anxious. Impossible. You're lying. My writing is authentic. Humph. I dare to guarantee with my life that what Mr. Zhang wrote is exactly the same as your piece of calligraphy in painting. That's right. I also dare to guarantee that it is any expert who comes over. Absolutely can't say the second sentence. I vouch for that too. The old man vouches for it too. Listening to the many experts vouching in unison, Li Peiguang almost fainted with a black eye. So, he paid $1.2 billion for a fake calligraphy? At a time like this, there was no way for him to go to the auction house. After all, it was authenticated at the time. He didn't find it, and he could only blame his search on the eyes of the people he was looking for. When he thought of his $1.2 billion down the drain, he let Zhang Lin put up a fight in front of him, and anger instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. Put! A mouthful of blood actually spurted out of his mouth. The son of the Li family was actually angry and spat out blood. The girl group next to them exclaimed in shock at the sight and held Li Peiguang up in a hurry. Zhang Lin, who saw this scene, smiled faintly, then turned around and walked towards the outside. In front of Li Peiguang, Zhang Lin stopped and said indifferently, Mr. Li, the great summer country, is not a place you should come to. Zhang Lin, you. Li Peiguang's eyes went black and he completely fainted. No one expected that this live broadcast would actually end in such a way. Li Peiguang actually took out a fake calligraphy and painting to make a scene, only to be recognized by Zhang Lin. News like this has taken over the internet. However, besides Zhang Lin, those experts also knew that pair of calligraphy and painting is indeed the real handwriting of Yanjinxing. But, again, the calligraphy written by Zhang Lin was not unlike that of Yanjinxing. It is under such contradictory conclusions that many experts are left in doubt. As a fellow Daxia countryman, there was naturally no reason to help an outsider. Speaking is an art. Every expert proved that Zhang Lin's calligraphy was the same as that of Yanjinxing, but it does not say that Yanjinxing's is a forgery. But Li Peiguang didn't know that, and that's why the result was brewed. Early the next morning, Li Peiguang terminated this summer trip without any suspense. There was even a wave of boycotting the 4-star group on the internet. Zhang Lin's move was tantamount to offending the entire 4-star group. Of course, for that he didn't care. After all, he had no plans to go to the big stick country yet, and at home, the 4-star Li family couldn't extend their hands this far. Ding! You've written a pair of brushstrokes, triggering a billion-fold blitz, rewarding you with a $400 million Townsend 1 penthouse view duplex mansion. Townsend? Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the blitz alert to come a bit late this time. Originally he thought there was no more. I didn't realize it was the second day before this blitz. For this property, Jiang Lin is very familiar with. In Magic City, in addition to the villas, the old houses, it is Thompson EP in this kind of top-level mansion is the most famous. The average price of the entire Townsend is at least over 300,000 square meters, and the penthouse king is now speculating at $400,000 a day. Jiang Lin's set, on the other hand, was a large duplex on the top floor of the king of the building, with 2 floors above and below, totaling nearly 1,000 square meters. Jiang Lin had originally thought about when he would be free to buy a house in Magic City. After all, now that he had properties all over the country, he couldn't stay in hotels everywhere he went. Since the system had given him a set so thoughtfully, he couldn't help but check it out. It's not that I can't write it, but I'd like to write a little bit of a better, more explosive plot. Now that the ambush is in place, Penguin Group is definitely the big enemy, and there's no end in sight for the big horse chief there either. The 4-star Lee family is also a potential ambush, so it took a little more time. I beg your pardon. Thanks a lot. Chapter 160, Chief Pony's Crazy Brainstorm. One of the most unwanted existences in history. Damn it. This Li Pei Guang. What a Li compensation light. Chief Pony slammed the tablet in front of him heavily on the table. He thought that the other party could have some kind of backhand, but as a result, he was still shown the door by Jiang Lin. Knock, knock, knock. The one who could still dare to knock on the door when General Manager Xiao Ma was furious. Other than Chang Yu, he couldn't find the second person. Come in. General Xiao Ma saw Chang Yu, who opened the door and walked in. How's the information I asked you to check? Check. Chang Yu nodded his head and then handed over the information in his hand to Mr. Xiao Ma. You, just see for yourself. Chief Pony turned over the information and couldn't help his pupils from shrinking at the first glance. Myeongdu Catering? This young man is still involved in the restaurant business? However, before his thoughts could fall, the information below shocked him once again. King Realty? Top 3 real estate giants? His gaze swept downward, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Thousand Hands Platform, Kinko's Medical, Armani, Fiat? One name after another made Chief Pony completely unsettled. Nima, what the hell does this guy do? How do you own so many shares of a company? Brush. Chief Little Horse jerked his head up and looked at Cheng Yu. Do you know his background? Cheng Yu sniffed but frowned. Family background. I also sent someone to check. The result is only a rural northeastern identity. The rest does not have the slightest special place. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this be true? Chief Little Horse cursed angrily, using his butt to think. He also knew that the other party's background could never be so simple. His gaze narrowed vainly, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Jiang Lin, do you think you can fool me with this fake identity? Heck, it's a dream. He was not a little cutie, naturally able to know how Jiang Lin's parents could be ordinary people under the premise aided by so many shares. If on his own? Heck, even if you start struggling from your mother's womb, you can't have this kind of achievement. Therefore, the only possibility was that Jiang Lin's background had been deliberately hidden. What kind of person, to be able to weave such a plausible identity for him? At the thought of this, Mr. Little Horse's heart suddenly snapped, and a cold sweat instantly wetted his spine. Hiss. After a long time, he let out a long breath and said to Cheng Yu somewhat thankfully, Mr. Chang, hurry up and withdraw all actions against Jiang Lin, immediately right away. Ga? Cheng Yu was all confused. Mr. Ma, haven't we already started to make a large mobilization of funds in preparation for sniping Lookman Group on the stock market? The funds will be fully available in 2 days, at the latest. In time. Just as Cheng Yu was there with his eyebrows raised explaining to General Manager Xiao Ma how to operate. Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Mr. Pony. Shut up, you stupid pig. Is your head full of? Can't even think of something like that? Cheng Yu was completely dumbfounded by Generalissimo's sudden loss of composure. Cheng Yu, oh, what the hell did I do? What is this? Boss, don't you hate this Jiang Lin the most? Seeing such an expression on Cheng Yu's face, Mr. Xiao Ma said with a face of hatred. Think about it. We've been fighting Jiang Lin for so long. Have we ever won once? That rich kid from the big stick country. Did you see him win? Cheng Yu shook his head somewhat confused and said subconsciously, never won. Exactly. Chief Pony suddenly felt like he understood. All of a sudden, you see, our stake in the Lookman Group was inexplicably acquired by him without even my knowledge. Also, the various stakes he now owns. The assets, including that royal residence. It covers almost all walks of life. How did he do it? I don't know. Chief Pony couldn't help but roll his eyes. Think, give me something to think about. What is he himself? Nothing more than a senior in college, at least on the surface. Unless he's a god, it's simply impossible for him to have so many assets in such a short period of time. So, Cheng Yu looked at Generalissimo in confusion. Boss, what are you going to say? Pop. Chief Pony raised his hand and slapped the table. You are so stupid. Background. Do you understand background? We can't even find out his background after all this effort. So tell me, how amazing is his background? And what is the background that can influence all walks of life and take care of everything silently? Cheng Yu cocked his head and thought for about 3 seconds, then suddenly snapped out of it. Subconsciously, he exclaimed, "Oh, you mean, his background is..." Shoo, Ponyboy covered his mouth in a very disoriented manner and said, "Are you trying to get us both killed? Or do you want our penguin group to be completely finished?" Hearing him say this, Cheng Yu felt that his back was also drenched in cold sweat. Nima, I damn near offended a big brother, and it's still superb. Phew, Mr. Ma, I understand. Cheng Yu hurriedly nodded. I'll ask someone to withdraw the funds now. We mustn't go on a collision course with this Jianlin. Chief Pony listened but gave him a breathless look. Pulling back is definitely necessary. Not only that, we have to make amends and apologize. I think this Jianlin already knows about our movements. Even the background behind him may be watching from the shadows. Observe in secret? Cheng Yu was again dumbfounded by Mr. Xiao Ma's words, and he felt that he was a bit unable to keep up with his boss's thinking. Maybe that's why he can only be the VP and the other guy is the boss. Secretly watching our reactions, Chief Pony was completely incapacitated by this stupid henchman. Most likely, they're waiting for us to make a move. If we don't do it satisfactorily, even a tiny bit, there's a risk of facing their thunderbolts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cheng Yu felt his legs trembling, as if he would be taken out at any moment. So, then boss, what do we do now? Check that Jianglin's whereabouts for me, and when you find the right opportunity, be sure to go to me to make amends and apologize, and do everything you can to curry favor with him, understand? Chief Pony said solemnly. Okay, boss, I'll check it out now. Cheng Yu hurriedly nodded his head and then ran out of General Manager Xiaoma's office like a gust of wind. Seeing that the other party had left, Generalissimo Fawn let out a long breath. Nima scared the hell out of me just now, but then he laughed again. Luckily, my old man thought of this layer, and if it's done right, it might be even better for Penguin. Jianglin naturally didn't know at this moment that he himself had already been promoted to one of the most unmissable creatures in history under Chief Little Horse's brainstorming. He got out of the helicopter just in time to arrive at the top floor of the Townsend's penthouse. Chapter 161, Your Life is Mine, Let Alone Your Body? Mr. Jiang, the title of this place has already been delivered to you. If you need anything, you can find me at any time, the property manager said to Jianglin very respectfully. Just now, he had seen the other party come down from a helicopter worth $2 billion with his own eyes. To be able to casually take a $2 billion helicopter as a seat, is definitely the most powerful owner in the entire neighborhood, without one. Of course, more importantly, this property manager had witnessed the wonderful picture of Jianglin defeating Li Peiguang. Right now, even he, an old man in his middle age, had incomparable admiration for Jianglin. Okay, thanks a lot. Jianglin responded with a smile. You're welcome. It's the honor of a lifetime to serve you. The property manager nodded with a smile. Then, Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Bye. After sending the other party away, Jianglin slowly wandered around the entire Townsend. He came to the top floor, the rooftop. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the beautiful scenery of Magic City. Even the river not far away was visible. The view is pretty much open. It's not as spacious as a villa, but this kind of height is something that villas don't have. Jianglin let out a sigh of emotion and was about to go to the Look-Wen group to see Wening Shui. But just then, he suddenly let out a soft eep. There's someone there? Jianglin's eyes condensed, and above the river, on a bridge, he vaguely saw a silhouette. The reason why Jianglin noticed her was because the other party had actually climbed to the top of the bridge railing for good reason, and sitting on the railing. It's too dangerous to sit there like that, Jianglin muttered to himself, but suddenly reacted. No good, she's going to kill herself. In an instant, Jianglin realized that the good end on what bridge, which is clearly to jump into the river. He took an arrow step and rushed straight for his helicopter. Quick, take off. Someone's trying to kill themselves. The pilot scrambled to take off, and the hummingbird helicopter flew straight towards the bridge Jianglin had mentioned. Visually, Kwoto is about 20 kilometers up or down from Thompson's in Jianlin. At the speed of the helicopter, it would take less than 5 minutes to fly there. Luo Zikite stood up from the bridge with a dull gaze, moving the railing with one hand and looking at the rolling river below. Is this, in fact, my whole life? At only 22 years old, is this the end for me? Inside her, it was as if two voices were at war in heaven. What can be done if it doesn't end? Is it sent out like cargo? But if you do leave, what about the family? It could be the end of the whole family. Finished? Oh, what's that got to do with me? When I'm dead, it'll all be meaningless. Right, die and be done with it. Then die. Luo Zikite looked at the river below. Finally despair became the last straw that overwhelmed her heart. So, she let go. Brush. Her body, like a free bird, soared in midair. The wind was rattling in his ears. Buzz. And what's that sound? It's loud. It's like a helicopter? Magic City. There's actually a helicopter? Luo Zikite was a bit strange and subconsciously wanted to understand this strangeness, but it doesn't matter. Put. Her body fell into the river. But just then, another sound of falling came. Luo Ziki only felt like taking a few sips of water. It was followed by a strong arm. As a result, the other side pulled itself out of the water. Luo Zikite opened her eyes with difficulty, only to see a helicopter in the sky speeding towards the distance. Once again back on the top floor of Thompson's, Zhang Lin grabbed the rope with one hand and lowered this girl who had jumped into the river with the other. If I hadn't practiced Jeet Kune Do, a direct rope drop would probably kill me. Zhang Lin thought breathlessly in his heart. Good thing, he was fast enough and in time. Still got the other guy up at the critical moment. Setting the other man down, he had time to take a closer look at him. It's a beauty. Ugh, it's super pretty. The other party had a slender figure and snow-white skin, willow-curved eyebrows and thin cherry lips. It looks as if it is a fairy in a painting, or the lovable Lin Dayu in a famous novel. Although the other party didn't speak, just sitting there gave a sense of softness. Zhang Lin looked at her and couldn't help but ask softly, "Hello, what's your name?" "Luo Ziki. You're all wet. Do you want to go change?" Seeing that the other party's expression was a bit off, Zhang Lin couldn't help but comfort him. "There's nothing you can't get through. You can tell me if you have any difficulties." Luo Zikite suddenly looked at Zhang Lin and suddenly asked, "Why did you save me?" "That, why?" Zhang Lin flinched. "I didn't think that much. I just saw you about to jump into the river, so I went to save you. Can I sleep with you for the night?" "Put." Zhang Lin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Girl, is your mind jumping so fast? I was just comforting you, and you want to sleep with me?" Zhang Lin dryly coughed. "That, girl, your emotions may not be too stable. I feel that. You first go to change clothes, or you will catch a cold." "Woo." Zhang Lin pointed to the stairs next to him, originally wanting to tell the other party to go this way. But who knew that once he turned around, the other party actually pounced on him like a hungry wolf. "Nima, be so crazy. Aren't you Lin Dayu? Is Lin Dayu always so wild inside?" "Girl, you, woo, don't you, woo, too, woo, ouch. I'm not afraid of anyone in this area, okay?" The two inexplicably rolled from the rooftop to the stairs, from the stairs to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the living room. The foot rolled for almost 2 hours. Rolling makes both of them dizzy. Eventually, it was back to the bedroom to rest. "Know why I'm doing this?" Luo Zikite leaned on Zhang Lin's shoulder and suddenly said, "Why? It's for saving your life. And then, now that I've thanked you for saving my life, I can die in peace." Saying that, Luo Zikite suddenly jumped up from the bed and actually wanted to jump out from the floor-to-ceiling window. Luckily, Zhang Lin was quick on his feet and pulled his opponent back. "What are you doing? I've already repaid you. Let me die." Luo Zikite struggled desperately, like a small wildcat. "No, I can't stand by and watch you die." Zhang Lin said seriously, "You can't stop me. My body, my own dominion." Luo Zikite was still resisting. In an instant, Zhang Lin's expression sank as he coldly drank. "I saved your life. Your life is mine, let alone the body?" Chapter 162, Marriage? "Then I'll take the high road this time. My life is yours?" Zhang Lin's words instantly caused Luo Zikite to fall into silence. Even the struggles of the body weakened. Zhang Lin saw that there was a chance, and knew at once that this girl was a stubborn person who had to be persuaded with a special method. Solely, he simply released the other man. With a slightly cold face, he said, "Humph, you think you're still free? Actually, no. The moment you seek death, you are actually dead. If I hadn't shown up, you'd be dead for sure. But I showed up and saved you," said Zhang Lin with a cold snort. "What do you mean save? To be saved is to be reborn, to be made alive again. You're all born again, and your life naturally starts over. And I, for one, am the one who gave you life. You, make some sense." Luo Zikite suddenly spoke. "Then, should I call you master from now on?" Zhang Lin's brain had a head of black lines. How did he feel that this girl's character was a bit stubborn? Also, I don't think I could have done anything like jumping into a river to kill myself if I hadn't been stubborn. "Well, if it's just the two of us, you can call it that. Normally, you can just call me Zhang Lin, or boss." "Yes, master." Luo Zikite seemed to have found her support all of a sudden. The whole person seemed to be a bit more relaxed than before, and didn't think about seeking thoughts anymore. "Well then, now you can tell me why you seek death." Zhang Lin leaned against the side of the bed and couldn't help but ask. Luo Zikite's gaze flickered for a moment, and although she didn't want to say it, there seemed to be no way to refuse. I was born into a very wealthy family. Luo Zikite opened her mouth and explained. Father has a strong sense of enterprise and has always been working inside the entertainment industry. After accumulating through the first bucket of gold, his business grew bigger and bigger. Finally, aiming for a movie or TV show shoot. Soon after, my father contacted what was then known as the Lookman Group, from which he purchased a large number of developed IPs. Zhang Lin couldn't help but flash his eyes when he heard it. Watchman Group? I didn't realize it had anything to do with him. The IP was shot, post, and produced successfully. Luo Zikite suddenly sighed softly. Only, I didn't expect that some time ago, the Lookman Group suddenly changed ownership, causing Penguin Group to stop all operations on all copyrights related to the Lookman Group. In other words, it means that none of the films we were going to show exclusively on the Penguin video platform will be shown at all. It won't play? So you won't go to another platform? Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask. Oh, the contract Penguin signed with us in the first place was very overbearing. They have the final right of interpretation, and we are not allowed to broadcast it on any other platform without their consent. Luo Zikite smiled bitterly. But, what does it have to do with you killing yourself? Zhang Lin was puzzled. Even if he wants to commit suicide, it is only right that your dad wants to commit suicide. How come it's your turn? Because the Luo family is in crisis. Father's most immediate idea is to find a rich ally. Luo Zikite said. This summer descendant from Dali country is our family's neighbor when we were young, and now he is doing yacht business in Dali country, doing a great job, with assets of more than several billions. They've offered to fund us with $300 million to remake other productions if I marry their only son. Hearing this, Zhang Lin finally understood why Luo Zikite had committed suicide. It's just 2 words. Union. Trying to get the whole family through by marriage. And Luo Zikite happens to be the victim of this union. Don't think that this kind of union is only found in TV shows. In the real world, those big families often use this way to make a strong combination, or ask for help. It was only that Luo Zikite's temperament was a bit more obstinate, so that's why she chose this extreme way of dealing with the situation. So you thought about suicide? Zhang Lin couldn't help but say. This is a sign of cowardice. Luo Zikite shook her head. If I don't do this, tomorrow the entire Zhong family will come to my 22nd birthday party and in front of everyone, have that rich second generation that I don't really like, get engaged to me. Zhang Lin's gaze flickered as he listened, and he opened his mouth to ask, so, what are you going to do now? Me? Luo Ziki was silent for a moment. I will refuse his engagement tomorrow at my birthday party. Then this could be the end of your family. Zhang Lin reminded. I couldn't care less anymore. Luo Zikite shook her head. Now that my life is all yours, there's no way I would make a move to be with another man. Ugh. Zhang Lin suddenly sighed softly and reached out to gather Luo Zikite into his arms. Silly girl, I was just joking with you. Your life, it's your own. No one can take it away from you. But since we are destined to meet and are together by mistake, it is my responsibility, then, to solve your problem. Don't worry, I'll be at the birthday party tomorrow. Hearing Zhang Lin say this, a wave of emotion suddenly surged in Luo Zikite's heart. She had originally thought that the other party was nothing more than treating her as a tool, a slave. But now she realized that the other party hadn't been trying to do anything to herself since the beginning. At this moment, Luo Zikite had already taken Zhang Lin as her only man from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want her man to be wronged or hurt in any way. So, she shook her head. No, you can't go. Why? The Zhong family is too powerful. You won't be able to help if you go. Zhang Lin suddenly laughed after hearing this. Silly girl, I'm afraid you've forgotten where this place is. Saying that, he opened his cell phone map, which had the real-time positioning of the location on it. Zhang Lin placed it in Luo Zikite's hand. Luo Zikite subconsciously looked down and couldn't help but let out a gasp. What? This is the Townsend? How could she not expect that the other party actually lived inside the #1 mansion in Magic City? At this time she suddenly remembered again that the other party was actually flying a helicopter. She jerked her head up, and that's when she saw Zhang Lin smilingly pinching her chin. Since you silly girl is worried that I'm not a match for that what's her name Zhong clan, then this time, I'll take a higher profile. It's the same old story. Chapter 163, Nima. Can you molest your mother-in-law? High profile? No, you'll anger the Zhong family. Luo Zikite couldn't help but say with worry. Zhang Lin saw the other party like this and knew that he was worried about himself. Oh, don't worry, little girl. Just dress up for your own birthday party tomorrow and leave the rest to me. No, but, Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow and interrupted her. Nothing but, Zhang Lin feigned anger and said, remember, you're all mine now, so do as you're told. That's, well, when Luo Zikite heard this, she immediately lost her temper. Given what you just did, I'm going to have to punish you, Zhang Lin said with a stern face. Well, how do you want to punish me? Luo Zikite said with resignation. Beat you. Jiang Lin said and pushed his opponent to the ground in one go. When you make a mistake, you have to be beaten. But he hit it in a rather unusual way. Very rhythmic. 9 times lighter, 1 time heavier. Guaranteed to be able to make her wince in pain. After fighting for an hour, this time Luo Zikite was simply in agony, shrinking on the bed and not moving a muscle. She realized that although she had known Jiang Lin very briefly, but one seemed to be getting more and more dependent on him. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Luo Zikite muttered to herself in her heart, and suddenly a long-lost happy smile appeared on her face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lin was relieved. I guess the girl's mind is sort of untied. Right, what are you wearing if you go tomorrow? Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that he had saved her from the water, and she was dressed in casual clothes, so there was no way she could go to a birthday party. Me? I could have gone home and gotten it, Luo Ziki subconsciously said, but I don't want to go home. She still has some resentment about her family's decision. Well, then I'll find someone to make you a proper outfit, Jiang Lin said and dialed Armani's number. They should do evening dresses as well. If you get the Magic City branch to grab some tights, you should be able to make one in one piece. However, since we have to be high profile, how can we be high profile? Just as Jiang Lin was pondering, suddenly, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! You punished Luo Zikite once, triggering a billion times blitz, rewarding you with a set of Cullinan series diamonds worth 6 billion. It has been distributed nearby. The system really is what it wants to be. Jiang Lin got up and dressed and came downstairs. At this time, it was seen that on the coffee table in the living room. I don't know when a square jewelry box suddenly appeared. Jiang Lin subconsciously opened the jewelry box and instantly saw that there were actually 5 pigeon egg-sized light blue diamonds plus a bunch of sparkling small diamonds placed inside. That much? Jiang Lin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It was the first time he had ever seen so many diamonds. However, the thought that it was actually worth $6 billion was a bit of a relief. With these diamonds, the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up. This wave was definitely stable. He made a call and directly asked the Armani branch in Mordor to send someone to pick it up. Prepare to set all these gems on each other's evening gowns. He believed that Armani's designers should be able to do a good job. The diamonds were taken away, and now Jiang Lin was completely relieved. But wanting to be high profile enough, he didn't think it was enough. With that, he dialed the phone again and asked Ningyi to run an errand. When he finished his orders, he saw Luo Zikite wrapped in her pajamas coming down from above. Are you looking for something? She couldn't help but ask. Oh, I was having your dress made. Jiang Lin smiled. A tuxedo? I'm afraid it's too late. Luo Zikite was a bit surprised. This was less than 24 hours away. She felt very hungover. Don't worry, if I say it's in time, it's in time. Jiang Lin smiled blandly. It's too late for that. She was a bit baffled by Jiang Lin's words, but since the other party said it was too late, she could only listen to him. In the blink of an eye, night falls. Luo Zikite, who continued not to go back, had long received a call from home. As much as she was against the whole thing, she agreed to attend the birthday party tomorrow. That's what put the family down. The entire Luo family, on top of the rooftop of the Shangri-La Hotel, was feasting on celebrities, wanting to make this birthday banquet extraordinarily grand, because only in this way could he stand up to the son of the yacht tycoon from the country of Dali, Zhang Shifeng. At 5 o'clock sharp the next night, the night had not yet fallen in the entire Magic City, but the entire top-floor rooftop of the Shangri-La Hotel was already getting all kinds of busy. Countless delicacies, wines, and champagnes were laid out. The head of the Luo family, Luo Yongping, stood at the entrance with his wife, Mrs. Luo, in a suit. Welcome a celebrity to this birthday party. Mr. Li, long time no see. Boss Lu, please, please. Director Zhang, the new movie is finished? Ha ha. Luo Yongping and his wife exchanged pleasantries with the guests while secretly frowning in his mind. Husband, didn't my daughter say she would come? Why isn't she here by this time? Mrs. Luo couldn't help but ask quietly. How do I know? Luo Yongping huffed. This dead girl, if she dares not come today, I'll skin her when she comes back. Hubby, can you restrain yourself? Look at how scared your daughter is by you. When Mrs. Luo heard this, she was a bit upset. Hearing this, Luo Yongping also tightened his face a bit and couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, you also know the current situation of our family. If we really mess up this time, our Luo family will be finished. Mrs. Luo's face was similarly grim. If she wasn't forced to do so, who would want to let her daughter go and marry a man who didn't have much of an impression on her? Hey, stop it. Mr. Wind is here. After Mrs. Luo's reminder, Luo Yongping suddenly jerked his head up, and then he saw, here at the entrance, a young man in a striped suit with a pockmarked face, surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards. Walking over, Luo Yongping took the initiative to welcome him and said with a smile on his face, nephew hasn't seen him for a long time. He is really graceful and elegant. Ha ha ha, hello Uncle Luo, although what you said is right. Don't brag so much. Zhong Shifeng laughed with a self-satisfied expression, not putting Luo Yongping in his eyes at all. The embarrassment on Luo Yongping's face flickered. Then he pulled his own wife and introduced, "Come, this is your Aunt Luo. She even hugged you when you were little." Yoo-hoo! Zhong Shifeng's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but praise. "Auntie, you can look really pretty. I didn't expect that you actually still have charm at this age. I guess my Uncle Luo should be blessed." Mrs. Luo's mouth instantly twitched when she heard this. If it wasn't for the fact that their Luo family was begging for help, she probably would have just smacked a mouth directly over. "Nima, can you molest your mother-in-law?" Chapter 164. Why do I feel a green grassy plain above my head? Luo Yongping's face darkened. How dare you molest your mother-in-law in front of your old husband? He was angry. Very angry. But he endured. A man under the roof has to bow down. This scene, which fell into Zhong Shifeng's eyes, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and secretly skewer his mouth. Ha! Looks like the Luo family is in big trouble. He was arrogant and domineering as a rich young lord, but he hadn't lost his head yet. On the contrary, Zhong Shifeng is very smart. He had just said a few words, but only on purpose, humiliating the other party like this. If it were anyone else, they would have already had a seizure. However, Luo Yongping husband and wife actually endured all. This made Zhong Shifeng's mind count. Today, not only is Luo Ziki mine, even the Luo family is mine. He smiled proudly in his heart. Then he put away the look he had just had and looked at Mr. and Mrs. Luo Yongping with a gentle face. "Uncle and Auntie, where is Z Kite? How come I don't see her in person?" At the mention of Luo Ziki, Luo Yongping couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The protagonist didn't arrive, but naturally he couldn't say more at this time. Instead he explained, "Z Kite is picking out a dress. You know, in order to see you. She is so nervous. It's not like she doesn't even know which dress is good to wear. She had to go outside to have it customized." Zhong Shifeng couldn't help but laugh at that. "It's okay, ha ha, I actually haven't seen Sister Z Kite in years, and I miss her very much. Hee hee, good, let's go. Uncle will introduce a few guests first. You guys can talk when Z Kite comes." Zhong Shifeng nodded his head. Since he had come all the way here, he was in no hurry. Luo Yongping, in order to show his importance to Zhong Shifeng, directly pulled him to the front stage. Turning on the microphone, the sound instantly resonates throughout the rooftop. "Good evening, guests." As soon as Mr. Luo's voice rang out, the attention of all the guests below was immediately focused over. "Tonight, it is my daughter's 22nd birthday party, and I thank you all for enjoying yourselves." Mr. Luo laughed. "At the same time, I also want to use this opportunity to hold a grand engagement banquet for my daughter." Wow! When these words came out, a round of applause rang out from below. Basically, the guests who came had gotten wind of it well in advance. Not surprised by this, at this time, Mr. Luo pointed at Zhong Shifeng who was beside him. "Now, let me ceremoniously introduce to you, my son-in-law to be, from the powerful country, the top yacht manufacturer, the son of the Zhong family with billions of assets, Zhong Shifeng." Applause. Wow! Countless applause rang out, instantly triggering a wave of amazement in the crowd. A yacht builder? Magnificent! Now the Luo family has found a backer and is back from the dead. Yeah, it's just that this kid isn't very good looking. Hey, luxury marriage, who cares what you look like? That's it. In the midst of the people's discussion, Zhong Shifeng took over the microphone and said with a light smile, "Thank you all for coming to Mr. Zhong's engagement banquet. However, I would like to correct one point. Our Zhong family's assets, just yesterday, have surpassed the $9 billion mark." When this was said, the following were even more surprised. 9 billion, isn't that 10 billion? Billion-dollar mansion, what an absolute ho-hum. Looking at each surprised face, Zhong Shifeng felt that his life had reached its peak. On weekdays, he was in the land of power, often hanging around inside a pile of tens of billions of billionaires' sons. Usually it's all lickspill, being shown all sorts of superiority by the other side. Now well, it was his turn to raise his eyebrows in front of a bunch of shrimps. It was a moment that made Zhong Shifeng can't help but be enamored with the feeling. No wonder, rich people like to show off their wealth, because only when you show off to people who are not as good as you, the kind of expression on the other person's face can make you gain the most. It is only then that you can realize what an honor your success is. He raised his hand blandly, silencing everyone. "I know that everyone here knows about the crisis in my prospective father-in-law, the Luo family. But today, with me, Zhong Shifeng, these will no longer be a problem." Saying this he paused. "From the moment our Luo Zhong families are united, my Zhong family will unconditionally inject $300 million into the Luo family to support the Luo family's business to run again." As the words fell, the entire audience erupted in a thunderous applause. Sure enough, the Luo family came back from the dead. Luo Yongping's big stone in his heart also landed in the middle of Zhong Shifeng's sentence. The Luo family's crisis is lifted. And all because of this prospective son-in-law. Thinking about this, Luo Yongping didn't care about Zhong Shifeng's previous offense. Just the opposite. If anyone dared to ruin his union at this time, he would probably storm out and kill someone. After the applause, Zhong Shifeng then smiled faintly and continued. Of course, cooperation is a matter for the future. While today is my Zhong Shifeng's big day, so, to show my sincerity, I'll start with my engagement gift for my fiancé, Luo Ziki. With that he lifted his hand and directly had the box brought up. Pop! Without him having to say anything, the bodyguard opened the box directly to the audience. In the middle of the box lay an incredibly sparkling diamond ring. The diamonds in this ring are literally the size of pigeon eggs, and the quality is extremely high, not mortal at first glance. Wow! This diamond ring is so big. Pigeon egg, definitely pigeon egg. That's right, I've seen a similar one in the store before. It's the treasure of the town, with a price tag of over $10 million. I handpicked this diamond ring in the land of power. Zhong Shifeng smiled lightly. I think it matches Zikite very well. As for the price, it's not too expensive. It's just less than $20 million. Hiss, $20 million. That's damn rich. Yes, it's worthy of the gentry. Starting with $10 million in one shot. Seeing the waves of envious eyes from the crowd, Zhong Shifeng felt unusually satisfied. Originally, he did not intend to take the gift out at this time. The key is that after pretending a wave just now, this feeling is a bit addictive to him, so he simply can't stop. It was at this time that he suddenly reacted. Nima, I pigeon eggs out. But the main man didn't come. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at General Manager Luo next to him. Uncle Luo, now, let's invite Zikite to come up here. I'm going to put on this engagement diamond ring for her with my own hands. However, Mr. Luo was also damn confused when he heard it. Me, where am I gonna find her? If I knew where she was, wouldn't I have brought her up? Seeing the awkward looks of Mr. Luo's husband and wife, Zhong Shifeng instantly realized that something had gone wrong. Nima, it's not possible that this Luo Ziki escaped the wedding, right? If so, it would be a slap in his face. In an instant, Zhong Shifeng's face was instantly gloomy, just as he was about to have a seizure. Above the sky, there was a sudden helicopter roar. Immediately, everyone was shocked to see that a helicopter had actually hovered over the Shangri-La Hotel. Here, where did the helicopter come from? Who is this? Is it also an arrangement by Zhong Shifeng? That's a bit of a scene to make. Just as the crowd was talking, brush! A red satin tens of meters long draped down from the helicopter's hatch all at once. It's like a fluttering ribbon of color. The next moment, the crowd was appalled. A figure, actually holding a red ribbon, rope descended from the helicopter. The figure, dressed in a suit, was jade-like and handsome, only to see his one hand loosening, his entire body landed from mid-air without a haste. Of course, that wasn't enough to appall the crowd, because, to their horror, in the arms of this big handsome man, he was actually holding a stunningly beautiful figure in an evening gown. The figure of her opponent clinging to the rope drop, the long veil of her evening gown behind her swaying in the air with the breeze. It was almost as if a couple of gods and goddesses had landed in the mortal world. Couldn't have found a more high-profile outing than this. The couple of Chief Luo who saw that figure immediately changed their faces, because that figure in evening dress was no one else. It was actually their daughter, Luo Zikite. Zhong Shifeng's face was practically dripping with gloom when he saw the scene. MMP, why do I feel a green grassy field above my head? Chapter 165, a black diamond card. Not much inside. Exactly $1 billion. Chugging. Amidst the roar of the helicopter, Jiang Lin and Luo Ziki descended from the sky. Until now, Luo Zikite was a bit unable to return to her senses, because it was just so exciting. She had never even done a roller coaster in her entire life, but now it's actually coming down from the sky rope. Of course, this was because Jiang Lin's physical quality was strong enough. Otherwise, the average person just gets out of the helicopter and falls right out. This outing is racy and cool. Blow everyone straight out of the water. The two men who landed on the ground walked down the aisle. At this time, those who had just recovered from their shock were once again surprised when they saw the evening gown Luo Zikite was wearing. My, this many diamonds? What? That's a diamond? I thought it was glass. Nima, do you see how glass can have that texture? But, the diamond, it's too big, isn't it? It's almost bigger than a pigeon's egg. Everyone looked at Luo Zikite with a surprised face. Her body, at the moment, was literally encased in diamonds. Snow white chiffon evening dress front chest position, a bright and incomparable diamond dazzling. Together with that necklace around her neck made of 5 pigeon eggs strung together. It simply set her off as beautiful as a princess. At this time, the crowd steeped in memory. $20 million for one pigeon's egg. How expensive should 5 of them be here? The thought had just surfaced when a shuddering exclamation was heard from one of those who knew what they were doing. This is the Cullinan Diamond Collection? My God, 5 of them? Are they the ones that have been passed down from the royal family? What? The royal family? That's right. The world's largest diamond is known as the Cullinan Diamond. The raw stone weighs a total of 106.75 carats, pure and transparent with a light blue hue, equivalent to the size of a full-grown man's fist, and is the best grade of gemstone diamond. The know-it-all subconsciously explained. This diamond was later collected by the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom, and it was split into a total of 9 large diamonds, as well as hundreds of smaller diamonds. 4 of them were set on top of the royal crown, and the remaining 5 were stashed away for subsequent use in jewelry. Each of these 5 diamonds is at least nearly 100 million pounds, which works out to $1 billion, plus those little diamonds on her. I'm afraid it adds up to over $6 billion. My God, a $6 billion diamond dress? Everyone was shocked at this one. Even Chief Luo's husband and wife who were standing in front of him, and even that Zhong Shifeng were shocked. He couldn't help but narrow his gaze vainly toward Zhong Lin. He never expected that on top of his engagement banquet, someone would actually come to stir up trouble. Moreover, this opponent seemed to have an unusual identity, giving away a dress for $6 billion. Compared to him, this pigeon egg of his own was no different from garbage. A strong feeling of humiliation surfaced from Zhong Shifeng's heart, and by this time, Luo Zikite had already pulled Zhong Lin to the side of Chief Luo's couple. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhong Lin. The room erupted at those words. Nima, there's a show on the horizon. Here comes a fiancé engaged, only to have his fiancé lead his boyfriend. What the hell kind of goddamn drama is this? It's almost like a TV show plot there. At this moment, almost all the spectators looked towards Zhong Shifeng's head. Sure enough, I saw a green meadow. Luo Yongping's anger rose when he heard it, and today was the opportunity he had prepared for a long time. Never let your daughter spoil it like that. Nonsense, Violet Kite, hurry up and get over here. Luo Yongping couldn't help but chortle. Do you know what day is today? I know, it's my birthday, Luo Zikite directly said. But, father, I will never agree to be engaged to this Zhong Shifeng. Asshole. Luo Yongping drank furiously. Do you know what you're doing? Saying that he raised his hand and subconsciously was about to slap Luo Zikite. However, at that moment, Zhong Lin reached out and pulled Luo Ziki back behind him. Uncle Ro, right? He said in a flat tone. My name is Zhong Lin. Zikite and I truly love each other. Please don't stop us. Loving each other? Ridiculous. Do you know the situation of our Luo family? Mentioning mutual love to me? Luo Yongping sneered and was about to open his mouth. However, he heard Zhong Lin raise his hand. Is the Luo family's crisis? This is a black diamond card. There's not much in it. Exactly $1 billion. Uncle Luo can take it for emergencies first. I think it should be able to solve the Luo family's crisis. Right? $1 billion? Mr. Luo, who heard this, was instantly choked back hard. What kind of character is this Zhong Lin? You actually raised your hand and gave yourself $1 billion? Nima, if he had this $1 billion, wouldn't his Luo family be completely revived? In comparison, Zhong Shifeng only gave 300 million. It looks a bit shabby. If Zhong Shifeng knew what Luo Yongping had in mind, he would probably be so angry that he would directly vomit blood. 300 million is still shabby? That won't do. I've already promised the Zhong family. Luo Yongping still has his own bottom line in his heart. If he really agrees, will he not become a person who sees the wind and the rudder? And how will we explain to the Zhong family in the powerful kingdom? However, without waiting for him to finish his words, Mrs. Zhong next to him suddenly took the initiative to speak. Ha ha, nothing doesn't work, she said as she took Zhong Lin's bank card with one hand, then said with a smile on her face, although today is an engagement banquet, it's still mainly my daughter's birthday banquet. Whether it's Mr. Zhong or Mr. Jiang, you're all free to play. Mrs. Zhong was simply happy in her heart. This Zhong Lin is not only handsome, but also has money, and by the looks of his daughter, she was very fond of him. On top of that, in the beginning, Zhong Shifeng had actually taken such offense to herself. She had already looked at this Zhong Shifeng in a bad light long ago. Mr. Zhong, you shouldn't be angry. With your strength, you can completely compete with this Mr. Zhong in a fair manner. After all, your Zhong family is also a powerful family, so you should have this kind of demeanor. Right? Zhong Shifeng's face went green and white as he listened. I'm sassy, my ass. You're cuckolding me, aren't you? I've obviously promised me, and now I'm actually pulling this whole stunt with me. Now you're asking me to be graceful? At this moment, he felt depressed beyond measure. but it can't go yet, because once he goes, he loses. Not only were they green, but they were taken. Therefore, Zhong Shifeng grinned a smile that was worse than crying. Good, then I'd like to see. What is this Mr. Zhong's origin? Jiang Lin squinted at him when he heard this and said coldly, where I come from? You don't deserve to know yet. You. Zhong Shifeng was practically on the verge of vomiting blood in anger. However, Jiang Lin didn't pay the slightest attention to his reaction. He's here today to take the high road. Uncle, Auntie, it was only yesterday that I found out it was Zikite's birthday today, so, I didn't have time to prepare a gift. With that he took out his phone and dialed the number. When the phone was connected, he heard Jiang Lin faintly say, let's begin. The words fell. Amidst the somewhat puzzled eyes of the crowd, a beam of fireworks that exploded instantly over the entire Magic City. Let's not substitute the actual location. The parallel world of Mordor, where you can set off fireworks. Chapter 166, the $14 billion luxury cruise ship anthem of the seas. Boom click. With a roar, in the sky above Mordor, the first fireworks bloomed instantly. However, without waiting for anyone to say anything, the fireworks were like a fuse that instantly detonated over the entire Magic City. Boom, boom, brush, snap, countless fireworks exploded over the entire city. At this moment, all the people who were still at home, outside, at the mall, at school, at the office, and so on, actually all raised their heads coincidentally. Them, looking toward the sky above Mordor. The sky, which had just darkened, had been completely lit up by fireworks, colorful and shiny. At this moment, a question rose in everyone's mind. What day is it, anyway? I can't believe that so many fireworks rang out over the Magic City. On the rooftop of Shangri-La, Luo Zikite was already infatuated from watching at this moment. How could she not expect that Jiang Lin, the birthday gift for her, was actually this? Flashy but not real. But, yet, it's so gorgeous. Gorgeous to the point of mesmerizing her. Not only him, but everyone in the audience, including Mr. and Mrs. Luo, were shocked by it. Even this counterpart, Zhong Shifeng, was shocked in his heart at this moment. How many fireworks is that? It's been playing for almost an hour now, hasn't it, since it enveloped the whole of Mordor? Finally, in the midst of the crowd's fond gazes, the fireworks in the sky dissipated down. Let the entire Magic City regain its silence once again. At this time, Luo Ziki had already unconsciously laid in Jiang Lin's arms. Jiang Lin looked at the beauty in his arms and couldn't help but ask, want to see more? Luo Zikite didn't speak, but subconsciously nodded. Jiang Lin, however, let out a light laugh. There's no way out. It's impossible today. I've got all the fireworks in the whole city wrapped up. All who heard it couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. How many fireworks are there in the entire Magic City? Is it all wrapped up? That must be hundreds of millions. Even a couple 100 million. Nima, does this guy run a money printing press? Spending money like water. It's just trenchant. It was only then that Jiang Lin modestly smiled towards Mr. and Mrs. Luo. Uncle and Auntie didn't prepare any actual gifts. This bit of stuff, I'll let the two of you laugh at it. The corner of Luo Yongping's mouth twitched and he smiled somewhat awkwardly. I've never seen fireworks like this in my entire life. Okay, if this gift doesn't work, there's no better gift. Next to her, Mrs. Luo was even more direct, covering the jewelry box of the bodyguard next to Zhong Shifeng. Then he smiled and said, I appreciate the feelings of my nephew. However, this gift is too expensive for us to accept. Gotta. That one sentence has completely indicated the force field. Ha, by implication, isn't this helping Jiang Lin? Yes, yes. Zhong Shifeng said 3 good words in a row when he heard it. Uncle Luo, I know that the Luo family's crisis is ultimately due to the Penguin Group's problems. He turned the conversation around and brought this up out of the blue. I had planned to hold a yacht party tomorrow, and at that time, I will invite the leaders of Penguin Group's video division to negotiate for the Luo family broadcasting contract. Luo, who heard this, was immediately shaken in his heart. Yeah, 1,000 times over. It's all about the fact that the scripts and movies they make can't be shown exclusively on Penguin Video. If this problem could be solved, then not only would the entire Luo family not be in the slightest crisis. Instead, it's going to usher in even more growth. If we can really count on this wave of opportunity, the Luo family is actually a multi-billion-dollar family. In this way, it's simply more useful than even Jiang Lin's billions. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. This truth is still clear to Mr. Luo. Seeing Mr. Luo's expression change, Zhong Shifeng instantly smiled. He faintly said, unringing the bell, my Zhong family operates the yacht business, so naturally I've come into contact with quite a few of Penguin Group's executives. Therefore, I believe that with the strength of my Zhong family, the other party can still give a few points of face. But Zhong Shifeng didn't finish his words before he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhang Lin. The meaning is quite obvious. Want me to help you can, but the problem at hand you have to solve for me. Zhong Shifeng knew better than Zhang Lin that if he wanted to truly get Luo Zikite into his hands, there was nothing more direct than getting his hands on her family. Seeing the other party's eyes, Mr. Luo fell into silence. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it is seized, to solve this piece of the puzzle, that's great news for the Luo family. But if he was allowed to stop Luo Zikite and Zhang Lin from getting together, then he would face financial difficulties again. If Zhong Shifeng fails to do well again by then, won't he lose both his money and his family? People are selfish, and those like Luo Yongping, who have climbed to the present level with great difficulty, are even more selfish to the point of no return. Zhang Lin could naturally see what this Zhong Shifeng meant. If it was someone else, he naturally wasn't going to pay attention, but after all, Luo Yongping was Luo Ziqi's father, and it was impossible for him, as Luo Ziqi's man, to ignore it. Therefore, as the other party hesitated, he suddenly laughed softly. Good, since Mr. Zhong is planning to hold a yacht party, then it's just right, I also have one, so we can join in the fun together at that time. You have a yacht too? Zhong Shifeng raised his eyebrows and subconsciously opened his mouth. Of course, it was just delivered and I haven't had a chance to inspect it yet, Zhang Lin said rightfully. Humph, comparing yachts with my yacht family? You're afraid that you're not sure, Lizhi. Zhong Shifeng sneered in his heart. On the yacht, Zhong Shifeng dares to say that there are not a few rich second generation in the world who dare to call the shots with himself. Well, in that case, I'll let you make a fool of yourself tomorrow. With this in mind, Zhong Shifeng lightly laughed. Good, since Mr. Zhang is willing to show his face, I naturally raise my hands to welcome him. Farewell. Saying that, Zhong Shifeng took his bodyguard and turned his head and left the place. There's no way the party is going to be a party. He had to go back now and find a place to vent. It's too damn suffocating. Seeing Zhong Shifeng leave, Luo Zikite suddenly looked at Zhang Lin with a worried face. Why are you so stupid? He is a yacht family. Pride? That's what builds yachts, and it's still the top luxury yacht. How can you compete with him? Zhang Lin sniffed and raised his hand to scratch Luo Zikite's small nose. Don't worry, my yacht. It'll probably scare him to death. Zhang Lin was so calm because, just now, at the moment the fireworks ended, the system had then prompted him. Ding! You set off a firework, triggering a 10 billion times blitz, rewarding you with a luxury cruise ship, the Anthem of the Seas, worth $14 billion. Chapter 167, The World's Top Private Yacht. Sunrise. For this Anthem of the Seas, Zhang Lin fell back on his half-knowledge. However, from the value assessed by the system, it was enough to see the bullishness of this ocean anthem. 140 billion, over 2 billion knives worth. Moreover, the evaluation given by the system is not the market price, but the cost price. So, I'm afraid that if we do sell it, $20 billion is a chance. A $20 billion top-of-the-line cruise ship. Just hearing that number makes people's eyes go black. By the time this birthday party was over, Zhang Lin had even made a point of looking up the information. It's a shock not to find out. The Anthem of the Seas is produced by the world's top cruise ship manufacturer, Caribbean. It cost nearly 2 billion knives and has a tonnage of 168,000 tons. With 16 passenger decks, it can carry 180 passengers, featuring 2,090 cabins that are the largest, most state-of-the-art, double-occupancy cabins ever built, and each designed with an industry-first virtual balcony with a view. As the world's top cruise ship, its hull is about 348 meters long and 41 meters wide, which is the length of 32 double-decker buses connected head to tail, 3.5 soccer fields, and 5 A380s, the world's largest aircraft. Each set of numbers is capable of sending shivers down the spine. This shows the horror of this cruise ship. Moreover, through the system's arrangement, this cruise ship had already departed from the southern waters of the Great Summer Country, and it was expected to arrive at the waters beyond the Magic Capital around 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Let's go over there and take a look now. Zhang Lin couldn't wait to take a stroll on his cruise ship. It just so happens that he has a helicopter, so he can leave whenever he wants. The helicopter took off and Zhang Lin flew directly in the direction of the Southern Sea. In a flash, it was the next day that came. From the time Zhong Shifeng went back, he had communicated with his old man, reported on meeting a formidable competitor. At times like this, his old man is furious when he hears about it. So, not hesitate to use a great relationship for him, ready to mobilize a company's most luxurious, spectacular top yacht to go to cheer. With his father's support, Zhong Shifeng was instantly grounded in his heart. On this evening he stood very bashfully on the deck of this yacht in his sumptuous tuxedo, awaiting the presence of all his guests. These guests that came were actually the same group that was invited to the Luo family's birthday banquet. After all, This kind of melon-eating opportunity doesn't come along very often. It's especially hard to eat the melon of a luxury marriage. So, on the occasion of the invitation, not a single person declined the invitation. At 7 o'clock in the evening the whole sea was silent. The only thing that was lit up was the pier. A figure attending the party surfaced one after another. When they saw the yacht prepared by Zhong Shifeng, each of them stared in surprise. This is the Sunrise, one of the top 10 luxury private yachts in the world? Someone exclaimed at once. My God, it's rumored that he was built for a whopping 200 million knives. What 200 million knives? Isn't that 4 billion? That's too expensive. I'm afraid this Zhong Shifeng has put in his blood. This time, it's estimated that Duke Zhang's yacht will be compared to it. Hey, that Zhang Lin I think looks a bit familiar. It seems like that rich second generation that had a live broadcast on the internet before. Ha, when you say it like that, it kind of rings a bell. Didn't he beat up that male from the big stick country so much that he didn't have the face to stay? Yes, that's him. He's a strong one. I'm looking at a wave and I don't know who's going to lose and who's going to win. Not really. I haven't heard of this Zhang Lin ever buying a yacht. Do you think that if there really was a top luxury yacht, the internet would be able to keep it from exploding? Well, that makes sense. All I know is that he has a $100 million supercar and a $50 million car Roman. A luxury car is good to buy, but this yacht is a lot of work. Besides, even if he's rich, buying a yacht will take time to build. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, the entire Sunrise yacht sailed towards the sea with a roar. On the deck of the yacht, Zhong Shifeng used it as a main venue for a party. In addition to this, the yacht has 82 rooms, a basketball court, a movie room and a wine tasting room, among other types of recreational facilities. It can be described as luxurious. Moreover, Zhong Shifeng had made an appointment with the leader of Penguin Group's video division, who would probably come by speedboat after 8 o'clock. At that point, it's the climactic part of the whole party. Luo Zikite was still wearing the diamond evening gown that Zhang Lin had customized for her tonight. Almost no need for any grooming. Just standing there, he was able to become the center of attention. However, even so, at this moment, Luo Zikite was still a bit distracted, because Zhang Lin hadn't shown up until now. At this time, Zhong Shifeng came from the distance with a highball glass and a smug look on his face. Auntie and uncle, are you satisfied with the environment of the yacht? Zhong Shifeng said with a smile. Satisfied, Mr. Luo, and the two subconsciously nodded. I can't imagine that the Zhong family can actually develop to such an extent. This one yacht is almost equivalent to less than half of my Luo family's assets. Ha ha ha. Zhong Shifeng laughed extraordinarily freely as he listened. Hadn't he spent so much energy and effort for this moment? Now, no matter what Luo Zikite's reaction was, at least the old husband and mother-in-law were completely stunned. Uncle, auntie, there's no need to rush. Since I promised to invite Penguin's executives, I'll do what I said. He smiled faintly. I'm now curious as to when that Duke Jiang, who also has a yacht, will be able to come. When these words came out, Luo Zikite's expression tightened. She didn't know what yacht Zhang Lin owned, but even if he did, how could it be comparable to this top-of-the-line Sunrise in front of her? Zhong Shifeng's heart snorted in laughter. He had already secretly investigated Zhang Lin since his last defeat. It's not the assets he's investigating, it's the top 10 top private yachts in the world, and in whose hands they are now. No one knows the movements of these yachts better than they do. The results of the investigation revealed that none of the yachts had actually appeared in Daxia. In that case, it would be impossible for that to appear in Zhang Lin's hands. Even if he had just purchased it, he would have needed to walk through a fairly long period of time. That was why Zhong Shifeng was so relieved to put out his Sunrise number. Being asked by Zhong Shifeng, Luo Zikite couldn't help but stiffen her mouth. Zhang Lin definitely has a yacht, and it's more luxurious than yours. It can even scare you. It wasn't her words, but Zhang Lin's. She believed that since Zhang Lin dared to say this, he must have his own certainty. Ha ha ha, is that so? I'd love to see that then. Zhong Shifeng smiled proudly. But where is this Mr. Zhang now? It's all quiet to the outer sea. How come there's not even a shadow of a boat? However, just as his words fell, he suddenly heard the captain, who was in charge of steering the yacht, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Young Feng, it's bad. There are ships approaching us fast. Chapter 168. Mr. Zhang, isn't your yacht too small? What's the panic? Zhong Shifeng chortled. Truly speaking of the devil, I'd like to see what kind of yacht these two Zhang males are able to drive. The words fell from his lips and he turned toward the edge of the plywood. The other guests gathered at the sound of the words. However, when he looked towards the sea, he only saw pitch blackness and not the slightest shadow of a ship. Where? Zhong Shifeng's face darkened and he couldn't help but yell at the captain. What are you doing? Don't you know if there's a ship approaching? But as soon as his words left his mouth, he heard the captain say with a look of horror, impossible, Mr. Fong, the radar shows that he's already less than a nautical mile away from us. A nautical mile? Isn't that visible to the naked eye? Zhong Shifeng subconsciously looked towards the sea again when he saw this. At this time, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Finally noticed a little difference, because, above the pitch-black and incomparable sea, with the help of the moonlight's concealment, a black mountain peak could be vaguely seen surfacing on the sea. If you look closely, this black mountain peak is actually moving slowly on the surface of the sea. Moving mountain? Zhong Shifeng snapped his head boom, incredulously muttering to himself, could it be? Could it be? Before his words fell, a violent boom could be heard suddenly above the sea in the distance. Buzz. The usual roar exploded, followed by a series of bright lights that completely set the entire black mountain ablaze. Swish swish swish, a ray of light suddenly erupted from above the deep sea. A huge ship that was incomparably huge and comparable to a mountain peak just appeared abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. There's actually a cruise ship? My god, this cruise ship is so big and flashy. Look, you guys, there's writing on that cruise ship. Zhong Shifeng at this time at once saw that the foreign language letters written on the hull of that ship was none other than the ocean anthem. Put. He dropped to the ground in some surprise, looking at the slowly approaching cruise ship and muttered, the world's #1 cruise ship, the anthem of the seas. Being from a yachting family, how could he not know about this famous ocean anthem? The luxury cruise ship, which cost a whopping 2 billion knives, is like a moving mountain. Compared to him, his own ship, the Sunrise, which cost only $200 million, was like a younger brother. Zhong Shifeng's heart was bitter beyond measure. Nima, what kind of person was he robbing a woman from? One ocean anthem. That's over $10 billion. That's still the cost price. If you sell it, the markup is higher. By this time, the ocean anthem was getting closer to the Sunrise. The captain of the Sunrise had stopped at sea in terror. If they were not careful, their vessel could be crushed instantly like a toy car meeting a big truck. Finally, the other ship stopped nearly 30 meters from the Sunrise. At the same time, countless spotlights on the ship shone on the bottom. A handsome young man in a suit. This person naturally needed no introduction. It was none other than Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin leaned on the fence and waved his hand towards Luo Zikite with a smile on his face. Then, with a flat face, he shouted to Zhong Shifeng, Mr. Zhong, isn't your place too small? Why don't you come on my boat and have a party? When these words came out, Zhong Shifeng felt his face burning. Snap, it's like being slapped countless times by countless people. There's really no comparison anymore. A yacht compared to a cruise ship just made him want to find a crack in the ground. Zhang Lin raised his hand and waved it when he finished speaking, and all of a sudden a motorized diving board from above the cruise ship stuck out from one side. It didn't take long to hitch a ride next to the Sunrise. Uncle, Auntie, you guys come over with Zikite, and all the guests. This way please. Hearing Zhang Lin's greeting, there was no reason for Mr. and Mrs. Luo not to go. Now they kind of see it. This Zhang Lin is simply trenchant. $10 billion plus cruise ships are available. It's that he can start a new company from scratch, and with the help of this son-in-law-to-be, it can grow fast. It didn't take long for everyone who was originally on the Sunrise to arrive on top of the Anthem of the Seas cruise ship. At this time, only Zhong Shifeng was left standing alone. It was lonely and looked especially bleak. After all, Luo Yongping and the Zhong family had a former friend, although he did not tie the knot with the Zhong family, but he also didn't want to make Zhong Shifeng look too bad. Therefore, he took the initiative to open his mouth and persuaded, Nephew, you don't freeze. A moment, isn't the Penguins leader going to come? And you still need to be introduced. Zhong Shifeng could only hope to get back on top of that at this point. Therefore, he also took this step and directly boarded Zhang Lin's cruise ship. As soon as he stepped onto the cruise ship, he was blown away by the luxury of the entire ship. Nima, the toilet is actually gold-plated. The ship actually has a swimming pool and even a 400-meter plastic track. Your sister, are you going to have a field day up there? That basketball court of his is a disgrace in comparison. Zhang Lin came here just for the sake of being high-profile, so he held his wine glass, stopped Luo Zikite's waist with one hand, and smiled faintly towards Zhong Shifeng. Zhong Xiao, I heard that your family is in the yacht business. How is it? Is my yacht still in your eyes? Zhong Shifeng, got into the eyes. Simply are shaking my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes blind. He could only smile awkwardly at the sight. Mr. Zhang, this is called a cruise ship. It's not the same as our family's yacht. Oh, Zhang Lin deliberately dragged out the syllables. So your family is average. You can't even run a cruise ship business? Zhong Shifeng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. That's enough from you. Is your family's cruise ship manufacturing just a matter of doing it? That top cruise ship building company that doesn't have nearly $100 billion in assets. Zhong Shifeng lifted his leg and left, feeling that he had made the biggest mistake by coming up this way. But just as he was about to leave, all of a sudden, the the walkie-talkie that Jiang Lin had placed in his pocket rang. Mr. Jiang, we see a speedboat approaching. Should we stop it? Speedboat? Jiang Lin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but wonder. At this time Zhong Shifeng, who was originally about to leave, had his footsteps stuttered, and then his face blushed in ecstasy. Quickly, it's Penguin's executives. Quickly let them come up. Finally, he'll be able to make a counterattack. Hearing Zhong Shifeng's words, Jiang Lin's mind instantly turned. He and Penguin Group are definitely on the same page, but as things stood, since the other party was already here, he would just have to find a way to change his mind. If it doesn't work, we'll just take the money. Anyway, he doesn't have much else right now. But money. Okay, let them up. Jiang Lin nodded, then put down the walkie-talkie. Seeing that Jiang Lin actually agreed, Zhong Shifeng sneered in his heart. Just wait, you'll get it later. Chapter 169. Sorry, I'm not a star. I don't sign autographs or take pictures. Zhong Shifeng hurried to the entrance of the plywood. His actions also instantly attracted a gaze. What's wrong with this Zhong Shifeng? Is he going to leave? In front of Mr. Jiang, how can he still have the face to continue staying? It's normal for him to leave. That's right, even though his background isn't that bad, people have to die. I wouldn't have been able to stay even a minute if I had. I really admire his courage. As he was talking, suddenly, from atop the stairs, two more figures appeared. Upon seeing these two silhouettes, the crowd couldn't help but all of their pupils shrink. Some had instantly recognized each other. Isn't this the vice president of Penguin Group, Chang Yu? Yeah, what's he doing here? Ah, I remembered. Didn't that Zhong Shifeng say he wanted to help the Luo family out? What? He was able to invite Chang Yu? Is the relationship that powerful? Accompanied by a murmur of voices, even Zhong Shifeng was a bit confused. That's not true. Wasn't I the GM of the Penguin Video Division that I invited? What's with the vice president? That's a couple of ING levels older than him. Although he was puzzled, he didn't think much of it. The more big names the other party comes with, the better, so that it can appear to be his Zhong Shifeng's network of connections. Zhong Shifeng had already secretly given credit to his dad. It seems like dad has gone to great lengths to pretend to be X for himself. Zhong Shifeng decided to thank his dad when he got back, and definitely not to tell his mom about his mistress. Seeing the two figures, Jiang Lin also frowned. He also didn't expect that this Zhong Shifeng did have a wide range of connections. I can't believe I was able to invite Chang Yu. However, since Chang Yu had come, I was afraid that it would be difficult to talk about this matter today. At that thought, he couldn't help but softly comfort Mr. and Mrs. Luo beside him. Uncle, Auntie, if we can't succeed today, you shouldn't be too anxious. Big deal. We'll find another way. As his words fell, Zhong Shifeng on the other side had already greeted towards Chang Yu. Ha, I didn't expect that Mr. Chang would actually make the trip himself. It's really hard for you. With that, Zhong Shifeng extended his own hands, wanting to shake hands with the other party. Chang Yu's figure lurched at the words. Then he looked at Zhong Shifeng, who had extended his hand, with a puzzled expression. Who are you? Ga? Zhong Shifeng's eyes widened abruptly, and even his outstretched hand froze in midair. What's going on? Aren't you the one I hired? How come you don't even recognize me? Zhong Shifeng's eyes turned. Then he smiled and explained. Ha, late generation Zhong Shifeng. My father is none other than the chairman of the yacht company of the powerful country, Zhonghai. Zhonghai? Chang Yu was even more puzzled when he heard this. He turned his head to the assistant beside him and asked, You know him? Which knew that the assistant shook his head. I don't know. I guess I've heard of your great name for a long time. Chang Yu retracted his gaze, then faintly said, Sorry, I'm not a star. I don't sign autographs or take pictures. After saying that, he actually walked past Zhong Shifeng. Zhong Shifeng, wind in the wind. JPG. Nima, what's going on here? Didn't we say we'd come to talk about things? What the hell is this? He straightened up with a puzzled face, wanting to ask Chang Yu for clarification. But at this moment, Chang Yu actually walked straight towards Jiang Lin's direction. Then, in full view of all eyes, he nodded to Jiang Lin with a smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, ha, I didn't expect you to really be here. It's really been a long time. Ga. All of the spectators, including Zhong Shifeng, were completely stunned one by one. What is this? Isn't Penguin Group a dead ringer for Jiang Lin? Did this Chang Yu's head get pushed through the door? He actually took the initiative to greet Jiang Lin. Moreover, looking at the other party's stance, there was actually a pleasing meaning in it. How is that possible? Not to mention the onlookers, even Jiang Lin himself felt a bit overwhelmed. Chang, Mr. Chang, what are you? In the face of Jiang Lin's doubts, Chang Yu then laughed. Ha, Mr. Jiang, although you and I have had friction over the small matter of the Look One group, but as the saying goes, you don't fight. It's not just me, Even Mr. Little Horse has great admiration for your drive and ability. After learning the news that you are in Magic City, the original Xiao Ma always want to personally come to pay you a visit. It's just that he's really busy with his official duties, and that's why he didn't come over. As soon as these words came out, the entire room went violently silent, followed by a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. Hiss, Mr. Pony is actually coming to pay his respects to Jiang Lin. What is this? In the whole of the great summer country, there was almost no one who didn't know Chief Little Horse. This penguin group's helmsman was a terrifying existence that could manipulate trillions of dollars of wealth. But now, this being actually came to pay a visit to Jiang Lin. This is unbelievable. Jiang Lin looked at Cheng Yu's expression and frowned. It wasn't right. Although he had a bit of assets, he wasn't at the point where he was on equal footing with Chief Pony. Besides, even if they could level the playing field, the other party wouldn't be so friendly to them. There's a problem. There's got to be a problem. But as he looked at Cheng Yu's sincere expression, he felt that it was not like this guy was faking. This requires careful thought. However, at least for the time being, Jiang Lin wasn't above a hard steal with his opponent. Reach for the stars. This is something he still understands. Thus, Jiang Lin smiled gently and said flatly, Mr. Xiaomai is really too polite. If I have the opportunity, I will naturally have to pay him a visit before I do so. Cheng Yu saw Jiang Lin's bland reaction and was simply impressed in his heart. Too calm and collected. Not bad for a being with an amazing background. It was a good thing he hadn't had too many run-ins with him before. Otherwise it's really unthinkable now. Jiang Lin naturally didn't know that Cheng Yu was already having a crazy brainstorming session in his head right now. He just looked at the other party a little stunned, and then took the initiative to say, Mr. Chang, since you're here, you might as well just relax here. Oh, thanks. Facing Jiang Lin's invitation, Cheng Yu only felt flattered. He then toured above the plywood under Jiang Lin's guidance. Cheng Yu held his wine glass and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mr. Jiang is really rich and generous. This ocean anthem, I just heard of it at first, but I had no chance to board it for a tour. I didn't expect that it actually became Mr. Jiang's private property today. Oh, Mr. Chang is too kind. Jiang Lin smiled and said, however, since Mr. Chang is here today, I do have one thing here that I would like to ask for your help. Oh, Cheng Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. You want my help? That's great. He was worried that he didn't have a way to pull strings with Jiang Lin. I didn't expect to come across such a godsend. Mr. Jiang is too polite. As long as I, Cheng Yu, can do it, I will never say anything even if it's my liver and brain. Chapter 170, Mr. Jiang, this is Chief Xiaoma's reparation gift to you. $1 billion. Jiang Lin nodded on the surface, but in his heart he muttered straight away. There's something wrong with this Cheng Yu. There was clearly a sense of currying favor with himself in those words. What the hell is he up to? It sounded as if there was a wave of fear present for himself. Oh, Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. What did he have to fear? Although he was puzzled in his mind, he nodded his head and said, thank you then, Mr. Chang, I'll get right to the point then. With that he pointed to Mr. and Mrs. Luo Yongping beside him. These two are the heads of Luo's Media Group Limited. They used to shoot a lot of Watchmen Group's copyrighted movies and TV series before. It's just that there's an exclusive broadcasting agreement with Penguin Video, and now because of me, it's causing Penguin Video to not let their work be serialized properly. Hearing Jiang Lin's introduction, Cheng Yu instantly understood. He instantly clapped his hands together and nodded. Hey, I thought it was something. That's a good one. I'll make a direct call in a few minutes and have all the restrictions lifted from your company. Not only can you serialize it normally, but I'll arrange for referrals to promote it. Mr. Jiang, what do you think? When these words came out, Luo Yongping almost jumped up in excitement. He had never expected that the other party would not only release the restrictions on him, but also take the initiative to promote publicity. If that happens, he'll definitely get far more exposure and airplay than expected. And all of this was actually just because of Jiang Lin. At this moment, Luo Yongping just wanted to say, what kind of broken yacht family? To hell with it. No, one in what you do. No, one in pretending to be something you're not. I've made so many promises to my old man, but none of them have come true. If Jiang Lin hadn't appeared, the entire Luo family might have been completely swallowed by the Zhong family. Jiang Lin knew that Luo Yongping was very satisfied with this when he saw his expression. Only then did he nod. Alright, let's do it. Okay. Cheng Yu nodded his head, then directly took out his phone and dialed. In a few words, the Luo family's difficulties were completely removed. This time, Luo Yongping and his wife looked at Jiang Lin with even more different gazes. How powerful is Jiang Lin? Mr. Jiang, it's done. Hanging up the phone, Cheng Yu smiled and said to Jiang Lin, good, then thank you, Mr. Chang, for taking the trouble. Jiang Lin nodded. Then, Mr. Jiang, if you don't have anything else, could we have a chat alone? Cheng Yu suddenly asked. Jiang Lin's eyes stared. This Cheng Yu actually wanted to talk to himself alone? Obviously. The other party must have come with a real intention this time. Since the other party didn't show any malice, then Jiang Lin wouldn't turn away. Okay, then we'll find a place. As Jiang Lin said that, he saw the waiter next to him directly carry the red wine and hand it over to Jiang Lin, replacing his empty cup. Meanwhile, the other party led these two towards the conference room on top of the cruise ship. Sitting on the sofa in the conference room, Jiang Lin said with a bashful face, "Alright, Mr. Chang, if you have anything to say, you can say it in person." Cheng Yu hesitated for a moment, then reached out and pulled out a bank card, placing it on the table and said, "Mr. Jiang, this is Chief Xiaoma's reparation to you, $1 billion. Ga?" Jiang Lin almost bit his own tongue with a mouthful of words when he heard this. "Make amends to me? What is this? Didn't we have a good fight before? Why are you doing this to me now? How can I do it when you're like this?" Jiang Lin looked at Cheng Yu somewhat oddly. If not for the other party's very sincere eyes, he would have thought that this was a trap for him. However, now Cheng Yu had even held the bank card up in front of himself. This must not be false. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment and didn't go straight to take this bank card. "Mr. Chang, I appreciate Mr. Xiaoma's feelings, but let's forget about this card." Hearing Jiang Lin's words, Cheng Yu's heart immediately thumped. Nima, crap, Mr. Jiang actually didn't accept this compensation? What's this for? Do you still want to retaliate against Penguin Group? Or do you want to have another agenda? Too little? In this short moment, Cheng Yu felt a batch of panic in his heart. He's got a death warrant from Chief Pony. It's simply impossible to back out of something like this. At this thought, he gritted his teeth, placed the bank card on the table, and pushed it in front of Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang, this card, you have to take it no matter what." Cheng Yu felt his voice tense up. "If you really don't think it's enough, then I can turn around and discuss it with Mr. Little Horse again, and we can still think of another way for you at that time. After all, in the Penguin Group, Mr. Xiaoma is only a senior leader, and can't control the group's movements." When Jiang Lin heard this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what does that mean? Mr. Xiaoma single-handedly founded the entire Penguin. How could he not control the group?" Cheng Yu, who heard this, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "Alas, it's not convenient for me to say more about these. In short, it's hard to say." With that, he stood up and bowed slightly to Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang, I know that you are someone with great energy. If one day, the forces behind you intend to make a move, please be able to help Penguin out at that time. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned around and left the room, leaving Jiang Lin alone there in deep thought. "The forces behind me?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, feeling as if he had missed something. Why, the Penguin's attitude shifted 180 degrees all of a sudden, and there's a sense of ingratiation with yourself. Suddenly, Jiang Lingtong processed Yu's words. All of a sudden, a flash of light flashed in his mind. He understands. It was very likely that his own series of rewards had caused the other party to mistakenly think that there was an extremely terrifying pusher present behind him. Indeed, even Jiang Lin himself knows that quietly get the property rights and change the equity. It's all simply divine tactics. Even he felt incredible, not to mention others. Of course, even if he pulls out the pony, always tells the other guy that he's just the man with the system. The other side would surely beat themselves to death as if they were psychopaths. If we put aside the system, if Jiang Lin was able to do all this, didn't he happen to have a terrifying strength behind him? To put it this way, the system is indeed considered the strength behind me. Having the same point, Jiang Lin was relieved instead. It was good to have them so misunderstood. At least there would be less trouble in the future. But, why would Cheng Yu say that Xiaoma always has no choice but to do the same? Jiang Lin muttered a sentence to himself in doubt, and suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Chief Pony doesn't seem to have a lot of equity in Penguin as a whole. Chapter 171, Jiang Lin, you don't have to say it. We all understand. Any business that wants to get bigger will inevitably run into financing. Once the financing is raised, the equity that was originally in control begins to dilute continuously. Curious, Jiang Lin went to the internet to check out the entire Penguin Group's current shareholding structure. This check doesn't matter, and it turns out that Mr. Pony actually owns less than 7% of the company. That 7% would have been considered a very good income, but for Chief Pony, it's far from what he wants to control Penguin. Perhaps it's time for me to take control of the Penguin? Jiang Lin murmured to himself thoughtfully. The party continued throughout the cruise. Jiang Lin temporarily put aside the intentions he had in mind to get together with Luo Zikite. It was just that what Jiang Lin didn't even expect was that this Zhong Shifeng actually hadn't left his cruise ship until now. Zhong Shifeng did originally want to leave, but he couldn't figure out how this Cheng Yu would actually treat Jiang Lin in such a manner. He remembered that he had checked the information, and the other party and Penguin Group were on the same page. Just in time, he waited until he came out of General Chang, couldn't help the doubt in his heart, and asked General Chang. As a result, Mr. Chang just told him one sentence. Mr. Jiang is not something you can mess with. It was a statement he would have scoffed at if anyone else had said it. But the one in front of him was the vice president of Penguin Group, an existence that even he had to curry favor with. This caused Zhong Shifeng to fall into deep thought for a moment. He finally came to his senses after a rant from his dad. Zhang Lin was a big shot, and a big shot beyond imagination. So, he can't leave. He must stay here and be a lickspittle. When he saw Zhang Lin come out, he directly greeted him with his ass. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for the offense I took before. Please don't take it personally. Saying that, Zhong Shifeng gave Zhang Lin a 90-degree bow in full view of everyone. Ka-ching! All the onlookers were completely confused. What's going on here? Is Zhong Shifeng's head kicked by a donkey? How come you started apologizing to Zhang Lin? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and squinted at him. Without having to think carefully, he knew that the other party must have gotten some news from Chengyu. For this Zhong Shifeng, from beginning to end, he had never taken advantage in front of himself. But now that he was actually able to treat himself with such an attitude, Zhang Lin had to admit that the other party's mental capacity was still very strong. Zhong Shifeng, get up. You don't have to, Zhang Lin said indifferently. After all, there isn't much conflict between you and I per se. Hearing Zhang Lin's words, Zhong Shifeng was immediately as if he had been pardoned. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for being so kind." Saying that, he took a few steps closer towards Zhang Lin. Then he came to the other party's ear and whispered, "Mr. Jiang, in order to show my sincerity, please be sure to show your face tomorrow. I'll make amends to you at the best nightclub." Saying that, he even squeezed his eyes like Zhang Lin, revealing a you-know-what expression. Zhang Lin smiled contemptuously after hearing this. "Humph, can't you see that Luo Ziki is still next to you? How dare you try to pull me down so blatantly? Do you think I, Zhang Lin, am such a person?" Therefore, Zhang Lin's face remained flat as he said, "Okay, time and place. Send me, Pop." Zhong Shifeng was simply excited and clapped his hands. It is true that Mr. Jiang is also a young man and still has some interest in this path. Quietly, he gave Zhang Lin an okay gesture, and then he turned around and left. For the sake of tomorrow's arrangement, it was necessary for him to pick a very desirable nightclub in order to do so. With Zhong Shifeng's departure, the entire atmosphere above the cruise ship became even more lively. The crowd got high until late and stayed on top of the cruise ship. There's plenty of room in here anyway. Late at night, Zhang Lin looked at Luo Zikite next to him and couldn't help but say, "Zikite, let me send you back to your room." After all, with Luo's father and mother next to him, he couldn't afford to do anything else. Which knows, when Zhang Lin's words fell, she heard Luo mother smilingly say, "Hey, Zikite, how can you let Zhang Lin send you off? He's so tired. Why don't you help him back to his room to rest?" Saying that, Mother Luo even winked at Luo Zikite with a you-know-what expression. Luo Zikite's cheeks instantly blushed when she saw this, shyly rooting herself in Zhang Lin's arms and not speaking. At this time, next to him, Luo's father simply had a black face and pulled his wife towards the distance. Only, as he walked to Zhang Lin, he patted his shoulder and said, "Zhang Lin, you don't need to say anything, we all understand." Zhang Lin, oh, what did I say? I didn't say anything. How is it that you all know what you're talking about? Zhang Lin looked at Luo Ziki in his arms with a confused expression. Couldn't help but wonder. "Zikite, what exactly do your parents mean?" Luo Zikite's face reddened upon hearing this and said, Don't you understand what they mean? That is, from now on, I am already your person." Put. A mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out of Zhang Lin. These two elders were quite open. Giving your daughter to yourself in the middle of the night? Just as he was a bit confused, he heard Luo Ziki say, "My mother said that a man like you must be very, very good, and that a girl like me must not be able to possess you alone. She told me the only thing I could do was to make sure you remembered me well. At least, leave me a place in your heart that I can have." Luo Zikite had already grown into a delicate Lin Dayu look. Plus these pathetic words, it simply filled Zhang Lin's heart with infinite pity. Without saying a word, he gave the other man a princess hug without saying a word. "Violet Iris, you have, in fact, long since lived in my heart. No time to talk all night." Zhang Lin had wanted to sleep a little more, but it was no use. He was woken up by the phone. When he connected, he heard Wan Yingshue's surprised voice coming from the phone. "Zhang Lin, look at the news. Penguin Group actually announced that they're going to cooperate with us. Look Man Group, and unconditionally open up their video platform." Hearing Wan Yingshue's words, Zhang Lin instantly came to his senses as well. At this time, he hung up the phone, walked out of the bedroom, and saw from his cell phone that the news had actually made it to the microblogging hot search. Penguin Group and Lookman Group put their differences on ice, and the collision of the two powers ends in reconciliation. Strange. Didn't I just ask them to open the room last night for some of those broadcasting rights for the Rowe family? John Lin couldn't help but be puzzled, but then he turned his mind to it. It must be that Chief Little Horse got the news from Changyu, and in order to further show himself goodwill, he directly made an official announcement of this one. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should call Mr. Pony, suddenly the cell phone rang again. John Lin took a look and it was actually an unfamiliar number. He subconsciously picked up, and a faintly smiling voice actually came from the other side of the phone. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Chief Pony, Chapter 172 My bar, in a bad mood. Stop here. John Lin was thinking about whether he should give the other party a call or not, but the other party took the initiative to call. Hello, Mr. Pony. He let out a faint smile. I didn't expect your company to actually announce this news officially. I only just found out. Ha ha ha. Mr. Xiao Ma's side smiled kindly. This is just to promote the cooperation between our two sides. Mr. Jiang, it was originally agreed that I was going to be there in person last night, but I didn't think that something came up at the last minute and I actually missed it. Oh, it's okay. When is Mr. Xiao Ma free? Then I'm always welcome. John Lin smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the other party, which knew that when his words fell, Chief Little Horse actually nodded seriously. That's a good feeling. I'm free tomorrow, so why don't we just do it tomorrow night? That anthem of the seas of yours, I've been admiring it for a long time. John Lin's mouth twitched as he listened. Could it be that Xiao Ma was a self-made man? Didn't you hear me just chilling? I can't believe you agreed to this so rashly. John Lin had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Good, then I'll be waiting for Chief Pony tomorrow night. Yes, definitely. Hanging up the phone, John Lin was about to go back to see if Luo Zikite was awake, but who knows? The phone rang again. It's early in the morning and there's just no end to the phone calls. Complaining, John Lin subconsciously looked down, and suddenly realized that the caller ID actually had the words Chief Big Horse written on it. Holy, are these two on a date today? John Lin muttered to himself and subconsciously connected. Immediately afterward, he heard the familiar voice of Chief Oma on the other end of the phone ring out. Mr. Jiang, your strength simply impresses me. On the other end of the phone, Chief Dama laughed. You were actually able to make Penguin Group soften without moving, and you even took the initiative to show you goodwill. Such a big transformation is the first time I, Ma, have seen it. Ha! John Lin shook his head and smiled. Mr. Ma, you're really overpraising. I'm afraid that this bit of strength of mine can't get into your eyes. Hey, don't ever say that. Chief Big Horse hurriedly said. Mr. Jiang, as per your previous mention, I've secretly checked the situation and finally discovered that someone did make a move against me. When he said this, his tone was filled with indignation. I never dreamed it would be him. John Lin smiled slightly and said rightfully. Mr. Ma, I don't think it's that hard to guess. Besides soft drink Sunjini, who else could do such a thing? What? Mr. Jiang actually nailed the culprit with a single word. He really has a sharp eye. Chief Oma couldn't help but be surprised. John Lin shook his head and smiled. It wasn't really that complicated. The entire shareholding structure of Allies that he has long understood. The biggest shareholders are nothing more than the Soft Drinks Group, and the Free States Yahoo Group. If we talk about the percentage, it is definitely the Soft Drinks Group that has the highest, at a whopping 33%. Earlier, John Lin could see that Chief Big Horse must have been secretly poisoned on his body, which was why he had such a problem. But the other man's dose was small, and no intention existed of plotting against him. The purpose of this is nothing more than to create trouble for Mr. Dumas, so that he will have no time to participate in the management and operation of the entire company. In this way, Soft Drinks Group has the opportunity to take the entire Allied Daddy into its hands, and even draw the stake further into its control in the future. This point had actually been seen through in John Lin's eyes for a long time. It's just that Dumas is always an authority and doesn't realize it. Hearing John Lin analyze the situation in such a way, Chief Dama was simply astonished. Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you have any time recently? I'd like to. John Lin knew what the other party was thinking before Chief Dama finished speaking. Well, since Chief Oma trusts me, let's do it tomorrow night. Come to my cruise ship and I'll help you with your problem. John Lin nodded. Originally he had wanted to check Penguin Group through Papa Ally. Now, Penguin Group's little Ma had misunderstood himself. So, he doesn't need the layout here at Chief Big Horse either. Moreover, when he had solved the other party's problems, he might even be able to have a greater harvest. Well, the Anthem of the Seas. I'd been looking forward to that too. Chief Oma smiled and nodded, then hung up. John Lin waited for a while, and after making sure that there were no calls coming in, he returned to the bedroom. At this time, Luo Ziki also woke up. The two of them walked out together and found Mr. and Mrs. Luo already enjoying the scenery on the sea. After lunch, Zhang Lin let the cruise ship dock. This is because Mr. Luo's family will be busy with interfacing with the Penguin video platform next. Zhang Lin naturally didn't stay long. As for Luo Zikite, she was only 22 years old, and she hadn't even finished college yet, which had already been skipped for several days. Now that things are settled, it's time to go back to school too. After sending Luo Zikite back to school, Zhang Lin was now considered to be temporarily free. However, he knew that this Zhong Shifeng had an arrangement for tonight, and he didn't know what kind of nightclub this guy could arrange. By the afternoon, Zhang Lin received a message from Zhong Shifeng. 8 o'clock, Magic City My Bar. This bar, Zhang Lin had heard of it. The consumption level was very high, belonging to the kind of top nightclubs in Magic City. He stayed at Townsend's until the evening. He didn't drive here, and helicopters need places to take off and land back and forth. Therefore, Zhang Lin temporarily asked Wen Yingxue to arrange a car for himself. It's a Porsche Cayenne, originally Wen Yingxue's car. She's busy right now and not driving much. Zhang Lin drove his Cayenne towards MY Bar. Once evening came, the entire Magic City became more and more lively instead, especially in front of this kind of top nightclub. It was a rain of luxury cars and people coming and going. What with Ferraris, windmills, Poisons, Astons, Bugattis, basically everything. Compared to that, Zhang Lin a Cayenne, it was simply not a good idea. It's embarrassing to even say. Lean forward. However, the periphery was all stained. He had to stop. You can only drive towards the inner parking lot. In effect, the parking lot is the entire street with empty spaces. Zhang Lin had to find a suitable empty space before parking. Finally, he spotted it, an empty space next to a Ferrari. The opportunity will not come again. He decided to pull over. Pick your head, back up. It's a series of maneuvers all in one, but there's no rush. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, next to where Zhang Lin had parked, successive doses of supercars drove up. It's all luxury cars. They also wanted to find a parking space, but the road in front of them was now blocked by Zhang Lin. He had to wait for Zhang Lin to park his car before he could go over. However, when the owner saw that Zhang Lin was actually just a Cayenne, it was on fire. Paralyzed, the Cayenne actually dares to block the road? At once, the owner of the car, a yellow-haired youth, poked his head out of the window. Hey, you poor bastard. Hurry up and duck. Don't delay my little master from parking. His words caused Zhang Lin, who was in the middle of parking his car, to jolt, even stopping the car. He rolled down the window, his gaze leveled toward the other man. You, say what? Little yellow hair laughed at that. What are you pretending to do in a Cayenne? Say you're not convinced. As his words fell, several supercars in a row behind him rolled down their windows. From within, the faces of a group of demons and devils were revealed. Kid, what are you gawking at? Hurry up. That's right, scared silly by the limo. Don't keep us from having fun. A poor bastard with a Cayenne dares to park here? He really doesn't know the rules. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Zhang Lin suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the Cayenne that was about to fall and stopped at once. At this time, his gaze was indifferent as he looked towards the group. In a bad mood. Stop here. Chapter 173, Should I pick up the corpse? Hearing Zhang Lin's words, the crowd couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In a bad mood and stopped? What do you mean? It was only then that the yellow hair in the lead saw that Zhang Lin hadn't even parked in the space. Instead, half the body was stuck hard in the road. That way, they couldn't drive through at all. And trying to back up, it was already blocked by all the other cars behind it. At this moment, the crowd instantly reacted that Zhang Lin was deliberately blocking them, make it impossible for them to park. And while they were frozen, Zhang Lin had already gotten out of the car and was ready to go inside the bar. Snap! The doors opened and a trail of blocked youngsters got out of the car. At once, he blocked Zhang Lin's path. Kid, are you trying to pick a fight? The small yellow hair in the lead coldly grunted. Do you know who I am? In this neighborhood, who doesn't know me? Internet youngster Chow Pippi. That's right, someone actually dares to find trouble with Mr. Pai. Are you in need of a beating? Let me loosen you up. A full dozen figures surrounded one after another, completely sealing off all the ways Zhang Lin could leave. Not far away, pedestrians who saw this scene took cover. Anyone who rushes over here to cause trouble is not without a background. They ordinary people wouldn't dare to get involved in such things. Zhang Lin swept a faint glance and suddenly laughed lightly. He reached up and pulled his shirt back a bit. Then his gaze went to the yellow hair in the lead. You guessed it. I'm just looking for a fight. As he spoke, his palm had already probed out with one hand, directly slapping the little yellow hair in the face. Pop! The crunching sound directly knocked the little yellow hair around in place 3 times before sitting on the ground. He screamed miserably under his breath. and immediately felt that half of his face was no longer his own. Mud, guys, he hit me, give it to me. Everyone saw it and swarmed. However, in the hands of the interceptor fist du patriarch, they couldn't even last for a second before they were beaten one after another and screamed miserably. Snap, Zhonglin palms, fists, thighs. A few seconds later, all of them were beaten and planted on the ground. Mouths were screaming miserably, unable to stand up at all. At this moment, they realized that this Zhonglin in front of them was actually a hard point. Seeing everyone screaming in agony, Zhonglin then clapped his hands. With a casual look on his face, he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to make a move?" Chow Pippi covered half of his face and lay on the side, opening his mouth at the sight, but froze, not daring to say a word. "No more? Then I can go," Zhonglin said as he withdrew his gaze and turned towards the entrance of the bar. But right at this moment, Chow Pippi couldn't help but open his mouth. "Kid, don't be complacent. If you have the guts you dare to leave an address." After hearing that, Zhonglin smiled faintly. "Fine. I'm right here at the Ocean Anthem. If you guys want to come, I'll be there anytime." With that, he turned and left. Yellow Hair looked at Zhonglin's back as he left and couldn't help but say sinisterly, "Fine, Ocean Anthem. Right, you wait for me." Zhonglin naturally didn't know exactly what little Yellow Hair was planning. He just said it off the top of his head and didn't hide it. As he walked to the door, he happened to see Zhong Shifeng, who was standing at the door waiting in agony. Seeing Zhonglin appear, Zhong Shifeng immediately had a wild joy on his face and hurriedly came to Zhonglin and said, "Mr. Zhong, I can finally expect you to come. Quick, inside please." Zhonglin nodded and walked towards the inside with Zhong Shifeng leading the way. The entire MY bar was already very lively at this point. As soon as you go inside, the dynamic dance music is blaring inside and the whole dance floor looks very wide. However, Zhonglin and the others were in the middle of a luxurious box at the innermost part. The box is composed of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, through which you can always see the view of the dance floor outside. This is because there are times when well-known DJs and dancers are brought in to perform. As soon as he sat down, Zhong Shifeng smiled. "Mr. Zhong, are you still satisfied with this place?" "It's okay." Zhonglin nodded and reached out to take the cup of ace of spades that the other party handed over. "Ha, definitely not happy about those." Zhong Shifeng squeezed his eyes towards Zhonglin and couldn't help but clap his hands at this time. "Come on, hurry up and get the princesses out for me." At this time, the door of the private room opened all at once, and immediately, a coolly dressed, enchanting figure walked in one after another. High heels, little leather dresses, black silk, suspenders, and so on. There were almost 10 figures in total, causing one's heart to tremble just by looking at them. Zhonglin swept his gaze and realized that these people, each and every one of them, were heavily made up, although they were quite a bit better than those standing outside. But, the highest face value is just 80%, or is it because of the makeup additions? I guess it's harder to look at with the makeup off than a ghost. In this instant, Zhonglin's vision for Zhong Shifeng, taste, produced a strong contempt. But now that we're here, we can't just say we're leaving. Barely let a couple of them that looked okay sit next to each other. The two of them, Zhonglin and Zhong Shifeng, then drank while talking. To come here is to have a good time. So Zhong Shifeng also called a few friends to join in the fun. Zhonglin stayed here from 8 o'clock, until late at night. Finally, he saw that Zhong Shifeng still had no intention of leaving, so he stood up and simply left. It didn't help that those princesses around him were sticking it to themselves one after the other and crashing with the ball. A whole lot more clip action. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control it. So it's gone. The entire dance floor was still cheering and swaying at this point. Zhonglin crossed the dance floor and walked outside alone to get some air. Taking out his cell phone, he called his bodyguard to come pick him up. In Zhonglin's eyes, a bodyguard was similar to a chauffeur. After doing this, Zhonglin slipped alone in the direction of the parking space. But unexpectedly, just at this time, he suddenly saw a figure actually lying in the middle of the road just like that. Moreover, the other party was wearing a super short skirt, black silk, and looked like a woman. This made Zhonglin think of a term, picking up corpses. This similar situation exists basically in front of nightclubs. Some girls, acting Thai, drink until they are unconscious and end up casually falling asleep at the door. At this point by some of the guests that come out, just pick up and go to whichever hotel you want basically. By the time I woke up the next morning, the other side was gone, and the girl who was the subject of it is generally open-minded about such things, so few will pursue it. There are even people who regret why they weren't sober last night. The opponent's face was now covered with hair and could not be seen, but figure-wise, it does look superb. 90 points upwards kind of thing. Zhonglin couldn't help but have a thought in his mind when he saw this scene. Me, should I pick up a corpse? Chapter 174, Mina. The flight attendant grounded indefinitely. Looking at that marvelous figure, Lin fell into the middle of contemplation. A curiosity was stirring. But, what if you ruffle the other person's hair and realize it's actually a dinosaur? No, if dinosaurs, then Lin felt like he had lost a lot of money, not caring about people after looking at their faces. This kind of irresponsible thing, Lin couldn't do it yet, so now there are two choices before him. Either that, or just carry each other home. Either that, or carry each other home after looking at their faces. Lin, in the end, chose the second one. He walked up to the other man. It was found that the other was still unconscious and motionless. Drink a lot. He reached out, ruffling a strand of the other man's hair that shone in his face. At this time, the other party's face was completely exposed to Lin. Hiss. Lin sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Because, it's so beautiful. Melon face, high nose, three-dimensional features. Especially the red lips stood out. Not thin, but with thickness. But it's special. It reminded Lin of a famous movie star from his previous life. Shu Qi. Seeing such a face, Lin had only one thought in his mind. Such a corpse, ahem. Such a person is not saved by God. Lin reached out and pulled his opponent up from the ground. A princess hug ensued to his Cayenne. However, the eye was on him to put the other guy on the Cayenne. Suddenly, Lin paused. No way. The Cayenne isn't his. It's Wen Xue's. That's if the other side gets a whiff of it. I'm afraid there's trouble. Once he thought of this, Lin was immediately on the verge of a plan. Since going home is not an option, let's go to a nearby hotel. As it happened, that's when the bodyguards arrived. Lin asked his bodyguard to drive the Cayenne back and send it back directly to Wen Xue. As for himself, he was carrying this drunken beauty to a nearby hotel. The bodyguards naturally knew what to say and what not to say about their boss's behavior. Stayed in a random 5-star hotel nearby. As soon as Lin entered, he placed the other party on the sofa. Wow! This accidentally. Just when the hotel check-in, he rummaged through the other side of the handbag. Did not expect that now the contents of the things fell out. That's when he suddenly came across a piece of A4 paper. It still has the seal on it. Lin subconsciously opened it and found that it read, "Notice about Mina being grounded indefinitely." This time, Lin realized that the other party turned out to be a flight attendant, and it's been grounded indefinitely. A stewardess not being able to fly. You can imagine how devastating it is for the other side. Lin suddenly understood why the other party was drunk in front of the bar. At the thought of this, he suddenly rested his thoughts of doing anything to the other man. The other party was already so frustrated, and if he did anything else, he was afraid that he would really force the other party to jump off a building. Lin sighed lightly and directly picked up the other party and walked to the bedroom. He put the other man down and got himself ready to go to sleep in the living room. Anyway, it's a suite. There's plenty of room. However, he had just put the other man down and was about to turn away. But right at this moment, the other party actually reached out his hand at once and hugged him. "No, don't leave me," she sobbed like a child. "My youth, my everything, is ruined. I haven't found a high roller yet, and it's over." Lin stood awkwardly at the head of the bed and couldn't help but try to persuade her. "Beauty, the job is gone. Just find another one. You don't understand." "Woohoo!" She cried even harder. 5 years? Who has time to stay at an airline for 5 years? If I can't find it, high and mighty, I'll always have to make it to the position of crew chief. Lin listened to this flight attendant's cries and didn't know how to comfort the other party. Only after she cried for a while did Lin open his mouth. "Actually, I'm just high-flying." The stewardess who heard this opened her eyes for the first time and looked towards Lin. She was drunk, but more or less conscious. All she knew was that she had been picked up and put on the bed, and she assumed that the other person would take the opportunity to do what? But I didn't expect it to go away. That's what gave her this strange reaction. However, the moment Mina opened her eyes for the first time and saw Lin, her heart, suddenly, trembled. So handsome. Lin now. Not only was his face value beatable, even his temperament had already undergone a considerable metamorphosis. Simply put, it's all about gravitas. At this look, Mina was instantly intrigued. Well, God made me lose my job. Is it to make me happy in love? Mina's eyes lit up, and then her drink took a bite. Lin didn't even expect that Mina would suddenly react like this. He subconsciously pushed the other away. Couldn't help but explain. "Beauty, calm down, don't give yourself up." Pushed away by Lin, Mina suddenly had tears in her eyes. "Do even you find me unattractive? You don't want to send any door? Then what's the point of my living?" Lin, WTF. What the hell is going on here? I'm just trying to get you some rest. I don't want to take advantage of the situation. Why don't you like it? No, beautiful. You're very attractive. I just want to. Lin's words were instantly interrupted by the other party before he could finish. Attractive? Then what are you waiting for? Jiang Lin, oh. Jiang Lin didn't expect that he would actually be pounced on by the other party. I really didn't mean it. I was forced to do it. What made even Jiang Lin a little surprised was that a drunken Mina was actually this crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that he now had two major skills to defend himself, almost got taunted by the other side. Fortunately, after nearly 2 hours of fighting, it managed to end in Jiang Lin's victory. Not only did Mina raise the white flag, she curled up like a kitten and fell into a deep sleep. In this way, it was a night that passed. The next morning, when Jiang Lin woke up, the other party was still sleeping heavily. Jiang Lin didn't wake her up. After all, he was dewy-eyed and didn't have to force himself. He got paper and a pen and wrote his phone number on it, instructing the person to call him if anything happened. When Jiang Lin left, it wasn't long before Mina awoke from her bed. She couldn't help the blush on her face at the thought of last night. When she was dressed and ready to leave, she saw Jiang Lin's note and message. A high roller? She thought about it thoughtfully. With that, he smiled slightly and actually left the note behind. How could she ever meet a real high roller? Even if she met one, someone like the other would not give his heart for her. Little did Mina know that if she hadn't encountered that one accident later, she would have missed out on a huge treasure in her life. Chapter 175. I'm afraid I'll get a needle's eye if I look directly at it. Jiang Lin left the hotel and went back to Thompson by himself. Seeing that Luo Zikite was actually at the Townsend, Jiang Lin couldn't help but secretly rejoice at how right his decision to take a shower in the morning was. What brings you here? Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile when he saw Luo Ziki. I missed you. Luo Zikite's 4 simple words were followed by a rush into Jiang Lin's arms. Seeing that it's getting late, Jiang Lin stopped his urge to prepare for a big battle. After accompanying Luo Zikite for a lunch, in the evening, he went straight to the cruise ship. A cruise ship is famous as the anthem of the seas. Docking naturally attracts a lot of tourists. In this regard, a boat ticket costs tens of thousands of dollars. The entire operation is also out of his hands and is managed by an independent team. At around 7 in the evening, Jiang Lin landed on top of the anthem in a helicopter. With that, he had one of the largest private rooms prepared to receive guests. After all, both guests tonight belonged to the heavyweight class. About 7:30 p.m. there was a commotion throughout the cruise ship. Jiang Lin heard someone report that one of the guests had already boarded the ship. Jiang Lin appeared at the entrance with Ning Yi and Wen Shuai in tow. Immediately afterward, he saw a series of 24 bodyguards appear in front of him. In the middle of the bodyguards, Chief Big Horse appeared in Jiang Lin's field of vision with Fire Phoenix and King of Soldiers. Jiang Lin secretly nodded his head in his heart. Worthy of being a big brother traveling? Surely this row is not covered. Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, this ocean anthem really lives up to its name. Mr. Dama smiled when he saw Jiang Lin then. Jiang Lin also smiled and nodded his head when he saw this. It's just a broken boat. I've made Mr. Ma laugh. Damn. In terms of pretending to be an ex, the junior in front of him wasn't covered either. The #1 cruise ship in the world is actually said to be broken. Jiang Lin welcomed Mr. Dama into the box and couldn't help but say, Mr. Dama, we had an appointment for 8 o'clock. You're here early enough. Chief Oma smiled sarcastically when he heard that, and then waved his hand at his left and right. You guys go ahead and get out. When Jiang Lin saw this scene, he instantly understood the other party's intentions. Waving his hand at Ning Yi and Wen Shuai, the two of them instantly retreated. Ha ha, elder brother Jiang. I celebrities don't speak in the dark. Saying this, Mr. Dama took out a bank card. Here is $1 billion. I need your help. Jiang Lin's mouth twitching. Did not expect the big horse total for their own. That's so important. A shot is $1 billion. However, it's natural to not want the money that you can get your hands on. Jiang Lin casually put the bank card away, said lightly, you don't have to be in a hurry. Mr. Ma, this disease last time I have already talked to you. If you want to cure it, you'll have to do it with the method of acupuncture. Upon hearing about acupuncture, Dama always felt a coldness in his legs and couldn't help but shiver a little. But the other party was worthy of being a big man who had weathered the storm, and this tension only lasted for an instant. Then he smiled and said, oh, with Mr. Ma's knowledge of Mr. Jiang, I naturally trust him. Oh, looks like Mr. Ma has investigated my medical skills? Jiang Lin glanced at him in surprise. Chief Big Ma sniffed and did not hide it, but nodded. After all, this is a big matter. So Ma Mao also used his connections. And fortunately, I learned that Elder Wen's situation is actually yours, Jihao. So that's why it's made up your mind. Saying that, Chief Big Horse stood up in shape and said with some impatience, that, Mr. Jiang, what do you say? Should I take off my pants now? Seeing that Chief Dumas actually had to take off his pants, Jiang Lin's face instantly darkened and he hurriedly spoke. No way, Mr. Ma, wait, he said in his heart, if I see this, I shall not grow needle eyes. Ha, no pants? Chief Dama's face changed when he saw this. Can you see correctly through your pants? Jiang Lin, He waved his hand hastily. Don't worry, I have my own plans. With that he walked out the door and returned before long. Immediately afterward, two men were seen carrying an ancient screen in. Jiang Lin pointed at the screen and said, Chief Dama, in a moment, you'll go behind the screen and take off your pants. Then stand according to the position I drew out. Remember, don't ever move. Okay, but I'm standing in the back. What about you? Chief Dumas asked with some uneasiness. Me? Jiang Lin sniffed but raised an eyebrow. Has Mr. Ma heard of hanging silk pulse diagnosis? Hanging wire pulse diagnosis? I've heard of it. It seems to be a method used by some ancient eunuchs to treat the emperor's concubines. Chief Oma nodded. Could it be that, Mr. Jiang, you're planning to hang silk acupuncture as well? No, I'm a flying needle in the air. Jiang Lin shook his head and said, What? Flying needles in the air? Can it be accurate? Chief Dama's heart snapped, feeling as if he had come to the wrong place. Why did Jiang Lin feel that the other party was a bit unreliable? However, Jiang Lin nodded very bashfully. Don't worry, as long as you don't move, I won't get it wrong. Well, what if I have to move? Chief Dumas came down in a cold sweat. This one? In time, it might add atrophy to inactivity. Shrink? Mr. Dama's legs trembled. Nima, it wasn't that big in the first place, and now it's shrinking again. So am I still alive? He had already made up his mind that he couldn't move later no matter how much pain he was in. 2 minutes later, Chief Dumas stood ready behind the screen. Jiang Lin just swept a glance and could vaguely see a vague outline. That's enough. He raised his hand and wiped it, and all the 18 ghost gate needles on his body opened up. With that, he picked out a silver needle, used all his strength, and flexed his fingers. Bow! The silver needle instantly broke through the air, penetrating through the screen in the twinkling of an eye, and directly stuck on top of the other party's body. Hiss! Chief Oma subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air, preparing for the intense pain. However, when the silver needle entered his body, he actually did not feel the slightest pain. Instead, there was a feeling of soreness and numbness. It was the time he froze. A silver needle had already broken through the air one after another. One by one, they staked it on themselves. This Jiang Lin, is truly a divine doctor. Looking at Jiang Lin's calm and relaxed appearance, Chief Big Horse secretly sighed in his heart. The whole process, just 5 minutes. As Jiang Lin ended, Chief Oma subconsciously looked down. Holy, this is like a ing hedgehog now. At this time Jiang Lin's voice came. Okay, Chief Oma, wait 3 minutes. You can feel free to remove the silver needle. Go back to 7 days can't generate power for love? Then you can naturally recover. After saying this, Jiang Lin turned around and left the box without waiting for Mr. Dama to react. It's been a mercy to last this long. He had just stepped out just as another guest arrived. Chapter 176. Little Yellow Hair led the men to kneel down for Jiang Lin. Compared to Mr. Big Ma, Mr. Little Ma's role was slightly weaker. After all, he seldom moved in public, so naturally he was noticed less. Seeing Jiang Lin, the other party took the initiative to smile and walk up. Ha ha, the younger generation is fearful. Mr. Jiang is simply the #1 talent in my great Xia country. Come up here and give me a shout out. The compliment made Jiang Lin a little embarrassed. Mr. Pony, come this way. Jiang Lin led the other party into another private room while waving his hand for someone to prepare the dinner. Since the other party had come, it was natural that this due feast would not be missing. For these bigwigs, it is natural that they have often eaten mountain delicacies and seafood. Romane Conti is also a family favorite. Jiang Lin also knew that since the other party had come, eating was secondary, and they were definitely running to come. The two of them talked while waiting for the food to be served. Soon, as the dishes were being served, Jiang Lin then smiled and said, Alright, Mr. Xiao Ma, the dishes have all been served. You wait over here for a moment. I'll go invite another guest. Oh, any more guests coming? Chief Pony said with some surprise. Of course, and this is a guest with whom you are particularly familiar. Jiang Lin sold his story, then got up and left the private room. Chief Little Horse glanced at Cheng Yu, who had followed him here, and found that the other party also had a bewildered look on his face. It didn't take long when the door to the private room opened again. Both of their pupils snapped. They never thought that the other guest that Jiang Lin was talking about was actually Mr. Dama. Ha ha, Mr. Xiaoma is really here. I didn't believe it when Mr. Jiang told me just now, but I didn't expect that you were really invited. Seeing the pony chief, it wasn't as snobbish as it was rumored to be. Instead, Oma always offered a smile and a greeting. Chief Pony also smiled at the sight and stood up. Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang would actually invite you as well. This time, the four of them were seated, plus Ning Xuat and Ning Yi serving beside them, and the whole dinner party started completely. Meanwhile, outside the cruise ship, a dozen or so males, who were like social youths, were boarding the ship while cursing and swearing. This kid named John Lin is so damn good at hiding. He actually ran up here. Yeah, $10,000 a ticket. I guess that's the price of the Titanic. Don't worry, when I see him later, I'll just make him pay for it tenfold. As he was talking, he was stopped by the ship's security. Hello, gentlemen, this is a private area up here and you can't go in without an appointment. Reservation? It's fine if I don't go up there. You call one named John Lin down. Mr. John? You are the guests invited by Mr. John tonight? The security guard's face changed at the words and he couldn't help but ask. Guests? As soon as Yellow Hair heard this, a plan came to his mind, and then he quickly nodded his head and said, yes, that's us. The security guard listened to this although he was puzzled in his mind, but he was afraid that he would delay the boss's guests. Seeing this, he could only nod. Well, please follow me. Meanwhile, John Lin was pushing his cups with the two ma bosses. Come on, I'll toast you both. It. Good. It's also our honor to know a young talent like Mr. Jiang. Okay, one more toast. Come on, one more toast. Just as the atmosphere of a few people was warm, suddenly Jiang Lin heard someone outside speak. Alright, guys, Mr. Jiang is inside. With that, a creak was heard and the door to the compartment opened. Immediately after that, the arrogant laughter of Yellow Hair and the others rang out. Ha ha, kid, let's see where you're going to run today. However, they walked in and froze when they saw the entire scene of the box. Jiang Lin, the big and small horse chiefs also coincidentally looked towards them. Jiang Lin Yu. Yellow Hair's words that reached his mouth had just said 3 words before they instantly came to a screeching halt. Because, he saw that the two seated bigwigs were actually a little bit familiar. That, isn't it, Chief Oma? And that one, isn't that Mr. Pony? Naya? Who the hell is this guy? Why is he sitting in the main seat? Not only him, even the group of brothers behind him couldn't help but freeze. It stands to reason that they shouldn't be able to tell at a glance the size of the horse total. But in reality, all the rich kids, including Yellow Hair, had families that got their start on the internet. Their old dads, they all caught the wave of the internet explosion. So lucky to be a success. In their childhood upbringing, they hadn't heard their dads holding up these two big men as role models. So much so, that the impression of the two is literally bone deep. Therefore, the moment Yellow Hair saw the two big men, he instantly recognized each other. In an instant, almost everyone thought that John Lin, an existence so young, was actually able to sit with the two bigwigs. No matter what position he sat in, even if he was a pig, he was definitely not an ordinary pig to be able to sit with a big brother. Could it be that we've incurred some unimaginable existence? Yeah, look at his reach, and his demeanor. Holy, this is Ed. What to do now? Wait online. It's quite urgent. Just as the many social youths froze here, John Lin raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, are you guys looking for trouble? When these words came out, it scared Yellow Hair and the others, and they reacted violently. What a way to end this right now. At this time, it was still Yellow Hair who, as the leader amongst a group of males, had a fairly sharp reaction, only to see him give a bang and directly kneel down for John Lin. I'm sorry Mr. Jiang, we were aware that you were on the cruise ship, so we came to apologize to you specifically for what happened yesterday. At these words, the other brothers followed suit and reacted. At once, a wave knelt down like a tidal wave. That's right, we're here to make amends to Mr. Jiang. I didn't know Mr. Jiang had a guest in today. Please forgive me. Mr. Big and Little Horse was also a bit confused when he saw this scene. Rather, it was Xiaoma who reacted in his mind and exchanged glances with Chengyu next to him. It's worthy of being Mr. Jiang. See, these few rich second generation actually gave their knees. Awesome. The boss's guess was really good. This guy has an amazing background. John Lin naturally didn't know that these two bigwigs were still there brainstorming themselves. Seeing that the other party was not here to pick a fight, he didn't have the heart to make things difficult for the other party. With that, a wave of the hand. Okay, you guys can go. I have guests here. Yellow Hair who heard this was instantly as if he had been pardoned. With an ecstatic look on his face, he said, okay, we'll leave right away. With that, he hurriedly got up and almost fled from the private room. Only after seeing the other party's figure disappear did Jiang Lin smile and say to the two bigwigs, Mr. and Mrs. Ma, let's have another toast? Well, here, dry up. The two of them had several more drinks in quick succession, and this time, they were a little groggy from the liquor. As the saying goes, when you're drunk, you tell the truth. Chief Little Horse couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said with a bitter expression on his face, Mr. Jiang, in fact, I have something to ask for. Chapter 177, Mr. Big and Small Ma begged Jiang Lin to acquire the company. Oh, what's the matter with Ponyboy? Jiang Lin didn't expect that as the nation's reigning general manager Xiao Ma, he actually had times when he was begging for help. Not only him, but even Chief Dama next to him couldn't help but get curious. Perhaps it was the alcohol that did the trick, and Chief Pony didn't pay any attention to the fact that Chief Pony was also present. Instead, he said to himself, I would like to beg Mr. Jiang to acquire Penguin. Put. The mouthful of tea that Mr. Oma had just finished drinking spewed out directly when he heard this. Nima, are you sure you're not drunk? How dare you say anything? If he hadn't just heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. The founder of Penguin is begging someone to buy his company. Would you believe this? Jiang Lin was also a little surprised as he looked at Mr. Xiao Ma and couldn't help but say, Mr. Ma, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Chief Pony let out a bitter laugh. Of course it's literally Today we are also all people of Daxia. There's nothing I can't say. I reckon that even here in Oma General, it's pretty much the same as my situation, said he ruefully, although it seems to the outside world that I single-handedly founded the entire Penguin. But anyone who has ever started a business, starting a business inevitably brings with it a capital campaign. It looks like the Penguin family is big now, but as long as one has a heart, they know that I, Ma Longtun, am nothing more than a wage earner. Hearing him say that, Jiang Lin understood. Since this guy is crying about having too little equity, Mr. Ma, as far as I know, you also have an 8.6% stake in the entire Penguin, so it's kind of like being able to talk. Chief Dumas couldn't help but wonder at this point. Mr. Oma, don't you know my shareholding structure here? These two biggest shareholders aren't as nice to talk to as you are there. There was a sudden flash of helplessness in Chief Xiaoma's eyes. Mr. Jiang, right now, the two major shareholders of Penguin Group are both foreign powers. And this seemingly top-tier domestic group of companies doesn't actually belong to the country at all. When I, Ma Longtun, founded Penguin, it was to create the one brand of communication, entertainment and internet in China. Now I'm also considering taking the Penguins back. However, the market capitalization of Penguin as a whole is now, too big. Even if it were me, even if it took me a lifetime, I couldn't possibly do it. As he said that, there was suddenly a brilliant light flashing in Mr. Little Horse's eyes, and then he looked towards Jiang Lin. Mr. Jiang, I know your strength. Not only are you young, but you also have enough background. In that case, you're the one who has the best chance of being able to acquire Penguin among the forces I've seen over the years. So, I implore you, as long as you can take back the Penguin, I, Ma Longtun, am willing to work for you from now on. The situation has become very clear after these words. Jiang Lin suddenly realized that even in a high position like General Manager Xiao Ma, he also had his own troubles and the only existence that didn't seem to bother him was absolute control. Only if you become the one who calls the shots, naturally all your worries will be solved. Was there any reason for Jiang Lin to refuse such a thing? Of course, no. Even without these words from Mr. Pony, he was planning to come and buy Penguin somewhere in the future when the time was right. But now, after the introduction of Mr. Little Horse, he merely intended to change from the original targeting of Mr. Little Horse to targeting those major shareholders. The challenge increases in difficulty. Though, the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth twitched, it was getting more and more interesting. But without waiting for Jiang Lin to open his mouth, the big horse chief next to him suddenly let out a long sigh as well. Mr. Xiao Ma, when you said that today, you really hit my pain point. You and I, we're practically in the same boat. Little Ma who heard this was suddenly puzzled. That's not right. Even though your stake in Big Ma is only 6.3%, soft drink side is definitely standing on your force field. At the mention of a soft drink, Chief Oma grunted. Sun Young-yi? He's nothing but a liar from the footbath country. When Mr. Xiao Ma heard this, his eyes stared. It looked like there was a problem here. If you really have that ability, Mr. Jiang, it would be best if you could also acquire Ally, so that it would truly be an enterprise that belongs to our great summer country. Jiang Lin looked at General Manager Dama speechlessly. He also did not expect that he was just inviting the two of them to have a casual dinner today. As a result, they were actually begging him to acquire the company. What the hell are you guys doing? It's so annoying. Annoying as it was, Jiang Lin had no intention of refusing, but rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Both groups are behemoths even globally. So, one step at a time is the way to go. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Dama, let's put things on your side for the time being. I know that the biggest shareholder on your side is Soft Drinks. However, Soft Drinks Group, after all, is a famous investment company in the world. So the number of assets makes it not so easy to move him smoothly, said Jiang Lin as he turned his gaze to Mr. Xiao Ma. Mr. Pony, can you tell me who your first major shareholder is? For Penguin, John Lin had always thought that it was all under the control of Mr. Xiao Ma, but today, after he said so, he realized that the first shareholder was not him at all. For this, Chief Pony naturally did not hide anything. The number one shareholder of our company is, in fact, the Southfields Newspaper Group. Southfleet Newspaper Group? John Lin raised his eyebrows. He didn't even expect this first major shareholder to actually come from the distant Fey continent. Isn't that the third world? How come they're all so rich? The Southfly Newspaper Group is the largest multinational media group of companies in the whole of the Fly continent, providing pay TV services to 50 countries in the Fly continent, which accounts for 60% of its total revenues. Nasper's main business is in Southfields, with revenue from Southfields accounting for about 73% of the company's total revenue. With regard to this group, Mr. Little Horse naturally knew something about it a long time ago. What I find funny, though, is that this group of companies, one of the most successful investments in its history was in Penguin. They now own a whopping 31% of the entire Penguin company, which has a market capitalization that exceeds the total size of their own company. John Lin, who heard this, couldn't help but frown. Mr. Xiao Ma, since that's the case, with your strength, you only need to get a portion of the equity in this non-Fey newspaper industry to become the actual controller. I think it's solved. John Lin didn't understand why Xiao Ma always had to be redundant and let himself out, which is why, when his words fell, he heard Chief Little Horse let out a bitter laugh. You don't know, Mr. Jiang, this non-Fey newspaper group. On the surface there are quite a few shareholders, but in reality there are only two people who really have absolute control. It's those two people who own 100% of Southfleet newspapers. Chapter 178, Trillion-Fold Blitz. Reward a message 3 months later? What? Two people control the non-Fey newspaper group? Isn't that equivalent to two people controlling the Penguin group? Jiang Lin subconsciously exclaimed. With two people controlling such a huge stake, it was no wonder that it made Chief Pony sleepless. Chief Pony nodded. That's right. On the surface the shareholding structure of the non-Fey newspaper group is exceptionally complicated. In fact, it ended up with its entire shareholding in the hands of two natural persons. One's name is Beck and one's name is Berg. Chief Little Horse said in a deep voice. These two people, I spent quite a bit of time to inquire about them. One is a chairman and one is a non-executive director. Hearing Mr. Xiao Ma's words, John Lin stroked his chin and pondered for a while. Then according to you, if I just get both of them, it's equivalent to controlling 1/3 of the entire Penguin group? That's right. Generalissimo nodded. In this way, the domestic forces can basically take full control of Penguin Group, avoiding the possibility of the group being appropriated by foreign forces in the future. Well, then I'll have to figure out how to go about acquiring the shares of these two. John Lin couldn't help but ponder. Generally speaking, it's not impossible to go the normal route, Chief Pony suggested, but this approach is too much of a drain on the cost capital, as the two combined will be nearly 30% of Penguin Group's shares, which would be worth more than $1 trillion in assets. So, I think that if you really do it, Mr. Jiang, it's better to start with these two. Jiang Lin nodded. Then, about the information of these two people, I think you should be clear about it. He believed that since Chief Pony had come up with the plan, then they must have investigated each other. That's right. Chief Little Horse nodded. These two people, on the surface, are the management of non-Fey newspaper, but in reality, they are two uncompromising gold miners. Southfly's gold reserves are known around the world. As two of the richest bigwigs in Southfly, they have as many as 60 gold mines in their name, as well as worldwide. As he was speaking, Jiang Lin suddenly raised his hand. Well, Mr. Pony, there's no need to talk about the latter. Mr. Jiang, this, Mr. Xiao Ma looked at Jiang Lin with some surprise. Then he heard Jiang Lin say in a flat tone, I've already thought of a way. Oh, really? Both Mr. Little Horse and Mr. Big Horse's pupils shrank, not realizing that Jiang Lin had actually thought of a way before this was even finished. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Lin's face, because, just a moment ago, the system actually gave him a blast, and the bonus of this blast instantly made him think of a way out. Ding! Big Brother had a dinner with you, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding a message predicting the change in the price of gold in 3 months' time. As soon as this blitz came out, Jiang Lin was a bit confused at first. A message actually worth 1 trillion times the storm? Isn't that ridiculous? As a result, as he accepted the news of this reward from the system, he realized how amazingly valuable it was. In an instant, Jiang Lin thought of a brilliant solution, looking at the two with curious expressions. Jiang Lin, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head. The two Ma generals don't need to be anxious. I can't say this method. It won't work if I say it. Can't tell? Although Mr. Big and Small Horses were puzzled in their hearts, they did not continue to ask. Good. since Mr. Jiang has his own arrangements. Chief Pony nodded. If there's anything I can do for you, just say so. Jiang Lin smiled at his words and said, don't say it. I really do have a place where I need Mr. Xiaoma's help. Oh, go ahead. Chief Pony nodded sharply. I need you to disguise my identity and sell it to these two naturals. Jiang Lin smiled faintly. Tell them that I want to go to Nanfei to buy gold mines. Buying a gold mine? The pony always got puzzled. Is there any relationship between purchasing a gold mine and acquiring shares? Good. Then Mr. Jiang, how many gold mines do you intend to purchase if you want to? Jiang Lin sniffed and raised two fingers, casually saying, all of them. What? All the gold mines? Mr. Little Horse was taken aback. Buy them all. That wouldn't be nearly $1 trillion. Of course, I'm not going to actually buy it. I'm just asking you to tell them that I have the strength to make that purchase. Jiang Lin nodded. If they're interested, you let me know when the time comes, and I can go to Nanfei to meet them. Okay, I'll take care of this one. Chief Pony nodded. Since they had finalized the plan, Jiang Lin and the others had no intention of continuing to stay there. The whole dinner party then ended. Mr. Xiaoma was even more furious to go back to prepare to contact the two major shareholders, before anything comes back from the other side. Jiang Lin is in a state of leisure for the time being. He didn't have much to do for a while anyway, so he was just relaxing in the Townsend house. Write and practice calligraphy. I can trigger a blast for writing. What if I draw? Jiang Lin suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but feel a wave of curiosity in his heart. Writing, he came up with the calligraphy of Yanjinqing. Would a master painter of the craft come along a flower? If you want to do it, you can do it. Anyway, the tools used in Chinese painting are brush, ink, paper and inkstone. Jiang Lin casually found a piece of rice paper, and then found a national painting on the internet to prepare for copying. Usually when you learn to draw, you start by copying and then slowly become skilled. Jiang Lin drew this for nearly half a day. However, what made him a little disappointed was that it didn't actually trigger a single blast. Oops, I wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Lin skimmed his lips. This violent temper could not be controlled at all. Within the next few days, besides eating and sleeping and doing sports, he spent the rest of the day copying Chinese paintings. He didn't even realize that his one copy actually lasted as much as nearly 5 or 6 days. Even the painting that I found a copy of online has been copied. Finally, just at the moment when this copy was finished, the long-lost system voice finally sounded with it. Ding! You've copied a picture of 100 birds flying in the sky, triggering 100 billion times blitz, rewarding Summer Airlines with 51% of its shares as the first major shareholder. I can't believe it's not a drawing skill? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be puzzled. He drew himself for days and actually gave me a share? Nima, what's this blitz idea? I don't want ING shares. I want skills. If this was heard by others, they would probably beat Jiang Lin to death alive. You don't want $100 billion in equity. You want ING skills? Is it true that the world of the big man is so different? Just when Jiang Lin was feeling incredibly depressed, on his cell phone, a call from General Manager Xiao Ma happened to come. Chapter 179, Xia Hang's first shareholder. Encountering supervisor, waiter. Jiang Lin picked up the phone and heard Xiao Ma's excited voice from the opposite side. Mr. Jiang, there's news. These two big shots want to meet with you. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up and he couldn't help but smile. The fish is hooked. Okay, what time? The afternoon after tomorrow, Chief Pony said. Oh, is it that urgent? Jiang Lin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. But the more urgent it is, the more it proves that they don't have any suspicions. Well, Mr. Xiao Ma, then I'll take care of the rest. Thanks a lot. Okay, if you need anything, you'll contact me again. The pony always nodded, and then hung up. Day after tomorrow? Jiang Lin murmured to himself thoughtfully. Originally I wanted to drive over there in a cruise ship, but it looks like I might not make it in time. After thinking about it, Jiang Lin decided that he would take a plane there first, and then have the cruise ship on this side sail there as well. The speed of this cruise ship could not catch up with an airplane, but it was Jiang Lin's indispensable tool for pretending to be X. This time, he was going to have to pretend to be X. Only by pretending to be X like crazy could he convince these two gold mine owners that he was a landlord from the great summer country. With his mind made up, Jiang Lin naturally did not delay. He simply packed his things and let Ningyi drive himself to the airport. Mr. Jiang, why don't you go on a cruise when you go to South Fly? Ningyi couldn't help but wonder as he drove. Cruise ships are too slow. I'm better off flying. Jiang Lin casually said. Yes, Mr. Jiang, with your current financial resources, I think you can purchase a private jet. After all, helicopters are fine for short distances, but not for long distances. Ningyi couldn't help but suggest, which knew that when his words fell, he heard Jiang Lin casually waving his hand. No need, the entire airline is mine. What airplane am I buying? Oh, so, aviation. What? You own the airline? Ningyi was just halfway through his sentence when he sensed something was wrong. He was so incredibly shocked that he could barely even hold the steering wheel. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Drive properly. What's the fuss about? I'm not going out on a limb here. I've got nothing to do, so I've acquired the airline. The corner of Ningyi's mouth twitched. The world of a big brother was truly unimaginable. It's just a trip out of town and you actually bought an airline? If we go to the moon, do we have to build our own rockets? After Ningyi reminded him of this, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered. Right, Ningyi, in a moment, when you park your car, contact the leaders of the headquarters of Summer Airlines for me. It just so happens that I'm going to the airport today, so I can meet them and get acquainted. Jiang Lin didn't want to keep running into unexpected situations like the previous situation. This time first identify yourself. I guess you can take the green channel at the airport. Can save a lot of trouble. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll be in touch in a moment. More than half an hour later, Ningyi parked the car and walked Jiang Lin into the airport's terminal. Mr. Jiang, I've already changed your boarding pass for you, and you're going through the VIP channel. You can wait over there for a while. I'm going to contact the leadership of Summer Airlines, Ningyi said to Jiang Lin. Okay, you get busy. Tell them to hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Lin nodded and pulled his own luggage towards the VIP waiting room. Since it's VIP, the whole waiting room is naturally nice. Jiang Lin casually found a place to sit down and just waited for Ningyi's figure to appear. By the way, I think the flight attendant named Mina works at this airport, right? Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that Mina, the stewardess he had a dewy-eyed relationship with, should have flown here, but the other side seems to have been grounded indefinitely. I'm afraid I shouldn't be able to see it here either. Jiang Lin subconsciously swept a glance around, and suddenly his pupils shrank, even wondering if he had misread the situation. Mina? Jiang Lin looked at the figure standing behind the VIP service desk. Wasn't it the same Mina she had met earlier? That's not true. Isn't the other person a flight attendant? What are you doing here as a waitress? With a flash of this thought, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered that the other party had been grounded but a grounded flight attendant actually did not find a rich man to marry, but ran here as a waitress. This also makes Jiang Lin cannot help but be impressed with each other. It's better to be invited than to meet by chance. Since they ran into each other, Jiang Lin had to say hello before he could do so. However, just as he was about to greet the other party, suddenly, a middle-aged uncle with an 8-bearded beard, dressed in a suit work uniform walked towards Mina, and when Mina saw the figure, a look of incomparable disgust appeared on her face. Hello Supervisor Wang. Next to Mina, there was another co-worker, likewise, who nodded at the octogenarian with a smile on his face and asked, Yes. Supervisor Wang nodded his head with an indifferent gaze and considered it a greeting to the other party. He then walked directly behind the desk and stood in front of Mina, raising an eyebrow. Why don't you greet me? Boredom flashed in Mina's eyes at the sight, but she still smiled stiffly. Good day, Supervisor Wang. This greeting directly caused Supervisor Wang to reveal an extremely lewd smile. Hey, that's right, Mina. I haven't seen you for a few days, but you've made me miss you so much, Supervisor Wang said and even took the initiative to lean towards Mina's body, wanting to take the opportunity to mooch. Mina saw this and ducked right next to her coworker. Supervisor Wang, can you pay attention to the influence? This is a VIP service desk. If a guest complains, you are responsible. Supervisor Wang laughed coldly at this. Mina, what are you pretending with me? How many people are here? Who cares about you? A smelly waitress? He let out a cold smile in his eyes. Don't forget, I'm the one who got you grounded indefinitely, and if you ever refuse me again, I'll make sure you don't even have a job as a waitress. Believe it or not? Without waiting for Mina to retort, the female colleague next to her couldn't help but snort. That's right. Isn't it your good fortune that Supervisor Wang is able to take a liking to you? A woman like you is a youthful leader, and after this time, when you're old and yellow, you'll be looking for an honest man to take over then. Despite being a fellow desk clerk, this co-worker was actually very jealous of Mina, who let the other one down as a flight attendant. She herself has an average face, no figure to build, no mold to mold. Now in his 30s, he's still stuck here as a waiter. And look at Mina. Not only is she beautiful, but she has a great body. Even this airport ground supervisor went after her. On what grounds? Is she diamond encrusted or gold encrusted? So when she saw the situation, not only did she not have the slightest intention of helping, she instead fell on her sword. When Mina heard this, anger rose in her heart. She coldly looked at this female colleague of hers. Sisterly, if you are willing, you can go with Supervisor Wang. I don't have the kind of leisure you have. Li was disliked by Mina, and anger rose in her heart. She sneered and suddenly turned to Supervisor Wang. Supervisor Wang, you don't have to be angry. Women like her care the most about their face, said she with a grim smile. Even if you did that to her here, she wouldn't dare to resist. Chapter 180, How dare you touch my woman? Do you want to die? Oh, really? When Supervisor Wang heard this, he was instantly moved. There aren't many people in the VIP lounge right now, so no one should notice this place either. If he could do that here, it would be exciting to think about it. Seeing Mina's face change, Lee's face smiled even more. She lowered her voice and said to Supervisor Wang, "Don't worry, Supervisor Wang. With me here to help you, she can't resist. Besides, once it was exposed, where else would she have a face in the whole airport? Will she be alive by then? You have a point." Ha! Hearing the other party say this, Supervisor Wang was even more moved. "Mina, you heard the man. You better cooperate, or else it won't look good on anyone's face." Supervisor Wang smiled grimly. "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I'll make sure you live like a god in the future." "You, asshole." Mina listened to the anger rising. In broad daylight, this actually even think of this kind of thing. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and slapped it towards Supervisor Wang. However, Supervisor Wang was quick on his feet and clutched her wrist. "Go ahead and scream. The louder you scream, the more humiliated you'll be if someone sees you." Supervisor Wang said excitedly. "Xiaoli, what are you still waiting for? Help!" "Hey, okay," Ray said as she rushed over and grabbed Mina's other wrist. From a distance, it looked as if two good sisters were holding hands and talking about something. Mina never thought that she had already hid here, and this Supervisor Wang actually wouldn't let herself go. And, to be able to do something so shameless, just as she was about to lay out her face and make the entire VIP waiting room known, a flat voice suddenly rang out from not far away. "Let her go." This sudden voice made Supervisor Wang jump. He was, after all, a thief, and immediately looked up hastily towards the outside. A young figure in casual clothes was standing before the counter, looking at him with an indifferent face. "This gentleman, what's going on here has nothing to do with you, and you'd better." He subconsciously opened his mouth to explain, but before he could finish, he heard the other party's voice grow colder and colder. "I said, let her go." Seeing that the other party's face was so embarrassed, Supervisor Wang suddenly stared. "Who are you? Could it be her lover? Boy, you're just in time. I meant to tell you." As he was speaking, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, followed by the other party reaching out with one hand and pinching on top of his wrist. Immediately afterward, a drilling pain instantly transmitted from his wrist. "Ah, you, what are you doing?" Supervisor Wang exclaimed, looking at Jiang Lin with a horrified expression. However, without waiting for him to react, Jiang Lin's arm shook and stiffly yanked him out from behind the service counter. Poof! Supervisor Wang's body planted uncontrollably on the ground. The loud noise instantly caught the attention of everyone in the entire VIP waiting room. Seeing someone gather around, Ray, who had been holding Mina down next to her, actually screamed, "Aya, you people actually hit someone. Call the police." As a result, just as her words fell, she saw Jiang Lin raise his hand and heavily slap her face. Pop! The loud noise knocked her completely off her feet. At the same time, Jiang Lin's ice-cold to the extreme voice followed. "Even dare to touch my woman? Do you guys want to die?" Jiang Lin was really too angry. Originally, he just wanted to come over to stop it, but he didn't expect that the conversation between this Supervisor Wang and Sister Lee was all overheard by his ears. He never thought for 1,000 years that there would be such a dark side in the middle of such a large airport. No wonder Mina was grounded indefinitely. So that's what this stupid pig did. Now, this stupid pig is actually trying to molest Mina. Jiang Lin would be a man in vain if he didn't make a move even this. I'd like to keep a low profile, but circumstances don't allow it. Mina looked a little dumbfounded at the man in front of her who had suddenly struck out. For a split second, he thought of that night when he was drunk. She never thought she'd have the chance to see each other again in this life. But now, the other party was actually fighting with the supervisor for himself. For a moment, a complex and incomparable emotion surged out of his heart. She practically darted as if she were flying, sprinting out from behind the desk. With that, he rushed into Jiang Lin's arms, tears pounding like rain. Oh, what took you so long?" she cried desperately, secretly swearing in her heart that from today, even if Jiang Lin was just a social youth, she would be willing to follow him forever for the rest of her life. Seeing this, Jiang Lin gently patted Mina's back and comforted. "It's okay, I'm here, it's okay." At this time, Supervisor Wang climbed up from the ground, pointing at Jiang Lin and cursing, "Kid, you're finished, you have no future in this life. I'm going to let you spend the rest of your life in jail. Don't you dare touch me." With that he took out his cell phone and was ready to call the police. He was not a little cutie. The other party's stance was clearly stronger than his own. It was not wise to fight hard, but he can shade him, and once he's in the police station, he can get 100 witnesses to frame him for a 10 or 8 year sentence in jail. Jiang Lin, who saw this scene, did snort coldly. In broad daylight, actually dare to molest a female colleague. I don't think you need to work as a supervisor. Humph, kid, who do you think you are? When the police come later, I'll see if you still dare to be arrogant with me. After the alarm call, Supervisor Wang immediately looked at Zhang Lin with a cold smile. There is no surveillance behind the desk, so no one can prove that he was molesting the other person at the time. Zhang Lin ignored his words and looked at Xiao Li next to him. And you, starting tomorrow, you are blacklisted from the entire airport industry and will never be hired again. Oh, you're hilarious. Sister Li simply laughed angrily when she heard this. Do you think the airport is run by your family? You think the airport is your home? When the police come, I'm going to sue you until you lose all your money. Sister Li covered half of her face. This was her most direct evidence. This time, if she did not compensate her $1 million, this matter will not be finished. Cootie, why did you do it? Nina, who saw this scene, couldn't help but hammer Zhang Lin's chest. Now that they've called the police, there's bound to be trouble. Zhang Lin smiled at his words. There's trouble. Ha, are you afraid of it then? Nina listened but shook her head. Not afraid. Even if you go to jail, I'll follow you. Zhang Lin suddenly laughed at this. Silly girl, why didn't you call me when you were grounded? As he was talking, suddenly there was a commotion from the back of the crowd. The two people who were originally waiting, Supervisor Wang and Sister Li, both had a look of surprise on their faces. The police must have arrived. However, when they saw the figure walking apart from the crowd, a sudden change of face. The people who came were not the police. It was clearly the chairman of Xia Hang and a group of executives. Seeing that the situation here wasn't quite right, Ning Yi, who was walking at the front, walked up to Zhang Lin under a few steps. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Zhang Lin didn't speak, but instead gazed at the group of executives behind him. You guys are just in time. This scum just tried to molest my girlfriend. Chapter 181. Yes, we can all testify that this is the scum of the earth. What? There's actually such a thing? The chairman at the head, Xia Changkong, immediately changed his face and shouted out angrily. Seeing the situation aside, Wang's supervisor hurriedly explained with a bitter face, Chairman, you cannot listen to him, an outsider in that made-up nonsense. He was the one who just ripped me out from behind the desk and slammed me on the floor, and one that gave Ray a slap in the face. Li hurriedly put her face up when she saw this. Yes, you see, even if he is a passenger, he can't be so lawless, right? However, as soon as her words fell, she saw Xia Changkong's palm lift and slap towards her face once again. Pop! The slap had swollen the other side of her face right back up. Also completely baffled, Sister Li covered her face and looked at the chairman incredulously. What is this? Didn't he hit me? Why are you still hitting me? Is it because you're afraid it's not symmetrical enough? Only to see Xia Changkong drink with an icy face. You don't even recognize the airline's boss. Are your eyes blind? Old boss? This time, Supervisor Wang and Sister Li were completely confused. This young man, who looks to be in his 20s, is actually the owner of the airline? How is that possible? Without waiting for the two of them to come back to their senses, they saw Xia Changkong with a smile on his face towards Zhang Lin. Mr. Zhang, the change in the company's equity was rather sudden. We just got the news, and we didn't expect to encounter such a thing before we had the chance to meet with you. I'm so sorry. Zhang Lin sniffed and looked at Xia Changkong with an indifferent gaze. Does a company as famous as Xia Hang raise these assholes and scum? Chairman Xia. Right. I'm very skeptical of your management skills. Hearing him say that, Chairman Xia's heart jumped. The other party has 51% of the shares, belongs to the relative holding, can directly decide the company's personnel changes. In other words, with one word from him, he can decide the direction of the board of directors. At that thought, Chairman Xia's cold sweat came down. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhang, this is an exception. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this matter, to your satisfaction. As he was talking, suddenly a commotion came from among the crowd once again. Immediately afterward, he saw one uniformed police officer walk in. What's going on? Who just called the police? One of the police officers in the lead had just spoken, and then he looked at Xia Changkong in surprise. Chairman Xia, you're here too? Did something happen here? Next to him, Supervisor Wang saw this and hurriedly said, Comrade, just now he hit me and slapped her, and everyone present can testify to that. Zhang Lin frowned at his words and explained, just now he wanted to molest this lady, and that woman is still an accomplice. What the hell is going on? The constable raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but be puzzled. At this time, Xia Changkong, who was next to him, turned his eyes and hurriedly said, Comrade, just as Mr. Zhang said, this scum actually did this kind of thing, and we can all testify to it. His words had just fallen. The many executives behind them simply spoke in unison. Yes, we can all testify that this is the scumbag. Yes, and the woman. I testify. Supervisor Wang, who saw this scene, was practically on the verge of tears. Did you guys see that? And you'll testify? He was the one who did it, right? He wanted to explain. However, with all the people talking, he didn't have the slightest room for resistance. That's when the constable looked at him with an icy face instead. Well, not only did you do this kind of illegal thing, but you also want to hit me back? Exam me up, both of you, and come back to the station with me. Supervisor Wang and Sisterly couldn't have imagined that the police they had reported would actually take them back. Mina, who was in Jiang Lin's arms, was dumbfounded the entire time as she watched Supervisor Wang being taken away. It wasn't until the other woman's figure had completely disappeared that she snapped back to her senses. It turned out that Jiang Lin wasn't joking. He really was a high roller. And it's not just any high roller. It's actually the boss of Xia Hang? Nima, what kind of divine luck am I having? I actually met Boss Xia Hang? At this time, Jiang Lin saw the other party disappear. Then he said to Chairman Xia, both of these people have very questionable consciences. I suggest that they can be severely punished. Alright, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. This waitress called Shaoli. I'll fire her tomorrow and put her on the industry blacklist. Xia Changkong nodded his head repeatedly and said, as for that Supervisor Wang, the company has long since discovered that he has abused his power and has received news of bribes, but the evidence has not been collected completely. With that added, I'm guessing his sentence could be raised to at least 10 years. Hearing this, Jiang Lin felt it was about what he expected. Okay, that's it then. Do as you say. Okay, Mr. Jiang, do you have any other orders? Xia Changkong couldn't help but ask. Nothing. I just called you guys in and wanted everyone to meet first. Jiang Lin waved his hand, signaling that nothing was wrong. However, he suddenly saw Mina in his arms and instantly added, right, Mina was previously grounded by Supervisor Wang. Let's reinstate her tomorrow, and let's see if her seniority is enough to be a crew chief. And if it is, let's promote her directly. Okay, don't worry, even if you don't have enough seniority, it doesn't matter. I'll give Miss Mina an additional crew chief to assist her on all the flights she flies in the future. Xia Changkong nodded with a smile. Well, hard work, Mr. Xia. Jiang Lin nodded his head, then patted the somewhat dazed Mina. How is it? Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Mina's head was still a little foggy at the moment. What's going on here? How long has it been? You've been reinstated? And directly promoted to crew chief. What kind of divine treatment is it to give a crew chief auxiliary? Mina never expected that the problem she had been plaguing for so long would actually be solved with a single word from Jiang Lin. Considering that Mina had just been reinstated, Jiang Lin thoughtfully arranged for her to follow him and fly south. In order to show his sincerity, Xia Changkong had deliberately arranged a special flight for Jiang Lin. Aside from the crew, the entire cabin was just Jiang Lin and Mina. This was the most luxurious Mina had flown since she became a flight attendant. Of course, everything else is fine. It's just that this traveler makes some difficult requests from time to time. After a long flight of several hours, Jiang Lin finally arrived at the south flying capital, Canton. Late in the evening, when they got off the plane, Jiang Lin and Mina were picked up by a limousine that had been arranged long ago. Stayed directly in one of the highest specification 5-star hotels in the neighborhood. Settling down, Jiang Lin just happened to hand over his handful of things to Mina, have her contact the 2 gold miners and arrange a suitable meeting time. Mr. Jiang, the meeting is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening the day after tomorrow. Mina addressed Jiang Lin as Mr. Jiang at work. Jiang Lin nodded after hearing this. Well, there's still enough time. Let the cruise ship side hurry up. Yes. Chapter 182. Don't ask. Asking is $500 billion. This place, Nanfei, was a place with a highly developed economic level. Despite its location on the Feizhou, Jiang Lin played with Mina here for 2 days, and then came to the middle of Mr. Berger's private estate in Cape Town as the time had promised. As soon as he entered, Jiang Lin saw 2 ferocious Meizhou leopards. He had always been a bit puzzled as to why this group of rich foreigners, as soon as they had money, raised some strange and weird things. Originally, he had thought that as 2 south-flying tycoons, they should be black and not black, but when they actually meet, they realize that both are authentically white. The place where Jiang Lin met with the 2 was not the parlor. Instead, it was next to a huge pool that had opened up in the middle of the property. The pool was full of beautiful women in swimsuits of all colors, and next to the pool, on top of 2 lounge chairs, the 2 middle-aged men with sunglasses, aged in their 50s, were the targets he was looking for. Baker and Berg. Hi, young summer tycoon, welcome to my estate. Back in Berg, the 2 men looked at each other, all saw the cunning in the other's eyes, after they realized that Jiang Lin was a young, trillion-dollar asset-owning tycoon of Xia. First the shock. After the shock, there was a strong smell of money. If we talk about intelligence, these 2 uncles are naturally by no means ordinary. The fact that they were able to go ahead and invest in Penguin back when it was starting out shows a keen eye. Therefore, when they saw that this Jiang Lin was actually so young, the desire for money in his heart burned brightly. Young people, that means a lot of energy. Impetuous, sometimes means impulsive. And when people are impulsive, they tend to lose their minds. So the two old foxes keenly sensed an opportunity. An opportunity to get the other guy in the trap came up. When Jiang Lin saw the two uncles, a hint of contempt flashed in his gaze. He deliberately showed an expression of full concern and directly said, "Both of you, there is no need to delay. Name your price. I'll take all the gold mines." Beckenberg almost laughed maniacally at that. "That's the punchline." Baker laughed out loud at that. "Don't be in a hurry, my young friend. Come on, have a drink first and we'll talk." Jiang Lin picked up a glass of whiskey and tilted his head back to finish it off. "Well, drink up and give a price." Berg glanced at Beck before smiling lightly. "Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, I think Ma should have told you about our situation. We have here, in all, another 60 gold mines, accounting for more than 2/3 of the gold production of the entire South Fly." Saying this, he held out his finger. "I'll do the math for you. The annual output of a gold mine is a minimum of 5 tons. In fact, he was lying about the amount he said, because the amount he said was nothing more than the weight of the original ore. After purification and processing, there would be at most one meal left, if not less. But here Berg purposely circumvents the information contained therein, explaining, the price of a ton is as high as 50 million knives in the marketplace, which translates to around 350 million in your currency. 5 tons is 1.75 billion. Multiply that by 60 and it's 105 billion. At this, Berg smiled. Our gold mines, on average, can be mined for more than nearly 20 years. That translates to $2.100 billion. It's a very scary fortune. Hearing this figure, Jiang Lin's brows frowned slightly. So expensive? I originally thought it was just $500 billion enough. With that he spread his hands. That's all I brought this time. Looks like the deal is off. With that he stood up and pulled Mina to the outside. Seeing this, the two men's eyes flashed. How could they let such a fat sheep run away just like that? "Hey, Mr. Jiang, don't be in a hurry." Berg smiled and said, "It's true that this is the price according to reason, but the two of us, we don't want to completely lose control of the gold mine, so we can only sell half of the ownership, and I can make a discount. 1 trillion, how about it? $1 trillion? Jiang Lin snorted after hearing this. "You think I, Jiang Lin, am a little cutie? For $1 trillion, I can only buy half of the control, so what's the difference between that and not buying? I, Jiang Lin, either don't buy it or buy all of it. However, it looks like I can't take your prices. I'm going to check out some other sellers." With that, Jiang Lin was about to turn around and leave again. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, take it easy." Beck spoke out of nowhere. 500 billion isn't out of the question. You can buy 25% ownership. I can even give you a 5% increase to 30%. Not interested, Jiang Lin said without looking back. "If I want to buy, I'm going to buy all of them. Either you sell me a few less, or don't sell a single one. I don't have time to waste with you guys here. Let's go." Seeing that Jiang Lin was really going to leave, the two of them were a bit anxious. It's impossible to sell them all. They can't control them if they sell them, so what's going to keep making money? But it's a shame to let go of a ruffian when it's so hard to come by. That's $500 billion, enough for them to buy every gold mine in the country. Driven by interest, Berg stood up this time and shouted towards Jiang Lin. "Mr. Jiang, don't leave in a hurry. I do have a way to even get you to be able to buy all the gold mines for less money." As soon as those words came out, Jiang Lin's figure lurched. Then he looked at Berg with a suspicious face. "You're funny, right? Buying all of them? How is that possible?" Baker then added at this time. "Ha ha, how is it impossible? Mr. Jiang probably doesn't know much about investing above, but I think you may have heard 2 words. "Which 2 words? Jiang Lin queried. "Futures." "Futures?" Jiang Lin frowned and said as if he didn't quite understand. "Gold has futures too? Ha ha, of course I have." Baker laughed. "Gold futures are known as one of the most stable futures in the world. Of course, it's also known as the cradle that can make you rich overnight. Mr. Jiang, you want to achieve your purpose. Gold futures is a good means. If you do it right, you can even exceed expectations. Is it really that good?" Jiang Lin looked at the two suspiciously. "Will you guys lie to me?" Hearing this, Beck and Berg laughed at the same time. "How come? Come on, Mr. Jiang, we can sit down and talk in detail." Jiang Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Well, I'll see what you have to say then." No one noticed a flash of the same excitement in his eyes. He also didn't expect that before he even said anything, the other party had already taken the initiative to send him to the door. "I can only promise up front that tomorrow's 5 shifts are guaranteed." Chapter 183, Enthusiastic Beck and Berg. Who's counting who? Jiang Lin pretended to be half knowledgeable as he sat there, listening to the two gold mine owners talk at great length. Mr. Jiang, you may not know that among gold futures, there is something called leverage, Baker said with an I-know-it-all look on his face. The amount of this leverage can be controlled by yourself with your own judgment of the whole futures. Saying leverage may not be very understandable. Simply put, it's margin. You only need pay a small part of the margin. You can in the futures market goods far more than your margin 10 times or even higher funds. In other words, if you take out $500 billion, it is perfectly possible to add 4 times the leverage for $2 trillion in assets and buy gold futures at the same time. Next to Berg, he continued to explain. In the futures market, generally divided into 2 directions, long or short. To go long is to have enough confidence in the future of the market to be bullish. Shorting, on the other hand, is not confident enough in the future to be bearish. With what the two of us know about the form of gold output in the country as a whole, you could just go long, now that the price of gold is very stable, and make a long futures. When the time comes, it's sure to be rewarding. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow after hearing this and couldn't help but wonder. I probably understand what the two gentlemen have said, but what I don't understand is what you're helping me so much for. It's your gold mine I want to buy. Hearing this, Beckenberg couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Jiang, the futures you purchased are not our gold either, but just gold goods circulating in the international market. Of course, you can also specify the futures trading list to which we belong. That is, specifically for us to buy and sell futures. Even if you reach $2 trillion by then, we will then merely be delivering you a sufficient quantity of gold as expected. It is equivalent to a direct spot transaction on the delivery date. It's not much of a loss for us. Oh, Jiang Lin let out an oh of realization. If you say so, I understand. It seems like two gentlemen are really great people. In that case, I'm definitely going to have to do more than one. Sure. The two men nodded sharply at that. Gee, but I haven't traded on futures yet. I don't even have an account. Jiang Lin suddenly tapped his head and couldn't help but say, it's okay, we have quite a few connections in the international futures trading market. If Mr. Zhang is willing, we can help you open an account directly online. Beck was extremely enthusiastic. Okay, thanks a lot then. Why don't you two help me out tomorrow night? Jiang Lin laughed. No problem. However, Mr. Jiang, since you're opening an account, you'll definitely need to deposit a large sum of money, and this financial aspect must be prepared. Baker couldn't resist suggesting. Yes, you just said you have 500 billion ready to go. I suggest you'd better deposit them all at once, so that you can close your position in time to prevent losses in the long run. Berger chimed in to help. Makes sense. Jiang Lin nodded his head and said, don't worry, since Jiang Lin, said that I have 500 billion, I definitely have 500 billion, but let's save 100 billion to test the waters first. Otherwise, what if we lose money? What do you say? Right. It's still Mr. Jiang who is thoughtful. The two men nodded their heads as they listened. Well, then, in that case, tomorrow night, I will trouble you two to my cruise ship to help make a little, and by the way, I also entertain you too. Jiang Lin said and stood up, pulling Mina along before bidding farewell to the two. The two men, Beck and Berg, personally from walking away from Jiang Lin. It wasn't until the other's figure had completely disappeared that the two returned to the side of the pool once more. All right, babies, break it up. With a wave of his hand, Berg let all the many beautiful women leave. This time, the whole estate was cleared. Baker, what do you think? Berg's face sank, a wise glint in his eyes. Me, what do you want to hear? Beck glanced at him and couldn't help but smirk. Humph. Of course it's whether or not this Jiang Lin intends to actually buy our gold mine? Berg sneered. I know you want to profit from this, and so do I, but we'll have to see if this Summerlander really takes the bait or not. Ha ha ha. Beck laughed out loud. You don't have to be skeptical, old friend, to want to know if he's got the mentality or not. There are only two things to look at. In what two ways? Beck chested out. First, does he have 500 billion or not? If it did, it would only prove that he really wanted to come and buy a gold mine. Secondly, tomorrow night, will he really take out $100 billion and put it in the account? If he does take it out, it proves that he's a fool, and then we can carry out our plan. Good, then let's get ready. This is a great opportunity to make a lot of money. Excitement flashed in Berger's eyes. The people of the great summer country, they really are both rich and stupid. Ha ha. When Jiang Lin and Mina returned to the hotel, Mina, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, Jiang Lin, you can't really believe what the two of them said, right? I think those two geezers, they definitely don't have good intentions. Mina knew that Jiang Lin was rich, but she didn't want his money to go down the drain. Jiang Lin couldn't help but laugh and scratch her nose after hearing this. Don't worry about it, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. They want to pit me. I think they're afraid of Shirley. Oh, that's a relief. Mina didn't know much about this either, seeing as she was able to nod her head. Come on, my cruise ship is almost here. We're staying there tonight. Lin took Mina straight to the coastal harbor. From a distance, Mina could see a cruise ship as large as a mountain, coming towards them. This cruise ship is yours? Mina said with some incredulity. Yeah, or what? Lin couldn't help but laugh. Mina was confused. Sure enough, the world of the Big Brother was not something she could imagine. Originally she thought that Lin had just bought a bigger yacht, but she didn't expect that it was actually a cruise ship of such a large size. The two men boarded the ship and went straight to the specially reserved Diamond-class suite. All kinds of amenities are available throughout the ship for a nice relaxing time. A day passes when you play. By the time the next night Lin, the two gold mine owners finally arrived at the harbor and saw the cruise ship Lin had mentioned. Nima, it's actually the ocean anthem? Beck couldn't help but explode at the first sight of the cruise ship. Speechless, Chapter 184 hates the word steady the most, plus 100 times the bar. Old friend, I'm afraid this cruise ship alone costs tens of billions, right? Berg couldn't help but be surprised. Of course, I'm talking about the summer currency, which is definitely over 10 billion. A smile appeared on Baker's face. From this point on, this guy is definitely rich, and the super rich kind. Ha ha, so we only need to look at the second aspect? It was as if Berger had smelled money, and his whole body was suddenly excited. Come on, let's go meet this fat goat. Oh no, old friend. Beck whistled and ran straight for the cruise ship. Once on board, Lin, dressed in shorts and a flowery shirt, said to the two with a warm face, "My dear friends, are you still satisfied with my cruise? Ha ha, Mr. Jiang, this cruise ship of yours is world famous. That's right, we've never even boarded such a luxurious cruise ship." Hearing the two men's boasting, Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud in triumph. Come, two friends, this way. Bringing the two of them to the luxurious box, Lin let the many waiters start preparing the dinner with a wave of his hand. The two men, Beck and Berg, were themselves so preoccupied that they couldn't be bothered to eat. Berg immediately laughed. Mr. Jiang, for your matter, we urgently contacted our friends in the exchange. This is not special to bring someone over. For you to open an account on the spot, oh, that's really hard work for you too. Lin's eyes lit up when he heard it. Fine, then open an account for me right away. It just so happens that you guys are there and can help me with references. The staff next to him then asked Lin to provide his identity information when he saw this. What with the numbers, fingerprints, face swipes, and all that, the entire exchange is very strict about opening accounts, so there is no worry about the slightest mistake. In about 10 minutes, the entire account was opened. The next step is to save money. At this time, the staff looked at Lin and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang, how much money do you intend to deposit into your account? Lin said without even thinking, $100 billion. Saying that, he directly handed his black diamond card to the other party, allowing the staff to begin the correlation operation. Beck and Berg, who saw this scene, were instantly delighted. $100 billion is in. Is $500 billion far away? The accounts had soon been associated, and with some maneuvering by the staff, a full $100 billion instantly poured into Lin's account at the futures exchange. Lin now had originally $300 billion in his hands, and had spent tens of billions during the acquisition, plus the dividends during this period of time, basically restoring the level of $300 billion. The account is now funded. The next step is to buy and sell. Going short and going long required Lin to make a choice. There's no need to pick this one. Just do what your two friends suggested and go long. Lin nodded without any doubt. So, Mr. Jiang, what percentage of your deposit do you intend to pay? Staff asked. Next to him, Burton carefully explained. This is actually leverage. Generally speaking, we can follow about 10% to 20%, or even a little higher, so that it's a little more stable. Lin waved his hand and laughed. I'm a person who hates the word steady. Give me 100 times leverage to add. So it's exciting. Both men were taken aback by this statement. Baker hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, this is too risky. If you do this, as long as the fluctuation is 1%, there is a possibility that you will burst your position. Naturally, Beck and Berg weren't so kind as to remind Lin. They were just afraid that Lin's funds had just entered the market, and before they could operate, they would be directly blown up by someone else. Lin inclined his head and thought, then in that case, let's go lower. 50 times leverage. You must listen to me, or I'll be in a hurry with you. 50 times? Okay, follow up with your capital. Otherwise it's easy to blow up your position. Beck warned hastily. Don't worry, I know. Lin looked like I understood and said, give me a long term. 3 months. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The staff operated while explaining. Mr. Jiang, right now the data of USD ZA is that one cut can buy 0.00303 ounces of gold. I give you to manipulate is the Southfly gold disc, directly to 50 times leverage, 100 billion for $5 trillion, converted into knife words, about 800 billion knife up and down. After a flurry of operations by the other party, John Lin saw the $100 billion on his account completely disappear, and with it, he exchanged it for a long 3-month gold disc. Going long depends on exactly what gold closes at on this day 3 months from now. By the time the difference between the price and the price of entering the market now is as big as the difference, John Lin will be able to earn as much as he can. Of course, if it fluctuates for an extended period of time, John Lin may also be in danger of blowing up his position in the medium term. This requires him to constantly close positions with his own funds. Of course, there is also the option of not closing the position, but this outcome is not possible unless there is absolute confidence in the price of gold 3 months from now. Otherwise, there is a good chance that you will face a bloodbath. There is even the possibility of falling back on huge amounts of money owed to the other party. Seeing this done, the two gold miners grinned. This stupid Summerlander is kind of in a rut. Next, naturally, was happy hour. The two of them had a very painful and enjoyable time throughout the cruise before parting ways with John Lin. Early the next morning, Baker and Berg began to use all the money at their command, even to the point of mortgaging all the gold mines and borrowing over 50 billion knives from the banks. Straight away, without hesitation, we rushed into the gold futures market. Everything they did was exactly the opposite of John Lin. Short gold, and straight up 10 times the leverage, with 500 billion knives, bet on the price of gold falling in 3 months. Beck, don't I think you're being a little conservative? Berg couldn't help but frown. We may not be able to empty him of all his money this way. Beck listened but shook his head and smiled. Old friend, we are a more prudent method. According to our projections, after 3 months, the gold price will not be a problem to fall by 20%, and by that time, 2 out of 500 billion will be 100 billion. The most that Fat Goat will be able to come up with is 100 billion knives to close out his position. And that's pretty much it. Hearing Beck's explanation, Berg couldn't help but raise his glass in excitement. Ha ha, 3 months from now. It's really something to look forward to. Chapter 185 billion times open news that worked. Since John Lin had already bought futures, in order to make it a little more realistic, he was going to be hanging around Southfly for a while. That's what makes it look like he cares about what's going on in the gold market as a whole, lest these two big shots get suspicious. Moreover, he had inquired elsewhere that the two big men had likewise entered the market. It's only 500 billion. That's a little disappointing. John Lin shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. I wonder how wonderful their expressions will be when they wait 3 months and realize they have lost all their money. Mina didn't stay on the boat with him all the time. After all, she was still a flight attendant, not John Lin's canary. John Lin had nothing to do and instead picked up his only 2 canaries. Luo Yifei and Xu Yaoyao were also very happy to be able to cruise on a top-class cruise ship. The weather just got colder, and it just so happens that it's summer on the Southfly side, and the 2 girls are having a great time over here. Just as the saying goes, John Lin is nearly a month in the past. In the course of the month, the global gold price is steady with a slight decline, but it didn't have much of an effect on John Lin. He knew, however, that the 2 big men had begun to secretly speed up the gold mine, and it's also uniting all the gold miners in the entire Southfly to speed up production. For what purpose? To increase gold production. Of course, Southfields produces more than 60% of the world's gold. It can be said that its production will directly affect the overall gold price trend. Of course, the most important aspect of both mining and refining, besides the cost of mechanization, is manpower. The increase in labor is the biggest cost of the entire gold mine. For Baker and Berg, however, adding those costs didn't matter much. This is nothing compared to the wealth they will earn later. Therefore, the entire Southfly has gradually set off a gold rush almost within this month's time. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye another half-month passed. This time, under the covert promotion of both Berg and Baker, the world gold price finally received the influence. It began a steady decline. It's down almost 10% or so from what it was when it was previously on the market. This percentage may not seem like much, but here in John Lin it was a loss of 80 billion knives. John Lin expressed immense anger and chagrin at this, and dialed the phone directly to Berg and Baker's home. What the hell is wrong with you two? Didn't you say it was going up? How come it's down so much now? John Lin roared up on the phone, playing up the look of a man who was furious after losing money. Beside him, Luo Yifei was peeling the skin of the grapes while Chu Yaoyao was giving him a massage. Hey, friend, take it easy. Beck, who was in a good mood because of the money he made, couldn't help but advise, don't be in a hurry. There are always fluctuations and changes in the market. and there is still half a month left until the 3 months. So maybe the final result will be a drastic rebound too. Oh, there's still a chance to bounce back? Jiang Lin couldn't help but get puzzled, but the anger in his tone didn't completely dissipate. Of course, not only is it bouncing back, it might be able to bounce right back twice as much when the time comes. Burger smiled next to him in reassurance. Only he grunted coldly in his heart. Bouncing back twice as much was simply not possible unless there was a global economic crisis. Yeah, so what do I do now? As soon as Jiang Lin heard this, he seemed to come to hope. Close the position. Keep closing your positions and you'll definitely make a killing when the time comes, Baker said casually and perfunctorily. Well, thanks to you guys, I wouldn't know what to do otherwise, Jiang Lin said heartily. Don't worry my friend, if you need anything, call me anytime. Bye. Hanging up the phone, the two Bakers had a thick snicker on their faces. This little cutie, you're just waiting to blow up and lose your money. Yet another 2 weeks passed. Instead of the slightest increase, the global gold price has dipped another 10%. With a 20% drop, Jiang Lin here is 160 billion knives in compensation. That translates to nearly $1 trillion already. This time, even Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao, who accompanied Jiang Lin to hang out here, were a little alarmed. Jiang Lin, what should we do? You've already lost so much. Should we find a way to close the position? Chu Yaoyao was a graduate student after all, and knew more or less everything. Next to her, Luo Yifei couldn't help but say, I can't even dare to imagine what the picture will be like once it comes to the delivery date and you can't get the money. However, Jiang Lin was looking at the two of them with a bashful expression at the moment. Don't worry, luck will always favor handsome people, especially a handsome to the sky side of existence like me. Stinky, you who? You dared to call me smelly? It looks like I'm going to have to punish you. Ouch. Yuck. By Jiang Lin, the two women also temporarily forgot about their immediate worries. Only Jiang Lin swept the date on his watch and couldn't help but whisper to himself, there are still 3 days to go. I'm afraid it's about to start. Burger Manor, where both Beck and Burger are raising their glasses in celebration. Ha ha ha, it looks like we'll even be able to exceed expectations if it continues until the end of the delivery day. Burger laughed heartily. Baker shook his head and laughed at that. While we've made a profit, I'm afraid that Fat Goat is going to lose his money and cry. Ha ha ha, maybe not just crybabies, but even suicidal thoughts. Humph, he doesn't think for himself. Is that how futures are played? Think of it as spending money to buy a lesson. However, just when the two thought that everything was finalized and they were about to reap the fruits of their victory, 3 days later, a heavy news came from the entire South Fly. The once-in-a-century drought will completely envelop the entire South Fly. Located on the seacoast, Nanfei is surrounded by brackish water, and the only source of water that provides the nation's drinking water is almost 90% from groundwater. If the drought disaster continues for too long, it will inevitably affect groundwater levels. At that point, the entire country's per capita water use will be dramatically affected, and neither Beck nor Berg expected this drought. Actually, to be this bad, the drought lasted less than 5 days, and many of the rivers on the surface of the South Fly were nearly dry. The ground is cracking and farmland is dying, and the groundwater level keeps dropping at a very fast rate. The consequence of this is that the many workers who were toiling in the gold mines can no longer even drink a mouthful of water. The situation lasted just under 3 days, and a state of emergency had been declared throughout South Fleet. The continuation of any non-agricultural business is prohibited and all efforts are being made to organize resistance to the drought. Baker and Berg never expected that the nation's gold mines, in fact, were shut down. Chapter 186, the gold mine stops production and owes the bank $200 billion. The information given by the system is really accurate enough. Jiang Lin looked at the news that Nanfei had just released on the internet and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The reason he was so sure he was going into the futures market with the two big boys, it is because the system has long given him hints, telling him that in 3 months' time, the price of gold will skyrocket as a result of this drought. Why the spike? The world's leading producer of gold, South Fly, actually shut down. This proves that some factories that had orders are facing out-of-stock crisis, out of stock and naturally in short supply, and the result of waiting is that prices go up. And it's because this drought is so severe that it's even more reason for the price of gold to skyrocket by a few scary digits. In just 5 days, the price of futures gold soared by 20%, directly erasing all the losses of more than 2 months ago. Was waiting for Beck and Berg to hesitate. The price of gold just started to go crazy one day at a time. For others, growing crazy is good, but for both of them, it's a nightmare. With the intention of waiting a little longer, the two men had to inject funds to close their positions. However, the more they close out their positions, the more the price of gold skyrockets. It was hard to wait for this drought to pass. The entire price of gold has actually skyrocketed as much as double it. That means they're 500 billion knives in. and they've hitched up 200 billion knives to close their positions. Despair, unprecedented despair surfaced. How could the two not have expected it to come to this? There are 2 days until the settlement date, which means that their contract is about to be settled. As Beck and Berg were in a state of utter despair, John Lin's phone call suddenly came in. Baker picked up the phone a little shakily. An instant later an incredibly excited voice could be heard ringing out from across the room. Ha ha, old friends, I can't thank you enough. You guys said it would skyrocket, and it actually did. John Lin's voice simply made the two men almost faint, but they haven't been able to say it. Nima, you're ing rich. And me? Now not only have you lost all your money, what's more, he owes the banks a whopping 200 billion knives in loans. How will this part of the loan be repaid? If they don't pay it back, they will spend the rest of their lives in jail. When they thought of this, they really even had the heart to die. I didn't realize that I'd be stoned on my own feet. John Lin was laughing, when he suddenly heard that the tone of the two men was not right, and couldn't help but be concerned. Two friends, have you encountered any difficulties? If there's a need, I can help. When John Lin said this, it instantly gave Berg and Beck a flash of insight. Yeah, this fat goat is going to make a ton of money by the time delivery day rolls around. It's doubled. That's a profit of 800 billion knives. If the other party was willing to help themselves, wouldn't they be able to settle it by casually taking 200 billion knives out? At that thought, Beck suddenly saw hope. He let out a strong smile and said, My friend, we are indeed in trouble. If it is convenient for you, could you come to my manor to meet me? It's natural that you can't talk about this kind of thing over the phone. John Lin nodded without hesitation as soon as he heard it. Fine, then I'll go over there now. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In less than 2 hours, John Lin reappeared in the Berg Manor, completely different from the last one. This time, Berg and Beck waited at the gate like two watchdogs to greet John Lin. Mr. John, you're finally here. Please. Berger led the way in front with a pleasing face and brought it directly into the most luxurious parlor of the manor. The three of them took their seats, and a faint smile appeared on John Lin's face. Well, say, how do you two friends want to help? That, dear John Lin. Beck rubbed his hands together. We're in a little bit of trouble right now and we need you to back us up with a little bit of money. Yeah, no problem. John Lin said cheerfully. Say, how much? Not much. 2,000 billion knives. Berg said tentatively. What? 200 billion knives? Did I hear you right? John Lin looked at the two with a surprised face. Ahem. Yes, dear John Lin, see if you can. Not waiting for Beck to finish, John Lin coldly grunted. Can't? What do you take me for? An ATM? Borrow whenever you say so? At times like this, he no longer needed to disguise himself. A straight showdown would be nice. He looked at the two with a cold gaze. You really think I'm a cutie? Any more? With that he turned his head and walked away. No, don't go. The two men, Beck and Berg, panicked. If John Lin leaves, who's going to pay back the $200 billion loan? Don't be in a hurry. We're not saying we want it for nothing. Borrow it. We can borrow it. John Lin stopped and sneered. Borrow? How much money do you think this is? $200 billion. Why don't you lend me one and see? I'll give you an IOU too. Seeing that John Lin still had the intention to leave, finally Berg let out a long sigh. Mr. John, you tell me, what exactly are the conditions that can help us solve this crisis? Hearing these words, John Lin's face only slightly eased, and then he smiled with a gentle face. That's right, that's the attitude of cooperation, he said holding up 2 fingers at the two men. I want 2 things. First, your entire stake in the Penguin Group, and second, 60 gold mines. What? This can't be right. Beck immediately screamed. Do you know how much Penguin Group's market capitalization is now? It's over $4 trillion. And when we add it up that's over $1 trillion. That's right, John Lin, you can't have such a big appetite. Berg couldn't help but retort as well. With the 60 gold mines, that's more than 3 trillion. Fart. John Lin sneered. Just those gold mines of yours are worth $2 trillion? Are you sick in the head? Packed together, it doesn't even add up to $500 billion. When that came out, Beck and Berg sort of completely understood. From beginning to end, this John Lin in front of him was very clear about their bottom card. John Lin, so you've been acting from start to finish. You're lying to us. Beck looked at John Lin with an angry face. John Lin spread his hands when he saw this and nodded his head. Right, it's a pity that you two are too stupid to see it at all. Boom! The two men felt a thunderous blow to the head and went straight to vertigo. After making a mess, thinking that he had let the other party into a trap, it now seemed that it was all directed by John Lin himself. But how could you have known that Nanfei would have this great drought that would not be seen in 100 years? Beck said, still a bit reluctant. No comment. John Lin smiled coldly. Alright, you two can think about it. There are still 2 days before the delivery date. either go to jail or agree to my conditions. With that, Jiang Lin walked towards the outside, but he took a few steps and then stopped. By the way, you guys better hurry up, because I'm not sure when I'm in a bad mood and will just raise the price. After saying that, Jiang Lin's figure directly disappeared within the manor. In fact, by doing so, Jiang Lin had already left the other party a way out. Without the penguin stake, they still have control of Southfleet newspapers. Southfleet newspapers still has hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue every year, so they're still rich, just a drop in the bucket from before. Chapter 187 Harvesting Fruits. System Reward. First shareholder of Universal Shipping. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. It was on the last day of the delivery day that Jiang Lin finally received a call from them agreeing. This time Jiang Lin directly cashed in all his futures. Take away $100 billion of your own costs and you net almost $500 billion at once. That's the horror of leverage. 50 times leverage. No consortium would dare to do that without confidence in the exactness of the message. Jiang Lin didn't take out 200 billion knives to repay the loan to the two men in the first place. After all, neither the equity nor the gold matter has been finalized. He had to wait until all the dust settled before he could transfer the funds to the other side. And, of course, he will put that in the agreement. After spending nearly 3 days, Jiang Lin managed to get all the Penguin Group shares from Beckenberg's hands. At the same time, he acquired full operating title to all 60 gold mines, plus he made nearly 800 billion knives in profits from futures. Removing the $200 billion given to pay back the loan leaves $600 billion. Converted down to Jiang Lin this time, his assets skyrocketed by nearly $7 trillion of terrifying assets. $7 trillion? What a concept. It's the equivalent of $1 trillion in extra assets out of thin air. Part of this, of course, is a stake in Penguin Group. One part is the right to operate the gold mine. What Jiang Lin was able to mobilize at will was still the 600 billion knife funds. Not to mention anything else. Just by virtue of these 600 billion knives, Jiang Lin could spend all his assets lying down for several lifetimes. It made him wonder if futures could really make people rich overnight. However, this kind of thing, he only dared to play once. Unless the system gave him important news about futures again. Otherwise he would not dare to play like this to death. After taking care of this, Jiang Lin was actually ready to leave. Who knew that at this time, the system's voice actually sounded again. Ding! You've acquired 60 gold mines, triggering a 100 billion times blitz, rewarding Universal Shipping with 35% of the shares as the first major shareholder. Jiang Lin also didn't expect that after reaping so many rewards, he had actually come with shares in a top shipping company. Global Shipping, the world's largest private shipping company. Bar none. Its one-time owner was known as the world's first boat king, but then after the reorganization of assets, the shareholders also changed hands several times, and now Jiang Lin has become the largest shareholder. Hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. Jiang Lin learned that this Global Shipping, spread over 150 countries around the world, more than 200 routes. It owns nearly 500 containerized cargo ships. Even globally, it can be ranked in the top 5. Properly gigantic. Even on the southbound side of the flight, there are a dozen or so routes going back and forth constantly. For shipping, Jiang Lin was not too sure, but the size of this company alone had given him an idea. The headquarters of Global Shipping is set up in Chengdu, which is a port city and an important hub for shipping. Jiang Lin wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he would go over there when he had time. Leaving the idea of Global Shipping behind for the time being, Jiang Lin prepared to leave. An hour later, he rode back on top of the cruise ship. He didn't expect to see Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao looking at Jiang Lin with a worried face. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Lin opened his mouth and asked. Luo Yifei hurriedly said upon hearing this. Just now when you weren't there, I heard the cruise ship captain say that our route out to sea was blocked by a 1,000,000-ton freighter. A 1,000,000-ton freighter? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. Why are they blocking our route? Isn't it a loading dock? It's not the same one as us. The captain says he's already dealt with the other ship. Luo Yifei frowned. But the other captain told him that although they were a cargo ship, they were bought by the son of a diamond tycoon to play as a cruise ship, so they had to stop here. Buying freighters for fun? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. The ideas of these rich kids were really strange. Using a freighter as a cruise ship, isn't that a bubble in your head? A freighter costs more than even a cruise ship and is far less comfortable. Doesn't it smell good to just buy a cruise ship? Of course, now is not the time to dwell on that. Then we can get the other freighter to move out of the way here first so we can get out and talk about it. Jiang Lin couldn't help but frown. Blocking the road here, how could they go? No way. The captain can only contact the captain of the other side. As for the son of that diamond tycoon, they can't contact him at all. Luo Yifei shook her head. It was only at this moment that Jiang Lin suddenly realized that perhaps this was the crux of the matter. That rich kid on the other side couldn't be contacted, so that captain didn't dare to leave their position without authorization. Okay, then I'll try contacting them myself. John Lin thought about it and turned back while calling both Beck and Berg again. I want you to put me in touch with someone. John Lin's current strength had already caused awe in the hearts of the two men. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's request, the two nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "All right, Mr. Jiang, who do you want to contact?" "The son of a diamond tycoon." Jiang Lin opened his mouth. "What? The son of a diamond tycoon?" The two men's faces changed as they listened. Jiang Lin, who heard this, was suddenly puzzled inwardly. Could it be that this diamond-rich second generation was not to be messed with? "Mr. Jiang, as far as we know, that diamond tycoon's son has always been short-tempered. And it's said that there are still a lot of civilian armed forces under his control." Beck couldn't help but say with some concern, "If you start a conflict with him, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get a satisfactory answer here." "Yes?" Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow. "You guys just give me his contact information. The rest is out of your hands." Seeing that Jiang Lin was so resolute, the two bakers naturally stopped insisting. He could only give Jiang Lin the contact information. "It's a southbound phone number." Jiang Lin directly had someone dial it, and it wasn't long before he heard a gruff voice ringing out. "Hey, who are you?" "Hello, I'm Jiang Lin from the Great Summer Country." Jiang Lin spoke in a deep voice and said without being condescending, "Your freighter is blocking my cruise ship, so please can you move over?" As soon as he heard the word cruise ship, the opposite side of the room became interested. "Oh, the Ocean Anthem is yours?" "Of course." Jiang Lin nodded. "Fine, sell me the cruise ship then. Name your price." Jiang Lin didn't even think that the other party would actually want to buy in his own cruise ship as soon as he opened his mouth. Although he was a bit uncomfortable in his heart, Jiang Lin still suppressed his voice and said, "I'm sorry, I have no intention of selling." "Not for sale? Then what are you calling me for?" He said he was actually about to hang up, and that's when Jiang Lin suddenly spoke. "Sir, your freighter needs to be moved." "Humph, you want me to move it if it's not for sale? Dream on." Bye. Chapter 188. Remember, you'll regret it when you find me. Jiang Lin listened to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, not expecting this diamond-rich second generation to be so arrogant. However, his face didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, he turned his head to Luo Yifei and said, "Yifei, contact the captain and see if we can move out from another direction." "Other direction? That's the only way around is over by the cargo terminal. But there are a lot of ships in between and it's going to be a bit of a pain to coordinate." Luo Yifei had communicated this situation before, so her heart understood as soon as Jiang Lin said it. "It's all right, trouble doesn't matter. As long as it can be set right with money, it's not trouble." Jiang Lin shook his head and suddenly thought of Ning Yi. If this guy was here, he should probably be able to set these things right without needing to worry about himself. It looks like we'll have to pick a suitable assistant to have around in the future, and it'll have to be a man. Jiang Lin said in his heart. "Why is it a man? That's what makes it easier for you to date your soulmates on a regular basis." Although Luo Yifei wasn't as stern as Ning Yi in doing things, she had experienced the battlefield after all, and after comprehending Jiang Lin's meaning, she then went to communicate with the captain. "It's true, money can make the mill go away." After some adjustments, Jiang Lin's cruise ship moved to rush out from the other side of the channel with extreme care. At this moment, Jiang Lin stood on the cruise ship and looked toward the distance, and the many ships that had originally left the cargo harbor gradually began to return to their positions. "Humph, it's so infuriating. If it wasn't for this rich kid, how could we spend $5 million at a time?" At this moment, Luo Yifei was simply like a housekeeper with a depressed expression on her face. Jiang Lin smiled and touched her head. "Don't worry, we won't be able to pay for it either." Can't pay for it? Does anyone else spend money?" Chu Yaoyao couldn't help but get suspicious. "Of course." Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. "Blocking my door so casually, how could I just let it go?" With that, he took out his phone and dialed the rich kid's number once again. "Hey, who are you?" The voice on the other end of the line was a little impatient. Jiang Lin's voice was flat. "I'll give you one last chance. Give me $50 million and forget about you blocking my cruise ship." "What? Give you $50 million? The diamond-rich second generation laughed when he heard it. "You are sick in the head, aren't you? $50 million. It's more like you're giving it to me." "Okay." Facing the ridicule of the rich second generation, Jiang Lin nodded flatly. "Remember, you'll regret it when you look for me." Jiang Lin hung up the phone after saying that. At the other end, the son of the diamond tycoon had a disdainful smile on his face. "Bitch, trying to make me pay? Ridiculous." Jiang Lin, who hung up the phone, directly dialed a number again. Global Shipping Group, Shanda Headquarters, CEO. Yutong's face changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Isn't this the Mr. Jiang he just talked to on the phone yesterday? This is the group's newest and largest shareholder. The strength behind it is terrifying." Seeing this, he hurriedly picked up the phone. "Mr. Jiang, what are you looking for me for?" "Aha!" Jiang Lin nodded indifferently. On the non-Fei side, do we have a container freighter in now? Just a moment, I'll check it for you now, said Yutong, then put down his cell phone and inquired in front of his office computer. A moment later, he then said again, Mr. Jiang, check it out. There are no freighters docking at the port right now, but in another 20 minutes, freighters from 3 routes will arrive there for transit. Okay, have the captains of the 3 freighters contact me. Zhang Lin nodded at his words and then said, okay, I'll have them contact you. With that, Yutong hung up the phone and began to urgently contact the captains of the 3 container freighters. It didn't take long for the 3 captains to call Zhang Lin in turn. Zhang Lin told them of his intentions. The 3 captains then began to execute it immediately. Zhang Lin, who hung up the phone, smiled and looked at the 2 girls next to him. Alright, wait for the show. Good show? The 2 girls had puzzled looks on their faces. I don't know what arrangements Zhang Lin has actually made. However, half an hour later, they saw an immense containerized freighter traveling from the sea in the distance. Woohoo! Instead of sailing into the harbor as usual, the 3 freighters formed a semicircle, completely surrounding the Diamond Tycoon's freighter. The 3 container freighters are all 10 million ton freighters. Compared to a 1 million ton freighter, it's the difference between a child and a giant. This time, 3 freighters surrounded it, and there wasn't the slightest path to get out. And the only river that leads to the freighter's side of the river is simply too small to allow the other side to pass because of the drainage. The captain of the freighter who saw this scene immediately changed his face and hurriedly contacted the rich second generation of the Diamond Tycoon. What? I can't get my ship out? Diamond Rich was getting high, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He hurried to the harbor, only to see 3 more mountains in front of his freighter. Damn it, what's going on? Did you contact the captains of those ships? The captain laughed bitterly. Contacted, but the other captain doesn't intend to leave at all, saying that they're going to stop here for a month. What? The Diamond Rich man's face changed when he heard it. He didn't buy this ship, but rented it. A day's rent is $5 million, and if it's parked for a month, that's $150 million. His old man has money, but the problem is he won't give it to him. If this matter was known by his old man, he would probably be able to beat him to death. This rich kid didn't expect that something like this would actually happen. Who the hell is screwing me over? He was sweating profusely with anxiety when, suddenly, someone seemed to come to mind. The man from Daxia who used to call him. Yes, it must be him. Thinking of this, he hurriedly dialed Jian Lin's number. Hey, tell your men to move the boat. Jian Lin didn't say a word and directly hung up the phone. At this point, Richie was completely calm. He thought about it and had to call. Say, how much do you want? He knew that Jian Lin had once made an offer to him before. Too bad he didn't agree. That's when he had to bring up old issues again. However, Jian Lin only smiled faintly when he heard this. The 3 container freighters are all mine. Do you think I lack money? After saying that without waiting for the other party to speak, Jian Lin directly hung up the phone. According to his instructions, the 3 freighters would dock here for half a month in this position. Jian Lin wasn't bad with money. He could afford all the expenses. For the sake of it, it's a comfort. Vaguely, Jian Lin seemed to hear the voice of that Diamond Rich second generation, roaring in anger. He, on the other hand, was already on a cruise ship, heading in the direction of the Great Summer Country. Chapter 189, Encountering Sister and Brother-in-Law. Bad feeling from Chen Yi. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a man of God. The pony on the other end of the phone was always excited. I didn't realize that it's only been 3 months, but not only have you taken care of the equity, you've even gotten your hands on 60 gold mines as well. Chief Little Horse was surprised in his heart. Just those 60 gold mines were enough to make people's eyes red. Moreover, as the boss of a listed group, he had heard that Jiang Lin's handful of gold futures had almost doubled the entire price of gold. This kind of vigor and boldness, as well as that poisonous and incomparable vision, is not something that ordinary people can have. Not bad for an existence with that one helping behind it. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and even his tone of voice seemed more respectful. You're flattered, Chief Pony. Jiang Lin smiled flatly. It was just a fluke for me. Where? This is Mr. Jiang being modest. Chief Pony laughed. It's like this. I don't know when you'll be back. We'd like to hold a shareholders meeting to announce the change of the first shareholder. This one? I guess it will arrive in 4 or 5 days. Jiang Lin was in no hurry to come back, so he took his time playing at sea for a few days. Okay, then it'll be 5 days later, and you'll come directly to the Shindu headquarters at that time. Chief Pony suggested. Okay, I'll see you in 5 days then. Hanging up the phone, Mr. Xiaoma hurriedly issued a notice to the entire group, calling for a shareholders meeting, because the new director will be meeting everyone. When this news came out, the whole group was abuzz. Numerous speculations about the identity of the new shareholders have been debated, but the ponies didn't exactly reveal it. It just said that Jiang Lin was a young man and had a strong background and outstanding ability. With such anticipation and curiosity, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lin got off the boat in Chengdu and didn't let Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao, the two of them, follow. After all, it had been out for a while, so it was better to let them go back first. Jiang Lin rushed to get off the cruise ship when it docked, prepare to rush to a nearby 5-star hotel. The hotel was booked by Mr. Pony, and the other party was supposed to come and pick him up in person. But Jiang Lin didn't let on. He doesn't like to be too flashy. His assets have now skyrocketed by a few $1 trillion, but instead he has a taste of returning to his roots. Simply put, it's the air of superiority. There are some things that don't need to be deliberately rehearsed, because he's past the stage of actively pretending to be X. It's starting to go in a more pushy direction. Being ordinary is not necessarily a bad thing. Keep a low profile to go the extra mile. Jiang Lin came out of the pier and looked at the blue, blazing sky above his head. Can't help but get caught up in the memories. As for Shamdu, he had indeed been here quite a few times in his previous life. At that time, people liked to drift north, and Jiang Lin was no exception. As a result, it was lost in the north. He had to turn south again, to the deep capital. Although he had come to a parallel world this time, he couldn't help but feel something inside. Suddenly, some of the experiences that had befallen me in my previous life came to the surface. The heartache, the tears, the distress, the struggles, all of them, one by one, emerged. But just as he was lost in thought, suddenly a clear voice actually sounded beside him. Jiang Lin, is that you? Jiang Lin subconsciously inclined his head to look, and saw a woman in a short halter dress looking at herself with a surprised face, and next to her stood an equally tall young man in beach pants. The youth had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and there was arrogance between his brows. Cousin, what are you doing here? Jiang Lin also didn't expect that he would see his relatives here. The beautiful woman's name is Jiang Lai, the daughter of his great-uncle's family. When I was a child, my eldest uncle and the others came south to work, and later married and had children on this side of the country. Jiang Lin had only seen them in his old home when he was paying homage to his ancestors, and when they were little, Jiang Lai took them on like a big sister. The two have a great relationship. Not only that, but at the time this cousin was someone else's kid according to Pops, because the other party is not only beautiful, but also excellent character and learning, and later admitted to the national ranking of the top 5 Mordor University. Only after she went to college, Jiang Lin's contact with her gradually thinned out. He didn't even know where the other man had gone to work. I just didn't expect to be able to meet my cousin here. Aha, it's really a coincidence. I'm here to pick up your brother-in-law. Cousin joyfully walked up to Jiang Lin and touched his head, saying, Aya, you've grown so tall. By the way, what are you doing here? Didn't get off that Anthem ship too, did you? Facing his cousin's astonished gaze, Jiang Lin also couldn't help but wonder. Brother-in-law came down from the Anthem? Yeah, your brother-in-law was supposed to be out of the country on a business trip and happened to hear about this cruise ship passing by, so he spent a couple days on it. With a smile on her face, my cousin said, and it's a publicly funded trip. Awesome, isn't it? Hearing his wife praise him, this brother-in-law couldn't help but show a hint of a smug smile, but on his lips he modestly said, it's nothing, it's all just the company's good benefits. On the contrary, you're the one who's really good. Brother, you must be strong if you can get off the Anthem. Chenny complimented with a smile on his face. As far as he knew, this Anthem was a top-notch luxury cruise ship, and a ticket was over $10,000, and that's not counting the extra spending on the ship. In front of him, this Jiang Lin didn't look old enough to actually be able to board this kind of cruise ship, so it was obvious that the strength behind it was not to be underestimated. His Chenyi's best skill for so many years was to see the wind in the sails. If the other party was really strong enough and a relative, he didn't mind pulling some strings, which no Jiang Lin heard but smiled and shook his head. Which is not. I'm not just graduated not long ago, to this side of the travel tour, heard that there are top cruise ships docking, so special to this sight to see. Looks like I've come to the right place this time. I didn't expect to be able to run into my sister and brother-in-law, so it's a hustle. Ha! Chenyi was instantly a little disappointed in his heart when he heard this. He thought that the other party was some rich man's child. Even the smile on his face faded a bit. Ha ha, that's right, since I let me run into you, you won't be able to run away. Cousin pulled Jiang Lin's arm and said, let's go, we must go to my house today. Your great-uncle and great-aunt often mention you. Saying that, he pulled Jiang Lin away without saying a word. Seeing this, Jiang Lin let out a bitter smile. Sister, I didn't buy anything here, so you're letting me go empty-handed. What's the point of buying, when you're in your own home? Jiang Lai had no intention of letting Jiang Lin go in the slightest. Just like that, Jiang Lin was dragged hard by Jiang Lai to his eldest uncle's house. Ha ha, Jiang Lin, I haven't seen you in how many years? Come on, let uncle take a good look. The eldest uncle's family was in a very good environment and had made a small fortune in the deep capital over the years. 3 bedrooms and 1 bath with grand finishes. Hello great uncle. Hello great auntie. John Lin was also delighted to see his 2 relatives and hurriedly greeted the other party. Yes, yes. Great auntie smiled back and nodded. Have a seat. I have one more dish to finish, said the great uncle as she turned and went about her business. Uncle sat on the sofa and pointed to Chen Yi next to him. This is your brother-in-law. Has your sister introduced you yet? He's a high school graduate from Imperial University, and now he's working as a department manager in the company. Really? Then brother-in-law is really young and talented, John Lin said with a smile. Hey, where? I'm just relying on my parents for shelter, Chen Yi said with a modest appearance on the surface. John Lin, you just graduated not long ago, right? The eldest uncle asked casually as he brought John Lin a cup of tea. Yeah, just graduated a couple months ago. John Lin nodded. Have you found a job yet? It just so happens that your brother-in-law and your sister are both in the same company, so why don't you let your brother-in-law think of something for you? The eldest was enthusiastic. Chen Yi beside him frowned slightly and unnoticeably when he saw this. He hated this kind of thing that allowed him to randomly arrange his work. He's just a minor department head with not that much power at all. If you look for a job, you have to ride on your own favors. It's too uneconomical. More importantly, by what right has he fought so hard for so many years to get to this position? And others are able to step right into the company with just a word? On what grounds? For such people who want to steal the fruits of his victory are assholes. In an instant, Chen Yi's ill feelings towards John Lin increased a few more points. Chapter 190, Where do we meet in life? John Lin couldn't help but smile and shake his head as soon as he heard this. No need, uncle. I opened a small supermarket before I graduated and started my own business. I don't intend to look for a job. Oh, it's good to start a business, the eldest uncle exclaimed with an appreciative face. The eldest uncle was also doing business on his own in the beginning. Starting a business with nothing, although it was hard, but it was very fulfilling. By the way, how's business at your mini-mart? John Lin sniffed with a bit of regret and said, the business is still good, but because the store was demolished before, so it's out of business, and it just so happens that I have some time here, so I came out to take a stroll. Gee, that's a shame, the eldest uncle said with a bit of regret. But John Lin, don't be discouraged. Starting a business and all that is a bit bumpy. Chen Yi beside him couldn't help but secretly skim his lips as he listened. He thought the other party had something, but it turned out to be a small supermarket. For a while, he put 3 tags on John Lin: jobless, unmotivated, and greedy for pleasure. Okay, enough chit-chat, let's eat. At this time, the first aunt greeted the crowd and they were ready to start the meal. At the dinner table, his great-uncle and great-aunt had given themselves food, and even his sister took great care of him. This made Chen Yi, who was usually the most favored person next to him, secretly jealous in his heart. What right does a hobo have to be taken care of by others? John Lin was looking at Chen Yi's reaction in his eyes, but after all, he was at his eldest uncle's house, so he didn't show anything. After dinner, John Lin got up to take his leave. Seeing this, both the eldest uncle and the eldest aunt couldn't help but persuade. John Lin, you're just staying at the eldest uncle's house for the night. What's the hurry? No, great auntie, I've booked Shangri-La on my side, and I have something to do the day after tomorrow, so I won't stay much longer. John Lin smiled and shook his head. When Chen Yi heard this, he couldn't help but skim his mouth. Pretend, I'll let you pretend. The Shangri-La 5-star hotel costs $2,000 for the cheapest night. Can you afford it? Hey, okay, if you want to go, just ask your brother-in-law to give you a ride. It just so happens he has a car. As soon as the eldest uncle saw that John Lin was determined to leave, he didn't stay. When Chen Yi, who was next to him, heard it, his eyes lit up. Good, didn't you say you live in Shangri-La? Well, I'm just in time to poke you. Okay, let's go John Lin, I'll drive you. That's when he warmed up instead. John Lin also nodded when he saw this. Then I'll trouble brother-in-law. No trouble, let's go. Chen Yi nodded, then changed his clothes and went downstairs with John Lin. Chen Yi drove a BMW X3, the beggar's version, which is about 300,000 yuan. At his age, though, it was fair. The two of them sat in the car and made some small talk. Chen Yi had already made up his mind that he wanted to reveal John Lin's true colors. Well, Shangri-La is here. Chen Yi stopped the car and got out to help John Lin with his luggage. No, brother-in-law, I'll just go up myself. John Lin saw this and spoke. Don't, it's here alright, I'll send it up for you. Chen Yi pulled his luggage and headed inside. Humph, how can I expose you if I don't go in? John Lin had no choice but to follow the other party once he saw that they were insistent. That's the front desk. Go! Chen Yi entered Shangri-La and was simply more aggressive than John Lin. A few steps rushed to the receptionist's position. looking at Jiang Lin with a teasing face. Seeing this, Jiang Lin's face was incredibly flat, and he directly walked to the front desk to hand his ID card to the other party. "Hello, I have someone here with an early reservation," Jiang Lin said. "Yes, just a moment," the waitress spoke politely. "Oh, brother, what kind of room did you book here?" Chen Yi couldn't help but ask when he saw the scene. Jiang Lin sniffed but shook his head. "I don't know. Someone else ordered it for me." "Ha!" Chen Yi smiled and didn't say anything. "Make it up. Just make it up. You don't even know what room you've booked. Who are you kidding?" Ugh, he suddenly sighed softly. Well, at least they were relatives, weren't they? In public, Chen Yi also didn't want Jiang Lin to make a fool of himself. "Jiang Lin, if you haven't booked it, why don't we just go to?" He had not yet finished his words, but all of a sudden he heard the waiter's voice come at once. "Mr. Jiang, your top Imperial suite is in 2008. Here's your room card. Top of the line. Imperial set?" Chen Yi's words came to an abrupt end as he stared violently with wide eyes and an incredulous expression at Jiang Lin. Others don't know, but it's impossible for him, who travels a lot, not to know. That's nearly 20,000 a night for this top-of-the-line Imperial set. Even he's only heard of it, he's never lived there. Now Jiang Lin actually ordered such a set. It's unbelievable. "You, actually, ordered the Imperial set?" Chen Yi's somewhat incredulous words rang out. Jiang Lin saw the other party's look of surprise and shook his head to explain. "I've never experienced it either, so I booked a night to try it out." "Brother-in-law, you mustn't tell uncle and the others." The reason why he said that was actually because he didn't want to make his eldest uncle and the others misunderstand. After all, it would be a pain in the ass to explain yourself if you really pressed the issue. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, Chen Yi was instantly somewhat relieved. No wonder. That's a lot of money down the drain. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but darken his face and said to Jiang Lin in a serious manner, "Jiang Lin, don't blame brother-in-law for talking too much. At your age, it's not the time to be greedy. Fighting is what you should be doing. Think about it. Wouldn't it be nice if you saved this $10,000 or $20,000 a night and gave it to you as startup capital for your future business? Look at me. If I hadn't suffered and worked hard in the first place, and started from nothing until now, how would I have gotten to where I am today and what I've accomplished?" In the face of the other party's preaching, Jiang Lin just smiled faintly and didn't mean to respond. Chen Yi saw that Jiang Lin had a look of oil and salt. Naturally, he did not say more, and gave the other party even more of a rotten label. Chen Yi didn't go up with Jiang Lin and left. In his opinion, such people were no longer worth befriending themselves. Jiang Lin only smiled lightly at this and didn't take it to heart. The night was silent, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lin didn't have much to do in the past 2 days and stayed at the hotel to read books. Since his last gold futures win, he's also fine with reading books about futures. That morning, it was finally time for the shareholders' meeting. Looking at the time, Jiang Lin took a taxi from the hotel alone and rushed to Penguin Group's headquarters. The Penguin Group's headquarters building, which was dozens of floors high, was imposing. Jiang Lin got out of the car and was looking up there when he did. Suddenly cries of alarm rang out beside him. "Jiang Lin, why are you here?" Jiang Lin inclined his head and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. What a coincidence. Cousin wearing an OL professional black silk short skirt outfit and Chen Yi in a straight suit actually appeared next to him again. Jiang Lin sniffed and subconsciously spoke. "Sister, I came here." But before he finished his words, Chen Yi next to him let out a cold snort. "Do you still need to ask? Isn't it obvious that Jiang Lin is here for an interview?" Saying that, he couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Jiang Lin, what time is it already? Our company's interview time starts at 8 o'clock, and you're still gawking here." This time, Jiang Lin froze for a moment instead, but then he reacted. It turned out that this elite brother-in-law of his actually worked for Penguin Group. Yeah, cousin reacted instantly. "Quick, get in. If you delay, you'll miss your chance." Saying that, she pulled Jiang Lin and headed inside the group. Chapter 191. Don't be nervous. It's me they're calling. "Sis, you work here too?" Jiang Lin was even more surprised this time. What a mess. These two are all working in their own company. "Right. Your brother-in-law is the department manager here. I'm his employee," sister said with a smirk on her face. Surprised? Luckily for your sister, I'm an employee of the administration department, so I'm more or less able to hook up with human resources. As she walked, she said, "However, the shareholders meeting was held today, and most of the people in the company have been drawn over there. The interviews should just slow down a bit." Saying that, she directly pulled Jiang Lin inside a small lounge. "Here, you sit here for a while, and when I get your brother-in-law to look for the supervisor on the manpower side, I'll make up an interview time for you then," said she, also a little angry look at Jiang Lin. "You say you, to come to the interview also not early. Honestly, sit here. Do not walk around, no?" Okay." John Lin opened his mouth and didn't wait to explain before he saw that his cousin had already gone out. He shook his head and smiled, unable to help but say in his mind, "I'm really not here for an interview. I'm here for the AGM." After staying for a while, John Lin looked at the time and then got up and left the lounge. Chief Pony had previously sent him the conference center where the AGM would meet on the 15th floor. He got on the elevator and pressed straight to the 15th floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, John Lin saw from afar that there were quite a few people inside the conference center from a distance. There must be 400 or 500 people at least. Why so many? In addition to some of the major shareholders, a number of the company's employees are also rewarded with shares. The number of people rewarded are actually over 1,000. However, because of the number of people, only some representatives were sent to this AGM. John Lin walked into the conference center, and at a glance, he saw that there was a chair labeled with his own label in the entire front of the guest seats. Subconsciously he was about to walk over. Who knows? Just after taking 2 steps, he was pulled down by a hand. "Why are you so disobedient, brother? You're not allowed to run around." John Lin turned around and found his cousin looking at him with an anxious face. "Sister, come on, I'll send you back now. You don't want to wander off again." Which knows that just after her words fell, Chenny next to her hurriedly stopped. "Ai, Zhang Lai, you quickly pull him to sit down. Can't you see that Mr. Xiao Ma and the others are all here? If I let them find out the problem, will I still be the department manager?" Chenny was practically pissed off at Zhang Lin. "When is it not a good time to show up? Did you have to show up at this time? Now that everyone is moving in and only he is moving out, isn't that a problem that can be seen at a glance?" It was their administration department that was responsible for organizing the AGM. He is even the manager who specializes in staffing this AGM. If nothing but mistakes are made, there will surely be serious consequences when the time comes. He doesn't care about a John Lin, but he cares about his future. Hearing Chen Yi's low drink, her cousin also reacted at once, so she had to pull John Lin to come and sit next to Chen Yi in the corner. "What to do, honey?" John Lai couldn't help but ask. "What to do? What else can we do?" Chen Yi gave John Lin a speechless look. "Stay here honestly, today's shareholders meeting won't be too long. By then when it's over, you can follow the crowd and walk out." When John Lai heard this, he couldn't help but worry. What about John Lin's interview? What if we can't find him? What's the time to worry about interviews? Chen Yi said with a black face. "Who let him be late? If I get scolded by the leader, who's responsible for this?" But John Lai was about to say more before John Lin, who was next to him, stopped him. "It's okay, sis, don't embarrass my brother-in-law. I'll just stay here for a while." John Lin shook his head and said, "Well, that'll have to do." John Lai nodded at this and sat down next to him as well. Soon, there were more and more people at the shareholders meeting, and Chen Yi was responsible for communicating with others to count the number of minority shareholders and shareholder representatives. As for some important shareholders, naturally they were out of his hands. Phew, no more, no less. Finally we're all here. Returning to his seat, Chen Yi quietly sighed in relief. As soon as he saw John Lin next to him, he was furious. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been noticed by someone else just now. As he was thinking, suddenly John Lin's phone rang. Chen Yi's pupils shrunk as he looked at John Lin with an annoyed expression, which knew that John Lin didn't even look at him and picked it up on his own. "Well, I'm here, so start as usual. I'll be up there in a minute." Without waiting for Chen Yi to open his mouth, John Lin said a couple sentences before hanging up. At this time, Chen Yi said to John Lai, "Tell your brother to turn off his cell phone for me, or else I'll be screwed if I delay the shareholders meeting in a while." "Oh, I know." It didn't take long for the entire conference center to quiet down and the AGM to begin. Penguin Group's vice president, Chang Yu, is in charge of the AGM. He began with a presentation on the semi-annual financial report. At the same time, the company's next development strategies and adjustments were outlined. After about 20 minutes, his eyes went to the Pony Chief. Chief Pony Tun took the microphone. "I'm sure you're all aware of the news that the first shareholder of Penguin Group has changed, and the main purpose of this shareholders meeting, which is being held today, is to introduce this newly promoted shareholder to you. Speaking of this shareholder, I think there's been some word spreading throughout the company." "That's right. What I'm trying to say is that the shareholder who controls nearly 1/3 of the entire Penguin Group is not some huge investment group, but a mysterious natural person shareholder." As soon as these words came out, a sound of astonishment rang out from below. "Ah, natural person shareholders. It's not something a large group can match. In other words, this is one person who controls 1/3 of Penguin Group's market capitalization. What a lot of money and ability that must be. Being able to do that, there are quite a few people in the company who are secretly talking about it. Unless it's the Prince of Sandy Fear, or the Prince of Earthly Worship. On top of that, it's hard to see how any young person could control such a large amount of money." seeing the crowd's appetites whetted. For his part, General Manager Xiao Ma let out a faint smile. Okay, below, let's give a warm round of applause and invite our first shareholder, Mr. Jiang from the Great Summer Country, to the stage. Wow! Thunderous applause. Everyone hadn't expected that this shareholder was actually a big brother from the Great Summer Country, born and raised in the country. It made them look forward to it even more. I didn't expect this shareholder is actually from our Great Summer Country. Zhang Lai whispered to Chun Yi while applauding. Yes, to be able to achieve such a level at such a young age is simply an existence we look up to. Chen Yi also nodded deeply. If I can have the opportunity to befriend this being, it would simply be my Chen Yi's lifelong fortune. If you ask me, your brother Jiang Lin. Where is Jiang Lin? As he was talking, Chen Yi's face suddenly changed drastically as Jiang Lin next to him actually disappeared. Zhang Lai subconsciously looked towards the surroundings upon hearing this, and it was only then that he saw that Jiang Lin had actually stood up from his seat, and actually walked towards the direction of the center hosting stage. Hey, brother, come back here. Zhang Lai, who saw this scene, changed his color and exclaimed in a low voice, which knew that Jiang Lin paused for a moment at his words and turned his head to smile at her. Sister, don't be nervous, it's me they're calling. Your brother is crazy. Next to him, Chen Yi's face was simply uglier than a pig's liver at the moment. He was hysterical as Zhang Lai yelled down, what is he doing? To me up? It doesn't matter if he wants to die himself, but don't drag me along. It's over. If this is known by the leaders, I won't be able to do my job as a manager. Seeing Chen Yi angry, Zhang Lai also aggrieved. I don't know. Jiang Lin he. Her words had barely gotten halfway through when they snapped to a screeching halt, because, the moment he saw Jiang Lin appear, Mr. Xiao Ma, who was originally seated on the hosting stage, actually took the initiative to stand up, and, with a smile on his face, he took the initiative to welcome them. At this moment, Chen Yi's mind let out a roar, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 192, I didn't buy a private plane. The planes you're flying in are all mine. What? What's going on here? Looking at Mr. Xiao Ma, who took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Lin, Chen Yi felt as if he had been hit hard in the head, and was a bit short-circuited even now. Doesn't Jiang Lin run a mini-mart? And the mini-mart was torn down. Why did Mr. Pony shake his hand? In an instant, all the questions surfaced from his mind. That is, until Jiang Lin was made to sit down at the center of the hosting stage by Chief Little Horse, and grandly introduced this Jiang Lin, when he was the newly promoted #1 shareholder of the entire Penguin Group. Chen Yifeng came back to his senses. Ah, hubby, my brother is actually the first shareholder of our group. Oh my god. Next to him, Zhang Lai was practically jumping up and down with excitement. She had just been worried that Jiang Lin might miss the interview. Now, the other party doesn't need an interview at all. Ha! Chen Yi let out a bitter smile. So it turned out that he had misunderstood the other party from the very beginning. It turns out that the other party didn't stay in a 5-star Shangri-La top suite just to pretend to be X. Compared to the equity of Penguin Group, just 1 month's dividend alone would allow him to live in Shangri-La for a year. It's ridiculous that he's actually preaching to the other side of the fence. From start to finish, Jiang Lin responded with a flat gaze. Now that he thought about it, Chen Yi suddenly felt that he was as ridiculous as a jumping clown. Jiang Lin sat on the hosting stage, looking down with a breezy face. As for Chen Yi's inner activities, he didn't know, nor was he interested in knowing. The entire shareholders meeting came to a close with a few brief remarks from him. Pony Chief is also planning to host a celebratory dinner in his honor. However, Jiang Lin had no intention of participating. He's pretty much done with Shemu and is ready to go back. The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Lai looked at Jiang Lin outside the building with an incredulous face. Tell me, brother, how on earth did you become a shareholder? You're too powerful, aren't you, to actually become a top tycoon without saying a word? You're afraid you're not going to be in Forbes, are you? Compared to Zhang Lai's chatter, this time Chen Yi was unusually silent, because in front of Jiang Lin, that previously strong sense of superiority disappeared. All that was left in its place was a strong sense of oppression. No, it's a sense of desperation. Under Jiang Lai's strong request, Jiang Lin had no choice but to take Chen Yi's car to the airport. Because of the huge shift in his identity, Chen Yi didn't even know how to speak well now. In response, Jiang Lin was happy to be free. When they arrived at the airport, Chen Yi took the initiative to start helping Jiang Lin with the check-in procedures. Seeing this, Jiang Lin didn't refuse. After all, he was his cousin's husband, and although his character was a bit of a seesaw, he was a pretty good husband overall. Well, it's done. VIP flights, direct to Imperial. It wasn't long before Chen Yi hurriedly ran back, handing Jiang Lin the boarding pass in his hand. Compared to the coldness before, it was a bit ingratiating now. Seeing this, Jiang Lin accepted the boarding pass, took his luggage and headed towards the VIP channel. seeing that he was going to leave. Chenny tangled for half a day and suddenly couldn't help but open his mouth. That, John Lin, brother-in-law has a. He had just been thinking all the way that if John Lin was willing to open his mouth for him at Penguin Group, he would be nothing more than a department manager, even if he was a supervisor or a director. However, before he finished his words, John Lin already understood what he meant. With that, he directly spoke and interrupted. Brother-in-law, seeing the wind will certainly get you to the present, but doing your part will get you to the future. After saying that, he simply turned his head towards the entrance and disappeared. Doing your part, Chen Yi muttered to himself, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually turning into bitterness. Indeed, because of this, he missed the greatest opportunity of his life. After going through the security check, John Lin was about to board the plane through the VIP entrance. However, he had just handed his boarding pass to the staff when his cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was actually Chief Oma calling. As soon as John Lin got on the line, he heard Mr. Dama's laughter. Ha ha, Mr. John, I really don't know how to express my admiration for you to be able to control Penguin Group so quickly. You're the first person ever. Mr. Ma, you flatter me. John Lin smiled faintly. Surely you didn't call me just to praise me? Ha ha, just can't hide it from you. Chief Big Horse laughed. Since you're making such a big move, why don't you come over to my place to discuss Ally's next step? You mean the acquisition of Ally? John Lin instantly thought. Yeah, you hurry up and come to Yundu. It just so happens that Sun Jingyi returned in the past few days. Chief Dumas said. Well, strike while the iron is hot. Okay, then I'll head over there. John Lin nodded and was about to say more, but then he heard a noblewoman behind him who was urging with an impatient face. Are you done? Can't you call again when you get on the plane? Wasting time here. It's so unqualified. John Lin hung up the phone and swept a glance at the other party. The other party was wearing a designer label and holding an LV bag. It must weigh almost 160 pounds. With an impatient face, he stood behind John Lin. John Lin swept a glance and withdrew his gaze. Turning his head to the attendant he spoke. Miss, can you check for me if there are flights that fly to Yundu instead? I'm sorry, sir, we can only accept check-in here. We can't check flight information, the attendant said politely. So, John Lin thought about it and suddenly said, then, can you please contact your leader? Just say that I'm John Lin, and ask him to arrange a flight to Yundu for me. I need to take off now. John Lin really didn't want to go out and buy another ticket. Security check, and then wait for the time. It's too much trouble. He said it casually, but the noblewoman in the back couldn't help but snicker when she heard it. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Asking someone to set you up with an airplane? Who do you think you are? Ooh yo, there really are all kinds of people these days, bragging about nothing. With that she impatiently urged. Hey, if you want to brag go to the side and do it, there's still boarding to be done here. John Lin ignored her raving and instead looked at the service staff and said, can I trouble you? Seeing that John Lin's expression didn't look like he was faking, the service staff hesitated for a moment and picked up the walkie-talkie. Well, I can only try. If the manager doesn't come, there's nothing I can do. Okay, thanks a lot. John Lin smiled and nodded, then flashed to the side. This time, the noblewoman who finally had the chance to check in couldn't help but spit out while doing the formalities. This VIP gate is really getting less and less strict now. I can't believe anyone can be let in. Do you guys think it's funny? Someone actually said to let the airport arrange a plane for him first? LOL, you think you bought a private jet? John Lin raised an eyebrow from the side. He didn't care what the noblewoman said. It was just that this endless chatterbox made it a bit difficult for him. Therefore, John Lin raised his head and looked at her and said indifferently, I didn't buy a private airplane. The airplanes you're flying in are all mine. Chapter 193, oh no, is he trying to do something to me? Yours? Ha ha ha. When the noblewoman heard this, she laughed loudly and arrogantly. This bull let you blow. Even I am so qualified people cannot stand it. Why don't you say you built all the airplanes? She snickered, not even in a hurry to board the plane. Sister still today will not go. To give you a good lesson, bull cannot blow. To be out of things, the noblewoman stood there and didn't move, just in time to block the VIP boarding guests behind her as well. This time, all of a sudden, the many guests who were originally watching the show also began to speak. What the hell? Are we allowed to board the plane? That's right, just blow off steam. Don't affect other people, okay? Really, young people nowadays really don't know how to be humble anymore. Why don't you get on the plane properly? You have to make a scene here. Hey, maybe they are some kind of internet celebrity, deliberately making a big hype here. I don't care about the hype. Don't keep me from getting on the plane. Listening to the crowd's comments, the smile on the noblewoman's face became even more arrogant. See, kid, the eyes of the crowd are shining. And you're about to be poked and prodded. Jiang Lin inclined his head towards the inside of the passageway and finally saw a light before his eyes. Coming. At this time the crowd saw that a manager in a suit with 2 assistants was rushing all the way over. What's going on? Seeing this chaotic situation in front of him, he couldn't help but frown and asked towards the attendant. This place is already in such a mess. Why don't you know to unclog it? The waitress pointed helplessly at the noble woman next to her. This lady here won't leave and has to see this gentleman's jokes. When the manager saw this and looked towards a short distance away, he saw Jiang Lin standing with his luggage. Seeing this, he instantly had a respectful smile appear on his face and hurriedly squeezed past the noblewoman. Mr. Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. With that, he walked to the front and rushed at Jiang Lin with an apologetic bow. Gah! At that moment, the crowd that was originally discussing instantly came to an abrupt halt. They looked at the manager incredulously, not understanding why the other party had such an attitude. The noblewoman who was ready to watch the show was even more confused. It shouldn't. Isn't this kid blowing smoke? What does this manager mean by this attitude? The noblewoman who saw this scene instantly felt that this manager had been cheated. She couldn't help but speak up. Hey manager, are you falling for it? This kid is just blowing smoke. He says he owns all the airplanes here. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the manager jerk his head up and look at her with an icy face. This lady, you'd better hurry up and board the plane. If you delay the normal procedure for passengers, our company will blacklist you. With that, he turned his head to Jiang Lin and said, Mr. Jiang, please give me this side. Your flight has already been arranged for you. You can board right away. Jiang Lin nodded after hearing this. Right, I'm temporarily arranging for the airplane to shadow without affecting the other flights. The proper functioning of the company is important, so if there's a problem, I can wait. The manager hurriedly shook his head and said, Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, we're on a blank route. We definitely won't affect the takeoff and landing of other flights. With that, the two had walked through the crowd toward the boarding gate, leaving a bunch of thoroughly confused travelers behind. What did he just say? The company really seems to have a separate plane for him. So, what he just said is true. He owns the airline? People nowadays, they are really living more and more back. Looks like he's dressed like a man and talks like a man. That's right, still a sister. I see that after removing the foundation from her face, 80% is a big mom. The noblewoman who hadn't even walked into the gate yet almost stumbled and planted herself on the ground in anger when she heard this. MMP, that's not what you guys said before. Jiang Lin got on the airplane and it didn't take long for it to take off. An hour later, at the Yundu International Airport, as soon as Jiang Lin came out of the airport, he saw General Manager De Ma waiting for him there with his men. Mr. Ma, you're in a hurry enough. Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile when he saw Ma. That's right. Just thinking about how that grandson actually dared to take a shot at me makes me want to shovel him right now. Chief Big Horse smiled and said, Go to my place. We'll talk while we eat. Jiang Lin was being pulled along by Mr. De Ma, and his gaze couldn't help but look towards the bodyguard beside him. Perhaps it was the relationship between hearts and minds. Song Minghui actually had her gaze looking towards him without any trace as well. The two men momentarily intertwined their gazes. Crackle! It was as if a spark of electricity flashed through the air. Frightened, Song Minghui instantly retracted. Ha! Jiang Lin let out a light laugh, and in turn found it very interesting. What's wrong, Mr. Jiang? Is there something to be happy about? Chief Dumas wondered from the sidelines. Nothing much, just thought of a funny girl. Jiang Lin said with intent. Yes, Mr. Dumas suspiciously glanced at Jiang Lin, then shook his head. Sure enough, he didn't understand the world of young people. He didn't understand, but behind him, Song Minghui's face reddened slightly. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Crap, what's wrong with me? Is the mind actually this fickle? Song Minghui couldn't help but say in her heart. Why do I keep thinking of him? She had said in the middle of the squad that she would only marry a man stronger than herself in her life. The entire force, however, had not seen a man stronger than her. She thought that she would be alone for the rest of her life, and never thought that she would not be able to walk more than 2 moves in the hands of this Jiang Lin. From that time onwards, the word Jiang Lin had been deeply imprinted in her mind. How could it not be waved away? But, this guy looks like a womanizer. Song Minghui couldn't help but say secretly. Last time I secretly looked up what it means to play multiple sports on the internet. Oops, shame on you. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Lin and Mr. De Ma had already gotten out of the car and walked towards Mr. De Ma's villa. A banquet had already been arranged inside the villa, specializing in treating Jiang Lin. The two of them took their seats, and Chief Oma waved his hand. Alright, you guys go ahead and rest. The villa is basically safe. There's no need to be so guarded. Song Minghui and the others nodded at his words, and then they were about to turn around and leave. But at this time, Jiang Lin suddenly opened his mouth. Hey, Captain Song, if you're not in a hurry, come sit together. Song Minghui heard but paused for a moment and couldn't help but glare at Jiang Lin. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. When the nearby Chief Big Horse took a look, he couldn't help but laugh. Captain Song, there's no need for you to be formal. Since it's Mr. Jiang's invitation, you'll stay and join us. At those words, Song Minghui could only turn her head and walk back to the table to sit down again. Jiang Lin smiled at the sight and turned his head towards General Manager Ma. General Manager Ma, you're in such a hurry to call me here. Do you have any plans? Aha! Truth be told, Chief Oma nodded. I was also very surprised to hear that you actually bought Penguin out. It just so happens that I'm planning to organize a charity dinner to raise funds for the Hope School in a couple of days, and I happen to invite Sun Jingyi over as well. Why don't you guys meet and talk first? Jiang Lin listened but shook his head and smiled. Mr. Ma, actually, if you want to get the shares of their soft drinks, there are only two ways to go. The first one is to find Sun Jingyi to talk about the price and the transfer of equity. The second is to trade directly from the stock market. In other words, a violent takeover. However, with all due respect, with Sun Jingyi's head, it's impossible for him to agree to either of these methods. Jiang Lin had studied this long ago, and trying to take the stake from soft drinks' hands was actually a rather difficult task. That's why he didn't make a move on Ally in the first place. Chief Ma also nodded at his words. I naturally understand what Mr. Jiang has said, but it's a rare opportunity for him to show up this time. If we pick up and talk to him first, we can see his attitude too. If it really doesn't work, we'll only be able to go the second way, said Chief Big Horse with a long sigh. Mr. Jiang, the reason I'm so anxious is that soft drinks actions have become more and more frequent lately. It's almost time for another general election for our board of directors. Sun Jingyi seems to have sensed something wrong with me and wants to kick me off the board for good. Oh, no wonder. Jiang Lin nodded indistinctly. A general election of the board of directors was actually the birth of a new board leader. Previously, Chief Dumas had been forced to leave his post. However, he still serves on the board of directors. This time, this Sun Jingyi might have seen the change in him and wanted to remove him as a director as well. In other words, if once the directorship is taken away, then Mr. Dumas will be completely unable to intervene in the running of the entire ally group. After thinking about it, Jiang Lin nodded. Then I'll meet him first at this charity dinner. Well, that's settled. The two men finished their deliberations, and at once the whole atmosphere of the meal warmed up. The two men pushed and drank. Drinks continued until the afternoon. When they dispersed, Captain Song, look at Mr. Jiang, he's drunk. Send him off. Mr. Dumas said to Song Minghui. From start to finish, Song Minghui didn't eat a single bite. She was a bodyguard and wasn't used to eating at the same table as her employer. Boss, I'll drop him off. What will you do? Song Minghui frowned. She didn't want to be alone with Jiang Lin at this time. In case, but I knew that Chief Big Horse waved his hand and said, go on, I'm in my own home. What can I do? It's only important that you send Mr. Jiang. That's, well, seeing this, Song Minghui helped Jiang Lin and walked out of the villa. Only, she didn't seem to see that when she was holding Jiang Lin up, the other party's corner of her eye slightly flashed a wry color. After more than half an hour of tossing and turning, Song Minghui finally sent Jiang Lin to the suite of a nearby hotel. Throwing Jiang Lin onto the sofa, Song Minghui let out a long breath. Mr. Jiang, have a good rest. I'll leave first. With that, Song Minghui turned her head and was about to leave. Who knew that as soon as she turned around, she was pulled by Jiang Lin's arm. At this instant, Song Minghui felt her heart jump and was a bit flustered. Damn, is he trying to do something to me? Chapter 194. With my current seniority, do I still need to look at his face? Don't go away. Let's talk. Jiang Lin opened his eyes and looked at her. Song Minghui felt her heart thumping like a war drum. She said a little nervously, Talk about what? What is there to talk about? Jiang Lin saw this and sat up from the sofa, smiling faintly. Of course it's to talk about you, to talk about those words you're too embarrassed to say. What? Is he that direct? Song Minghui panicked, feeling as if her face was on fire. She couldn't beat her opponent, and she couldn't walk away now that her own hand was being pulled. Isn't this just a way to get slaughtered? Jiang Lin looked at Song Minghui with some doubt and couldn't help but tug on her arm. Hey, speak up, is it okay or not? What? Do you still want me to just nod and admit it? Song Minghui felt her entire body stiffen. She instinctively wanted to refuse such a thing, but if she did, where to find the next man who can outlast her? Do we really wait for her to be old enough to regret it then? But, if you say yes to him, will you have to follow a philanderer for the rest of your life? No, his current identity, status, far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the background of resources he possessed was countless. If you think about it, it's okay to be a bit of a womanizer, right? Unconsciously, Song Minghui began to make excuses for herself. Like himself, If he did follow him, he would be nothing but a bodyguard. But even if he was a bodyguard, he was even stronger than himself, so he didn't need to protect himself at all. Doesn't that make you useless? Jiang Lin couldn't help but be eccentric when he saw Song Minghui, whose face was constantly changing. As for that, didn't you just say that yourself? Is that so hard to answer? Besides, he didn't have anything else in mind. In the end, he really couldn't look at it anymore. Jiang Lin directly shouted, "You, do you answer or not? Tell me if you do." "Hey, you're still the Fire Phoenix. Why are you so wordy?" Under Jiang Lin's somewhat impatient voice, Song Minghui completely made up her mind. "Well, perhaps, this is my life." "Song Minghui," she said and looked at Jiang Lin, directly saying, "Let go of me. I'll do it myself." By yourself? Jiang Lin looked at Song Minghui with some confusion and subconsciously let go of his hand. The next thing he heralded was that Song Minghui started to unbutton her black suit, revealing the immaculately white shirt inside. "What is this?" The corner of Jiang Lin's eyes jumped, and his heart wondered, is she feeling too hot? Isn't it just a matter of words? It won't take too long. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Lin's pupils shrunk violently, because Song Mianhai actually started unbuttoning her shirt after taking off her jacket. From the neck. 1, 2, 3, Nima, who can stand up to this? Seeing that he was about to untie the fourth one, Jiang Lin couldn't hold it any longer and directly jumped up and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? You don't want to falsely accuse me of molestation." Being asked this sudden question by Jiang Lin, Song Minghui was simply humiliated to the extreme. She looked at Jiang Lin with almost tears in the corner of her eyes. "You, asshole, weren't you the one who asked me if I would answer?" Jiang Lin looked at her with an innocent face. "Promise what? I'm asking if you're willing to agree to be my bodyguard. If you're too embarrassed to tell Mr. Oma, I can do it for you." Gah! Song Minghui, whose fourth button had just been undone, stiffened violently in place. You mean? She had just said half of it before she reacted violently that Jiang Lin had no intention of doing anything to her from start to finish. "It's only been a misunderstanding on my part." Song Minghui, who thought of this, instantly screamed, and with a face of shame and indignation, grabbed her jacket and fled through the door. "Jiang Lin, you asshole!" Jiang Lin looked somewhat strangely at Song Minghui, who had already disappeared. "Couldn't help but say to myself, I didn't do anything." For several days in a row, Jiang Lin contacted Song Minghui without replying. It made him feel so strange. Is it that you don't want to come to your side as a bodyguard? Thinking like this, several days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Jiang Lin changed into a straight suit and prepared to go to the charity dinner that Chief Dama had mentioned. The charity dinner was held in a high-class club in Yundu. All the people who came were high-class people, entrepreneurs, celebrities and the like. In order to avoid encountering episodes like those in novels where you are not allowed to enter because you don't have an invitation, Jiang Lin waited for Chief Oma to pick him up and head to the dinner venue together. In the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Lin saw Song Minghui in the expression cold storage. The other guy doesn't even seem to look at him anymore. This made Jiang Lin's heart even more strange. Had he offended her in some way? He figured he'd have to find time to ask her about it when the party was over. In front of the door of the clubhouse, Jiang Lin entered the clubhouse without any hindrance, together with Chief Dama. The entire venue's decorative style is not luxurious, simple, and atmospheric. It gives a very upscale look. As soon as Jiang Lin and Mr. Dama appeared, they gained quite a few gazes. "Look, that young man is so handsome." Not only is he handsome, but he walked in with Chief Oma. No, is it his illegitimate child? Open your titanium dog eyes and see, do the two of them even remotely resemble each other? So who is this guy? A bigot? To be with a bigot, must be a bigot. At that moment, one by one, all the starlets looked towards Jiang Lin. In fact, some people were able to connect him to the previous online heartbeat brother. But too much time has passed. Months have passed. Everything fades. Daima was always a very talkative person and was able to smile and say hello to basically every guest. Instead, it was Jiang Lin, sitting alone on the sofa with a wine glass to himself. It didn't take him long to see Chief Big Horse leading people this way. Brought in by him was a balding man in a suit. It looks quite a bit older than Oma always did. A light flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. This was the helmsman of soft drink, Sun Zhengyi. Come, Jiang Lin, let me introduce you. This is our first shareholder of Ally, Sun Zhengyi. Mr. Dama enthusiastically introduced Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin stood up at the sight and smiled towards the other party. "Mr. Sun, right, I've heard a lot about you." With that he reached out his hand and shook it with the other. "Ha, Mr. Zhang is young and promising. Your news, which I also just heard from Chief Dama, is very impressive." Sun Zhengyi, who was fluent in Chinese, said with a light smile on his face. "Oh, since Mr. Sun knows that I'm a person who is interested in acquisitions. Why don't you quote me a price sometime and let me have Ally shares? The moment Jiang Lin's words came out, the surrounding crowd's faces changed. Even Chief Oma's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Jiang Lin would actually show his cards to Sun Jingyi so directly. A cold light flashed across the face of Sun Jingyi, who heard this. Then he smiled faintly. Mr. Jiang is really interesting. Such a huge enterprise as Ally Group with a bright future. How could I possibly sell these shares? Besides, these shares add up to a market value worth over $1 trillion. Mr. Jiang just acquired Penguin. I'm afraid he doesn't have the spare capacity to acquire my shares, right? Sun Jingyi kept a smile on his face, but his words hit the nail on the head. You want to acquire me, but you don't have the money. Acquisition by share transfer or other asset replacement is simply not possible. All of the people present were big capitalists, and once they heard this, they immediately understood what Sun Jingyi meant. He really sneered at Jiang Lin. You don't have money, don't come here to negotiate with me. Which knows? When Sun Jingyi's words fell, Jiang Lin said lightly, fine, if Mr. Sun intends to sell, I'll offer double the price. In cash. Hiss. These words immediately startled the entire room. What's this Mr. Jiang's story? Double in one shot? Over $1 trillion. Doubling that could be close to $2.5 trillion. Cash. Which, if taken out, would be able to scare people to death. However, Jiang Lin didn't even blink an eye and directly gave this price. Sun Jingyi's pupils shrank, and he gave Jiang Lin a deep look, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Mr. Jiang is really good at jokes. How can acquiring shares be that easy? Ha ha. Jiang Lin looked at him and suddenly said faintly, laugh my ass off. You can't hide your embarrassment with laughter. When these words came out, Sun Jingyi's face instantly sank. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that? Are you insulting me? That's right, I am insulting you. Jiang Lin coldly said, I've already investigated your soft drink group. Although you've invested in no less than hundreds of companies around the world, very few of them have actually made money. The only other one is Papa Ally from our great summer country. That's the only one that's actually called an investment genius by outsiders. I really don't know how their eyes grow. Jiang Lin had completely torn his face off with Sun Jingyi by saying this. In fact, he had come here today to confront the other side. The reason was simple, he had an innate distaste for such footless countrymen. Now that I've seen it, there's no need for rules. Just do it. Humph. Unbelievable. As expected. Under these words, Sun Jingyi was infuriated and his face turned green and white. With that, he turned away with a drop of a hat. Seeing the other party leave, Chief Big Horse couldn't help but look at Jiang Lin suspiciously and whispered, Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? Humph. Nothing, simply looking at him in a bad way. Jiang Lin snorted coldly, but if you offend him in this way, what follows? Without waiting for Mr. Dama to finish, Jiang Lin gave him a squinty look and said, do you think, with my current seniority, I still need to look at his face? Chapter 195 I earned a few $1 trillion last month, do you want me to take it all out? At those words, Chief Oma was instantly silent. Indeed, with Jiang Lin's current seniority, he only roughly estimated that the other party had trillions of dollars of stocks in their hands, and hundreds of billions of dollars of gold mines. Of course, with all of Jiang Lin's strength behind him added up, a few $1 trillion of assets were not a concern. To put it in an unkind tone, being rich isn't too far off the mark. And, importantly, all of this wealth was actually gathered in his body alone, instead of a group, or however many shareholders share it. Not to mention other people, even Chief Big Horse himself had to look at Jiang Lin's face to do his work. This is a scary person who can sway a large group. Don't worry, Sun Jingyi is a person who takes his interests very seriously. Jiang Lin's gaze was filled with a sense of seeing through the vicissitudes of the human world. It's going to be hard to get him to give up his shares unless the entire soft drink group goes bankrupt. If that's the case, why should I bother to talk to him properly? So, Mr. Jiang, are you still going to stay here? Mr. Dama knew that Jiang Lin had an idea on his own, so he didn't ask any more questions. Jiang Lin smiled. Of course I'm not leaving. Since you're having a charity dinner, I always have to stay and do my part. Well, then, I'm going to thank you for those children in the mountains. Chief Dumas laughed. The flow of the dinner was actually quite simple, and after a brief exchange, the crowd needed to go through a fundraising session. Usually the first half of the program is all the celebrities, entertainers, artists, and such, coming up with their own stuff, artwork, to be auctioned off. If there are merchants willing to bid, they are free to do so. The final proceeds of the bidding are donated directly to the mountainous areas to be used to build Hope Elementary schools. As for the second half, some interested entrepreneurs took the stage to make donations. It can be a donation or a donation of goods. Of course, in the second half of the year, most of it is when entrepreneurs make donations. After all, regardless of anything else, it's only natural to donate a portion of it for the sake of the DAM. Jiang Lin didn't have much of a concept of stargazing, so the first half of the entire time was in a sleepwalking stage. It was only in the second half of the program that he drifted back, because the dam has temporarily added his name to the list. He is also the one who is also going to be on the stage to make the donation. On behalf of Chance Foods Limited, I would like to make a donation of $500,000. A rich-looking middle-aged uncle opened his mouth with a smile. There was a round of applause from below. Thank you for Mr. Chen's contribution to the mountainous region. According to the general standard, $500,000, it's enough to build 5 brand new Hope Elementary School. Famous host He Tong said with a smile. Okay, let's have the next one. I donate $1 million on behalf of 1000 Degrees Network. Well, let's thank Mr. Lee for his contribution to the mountainous region. This is 10 Hope Primary Schools. As the donations were made, it wasn't long before one entrepreneur after another made their contribution. So far, the most donation Jiang Lin had seen was $5 million. Alright, let's have the last one. That's the chairman and CEO of Soft Drink Group, Mr. Sun Jingyi-sun on stage. He Tong's words caused both Jiang Lin and Chief Dama to raise their eyebrows. How come the Sun Jingyi was still around? Jiang Lin frowned slightly, then relieved at the thought. Sun Jingyi wants to join Ally, so he definitely needs to show up in the country. That being the case, doing charity is the best opportunity to provide him with a positive image. Even if he was at odds with himself, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. It was just that what made Jiang Lin unable to figure it out. Why did the host say he was last? Sun Jingyi stood on the stage with a faint smile on his face. Sun, who doesn't spend much time in the country, is also honored to be able to catch this charity banquet organized by General Ma. He said in a deep voice, in order to show my sincerity to the great summer country, the nationals, I have decided to take out my 1 month's income from the soft drink group, to donate it to the mountainous region. Hearing him say this, He Tong instantly interjected. Ah, Mr. Sun, how much is your income this month? It won't be billions, right? Ha ha ha. The host's jokes elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Sun Jingyi shook his head with the same smile when he saw this. I am referring to my personal salary. The investment aspect is still a decision studied by the group's board of directors. This is something I wouldn't dare to abuse my power. Ha ha, okay, so how much does Mr. Sun earn in a month? He Tong duly whetted everyone's appetite, then waited for Sun Jingyi to solve the mystery. He was brought in as a host to pass the floor and liven up the atmosphere. The comic equivalent of a croupier. You have to make the other person shine in order to get it right. At this time, Sun Jingyi also got the suspense he wanted, and then said with a smile, not much, my monthly income is about 10 million up and down. Make up a whole number. Just donate 10 million. Hiss, $10 million ah, Mr. Sun is really rich. He Tong sucked in a breath of cold air in surprise. A gasp of amazement also resounded from below. Mr. Sun is really generous. I didn't expect Mr. Sun to be able to contribute so much to the children in the mountainous areas of the great summer country. It really makes us admire him. I hope the country can produce more entrepreneurs like Mr. Sun in the future. At this time in the banquet hall, it had already split into 2 factions. One faction is the cold-eyed entrepreneurs of the great Summerland. The other faction are entrepreneurs who are secretly bought by Sun Jingyi and tout for him. Hearing these people's boasting, Sun Jingyi had a faint smile on his face, but he couldn't hide the touch of contempt deep in the bottom of his eyes. A bunch of idiots in the great Summerland will never be able to compete with the great nation of Footloose. He Tong, on the other hand, continued to pick up the conversation back when he saw this. Thank you for Mr. Sun's $10 million contribution. That's 100 Hope Primary Schools. Amidst He Tong's thanks, Sun Jingyi walked off the stage with a light smile on his face. At this time, He Tong then continued to say to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's charity dinner is nearing its end. Let's be thankful for. Before he could finish his words, suddenly Jiang Lin, who was sitting at the bottom, spoke faintly. Wait. He Tong's words came to an abrupt end. Then he looked at Jiang Lin with a smile and said, this gentleman, what else do you require? My donation list is at the end of the list. What are you doing as a moderator? Didn't even memorize that? Jiang Lin's words were plain though. However, it was a bit harsh in He Tong's ears. He subconsciously flipped his host card and actually saw a name on the back. It was added by the staff on an ad hoc basis. He didn't notice. Seeing this, he held back a trace of inner dissatisfaction and smiled. I'm very sorry, Mr. Jiang, it was my mistake just now. Now let's invite Mr. Jiang Lin Jiang to the stage with a warm round of applause. The lower Dama chief led the way and began to applaud. With that, Jiang Lin walked onto the stage step by step. Seeing how young Jiang Lin was, He Tong subconsciously asked, Mr. Jiang looks so young, I wonder what kind of business he is in. Me? No job. Jiang Lin faintly shook his head. he didn't do anything. In fact, it was all done by others. Jiang Lin's sentence of awkward conversation caused He-tong to fall into an awkward situation once again. Deep inside him, a touch of dissatisfaction gradually magnified. In fact, the real purpose of public figures such as these, in terms of how amiable they appear on the outside, may not necessarily be free from the suspicion of creating a good image for themselves. It would be a lie to say that He-tong's feelings towards Jiang Lin right now were not angry. So, a thought flashed through his mind and a plan was instantly in place. Aren't you capable of awkward conversation? Aren't you capable of disliking people? Then I'll make you bleed. With a smile on his face, He-tong said extremely naturally, I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so modest. So since Mr. Jiang came to our charity dinner today, and as a grand finale, I think your donation will certainly not disappoint us. He-tong didn't give Jiang Lin a chance, but continued. In front of him, Mr. Sun Jingyi-sun took out his personal income for a month to make a donation. I think you, Mr. Jiang, as the last one in the finale, should not be weaker than Mr. Sun, right? So, would you like to also give a month of your personal income to donate to the children in the mountains? Such a sentence was already pushing Jiang Lin into the limelight. If you come up with a donation of less than $10 million, it goes without saying that the crowd will already look down on it. This was a deliberate attempt by He-tong to create a problem for Jiang Lin so that he had no other way but to hemorrhage. However, what He-tong never expected was that Jiang Lin actually said two words straight. No. Jiang Lin actually refused outright. Upon hearing the refusal, He-tong subconsciously pursued. Why? Are you not even willing to take out a month's income? Jiang Lin sniffed and glanced at He-tong with a look of idiocy. I made trillions of dollars in revenue last month. Are you trying to get me to take it all out? Thanks a lot. Chapter 196. I've made, like, $5 billion in 1 hour. When Jiang Lin exited with these words, the entire room suddenly fell violently silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Lin with unbelievable gazes. That's right, unbelievable. Because really, it's just not believable. All of us in the room are entrepreneurs, and there are people who will believe you when you say you make $1 million, $10 million, or even $100 million a month. But you said a few trillion at once. This ing bragging is not so bragging, okay? The host next to him was on the verge of speaking up if, well, no one else spoke next. But just then, Chief Oma, who was sitting down, slowly stood up. To say it, you may not believe it. This is Mr. Jiang, who newly acquired 30% of Penguin Group's shares. With a faint smile on his face, Mr. Dama said, at first, even when I knew about this news, I was slowed down for half a day. With this statement from Mr. Dumas, the crowd, despite how unbelievable it was, had already believed it. Who knows? At that moment an entrepreneur sitting in the back of the room stood up and nodded in the same way. I'm honored to give Penguin Group another ally in the great summer. The crowd turned around to see that the one who said this was no one else, but actually the chairman of Penguin Group, Mr. Xiao Ma. With the strong support of the two majors, isn't this result convincing enough? At this moment, He-tong, who was standing next to Jiang Lin, felt his legs trembling a little. He looked at Jiang Lin next to him somewhat nervously. His heart simply panicked. Nowadays, the big brothers are all human savants, so how could Jiang Lin not be able to discover the meaning in his words just now? A being who sits on trillions of dollars of assets. If he does target himself, I'm afraid his future path to presidency will be completely cut short. The energy of such a being is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people present right now, he would have to directly kneel down for Jiang Lin. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I apologize. He-tong hastily admitted his mistake. I did indeed doubt your words for a moment just now. After all, there are too few young men like you who are young and promising, and whose achievements are so amazing. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth picked up. He had to admire this He-tong's hosting skills. With just one sentence, the crisis just now was easily resolved. That is, he apologized to himself, and had a direct compliment. This time one will never get in trouble with him. Jiang Lin didn't intend to get serious with him either. Seeing this, it just said lightly, it's not that there are too few people like me, but all over the world, I'm the only one. When this was said, not a single person present felt that Jiang Lin was arrogant, because, he's telling the truth. Then, Mr. Jiang, how much are you going to take out to support the mountain children? He-tong brought the conversation back on track again. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment after hearing this. I can't take out a month's income to donate like some people, but I can take out an hour of my income to donate to the mountains. An hour? He-tong didn't dare to show the slightest bit of skepticism this time. I'm sorry, when you say an hour, how much exactly do you mean? Jiang Lin stretched out 5 fingers and said indifferently, make it a round number. 5 billion. Hiss. This time, the entire room was filled with the sound of cold air being sucked in. One casual donation and you go straight to $5 billion? How trenchant are you? Trenchant doesn't even begin to describe it. It's simply trenchant. John Lin's card had trillions of dollars in it, and this little bit of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't want to come up with more, but, after all, money moves people. If he comes up with $100 billion and actually gives it to the agency, it may not even end up in the mountains at $10 billion. Such a practice will only provide opportunities for those shameless people to bend the law. John Lin didn't want that to happen. Even so, the figure of $5 billion simply shook the entire room completely. After a short silence, thunderous applause rang out throughout the dinner. Everyone stood up and applauded John Lin. Mr. John looks young. I didn't expect to be so generous. Young and talented. Young and talented. I just don't know if Mr. Jiang is married now. It's really handsome. I feel in love. Mimi, put away your nymphomaniac look. Hungry fence, you're drooling all over the floor. Humph. In comparison, some foreigners really make people look down on them. That's right, the same control of trillions of dollars of assets results in $10 million. Cheap. Listening to this voice of discussion, the face of Sun Zhenyi, who was originally wearing a smile, was instantly gloomy. All the steps he had originally planned were completely ruined by this John Lin. Humph. We'll take our time to count when I'm in control of Ally's dad. Sun Zhenyi secretly gritted his teeth. Let's go. This time, it's really gone. With John Lin's donation finished, the entire dinner party was completely over. Mr. Big Ma and Mr. Little Ma, coincidentally, found John Lin after the end and had to invite him to a banquet. This time, the three of them were inside an old restaurant not far away for another round of drinking. Mr. John, after you get this one done, I guess Sun Zhenyi is definitely going to make a move on the board of directors. Drinking in a daze, Chief Dumas couldn't help but say. John Lin saw this but smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll be there at the board meeting. I'll give you a surprise then. Surprise? Chief Dama looked at John Lin suspiciously. It can't be a surprise. Oh, just feel free to drink your wine. John Lin didn't tell him, but held his wine cup. Come on, let's drink again. Asterisk. This one went on until late at night. When the crowd dispersed, John Lin was once again sent to the hotel by Song Minghui. Bang! John Lin was once again thrown onto the sofa by Song Minghui. Song Minghui turned her head and laughed. Who knew that her arm was actually pulled by John Lin again? Hey, don't go away. I'll ask you one thing. John Lin was confused. Are you going to answer me or not? Song Minghui rolled her eyes this time. Being your bodyguard? I'm not interested. My current employer treats me well. She wouldn't fall for that kind of thing a second time, which knew that as soon as her words fell. She saw John Lin fiercely exerting himself, yanking her body off balance as he did so. The result was a smooth fall towards his body. John Lin's arm flipped, following the strength and letting the other party aside. And then he flipped over and pressed down on the other party's brutal waist. Song Minghui exclaimed in shock at the sight, her heart thumping as she looked at John Lin. What are you doing? The corner of John Lin's mouth revealed a hint of an evil smile. This time, I'm not talking about bodyguards. With that, his figure moved and he took the initiative to kiss him. Song Minghui felt like she was having a dream. In her dream, she went back to her middle school days, where a tall figure appeared in front of her, the exact look of Prince Charming in her heart. The two go to and from school together every day, and play together. Back then she loved sparring. Either he hits her or she hits him. She didn't have the strength to hit lightly back then, and usually after 9 light hits, she got one heavy one returned by her opponent. She often practiced with him late into the night in order to beat him. Chapter 197, Sun Zhenyi, did you get my permission to be the chief? By the time John Lin woke up, it was already noon the next day. He swept around and didn't see the slightest bit of Song Minghui's figure other than the red mark in front of him. This girl just left? John Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He put on his clothes and walked towards the outside, not expecting to see the note left by Song Minghui inside the living room. 2 sentences were left on it. Instead of staying together for a long time, we should forget each other in the river and lake. Don't miss it. John Lin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the note. I can't imagine this girl has this kind of literary talent. But John Lin had no intention of looking for her. I guess this girl also knew about his current situation. There are a lot of redheads around. As a fire phoenix, Song Minghui didn't want to see her man call with another woman in front of her eyes, so she chose to leave anyway. John Lin naturally respected her choice. Leaving is not the same as forgetting. One day in the future, John Lin would still take her to his side and become her only harbor. In these 2 days, John Lin really couldn't leave Yundu, because it won't be long before the board of directors of Ally Group convened by Sun Zhenyi will be held. The general board of directors is composed of members other than those originally elected. At least more than 1% of shares are required to qualify. Thinking about this, John Lin couldn't help but smile. The old system brother really understands me. On top of the dinner, the moment Jiang Lin donated, he didn't even expect the system to actually prompt. This one made all the methods he had originally prepared not work, because the system offers a method that is more violent and more direct. Jiang Lin was thinking about it when suddenly the phone he heard rang. Seeing the caller, Jiang Lin couldn't help but smile. Mr. Oma, why are you calling me so early? It's early. It's not early. The tone on Chief Dama's side was a bit anxious as he said, Sun Jingyi has just released the news inside the company, and on the board of directors, he intends to run for the chief of the board of directors. Oh, is it finally official? Jiang Lin nodded. Alright, let him run for office. Anyway, this time, aren't you planning to run for office as well, Mr. Oma? Yeah, I was planning to run for office, but it's not looking good at all. Chief Dama frowned. The board of directors now has 8 directors, of which they occupy 2 seats themselves, and on my side there are 3 besides me, Lao Kai, and Group A as well. However, those 3 remaining, if Sun Jiangyi secures 2 of them, then we'll be scorched. Chief Dama said with some concern, if there is a stalemate, there is a high probability that in the end, there will have to be a count of equity and the vote of the person with the highest equity will ultimately be adopted to pass the election. After Jiang Lin heard this, he instead said indifferently, don't worry, Mr. Dama, feel free to follow your plan, my side will help you. Help me? How? Chief Dumas couldn't help but wonder. That's a secret. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Jiang Lin said and hung up. The board meeting, as previously agreed, is just 2 days away. In the past 2 days, Jiang Lin ran to the gym where Song Minghui went when he had something to do. I'm sure I'll run into the other guy working out there. Every time Jiang Lin ran into her, he would come up with a sentence. Oops, Jiang Hu is really small. It's only been a couple days and I'm surprised I ran into it. Song Minghui had wanted to stay away from this asshole, but for some reason, every time she saw him, it made her heart uncontrollably happy. It was as if the only time she could feel true joy and sweetness was when she was with him. It was for this short-lived sweetness and happiness that Song Minghui agreed to Jiang Lin's various unreasonable requests. For example, a one-horse race, the upside-down golden hook, the flying swallows, ice and fire, and so on and so forth. 2 colorful days later, the Allied Dad board meeting went off without a hitch. On this day, General Manager Dama and Lao Kai appeared at the Board of Directors Special Conference Center with their teams with solemn faces. I can't believe that you guys are here early, Mr. Sun. When Chief Dama saw Sun Jinyi, he said with intent, oh, old Ma, as I said, power is usually in the hands of the few. Sun Jinyi smiled. Well, people are almost here, right? Why don't we just get straight to the point? Upon hearing this, Chief Dumas knew that this matter was inevitable. With that, he nodded towards Mr. Zhang beside him. Mr. Zhang, on the other hand, nodded his head and walked up to the presiding position, showing the long-prepared data to the directors. Directors, our turnover for the past 6 months for Papa Ally exceeded 3 crores and the net profit is at 105 crores. The crowd has full confidence in Ally Dad's operations and revenue. This can be clearly seen from the rise in a set of data, but these were not their primary concerns. All they care about is the outcome of the next board election. Well, that's all I have to give you on performance. So let's move on to the last item, the process regarding the election of the replacement board chief, which will now begin. The previous board chief, Mr. Chang, continued. The 2 chief candidates for the board of directors who are now being nominated are, respectively, Mr. Sun Zhengyi and Mr. Ma. According to our board's election rules, more than half of the votes cast in favor of the board can take over as the next chief of the board. Mr. Zhang simply and dryly nodded his head and said, good, then let's start with Mr. Sun, the director who supports Mr. Sun to become the chief of the board. Please raise your hand. The moment of truth has arrived. The outcome of the next endorsement will have a direct impact on the overall direction. Brush. In an instant, the soft drink group behind Sun Jingyi instantly raised its hand. That's 2 seats. And among the 3 executive representatives that Mr. Ma was worried about, a foreigner also raised his palm after a moment's hesitation. That's 3 votes. Chief Oma frowned slightly. If he kept up his current form, he still had a chance, but if there is one more vote, then everything turns bad. However, while he was worried, suddenly a domestic executive raised his hand as well. 4 votes. Seeing this scene, Sun Jingyi immediately had a rich smile appear on his face. Mr. Oma, I don't think you need to vote again. Even if all the rest support you, it's still only 4 votes. With that he slowly stood up as if he had already accepted the fruits of his victory. In fact, if we go by the equity comparison, and I've done the math for you, my 25.9 plus the other shares attack around 31%, while all your backers add up to 26. 8%. So need I say more about the end result? Chief Dumas didn't say a word after hearing that. The look on his face was indescribable. He didn't expect that even though he knew about Sun Jingyi's ambitions early, he was still given a pass by the other party. He believed that Sun Jingyi, who had taken control of the board of directors, was sure that the action would not be just this step. Nibbling away at the other shares will be next on his must-have list. After all, Ally is now a huge conglomerate with a solid income. Acquiring shares, even at a high cost, would be 100% in his favor. Okay, you win. Saying those words, Chief Oma looked as if he had used all his strength. Even the team he was reaching out to followed suit with grey faces. Ally, what a change of ownership. Sun Jingyi had an unimpeded smile on his face as he watched Chief Big Horse and the others stand up and walk towards the door like a lost dog. From now on, all of Ally was his. However, just at the moment when Chief Oma was about to step out of the doorway, a bright voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sun Jingyi, have you become the chief? With my consent? Chapter 198. I'm telling you responsibly, you're finished, dumbass. As he spoke, the door to the conference room was pushed open at once. And then, Zhang Lin walked in with Ning Yi, Wen Shuai and a few others. Seeing that Zhang Lin actually appeared here, Sun Jingyi's heart jolted for no reason, but he still kept his smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, this is our Ally Group's board of directors. It's not appropriate for you, an outsider, to come over, right? Zhang Lin suddenly laughed after hearing this. He pointed at Sun Jingyi's nose and said, I said that you are still here to pretend what to pretend On the surface smiling, in the heart MMP. You are not particularly do not want me to come because I'm probably going to things up once I get here. And when you mess with it, it's a big deal. Zhang Lin nonchalantly gave Sun Jingyi a scolding. Then I can tell you responsibly, I'm here to things up. You're done, dumbass. Looking at Zhang Lin reacting like this, Sun Jingyi's face completely darkened. He tugged at the tie around his neck and seemed to remove his disguise as well. Baka Yalu, you yellow-haired kid, I'm going to see how big a mess you can make for me today. He smiled coldly. Might as well tell you directly, now that we've got more than 30% of the equity, they've already lost, and everything is already a foregone conclusion. Oh, yes? Zhang Lin snorted. Who told you that you have the most equity? Saying that, he raised his hand, and all of a sudden, Ning Yi and Wen Shui at the back took out the documents in their hands one after another. A copy was placed in front of several directors. Sorry, I'm a little late because I just had to print something, Zhang Lin said indifferently. This document is a summary of the news of the equity change of the entire Ally Daddy Group. It took me a while to acquire them directly from all the other employees who held shares in the company. So what? Now I own over 40% of Ally's Dad Group, so I am now the largest shareholder. Ding! You donated 5 billion, triggering a trillion times storm, rewarding 27% of the equity of the collection of all shares of the other retail investors of Ally Group, and returning the acquired retail investors with 10 times the share price. The equity has been changed. This piece of news was that Zhang Lin had been directly rewarded by the system storm on the day of the charity dinner. Keep in mind that the entire Ally Daddy Group employs tens of thousands of people. Each year the best employees are rewarded with a portion of the shares. Plus the many employees who have come this far with Ally's dad in the first place have been rewarded with shares to a greater or lesser extent. These people, though, get less shares, not even eligible to sit on the board. But it's their equity combined that is the largest equity stake in the entire Ally Daddy. This stake, why hasn't anyone touched it? And not just because it's an incentive for everyone from Ally, even more so because the numbers are just so huge. If you really want to get this equity transfer from each of them, it took an unknown amount of time. However, all of this was solved by the power of the system. Sun Jingyi looked at the documents in his hand with a disbelieving face, but when he saw the transfer of all the shares, his original disbelief had completely turned into shock. How is that possible? Have you been eyeing Ally for a long time? Sun Jingyi exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Lin heard but snorted. Joke, Ali is not run by your family. Why can't I keep an eye on it? That's not possible. Those shareholders can't each agree. Sun Jingyi retorted. You must have faked it. Faking? Zhang Lin snapped his fingers. You can have someone check to see if I did or didn't do a great fake. I just offered them 10 times the price of the stock. Do you think they'd be willing to sell it to me? Actually, that's not what he said. That's what the system said. Anyway, Zhang Lin didn't know how the system did it, and every shareholder received 10 times the purchase price. The entire Ally Group has a good share price, but it's a pipe dream to go up to 10 times what it was before. Therefore, Zhang Lin giving them 10 times the price was already considered extremely generous. This time, even Chief Dumas and the others were surprised. 10 times. The entire Ally now has a market capitalization of more than $4 trillion. 40% of the shares is nearly $2 trillion. 10 times the stock price. Wouldn't that be $20 trillion? This Zhang Lin is too rich, isn't he? In this regard, Jiang Lin would like to clarify. It's not that I'm rich, it's from the system, but alas, if he did say that, then I'm afraid they'd all think he was nuts. So, no way. Jiang Lin could only take the blame for the system himself. System, crazy stinky face, JPG. However, in the face of the crowd's shock, Sun Jingyi only sneered. Good, Jiang Lin, I admit that I did underestimate you. I didn't expect you to have so much energy. 10 times the stock price? Humph, you think I'll believe that? Okay, count yourself tough today. We'll see. Saying that, he led his men directly to leave in anger. Jiang Lin suddenly smiled coldly at the sight. Stop. Sun Jingyi's figure lurched as he looked at Jiang Lin with a gloomy face. You, what else do you want? Not good. Jiang Lin smiled and waved his hand. I merely wanted to tell you to go back and get ready. Your soft drink will soon be finished. Humph, Mr. Jiang, if curses could work, my soft drink would have long since ceased to exist. Sun Jingyi put down a sentence and directly led people away. Seeing Sun Jingyi and the other silhouettes disappear, the nearby Chief Dama couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Jiang, what did you just say? What do you mean? Unconsciously, he had already used honorifics to Jiang Lin. There is no order to the path, and those who reach it are the teachers. Jiang Lin was able to take control of the entire ally group with such a thunderous means, such strength and background. Even 10 Big Ma chiefs couldn't possibly do it. This made him suddenly understand in an instant why Generalissimo's attitude had suddenly changed so drastically. I'm afraid that Jiang Lin has the shadow of an extraordinary existence behind him. Chief Dama began to brainstorm that not only that, but Jiang Lin's identity should actually be that person's spokesperson. Consolidate all the business community for him out there. If not, how could it be so easy to come up with $20 trillion to acquire shares? Unconsciously, Chief Dama began to rank Jiang Lin as one of the most terrifying existences in history that could not be messed with. At this time, Jiang Lin then smiled faintly. Since the soft drink group has existed for so many years, in order to uproot it, this time is a good opportunity. What? You're going to pull out all the soft drinks? Chief Oma's pupils shrank in disbelief. Soft drinks assets, although not as good as allies, are also ranked in the top 100 of the global top 500. A massive asset of nearly $2 trillion is not something to just cut off. However, in Jiang Lin's eyes, it was actually like an insignificant trifle. Only Jiang Lin nodded. Mr. Ma, have your people investigate what company's soft drink group has invested in abroad besides its domestic properties. I'm going to put them all out of business. Ding! You've insulted Sun, a member of the Footbath Nation, triggering a trillion-fold blitz. Rewarding. Chapter 199, Chief Damaji himself strikes. The end of soft drinks is coming. What? Let all the companies invested in by the soft drink group go bankrupt? Chief Dama was startled by Jiang Lin's casual remark. Do you have any idea how much money this will take? How many connections need to be utilized? Jiang Lin saw this but glanced at him somewhat helplessly. Lightly, he said, Mr. Ma, do you think I'm short of money now? Damn. MMP. I forgot that this kid has now taken control of 2 of the top internet companies in the Great Summer Country. It's not too much of a stretch to say the number 1 plutocrat. No, it's not like you're selling these shares. You want to bring down the company. You need liquidity for operations. Chief Dumas couldn't help but say. Jiang Lin nodded. Mr. Ma, I'll ask you one thing now. If I give you the funds and you operate it, how soon will you be able to drive soft drink to the brink of extinction? Jedi? Chief Oma raised an eyebrow. 3 months? No, with enough funds, I can take care of him in a month. But, he hesitated for a moment, and Jiang Lin next to him subconsciously said, But what about the soft drink group's headquarters in Footloose Country? After all, where we don't have enough influence? Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow at the sight. No need for you to care. I'll make a move over there. You'll take a shot? Dama always felt like he was starting to not understand Jiang Lin. Has the other side actually even reached out to the Footbath Country? Jiang Lin squinted at him and said, Do you think that if I were to talk the Three Prongs Consortium into making a move, would this be enough influence? What? The Trillium Consortium? Chief Dumas nearly poofed out of his chair. The Trigon Consortium? That's the top-ranked consortium in the entire Footbath Country. The only one that can compete with it is the Sankey Consortium. If Trigon made a move, then the soft drink group could really be finished. Great. If Mr. Jiang is able to communicate with the Three Prongs Consortium, then I think the soft drink group will die for sure. Mr. Oma smiled. Being able to let him personally strip Sun Jingyi of everything, this kind of smoothness was simply unimaginable. Alright, later I'll have someone transfer over $1 trillion first. You watch yourself and use it. Tell me again if it's not enough. Jiang Lin casually said, turned his head and led the people away. It left Chief Big Horse and Old Kai and the others in a daze. Mr. Ma, are you sure? He said, 1 trillion? Not $10,000? Old Kai said with a dry voice only after a long time. John Lin naturally didn't have the heart to pay attention to how the other party did it. Anyway, the next step was to wait for General Dama's action, and John Lin had no way to leave Yundu for the time being. You can only go back and forth between the Cloud Capital, the Rain Capital, and the Magic Capital. Anyway, there is Winning Shuai accompanying the Magic City, and the Cloud City can look for Song Minghui. And when he arrived at the Rain City, John Lin didn't have much fun, so he picked up Luo Yifei and Chu Yaoyao. In this way, life is lived in style and comfort, true to his mall reputation. Once the funds were in place, the entire network took the internet by storm from the next day. When Sun Yungic tries to usurp the chief of Ally, Mr. Dama is assigned to save the day. John Lin didn't like to show his face anyway, so the news headline was naturally changed to Chief Big Horse. As this one fishing reel festered, it was followed by the negative effects brewing across the country for the soft drinks group. Of course, the big move can't be just that. Next, Ally Group announced that it would reacquire all of Soft Drink Group's shares in the country's younger brother Taxi. Whether this news is true or not, it is enough to create a storm among the domestic network. Of course, the purpose of the storm was not to make an impact at home. On overseas networks, these messages also swept across the globe in a whirlwind, operated by the damn team. Under the influence of such huge negative news, the first computer network company from Europe announced that it was not doing well and went into bankruptcy and liquidation. This company, in fact, was acquired by Soft Drink Group 2 years ago. It's only been lukewarm, but it's far from going bankrupt. At this time, Mr. Bob, who is the chairman and legal entity of this company, is sunbathing on a small island in the South Pacific with $10 million in knives. Humph. Instead of working for you, why don't you take the money and enjoy life? At the same time, almost every major company in the world involved in the Soft Drink Group received a phone call. The phone call was about just one thing. The company is bankrupt and you can make an offer. Mr. Ma, right now we're contacting over 300 companies around the world, and the success rate is only half. Lao Kai stood next to Chief Dama and frowned. Half? That much? Mr. Dama smiled and said, we don't need to buy all the companies at all. We just need to create a chain effect, and then some of the smaller companies will naturally be affected. By the way, send someone to expose all the investment companies under the entire soft drink umbrella anonymously on the internet. That way, some of the smaller companies will be swallowed up by the fishing wheels without us even having to step in. At this moment, Mr. Dama's gaze is as sharp as an eagle's, as if he has recovered the feeling of ambition that he had back then. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern capital of the Footbath Kingdom, Sun Zhangyi angrily shattered an antique cup in front of him. Baka Yalu, is this John Lin crazy? He'd rather lose money than target me like this? Sun Zhangyi's hands were shaking with anger. Mobilize funds for me to save those companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy. We absolutely cannot let them fall just like that. John Lin, I don't believe that I can't spell you. In fact, Sun Zhangyi had a bottom in his heart. Soft Drinks Group's stake in Ally's dad is still there, so at least the capital can be preserved. More importantly, it's the weight of his investment within the Foot Locker country that's dominant. As long as the business in the Foot Locker country is not affected, we have no problem with soft drinks. Sun Zhangyi thought so in his heart. However, no sooner had his thoughts fallen than he heard the office door being pushed open by his assistant in one fell swoop, only to see the other party walk in with a panicked face and said anxiously to Sun Zhangyi, Mr. Sun, 15 domestic telecommunication companies have announced that they have terminated their contracts with us. What? How is that possible? This time, Sun Zhangyi's face changed greatly. Domestic telecommunications. Network industry is the main business of Soft Drink Group. If this gets out, the negative impact on soft drinks is simply immeasurable. Find out what's going on, he asked hastily, which knew that the assistant shook his head. I don't know. I've investigated the people in charge of these dozen or so companies, and they've all left the country. Damn it, who did this to us? Sun Zhangyi panicked. How could he not expect that in the Footbath country, his home base, someone would actually take a shot at him? Could it be that some consortium is trying to buy soft drinks? But if that's the case, what's the benefit of acquiring soft drinks even if it goes bankrupt? But he didn't wait for Sun Zhangyi to come up with an answer. Even more bad news came in. Several listed companies held by Foot Locker National Soft Drinks have actually fallen off collectively. For a while, the entire Soft Drinks Group was in jeopardy. Trigon is still moving fast, and very stealthy. John Lin stood at the top of the Cloud Mist Villa, his eyes looking at the scenery below as he muttered to himself. He had just asked the opposite side to make a move, not realizing that he had put the Soft Drink Group in such a huge crisis. It had to make John Lin impressed with this consortium from the Foot Basin country. It's really worthy of being the #1 consortium in the Footbath country. Now, I guess that guy Sun Zhangyi should be asking for help. In John Lin's conjecture, when encountering such a huge crisis, the first way is to sell off the Ally stock. At this point, Jiang Lin guessed that he was impossible, because Ally is the most lucrative investment in soft drinks. He certainly won't move until he has to. As for the second point, that's asking for help. The only people in all of Foot Locker country who can help are the 6 major consortia, and the first consortium Sun Jingyi approached was the Samleong Consortium. Chapter 200, The Helmsman of the Mitsurugi Family, The Iron Maiden, Yayoko Iwasaki. There is no never-ending family, even if it was once so glorious. Sitting in the Samling group, in the middle of the luxurious parlor, Sun Jingyi couldn't help but feel so emotional in his heart, because the number one family that once controlled the Trigon Foundation, the Iwasaki Yaa family, had actually been reduced to the point of being controlled by a woman. Sitting on the top hand, the eyebrow-raised woman in a black kimono with flowers was kneeling in front of the tea table. One of the vegetarian hands is cooking green tea very carefully. Iwasaki Yaa, your son, among the many children of the Iwasaki Yaa family, stood out, with ironic methods hard control of the entire Iwasaki Yaa family. In other words, the entire Trillium Consortium was now in her hands. If Sun Jingyi hadn't investigated such information long ago, he couldn't even believe that this soft-looking homebody could have such a cold hand. Sun Jingyi has been sitting here for almost an hour. The other man still hadn't opened his mouth to say a word. The whole room was as stagnant as a lead weight. Finally, Sun Jingyi just couldn't take the suffocating oppression anymore. He couldn't hold on anymore. He took the initiative to stand up and spoke to Yako Iwasaki, who was cooking tea. Ms. Yako, may I ask? Without waiting for him to finish his words, Yako Iwasaki suddenly raised her palm to stop him. Mr. Sun, please have some tea. Yuko Iwasaki pushed the cup of tea in front of her and spoke faintly. Sun Jingyi was silent for a moment, then walked to the front and knelt down. Holding the teacup up carefully, he took a sip. How does it taste? Yuko Iwasaki asked. Good tea. Sun Jingyi subconsciously nodded his head and said. The corner of Iwasaki Yayoko's mouth was slightly raised at that moment, revealing a faint smile. Good tea requires a good mood. If Mr. Sun's heart is not quiet, this tea will naturally taste bad. Aha, Yu-chan is right. It's just that, I'm really in a bit of a hurry here. Sun Jingyi nodded his head and said, the situation of soft drink group now must be very clear to Ms. Yuzi, right? Yako Iwasaki was silent for a few seconds as she blinked her large watery eyes. A faint smile appeared above the round, jade-like, glowing pretty face. Say, how much? A few light words, but it made Sun Jingyi's eyes light up, followed by turning into a thick ecstasy. So, Yu-chan is planning to help me? He didn't expect to reap the rewards of help from just the first consortium he turned to. By all accounts, the whole soft drink situation right now is not a good one for outsiders. The only thing that could be attractive is also the shares on Ally's dad's side. But, Ally's dad he has lost control and the appeal has dropped again. Therefore, Sun Jingyi originally wanted to try all 6 consortia to see which one could give some help. Of course, I still think highly of Mr. Sun's talent. Yuko Iwasaki nodded. Say, how much money do you need? Sun Jingyi was silent for a moment at his words, and directly said, I need $8 trillion. The $8 trillion is, of course, talking about the currency of the country of Footloose. If you convert it, it's equivalent to $500 billion. This value, Sun Jingyi did not say too much. He was afraid that once his request was too high, he was afraid that the other party would refuse. Unexpectedly, Yako Iwasaki, who heard this figure, actually nodded without even thinking. Yes, really? Thank you so much then. But, I want all your shares. Iwasaki Yayoko's next words caused Sun Jingyi's face to change. Me? All the shares? Sun Jingyi felt his body, subconsciously, tremble. It's heart-stopping. He finally understood why the woman in front of him was known as the Iron Maiden of the Iwasakiya clan. One mouth wants all his shares. This boldness, not anyone can have. However, once he thought about it, this was the person at the helm of the Iwasakiya family. There was relief. Ms. Yuko, I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. Sun Jingyi was silent for a long time and spoke his decision. Only, at this instant, Iwasaki Yayoi snapped her head up, and a pair of eyes as bright as jewels actually erupted with a piercing sharpness. You, say what? It was just 4 words, but it made Sun Jingyi feel a tremor in his heart, as if he was about to suffocate. It was at this time that the soft woman seemed to burst forth with the majesty she should have as a superior. Half. You can't refuse. After a pause, Yako Iwasaki uttered these words. Well. Sun Jingyi nodded his head, feeling that his back was already wet with cold sweat. He even had the illusion that if he didn't agree to the other party, he might, even, die. In the footbath country, the other party is a big plutocrat with only one hand. Really wanted to do something, he couldn't stop it. Hearing the other party's agreement, a faintly undetectable smile appeared at the corner of Iwasaki Yayoko's mouth. Tomorrow, signing. When she finished, she turned her head and headed toward the back of the parlor. Only Sun Jingyi, who was somewhat stunned, was left behind. Negotiation. It's an art. Sun Jingyi didn't even know how he lost half of his shares. However, despite the loss, $500 billion has been found. The soft drink group, at least, was able to weather the crisis. Humph. Jiang Lin, just wait and see. See how I'll come out of this predicament. Sun Jingyi viciously muttered to himself. One day, I will make you lose face. After Sun Jingyi's figure disappeared from the Sanling group, the originally cold-faced Yayoko Iwasaki returned to her boudoir. As the person at the helm, her boudoir is not filled with books on various global situations. Quite the contrary. On the contrary, it is a favorite of various young daughters. Stuffed animals, Barbie dolls, even comic books and more. She sat down in front of a table made of expensive ancient wood, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. After a few busy sounds, the call finally connected. In an instant, the coldness on the face of the originally iron-blooded Yayoko Iwasaki instantly melted away like ice and snow. Immediately afterward, with a voice so soft that it was like cotton, he said into the phone, Master, the things you explained are completed. Tomorrow is the signing time. Luckily, there's no third party present. If anyone saw that the person at the helm of the entire Trillium Group was actually calling his master so affectionately to the phone, they would simply go straight mad with surprise. However, on the other end of the phone, hearing Yayoko Iwasaki's words, her tone remained flat. Very well, Yayoko, you've done well. Hearing the other party's praise, the smile on Iwasaki Yayoko's face was like 100 flowers blooming, her eyes like peach hearts. Thank you, master. Yuko will continue to work hard. Okay, I'll rush over there tomorrow and we'll meet up and talk. With that, the other party hung up directly. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the phone, Yako Iwasaki seemed to have lost her soul for a moment. Feeling frustrated. Chapter 201, Master, you have completed the task you entrusted to me. The next day, noon, the sunlight in the eastern capital was very bright and brilliant. Weather like this always bodes well. Sun Jingyi had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Not only is there a major launch event at the entire soft drinks HQ, declare that you have entered into a strategic partnership with the Trillium Group. With his own hand, 15% of the shares, he obtained a capital injection of up to $8 trillion from the Trillium Group. The combination of strength and power is the biggest booster for the entire soft drinks group. For this reason, he also invited various media from the footbath countries, and even many foreign media. Both are ready to make this kind of news, the first to be sent around the globe. Sun Jingyi, not an ordinary character. You, Mr. Dumas, can create a crisis in my soft drink group by using this kind of fishing wheels, and I, too, can get out of a crisis by this means. Even in his mind, Sun Jingyi had already guessed that once this fishing wheel was out, many companies under the soft drink group that were on the verge of bankruptcy are brought back from the dead. The stock price is in the red. It's called a desperate fight. I really want to see the wonderful expression on that Jiang Lin's face now as I soft drink my way out of the crisis. An extremely smug smile swept out of the corners of Sun Jingyi's mouth. It was one of the most masterful maneuvers he'd ever considered. One of the best strokes in this life. Bar none. Chairman, Yayoko Iwasaki is here. At this time, the assistant next to him said beside Sun Jingyi's ear, Oh, please. Seeing this, Sun Jingyi hurriedly got up from his seat and walked out towards the outside. The other party was the protagonist today, and he had to greet them personally. Yuko Iwasaki was still wearing her black kimono with cherry blossoms. The kimono was wide, but it couldn't hide her proud curves. Seeing this, Sun Jingyi took the initiative to welcome him, his face filled with a happy smile. Oh, Ms. Yuko, welcome, Mr. Sun, you're welcome, let's get started. Yuko Iwasaki nodded in a flat tone, then took a seat in the main seat. Sun Jingyi nodded and was about to withdraw his gaze. He saw that among the 4 bodyguards behind Yayoko Iwasaki, one of them actually gave him a familiar feeling. Ms. Yuko, why does this bodyguard look so familiar to me? He asked with some confusion. Upon hearing this, Yako Iwasaki just gave him a flat look. What, Mr. Sun, I hired a bodyguard. Do I still need to report to you? As soon as these words came out, Sun Jingyi's face changed, and he hurriedly smiled and said, No, it's just that my eyes are blurry. He withdrew his gaze and likewise sat down next to Yayoko Iwasaki. At this time, the assistant in charge of presiding over the equity change ceremony smiled directly at the media and said, Thank you for coming. Today, we are honored to have Ms. Yako Iwasaki of the Trillium Group here. Now, for our signing ceremony, that's exactly where it begins. Item number 1. Present the contract. Under the assistant's voice, 2 eyebrow-raised etiquette ladies in traditional dress carrying 2 trays, came up with smiles on their faces. 2 contracts, each placed in front of the 2 men. Okay, item number 2, signing by both parties. At that moment, the assistant next to them handed the 2 prepared signing pens. Both Yako Iwasaki and Masayoshi-san each turned over their contracts and signed their names. The 2 are then exchanged and the signing takes place again. After the signatures were completed, both men stood up at the same time and gave a symbolic handshake. At this point, the various media outlets that were ready began a photo frenzy. These photos, unsurprisingly, will take over the headlines of all news outlets. Ha ha, Miss Yuko, this time it's still thanks to you. Sun Zhengyi finished the signing and said heartily to Yayoko Iwasaki. However, Yako Iwasaki held the contract in her hands at that moment and turned her head towards a bodyguard behind her. The next moment, in full view of everyone, she actually rushed at the other party and bowed directly, presenting the contract in her hand in front of the other party, saying very respectfully, "Master, your son has completed the task you entrusted to him." The whole room was shocked at these words. What's going on? Did I hear you right? The head of the Sanrin group, Yako Iwasaki, actually called this bodyguard her master? This is incredible. Big news. Shoot it. Who is this bodyguard? How can he control MS? Yuko? In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Sun Zhengyi looked at the bodyguard with a surprised face. MS. Yuko. What do you mean? His heart trembled as an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his mind. Why did this bodyguard with sunglasses give him a familiar feeling? Just as his thoughts surfaced, the bodyguard with the glasses reached out and took the contract, flipping it open and glancing at it. Nodding, he said flatly, "Very good, well done." Boom! The other party's voice had always been, and Sun Zhengyi felt his head roaring. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck. He's actually speaking Chinese? Sun Zhengyi raised his arm, his palm trembling as he pointed at the bodyguard and said in a voice that was already shaking, "You. While this was happening, the male bodyguard revealed a faint smile towards Sun Zhengyi. "Mr. Sun, thank you for your shares, and with the portion of the other soft drinks I've already acquired, I, now, am the #1 shareholder of soft drinks." "What? You? Sun Zhengyi's pupils shrunk, his palms violently covered his chest as the sky began to spin in front of his eyes, and his entire body planted itself uncontrollably towards the back. In the last moments before he passed out, a voice echoed in his mind. That bodyguard, it was actually Jiang Lin. How is that possible? Even if Sun Zhengyi was in a coma, he still couldn't figure out why the #1 plutocrat of the footbath country, the helmsman of the Sanling family, would actually call Jiang Lin his master. How is this possible? If Jiang Lin was next to him, he would have definitely told him, "Nothing is impossible, because, ding, you have insulted son of the footbath kingdom," triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding Yayoko Iwasaki, the helmsman of the Trillium Group, with 100% allegiance. Jiang Lin didn't expect that the reward that the system gave him for storming was actually a woman's allegiance. He had no idea who Yayoko Iwasaki was the moment he got the news. A woman can control the entire Zaibatsu? Even Jiang Lin found it unbelievable. However, when he queried the information, it was this woman who actually did control the Trillium Group. And it didn't take long for the other party to actually reach out. Jiang Lin wasn't even sure how the other party had gotten the number. Guess it's the system that's screwed up too. And as soon as he answered the phone, he directly called himself master. Jiang Lin, who heard these words, suddenly had an odd thought come to his mind. Is this a way to push yourself in the direction of the big man behind the curtain? Appearances, however, it's a good feeling, too. Although Soft Drinks Group did receive help from the Sanling Group, Sun Zhengyi has indeed risen from the dead on the surface, but only he himself knew that the entire Soft Drink Group, his life's work, had completely fallen into Jiang Lin's hands. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Jiang Lin had actually taken control of the helm of the three-pronged Zaibatsu. When he woke up from his stupor and thought about this one terrible result, he fainted once again. Even when he awoke again, he still didn't dare to tell the truth. Because, really, it's going to kill you. Chapter 202, Can Master Reward Me Ruthlessly? The hard kind. The signing ceremony is over though. But the furor did not end there. It was within half an hour of the ceremony, if not less. In the midst of global business circles, a photo instantly appeared in the hands of many top bigwigs. On this photo, Trigon Zaibatsu, the family at the helm. Yuko Iwasaki was holding the contract in her hands above her head, humbly handing it to a black-clad bodyguard, and the bouncer reached for it. The other person was wearing sunglasses, so he couldn't see his real face. However, it could be seen from the other party's expression that under this behavior of Yayoko Iwasaki, she was acting very calm, composed, and even bland. Like, the other side was supposed to be like that. In an instant, this question surfaced in everyone's mind. Who is this mysterious bodyguard? His real identity? Is he just a bodyguard? Apparently not. For a moment, the giants of the business world in various countries began to investigate the identity of this mysterious bodyguard, because it was only after understanding his identity that he was able to know who this existence that was able to make even the helmsman of the three-pronged Zaibatsu bow down was. Which country is it? An ally or an enemy? At their stage, they were no longer afraid of ordinary opponents. But this opponent is different. He can actually control a plutocracy. So, would an existence on the same level as the Trigon Zaibatsu be his next target? According to the sources, there is only one person who is most likely to know his identity. Sun Zhengyi of Soft Drinks Group. However, when Sun Zhengyi was found in the hospital, he was actually mentally deranged. The whole person is constantly babbling and can't communicate at all. It didn't even take long before he had stepped down as chairman of the board and replaced it with someone from the Trillium Foundation. But that's all an afterthought. Zhang Lin was secretly in Yayoko Iwasaki's boudoir at the moment. Here, right now, it's just the two of them. At last, Yako Iwasaki was able to shed her disguise. She looked at Zhang Lin, who was standing in front of her, and without hesitation, she knelt down on both knees. In a voice that was soft and incomparable, she said, "Your son, see the master." Zhang Lin lowered his head and looked at the woman in front of him who was 100% loyal to him. Iwasaki Yako was really a beautiful woman. The face is 90 points upwards and the body is a 95. Although he was only 6'5", he couldn't afford to exaggerate, the super exaggerated kind. Only, this exaggeration was all hidden by the white kimono. Zhang Lin's mind couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If he changed into tight clothes, he might be able to look better. As he was thinking about it, he couldn't help but subconsciously say something. "You look bad in a kimono." Hearing him say that, before Zhang Lin could finish his subsequent words, instead, I saw Yayoko Iwasaki suddenly whisper, "I'm sorry, master, it was your son's fault." With that, she reached out her small, white, delicate hands and gave a tug on the strap around her waist. Wow! Zhang Lin couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Are the women in the footbath country used to being so unencumbered inside the kimono? At this time, a look of petulance and devotion appeared in Yayoko Iwasaki's eyes. In a bottom voice, he said, "Master, please reward me." Reward? Zhang Lin raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "How do you want to reward you?" Yako Iwasaki raised her head and looked at Zhang Lin with an emotional gaze. "Master can reward me ruthlessly? The hard kind." Zhang Lin listened in silence for a moment, then nodded lightly. "I fulfill your wish." Truly, Zhang Lin had a whole new understanding of the women of the footbath country. No wonder, among the rankings of wives in the world, the country of Footloose must be at the top. It's just so heartfelt, obedient, director, and will please his master. And that's something that can rarely be seen in the great summer. Life mottos such as, "What's yours is mine, what's mine is still mine" are hard to see here. Zhang Lin stayed for 3 whole days, and was even a bit happy about it. However, he knew that he couldn't stay long after all. The Trillium Consortium, now a pawn in his game, and he's not going to reveal his identity for a while. The wind will destroy the wood where the trees stand. Although Zhang Lin had the system, he had to be wary of being swarmed. After all, globally, there were quite a few large conglomerates that were equivalent to the Trillium Consortium's similarities, so he had to be careful. In the footbath country, with the ability of the Three Prongs Consortium, it wouldn't be difficult to get Zhang Lin to come back secretly. This time, he didn't return to the Cloud Capital, but returned directly to the Imperial Capital. After all, the matter of Cloud Capital had been dealt with, and the center of the vortex, he should be far away. Only when he had just returned to the Imperial Capital, he received a harassing phone call from Chief Dama. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Zhang Lin if he was the mysterious bodyguard. Zhang Lin shook his head. This kind of thing naturally could not be admitted. In the absence of a stone hammer, even if one suspected the greatest likelihood, one would not dare to fall on one's head. For the time being, he was going to stay peacefully in the Imperial Capital for a few days. Time passed, and by now it was already the end of fall and the beginning of winter, and the weather in the Imperial Capital was getting cold. Zhang Lin remembered Uncle Jane, who was still convalescing in the hospital, and couldn't help but make a call to Jane Still. From Jane Still learned that the level of medical treatment of Jean Kong is indeed second to none. Not only let her father's condition stabilized, and even has been discharged from the hospital to go home to slowly recuperate. And Jane, still worried about her father's condition, followed home to take care of him, and ran away on another business trip abroad. Luo Yifei and Xu Yaoyao didn't follow him around much some time ago, and Zhang Lin didn't intend to contact them for the time being. As for Mo Ziki, she was busy with her new single release, and Zhang Lin didn't bother her. Du Miao is now a corporate executive and has shares, a look of a career woman. The only ones left who were closer to Zhang Lin were Qin Yunong and policewoman Su Wan, Who should I contact? John Lin was a little torn in his heart. Baba Gao, point and click wherever you wanna go. Just as he was about to randomly select a lucky audience member, he didn't expect a message to pop up on WeChat all of a sudden. John Lin subconsciously glanced at it, and it was actually Su-won. Ha, come on, it's you. John Lin smiled as he clicked on the message and heard the voice from the other party. Do you have time? Drink with me. When John Lin heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. This Su-won has a story. From the voice, it can be heard that this girl is 100% in a bad mood. At that moment, John Lin did not hesitate to reply back to the other party. 8 o'clock in the evening. See you at the usual place. Chapter 203, if I'm not wrong, I've met the White Lotus. Now that the weather is getting colder, it would be a little inappropriate to eat outside of a large stall. Luckily, the place has seats inside as well. At 8 o'clock in the evening, John Lin appeared at the door of the barbecue restaurant on time. As soon as he entered, he saw at a glance that Su-won was sitting in the corner drinking alone. Wow, you're a little early for that. John Lin smiled as he sat down across from her and couldn't help but say. Su-won heard this and looked up at him. Just 2 words. Drink. John Lin looked at it. Well, just open and drink. The two just sat there not saying a word as the bottle went down. After watching Su-won drink a full 10 bottles of beer by herself, her face, red, the whole man suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, bewildered, disoriented. She stared at the plate of hairy beans in front of her for half a second. Suddenly, there was a snort of laughter. Oh, John Lin, are you calling me a bad person? John Lin looked at the other party with some surprise. What is this? A cop asks if he's a bad guy. You, drunk? You're a cop. John Lin looked at her suspiciously. No, I'm the bad guy. That's what they all say about me. Su-won's tears surfaced in her eyes for a moment and began to swirl, as if they would flow down at any moment. Can you talk to me? John Lin knew that the other party must have something on his mind and asked softly. Before that, a bunch of us had a college reunion. Borrowing the effect of alcohol, Su-won began to tell her story. I got my police exams on my own after I graduated. In those days we studied justice and they were either lawyers or clerks. I've been busy too, and they've gotten together a couple times and I haven't been there. It was hard to get a full crowd this time, so I thought I'd go too. I, for one, am still happy to see everyone. Speaking of this, Su-won suddenly smiled, only that smile was somewhat bitter. Who knows? I don't know what kind of charm I've got now, but I've actually gotten quite a few of my male classmates to be interested in me. They, all of them, are sissies. They don't suit me at all. But Snow doesn't feel it. She felt that I had stolen her halo and was very, very jealous of me. John Lin learned from Su-won's words that this Bai Shui was the school flower of their university. She told me to go to the bathroom, so I went but who knows? When I came out, she pulled me in for a chat. How would I know what she thinks? Just talk. As a result, halfway through the day, the boys came out to find us, but Snowy actually took advantage of this and deliberately crashed herself into the corner of the table outside the bathroom, cracked his head. But she actually said that I pushed it. Su-won said and suddenly laughed. What's especially funny is that I said I didn't do it, but guess what she said? She said, Su-won, I don't blame you. Really, I can understand how you feel. Su-won said and snapped the table, directly bursting out. You understand my ass. You know I want to kick your ass? As a result, all my classmates, the way they looked at me changed, thinking that I was unsuspecting and actually jealous of Bai Shui's beauty and talent. As for that, isn't she working as a chief assistant in a company now? Why should I be jealous? Hearing this, John Lin suddenly sighed. If he wasn't wrong, Su-won should have encountered the legendary White Lotus. White Snow, White Lotus. It's true that people live up to their names. Not only is she a White Lotus, but she's also a heartthrob. John Lin originally thought that this kind of thing could only be seen inside a TV series, but I didn't realize that there were actually such people in reality. It really is a big world. John Lin looked at Su-won in front of him, that feeling of wanting to cry, and couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy rise in his heart. There's no one else who can push such a strong policewoman like this. But without waiting for John Lin's thoughts to fall, Su-won next to him said with a frustrated, sad, and complicated face, why, does no one believe me? She held her cell phone, shakily, up. It was placed in front of John Lin. Look, this Bai Shui actually warmly invites me to her birthday party, the day after tomorrow, the Empress Hotel, all inclusive. Ha. I think it's funny that the package was actually paid for by all the male students collectively to help her out. How nice. On the contrary, these classmates, one by one, look like they have to wrap it. Su-won felt as if there was a big stone blocked in her chest. John Lin, you say, should I go? Go, of course. Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. I'll accompany you. Ha, you stay with me? No, no way. Suwon froze for a moment, and then, hastily shook her head. It's not like you're my boyfriend. No, it's not appropriate. In her heart she had, in fact, secretly fantasized about it. But, the gap between the two was too great. Suwon felt that she was not worthy of Jiang Lin. How is it inappropriate? I can fake it. Jiang Lin waved his hand. It's a deal. Moreover, I'll help you uncover the true colors of this white lotus. The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a smile. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. Let's go. Check out. Seeing Suwon drunk like this, Jiang Lin directly paid the bill. After paying the bill, he helped Suwon out of the small store. Hiss. The air outside was a little crisp. It made people subconsciously shiver and feel a little more awake. However, Suwon still looked the same. Jiang Lin glanced around, and then, he saw two bodyguards walking over. Boss, let's go. Back to the villa. Jiang Lin didn't take Suwon back to the royal residence. He was afraid of scaring the other party. Putting her in the car, Jiang Lin said to the bodyguard with a calm gaze, check me out. Someone named Snow works as a general assistant at a company. Jiang Lin said and raised his eyebrows, patting Suwon who was sleeping next to him in a bit of a daze and asked, hey, what's the name of that Bai Shue's company? Holy party. The confused Suwon only said two words, and then she didn't move. Jiang Lin could only roll his eyes helplessly when he saw this. Then he said, check all the companies that have the word Shangfang in them. Their labor contracts will definitely have this person from Bai Shui. Okay, boss. The bodyguard nodded and started contacting the security company straight away. The security company, in fact, was still the industry of the Lin family, except that the Lin family had been wiped out, and now it had become a place under Jiang Lin's control, and the person in charge of this part is Ning Yi. More than an hour later, Jiang Lin returned to his one courtyard villa, arranging Suwon in one of the bedrooms, and he alone walked straight down to the living room. At this time, Jiang Lin's phone rang, and he looked down to see that it was none other than Ning Yi. As soon as Jiang Lin picked up the bucket, Ning Yi's voice came from the other end. My lord, I've found it. There are a total of 15 companies with the word Shangfang, but there's only one with a registered employee named Bai Shui, called Shangfang Accounting Firm. Where are the details? Jiang Lin said indifferently. Shangfang Accounting Firm, established 5 years ago. Owner named Guo Shang. The firm's operations are average. Assets valued at around $40 million. Guo Shang is 52 years old and has had 2 wives, each of whom had a daughter. Bai Shui just joined the company last year, an intern, but it's rumored to have been quickly promoted to chief assistant, an astonishing rate of promotion. Hearing this, Jiang Lin instantly understood. This Guo Shang and Bai Shui, there must be a story. Chief assistant, also known as assistant general manager. Actually, the men are called assistants and the women should be called secretaries. Usually in this kind of company, the owner is basically a 10-letter word. There's something for the secretary to do, nothing to do dash. So Jiang Lin basically had a thorough understanding of this Bai Shui's character. Good. Jiang Lin was silent for a moment, and without the slightest fluctuation on his face, he said, call Guo Shang here for me. Let's just say I'm going to buy his company for $100 million. Chapter 204, Jiang Lin, you didn't do anything to me, did you? Yes, sir. Ning Yi nodded, then hung up. 12 midnight. Guo Shang, who was sleeping soundly in a hotel, was awakened by a phone call. Originally he was very impatient, but when he heard that someone actually wanted to buy his company for $100 million, he instantly sobered up. Why? Because for some time now, the entire company's operations have begun to decline. Guo Shang is not a decent person. He has long thought of selling the company. According to his intention, the entire company could reach at most $20 million by selling all of them, and that would be good. But now, someone actually offered $100 million. What is this if not pie in the sky? So, he rushed out of the hotel in a fiery hurry. It was then that he realized there were actually 4 bodyguards outside, standing in front of him in a Cullinan. At once, Guo Shang shivered. He reacted violently. How huge was the strength of the existence that could turn himself out from the entire imperial capital in the middle of the night? MMP. He's a little panicked and wants to go back. However, seeing the cold, indifferent eyes of the 4 bodyguards, Guo Shang was convinced. He got in the car honestly and was dragged to the first house. An hour later, in the living room of the king's villa in the one courtyard building, Guo Shang saw a young man who was only in his 20s, sitting there with a flat face, although the other guy looks young. But, that kind of aura, temperament, and demeanor, it was as if they had been through countless storms and waves. A feeling of calmness comes over me. The other party was just sitting there and actually had a feeling that made his heart tremble. That kind of feeling, even when facing 4 bodyguards, was never possessed. "Boss, the man is here." One of the bodyguards spoke up. At those words, John Lin didn't say anything and raised his finger. The 4 bodyguards then understood and turned to leave. In the middle of the entire living room, only Jiang Lin and Guo Shang remained. "Sit." Jiang Lin raised his head and swept a glance at Guo Shang, pointing to the sofa next to him. Guo Shang nodded somewhat nervously at the sight, then sat down on the sofa next to him. He, not daring to sit too solidly, only half hitched up. 2 fat palms, raised in privileged conditions, rubbed restlessly against the side of their thighs. "Ahem. First, sir, you," dryly coughing, Guo Shang tentatively tried to speak, but at that moment, Jiang Lin directly raised his hand and took out a check. It was handed to him. "From now on, your company is mine." Guo Shang subconsciously took the check, which had a full $50 million written on it. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, he heard Jiang Lin faintly say, "For the remaining $50 million, I need you to do something for me." "Alright, please go ahead, sir." Seeing Jiang Lin give himself $50 million without even blinking, Guo Shang knew that he had definitely run into a big brother, and it's still superb. "You know there's a Snowy in your company," Jiang Lin said indifferently. Guo Shang heard the pupils shrink. His back was instantly wet with cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Sir, me and her, not what you think." Without finishing, Jiang Lin raised his hand. "Your relationship with her is exactly where I need it. There's a birthday party the day after tomorrow at the Empress Hotel. I need you." In the living room, Guo Shang's body was slightly leaning forward, very attentive, listening carefully to Jiang Lin, and, every now and then, nodding their heads in quick succession. The whole time lasted less than half an hour. Guo Shang then got up and left the No. 1 courtyard with 1,000 thanks. The moment he stepped out of the gate of No. 1 courtyard, the entire person let out a long breath, his entire body seeming as if he had been fished out of the water. He turned his head, glanced in the direction of the king of buildings, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, Bai Shui, I really should be, well, thankful to you." With that, he called for a car and rushed off. Meanwhile, Su Wan, who was sleeping upstairs, didn't have the slightest idea of what had happened. The next morning was bright and sunny. Near noon, Su Wan opened her eyes from the bedroom. She felt that this sleep was extraordinarily comfortable. However, as she subconsciously scanned her surroundings, she suddenly realized that this was actually not the bedroom of her own home. In an instant, she sat up violently and subconsciously looked toward her body. Luckily, the clothes are still there. At once, the memories of last night flooded into the middle of his own mind one after another. "Oops, how come I'm back with someone else?" Su Wan held her head, feeling her cheeks as if they were on fire. "You're a big girl. You're actually able to get drunk like this. Su Wan, you really deserve to die." Just as she was chagrined, she suddenly saw Jiang Lin appear in her doorway, was looking at her with a smirk on his face. "Officer Su, get up and eat." "Ah, Jiang Lin, how did you break into my bedroom?" Su Wan subconsciously let out a cry of surprise, and then it occurred to her that this was not her home. She spat out her tongue and smiled shyly. "Yesterday, you were the one who brought me back?" Jiang Lin laughed softly. "Or what? I don't even know where your house is when you're drunk like that. Had to bring you back." "Oh," Su Wan nodded, looking at Jiang Lin with some suspicion. "You didn't treat me." Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Lin laughed and shook his head. "Big sister, look, you haven't even changed your clothes. What can I do?" "Oh." For some reason, after listening to Jiang Lin's explanation, Su Wan in turn felt a bit psychologically empty. "Let's go. The food is ready. If you don't eat it, it will get cold." With that, Jiang Lin turned around and went downstairs. Seeing this, Su Wan also had to get up and wash and organize herself in the bathroom. When she arrived at the dining room, she couldn't help but gasp in shock as she watched a table several meters long filled with almost 20 dishes. "Jiang Lin, you, eating so much by yourself?" Jiang Lin nodded rightfully. "Right, this can ensure balanced nutrition, and there isn't much of each anyway. Eat up." To ensure a balanced nutritional profile, it's actually 20 courses? Su Wan couldn't help but stare. However, the hunger pangs hit her and she couldn't be bothered to marvel as she sat straight down at the table and ate. By this time, Jiang Lin had already eaten almost all of it. He wiped his hands and looked at Su Wan and smiled. "Wait, I'll take you to buy a dress." "A tuxedo? What for?" Su Wan's mouth was stuffed to the brim and she said somewhat vaguely. "For you to attend Snow's birthday party?" "Of course." Jiang Lin laughed. "As a courtesy, you can't dress too casually when attending such a formal occasion." "No, don't bother. I haven't worn a tux since I was a kid." Su Wan shook her head somewhat nervously. "When I say use it, use it," Jiang Lin said without question. "Eat quickly, let's go when we're done." It wasn't long before Suwon finished her lunch, and the two of them left the one courtyard in King Karaman, ready to pick out a dress. John Lin went straight to Armani's franchise. The last time they made a dress, John Lin was still very satisfied. This time too, time was short to design a dress for Suwon that would fit her temperament. In a flash, another day passed. Coming out of the franchise, Suwon went straight back to her house this time. The two had arranged to wait until the afternoon of the birthday party to pick up their dresses here and then go to the Queen's Hotel together. Time passes, and before you know it, the birthday party comes. Chapter 205 Heartless White Lotus Acting. The Empress Hotel, in the entire imperial capital, was considered one of the top hotels. In the middle of the luxurious banquet hall on the 15th floor, today's protagonist, Bai Shui, who was wearing an incomparably white evening gown, was laughing and joking among the many students with a faint smile. She, from the beginning of her schooling, was the toast of the town. Middle school, high school, and even college. Any stage, anywhere. She, Snow, were the absolute center of attention. All the males, they are fascinated by her. As her name suggests, Snow White, she is that princess in everyone's heart. Little by little, she liked that feeling of being starstruck, surrounded and protected. In order not to lose the favor of any of them, she put on a soft, loving face, make every male student willingly pay for her, and, without the slightest complaint. All the dreams, however, were completely shattered the moment she stepped out of college and into society. Reality, like a cruel executioner, decapitated all her fantasies. What beauty, what temperament. Among the sea of people in the imperial capital, those with a face like hers were not to say that they abounded, and these people, without exception, became playthings in the hands of the rich. They enjoy a life of luxury, surrounded by luxury cars, luxury homes, and all kinds of luxury brands. By myself, the only way to get to and from work is to commute in a crowded, sweltering subway filled with all kinds of sweaty odors. On what grounds? Why should she, Bai Shui, who possessed such capital, not be able to enjoy such a life? So, gradually, she, too, sank. She, too, became one of those women, hanging around a bunch of young bucks all day, catering to them, pleasing them. However, Bai Shui has her own independent thoughts. She doesn't want to be like those women who end up getting tired of being played and dumped. So, she switched targets, picking on the rich, older bosses, starting by becoming a mistress, gradually breaking up the other's family, then finally turning the tables. That, in a nutshell, was her plan for Snow. And now, that old man named Guosheng is the one with the best hope of turning the tables. These thoughts floated through Snow's mind, her face still wearing her trademark, kind, soft smile. Only here could she realize what it was like to be on the knees of countless licking dogs, and the envious glances of countless female classmates. Only one classmate, however, was an exception. Suwon, the woman who had a tomboyish demeanor when she was in school. Bai Shui didn't expect that the other party would actually turn out to be as energetic and beautiful as she was now. With that kind of heroic feeling, combined with her outstanding face and body, even Bai Shui felt jealous. Even those classmates who were originally kneeling to lick her actually began to show signs of licking Suwon. This will not be tolerated. So, she did it, and it worked. Now, everyone thought that Suwon had pushed herself, and she had chosen to forgive her. Invite her to her birthday party. If you don't believe me, just listen to the chatter around you. Bai Shui is really too perfect. Not only is she pretty, but her heart is also so kind. Yes, this Suwon is actually able to do such things. It's really too infuriating. Alas, more people than people must die. As a victim of Bai Shui, actually chose to forgive her without reservation. I don't know if she knows how to be grateful. Hey, what do you guys think? Is she coming today? I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't have the face to come. Listening to the chatter around her, the smile on Bai Shui's face grew more and more intense. Her gaze, searching back and forth through the crowd, did not see Suwon's figure at all. Strange. In her heart, she said, this Suwon won't be coming, right? According to her understanding of this Suwon, she should not be a coward. She was still waiting for the other to come and see her on such a high. It was at this moment that the gate opened, and everyone couldn't help but look towards it. Then, a tall, young figure in an evening gown came striding in. Seeing this person, everyone couldn't help but show envious gazes. Lu Yun, the school bully and the man of the hour during his college days, graduated and studied abroad for his MBA. Now that I've finished my studies, I'm working for a multinational company that pays millions of dollars a year and American dollars. The same person that Snowy had her eye on at the last party. Nothing else. This Lu Yun has absolute potential. If in the future, he can become an executive, Snow didn't mind letting him take over. Last time, If he hadn't become interested in Su-won, she wouldn't have used such tactics. Now, Lu Yun had loved only her. Lu Yun walked straight in, his gaze landing on Bai Shue's body, the admiration in his eyes undisguised. Taking large strides, he stepped in front of the other man. Happy birthday, Snow. Lu Yun smiled and took out his gift. Open it up in front of Snow. Everyone exclaimed in unison. It was a diamond ring with diamonds. Large, over a carat. It's worth a lot of money. Wow, what a beautiful diamond ring. I guess it costs tens of thousands of dollars. My God, a birthday present that gave me half a year's salary. I'm so envious. How nice it would be if Lu Yun liked me. Listening to the comments around her, Bai Shui smiled smugly in her heart. But, the face, and keep it plain. She looked at the diamond ring and said with a heartbroken expression, Lu Yun, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Lu Yun's face flushed when he saw this and forced his diamond ring to Bai Shui. No, Snowy, you have to take it. It's from me. Snow pushed the diamond ring back and shook her head with a regretful expression. Oh no, I don't want for people to say that I'm a materialistic woman. Lu Yun saw this but resolutely handed the diamond ring to the other party. No, it's me, Lu Yun, who is in love with you, and only this everlasting diamond can represent my heart. You, take it, or I have no face to stay here. With that, Lu Yun turned around and was about to leave. Don't, Lu Yun, you, alas, I'll just take it. The crowd was envious on the sidelines. Snow, for all his mastery of the White Lotus fire, that is, she received the gift and showed the crowd that she was noble. It was just a pity that at this time, that Su-won couldn't see it. Thinking of Su-won, Bai Shui subconsciously looked around and sighed softly. Alas, Su-won didn't come? Could it be that she hasn't forgiven me yet? Here. The hearts of the surrounding students simply melted. It was clearly Su-won who had made the mistake, and now Bai Shui was actually helping her out. But, right at this moment, a familiar voice resounded steeply outside the gate. The crowd then saw that two figures walked in through the doorway. Who said I didn't come? Happy birthday, Snowy. Chapter 206. Yours was a gift when I bought this. This voice rang out, and everyone, all of them, looked towards the door. See only, a short-haired beauty in an evening gown walked in style. To the crowd's amazement, the evening gown was presented in black and embellished with delicate to the core floral patterns, with the stars shining like jewels. The dress looks exceptionally dazzling. Underneath the evening gown is often the hem of the skirt. The front of the skirt has a large opening, and between steps, you can clearly see a pair of long, straight thighs, stepping on a pair of Armani limited edition high heels. Above the white gooseneck was a blood-red necklace. This was Jiang Lin's temporary transfer from the Wind and Cloud Tea House. A necklace made of top-quality rubies. It matches Su-won's temperament, together with a stunningly beautiful face painted with light makeup, and the short shoulder-length hair with an unassuming temperament. The whole thing gave the impression that it was like an incredibly high and proud black swan, walking over. Amazing. Super amazing. At this moment, almost everyone was shocked by Su-won's stunning aura, even Lu Yun. A light flickered in his eyes as if he had discovered a new continent. Seeing this scene, Bai Shui's eyes narrowed vainly, and her two palms ruthlessly stirred together before her belly. At this time, she noticed at once that next to Su-won, there was actually a man in casual wear who appeared. No one in the midst of such a gilded hall wore such casual attire. However, Bai Shui saw at a glance that even in casual clothes Jiang Lin still looked different. First of all, it's handsome. A face alone can make countless girls fall for it. Secondly, temperament. The other party's face was calm and unperturbed, his gaze casually scanning among the hall. However, it had the feeling of an overlord traveling and patrolling his territory. Of course, what was more important was that Bai Shui, who was a man reader, could tell at a glance that what the other party was wearing wasn't any ordinary casual clothes at all. Instead, it's a customized model from the luxury brand Armani. This customized model is by definition impossible to see. However, Snow had once seen an exhibition of their designs in a foreign Armani store, and Jiang Lin's clothes were listed. Secondly, that Patek Philippe watch is definitely worth a lot of money. The average person might think it's just a simple Patek Philippe. However, at a glance, Bai Shui was able to tell that this was a Patek Philippe super complicated chronograph function series worth nearly $20 million. She had seen a similar watch at an auction, which was bought by a top tycoon, shocking the entire audience. Therefore, with just one glance, Bai Shui had already determined that this handsome and low-key little brother was definitely a top tycoon. But now, this top tycoon was actually holding Su-won's hand. In an instant, all of a sudden, the fire of jealousy within Bai Shui began to blaze, but she didn't show it. Instead, his face revealed a strong joy, and in a few steps, he rushed over towards Su-won. Surprised beyond measure, she said, Su-won, it's great, I'm really happy that you're here. This wave of acting was so exquisite that even Suwon couldn't help but freeze on the spot. If she hadn't known about what had happened between the two before, I'm afraid she would have been fooled by such exquisite acting skills of Bai Shui. On the contrary, it was Jiang Lin next to her, who swept a glance at her in a flat and incomparable manner, and even then, the corners of his mouth were slightly revealing a touch of amused emotion. I wonder what will happen when this is all poked and prodded out of her. Can you still smile so sincerely? Bai Shui naturally didn't know what was going through Jiang Lin's mind right now. However, out of the corner of her eye, she actually caught a smile floating on Jiang Lin's face when he saw her. What's going on? Could it be he's got his eye on me? In an instant, Snow's mind began to brainstorm. If it was true that the other party was mesmerized by her beauty, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Snow is out there working so hard. For what purpose? It's all about finding a man you can count on. Originally, she was targeting older men with little success. But now, the Jiang Lin in front of him was actually a rich man who was both handsome, young and rich. Wasn't this the ideal partner of her dreams? So, Snow knew that her chance had come. At this time, she looked at Suwon beside her again and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Suwon, I would like to thank you for sending such a perfect man to me. In terms of seducing men's skills, Bai Shui thought that she had left Suwon behind by more than a few dozen streets. She pulled Suwon and headed inside. While walking, she also smiled kindly towards Jiang Lin and asked Suwon as if she was a good sister. Suwon, next to this one? He's my. Suwon hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to introduce Jiang Lin. He said that he would let him pretend to be his boyfriend, but when it really came down to it, Suwon was a bit unable to open her mouth again. But right at this moment, Jiang Lin directly interjected. Boyfriend. Oh, I didn't expect that Suwon, being a police officer and so busy, would still have the chance to find such a handsome boyfriend. Snow smiled brightly. It really makes me feel happy for you. Hearing her say this, Suwon felt embarrassed. It wasn't even her boyfriend, and with that she hastily changed the subject. By the way, Snowy, I came in a hurry. I haven't had time to prepare a gift for you yet. However, as soon as her words fell, she heard Jiang Lin interject. I've prepared it for you, and as it happens, I have a diamond ring here, so it's good to give it to your classmate. Saying that, he directly opened his box, and all of a sudden, a sound of cold air being sucked in resounded around him. Pigeon eggs. Actually pigeon eggs. My god, who is this guy? How can he be so luxurious? That's not right. Isn't he Suwon's boyfriend? How come he sent Bai Shui a diamond ring? Didn't people just say that? Sent it for Suwon. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Would you give another woman a diamond ring for your girlfriend? And such an expensive diamond ring at that? Oh yo, when you say it like that, it seems to make sense. While the crowd was talking, Bai Shui likewise had a flutter in her heart. It was really a case of someone giving you a pillow when you fell asleep, and before you could even find out how to launch your own offense, the other party had actually already revealed their intentions to you. The diamond ring says it all. But how could Bai Shui, who had always been positioned as a white lotus flower, reveal herself so casually? Therefore, her eyes widened in surprise, and then she shook her head repeatedly. No, this is too expensive. How can I want your diamond ring? Take it. It's not much. Jiang Lin smiled and handed it to her. This is a little expression of my feelings for Suwon. Geez, this how can I be nice? Bai Shui lustfully said. Besides, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to give me a diamond ring? Saying that, she also deliberately looked at Suwon next to her. Sure enough, he saw Suwon's expression stiffen and become somewhat unnatural, although it was obvious that Jiang Lin was just pretending to be her boyfriend. Seeing that Jiang Lin actually casually gave the other party such a large diamond ring, Suwon's heart felt as if a thorn had been stuck in her heart, incomparably painful, which knew that at this time, Jiang Lin shook his head and smiled, reaching out and pulling out another diamond ring box from his pocket. It's okay, I have a bigger one ready for her. The one you have was from the store when I bought this, said Jiang Lin opened his ring box. At this time, a pigeon egg diamond ring, which was twice as big as Bai Shui's there, appeared in everyone's eyes. For a moment, the whole room was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Hiss, is this the fashion to play like this year? Is this a way to punch Snow in the face? I smell a strong odor of gunpowder. It's obvious that the higher you hold it, the harder you fall. Right, Snowy's side was happy, but then someone else pulled out a bigger one, and that's when she realized that she got that one as a gift. Che, a gift? It can't be, can it? It's so big. It must be several $100,000 at least. Hearing the crowd's comments, Bai Shui simply had anger rising in her heart. If it wasn't for her unusually deep White Lotus skills, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to keep it up. She was silent for a moment before she diffused her embarrassment with a smile. LOL, Suwon, being able to have a boyfriend like you is really delightful. Smile on your face. MMP in your heart. Bai Shui, who had said this, had secretly vowed to snatch Jiang Lin away from Su-wan. Su-wan naturally didn't know what Bai Shui was thinking at the moment, as she looked at the sparkling diamond and felt her heart beating frantically. She looked at Jiang Lin somewhat incredulously and asked nervously, This is for me? Of course, don't you like it? Jiang Lin laughed. No, it's not. Su-wan hurriedly waved her hand, but, without waiting for her to finish, she saw Jiang Lin reach out and grab her fingers, calmly saying, There's nothing but, I'll put it on you. Chapter 207, Is this how you fight? In full view of everyone, everyone witnessed the scene where Jiang Lin personally put on a diamond ring for Su-wan. In an instant, Su-wan actually became the main character at Bai Shui's birthday party. Everyone completely focused their eyes on Su-wan at this moment. I envy her for having such a romantic, handsome, and golden boyfriend. Of course, Bai Shui, who was the host, at this moment, only had jealousy. That blazing flame of jealousy seemed to be able to burn out the heavens. No, it can't be. By what right do you own him? Bai Shui had gritted her teeth in her heart. He's mine. He must be mine. Su-wan, today I am going to make you lose face in front of your boyfriend. Let him know that you are a heartbreaker. At this moment, Su-wan's heart, once again, surged with thoughts of reckoning. She wanted to use the same method to make Su-wan's image in the hearts of the people completely collapse. With the arrival of Jiang Lin and Su-wan, the entire banquet had been pushed to its climax. Soon, the crowd pushed up the birthday cake, and Snow, who was the main character, made a wish and blew out the candles. After a set of processes, it's time for each to drink and be merry. At this time, intentionally or unintentionally, Bai Shui leaned towards Jiang Lin and Su-wan's heels. Lu Yun, who was following her, consciously acted as Bai Shui's protector after seeing Jiang Lin's strength. Su-wan's entire body was still immersed in the joy of Jiang Lin giving her a diamond ring. All the ill feelings in his heart towards Bai Shui dissipated quite a bit. However, right at this moment, Bai Shui made a request to go to the bathroom with Su-wan. Su-wan's subconscious head trembled. Nima, going to the bathroom again? The last time we had an accident was in the bathroom, and now we're going back? She subconsciously looked towards Jiang Lin, only to see him give her an encouraging look. With that, Su-wan was ghostly pulled away by Bai Shui. As soon as she walked to the bathroom door, Su-wan just couldn't help herself. She paused and couldn't help but say, Snow, you go ahead. I won't go in. Snow stopped, and his gaze toward her became indifferent. What? Are you afraid I'll screw you over again? Bai Shui couldn't help but smile faintly. You're a policewoman and you're actually scared? Su-wan smiled coldly. I'm not afraid, but I don't want to create any opportunities for you. Yes? Bai Shui paused for a moment, and suddenly reached out her hands all at once, grabbing Su-wan's arm, her face pleading. Su-wan, I beg you, will you let me have your boyfriend? Su-wan's pupils shrank, not expecting Bai Shui to actually have this kind of tawdry operation. Let you? On what grounds? She subconsciously said, my boyfriend, why should I let you have him? No, Su-wan, I just fell in love with him at first sight the first time I saw him. Snow continued to plead, a watering look on her face. I'm a weak woman, can't you bear to see me get hurt? Meanwhile, in the middle of the entire banquet hall, less than 3 minutes after Bai Shui left, Lu Yun, who was in charge of escorting the flowers, couldn't help but say, Class, I think we should go take a look. When he said this, the crowd couldn't help but look over. Yeah, last time it was the same opportunity. Su-wan pushed Bai Shui and injured her. Lu Yun said, they're all classmates. I'm afraid she'll do something this time. Jiang Lin glanced at him with the look of an idiot and said, No, I trust Su-wan. You believe that? But she did hurt Shiroyuki last time. Lu Yun's heart was upset when he took one look at Jiang Lin. Seeing this, he looked directly at the crowd. I'm going to take a look, so come if you're willing to come. With that, he rushed out of the banquet hall in a few steps and chased after him in the direction of the restrooms. The surrounding students look at me and I look at you when they see this. People are chasing them out, so let's not freeze. Hula! Everyone followed in pursuit. Looking at the crowd that swarmed out, the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth swept up a mocking smile. Snow, you're pushing yourself to the brink. Just at the same time, Su-wan looked at Bai Shui with some surprise. Bai Shui, are you crazy? You steal my boyfriend and you want me to pity you? What kind of logic is that? Bai Shui said as she swept the corner of her eye and was seeing figures rushing out of the entrance of the banquet hall. Great, here's your chance. In an instant, she reached out with one hand and grabbed Su-wan's wrist, and take advantage of the fact that the opponent was caught off guard and raised it high in the air. Make a false move toward your face. At the same time, her other palm, which she had prepared long ago, smacked heavily on her face. Ah! Snow let out a cry of pain and fell straight to the ground. Above half of his cheek, 5 finger marks emerged clearly and unmistakably. That's a tough one. Su-wan was stunned by this sudden scene. It was the first time she'd ever seen that someone would actually lend a hand in slapping themselves. And taking advantage of this time, the many students led by Lu Yun rushed to Bai Shui once again. What's wrong? Snow, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Bai Shui had 2 lines of clear tears flowing down her face. She covered half of her cheeks and looked at Su Wan with an aggrieved face. Su Wan, why are you doing this? Woo, last time you, why this time you are, woo. With that she cried out in pain straight away. The crying was so sad. Su Wan looked at Bai Shui with some consternation. What did I do? I didn't hit you. Su Wan, don't you dare to be sophomoric. Lu Yun chortled coldly. I'm really disappointed in you as a person. Snow is such a kind girl. You actually hurt her several times. What the hell do you want? The narrator's classmates, at once, helped. Yeah, even if your boyfriend is here, you can't be unreasonable just because he's here. Would your boyfriend still be able to be with you if he knew you were like that? Yeah, it's me. I wouldn't dare to be with a woman like you. Heartthrob. Su Wan, who heard these arguments, was simply aggravated to the point of crying. Isn't this just like last time? Obviously I didn't do anything. How did that happen? She couldn't help but think of Jiang Lin. It was all because of him. He had to make himself come over. Now, it's not clear at all. Su Wan feels double aggrieved, quadruple aggrieved, exponentially aggrieved. Tears welled up in his eyes and almost came out. At this moment, Bai Shui, who had just stopped crying, felt incomparably happy within her heart. You're too young to fight me. But right at this moment, Jiang Lin's figure suddenly parted the crowd and walked over from a short distance away. He walked to Su Wan's front and gently touched her hair. Silly girl, don't cry. Seeing Jiang Lin, Su Wan resisted the urge to jump into his arms and whispered, She framed me again. Jiang Lin heard this and didn't answer, but slowly crouched down. With a sympathetic look on his face, he asked softly, Are you okay? Looking at Jiang Lin's handsome face and gentle tone, Bai Shui's heart trembled. An opportunity had come. She forced herself to hold back her tears. Nodded. No, it's fine. Don't blame her. It's my fault. Jiang Lin nodded after hearing this. Well, did she hit you? Snowy sniffed and nodded. Aha! Jiang Lin asked again. Hit you where? Bai Shui's heart was delighted when she heard this. Is this caring about me now? Do you care where I'm hurt? It's true that opportunities are created on their own. She pretended to hesitate for a moment before slowly inclining her head, turning half of her already reddened cheek towards Jiang Lin. Oh, it's here. Jiang Lin nodded somewhat indistinctly. With that, everyone saw him suddenly raise his palm and swing it down violently from midair. Pop! Only a crunching sound was heard, and his falling palm actually gave Bai Shui a hard slap in full view of everyone. Ah! Bai Shui screamed miserably, and her entire body was jerked over to the ground at once. Not only was half of his face swollen, but he was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Jiang Lin's puzzled voice sounded immediately afterward. Is that how it's played? Chapter 208, Face the Blizzard. At this moment, the whole room was dead silent. Everyone hadn't regained their senses from this sudden turn of events. They all had the same question in their heads. What is this? What's with the questioning and the sudden move? This boyfriend is too raw, isn't he? What are you doing? Reacting. Lu Yun shouted angrily. Why did you hit her? Can't you see that she's already injured? Jiang Lin raised his head abruptly, his stern gaze looking at Lu Yun. You shut the up, stupid pig. With this drink, he immediately carried the majesty of a superior. Stiffly, Lu Yun swallowed back the words on his lips. Jiang Lin's complexion instantly turned indifferent, looking towards Bai Shui, who was on the ground covering her face. Your repetitive acting skills suck. Bullying people to my girlfriend. What a death wish. It was naturally impossible for Bai Shui to acknowledge the words spoken by Jiang Lin at this time. She tried her best to show incomparable horror in her eyes as she stood up with Lu Yun's assistance. What are you talking about? She said softly and incomparably. I've always treated Su Wan as a good friend. Yeah, then I should keep you awake. Saying that, Jiang Lin pulled Su Wan and walked back. Just after taking 2 steps, Jiang Lin stopped and said to the crowd, Everyone come back to me? Not one less. At this moment, Jiang Lin's words were as if they were holy orders. Even if they didn't want to, no one dared to go against it. Everyone returned to the middle of the ballroom. Herself realized that the lights in the entire hall had dimmed considerably. Just as the crowd was a bit strange, Jiang Lin's indifferent voice then sounded. The next image may be a little juvenile, so please look at the big screen. Everyone looked toward the front in unison. This is the hotel's big screen specially designed for birthday parties and wedding banquets to show videos. At this moment, the big screen flashed with light and seemed to be activated. Immediately afterward, everyone saw their most unbelievable image. 2 figures emerged from the image. One of them, an older man in his 50s, and the other, to everyone's surprise, was actually the protagonist of the day, Bai Shui. The two At this moment, we're doing something that felt unacceptable. Is this the same Snow who was once holy, pure, soft and kind? This practice is simply the same as that goddess in their hearts. Judgmental. Also, the camera close-up is so big that you can't even tell it's a second person. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Snow, this is actually snow? It's really snowing. Meanwhile, Bai Shui, who was still pretending to be a white lotus flower, saw the scene and all of a sudden her face changed drastically. She screamed and rushed forward. A frantic yell escaped his mouth. No, it's not true. People, don't believe him. It's a fake. Bai Shui pointed at Zhonglin and Su Wan. It's all because they want to intentionally victimize me. This is something that can be approved for the chart. Everyone looked at such a crazy Snow and understood. At that moment, everyone's gazes changed from envy and love to contempt and disgust. My God, I thought she was so saintly, but I didn't realize she was a bimbo. That's right, you can't judge a man by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea. Humph, she's still illiterate. It's a video, and videos can be retouched? Do we have to fix it frame by frame? Idiot. Oh, I see now that what she said before was probably all a lie. Yeah, she must have framed Su Wan. No wonder Su Wan was angry and cried. Disgusting. How could I go to school with someone like that? Originally, Lu Yun, who was still beside her, immediately skipped her and jumped into the distance when he saw the scene, looked at her with extreme contempt. In vain, I've been devoted to you, but I didn't realize you were actually a rotten bastard. In an instant, everyone realized the true nature of Bai Shui, speaking naturally without mercy. Hearing these piercing and incomparable words that were like knives, Snow jumped up almost like a madman, her hands tearing at her skirt in a deadly manner, and cried out in a near hoarse voice, "No, it's not me, it's really not me." Even to the last second, she was defending herself. However, just then, a voice suddenly came out from the backstage. Snow, you said you were sincere with me, but you're trying to troll here? An old middle-aged man with a medium build and small eyes rushed out from the backstage with a cold smile on his face. Everyone subconsciously looked towards each other, and their eyes widened in shock. This man, isn't he the hero shown in the video above? Seeing this old man, panic surfaced on Bai Shui's face. Subconsciously, he said, Mr. Hua. No, I don't know you. I don't know you. Guo Sheng had a sardonic smile on his face. Don't recognize? That's not what you told me in bed. Fine. You ate my food, drank my wine, spent my money, and now you want to find an underling? Get her out of my way. I'll let her instruct me on the greatness of Guo Sheng tonight. Behind Guo Sheng, several ferocious bodyguards swarmed up, ignoring Bai Shui's screams in the slightest, and forcibly pulled her out of the place. Only, in the midst of the struggle, the diamond ring she had originally received from Zhonglin fell out. A group of students looked at each other, especially some of the male students who had once adored, crushed on Bai Shui, were simply beyond regret, regretting how he could ever look at such a woman. By the way, there are new goals. In comparison, Su Wan was simply their goddess, but just as everyone was subconsciously looking for Su Wan, they realized that Zhonglin had already pulled Su Wan towards the door. Some students saw this and rushed to pick up the diamond ring that had fallen on the floor. Shouting towards Zhonglin, he said, Hey, sir, you dropped your diamond ring, which knows that Zhonglin didn't even return his head, and faintly said, Sent you, made of glass, not worth much. As the words fell, Zhonglin and Su Wan's figures had completely disappeared. The student holding the diamond ring subconsciously looked down. Worthless glass for worthless snow. As it turns out, Zhonglin pulled Su Wan along the streets of the late-night imperial capital, and with the help of the dim light, he was vaguely able to make out the air exhaled from his mouth, which condensed into white mist. Zhonglin stopped and put on Su Wan's own coat. Carefully, he straightened her buttons. So much for looking at her seriously. Still, sad? Su Wan froze for a moment when she heard this, and the crystal tears in her eyes connected like pearls, but a smile surfaced on his face. She didn't say anything, but shook her head vigorously. Seeing this scene, Zhonglin suddenly smiled. He took her hand and whispered, So, let's go home. Chapter 209, Trillion Times Blitz. Reward Divine Level Hypnotism. Divine Level Mind Reading. It was destined to be an extraordinary night. Compared to the cold outside, one courtyard was on fire. After a long time, Zhonglin walked out from the bedroom with a piece of clothing on. Su Wan behind her was still in a deep sleep. Zhonglin came out because, once again, the system gave him a beep at a critical moment. Ding! You've exposed the White Lotus, triggering a trillion-fold blitz, rewarding you with God-level hypnotism and God-level mind reading. A double shot? Zhonglin was a bit surprised. He also didn't expect that the system would actually give two major skills this time. Hypnotism and mind reading. Those are top-notch skills. Moreover, the two complement each other and have an extremely strong additive effect. In an instant, Zhonglin felt a slight dizziness in his brain. and countless experiences and knowledge about hypnosis and mind reading managed to rush into his mind. Soon, Zhang Lin calmed down as he fell into deep thought. To be able to make the system bludgeon himself with these two things, I'm afraid that something is not happening again. Zhang Lin suddenly had a corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, because, now that he was standing above the absolute heights, it would be rare if anything could interest him. Briefly rationalizing the memories and experiences he had just gained, Zhang Lin then walked back to the bedroom once again and fell into a deep sleep. After all, the night is still long and the good yet to come. Early the next morning, Zhang Lin awoke. He glanced at his watch. 9 o'clock. This is the time that most businesses go to work. That thought had just flashed through his mind when, suddenly, his cell phone rang. Zhang Lin subconsciously connected, and an anxious voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Jiang, there's a problem on the global shipping side. When Zhang Lin heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, things are coming up. What a question. He spoke in a flat tone. The Li family, the number one family on this side of Chengdu, has claimed to have entered the shipping industry, and the officials have just given us a notice to limit the number of freighters we can dock at Chengdu's docks. After Zhang Lin heard this, he calmly said, "Go on, you should have gotten more than that." On the other end of the phone, the head of global shipping was shocked. This first shareholder was really good, instantly knowing how much information he had already gotten. Without the slightest concealment, he hurriedly said, "That's right, I found out that in the last 3 months, the Li family has been selling already hoarded land in large quantities in the country, eager to recoup their funds. Its purpose was to prepare for the development of shipping. Moreover, it seems that they have recently set their eyes on the development of the Eagles country and have started investing large sums of money towards each other. My subordinate's guess is that the Li family wants to create a new global top shipping company that will link all the shipping routes in the Gull continent to all of the Duck continent." Zhang Lin gave a slight start when he heard this. The Li family, as the first family of Chengdu, controls trillions of dollars in assets. Together with the special geographical location of Chengdu, it is simply a matter of wind and rain. Originally, the Li family, with Elder Li's unique vision, developed rapidly with the real estate industry in the early stage of business. It established the Li family's position as the richest in Chengdu. Now that the Li family has discovered the domestic real estate market is trending downward, they've begun to find another way, trying to build a new empire. It had to be said that Zhang Lin all felt admiration for this keen and incomparable business acumen of the Li family. But he, the Li family, should never, ever have done it. To touch his Zhang Lin's industry, global shipping, controlling more than 200 routes around the world. A portion of it, all of it, is focused primarily on Gull Island. If the Li family controls the assets of the Eagle Kingdom, they will have significant influence over the entire Gull continent. When that happens, the blow to global shipping will be huge. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lin faintly said, "You don't need to worry about things here for now. Take good care of universal shipping, and the rest, leave it to me." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." The person in charge had a strange magic when he heard Mr. Jiang's words, because, from Zhang Lin's tone, he seemed to have sensed that the other party had already figured out a way. Moreover, it had even made plans to overthrow the Li family. Overthrow the Li family? The person in charge, who hung up the phone, was taken aback by his sudden thought. My God, if the big Li family is really toppled, then the whole sky of Chengdu will change. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Lin directly called Ning Yi. "I want all the news about the Chengdu Li family, the more detailed the better." Ning Yi on the other end of the phone felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Zhang Lin's command. Was this Gonzi taking another shot at the Li family? In an instant, an uncontrollable excitement rose in his heart. It's simply an honor to witness the Duke's strike. Ning Yi nodded heavily. "Okay, Gonzi, I only need half an hour." Zhang Lin hung up the phone and sat there calmly. Half an hour later, Ning Yi's phone call came. "My lord, all the information you asked for has been sent to your cell phone." Ning Yi was very efficient, which pleased Zhang Lin. "There." Zhang Lin nodded, hung up and opened his cell phone. A piece of information comes to mind. The Li family, since decades ago, the young elder Li, has stood out from the Chengdu with his keen business acumen. He successively set up the Chengshek Group and the FAI keychain, with real estate as the early development direction, and won the throne of the richest man in Chengdu in one fell swoop. This throne, a throne for decades, under the leadership of Elder Li, the entire Li family has been involved in infrastructure, ports, retail, hotels, energy, and many other fields in a rapid and unparalleled manner, sitting on nearly $2 trillion in assets, enough to influence an era. However, these were the basic information, and what interested Zhang Lin was yet to come. With the passage of time, the founder of the Li family, the founding father, Elder Li, was getting old, now nearly 90 years old and already facing imminent retirement. After all, no one is better than time. and the great kingdom that he had built with his own hands would be carried on by his two sons, who would carry on the inheritance. But what made Jiang Lin find it interesting? Elder Li was once rumored to be interested in handing over both of the two most important conglomerates under his name, the Changshe Group and the FAI Keychain, to his eldest son, Li Jae-sung. The remaining two investment companies, as well as three listed companies worth tens of billions of dollars, will be handed over to his second son, Li Shichong, to take care of. Jiang Lin raised an eyebrow, which was something to be savored. The eldest son, Li Jae-sung, was able to acquire most of the assets of the entire Kongsam without much effort. That's not a star. That's over $1 trillion in assets. In contrast, the second son, Li Shichong, was actually only able to have tens of billions of dollars in assets. The difference between the two is so great that it can't be measured in miles. However, what surprised Jiang Lin was that the second son, Li Shichong, actually did not have the slightest objection. Instead, they are willing to do it. What's this for? Jiang Lin felt that there must be some unknown secret. His gaze swept toward the bottom, and he was briefed on the news of the two sons. The eldest son, Li Jae-sung, is married to a virtuous and dedicated wife with two daughters and a son. Second son, Li Shichong, unmarried. Rumored girlfriend, Hyung Star, Liang Zi-yun, has given birth to a son, currently preparing for pregnancy. The entire Li family, so to speak, is dedicated and law-abiding. Seeing this, Jiang Lin really couldn't find a reason for himself to take a shot at them if he didn't have any other news. With such a down-to-earth, hard-working company that competes with itself just on the industry, there's really no need to go out on a limb. But Jiang Lin still saw reasons why he should make a move. Now, the entire Li family, although temporarily residing in Chengdu, had all joined the Maple Country identity. At the same time, through Elder Li's operation, he also made himself an honorary noble of 3 countries. What does that mean? Meaning, with his strength, he could easily obtain the help and shelter of 4 countries. If you want to move him, you have to negotiate your way through such complex international negotiations. Why did the Li family do this? There was a cold aura flashing in the corner of Jiang Lin's eyes. If you don't do anything wrong on weekdays, you can't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at midnight. The Li family is insuring themselves, not double insurance, but multiple, lots of it, because Mr. Li himself already has connections in 4 countries, and the eldest son, Li Jae-sung, and the second son, Li Se-chong, actually invested heavily in other countries beyond these 4. What? It's about making more countries the talisman of their Li family. Now, the Li family tells you that we are serious businessmen. Would you believe it? The corner of Jiang Lin's mouth was a sharp curve. The Li family has thought of everything they can think of, and have added multiple surges to themselves. If one really wanted to move him, it would involve an extremely complicated situation. This will take an unknown amount of time, and, for such a family, the best thing to do is to. Once it drags on, changes arise naturally, and the chances of them mediating from it are even greater. So, to get your hands dirty, you have to have a more unique approach. Jiang Lin put the cell phone in his hand down and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window, swinging toward the distant sky. Since it won't work from the outside, let's disintegrate it from the inside. Near noon, Su-won also awoke. She looked toward Jiang Lin standing in the living room, feeling that everything was like a dream. Jiang Lin turned his head and looked at her, waved at her. Su-won walked up to Jiang Lin and was swept into his arms by the other party reaching out. Is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Lin said softly. No. Su-won shook her head. She felt like she just needed to hug him. Jiang Lin smiled and took her small hand, spreading her palm out. 2 keys were then placed in her hand. Seeing this, Su-won froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Lin in confusion. 1 for the car and 1 for the house. Jiang Lin laughed. I'm in the neighborhood of your unit. I bought a high-rise before, and there's also a car that you can use when you go back and forth to work, even though you're a cop. After all, sometimes it's late and one has to be safe. Seeing Su-won's gaze that wanted to refuse, Jiang Lin added, don't worry, these, not for you. I borrowed it from you. When you don't need it, just return it to me. This, then, is where Jiang Lin's thoughtfulness comes in. Possessing God-level mind-reading techniques and God-level hypnosis techniques, his understanding of the human heart could be considered to have risen to a higher level. Su-won, being able to work as a police officer, is naturally tough-minded and rigid. If she gave it away, she'd mistakenly think she was being adopted. It is not good to create a burden in your mind. Now, Jiang Lin said to borrow it and lent it to you. You can't not want it. That one instantly put the mental burden off of her, and there wasn't that sense of distance between the two. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Lin say this, Su-won Fong nodded. Well, I wouldn't normally use it. I'm just keeping it for you. Aha! Jiang Lin nodded with a smile. With you, a beautiful policewoman, keeping it for me. I'm relieved even if I'm not here. Suwon obviously sensed the meaning in Jiang Lin's words. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Jiang Lin and asked, "You're leaving?" "Aha, going out on a trip. Be back soon." Jiang Lin smiled and said, "Do you want to come along?" Suwon was a little careful to move, but still shook her head. "No, I have a mission. I can't leave." "Well, I'll send you a couple of bikinis someday and we'll go together then." Jiang Lin snickered. "Ouch. You're bad." Suwon instantly blushed and directly fled away. She wasn't Luo Yifei. She couldn't take this kind of joke. After dinner, Jiang Lin sent Suwon away. As for himself, he had contacted the people at Summerhaven and was going to fly to Shandu himself. However, on this trip, there was no record of the flight. Jiang Lin, in theory, was still in the imperial capital and hadn't left. In December, compared to the coldness of the imperial capital, the fragrant capital seems to be too warm. Perhaps the only way to feel some coolness is after midnight. In the Shandu, outside a bar with magnificent neon lights flashing, a figure of a woman wearing a long trench coat, a mask, and sunglasses hurriedly got down from an ordinary sedan. With that, he plunged headlong into the middle of the bar. Entering the bar, the woman unbuttoned her trench coat, revealing a cool outfit inside. Judging by her figure alone, the other party was an extremely fine woman. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, he was able to see the three-dimensional features, and his face value was certainly not bad. The woman walked straight to the bar and casually tapped out a bill. "Give me a martini." One moment. The waiter took one look at the other, then withdrew his gaze and turned his head to start mixing the drinks. It didn't take long for a double martini to be placed in front of the woman. "Enjoy your meal, miss." The woman pulled on the brim of her head and took her mask off. Liang Shiyun believed that no one should recognize herself if she didn't look closely from the front. Hiss. She picked up her glass and took a long, hard swig. There was a comfortable ah. It's true, life in the mansion is really depressing. Even going out to a bar is like being a thief. I don't know how she can bear it, being the sane woman. Liang Shiyun muttered in her mind as she drank. She's still just a girlfriend, and she's already being restricted so tightly. In order to be able to avoid the Li family's surveillance, she had to change clothes with her own agent, and, with a temporary rental car, to strange bars. This was the only method Liang Shiyun could come up with after spending time with Li Shichong. She goes to a different bar each time and doesn't stay too long, no more than 20 minutes at a time. Only in these limited 20 minutes can she feel the rare freedom. She sipped it while looking at the dance floor in the distance. There was a time when she could be so indulgent, but now, however, when she subconsciously turned around, there was actually a figure beside her at an unknown time. Jacket, duck hat, sunglasses. With just one glance, Liang Shiyun felt that the other party was someone with a story. Someone with a story just like her own. At that moment, the other man flashed a faint smile at her. "Beauty, I have a story. Do you have a drink?" Chapter 210 Playful smile, like a god overlooking the world. "Yes." Liang Shiyun subconsciously nodded her head, but just as he finished, he felt something was wrong. That's not true. How could I say yes to him so easily? Without waiting for Liang Shiyun to come back from her daze, the man next to her raised his hand towards the bartender and greeted him. "Have a whiskey?" "Yes, whiskey, on the rocks." It didn't take long for the man to take the glass and take a sip. Softly, he said, "The wine is strong and life is bitter." Liang Shiyun looked at the man's side face and was instantly a little lost in thought. The wine is strong and life is bitter. Yeah, he's so right. One thinks that by jumping into the hoi polloi, one will be able to enjoy an unexpected life. However, just like a strong drink going down, it is only when you drink it that you realize how strong the aftertaste is. She's too bitter. She wanted to rush back now, but she couldn't. She opened her mouth, wanting so badly to confide in the man in front of her, but the man just drank his own wine and didn't even look at her. "Are you, in any kind of trouble?" After a few seconds, Liang Shiyun couldn't help but ask. However, there was no answer from the other side. Instead, he clinked his glass with her martini. Ding! The crunching sound came from the other's mouth. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cheers, a toast to the past. After that, the glass was empty. The man snapped his fingers again. Second cup served. At that moment, he didn't wait for Liang Shiyun to come back to her senses and touched it again. Ding! The sound seemed clearer. Liang Shiyun felt a little disoriented. A glass to freedom. As this cup went down, Liang Shiyun felt a buzzing in her head and her entire body froze. Passing. Freedom. Yes, her past is gone, never to return to those good old days. And one's own freedom, long ago, disappeared with the passing. Why? Why does he make so much sense? Liang Shiyun now had an urge in her heart to confide in the other party. But just then, the man with the duck-tongued hat suddenly approached himself. With one hand, he grabbed Liang Shiryun's waist and brought her into his arms. Liang Shiryun froze violently, even forgetting to resist. Through the lights of the dance floor, on those black sunglasses, Liang Shiryun seemed to see a pair of magical eyes. At this point, the other person simply said, "You will love me." After saying that, Liang Shiryun felt her body loosen up and she actually returned to her original position. When she looked again, the other party's figure had disappeared. "No, where are you going?" Liang Shiryun exclaimed violently as she turned her head towards her surroundings and kept scanning in an attempt to find the other party's figure. However, the other party disappeared without a trace, and not a single trace could be seen. I am in love with him." Liang Shiryun's heart suddenly popped up this thought. I love you, ah, you come on out." However, there was not the slightest response other than manic music. At the back door of the bar, John Lin pulled his ducktail back. A smile swept across his lips. The hypnosis and mind reading was a success. These two are not miracles or legendary idiosyncrasies. It is only a matter of making judgments through mental cues and meticulous changes in the other person's demeanor. Under the premise that he had the most sufficient information, this Liang Shiryun's psychological activities did not need to be much complicated at all to be able to guess it. And Zhang Lin used the sound of clinking glasses twice as a psychological cue, while adding 2 sentences that could resonate with the other party. You can then instantly get the other person into your rhythm. And the last sudden means of rooting the accidental mutation in the inertia of the mind is deeply rooted in the mind of the opponent. Zhang Lin could be 99% sure that Liang Shiryun had now developed feelings for himself, and a particularly passionate one at that. As for, why is it less than 1%? Because, even with hypnosis, there is uncertainty present. There is no such thing as 100% success. But, Zhang Lin was able to judge that this time, it worked. Stages of hypnosis, not all at once. He could say without a doubt that right now, Liang Shiryun's heart had completely planted his shadow. Wanting to break through the Li family, Zhang Lin decided that he would use the real Liang Shiryun as a breakthrough. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Lin disappeared around the corner of the bar. 20 minutes had arrived, and Liang Shiryun had been looking around in the middle of the bar all this time. However, she did not see Zhang Lin's figure. The only thing that comes to mind is the hazy shadow of the combination of ducktail hat, jacket, and sunglasses. Even so, the shadow, like the devil, had captured her heart. The time had come and she had to leave. She took 3 steps back to look at the bar in front of her and then got into her car. The car sailed away. Half an hour later, Liang Shiryun returned home. This is the mansion that Li Shichong purchased for her. Usually, apart from watching the children, Li Shichong was not there every day. However, even if he wasn't there, Li Shichong would video with Liang Shiryun from time to time. The reason, of course, is to watch the kids, but of course, at the same time, it's a form of surveillance. Liang Ziyun is not married to a rich family, but she also enjoys the treatment of a rich family. 2 nannies and 2 sister-in-laws are enough to take care of the children in a lifelike manner. She changed out of her own trench coat and sunglasses in the car and just returned to the bedroom. A sound came from the cell phone. The great thing about boredom is that you can take the smallest things and summarize them. Liang Shiryun had clearly memorized that every day close to this whole point of 10 o'clock in the evening, with an error of no more than 2 minutes, Li Shichong would definitely send her a video. She took her cell phone, and instead of connecting to the video first, she walked outside the room where her child was sleeping, and with that, connected to the video. "Hi, honey, haven't gotten any rest yet, have you?" Li Shichong smiled and opened his mouth, very sweetly. "No, but your son is asleep." With less words than usual, Liang Shiryun turned the camera around to the sleeping figure of the child. Even she didn't know that the side she had just shared with Zhang Lin had already affected her in subtle ways. "That's cute," Li Shichong said sincerely. "I hope my son can look like you. So he must be a big handsome man." Liang Shiryun listened but laughed and casually said, "Like me? What's the point? That won't be kicked out of the house, right?" The moment her words came out, Li Shichong's face just changed. Even Liang Shiryun's face changed and her heart snapped. "What's going on? What's wrong with me? How can I say such a thing? Who knows?" Li Shichong over there was silent for a moment and suddenly sighed softly. "Alas, it's very late. My dear, you should rest first. I still have things to do here." With that he hung up the video. On the other end, Li Shichong, who was still busy at the company, leaned back in his chair. He knew that Liang Shiryun still had knots in her heart. That one sentence just now is the best proof. Li Shichong loved her, really loved her. If you don't love, how can you choose to conceive life with her? But, a word from the old man, a woman of the wind, not in the Li family. The possibility of Liang Ziyin marrying into a rich family was completely cut short. He had a guilty conscience, but could not make amends. On the other side, Liang Shiryun took a shower and lay on the bed, but she was sleepless for a long time. She didn't know why she'd said what she said. However, The shadow of Jiang Lin kept echoing in his mind. Will I, ever see him again? Can I, still, be hugged by him? Can I, give him a kiss? Countless questions lingered and tormented her mind. Eventually, she fell into a deep sleep, and in her dreams, it was all about duck hats, jackets, and sunglasses. Time, not a good thing. It's hard to stay up. The next day, at the same time, Liang Shiyun took a huge risk and appeared at that bar again. However, to her disappointment, Jiang Lin did not appear. The more so, the more this curiosity, this longing, becomes stronger. In her mind now, she had even forgotten the consequences of her discovery. Even if she only had to see Jiang Lin once, she would already be satisfied. But, she failed. She returned frustrated. Chaos through the night. On the third day, Liang Shiyun is sober and can't go back to the same bar, so she had to change places. Similar scene, lively dance floor, same martini. Liang Shiyun sat there, feeling uninterested. She decided that after tonight, she would never come out again. She, tired and weary. However, it was at this moment that she inclined her head, and there was actually an additional figure next to her. Duck cap, jacket, sunglasses, have a whiskey. The familiar voice caused Liang Shiyun to freeze for a moment, but followed closely by ecstasy. She hugged Jiang Lin as she said in an almost murmuring voice, "No, don't go. Stay with me." Jiang Lin inclined his head toward her, clinking his glass against hers. Ding, ding, you are not free. I am poison with you. With that, Jiang Lin raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, then turned around and left. But this time, Liang Shiyun pulled at him and didn't let go, yanking him back with one hand, and then kissed him fiercely. After a long time, Liang Shiyun looked at Jiang Lin, and even though she didn't know what she looked like, she murmured, "Poison. I want it too." Jiang Lin looked at her and suddenly said, "Your time is up. Goodbye." With that, he spun around and disappeared into the middle of the dance floor in the twinkling of an eye. Liang Shiyun felt like her heart had been emptied. She desperately searched the crowd, but instead couldn't see the slightest trace. Jiang Lin, just like a dose of chronic poison, continued to erode her mind. Jiang Lin hadn't done anything untoward, but he could play with people's hearts recklessly. Jiang Lin glanced back from the street corner beyond the bar. A playful smile swept up at the corner of his mouth. He fell in love with it. The feeling. The second stage of hypnosis has been successful. What Jiang Lin wanted to do was to make Liang Shiyun fall in love with himself like crazy. How far does love go? Love enough to die for yourself. This is the power of divine hypnosis. One hint at a time is all it takes to sink the other person completely. Next, Liang Shiyun began to miss Jiang Lin madly, which made her attitude towards Li Shichong began to gradually turn cold. But there was nothing Li Shichong could do about it. An oppressive contradiction is building. Liang Shiyun didn't expect that once Jiang Lin disappeared this time, it was actually for 5 days. Inside, she was as close to a madman as she was to a soul. Every night she goes to a new bar. She was looking forward to another encounter with Jiang Lin. However, 5 failures had brought her close to breaking down. But, just then, for the 6th time, same scene, same location, same voice, Jiang Lin appeared. "Give me a whiskey." When this sentence was exited, Liang Shiyun's ears seemed to ring with heavenly music. She turned her head and looked fiercely at Jiang Lin. The river filled with longing within her heart instantly breaking its banks. Brush! Liang Shiyun grabbed Jiang Lin and pulled him away from the bar, rushed out of the crowd, all the way to the bathroom. The bathroom in the bar is so smoky that you can't even tell the gender. She didn't care at the moment, pushing Jiang Lin into a narrow space. He pounced on him like a wild wind in rain. Jiang Lin didn't refuse. He had no reason to refuse. Only, from the beginning to the end, he had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, like a god overlooking the world. Chapter 211 Liang Shiyun's Awakening. What is freedom? Eating the marrow. After a frenzy, Liang Shiyun completely fell in love with this feeling, even more madly in love with the man. However, even if she didn't know what the other person really looked like, but hopelessly in love, even if Jiang Lin gave her an order to die for him, she would not hesitate. However, Jiang Lin never said anything from the beginning to the end. Even if there is, it's just a few simple words. The two met no more than 10 times in total. It lasted over a month. Then Jiang Lin disappeared. It's completely gone. Before he left her a message. "We'll have a chance when you're truly free." In addition to that statement, there was a gift. Liang Shiyun hugged the gift tightly and returned to her mansion. Late at night, she opened the box, which was an antique Qing Dynasty snuff bottle. It's worth a lot of money, at least tens of millions. Looking at this gift, a little doubt surfaced in Liang Shiyun's mind. He wondered why the other man had given her such a gift, but for whatever reason, as long as it's from him, and she treated it like a treasure. Since then, Liang Shiyun would hug this box almost every day, like holding her own child. But the more she hugged, the more intense her thoughts about Jiang Lin became. God, what is this freedom you speak of? Liang Shiyun couldn't help but mumble. If she could have known, she would have done whatever it took to do it. Recently, Li Shichong's mood was also very gloomy. Because Liang Shiyun has changed, becoming unloving. For what, exactly? Li Shichong pondered in his mind, and he quickly realized that there were two possibilities. First, Liang Shiyun is dissatisfied with her current state and wants to turn around. Secondly, Liang Shiyun moved on and fell in love with another man. However, judging from the feedback from the Li family's people in charge of tracking her, this is not likely to be high. Why? Liang Shiyun would go to a different bar for a drink every time, and the only thing that surprised him a little was going to one bar twice. Oh, he's the second son of the Li family. Even if Liang Shiyun does well, how could it possibly escape the eyes of the Li family, which has only a hand in Xiangdu? The reason why Li Shichong turned a blind eye was because he understood. Liang Shiyun needs to vent. Reasonable venting, he allowed. As long as it didn't cross the line, it was all good. That bar she'd been to twice. Li Shichong had sent someone to check it out as well. There's nothing suspicious about it. So with the second reason removed, there's only the first. She wants to convert. How easy is it to make the switch? Not to mention her. Li Shichong was racking his brain. He worked hard and wanted to get in front of his old man. However, look for the Chinese New Year to arrive. He was going to prepare a generous gift himself to be able to please the old man. By then, Liang Shiyun will have a chance. This time, he was prepared to tell this good news to Liang Shiyun, sort of a surprise for each other. So, he got off work early and came to Liang Shiyun's mansion. However, Liang Shiyun was, at this time, holding the snuff bottle Jiang Lin had given her and playing with it, looking at it as if it were a treasure. He simply forgot about the other guy coming in. Crunch! Li Shichong pushed open the door to his room and said excitedly under his breath, Shiyun, do you know what good news I brought you? This sentence that came up out of nowhere startled Liang Shiyun. She jerked to her feet, trying to hide her snuff bottle, but it's too late. For, Li Shichong had come in and seen it. Shishon, you, let me explain. Liang Shiyun subconsciously tried to speak out of her innate fear of the Li family. However, it was not expected. After seeing Liang Shiyun's snuff bottle, Li Shichong not only didn't get the slightest bit angry, but instead said in surprise, Shiyun, you actually prepared a gift as well? That's great. I didn't realize that you were so attentive. Li Shichong stepped forward and took the snuff bottle in one hand. The snuff bottle, is of good quality. It's hard. Li Shichong nodded excitedly. The old man is particularly fond of this snuff bottle, and had recited it before, saying that if we are talking about fine products, it is none other than the Qing dynasty. Gift? This time Liang Shiyun froze and couldn't help but say with some confusion. Yeah, Li Shichong laughed. As the spring festival is approaching, I plan to take advantage of the gathering to take you to the old master and give him a gift to make him happy. Maybe, agree to register us. Register? Liang Shiyun was even more puzzled. When had she ever thought of registering with Li Shichong in her own mind? However, at this time, Li Shichong held her in his arms. In a soft voice, he said, Shiyun, I know you're suffering, so this time, I'll succeed no matter what I say. As long as you and I register our marriage, when the time comes, you will be able to legally enter the middle of our Li family's business. Don't you see that my father has now given most of the property to my elder brother, but he promised me all the personal money he's left himself over the years yet. Li Shichong laughed. Do you know how much? A full 100 billion knives. By then, you can also have the legal right to inheritance, ensuring that you don't have to think about it anymore. Inheritance? Liang Shiyun softly chanted these 3 words, and suddenly, she reacted violently. It was as if a bolt from the blue had surfaced in the middle of his brain. She understood. She finally understood what freedom was. God, wait for me. I will realize freedom and then be with you. Liang Shiyun swore in her heart. For a moment, it was as if she had produced a metamorphosis of the mind. The original stiff look on her face instantly melted away, and in its place was indeed a thick smile. Great, honey, she snuggled into Li Shichong's arms. I knew that you would not leave me behind. Li Shichong was not a little cutie. Instantly sensed the change in Liang Shiyun in his arms. The moment was even more exhilarating. That's right, and it reinforces his suspicions on the first point. Liang Shiyun is afraid that she has no status and thus will be kicked away. Don't worry, Shiyun, I'll do it. The spring festival in Xiangdu is particularly lively, and on this day, in Xiangdu, a place of inches of gold, located in the middle of the Li family's old mansion estate residence, an annual meeting of the Li family's direct lineage began. The Li family was dominant, but there weren't many true direct descendants. Elder Li only had 2 sons in his life, The oldest son is not long into his family now, and the oldest of his 2 granddaughters and grandson are not more than 10 years old. And although the second one has a grandson, he is not married either. Speaking of getting married, Elderly thought that Liang Shiyun was a moderate girl after this period of time. It wouldn't be impossible to join the Li family if it was hard to do so. Of course, there were 2 reasons why his mind would be allowed to wander. First, he's old, nearly 90 years old, and won't live much longer. Once he was gone, the entire Li family would still need these 2 brothers to support each other. Secondly, a big reason why the second doesn't want to get married so far is because of Liang Shiyun. Elderly didn't want to create a divide in Li Shichong's heart after he was 100 years old. This is likely to affect the relationship between the 2 brothers. He was well versed in history, and he was familiar with the Zuan woman incident. He didn't want, one day, a fratricide to occur in the Li family. Today, it's the annual family meeting. He knew that Liang Shiyun would also come, and his own son, for sure, will bring it up. The old man sat in the main seat, looking at his granddaughter and grandchildren running back and forth in the hall, and fell into a deep thought. That's when Li Shichong appeared. Following along, there was naturally that Liang Shiyun. Happy New Year, Dad. Happy New Year, Uncle. Seeing Liang Shiyun appear, Elderly nodded and smiled faintly. Good, good, come on, sit down, sit down. Seeing this, Li Shichong smiled and said, Dad, this is a gift that Shiyun specially prepared for you. With that, he handed the gift to Elderly. It's a gift you'll love. Elderly took it and opened it. There was more than a hint of surprise on his face. Oh, Shiyun has a heart. I didn't realize you knew I liked this. Li Shichong, who heard this, instantly laughed. Dad, I didn't tell Shiyun about this. She prepared it herself. Oh, no. Elderly picked it up and played with it for a bit, then looked at it carefully. It's a good color, and just right for the tobacco I'm shipping over from South Magnesia. With that he nodded towards Liang Shiyun. Very good. I like it. It's good that Uncle likes it. Liang Shiyun had a faint smile on her face. Next to him, Li Shichong saw the situation and struck while the iron was hot. Dad, look. As soon as he opened his mouth, Elderly knew what he was going to say. Let's eat first and talk afterward. Hey, yes, yes. The smile on Li Shichong's face grew even wider as Elderly was not talking about refusal, but renegotiation. That's proof that there's a real chance. The family was seated, and while eating, Elderly looked up and asked Li Jae-sung, Jae-sung, what's the situation over there in the Eagle Kingdom? Dad, I've already made arrangements over there. By the time this project is completed, we'll be able to hold 2/3 of the entire Eagle Kingdom's power supply, all of the water supply and drainage projects, and 1/3 of the real estate. Hearing Li Jae-sung's report, Elderly nodded. Well, speed up the progress. In the future, the Eagle Kingdom will definitely not be at peace, and breaking away from the alliance is definitely inevitable. He then cared a bit about Li Shichong's career while doing a bit of guiding and analyzing. The whole family had a great time throughout the meal. After dinner, the whole family sat down together. Li Shichong leapt to his feet and was just about to open his mouth. Saishung, I know what you're going to say. Elderly directly blocked his words. Then, he turned his head to look at Liang Shiyun. Shiyun, you have to work hard in the future. There are still a lot of people who need to take over the business of the Li family. When these words came out, the people present did not understand. The old man was agreeing to Li Shichong's request. Li Shichong almost cheered outright. Liang Shiyun also wept with joy. To everyone else, it looked like the 2 had finally waited for this day. I've waited so long for this day that I almost thought it would never come. Now the results appear. Liang Ziyun can't wait to register her marriage with Li Saichong. The wedding, you can take your time. Anyway, the Li family's wedding is sure to be a sensation in the entire business district. 3 days later, Liang Shiyun and Li Shichong completed their registration. So far, she's sitting pretty. Walking out of the registry, both of their faces were unusually elated. Li Shichong turned his head to look at Liang Shiyun. Shiyun, from today on, I should address you as Mrs. Li. Liang Shiyun smiled faintly as she listened, revealing a contented expression. Li Shichong laughed. Let's go. The car should be waiting outside. Liang Shiyun was about to nod her head when she suddenly saw, in the corridor of the registration office, a figure in a jacket flashing past. It's him? It's him? In an instant, Liang Shiyun's mind shook dramatically. She didn't expect that at this time, the other party would actually appear. But when she tried to look for Jiang Lin again, she realized that she had actually disappeared. Shiyun, are you okay? Li Shichong looked at her with some concern. No, it's fine. I need to use the restroom. Liang Shiyun shook her head and then said, okay then, I'll wait in the car. Li Shichong didn't suspect anything and nodded his head towards the outside. Seeing the other party leave, Liang Shiyun quickly walked in the direction of the bathroom. Finally, the moment she turned the corner, she saw a figure in a jacket and a ducktail hat. She got excited. Up went the other man and pulled him violently. God, what are you doing here? However, as her words fell, the other turned back. Liang Shiyun, however, realized that the other party was not Jian Lin at all. No sunglasses, no airs, just an ordinary youth. The youth glanced at Liang Shiyun. You recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Beauty. Excuse me, Liang Shiyun muttered in disbelief, and then the other party left the place. However, just then, she saw that at the other's feet, there was actually a note. Liang Shiyun subconsciously picked it up and looked down, and in the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrunk. This is Jian Lin, Left Behind. Chapter 212. Right, because all of this, I directed. Outside the registry, it didn't take long for Liang Shiyun to walk out. Let's go, hubby. She got into the car and held Li Shichong's arm intimately, and from beginning to end, Li Shichong did not notice the slightest difference. The car drove off to their new love nest. This was specifically left for them after Elder Li agreed. Inside the mansion, the servants had already prepared a top-notch meal. At this time, Li Shichong sat down with Liang Shiyun for dinner. Ding! The red wine in Liang Shiyun's hand clashed gently with Li Shichong. With that, she smiled and said, "To our home. Cheers." Li Shichong drank it all in one go. Liang Shiyun poured red wine again and continued to raise her glass. Ding! To the only home we've ever known. A strange flash flashed through Li Shichong's mind when he heard it, as if he felt that it was not quite right. But on second thought, the other party seemed to be right, so he drank it all down once again. Ding! To our own home. As the third cup went down, Li Shichong felt slightly dizzy in his head, but the atmosphere was good. At least, Liang Shiyun hadn't drunk with herself like this for a long time. At this moment, Liang Shiyun's gaze flickered and she said softly, "Hubby, did the old man's money call you? Money? What money?" Li Shichong wondered. "Of course, the money he promised you." Liang Shiyun continued, "Now that we're starting a family, it's equivalent to you starting your own business. He would have given it to you, wouldn't he?" "Dang, sure." Li Shichong nodded. "My father said that when my investment group stabilizes a bit more, he can transfer money to me. So, honey, how long do you need?" Liang Shiyun asked. "Me, probably 6 months, or maybe a year," Li Shichong estimated. Liang Shiyun smiled after hearing this and clinked her wineglass on Li Shichong's. "Ding! To the property you are about to lose." She spoke so softly that Li Shichong subconsciously interjected. "What did you say?" "Nothing, hubby. Cheers." Ding! One glass down for two. The atmosphere is in full swing. Unexpectedly, Li Shichong actually got drunk, slumped unconscious on the dining room table. Liang Shiyun helped the other party to the bed, took off his clothes, and covered him with the quilt. She herself, on the other hand, sat down on the other side of the room and reached her palm into the middle of her jacket and pulled out a note. Liang Shiyun's gaze fell on it and she didn't speak for a long time. Finally, after 10 minutes or so, a light seemed to flash in her eyes. She then crumpled the note into a ball and dropped it into, well, her mouth. Bite by bite, bite by bite, swallow it down. With that, it was business as usual. Li Shichong woke up with a headache, but Liang Shiyun is very thoughtful to prepare sober soup for him. "Honey, going to the office today?" "Well, it's going to be. Is the company busy? Did it go well?" "Busy, thankfully, with 2 projects that were never negotiated." "Short of funds? You can ask Daddy for it." "No, there's no rush. Wait to talk about it." "Okay, hubby, I'll wait for you to come back for dinner tonight." Okay, bye, honey." Registration ended and so a month passed. Spring has passed and everything is on track. Li Shichong, however, is in a crisis, because 2 programs that were in the process of being acquired suddenly had 2 more competitors, and the bids are high. If, on the other hand, his price is lower than the other parties, he is likely to fail. There is no failure in Li Shichong's dictionary, so he has to succeed. "Honey, if you don't have enough funds, you can ask Daddy for them." His mind suddenly recalled Liang Shiyun's reminder. Subconsciously, he said to himself, "Give early, give late, give all the same, right? It's the same." Therefore, on this night, he didn't go home, but went to Elder Li's mansion. After an unknown amount of time, Li Shichong left from Elder Li's residence. The face, it's ugly. When he gets home, Liang Shiyun is still waiting for him, even though it's already late. "Honey, why are you home so late?" "Well, went to the old man's and got delayed for a while." "You don't look too good? Did something happen?" "No." Liang Shiyun could tell that Li Shichong didn't want to say anything, but she wisely chose not to ask. Also, offer to squeeze each other's shoulders and massage their heads. It made Li Shichong feel as if the only thing left by his side was such a perfect wife. But even if the wife is perfect, the puzzle that needs to be solved still needs to be solved. the constant pressure from his competitors forced him to find Master Li again. However, it was still a disappointment. This time, the two argued fiercely, again and again, not again and again. Just as Li Shichong was planning to go again, his competitor had already completed the acquisition. He, defeated. The defeat was complete, but was he really defeated? At least, Li Shichong himself didn't feel it, because he knew that the old man could clearly help him. Why not? Say what you will, win or lose. Say what you will, the heart is not enough and needs to be honed. Fart, how could I, Li Shichong, not have enough heart? If I'm not enough, is Li Jae-sung enough? Since then, Li Shichong had not traveled to the old man's place for 3 consecutive weeks, even though the other guy called him, even the big brother called him. However, only Liang Shiyun is still into the duties of a wife. On this day, Li Shichong once again received a call from the old man. Hey, Saishung, come here, Dad wants to talk to you. Li Shichong paused, but the thorn in his heart didn't come out. Dad, I've been quite busy lately. Some other time. No, you're coming today. Elder Li's voice trembled slightly. Dad knows your concerns. It doesn't matter. If you want money, Dad will give it all to you. As long as you're good. You're good. Really? A brilliant light flashed in Li Shichong's eyes, and all of a sudden, his voice raised. Of course, Daddy wouldn't lie to you. Elder Li laughed. Well then, I'll be there now. Li Shichong nodded and then prepared to move. Come on, your big brother and the others are there, just so you guys can get together. Elder Li smiled and nodded. The phone hangs up and Li Shichong sends someone to pick up Liang Shiyun and the child. Go to the old Li family mansion residence. However, he never expected that the moment he stepped into the Li family residence, what I heard was bad news. Master Li, suddenly, died violently. The entire Li family was instantly shaken. The private doctor, who specializes in serving Master Li all year round, came to give Master Li over a secret test overnight. The preliminary cause of death is cerebral hemorrhage. Doctor, my dad has never had this before. How did he suddenly have a brain hemorrhage? Li Jae-sung asked with a concerned face. The private doctor frowned. In this case, it could also be the result of qi and blood surging up, or eating something heavily tonic. A great tonic? Li Jae-sung's face flinched. What kind of tonic? Besides, my father has never taken a large amount of tonic. He has always been eating according to the recipes you arranged. That's what I'm wondering. The private doctor frowned. The old man's current body, although on the surface it is still resistant to shearing, in reality, he is getting old and starting to age on the inside, and his ability to tolerate and absorb supplements is not as good as it used to be. If you look at it from the perspective of Chinese medicine, it's called deficiency not being compensated for. Therefore, at such a time, once any great tonic is added to him, then qi and blood will boil over, leading to overloading of the heart's function, and ultimately the emergence of a variety of sudden illnesses, including sudden cardiac death. When will a detailed report be available? Li Jae-sung asked. That will need to wait for my specialized forensic friend. But, in this case, are you planning on making arrangements, Grand Master? The private doctor looked to Li Jae-sung. Such a big change in the Li family was a huge shock to the entire Li family, and even, including the entire Shangdu, and even the entire world. At this point, is there a follow-up on the Li family? A delay, or an official announcement? This is not clear. The private doctor naturally took this into consideration before asking Li Jae-sung about it. Just as Li Jae-sung hesitated, suddenly, the sound of howling came from outside. Daddy, what happened to you? Li Shichong never expected that he would hear such bad news on his way here. The Liang Shiyun next to him had even more vibrations surfacing in her eyes, but more than that, it was a kind of delight. That's right, she didn't know why, but the man at the helm of the Li family was dead. It definitely couldn't have been a better thing for her. Of course, what surprised her even more was that all of this was, actually, clearly documented in the note that God had left behind. How is this possible? The godlike Zhang Lin had actually calculated all of this thoroughly. How did he know? Could it be? Is he really a deity? Liang Shiyun's heart was a bit complicated. However, in a flash, she thought about the contents of the note. She, who still had tasks to do, had not completed them. Shichong, do you know that it's all because of you? You're the one who made Dad worry. How else would he be like this? Li Jae-sung was furious when he saw the crying Li Sechong. He had heard the old man say it before. Li Sechong wants to take the funds that were left to him. However, the old man had said before that he wanted Li Shichong to grind more, and he didn't expect it. However, Li Sukchong didn't think about this. After being ignited by Li Jae-sung for this, his pupils also instantly shrank and he roared. Me? How is it me? Obviously, Dad had already promised to give me the funds. How could it have anything to do with me? I think you're the one who ran the company poorly and something went wrong. You actually managed to blame me? Lee Jae-sung snorted coldly. I don't have time to argue with you right now. It's only proper to deal with Dad's aftermath first. After saying that, without even giving Lee Shir-chong a chance, he had already left the place. Lee Shir-chong watched the other party leave, and a low roar came out of his mouth, as the countless pent-up chi seemed to be unable to be vented out. At this time, next to Liang Shir-yun, but soft voice comforted, husband, do not be angry. Money is gone, we can earn again. If your life is gone, you have nothing left. Brush. Lee Shir-chong, who heard this, looked up sharply, and a red light seemed to flash in his eyes. Yes, with your life gone, there's nothing left. Yes, no life, no nothing. He mumbled and repeated 2 sentences under his breath, and suddenly, he stood up violently and pushed away Liang Shir-yun, who was next to him, charged out like a wild animal. Saishung. Liang Shir-yun let out an anxious cry from her mouth. However, she could only watch as Lee Shir-chong disappeared into the hall. It didn't take long for unexpected and surprised cries to ring out. Shishon, you're crazy. No, what are you doing? Put, help, I don't want to die. Second young master, don't, run away. He's crazy. Put, it's, how did I kill someone? Lee Shir-chong looked at the scene in front of him with some trembling, unable to believe that this was something he could do. Lee family, it's over. His pupils were lax, and a desperate whisper escaped his mouth. With that, the fruit knife in his hand was crossed. Pust. It didn't take long for the alarm to sound. The entire Lee family is surrounded by police cars. In the entire hall, aside from the only direct descendant of the Lee family, Liang Shir-yun was so frightened that she was nearly unconscious. All the rest of the people, including the children, were not spared and all died at the hands of Lee Shir-chong. Shocking a big news around the world. Elder Lee died suddenly and violently, and the entire Lee family died horizontally in their home. The murderer turns out to be the second son, Lee Sae-chong, leaving the newly minted daughter-in-law as the sole heir. Countless news stories swept the headlines in a flash. A generation of behemoths has collapsed as completely as pushing a gold mountain down a jade pillar. And, even more unbelievable, the murderer was actually Lee Shir-chong. Jingle bells. Far away from the imperial capital, looking at the garden that was about to revive, John Lin's gaze was filled with calm. He answered his cell phone, and then he heard an incredibly surprised voice coming from Ning Yi. My lord, the Lee family, something has happened. John Lin smiled faintly and nodded his head. I already knew that, you know? Ning Yi was surprised. Yes, because all of this, I directed. Hiss. On the other end of the phone, Ning Yi stood frozen on the spot, speechless for a long time.